Is anyone here? Jalmer called out, straightening up as the cave gradually widened. There was faint light ahead, but no movement. It seemed whoever was inside remained still. After advancing 10 meters and turning a corner, the Wilfred came upon a space about 5 to 6 meters long and wide, with a height of 2 to 3 meters. This was the end of the cave. Zaire, elderly man, sat cross-legged against the stone wall, his eyes closed, long hair disheveled. Around him lay patches of dried black blood, from which the lingering aura emanated. Senior? Jalmer called. There was no response. Jalmer slowly approached, calling again, but still no reaction. Is he dead? No, that's not right. He still has some life force, albeit very weak. It looks like he's severely injured. Jalmer finally stood a meter away from the seated figure, then tapped the elder's arm with the sky-breaking staff. Senior? The old man slowly opened his eyes, his mouth moving, but no words came out. After a few coughs, he managed to rasp out, You still found me. His speech was labored, as if he had forgotten how to talk or hadn't spoken in a long time. Senior, are you hurt? Jalmer flicked his wrist, suspending a chi-gathering pill in front of the old man. The elder looked at the Noel with suspicion. Could this be someone sent by that rogue? Well, even if it were, what could this Noel do to a dying man? Focusing on the pill, he saw it bore chi patterns. While it wouldn't help much, any assistance would be better than none. With great difficulty, the old man raised his right hand, grabbed the pill, and swallowed it. As the pill went down, a familiar warmth spread through his body, and he began to cultivate. A few minutes later, the old man opened his eyes again, his aura marginally improved. Who are you? I'm a disciple of the alchemy sect. Jamesy, I ask who you are. Alchemy sect? Disciple? You came alone? Yes. You aren't sent by Arjun? Arjun? Who is he? Jalmer was puzzled. He had never heard of this person. You don't know Arjun? Slowly, the old man's speech became more coherent. I've been in the sect for less than a month. I don't know who Arjun is. Less than a month? The old man's eyes widened. This is Spirit Lake's Heart Island, right? Yes. How did you get to Spirit Lake after being in the sect for less than a month? I participated in the combat sect's ranking competition and placed in the top 9, earning me the right to come here. So impressive. Has the current Mystic Medicine Valley become so weak? What is your cultivation level? The old man scrutinized Jalmer anew. For someone who had only been in the sect for a month to make it into the top 9, weren't those others all just chaff? But now, the old man lacked the energy to check the Noel's cultivation level. 9th rank spirit practitioner. I entered the sect with pre-existing skills, Jalmer said calmly. With pre-existing skills? That makes sense. Still, getting into the rankings isn't simple. Bringing you here is even less so. Who is your master? Elder Ignatiushan. Ignatiushan? That rascal grew into an elder? Good. Very good. Can you carry me out of this cave and take me to the water outside? Hearing Ignatiushan's name, the old man smiled slightly. Carry you out? Jalmer hesitated. Just drag me out. The old man understood the Noel's caution. He was indeed wary but practical. Dragging an injured old man seemed inappropriate, especially since the old man, despite his injuries, might not pose much of a threat. A little caution couldn't hurt. Jalmer moved the old man slightly, discreetly transforming the sky-breaking staff into armor beneath his clothes, protecting vital areas. Then he redirected his internal chi flow to cover these points, especially his head. He hoisted the old man onto his back and quickly made his way toward the cave entrance, using all fours due to its low ceiling. The old man was surprised by the Noel's actions. Such behavior wasn't necessarily bad, but what if this boy were an enemy? In just a few seconds, they reached the cave entrance, leapt down, and swiftly arrived at the water's edge. Put me in the water, the old man instructed. Jalmer complied. Once submerged, the old man began meditating, expressing gratitude. Energies from the lake flowed toward him. Clearly, the old man wasn't weak. Jalmer watched the old man cultivate. After a few minutes, finding no other secrets here, he decided to cultivate as well, unwilling to waste time. He settled 100 meters away from the old man and began cultivating. Time passed unnoticed. Before he knew it, 5 hours had gone by. The old man opened his eyes, looking more spirited, but his aura remained weak. Clearly, the wounds from years ago wouldn't heal so quickly. Yet, there was a bit more vitality. The old man slowly rose, moving towards the shore and stopping near Jalmer to watch him cultivate. Jalmer noticed when the old man finished cultivating and felt his presence nearby, opening his eyes and greeting him. Senior, have you finished cultivating? He asked, standing up. Yes, I feel more energized now, but I doubt I'll live much longer, the old man responded nonchalantly. Senior, it's been a while since you last ate, hasn't it? Yes. I'll go catch some fish for you. With that, Jalmer dove into the water. Given his cultivation level, catching fish was easy. Soon, he emerged with 2 large fish in each hand. Just a moment more. Jalmer pierced the fish with the shrunk sky-breaking staff and summoned the earth core fire to cook them. Without salt, he ground several medicinal herbs into powder and sprinkled them on the fish, adding both flavor and a fragrant aroma. Minutes later, the fish were ready, their scent filling the area. Satisfied, Jalmer handed one to the old man. Senior, are you also from Mystic Medicine Valley? My name is Norris. Chapter 174, A Shared Suffering. Jalmer held the last fish in his hand and took a bite. The taste was indescribable. He couldn't believe that this was his first attempt at roasting a fish, and he did so well. The old man watched as the young boy ate contentedly, puzzled that upon hearing Norris, there wasn't even a flicker of recognition. Had he been forgotten to such an extent? Senior, come, eat. It tastes pretty good. Jalmer noticed the old man staring blankly and not eating, which was strange. Oh, eat fish. Norris took a bite. Yes, the flavor was quite remarkable. How many years had it been since he had eaten something this delicious? Thinking back, it was only shortly after he entered this place that he occasionally caught and roasted fish. But as his health deteriorated, catching fish became increasingly difficult. Eventually, his condition worsened to the point where he could barely move, leaving him to await death in that cave. Never did he imagine he would have a chance to eat fish again today. Perhaps it was fate. Perhaps heaven still had mercy on him. How is it? Very nice. This is the best roasted fish I've ever tasted. By the way, you don't recognize Alawumai? I don't know him. I've only been in the sect for less than a month and haven't heard of such a person. Then what's your current Valley Jamister's name? Valley Jamister? It seems he's called Allah, but I don't know his full name. The young boy took another bite of fish. Is your Valley Jamister Alawumai? This isn't something I can be sure of, though. I'll ask my master when I return. Since he doesn't even know about Alawumai, it makes sense that he wouldn't know me either. The old man pondered this and understood. Before long, both had finished their fish. They also drank some lake water, imbued with spiritual energy. Afterward, Norris wiped his mouth and rubbed his belly, feeling quite satisfied. Young man, what's your name? Now that they were full, it was time for conversation. My name is Hangxiong Chuan. Since you have earth fire, your alchemy skills must be pretty good, right? Not bad. Can you refine third-tier elixirs? Third-tier elixirs? Can any spirit cultivator in Xianyao Valley refine third-tier elixirs? Norris paused, realizing how silly his question sounded. Clearly, staying here too long had clouded his mind. Third-tier elixirs required a third-grade alchemist, who was at least a spiritual Jamister level. My apologies, I'm getting senile. How about second-tier elixirs? Let me give it a try. Let's keep a low profile. Take a look at this formula and see if you can refine it. Norris tossed over a jade slab. Jalmer caught the jade and scanned it with his soul force. Detoxification pill formula. Is this a second-tier elixir formula? The old man nodded. Jalmer carefully examined it. It required 5 types of spirit herbs, 3 of which he had, but he lacked 2 ingredients, blue lotus and isatis leaf. Blue lotus was one of the main ingredients. He remembered seeing these herbs before in the herb fields and knew their medicinal properties well. After reviewing the refining process, he found it relatively straightforward. For a second-tier elixir, it should be manageable with the right materials. However, the problem was he didn't have all the ingredients. Senior, I lack some materials, otherwise, I could give it a try. Is this for detoxifying? Are you poisoned? Yes, if not for the poison, I wouldn't be in this miserable state. Back then, I was poisoned by a potent toxin and suffered a severe injury to my soul force, leading to my current half-dead condition. If not for your arrival, I probably wouldn't have lasted 6 months. Senior, your cultivation shouldn't be weak. Why were you harmed like this? Looking at the old man's weak aura, Jalmer guessed that his cultivation must be strong, but heavily injured. Cultivation isn't weak, but just not weak? The old man muttered under his breath, remembering he used to be one of the top experts in the Rat Kingdom. Norris chuckled bitterly and continued. You are a talented individual, having received guidance from someone outside the sect, with considerable experience. You must have had a great mentor to achieve such success, entering the top 9 ranks immediately upon joining the sect. Yeah, I received guidance from a master. Don't change the subject, stay focused. Have you heard of Tian Aling sect? What about DU sect? DU sect? Jalmer stood up, a little excited. This old man knew DU sect too? You know DU sect? Obviously, given his reaction. My relatives were kidnapped by people from DU sect. Jalmer's eyes burned with anger. So, DU sect is also your enemy. Your expression shows it's genuine. We have a common enemy. I was also harmed by DU sect. Huh. Jalmer was surprised. As a prominent member of Xianyao Valley, why would someone be harmed in their own sect and escape to this dark place? Strange, isn't it? I was the revered Harmon of Xianyao Valley, yet I was betrayed within my own sect. Sounds absurd, doesn't it? What? You're the Valley Jamister of Xianyao Valley? Jalmer stared wide-eyed, mouth agape. Former Valley Jamister, to be precise. Norris smiled bitterly. Jalmer shook his head and pinched his thigh, making sure he wasn't dreaming. As for Alawumai, he was the one who betrayed me, colluding with DU sect. Norris clenched his teeth, eyes filled with hatred. He was my most trusted disciple, yet he conspired with outsiders to harm me. Even now, I can't understand it. Do you mean Alawumai worked with DU sect? He might even be part of DU sect. So, I wonder if the current Valley Jamister Allah is Alawumai. If so, I'm in danger too. You're in danger? The old man was confused. You're just a talented Wilfred of Xianyao Valley. Why would he target you? Before joining Xianyao Valley, I was being pursued by people from DU sect and Tian Aling sect. You're just a spirit cultivator, and Tian Aling sect is one of the top sects on the entire continent. Why would they chase after you? I escaped from DU sect. Since DU sect and Tian Aling sect are either allies or one entity, they joined forces to hunt me down. If you know about the connection between DU sect and Tian Aling sect, then you truly were being hunted. From this, it seems you must carry a significant secret. No big secret. If anything, it's because of my extraordinary talent in cultivation, which they want to study. That doesn't make sense. If your talent were just about having high-quality spirit roots, they should have captured you. Only Tian Aling sect would be the first to know about such talent. Darn, how did you suddenly become so astute? You've deduced so much from just a few sentences. But, now we're on the same path. Hashtag chapter 175. Allotl Zair's planning. Senior, stop talking about me. At least I'm still safe for now. What about you? Can you tell me more about yourself? Franz Tong was still very curious about this old man. Well, what can I say? When I was young, my family conditions were quite good, and I came to this mystical medicine valley to have my spirit root tested. I had decent talent, so the mystical medicine valley took me in. I apprenticed under a master in the war sect and became a fairly competent warrior. Later, I delved into array formations and alchemy, becoming an average array master and alchemist. My cultivation advanced rapidly when I was young. I became a spirit jamister before turning 20, which made me outstanding at that time. Indeed, Being a spirit Jamister before 20 would be considered exceptional at any time. It was the peak of geniuses. Despite my young age, becoming a spirit Jamister also meant I had the qualifications to take on disciples. That's when Arjun appeared. He had extraordinary talent, and I liked him very much, so I took him as my disciple. Though we are master and disciple, I'm only 10 years older than him. Afterward, I continued to grow step by step and climbed up the ranks. Not only did I become the top person in the war sect, but I also became a third-rank alchemist and array Jamister, eventually catching the attention of the previous Valley Lord. I was appointed as the new Valley Lord at 80 years old. Valley Lord at 80? Do you think 80 is very old? How old are you now, senior? I don't know exactly how old I am because I've lost count of the years here, but I'm definitely over 200. Over 200? Franz Tong looked at the old man in front of him with surprise. Although he looked quite old, he didn't seem like he was over 200. Could someone that old even move? Not really old for over 200. If I hadn't been poisoned or injured, living to 500 or 600 wouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing Aspen's words, the boy's eyes widened. Do cultivators all live so long? Seeing Franz Tong's expression, the old man sighed inwardly. You're a cultivator with decent talent. Don't you know about the lifespan of cultivators? I'm a 9th rank spirit Jamister. Don't you know the average lifespan of a spirit Jamister? Most spirit Jamisters can live 400 to 500 years. As a 9th rank essence cultivator like you, even if you don't advance further and suffer no major injuries, you could live 200 to 300 years. I didn't know that. Franz Tong suddenly asked, what comes after 9th rank spirit Jamister? Would advancing again make you live even longer? Of course advancing beyond 9th rank spirit Jamister makes you live longer, but it's extremely difficult. Zaire, if you truly advance, it would be hard to stay on this continent. Oh. Franz Tong perked up. Why is that? You shouldn't ask about that yet. What good would it do? You're just a teenager. Focus on reaching Spirit Scholar first. Don't be too ambitious. He had a point. Sometimes blunt advice carries profound truth. Senior, tell me how you ended up here. How did I get here? It was that unworthy disciple. Aspen's eyes almost blazed with anger. Originally, Arjun was his pride, but unexpectedly turned out to be ungrateful. Unworthy disciple? Yes, unworthy. Even now, I can't understand why he betrayed me. He was my most trusted disciple, whom I patiently guided through cultivation, hoping he would surpass me one day. Moreover, I was grooming him as my successor to take over as Valley Lord once I surpassed 9th rank Spirit Jamister. But alas, could he defeat you? How did he harm you? In a direct fight, he couldn't win. Even if he ambushed me, perhaps he could defeat me, but ultimately, he would fail. As the Valley Lord, if he couldn't kill me quickly, it would be useless. What's worse, since he lived with me long-term and handled many aspects of my daily life, he tampered with my food and medicines, adding some secret, hard-to-detect poisons. Over time, my body started showing signs of abnormalities. He secretly conspired with several great elders for support to become Valley Lord. Worst of all, he collaborated with the Dark Abyss sect. One day, he called me to this spirit lake, saying something important. He had driven away all other cultivators beforehand, and then brought people from the Dark Abyss sect to ambush me. Aspen seemed emotionally charged, as if the event had happened recently. In fact, I didn't fully realize what was happening until he revealed everything when he was confident of victory. Thanks to a precious artifact, I managed to sink deep into the lake and use the cave to come here. But by the time I entered, I was already deeply poisoned and severely injured. Even though I didn't die, for Arjun, it was the same. He thought I'd be dying here without the ability to leave. I just can't understand why he would betray me. Wasn't his ambition huge? Yes, very ambitious, and it fueled his efforts in cultivation. So isn't it clear why he acted this way? Why is it clear? You're a genius, and so is he. You plan to hand over the position of Valley Lord to him after surpassing 9th rank Spirit Jamister. But you're only 10 years older than him, and you said surpassing 9th rank is extremely difficult. So when would he become Valley Lord? Wait until you surpass 9th rank? Or wait for your death? Being only 10 years older, who knows who would die first? Could he wait that long? Would he wait that long? Aspen stared at Franz Tong with his mouth wide open. After a while, he sighed. How did I not think of that? They were silent for a moment before Franz Tong spoke again. So Arjun colluded with the Dark Abyss sect? Or has he become part of them? It's possible. This complicates things. Franz Tong frowned. Would his peaceful days soon be over? You might avoid attracting too much attention if you remain low-key. After all, he's the high and mighty Valley Lord, a 9th rank Spirit Jamister, while you're just a 9th rank Essence Cultivator. If you're careful, you should be fine. Society is simple. People make it complex. Boy, could you help me bring some antidote pills next time you come? The ones for detoxifying. Sure, but I can only come once a month. There's a back entrance somewhere. What? Just outside the Spirit Lake, opposite the door facing the lake, there's a hidden array formation. If you find it and slightly move it, you can enter the Spirit Lake area without setting off the alarms. Is that possible? Of course, I'm a 3rd rank array Jamister. I set it up when reinforcing the outer array, purely for amusement. He then described the details to Franz Tong. If that's the case, I can visit anytime I want, Franz Tong thought privately, feeling pleased. The story progresses logically from the dialogue between the characters. Franz Tong's questions unravel the backstory of Aspen, revealing crucial details about Arjun's betrayal and the challenges ahead. The natural flow of conversation and the emotional layers build tension and deepen the narrative. Chapter 176, Heavenly Extreme Technique. Seeing Jalmer's expression, it was easy to guess what he was thinking. The old man smiled and said, although there is that hidden chessboard, it's best not to use it too frequently. You can prepare well, and then stay here longer after coming in. Since you don't have the positioning bracelet, no one will monitor you. Even if you encounter someone here, as long as they don't recognize you, you'll be fine. That makes sense. Once inside, I'll cover my face and avoid everyone. Zaire people probably patrol around the Spirit Lake's periphery regularly. Be careful about everything. Yes, understood. Thanks, Senior. There's no need to thank me. It's for my own benefit. I just hope you won't go back on your word. Can I inform my master about your matters once I go out? Ignatiushin, yes, you can, but the fewer people who know, the better. Senior, would you be willing to let me examine your body? Do you want to detoxify and treat my injuries? Not that I underestimate you, but as a spirit practitioner, can you really figure anything out? James Sci-fi can't cure it, but I can learn from it. The Wilfred smiled. I have some knowledge of spiritual medicines and various injuries, although my experience is far shorter than yours. All right, let's try even if it's treating a dead horse like a live one. The old man laughed, having not seen or spoken to anyone for many years. Talking to this Wilfred filled him with satisfaction and lifted his spirits. The Wilfred began examining the old man, taking his pulse, observing his body's surface conditions, and checking his eyes thoroughly. After looking over, the Noel asked, would you permit me to enter your body to check further? Entering the body meant sending chi into it. If the person had bad intentions, it could be very dangerous for the host. You can go ahead boldly, the old man responded calmly. If he hadn't met this Wilfred, he would have died soon anyway. Taking a chance wasn't so bad. Jalmer nodded at the old man's response. A slow stream of chi entered through the wrist and moved through the body gradually, feeling its way. The Noel inspected carefully, a rare practical opportunity. For cultivators, the most critical parts of the body were three: the soul ball in the brain, the heart, and the dantian. If the soul ball is invaded and damaged, one loses rationality and, severely, their soul, making them no longer themselves. Damage to the heart endangers life and, when severe, results in immediate death. If the dantian is damaged, minor cases lower cultivation while major ones strip all abilities. When Jalmer's chi approached the old man's brain soul ball, he found that toxins had already intruded but weren't too serious yet. At the heart, toxins had penetrated deeper. Only the innermost heart meridians protected by internal chi remained untouched, constantly at risk of being overwhelmed by toxins. In the dantian, the damage was significant, threatening to drop him to a spirit Jamister level. It seemed the old man was maintaining his life by sacrificing cultivation levels to resist toxin infiltration, but if he fell to a spirit scholar level, it would be the end. Slowly retracting the chi, Jalmer opened his eyes with concern. Senior, you are now in great danger. Your cultivation has fallen significantly, hasn't it? You noticed. Yes, I might soon drop to a spirit scholar level, the old man agreed. But if you do drop to a spirit scholar, Senior, you will die. Yes, you figured that out too. Norris was slightly surprised. Was it the Jamesandala flower poison, Senior? The Noel hesitated before asking. Jamesandala flower poison, a third-grade poison, is colorless and odorless, weak initially but accumulates in the body if not promptly treated. When it meets certain components in some pills, it becomes more toxic and harder to detect. Severe cases occur when the poison person starts to feel it. It particularly targets the brain, heart, and dantian, information the Wilfred found in the pharmaceutical department's records. How did you know? Norris looked at the Noel anew, realizing this himself only later from poisoning symptoms. Senior, take these pills first. They can't detoxify you but will ease the poison's effects, Jalmer said, placing a bottle of pills before the old man. Taking the bottle, the old man saw 3 spirit-infused pills inside. Cleansing pills? He glanced at Jalmer with surprise. Yes, cleansing pills. Great. They still contain potent spirit energy. Thank you. Oh, and this? Jalmer handed Norris an egg-sized stone from the Moonlake sect's medicinal lake bottom, beneficial for enhancing soul power, though its effects were slow but persistent. Zaire'd this. Zaire other bottle containing 3 soul-gathering pills that worked immediately. These items would significantly slow the toxin's penetration into the soul ball, cleanse it, ensure cultivation didn't drop during practice in the lake's abundant energy. Pausing the toxin's infiltration could allow gradual recovery of cultivation. Looking at the items, Norris felt a flicker of hope. Could these be gifts from Mountain Elder? Senior, take a pill and try practicing. I mustn't waste this opportunity. Hold on. Norris regained composure. Take this. It might help you. He threw a small jade piece. Sitting in shallow water, the old man started practicing after consuming a cleansing pill. Jalmer quickly scanned the jade piece. Supreme technique Jamesnual. Rank. Upper heaven. Impressive. One of the continent's top techniques. He decided to boost cultivation before practicing the technique later, bowed to the old man in gratitude, and resumed practice at his previous spot. The old man was surprised. With such a valuable technique before him, this Noel could resist temptation, indeed extraordinary. Time passed swiftly. 5 hours flew by as the Noel opened his eyes to see Norris watching him. Senior, how are you? Jalmer asked with a smile. Better. My spirit and energy improved significantly, Norris replied, acknowledging the temporary improvement. Without stronger medicines to remove the poison completely, death would eventually follow. That's good. Want some grilled fish, Senior? Yes. Fishing and grilling were simple tasks easily done. Aren't you going to practice the supreme technique? Soon, after a rest. Jalmer grinned. Chapter 177. Success in cultivation technique. Franzi, actually, if you had added this fishbone while refining the chi gathering pill, you might have achieved different results. Are you interested in trying it? Norris said as he took another bite of fish. Add this fishbone? Yes, before combining the ingredients, you need to refine this fishbone into powder first. Then add it along with the other materials. Don't always stick rigidly to the pill formula. Sometimes you can alter the recipe when conditions allow. Yes, I didn't think of innovating. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Hehe, you lack experience. With more experience, your ideas will naturally broaden. Zaire's other bite of fish left a lingering fragrance in his mouth. Then I'll give it a try? Franzi quickly devoured the entire fish. Immediately afterward, he set up his alchemy furnace and geothermal fire, breaking off a fish bone to test its refinement time using the geothermal flame. Seeing the Wilfred's alchemy furnace, Norris squinted. This furnace appeared ordinary but was extraordinary. Even the Mystic Medicine Valley did not have such an excellent alchemy furnace. Where did this Franzi get it from? Franzi, unaware of the old man's thoughts, took out the ingredients for the chi-gathering pill and placed them into their respective subfurnaces. He threw the fishbone into another subfurnace and began refining the materials in order. After 30 minutes, each material had been refined individually and was ready to be combined in the main furnace. A few minutes later, 3 warm chi-gathering pills appeared in Franzi's palm. At this point, Norris was astonished. Was this really a 9th-rank spirit practitioner? Refining 2nd-rank pills was like child's play to him, and he even managed to produce 3 at once. Had alchemists outside become this strong? The Wilfred tossed one of the freshly refined pills over. Startled, Norris nearly dropped it, blushing slightly as he caught it just in time. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Both started examining the chi-gathering pills closely in their hands. What the? There's a faint blue pill pattern. Noticing the Noel's expression, the old man smiled and asked, "Do you know what this pale blue stripe is?" "Pill pattern," the Wilfred replied calmly. "You actually know what a pill pattern is?" Norris was shocked again. Is Franzi some kind of treasure trove? He seemed to know so much. Norris had intended to show off a little, but Franzi already knew. Soon, another pill floated before Norris. Examining it closely, he was surprised again. Damn, it's also a chi-gathering pill with a pill pattern, though the color is orange this time. Franzi must have refined pills with patterns before. What did you add to these pills? This, a flame essence appeared in his hand. Flame essence? You actually have this? The old man was baffled. What had Franzi experienced? Too many secrets. I obtained some by chance. No wonder. But are you truly a 9th-rank spirit practitioner? You can check for yourself, Franzi chuckled. Check? Forget it. I've barely recovered a bit. One check and my injuries would relapse. Saying this, he threw the 2 pills back. Keep them, senior. They may not be very useful to you, but even small gains are still gains. I'll practice your 10,000 extremes art. Finished speaking, Franzi threw the pills back to Norris. Why not rest after refining? Practice is the best rest. Done talking, he took out the 10,000 extremes art, immersing his soul force into it to read carefully. Indeed, Franzi's success wasn't coincidental. So young, yet already excelling among his peers, and so diligent. Impressive. Seeing the Noel work so hard, the old man felt inspired too. He waded back into the water, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating. After finishing the 10,000 extremes art and comprehending it thoroughly, Franzi wanted to ask the old man about some unclear parts, but saw him in cultivation, so he practiced on his own. His movements were slow, almost resembling Tai Chi. Closing his eyes, Franzi practiced following his understanding. The energy inside his body flowed naturally with his movements, feeling very comfortable. Unknowingly, several hours passed, and the Noel's practice of the 10,000 extremes art became smooth and flowing. When he opened his eyes, he saw Norris smiling at him. This kid is a real genius. Just given a manual, he can self-practice and achieve remarkable results in no time. Senior, did I practice correctly? Very well. But I feel my movements are too slow. If an opponent attacks, this technique seems too slow to keep up. That's where you need to control the speed of the internal energy flow. Once it runs fast inside you, your actions will naturally be faster. When used well, you can transition from extreme slowness to extreme speed instantly. It's the harmony of internal and external. Franzi pondered for a while. Didn't he specialize in energy conversion before for defense purposes? Heart directs the energy. Could this 10,000 extremes art also be practiced this way? Closing his eyes again, he continued practicing, perfecting the movements, then combining them with internal energy flow. Gradually, the energy flowed where he moved, eventually achieving a state where thought and action synchronized, moving fast or slow at will. Damn, who is this guy? I just said one sentence, and you're already assisted by divine power. Is this technique inferior? This is a top-notch heaven-grade technique, the highest level on this continent. Norris was speechless. Another couple of hours passed. The Noel opened his eyes, smiling, bowed to the old man and said, "Thank you, senior." Norris laughed awkwardly. I didn't say much. No, senior's words enlightened me. Of course, I need to thank you. Oh, did you notice any issues in my practice? No issues. Just practice more to improve your fluency. But the highest realm of this technique isn't strictly following the written movements. Instead, it's about mastering and freely combining all moves as needed. So, there are forms within no form, seeming without form but having form. Listening to Norris, the Noel fell into deep contemplation, entering meditation. Seeing the Noel, Norris was speechless. Was he human? One sentence could make him transcend. Hour later, Franzi opened his eyes again. Thank you, senior. By now, over 30 hours had passed since the Noel entered the Spirit Lake area. He had made good progress, advancing to 5th rank Spirit Warrior and learning a heaven-grade technique. Chapter 177. Minor Success in Cultivation Technique. Franzi, if you had added this fishbone while refining the chi-gathering pill, perhaps it would have yielded different results. Are you interested in trying? Norris said after taking a bite of fish. Add this fishbone? Yes, before combining all ingredients, crush the fishbone into powder first. Then mix it in with the other ingredients. Don't always follow the pill formula rigidly. Sometimes, you can adjust the recipe when conditions permit. You're right. I should think of innovation more. Thank you for your advice, senior. Hee, you still lack experience. With more experience, ideas naturally come. Other bite of the fish left an exquisite aftertaste. Should I try? Franzi quickly finished the whole fish. He immediately prepared his alchemy furnace and the heart fire, testing a fishbone with the heart fire to estimate its processing time. Seeing the Noel's alchemy furnace, Norris squinted. This furnace looked ordinary but was extraordinary indeed, probably better than any in the Mystic Medicine Valley. Where did this Franzi get it? Franzi didn't know what the old man was thinking. He took out the materials for the chi gathering pill and put them into their respective subfurnaces, including the fishbone, and began refining step by step. After 30 minutes, each material was processed separately, then combined in the main furnace for fusion. Several minutes later, 3 warm chi gathering pills appeared in Franzie's palm. At that moment, Norris was taken aback. Was this a 9th-rank spirit practitioner? Refining a second-grade pill like it was child's play, and even producing 3 pills at once. Were outside alchemists now this powerful? The Noel tossed one pill over, and Norris, caught off guard, almost failed to catch it, turning slightly red in embarrassment but managed to hold on just in time. Both carefully examined the chi-gathering pill in their hands. What? There's actually a faint blue pill pattern. Looking at the Noel's expression, the old man smiled and asked, "Do you know what this light blue stripe is?" "Pill pattern," the Noel replied casually. "You actually know it's a pill pattern?" Norris was astonished again. What a treasure trove. This Franzie knew so much. He had planned to show off a little, but found that Franzie already knew. Zaire pill hovered in front of Norris. The old man examined it closely. What? Zaire chi-gathering pill with a pill pattern, though this one was orange. It seemed Franzie had previously refined pills with patterns. What did you add to this chi-gathering pill? This. A flame essence appeared in his hand. Flame essence? You actually have this thing? The old man's mind was blown. What had this Franzie experienced to possess so many secrets? I obtained it by chance. No wonder. But are you really a 9th-rank spirit practitioner? You can check yourself, Franzie said with a smile. Check? James sighed not. It's hard to heal even a bit. Checking will set my injuries back. He then threw both pills back. You keep them, senior. They may not be useful to you, but every little bit helps. I'll practice the 10,000 extreme secret art. Finished, he threw the pills back to Norris. Why not rest after refining the pills? Practicing is the best rest. Done talking, he pulled out the 10,000 extreme secret art and immersed his soul force to read intently. Indeed, success is no accident. Despite his young age, Franzie stood out among peers and was diligent too. Excellent. Watching the Noel's dedication, the old man felt inspired and plunged back into the water, sitting cross-legged to start practicing himself. After finishing the entire text and understanding it, Franzie wanted to ask the old man about unclear parts, but noticed him practicing and held back. Instead, he began practicing according to his interpretation. His movements were slow, reminiscent of Tai Chi. The Noel closed his eyes and practiced following his own train of thought. The internal energy flowed naturally with his body's movements, feeling very comfortable. Unconsciously, hours passed. The Noel practiced the 10,000 extreme secret art with fluidity. Opening his eyes, he saw Norris smiling at him. This kid is truly gifted. Just given a secret manual, he learned so well in such a short time. Senior, did I practice correctly? Very well. But I feel my movements are too slow. If attacked, the technique seems too slow to counter. This requires controlling the speed of the internal energy flow. Once it speeds up, your movements will naturally follow. When used skillfully, you can shift from extremely slow to fast instantly, integrating inner and outer aspects harmoniously. Franzie thought for a moment. Hadn't he specialized in energy flow conversion before? That was for defense. Here, the 10,000 extreme secret art could be practiced similarly? Closing his eyes, he resumed practice, mastering the actions, repeating several times before integrating with internal energy gradually. Eventually, where the energy went, the body followed, seamlessly blending heart, energy, and movement, allowing him to move slowly or swiftly as desired. What person is this? Saying one sentence brought divine assistance to you, Franzie. Is this technique inferior? It's top tier on this continent. Norris was speechless. A few more hours passed, and the Noel opened his eyes, smiling and bowing to the old man, saying, "Thank you, senior." Norris chuckled awkwardly. "I didn't say much." "No, your words enlightened me. I must thank you." "Oh, senior, did you notice any problems with my practice?" "No issues. Keep practicing to enhance proficiency. Remember, the highest level of this technique isn't just about the written moves. After mastering, deconstruct and freely combine moves as needed, apparently without form yet still effective." Hearing this, the Noel fell into deep thought, entering a meditative state. Looking at the Noel, Norris was speechless. What human is this? One sentence, and he becomes enlightened. Zaire hour later, Franzie reopened his eyes. "Thank you, senior." It had been over 30 hours since entering the Spirit Lake range. He made good progress, advancing to 5th-rank Spirit Scholar and mastering a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Chapter 178, Leaving Spirit Lake. Norris shook his head, not wanting to speak. This Zaire was just there to provoke him. "Senior, you saw me refining pills earlier, right? I think I did a decent job, didn't I?" The old man still didn't want to talk. "What I mean is, do you have any 3rd-grade pill formulas? Especially those that would be useful for you. Didn't you ask me before if I could refine 3rd-grade pills? Even if I might not succeed, we can at least try finding some ingredients after we leave. James said my master can refine them." Upon hearing Jalmer's words, the old man suddenly perked up and immediately took out 8 jade pieces from his storage ring, handing them over. Jalmer received the jade pieces and let his soul power seep into them, scanning each one briefly. Detoxifying pill, spirit uniting pill, chi uniting pill, soul uniting pill. Haha, all starting with unite. After we leave, start by refining the detoxifying pill. If you really can refine 3rd-grade pills, then what I urgently need are the detoxifying pills and soul uniting pills. Although these 2 types of pills won't cure me completely, they should be enough to restore me to more than half strength and help me get out of this place. After that, I'll figure things out on my own. Is there a pill that can completely cure you? A pill that can completely cure me? Probably not. The main issue is the poison in my body. If the poison can be neutralized, the injuries can be treated gradually and will eventually heal. While the detoxifying pill can't completely eliminate the poison in my body, it can detoxify about 50 to 60% if there's enough quantity. These detoxifying pills should be available in Mystic Medicine Valley. I can buy some when we go there. They should be available, but since these aren't mainstream cultivation pills, there won't be many, and they definitely won't be cheap. I might need 15 to 20 pills to detoxify about 50 to 60%. Moreover, if you buy too many, it will draw attention. People might investigate why. That complicates things. Might as well refine them myself and have my master try as well. Also, I heard that near the medicinal fields in Shishan Mountains, there's a small animal called the green rat weasel. It's tiny, only slightly bigger than a thumb, looking similar to an ordinary rat, but with short, dense, green fur. It loves to eat the stamens inside Jamesandala illusion flowers, which also grow abundantly there. So, the principle of poisons being accompanied by their antidotes applies here? Something like that. I heard that the green rat weasel can help detoxify by sucking the blood of those poisoned by Jamesandala illusion flowers. Just hearsay? Not exactly. I read about it in an ancient book. No one has actually been poisoned by those flowers before. What if the weasel sucks out the poison but ends up draining the person dry? It won't. It only sucks out the toxins in the blood. Alright, if I have the chance, I'll look for it. That place isn't easy to enter and is likely dangerous, so don't force yourself. But thank you, young friend. We'll see. After we leave, I'll try refining the detoxifying pill first, and we can discuss the others later. Sure. Norris nodded, appreciating Jalmer's caution. Senior, I've been here for quite some time now, so I should hurry up with my cultivation. Feel free, young friend. Don't worry about me. Thus, the Noel dived back into the water to continue cultivating. After 5 hours, he had another meal of roasted fish with the old man. Then he practiced Tianjijia again, this time in a shallow area about a meter deep. The water swirled around him vigorously, creating a whirlpool-like scene with waves crashing against the distant stone walls. This display amazed Norris once more. Considering the time, it must have been close to 40 hours since he entered. There wasn't much point staying here anymore. So he gave Norris 10 soul-gathering pills and 2 body-clearing pills before swimming out through the original tunnel under the island. When the Noel emerged above water, it was already midnight, with stars covering the sky. Jalmer found a cluttered spot, checked the surroundings, and confirmed no one was around, thus feeling relieved. He then placed the little jade flask on a rock, and it emitted a bright blue light, more intense than at the peak of Spirit Mountain. Perhaps it was because the wider area allowed for better reception of starlight. Starlight energy quickly gathered into the flask. It was midnight, and Lake Heart Island usually had only 2 or 3 people present. Even if someone were there, they wouldn't wander aimlessly since coming to such a treasure place for cultivation was the main goal. Therefore, Jalmer could cultivate without worries. The Noel released the Crimson Blood Wolf and the ants to make use of this prime location. He alternated between cultivating for 2 hours and refining pills twice, repeating until dawn. As dawn approached, the stars retreated, and the jade flask naturally needed to be put away. Jalmer weighed the liquid inside the flask. It had increased significantly compared to the last time. Since there was still time, perhaps catching some fish wouldn't be a bad idea. Their bones were quite valuable. Jumping into the lake, he realized there weren't as many fish here as under the island. In shallow waters, there were virtually none. He had to go deeper using the skybreaking staff to find any fish. Once found, he quickly caught 5. Back on shore, he roasted the fish. Soon, the aroma filled the air. 3 were roasted, 1 for himself, 1 for the Crimson Blood Wolf, and 1 for the ants. He kept 2 to bring back for his master to taste, surely something new for the old man. Jalmer took a bite of fish meat, gazing at the lake, smiling contentedly. A pink dot appeared far off on the lake surface, seemingly getting larger. Someone was coming. Hurry up and eat. Leave the fish bones for me, he instructed his companions. The bones were excellent materials for refining pills. In mere seconds, all the fish meat was devoured. Jalmer stored the fish bones and his companions, while the pink dot transformed into a vertical pole. After a short while, he could clearly see a person approaching. Narrowing his eyes, Jalmer's gaze sharpened. Haha, it was the girl from the symbol sect ranked 3rd. Shortly after, she was about 100 meters away, spotting Jalmer. If it were just a vague presence, avoiding her would be best. Since they were already face to face, a greeting was polite. Senior sister. Jalmer greeted with a bow. Though she was still several dozen meters away, his voice reached her clearly. It's you? Zaire problem? No, junior brother is indeed diligent. No wonder Alotl Zaire is so impressive. Senior sister is too kind. Hey, you're roasting something? Smells delicious. I roasted a fish. There are fish here? I've been here several times and never saw any. Oh, that was awkward. I was taking a bath in the lake and accidentally discovered them, so I caught a few and roasted them. At this moment, the positioning bracelet flashed conveniently, leaving Jalmer puzzled. What's happening? Junior brother, it's reminding you to leave. You have half an hour before the scheduled time, plenty of time to reach the exit. Ah, thank you, senior sister. I should be off. With that, he bowed again, hopped onto the boat he used earlier, and sped away toward the exit. Hashtag chapter 179, preparing to alchemize pills. The Wilfred quickly arrived at the main gate, returned the bracelet, and rode the Crimson Blood Wolf straight toward the alchemy department. Strange. Why does it feel like someone is watching me ever since I left the Spirit Lake area? It's uncomfortable. I had this feeling before when I came to Spirit Lake, and now it's back again. Could it be that someone really has their eyes on me? Jalmer frowned deeply. He needed to be more cautious from now on. He spurred his mount and raced forward. Soon, he reached the medicinal library of the herb cultivation department and began searching through the materials. Finally, he found a description of the Jamesandala vine in a book titled Toxicology Zyrialysis. The Jamesandala vine thrives in sunlight and grows on sunny cliffs. Its vines are incredibly resilient and can be refined into special items. It blooms every 10 years, with trumpet-shaped green flowers that are non-toxic but have mildly toxic yellow stamens, which are colorless and odorless. The fruit ripens after 50 years and contains mild toxins. The toxins from the Jameson flower or its fruits are difficult to expel from the body and tend to linger. If one consumes pills or formulas containing longevity vine ingredients at such times, the toxins become stronger and harder to detect. These toxins are particularly interested in the brain, heart, and dantian. Quite a cunning setup. This longevity vine is the primary ingredient for the harmonizing chi pill. He continued reading more detailed records, but found no mention of the azure rat weasel. Didn't it eat the stamens of the Jameson flowers? It seems this detail is rather obscure. Jalmer searched further in the library for information about the azure rat weasel and maps showing the distribution of spiritual herbs in the Chishan Mountains, but found nothing. When he asked his fellow disciples, they couldn't help either. So, the Wilfred remounted his wolf and headed toward the alchemy department to find his master. After all, as an elder, his master had many privileges and might have a solution to problems Jalmer couldn't solve. After Jalmer left, someone immediately walked over to where he had been browsing and flipped through the books he had looked at. Why would he be looking at toxicology xyrialysis? Is he preparing poisons? Hasn't he always focused on cultivation and alchemy? This is unusual. Better report this to Elder Alon. Jalmer was indeed being watched. Soon, the Wilfred reached the alchemy department and found Ignatiushan. They entered the elder's private alchemy room together. Welcome back. How did your trip to Spirit Lake go? Jamister, set up an isolation array, Jalmer whispered. Ignatiushan looked at him, paused, and activated another array within the alchemy room. Why so cautious? Jamister, I felt like I'm being watched lately, as if someone is tracking me. Have you felt anything similar? Or do you think we're being surveilled? Hearing this, Ignatiushan fell silent. Since his encounter with the two guardians at Spirit Mountain, he too had occasionally felt like he was being observed. Could they really be under surveillance? Seeing Ignatiushan's grave expression, Jalmer knew things weren't looking good. Jamister, how many people know about your relationship with Elder Jarrett? Some elders and higher-ups know. In that case, we might be in trouble. Jamister, what's the name of our current Valley Harmon? Cecil. Why? It seemed fear brought exactly what it dreaded. It really was Cecil. Do you know Norris? Jalmer continued. Norris? You mean Valley Leader Wu? Ignatiushan was shocked. How could Xyrizi know about Valley Leader Wu? Yes, exactly Valley Leader Wu. I certainly know him, but he went missing. According to Valley Leader Allah, he had a breakdown during cultivation practice and disappeared. We searched everywhere but found nothing. Pain flickered in Ignatiushan's eyes. What kind of person is he? Why do you ask? How do you know him? Ignatiushan questioned, finding Xyrizi's behavior today very peculiar. Just tell me, I have something important to discuss shortly. Valley Leader Wu was a great person, a genius who became a level 9 spirit master at a young age, making him one of the top powerhouses on this continent. Not only was he immensely strong in combat, but he also achieved great things in alchemy and arrays. He treated me well back then and gave me much guidance in alchemy. How was his character? Very good. He was approachable, considerate, and never kept secrets while guiding others. His sole focus was on advancing Xianyao Valley. Zaire, what about our current Valley Leader Allah? Valley Leader Allah is also a genius and was once Valley Leader Wu's disciple. He is very capable and suited for major tasks. Zaire, his character? He's fine, though I don't interact with him often. He's obedient before Valley Leader Wu and respectful to the Grand Elders, but strict and authoritative with others. Ignatiushan pondered before answering. Valley Leader Wu isn't insane or dead. He was poisoned and gravely injured. What? Ignatiushan grabbed Jalmer's collar, eyes filled with fury, but he released his grip upon meeting Jalmer's calm gaze, realizing he had lost composure. The culprit is Valley Leader Cecil, and he may even be associated with the Dark Abyss sect. What? Ignatiushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you hear this? I saw Valley Leader Wu beneath Heart Lake Island. Beneath Heart Lake Island? Ignatiushan recalled his time there as one of the top 3 alchemists in his class. Was there something hidden beneath the island? Yes. There's a space beneath Heart Lake Island where I met Valley Leader Wu. Did he confirm his identity? Yes. When I found him, he was nearly at death's door. Ignatiushan sank into deep thought. Was this true or not? Jalmer didn't seem like someone who would lie or invent stories without purpose. So, was the person in the space telling the truth? Jamister, have you seen Valley Leader Wu use Tianji Decree? Jalmer asked, demonstrating a few moves of Tianji Decree. Indeed. Ignatiushan confirmed it was Valley Leader Wu. He had seen him practice before, something most elders were unaware of. If Valley Leader Wu was harmed by Cecil, how could this be? Cecil was his own teacher and owed him a mountain of gratitude. It's rumored that Cecil has great ambitions and is roughly the same age as Valley Leader Wu. As long as Valley Leader Wu lived, he could never become the Valley Harmon. That made sense. Ambition could lead to ruin. While ambition propelled people forward, excessive ambition bred sin. You mentioned seeing Valley Leader Wu in critical condition? Yes, but I gave him some pills, which slightly improved his condition. Still, it's far from stable. He urgently needs detoxification. Jamister, can you alchemize detoxifying pills? Detoxifying pills? A 3rd-grade pill. I don't know how to alchemize them. I don't even have the formula. What about dispersing toxin pills? Never alchemize them. No formula. Go gather the ingredients. We will begin alchemy today. Valley Leader Wu gave me this formula. Jalmer handed over the formula for dispersing toxin pills. Ignatiushan glanced over the formula and said, all right, let's go together. ##### end of chapter 179. ##### chapter 180. Jamister and Apprentice Alchemy. Ignatiushan led the way, with Jalmer following behind. As they arrived at the materials collection area, they then handed over several dozen 2nd-grade elixirs and received several dozen sets of materials in return. They also bought some Blue Lotus and Isatis leaf, but did not directly collect the ingredients for detoxifying elixir. It was safer this way. The collected materials already included those needed for the detoxifying elixir. Let's go. After collecting the materials, Ignatiushan led the young boy away. Why didn't they head to the alchemy room to refine the elixirs? The boy wondered. Once outside the Elder's alchemy zone, Ignatiushan explained, you can't stay here for long, but in your disciples' alchemy area, I can stay as long as I like. Right, how could he forget that? Arriving at the disciples' alchemy area, Jalmer went to collect several dozen sets of materials for first-grade elixirs. Some of these materials had to be purchased. While first-grade elixirs were no longer useful to him, refining them was easy and profitable. Soon, the two arrived at an alchemy room. Upon entering the room, Ignatiushan activated an isolation formation. He laid out all the materials neatly. The young boy immediately started working, first refining first-grade elixirs. 2 furnaces at once. After 10 minutes, the elixirs were ready, 6 pills. This was child's play. Ignatiushan watched without joining in at first, just observing the boy's work. Seeing the boy's speed and efficiency, Ignatiushan had nothing to say. His apprentice's alchemy skills far exceeded his own. Was this guy born to refine elixirs? After the second batch, Ignatiushan stopped watching and began studying the detoxifying elixir. Zaire hour later, Jalmer had refined 10 batches of elixirs, with 30 first-grade pills filling a jade bottle, a substantial sum of wealth. By now, Ignatiushan had begun refining the detoxifying elixir for the first time. Next, the boy started refining second-grade gathering chi pills, doing 1 furnace at a time. After an hour, he had completed 2 furnaces, yielding 6 pills. During the process, he occasionally observed his master. After refining 2 batches of gathering chi pills, the boy took a short break while it was a critical moment for Ignatiushan's detoxifying elixir refinement. As the ingredients melded together, the boy watched attentively without disturbing his master. A few minutes later, when he opened the furnace lid, a green pill flew out. Ignatiushan smelled the pill and passed it to Jalmer. The boy sniffed it. A refreshing aroma greeted him, invigorating his senses. It seemed the detoxifying elixir worked effectively. Jamister, should we get something to eat? He asked, handing the pill back. Let's skip lunch today. For someone of our cultivation, skipping meals for 10 days is no problem. We'll have a good meal tonight, Ignatiushan said with a smile. All right, let's continue. Jalmer prepared to refine the detoxifying elixir. As usual, he rehearsed the steps in his mind before starting officially. On his first attempt, it took him 40 minutes to complete the refinement, resulting in 2 pills. He shook his head, unsatisfied. He expected 3 pills and had been very careful. Seeing his master still busy refining, he continued another round. 40 minutes later, again 2 pills. At this point, Ignatiushan finished his batch, producing 1 pill. Seeing the 2 pills in Jalmer's hand, Ignatiushan felt a bit embarrassed. He realized that his apprentice had produced more pills in less time. Why don't you share your experience with me so I don't fall too far behind? Ignatiushan suggested. A proud master wasn't ashamed of being surpassed by his student. Of course, please guide me, Jamister, Jalmer replied cheekily. The two discussed for a few minutes, both gaining insights. Then they continued. This time, it took the boy only 40 minutes to produce 3 pills. Their discussion had proven effective, along with the previous attempts giving him valuable experience. They carried on. Following their discussion, Ignatiushan spent an hour refining 1 batch of detoxifying elixirs, improving his speed significantly. Producing 2 pills, he chuckled, acknowledging that his student could now guide him. Zaire other 2 hours later, all the detoxifying elixir materials were used up. Together, they had refined 10 batches, 4 by Ignatiushan and 6 by Jalmer, yielding 22 pills. Zaire excellent result. Each taking a soul-gathering pill for a brief rest, they resumed refining. Jalmer focused on first-grade elixirs, producing 10 batches per hour, a lucrative endeavor. Ignatiushan continued refining second-grade elixirs, applying what he learned from discussing with Jalmer. Each batch now yielded 2 pills, a significant improvement from before. By the time Jalmer finished the last batch of first-grade elixirs around 6 o'clock, it was time to head home. Refining elixirs was a long-term effort, not a sprint for quick satisfaction. After finishing his batch, Ignatiushan received a new formula from Jalmer. Jamister, take a look at this elixir formula. Ignatiushan examined the jade tablet with his spiritual energy. It was the toxin-removing pill formula. Toxin-removing pill? A third-grade elixir? Yes, given to me by Jamister Wu. He needs it. I think we should try refining it. In that case, we'll need to buy the materials. That's fine. Money isn't a problem for me right now. Indeed. The boy now had ample funds and a large stockpile of elixirs, which equated to wealth. Oh, and this, Jalmer added, presenting another formula for the soul-merging pill, also requested by Norris. Ignatiushan memorized the ingredients for the new formulas. Leaving the alchemy room, Jalmer sold half of his first-grade elixirs at the buyback station, earning another tidy sum. Selling to the sect was convenient and saved time, though it meant slightly lower profits, which he didn't mind. At the Elder's alchemy area, Ignatiushan sold some second-grade elixirs that weren't particularly useful to him, earning even more money. Then they headed to the materials station and spent several 100,000 coins on a large quantity of materials, including enough for 5 toxin-removing pills and 5 soul-merging pills. Lemuel, why are you buying so many materials when you can just collect them and submit elixirs later? The staff member asked curiously. I wasted a few years and need to catch up. Only through doubling my efforts can I avoid falling behind. Understood. Wishing Lemuel a swift return to peak performance. Thank you. Storing the materials, they left together. Today was their first day refining elixirs together as master and apprentice, and the results were impressive. Hashtag chapter 181. Failed alchemy. The two of them bought some ingredients and had been refining pills for a whole day. It was time to nourish their bodies. After quickly buying the ingredients, they returned to their residence, and the Wilfred immediately set to work. Soon, a table full of aromatic dishes was ready. Of course, there were also portions for the Crimson Blood Wolves and the Little Ants. Jamister, I feel like we're being watched here. Have you felt this way? Jalmer asked after taking a bite of meat. Now, let me sense it. Ignatiushan released his soul power to perceive the spatial fluctuations. After a moment, Ignatiushan said, I don't sense anything. Should you try again? The Noel tried once more but couldn't feel anything. Had he been overly sensitive? Jamister, can we use an array formation to wrap the entire house? Of course. So, Ignatiushin put down his chopsticks and began setting up the formation. Hold on, there's movement. Jamister, try sensing it again? Ignatiushin complied and indeed detected something unusual. He furrowed his brow, realizing why he'd felt uneasy recently. It seemed they were being targeted. Soon, the formation was set up. Ignatiushin walked back inside and said, "It seems we've been under surveillance. I'm not worried, but you should be careful." Understood. By the way, I might visit the array gate soon to learn something. Didn't Jamister mention introducing me to someone? Sure. Back then, you had a mission and needed to participate in the alchemy competition. Now that your skill level is sufficient, learning array formations is fine. Want to go tomorrow? Tomorrow? The Noel thought for a moment. How long until the preliminary round of the alchemy competition? The preliminaries start in a few days. Oh, I'll observe the situation. When I decide to go, I'll let you know in advance. Also, Jamister, do you remember that light blue liquid you gave me last time? Yes, but I didn't figure much out from it. I handed it over to Yi Hyatt yesterday. Yi Hyatt? What's his relationship with sect leader Allah? They get along well. They are seniors and juniors by apprenticeship. Seniors and juniors? Yeah, they are both disciples of Jamestershal Jace. What's Yi Hyatt's cultivation level? Soul Jamister level 6. With his level, shouldn't refining detoxification pills and soul fusion pills be no problem? Why didn't Jace have him do it? Ignatiushin was silent for a moment. Hard to say. Who would think their prized disciple would betray them? Now, he trusts no one easily. But why does he trust you? He told you about this matter. That, I don't know. James sighed because you were my disciple. Even if he disagrees, he can't stop you from telling me. So, he might as well agree. That made sense. If Yi Hyatt is working for sect leader Allah, will there be trouble? Probably not. I said I obtained the blue liquid unintentionally. If anything happens, they'll come after me. Yeah, now even the sect Harmon is from the Earthy Abyss sect. We can't trust anyone easily. In the future, handle things yourself as much as possible, and rely less on others. Jamister, you should be careful too. Understood. How's your cultivation, Jamister? Zaire signs of breakthrough? I'm already at Spirit Warrior level 5. You better step up, or I'll catch up to you. Catch up if you can. But enough with these crazy comparisons. At least now I'm not afraid of pill toxins, and I've consumed quite a few pills recently. With diligent practice, breaking through to Spirit Warrior level 9 shouldn't be far off. They continued chatting while eating. Follow me. After finishing the meal, Ignatiushin led the way to his bedroom. Jalmer followed, curious. Inside the bedroom, Ignatiushin approached the bed, pressed a spot underneath, and the bed slid sideways, revealing a dark opening. Ignatiushin said, "Follow me," and jumped down, a night pearl appearing in his hand to illuminate the space below. Jalmer's eyes widened. There was a basement. Without hesitation, he jumped down as well. Ignatiushin pressed a spot on the wall below, and the bed reset its position. "You're not a good person, Jamister," Jalmer teased with a grin. "Why not? You're talking about this secret room? Most elder residences have one. You're thinking too much. Got it. Guess I lack experience. Hee. The hidden room was spacious, almost as large as the entire house above, with various furnishings. The most noticeable was a pill furnace in the center. An alchemist's home naturally had a pill furnace. They approached the pill furnace, and Ignatiushin activated another array formation. In the future, if you wish, you can refine pills here. There's a bed here too, so you can stay. Jalmer's heart raced with joy. Refining pills here would be much more secretive and safer. Can we refine during the day? Technically yes, but it's best to refine in the official alchemy hall during the day. Otherwise, the sect members might suspect you're hiding something unsavory. Understood. Tell me more about Jace's condition, especially what poison he's affected by, Ignatiushin said, sitting beside the pill furnace. There were 2 chairs and a table for storing herbs. All right. Jalmer recounted everything from meeting Norris in the Lake Heart Island bottom to leaving the island. Jameis and Dala flower poison? Only half a year left? Ignatiushin frowned, deep in thought. Have you seen a blue rat mink? After a while, Jalmer asked. No, and Chishan Mountain Range is dangerous. Moreover, without special permission, the sect doesn't allow visits. For now, refining detoxification pills is more practical, though it's tough. 3rd-rank pills. Let's try refining first. If it fails, we'll look for the blue rat mink. Ignatiushin nodded, placing the materials for the detoxification pill on the material stand. The master and disciple reviewed the pill formula and studied the materials, discussing a rough timeline and performing several simulations before deciding to start the trial. Jamister, you go ahead. I'll assist you. You should do it. I haven't refined 3rd-rank pills, and your 2nd-rank skill far surpasses mine. These materials are expensive, and I can't afford to waste them. The Noel hesitated but accepted, knowing his pill refinement skills were indeed better. Once they started, Jalmer felt the difference. 3rd-rank pills were significantly harder to control, requiring a tremendous amount of soul power. Even with his superior soul power, it was challenging. Ultimately, when all the spirit herbs merged, he lost track of the herb's state within the furnace. In the end, the refinement failed, a rare occurrence. End of chapter 181. Chapter 182. Before the competition. Don't be discouraged. Let's analyze why it failed, Ignatiushin said, showing no disappointment. After all, this was a 3rd-stage elixir. The chances of a 2nd-grade alchemist successfully refining it were slim, especially for a first attempt. However, Jalmer felt quite disappointed. Refining an elixir? Why did it fail? But since the event had already happened, he had to continue with the refining and find the reason behind the failure. The main issue is the excessive consumption of soul power. By the end, I couldn't control the process or understand what was happening inside the crucible, Jalmer said with a troubled look. He should have continued taking soul-gathering pills earlier, thinking that his soul power would improve sufficiently with the heaven-breaking stick in his ear. Now it seemed that progress had been too slow. Excessive soul power consumption? That's troublesome. Your soul power is already quite formidable. If you're struggling, then there's not much hope. It looks like we need to find ways to enhance soul power. Right. You have plenty of soul-gathering pills, and also body-clearing pills. As long as you don't vomit from overeating, just keep consuming them. Besides, improving cultivation can also boost soul power. Yeah, and refining elixirs is another way to enhance soul power. Also, Jamister, do you still have any focus pills? They're great for restoring spirit. Could you get me some? Sure, I have 2 here, and I'll get more tomorrow. With a wave of his hand, 2 pills flew towards Jalmer. Thank you, Jamister. Before the competition, I won't refine the 3rd stage elixir anymore. I'm going to go all out eating pills and refining elixirs to boost my soul power. Alright, but take it easy. Don't wear yourself out. Then help me get materials for soul gathering pills and chi gathering pills tomorrow. I'll focus on refining these 2 types of pills in the coming days. Fine, I'll head up. Do as you please. Hold on, Jamister. Could you also get someone to make a hairpin for me? Jalmer handed over a fist-sized stone. Might as well use what's available now. If I don't need it later, I can always give it away, right? Okay. Ignatiushin paused as he looked at the stone. Ah, this guy still has one. Back then, he made a hairpin that significantly helped restore my soul power. He took the stone and instantly disappeared. The Wilfred once again entered refining mode. In the morning, sunlight filled the land. Ignatiushin came back to the hidden room and saw the Noel simultaneously refining 2 furnaces of 2nd stage elixirs. Is he crazy? Does he think refining is cooking? Ignatiushin wanted to scold him but held back, waiting until he finished. Minutes later, the refining ended. 2 batches of chi-gathering pills flew towards Jalmer, each furnace yielding 2 pills. Ignatiushin's mouth gaped open. He wanted to berate him but couldn't. Refining 2 furnaces at once with 2 pills each, which he himself could barely match refining 1 furnace at a time. How could he scold? Balance work and rest. Didn't you know? You didn't even prepare breakfast? Refining is a gradual process. You can't rush it. Alright, I'll make breakfast now. Jalmer put away the pills and his tools, yawning as his mental energy was drained. Forget it, seeing your state. I've already bought breakfast. With a flick of his wrist, hot breakfast appeared on the material table, wafting with the fragrance of spiritual herbs. Exhausted, the Noel immediately started wolfing down the food. Refining can't be done this way. Finish eating, then come with me to see some sights. Sure, the Noel responded, continuing to eat. Afterward, they left the house and rode their mounts toward the clear river. Upon arriving, they stowed their mounts and began walking along the riverbank. A gentle breeze blew, and the Noel deeply inhaled, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. Jamister, why did you bring me here? To help you relax. Isn't it comfortable with the wind blowing? Don't refine for the sake of refining. Got it, Jamister. They kept talking and laughing, both feeling very relaxed, beneficial for refining. After walking along the river for an hour, they stopped. Now we can go refine. I'll also join. They quickly arrived at the Elder's refining room, where Ignatiushin exchanged several batches of 2nd stage elixir materials for pills. He gave most of them to Jalmer, who went to the disciples' refining room to refine while Ignatiushin didn't accompany him. Entering the disciples' refining room, Jalmer resumed refining 2 furnaces at once. That evening, Ignatiushin returned with the mysterious stone-made hairpin and a few focus pills. For the next few days, they refined in the mornings, wandered by the clear river at noon, continued refining in the afternoons, strolled along the river again, and then returned home to cook dinner before resuming refinement at night. Jalmer gorged on soul-gathering pills and refined elixirs, taking 1 focus pill each night before sleeping to restore his spirit. 2 days later, each batch of 2nd stage elixirs yielded 5 pills. Other 2 days later, each batch yielded 6 pills, which was the limit. Jalmer also noticed a significant improvement in his soul power. In those days, he treated soul-gathering pills like candy. Soul power growth was inevitable. The amount of elixirs he consumed in days was equivalent to many years of an ordinary alchemist's usage. During dinner the next day, tomorrow is the preliminary round of the alchemy competition. How are you doing? Ignatiushin asked. He hadn't refined with Jalmer these past few days. Fine. I can refine 2 furnaces yielding 6 pills each, Jalmer said calmly. Good. Ignatiushin munched on some meat. What? 6 pills? Yep. So fast as 6 pills. Ignatiushin nodded somewhat dumbfoundedly. Jamister, can producing 2 pills per furnace get me into the top 50? Hard to say. There are 3 rounds. The first round is based on the number of pills produced, so 3 pills per furnace is safer. 2 pills might require good luck to advance to the second round. I'll send you a message when the time comes. Alright. Soon, the night passed. This was another lively day for the entire sect. Thousands of disciples gathered at the alchemy hall for the competition, which occurred every 5 years. Even though it was only the preliminaries, it was still worth watching. After breakfast, Edwin arrived, followed by Jamesk and Geordie. Today was a big day, accompanying Jalmer to the competition and witnessing the start of a legend. Haha. You guys came too? That's right. It's a major event for the sect. We must contribute our share of excitement. We want to witness a miracle, a newcomer entering the sect for over a month winning first place, Geordie smiled. Brother Dongfang, you flatter me. Entering the top 50 would be impressive enough, let alone first place. Hee hee, Brother Hank is being modest, aren't you? The group laughed and chatted as they headed towards the clear river, where the competition center square was located just across the river. Chapter 183. Idle until it hurts. They soon arrived by the Qing River. The river breeze was refreshing, invigorating their spirits. Ignatiushin did not accompany them. As an elder of the alchemy Crosbild, he naturally had his own arrangements for such important events. Brother Carmine, how have you been lately? Do you have confidence in making it into the top 50? After receiving guidance from Brother Hank last time, my alchemy skills have improved, but making it into the top 50 is still a stretch. Indeed, Edwin could now only occasionally successfully refine 1 or 2 pills per furnace, which was far from enough to enter the top 50. Brother Hank, since both you and Carmine are from the alchemy crossbild, you should guide him more when you have time, Jamesk said with a smile. Ichabod, Brother Hank guided me last time, and I'm still experimenting and have made significant progress, replied Carmine. Brother Ichabod is right, but I've been extremely busy recently. When I have more time, I'll definitely discuss alchemy with Brother Carmine more, Jalmer laughed. They chatted and laughed as they walked onto the floating bridge. Strolling around and enjoying the scenery felt great. The experience this time with a group of friends was quite different from crossing the bridge alone last time. Tell me more about the competition. The competition today isn't too difficult for you. You just need to participate and perform according to your usual standards. There seem to be many disciples from the alchemy crossbild. Is there a large enough venue? You'll see when we get there. The central square is vast. Have you forgotten the battlefield ranking competition you participated in? This square is much larger than that arena. But the competition is divided into 3 stages. In the morning, the first stage involves 3 sessions with about 400 people each. About 400 will advance based on the number of pills refined. In the afternoon, the second and third stages take place. Around 100 advance from the second stage, and 40 from the third. These join the previous top 10 to form the top 50. It's basically like that, very simple rules. Will disciples from other guilds participate? Yes, our sect is so large, and it's normal for someone to cultivate multiple skills. Didn't you also shine in the battle crossbild? If you had joined the battle crossbild first, wouldn't you be considered a remarkable alchemist? What about the alchemy tools and materials? The alchemy crossbild provides everything uniformly. For the first 2 stages, there's no choice, but for the third stage, several types of formulas and materials are available for selection. Amidst their laughter and chatter, they had already crossed the floating bridge. Jalmer had learned a fair bit about the alchemy competition. After crossing the bridge, they quickened their pace as the crowd grew. Reaching the outer area of the central square, similar to the battle crossbild competition, they first paid a fee. Jalmer was about to put on another show of his devious side. Walking in, he glanced around. Audience stands surrounded a large platform filled with hundreds of neatly arranged pill refining furnaces. It was indeed impressive. Next to the pill refining furnaces were material stands, already stocked with various materials. There was also a small round ball nearby. Huh? Where's the flame? Jalmer muttered. In the small round ball on the material stand. Oh, flames can be stored like that, huh? Learn something new, Jalmer thought. Lifting his gaze, he saw a Harmon board. Following Jalmer's gaze, everyone looked over. That's the Harmon board from the previous alchemy competition's top 10. I believe next month, Brother Hank's name will be up there, Geordie smiled. Brother Dongfong is too kind. Also, my master mentioned something about a spiritual warrior ranking list here. Why haven't I seen it? The sect's under 25 spiritual warriors power ranking list? Yes, it's here, but today is for the alchemy competition, so it's hidden. Once Brother Hank enters the realm of spiritual warriors, your name will surely appear on it, Geordie laughed. Jalmer didn't want to say anything more. At this moment, Edwin spoke up. Brother Hank, the competition is near. Shall we go in first? Sure. So they paid again and entered the inner field. Quite a few people were already inside, standing beside their chosen pill refining furnaces. Do positions for the alchemy competition matter? Not really, you choose freely. Jalmer picked a spot near the edge, while Edwin chose one on his left. Do you recognize any of the top 10 alchemists? Where are they? They're not in the venue. They don't need to participate today. They'll directly compete for the top 10 spots next month. Hee. So all the alchemy disciples from the guild are here? Isn't the alchemy crossbild said to have over 1,000 disciples? Why so few here? Didn't we mention there are 3 sessions? 400 per session, and they rotate after each one ends. A voice rang out across the entire venue, silencing everyone instantly. Looking towards the high platform before the pill refining furnaces stood Danmin Hyatt Darren. Today is a significant event for the alchemy crossbild. This competition selects participants for the 5-year National Alchemy Contest. This is a rare opportunity. You must showcase all your abilities and achieve your best performance for yourselves and the sect. Competition is about to start formally, but I see some pill refining furnaces unoccupied. Are they not interested in participating? With Hyatt's words, some individuals quickly entered the inner field to claim those vacant spots. Very good. You've all seen the materials on the tables. Today's first stage is refining chi increasing pills. The time limit is 1.5 hours. Jameson in the audience side. Those with lower level alchemy skills found it challenging to refine chi increasing pills. Now the time has come. I hereby announce the competition officially starts. Darren's voice echoed throughout the square. As Hyatt finished speaking, young alchemists immediately got to work, racing against time. But Jalmer was an exception. 1.5 hours was too long. He needed just 10 minutes. He couldn't be too ostentatious. He started by inspecting the pill refining furnace and flame, a common practice for alchemists using unfamiliar tools. Edwin followed suit. About 1/10 of the participants performed this check, satisfying the watching elders. You couldn't expect every participant to be excellent. Some outstanding ones would suffice. The others checked for a few minutes and then started refining pills. Jalmer, however, kept stalling, wasting time. After 15 minutes, he was still studying the pill refining furnace, occasionally glancing at the other participants. Zaire elder beside Ignatiushan remarked, Shao, is that disciple still inspecting the pill refining furnace yours? Is he idle? Hasn't even started refining yet? Ignatiushan glanced at Jalmer and replied, yes, he's incredibly idle. Idle until it hurts. Chapter 184. Advancing in the competition. Edwin beside him had already started refining pills. Watching him, he seemed much better than before, more natural and confident. I can't keep up this pretense any longer. It would be too strange if I could suddenly refine 3 pills right at the last moment. Let me control the intensity of the flames carefully then. Jalmer used his fire manipulation skill to control the fire provided by the sect, sensing its fluctuations and intensity. Then, he placed each medicinal ingredient into the respective subfurnace, controlling the flame's strength as he began refining. He also released chi currents into the subfurnaces to sense the changes in the materials. It had been a long time since he'd been this cautious during the early stages of refining pills. This time, he'd revisit old methods to gain new insights. He lowered the intensity of the flame significantly, thus extending the refinement time. As Jalmer refined the pills, he kept an eye on other disciples' progress. James managing multiple tasks simultaneously was no issue under these circumstances. After about 40 minutes of pill refining, some of the disciples finished their pills one after another. James Chong has completed his pill refinement, yielding 3 pills. The square echoed with the elder announcing the result. Not bad, Jalmer muttered to himself. Denver has completed his pill refinement, yielding 2 pills. Abriel, 2 pills. Gradually, more disciples finished their pills, producing varying results. When good results were announced, those still refining felt pressured. Conversely, when only 1 pill was produced, it acted as an encouragement. Perhaps producing 2 pills might secure victory for this round. After around 50 to 60 people submitted their results, Jalmer finally finished refining his pills. Suppressing the refinement speed was torturous. He sighed deeply. But suppressing the refinement speed like this seemed to be a form of cultivation, a training of the mind. With that thought, he felt much better. Raising his right hand, he signaled completion. Zaire Elder promptly appeared, opened the furnace lid, drew out 3 pills of exceptional quality, and commented, "Not bad." Then he shone a small device over the identification token Jalmer had left on the material table and announced loudly, "Hank Zhongchuan, 3 pills." The elder then left with the 3 pills. Damn, my pills. Jalmer's face darkened. It felt like forced labor without pay. Meanwhile, Edwin was still refining the materials in the subfurnace, not yet merging them. Jalmer sensed that everything was progressing smoothly inside the furnace. If nothing went wrong, producing 2 pills should not be a problem. Not bad, keep it steady. I'll leave first, Jalmer whispered before heading towards the viewing stand. Upon reaching the stand, he caught Ignatius's gaze. Both smiled and nodded at each other. Soon, Jalmer arrived where Jamesk and others were seated. Brother Hank, you're indeed impressive. Jordy greeted warmly. Just lucky. How is Carmine doing? He's doing well. Producing 2 pills shouldn't be a problem. Can 2 pills advance us to the next stage? Based on past experience, it shouldn't be a problem. You two seem different somehow. Have you advanced in cultivation? Hee. Brother Hank's discernment is sharp. We've advanced thanks to your pills. We've been pushing hard and finally, we made some progress, advancing a small rank. Hee. Brother Ichabod, you're now a level 7 spirit cultivator at 16, which is quite impressive. Keep it up. Brother Jordy, you've done well too. Congratulations, both of you. I'll give you something more to celebrate later. Upon hearing this, both immediately lit up. Were they going to receive more pills? Indeed, following Brother Hank had its rewards. They continued watching the competition, naturally focusing on Edwin. Half an hour passed quickly, and the refinement time was almost over. Why isn't Carmine finished yet? If he doesn't finish on time, he'll be eliminated. Sweat beaded on Jamesk's forehead, as if he were the one participating. Just as they worried, Edwin raised his hand, signaling completion. Finally finished. Jamesk breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Shortly after, Edwin, 2 pills, was announced throughout the square. Not bad, great improvement. Thanks for your guidance, Brother Hank. Jamesk bowed respectfully. Hee, don't mention it. It's all due to his own effort. Having submitted his pills, Edwin ran over. A few minutes later, the first round ended. Jameson contestants did not complete the task and had to give up. Some finished but did not produce intact pills. After all the refining disciples left the inner arena, it was reset within minutes. Now, the second session of the first phase is about to begin. Young men, come forward and don't be shy. Disciples from other sects are welcome to compete too. To temper our damn men disciples' pride, Darren said again. Soon, the inner arena was filled with pill refiners once more. This time, Jalmer noticed several familiar faces, Murphy, Gustav, and the third-rank girl from Fumin, along with others he'd seen during the ranking matches. Murphy is here, Jalmer murmured. He's skilled in refining pills. I've heard he can produce 3 pills per batch. Do fighters like woman members excel in pill refinement too? I told you, some cultivate dual disciplines. Alaka Brother Hank, who excels in both combat and refining, Jordy laughed. With such words, praising others always led back to himself. Once the refinement officially started, Jalmer watched for a while but lost interest as most participants didn't meet his standards. Yet, he stayed with everyone else to avoid dampening the mood. 50 minutes later, the third-rank girl from Fumin, Ailey, raised her hand, having produced 3 pills. Indeed, practitioners skilled in talismans often have strong souls, so refining pills came easily to her. Minutes later, Murphy also finished, producing 3 pills. Damn, Murphy really is formidable, producing 3 pills. Looks like he's safe in the top 50. Wonder if he can make it to the top 10. If he does, you damn men disciples will have no face left. Soon, the second session ended. Later, Jalmer endured watching the third session. Minutes later, the list of 415 disciples advancing to the next stage was released. Naturally, Jalmer's name was included, as was Edwin's. Hearing his name, Edwin jumped with joy. I've beaten 2/3 of the damn men disciples. Tears welled up in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 185, second round. Jalmer noticed that most of the disciples in the stands had no intention of leaving and were chatting idly. Only a few people were walking out. Of course, as soon as the competition ended, the elders quickly flew away in groups. They're not going out? Come on, let's go for a big meal, Jalmer said while heading out, only to find no one following him. He turned around, frowned, and asked, You guys aren't going out? I'll treat you to a big feast. The afternoon match starts at 2 o'clock. It's almost 1 now. We might as well stay here. We can have the feast after the match. It'll be more fun then. Jamesk laughed. Since none of you want to eat, forget it. Saves me a meal. Jalmer returned and sat down. We've actually prepared beforehand. Look what this is. Jordy grinned as he took out some items from his storage ring one by one. First was a large wooden board for food, followed by some seasonings, and then came an entire roasted lamb. Yes, a whole roasted lamb. Jalmer's eyes widened as he looked around. Many others were also taking out their food. He must have overreacted. At this moment, Jordy took out a pot of wine with a fragrant aroma. We still have the afternoon match. Drinking might not be a good idea, Jalmer laughed. A little sip won't hurt. We're cultivators. One sip won't make us drunk. You and Carmine both advanced to the next round today. We should celebrate. Such low standards for celebration. The 5-person group each had a small cup of wine, which they drank. This wine isn't bad. Although I don't drink much, this wine is exceptionally fragrant and mellow, Jalmer commented after a sip. Of course. I spent a lot on this. Try this roasted lamb. It's guaranteed to satisfy you. Jalmer put down his wine cup, grabbed a big piece of lamb with both hands, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed. Oh, this was too satisfying. The boys ate and laughed heartily, their mouths dripping with oil, completely disregarding their appearance. Looking around, everyone else was about the same. They usually immersed themselves in cultivation, so such a festival-like event was rare, allowing them to relax thoroughly. Time flowed easily, and soon it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. By then, the disciples in the stands were all satisfied from their food and drinks, waiting for the next phase to begin. The 415 disciples who won in the morning can now enter the inner field. Darren's voice echoed throughout the central square again. The elders had already gathered. Jalmer and Edwin walked shoulder to shoulder towards the inner field. Other payment required. Damn it. Charging for promotion matches was greedy. The second stage involves all 415 disciples refining pills together. The final evaluation will be based on the number and speed of pill refinement, with quantity having priority. The pill to refine is the soul-raising pill. Damn, trouble. I've only refined this pill a few times, and never successfully, Edwin sighed with a bitter smile. Try your best. Whether you succeed or not isn't crucial, just do your best. Pay attention to details and do every step well. The result won't be too bad, Jalmer encouraged him. Indeed, the soul-raising pill was typically refined by late-stage spirit practitioners, which presented considerable difficulty. So, refining this pill basically eliminated early and mid-stage spirit practitioners. After the second stage, those left would generally be 6th-level spirit practitioners or above, with those below being few and far between. Jalmer and Edwin's positions were adjacent again. Surprisingly, Murphy also arrived next to Jalmer, saying with a smile, Junior brother Hank truly excels, ranking first in the battle competition and easily entering the second round of alchemy. Senior brother Pei, you flatter me. Being from the pill sect, refining pills is my forte. But I didn't expect senior brother Pei, as the top of the battle sect, to be so adept at refining pills. Truly impressive, Jalmer bowed toward Murphy. Junior brother Hank jests. I'm hardly the top of the battle sect. It's just that the true geniuses have advanced to the spirit rank and left the list. While modest, it wasn't incorrect. The real strong ones had moved on to challenge the spirit rank. Jalmer smiled. I wish senior brother Pei success in advancing to the spirit rank soon. Thank you for your kind words, Murphy replied with a laugh, then chose a spot behind Jalmer. Jalmer stopped talking and turned to Edwin. When you start refining, pay attention to every step and don't rush. Even if you get eliminated, there are plenty of opportunities in the future, Jalmer whispered. Edwin nodded slightly, not speaking, a sign of genuine tension. All right, the competition begins, lasting for 1 hour. Darren's voice came again. Some disciples immediately started refining pills. Jalmer carefully inspected the pill furnace and flame, different from the tools last time. Changing position was important as it required extra time. However, Edwin and Murphy barely checked before starting. Jalmer took his time, examining everything for nearly 10 minutes before beginning. The entire inner field was tense, except for Jalmer, who seemed diligent from the outside. Half an hour had passed since Darren announced the start of the competition. Some disciples were nearing completion. 5 minutes later, someone raised their hand. Wow, so fast. Yes, it took over 40 minutes to refine chi-increasing pills, but only 30 minutes for soul-raising pills. Seems many hid their true strength in the first round. Voices murmured from the stands. James Chong, 35 minutes, 3 pills, an elder announced. Huh, not bad, finishing first in both rounds. How much did you hold back? Jalmer muttered. Lacey, 36 minutes, 3 pills. This young lady from the symbol sect did well too. Denver, 36 minutes, 3 pills. Gradually, more finished, mostly yielding 3 pills, occasionally 2. Soon, over 70 had completed. It was time. Jalmer raised his hand. Hank Zhongchuan, 42 minutes, 3 pills. Brother Carmine, take your time, follow your own pace, Jalmer said to Edwin before heading to the stands. A while later, Murphy, 44 minutes, 3 pills. Damn, this guy was quite capable. More raised their hands one after another. Time's up. Please stop refining pills. The stopping call echoed across the square. Edwin was still refining, now in the final fusion stage. He didn't stop but continued. Others who hadn't finished had already left. 2 minutes later, the lid of Edwin's pill furnace lifted, and a pill flew out. I succeeded. I succeeded. Edwin joyfully held the pill, jumping despite the match's end. Jalmer watched Edwin, childishly delighted, and smiled. Good, he succeeded. Translation ends here. Chapter 186, the final round. Although Edwin successfully refined the Soul Ascension pill, it did not count towards his competition score as the time had already elapsed. Several others also succeeded after the allotted time but were not scored either. Soon, Edwin approached Jalmer and the others. I succeeded. This is the first time I've managed to refine a Soul Ascension pill. Edwin couldn't hide his excitement. For a 5th-rank spirit cultivator to succeed was indeed remarkable. Great job. The Clifton family's future rests on you, said Jamesk as he embraced Edwin. These two were the hope of the Clifton family. Congratulations. Jalmer and Jordy offered their congratulations. I also have to thank Brother Hank for your encouragement earlier. Otherwise, I might have given up. It's all due to your own hard work, Jalmer smiled. What's the point of succeeding if it's past the time limit? No points or promotion, someone nearby sneered. Why don't you try it yourself? They retorted. The speaker fell silent. Being a warrior, he knew nothing about pill refinement. Ignoring him, they continued celebrating. 5 minutes later, the results were announced. A total of 120 participants advanced to the next round. Jalmer's alias, Hank Zhongchuan, was naturally among those who advanced, as were Annalise from the Talisman sect and Neil, the top-ranked member of the warrior sect. Disciples advancing to the next round, take a short rest. The next round will begin in an hour, came Hyatt's voice from above. Indeed, most spirit cultivators had just finished refining pills, particularly the more taxing soul ascension pills, and needed some time to rest and recover. However, this wasn't much of an issue for Jalmer. Only continuous refinement of second-rank pills, or the refinement of third-rank pills would exhaust him now. Refining first-rank pills was as routine as eating for him. Brother Hank, aren't you going to rest? Edwin asked, concerned. He himself had been quite exhausted from refining. I'm fine. You should focus on recovering since your successful refinement didn't count as it went over time. Eat the soul ascension pill you just refined to restore yourself. I wanted to keep it for emergencies later. Eat it if you have the chance. Advancing your cultivation is what truly matters. Carmine, listen to Brother Hank, said Jamesk. All right, let me recover then. Edwin swallowed the soul ascension pill he had just refined, sat cross-legged, and began meditating to recover. 20 minutes later, Edwin's aura started to fluctuate, signaling potential advancement. Carmine, are you advancing? Jamesk asked with concern. Edwin nodded without speaking, sweat dripping from his forehead. Cursed, advancing here doesn't seem right. If anything goes wrong with so many people around, it could be problematic, Jamesk worried. Jalmer immediately cast an array, enveloping them within its protective sphere. Brother Carmine, go ahead and break through. We'll protect you. Edwin continued cultivating, his aura becoming increasingly unstable. Brother Carmine, open your mouth, Jalmer instructed. As soon as Edwin opened his mouth, a pill flew into it and down his throat. Immediately, a massive surge of energy flowed throughout his body. Edwin cleared his mind and began controlling the flow of chi and energy conversion within him frenziedly. 20 minutes later, a higher-grade aura began to emanate from him, indicating that he had reached 6th-rank spirit cultivator. Yet, his aura remained unstable. Jalmer, experienced as ever, knew that stabilizing his aura urgently required additional energy. Brother Carmine, open your mouth. Zaire enhancing chi pill flew into Edwin's mouth. Edwin continued meditating. After another 10 minutes, his aura gradually stabilized. A few minutes later, Edwin opened his eyes and stood up. Thank you, Brother Hank and everyone else, Edwin bowed to his companions. Hee, congratulations, everyone congratulated him. The array was dissolved, and many people turned to look. Heavens, his aura was different. He advanced just by participating in a pill refinement competition. Wasn't this too easy? They didn't care about others' gazes. They were simply happy to advance. The third round of the competition is about to start. Please enter the inner arena, came the announcement. Perfectly timed. Pay the fee. Enter the inner arena. All extra alchemy furnaces and material stations were removed, leaving only 120 sets of tools inside. Jalmer chose an outer station at random. Neil appeared again, selecting the station to Jalmer's right. Brother Hank, no objections? Neil asked with a smile. Honored to have seen your brother pay refine beside me, Jalmer laughed. Within a minute, everyone was in position. Ladies and gentlemen, entering this round means you are among the best pill refiners in our sect. As such, we present you with a new formula as a reward. However, you must not divulge this formula outside. Violators will face the consequences of having their cultivation revoked and expulsion from the sect. Those who receive it will also be punished. Wow! Gasps echoed from the stands, mixed with admiration for the reward and shock at the punishment. What kind of formula warranted such severe penalties? This formula is called the advancement pill. It increases the chances of a spirit cultivator advancing to the rank of Jamesertial Spirit by 20%. It's a new product developed by our alchemy sect 6 months ago. Wow! Louder gasps filled the entire square. This was a boon to many. This was indeed a powerful pill. Advancing from spirit cultivator to Jamesertial Spirit was no simple feat even in the top-tier sects of Rat Country. Numerous spirit cultivators failed to advance and had to return home when they aged out, as the sect would not retain mediocre individuals indefinitely. The disciples in the field were equally excited. This was a valuable item indeed. Now, this round will test quantity, speed, and quality of the pills. Quantity takes priority, followed by quality, and lastly speed. The time limit is 90 minutes. Begin now. The disciples quickly examined the jade tablets on the material tables to familiarize themselves with the formula and process. 90 minutes for a new formula was very tight. Jalmer's soul force entered the jade tablet, reading through it. Shortly, the formula's content was imprinted in his mind, and he began simulating the process mentally. 10 minutes later, he felt confident enough. Observing around, several had already started refining. Neil beside him had also begun. Jalmer carefully inspected the alchemy furnace and flame once more, cautious to avoid mistakes while stalling slightly. For Jalmer, producing 3 pills was no problem. The question was timing. Going too fast wouldn't be ideal. Deciding to simulate the process further, he waited until everyone else started before beginning. Half an hour passed, and everyone else was engaged in refining. Jalmer commenced, meticulously controlling the fire intensity to perfect each step. Zaire hour later, hands began to rise. James Chong, 3 pills, medium quality, completed in 1 hour 5 minutes. Damn, it's him again. He must be the best pill refiner in the sect. Oh, unless the top 10 weren't present. More hands raised intermittently. Annalise, 2 pills, medium quality, completed in 1 hour 15 minutes. Zaire other familiar name. 15 minutes left. Jalmer, 2 pills would suffice for the top 40. His master's voice echoed in his mind. Fine, then 2 pills. Jalmer sent a burst of external chi into the alchemy furnace, instantly shattering a nearly formed pill. 1 minute later, Jalmer raised his hand. Chapter 187. Smooth advancement. The elder checking the pills scrutinized them again and again, a hint of confusion in his eyes. These were clearly superior grade pills, but why were there only 2? It was somewhat abnormal. 3 moderate grade pills would have been more usual. The elder verifying Jalmer's pills called over another elder to confirm, and they agreed it was indeed a superior grade pill. The first elder looked at the young boy and announced, Jalmer, 2 pills of superior quality. Wow, superior. How did he get a superior on his first try refining the evolution pill? This round, isn't EATER1 the first one with a superior quality pill? Yes. The stands buzzed with excitement as people marveled at the Noel who produced the superior quality pill. Even the elder's observation area wasn't quiet. Xiao Gu William, isn't that EATER1 your new disciple? Gareth Chongqing from the alchemy department chuckled. As the current top alchemist among spirit sages in the alchemy sect, holding the 9th level of spirit sage, he might soon become a spirit Jamister. That's right, my apprentice. Superior quality, but only 2 pills, not 3 moderate ones. It's a bit odd. Quite normal. James he did well initially, but with time running out, he rushed and made a few mistakes. Is that so? Your disciple isn't simple. When can I meet him? Get lost. What do you need him for? To teach him alchemy. He already has a master, me. Heh, you old fox. Albin laughed it off. Xiao Gu William, can I meet him? I'm not from your alchemy sect. Another voice chimed in from behind. A familiar voice, but Ignatiushin still turned back to look. Carl from the Array sect, one of the top 3 Array spirit sages, his close friend, whom he hadn't seen since recovering. Why are you here? Weren't you in seclusion until reaching spirit Jamister? Interrogating me now? Carl pulled Ignatiushin into an embrace, nearly face to face. Let me see how our Xiao Gu William is doing now. Still like peach blossoms? Wow, older and less Noelful. But none of this matters. Welcome back? His eyes glistened with tears. How melodramatic in broad daylight, Albin teased. Phew, you're the melodramatic one, Carl scoffed. Ignatiushin didn't respond, deep in thought. Jalmer wanted to learn array techniques. Carl was perfect for it. Seeing Ignatiushin pondering, Carl smiled. Considering introducing EATER1 to me? Do you agree to teach him? He can call you master, but won't formally apprentice, as one sect can only have one official master. Sure, your disciple is mine too, Carl agreed without hesitation. Great, let's head to my place later. Due to Jalmer's performance, the spectators and elders had plenty more to discuss, making the event livelier. Soon, the time limit for the initial alchemy competition arrived. Next came the announcement of results. Jalmer naturally made the list, along with Lacey from the Rune sect and Murphy from the Battle sect. Find you tonight for something important. Don't stay out all night. Ignatiushin's voice entered Jalmer's mind. The Noel glanced at his master's location and nodded. Walking with Brother Carmine, you're more familiar. Lead the way. Let's find somewhere and feast. Jalmer beamed. No, I'll treat. See, I advanced. I'm most deserving of celebration, Edwin grinned. Fine, let's settle this later. Whoever pays is fine, Willem said. Follow me. Edwin led them out. After half an hour, they arrived at an ordinary-looking hotel. Once inside, it felt distinctly different. I haven't been here, but it's rumored to be great, Edwin said. Indeed, his family wasn't first-rate, and he wasn't frivolous about food. Good, book us a private room. Hey, isn't this our pride from the alchemy sect, famous on the battle sect rankings and excelling in alchemy? A waiter greeted Jalmer's group. Book us a private room, Edwin said. Right, please follow me. They soon entered a private dining room. Soon, the table filled with various dishes. The teens feasted happily. This spread cost tens of thousands. Now, your cultivation levels are still quite low. Work harder to reach Spirit Sage, Jalmer remarked somewhat disdainfully. Their progress seemed slow to him. Brother Hank, we're human, remember? Gwillem chuckled bitterly. Yes, we're not old. I'm at 7th level Spirit Scholar, Gwillem and Carmine are 6th, and Gao Brother is also 6th, James grumbled. You're geniuses, but don't you want to be geniuses among geniuses? They exchanged glances, unsure if they fit that description. Looking back at Jalmer, they admitted, we're just ordinary geniuses. Zyreway, work hard to reach 9th level Spirit Scholar. Then I'll refine evolution pills for you. Saying so, several small jade bottles appeared on the table, 2 before each person. Each Noel picked up their jade bottles, uncorked them, and peeked inside. Hell, 1 bottle of body strengthening pills and 1 bottle of chi enhancing pills, while Edwin had a bottle of chi enhancing pills and soul elevating pills. Ignatius curious, incredibly luxurious. We must reach 9th level Spirit Scholar soon, or we'll fail Brother Hank, they said in unison. Good. Remember, once you hit 9th level, come to me for evolution pills. Agreed. Zaire hour later, as they prepared to leave, Jalmer tried paying, but they insisted. Their benefactor couldn't foot the bill. Remember, focus on cultivation. Don't hesitate to take pills. They're worthless if unused. We will listen to Brother Hank. Jalmer and Edwin escorted their battle sect friends home, then walked together for a bit. Carmine, work hard on both cultivation and alchemy. If you need anything, ask. Sure, definitely. Edwin felt a bit awkward, having accepted so much help from Jalmer. After parting ways, Jalmer returned to his accommodation number 18. Inside, he found 2 people waiting. Chapter 188. Proceeding to the Array sect. Jamister, I'm back, the Wilfred said, looking at the 2 people in front of him and giving a simple smile. You advanced in the competition but didn't spend much time playing with your friends? This kind of advancement isn't worth celebrating. The opposite is true. He's actually quite happy inside, Carl remarked to Ignatiushin. Heh, pretty cocky. Just like you were back then, Carl said to Ignatiushin. That's because you haven't seen who my apprentice is. Oh, let me introduce him. This is Lemuel from the Array sect, Ignatiushan said, pointing to Carl while looking at Jalmar. Lemuel, greetings. Jalmar bowed to Carl. He wondered if his master was arranging an array teacher for him. The timing was perfect. Ho, just a moment ago you were arrogant, and now you've become so polite? Quite adaptable, aren't you? Carl said with a teasing tone. My apologies, Lemuel. Come, sit down and chat. Ignatiushan pulled Jalmar to sit by the table. Have some snacks? The table wasn't laden with main dishes, but rather with various small snacks, including nuts grown from medicinal herbs. Jalmar picked up one nut, peeled it, and tasted the core. It was quite delicious. Do you want to learn array formations? Carl asked. Yes, I do. Have you learned any before? I've read some books on formations and learned a little bit. Tisk, you're modest now. Well, I only know a little. In the past, I just made an array piece and cracked a formation outside our village's technique room. Nothing else. Who taught you formations? No one really. Mostly self-study, and a technique room guardian in our village gave me some pointers. What level of cultivation does this guardian have? Level 1 spirit. Level 1 spirit? A first-rank array jamister? Carl frowned. Level 1 spirit. But not an array master, just someone who understands formations a bit. Having gone through so much, the boy knew Hank Yunfei's level, just a basic understanding. But back then, he seemed very impressive. Zaire, you broke the formation protecting your village's technique room all on your own? It was a basic formation. At that time, the strongest in our village was level 2 spirit. Plus, we were in a remote location. Why does he keep asking about this? Is this important? The boy inwardly complained. You're right. My bad, Carl chuckled, realizing he had been too immersed in the sect where everyone was cultivators and forgotten that most people on the continent were ordinary. But you're still quite remarkable to have achieved this through self-study. Learning alchemy would be such a waste. I think learning arrays has more potential for you, Carl continued. Stop. Hold it. Ignatiushan shouted, eyeing Carl as if he wanted to kill him. Are you trying to snatch my student? Look, don't get so worked up. I was just joking. Come, have some snacks, Carl laughed. If anyone should offer snacks, it should be me, as I am the host here. I am a guest. Can I please have some snacks? Carl grinned impishly. So, what do you think? This guy's array skills are pretty good. He can rank among the top 10 spirit scholars in the array sect. Do you want to learn from him? Ignatiushan looked at Jalmar. What? Top 10? How about top 3? Carl interjected hastily. If you agree, many thanks, Lemuel. Jalmar bowed deeply. No need for the formality, Carl smiled. How should I address you from now on? James Saib, Uncle Jamister? Carl suggested, glancing at Ignatiushan. Uncle Jamister? Call him Junior Uncle Jamister. Yes, that's right. But I'm older than him. I am his master, so I decide how you should be addressed. Otherwise, we'll find another teacher. Fine, Junior Uncle Jamister it is. I won't argue with you over this. They finally reached an agreement. Now that you're going to teach him, you're like a half-master to him. Don't you think you should show some courtesy? What courtesy? Shouldn't you give a gift for the first meeting? Are you kidding me? So many people want to be my disciples, and I don't even want them. Why should I give a gift? Really no gift? Fine, forget it. Just a meeting gift, right? Here, take this. Carl tossed an array set to Jalmar, but Ignatiushan grabbed the array set mid-air and inspected it. This is your gift? Too low grade. Not bad. It can withstand probing from a 9th rank spirit scholar. Is there an array set that can withstand 6th rank spirit jamister probing? Yes, but it requires a 6th rank spirit scholar to activate. Then that one. This one you keep. Ignatiushan threw the array set back. Requires a 6th rank spirit scholar to activate, Carl emphasized loudly. Don't worry about that. He advances quickly. See, he's been in the sect for over a month and already went from 5th rank spirit to 9th rank spirit. Do you really want that one? Ignatiushan nodded. So, Carl reluctantly handed over another, more expensive, array set to Jalmar. The boy smiled, thanked him repeatedly, feeling lucky to have such a master to provide benefits. Also, since you're now his half-master, there's something you should know. Carl glanced at Ignatiushan, wondering if he'd taken on a troublemaker as a half-disciple and why he felt uneasy. Jalmar has offended some people within the sect and might be targeted. Be careful when that happens. Isn't that an exaggeration? He's just a spirit. Will there be spirit Jamesters targeting him? Hard to say. There might even be forces outside the sect aiming for him. In short, when he's with you, protect him, but also ensure your safety. Really that serious? To put it bluntly, he offended someone from the Alon family, possibly facing opposition from Elder Alon. That's familiar. Genie, right? I doubt Elder Alon would bother with a minor spirit like him. It's hard to say. Also, possibly, and I mean possibly, the Valley Lord might also act against him. A big question mark hung over Carl's head. Can you explain that clearly? Just a possibility. In summary, stay vigilant in the future. Stay vigilant against the Valley Lord? What difference would that make? What can I do against the Valley Lord? The Valley Lord is a supreme existence on this continent and wouldn't target a mere spirit. Relax, I was just testing if you genuinely intended to teach him. You old rascal, Carl pointed at Ignatiushan, his face showing disdain. Need to go to the array sect tonight? Ignatiushan asked Jalmar. Sure, Jalmar replied without hesitation. This boy, what a straight talker. Not knowing when to be tactful, Ignatiushan was left speechless. Zaire hour later, the Noel followed Carl out of house number 18. Chapter 189. Entering the Jamesh array. They started walking, chatting as they went. Was today your first time refining the Jinhua pill? Yes, I've never had the recipe before. How did you manage to refine 2 high-quality pills? It's quite strange. I did well initially, but later on, I was influenced by something and made some mistakes, resulting in only 2 pills. Oh, so it's because you weren't focused enough. Carl said this, though he didn't entirely believe it. How could someone of his skill level be easily influenced by others? Besides, nothing particularly unusual happened at the time. Forget it. Everyone has their secrets. I'll try even harder in the future to avoid embarrassing Senior Uncle William. Carl was speechless. Embarrassing? What does that mean? You're not participating in any competition within the sect. Wait a minute. Speaking of competitions, doesn't the sect have a contest in 6 months? Jalmer advanced from Spirit Cultivator level 5 to level 9 in just over a month, which is incredibly fast. Zaire, his alchemy skills are also among the best among peers. Is it possible for him to rapidly improve his array skills in the short term? If he becomes a dark horse in the upcoming contest and enters the top 3, wouldn't I gain some face? Even though my array skills are pretty good, I haven't really mentored any outstanding disciples. Jalmer, are you interested in participating in the sect's competition in 6 months? As soon as Carl asked the question, he regretted it. It's too early to ask this. Whether or not he's fit for it is uncertain, let alone expecting him to enter the top 3 within half a year. The sect's competition? We'll see how strong I am then. Participating prematurely would embarrass Senior Uncle, Jalmer laughed. You're right. Not bad. Self-awareness is good, and he knows his limits. But I will do my best to be strong enough to participate and bring glory to Senior Uncle. I was about to praise you, and now you're getting ahead of yourself again. Still, he left some room for flexibility. Since you're thinking of participating, I'll take you somewhere later to test your potential. Where? You'll know when we get there. Let's hurry up and go. Carl didn't dilly-dally, wanting to return home to sleep. Thus, Carl summoned his mount, a spotted leopard. Jalmer also released his crimson blood wolf. Damn. The moment the crimson blood wolf appeared, it let out a long roar that startled the spotted leopard. Carl's eyelid twitched. What a showy mount, more domineering than mine. He spurred the spotted leopard to run quickly forward. Jalmer followed immediately. They rode under the starlit sky toward the sect headquarters. Carl wanted to test the endurance of the Wilfred's mount, so he sprinted at full speed. But he was disappointed. No matter how fast he went, the crimson blood wolf kept pace, unable to fall behind. He eventually gave up and slowed down to a normal speed. After more than an hour of riding, they arrived at a forest with a gate. The area inside seemed misty and unclear. The gate had Jamesh Array written on it. What's this for? Jalmer asked curiously. To test your potential. Once inside, use all your skills to get out as fast as you can. All skills? Can I use force? Can I damage things inside? Carl glanced at the Noel, finding his thoughts odd. You can try, but I advise against destruction unless you want trouble. Okay. After you come out, find me at Elder Residence 11. Why not wait for me here, Senior Uncle? Wait for you? No, I have things to do. Ridiculous. Wait for you? The record for exiting the maze is 1.5 days for Spirit Cultivators, 36 hours, and 10 hours for Spirit Knights. I'm not waiting here. Stay inside and endure, thought Carl maliciously. Senior Uncle, shall I enter then? Go ahead. Carl waved and smiled, turning away to ride off quickly on his leopard. It was midnight. As Jalmer stepped into the Jamesh Array, a voice echoed in his ears. Place 1,000 floral coins on the table to the right, then step into the white circle ahead. Don't move once inside. Additionally, there's a bracelet on the table. You can wear one for emergencies if you get lost. Of course, if you feel confident, you may skip it. However, I recommend wearing one. The Noel's mouth twitched. More money. Despite grumbling inwardly, he paid up. Should I take the bracelet? It can be used to call for help, but it leaves a record. I don't think I'll need it, so I'll skip it. Jalmer looked at the source of the voice, seeing 2 people playing chess, not paying him any attention. Ignoring them, he entered the light circle, which flashed, causing dizziness. A few seconds later, he sat on the ground, still feeling dizzy. Shaking his head vigorously, he examined the surroundings using the moonlight. He found himself in a peculiar space. Is this inside the Jamesh Array? The light circle must be a teleportation device, sending me here. Jalmer guessed correctly. Now was his time to shine. He took out a night pearl and carefully observed the surroundings. He could see only about 10 meters ahead due to the dense environment. There were tall trees, oddly shaped rocks, small plants, thorns, and various sizes of array stones, some easy to identify, others not. He walked a few steps randomly, soon blocked by thorns. Cutting one down, more appeared from the side. Isn't this place supposed to test potential? So it should focus on the principles of arrays and spatial construction. The Noel nodded, examining his surroundings deeply. All the trees, thorns, rocks, and placements must serve a purpose. Arrays change the environment and perception, right? He began searching for clues and possible pathways. A well-placed array stone here, perfectly utilized tree there, and a 2-meter rock ingeniously placed. Stumbling along, Jalmer traversed through small hills, rivers, cliffs, and precipices, facing windstorms, heavy rains, and thick fogs. He faced every challenge head-on, knowing that while appearances might deceive, they felt real at the moment. Slowly but steadily, he moved towards the exit of the Jamesh Array. Chapter 190, Waiting at Home. Unknowingly, 3 hours had passed. Franz felt that he had benefited immensely. During this time, the Noel attempted to force his way through by breaking and knocking down some things, but it was ineffective and resulted in a counterattack. He also thought of shortcuts, such as leaping up to observe his surroundings or jumping forward. However, he found that he couldn't jump high, blocked by an invisible force from above. It seemed that he could only consider the issue purely from the principle of the formation. Before, he mainly read books and knew quite a lot about the theoretical aspects of formations, such as what role certain types of arrays played, and what effects objects of different shapes could have. Additionally, he understood some principles of compound formations, which were relatively simple. But this maze was different. It was a comprehensive array with a radius of 10 miles. It wasn't a single formation, but a combination of many. Its main purpose was to trap you, to make it difficult for you to escape. Inside were also some small, mildly aggressive formations. So most basic formations were included here. If one could walk out of this maze smoothly, It would be enough to show one's talent in formations. Of course, after all this trouble, it would bring considerable help in the study of formations. At least you've experienced it, making it easier to get out when encountering similar formations in the future, providing much material for setting up formations in the future. Though it was only 3 hours, Franz had consumed much energy, especially in terms of soul power. So, the Wilfred sat down, took a chi-gathering pill and a soul-gathering pill to cultivate, replenishing the consumption, recovering strength and spirit. After 20 minutes, his body had basically recovered. The Wilfred began to review these 3 hours experiences, replaying them in his mind, summarizing and verifying them with the theories he had learned before. The Noel smiled. This maze was not just an examination of potential but a mute formation master, definitely a treasure. He didn't know if one could enter here at will. If so, it would indeed be a treasure land. Alright, the body had recovered, and the experiences had been summarized. It was time to continue on the journey. Further struggles meant more injuries and fatigue, but also progress. Soon, 2 hours passed again, taking pills to recover, summarizing experience. Again setting off. Zaire hour later, the Noel appeared not far from the entrance of the maze, having escaped its range. A glaring ray of sunshine came over. It was already 8 in the morning. Stopping at the gate, the 2 gatekeepers were still playing chess. Franz intended to greet them, but seeing their engrossed looks, he held back. He stepped beyond the entrance of the maze. Then he let out the red blood wolf, jumped on it, squeezed its sides, and dashed forward. Wasn't someone just leaving? One of the gatekeepers inside asked while playing chess. Seemed like it. He doesn't seem to have returned his position bracelet? Yeah. The 2 lifted their heads to glance at the table where the bracelets were kept. Nothing was missing from the table. He didn't wear it going in. The one who entered last night? All others wore theirs. He's already come out? Is it a record-breaking performance? Should we report? Forget it. No records without the bracelet. Plus, his master isn't waiting, nor has he said anything. Seems he cares little about this record. Might not even want people to know. Why should we bother? That's true. Come, let's continue playing. These gatekeepers continued playing. Franz thanked their laziness. Their nonchalance made him less noticeable. 10 minutes later, Franz arrived at the Elder's residential area. Young man, who are you looking for? The caretaker of the Elder's residential area asked Franz. Franz dismounted and put away his ride. Bowing to the elderly man before him, he said, Greetings, Elder. I'm here to see Elder Carl. You're looking for Lemuel? You're Hank Zhongchuan? Yes. Do you know me, Elder? Don't call me Elder. I'm just an old man who failed in cultivation. I don't know you personally, but I've heard of your name long ago. Lemuel left word last night that you'd visit him these days, and to let you in directly. Oh, thank you, Elder. Then I'll go in. Uncle William is indeed thoughtful. Go ahead, number 11, third row. The old man shook his head with a smile. This kid is excellent in cultivation and courteous. Nice. Soon, the Wilfred reached house number 11. Knocking on the door, it was opened by a little girl. Franz instinctively stepped back, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Wasn't Carl living alone? Well, he always assumed cultivators lived alone like Ignatiushan or Jarrett, hence it wasn't strange for him to think this way. Who are you looking for? The little girl asked. I'm here to see Lemuel. Is he home? He has classes today, so he left early and isn't at home. Damn, he went to class. What should I do now? Find him at the classroom? Hank Seo, who is it? A woman's voice came from inside. Oh, what's your name? The little girl asked. My name is Hank Zhongchuan. Hank Zhongchuan, you're Hank Zhongchuan? The girl raised her voice. The woman inside heard it too. Are you Hank Zhongchuan? Come in. The woman appeared at the door. Franz looked at the woman, around 40 years old. Could she be Aunt Carl? Just as he was about to ask, the woman turned and walked inside, so the Wilfred followed. Please sit. Franz sat down. Jamesy, I ask who you are? The woman exuded the aura of a spirit scholar, indicating decent cultivation. I'm Carl's wife. He mentioned last night that you might visit within a day or two, but I didn't expect you to come so soon. Greetings, Aunt William. Franz stood up hastily to give a bow, inwardly thinking, in a day or two, did he underestimate my speed? Looking down on me? Sit. Don't be so formal. Would you like to rest first until he returns? Sure, thank you, Aunt William. Being with unfamiliar women did feel uneasy. Resting was good. Thus, Franz was taken to a room upstairs, then left alone. He felt much more relaxed now. Looking around, the room was tidier and better furnished than his master's place. More life here, living in it regularly did have benefits. After circling once, he took a chi-gathering pill and began cultivating, waiting for Carl's return. Hashtag chapter 191. The warmth of home. Jalmer practiced for an hour before starting to review his experience in the maze. This maze breakthrough felt like learning several years' worth of formations all at once. Recalling, contemplating, absorbing, and refining, various formations slowly took shape in the Wilfred's mind. It seemed that being trapped in a formation was indeed a good method for growth, a very peculiar thought. Soon, another hour passed. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. The Noel opened the door to find a surprised face on the other side. So you're out already? Carl stepped inside. Is it that fast? I thought it felt like a long time. I seem to have mentioned that the quickest record for spirit practitioners is 36 hours, while for soul adepts it's 10 hours. You're faster than even the fastest soul adept, said Carl, circling the Noel as if he were some sort of monster. Do spirit practitioners and soul adepts go through the same experiences in the maze? No, the challenges faced by soul adepts are significantly more difficult. Oh, then when I entered, no one asked if I was a spirit practitioner or a soul adept. I was directly transported in. That's because it's automatically identified, requiring no manual operation. Automatic identification? Seriously? So, did I experience the spirit practitioner maze or the soul adept maze? The Noel frowned. Would I encounter other people inside? There's a possibility, but it's extremely rare. The maze doesn't let those inside easily meet each other, and no more than 10 people enter at any given time. Can one visit this maze often? Frequently? Are you hooked? Impossible. Running the maze requires a tremendous amount of resources. Normally, one can only enter twice, once as a spirit practitioner and once as a soul adept. Zaire, most people wouldn't dare enter again after getting stuck for too long and needing rescue. Such things happen here? To think someone would be dissatisfied with such a great place. What a wimp. Only twice? Seriously. Then, can I still enter? The Noel grimaced but said aloud, then, I'll enter again when I advance to soul adept. We'll see about that later. Let's go downstairs for dinner and try Annie's cooking. Sure. In a short while, they reached the first floor. Apart from Auntie and the girl, there was a Wilfred whom he hadn't met before. Let me introduce everyone. This is your Auntie Ala and my daughter Hanxio, both of whom you've met. He's called Fate, my son, Carl introduced. Zaired him, you should recognize. He's quite famous. Hank Zhongchuan, Carl pointed to Jalmer while addressing his son. Greetings, senior brother William, Jalmer greeted respectfully. From the aura, it seemed Fate was indeed a spirit adept, and possibly not at the Chuji stage. Note, Chuji was left untranslated in the user's input. In context, it likely refers to a beginner or initial stage, so I've translated it as such. If there is a specific term used in the context of this fictional world, you may want to replace initial stage with that term. For better fluency and natural reading in English, here's an adjusted version. Greetings, senior brother William, Jalmer greeted respectfully. Based on his aura, Fate seemed to be a spirit adept, possibly even beyond the initial stage. Junior brother Hank, what an honor. Never thought such a legendary figure would grace our home. I saw your prowess at the ranking tournament in the War Sect last time, and admired your talent at the Alchemy Sect competition just days ago. Fate smiled. Senior brother William, achieving soul adept status at such a young age is also impressive, Jalmer praised. Huh? How did you know he was a soul adept? Carl looked at Jalmer curiously. Standing next to senior brother William, I felt a peculiar sensation, as if a subtle pressure was affecting me. I guess that senior brother must be a soul adept. As a level 9 spirit practitioner, feeling pressured means it has to be a soul adept, Jalmer bluffed. Is that so? I don't believe a word of it. Let's eat before the food gets cold. Seeing her husband's skeptical expression, Julie quickly interjected. Right, let's eat. Carl sat down. Zairdong, if anything comes up when I'm not around, feel free to approach William Wang, Carl added. Noted. Please take care of me, senior brother William Wang, especially regarding formations. Crosby dance in that area would be invaluable. Crosby dance? Hardly. Mutual learning is fine. Junior brother's alchemy skills are quite remarkable. Feel free to share. Does senior brother practice alchemy as well? Yes, just a novice first-rank alchemist. Do formation J-masters all practice alchemy? Not all, but many do. Both alchemists and formation J-masters rely heavily on soul power. Indeed. The Noel stuffed a piece of unidentified meat into his mouth. Whoa! Jalmer exclaimed. What is it? The others stood up immediately. Jalmer glanced awkwardly at them and laughed. It's really delicious. You silly thing, why make such a fuss? Carl scoffed. If it's delicious, eat more, Julie laughed. She was naturally delighted to hear compliments on her cooking. I'm curious, Auntie's cooking is so good, yet none of you are overweight, Jalmer commented while eating. Boring, William Hanxio rolled her eyes. To thank Auntie for the meal, I'd like to give her a gift. Jalmer glanced at William Hanxio before turning to Julie. Really? A gift? Julie laughed. Certainly, if Annie isn't too kind. It's nothing expensive, just a small token of appreciation, he said, handing over a small jade bottle. Really now? Julie took the bottle and poured its contents out. Everyone was curious and leaned in to look. A pill. Just one pill. Teasish. Only a single pill. I thought it would be something better, William Hanxio sneered. Being the daughter of an elder with some standing in the formation sect, she had seen plenty of things. Pills weren't rare to her, and she certainly didn't lack them. Though unfamiliar with this particular pill, as a mere spirit practitioner, how could he offer anything valuable? I didn't say it was something great. I said it wasn't expensive. Just a token of appreciation. Body cleansing pill? Is this a body cleansing pill? Carl's voice rose. You mean the pill that can cleanse alchemy toxins? Are you sure? Julie asked excitedly, instinctively touching the blemishes on her face caused by incomplete toxin removal. Yes, her aptitude was limited, and she had barely advanced to soul adept with the aid of pills. The remaining toxins had left her with many health issues. I'm sure. Carl turned to Jalmer. Where did you get this body cleansing pill? Well, I got it accidentally during my travels outside. Was this the truth? Probably not, but did it matter? Not at all. As long as the pill was real. Zairdong, thank you. Tears glistened in Julie's eyes. For a woman, some pains are known only to herself. Due to alchemy toxins, her body felt unwell, and her appearance suffered greatly. Indeed, it was heart-wrenching. You're welcome. I may need Annie's help in the future, Jalmer smiled. Not at all, not at all. The family enjoyed their meal even more, for Jalmer had just helped them in an enormous way. When the mistress of the house is happy, the entire family is joyful. The warmth of home shone clearly. Chapter 192. Exploring the Array Sect. This afternoon, why don't you go around the Array Sect to familiarize yourself with the surroundings? Carl said, looking at Jalmer. Sure. Then Hankenguang can be Zairdong's guide and show him around, Carl added, glancing at his son. All right. William Hankenguang nodded. I want to come along too. Hanken Shao interjected. Don't just tag along. You should focus on cultivating and strive to become a spirit practitioner as soon as possible. Look at how young Zairdong is already a level 9 spirit user, while you're 18 and only a level 8. No way. I want to go with them. Forget it. If she wants to come, let her. It's just for the afternoon anyway, Julie said. Yeah, Mom is the best. Hanken Shao laughed. Ah, how old are you now? Still so unruly. No one will want to marry you like this, Carl shook his head. Then I won't get married. Are you going to kick me out? Nonsense, don't say things recklessly. Jalmer felt envious. This was what a family should be like, lively and warm, filled with home-like vibes. Soon, they finished eating. Under the guidance of the Williams siblings, Jalmer walked out from number 11. Junior brother Hank, do you have a mount? William Hank and Guang asked. Yes. The boy was slightly puzzled. Why don't we use our mounts? It'll be faster. Saying this, William Hank and Guang summoned his mount, a snow lake wolf. Its coat was snow white without a single impurity, and he was dressed in white, matching perfectly. Next, William Hank and Xiao summoned her mount, a purple fox, matching her purple attire. How strange, they all seemed to have matching sets. Seeing William Hank and Guang's snow lake wolf, Jalmer hesitated. Should he summon his own mount, or rent one? Junior brother Hank, I heard your mount is quite impressive. Let us see it. William Hank and Guang chuckled. Darn, they already know. Fine, whatever. With a flick of his hand, a majestic red blood wolf appeared before them. Ayuu. The snow lake wolf retreated a few steps upon seeing the red blood wolf. Goodness, so impressive? It was a whole half bigger than my snow lake wolf. That dazzling red fur. William Hank and Guang stared wide-eyed. Hank and Xiao gaped, unable to close her mouth for a long time. Around them, curious eyes turned towards them. How about I rent another mount? Jalmer laughed, noting that traveling by mount would draw less attention. But since this was a tour, frequent stops would attract too much attention. Sure, let's rent one. William Hank and Guang nodded. Jalmer put away the red blood wolf as murmurs continued among the onlookers. He didn't care anymore and rented a four-legged chicken to ride on. After trotting a short distance away from the crowd, feeling more at ease without the curious gazes watching him, Jalmer realized that within the sect, renting a mount might be better and less in a rush. Junior brother Hank, where did you get such a mount? Can I ride it someday? William Hank and Xiao asked. No way. These kinds of mounts are highly spiritual. Outsiders can't just ride them, William Hank and Guang interjected wisely. Jalmer remained silent. A quick ride wouldn't hurt, but Hank and Guang had a point. We'll explain as we go. The Array sect has different divisions compared to the Alchemy sect, yet they are somewhat similar. However, our Array sect has far fewer people, only about 200 to 300 official disciples. The Alchemy sect has a herb cultivation division, and similarly, we have a chi source division. This division searches for various materials used to refine array stones. Jalmer nodded. Array stones were the foundation of array formations. Without array stones, array formations were just empty talk, fixed and immobile, thus array stones, and their materials, were crucial. Next comes the array stone division, which primarily refines array stones. Then there's the formation composition division, which combines various array stones into formations. There's also an insight formation division dedicated to studying existing formations and creating new ones. Every disciple must study in the first three divisions, chi source, array stone, and formation composition, before being allocated based on performance. As for the insight formation division, it's mainly composed of elders, and only a few exceptionally talented disciples. My brother has a place in the insight formation division, William Hank and Xiao boasted proudly, even though it wasn't her achievement. Oh, indeed senior brother Hank and Guang is quite extraordinary, Jalmer bowed respectfully. Far from it, barely made it in. I believe junior brother Hank will soon have the chance to join as well, William Hank and Guang laughed awkwardly. Why don't we follow the process of refining array formations as we explore? Sure, I'll follow senior brother Hank and Guang's lead. Let's start with the chi source division. It's still a bit far. So the three set off, still drawing curious gazes despite their journey. After all, the Williams siblings' mounts were impressive and they were dressed in matching sets. Half an hour later, they arrived at the chi source division. Wow, quite expansive. Here, various oddly shaped stones, colorful minerals, and some trees were scattered around outdoors. Stones dominated the area. Most notably, numerous gems and special items were displayed inside the buildings. Outdoor stones, minerals, and trees can be collected by disciples refining array stones according to need, but there's a limit. Indoor gems and special items require special permission to collect, usually beyond the reach of ordinary disciples, William Hank and Guang explained. Understood. Good things are for those who are capable. Ordinary disciples are likely to fail when using gems to refine array stones, leading to significant losses. I've never even refined array stones with gems myself, Hank and Xiao pouted. You can always find gems to refine array stones yourself, Jalmer joked. That sounds easy, but it's not. I managed to get one gem after great effort and ended up wasting it during refinement, suffering heavy losses. Wasted is wasted. It can't be eaten. You make it sound simple. Didn't you get the gem to refine array stones? No one succeeds right away. I think even excellent array formation masters were forged through piles of material. Alaka alchemists, they're fed by copious amounts of spirit herbs. Junior brother Hank makes sense. We were too cautious before. Fear of failure shouldn't stop us. We can find our own gems, William Hank and Guang laughed. Their exploration continued. #### chapter 193. Understanding the array sect. Huh? Why is there a round building over there? Its shape is different from the others, Jalmer asked. Should we go check it out? Sure. They soon arrived in front of the round building. The door was closed, and there were guards at the entrance. It seemed like there were also arrays outside. Do you know what's inside? William Hank Wang smiled. Jalmer gave a foolish laugh. How would I know? It houses some animals, special ones. I've never been inside myself. I only heard about it from my father. Zairimals? Why are they locked up here? Because they're needed for refining array pieces. What? Refining array pieces requires animals? Yes, but only for refining special array pieces, and specifically for third stage arrays. Only spirit J-masters have the qualification to use them. Damn, refining array pieces requires animals? Is that not too evil? This is creating sin. Jalmer couldn't help but shake his head. Do you know how they're used and refined? I've heard that some use animal blood essence, some use their corpses, and others even use their souls. Soul? Jalmer shuddered, feeling uneasy all over. I'm just repeating what I've heard. My father knows more. You can ask him if you're interested. Let's talk about this later. I don't want to see this place anymore. Let's explore other areas instead. Jalmer felt deeply disturbed. Seeing Jalmer's expression, they knew he disliked such things. Brother Hank, I think you need to face this fact. Huh? What do you mean? With your talent, becoming a spirit Jamister should not be a problem. It's just a matter of time. Jalmer laughed. You really think highly of me, even though I think the same. So you need to take this seriously. Once you become a spirit Jamister or reach the third stage as an array Jamister, you'll try these kinds of arrays. Infusing animal blood essence, bones, and even souls into array pieces. Some people even use humans. What? Jalmer's eyes widened. Yes, human blood essence, bones, and souls. You need to be mentally prepared for this now. I just want to practice peacefully and diligently. Why does everything get so complicated? Alright, thank you, Brother Hank Wang. Let's explore other places. Sure. Your elder brother has warned you. It's up to you now. The array source department was quite large, and the three continued wandering. Where do these array piece materials come from? Most ordinary materials are collected by the disciples of the array sect. There's a section of the Kunling Mountains, a few hundred miles, dedicated to collecting array materials. Jamisni stones there are suitable for refining array pieces. Of course, some disciples also collect materials outside the sect. Is there a reward for collecting and submitting materials from outside? Of course, based on the value of the submitted materials, there's a corresponding reward. If Brother Hank finds suitable materials for refining array pieces, you can also exchange them for rewards. I don't have any now, but maybe in the future. Who knows, I might find something good in the market. Yes, I once found a good ore in the market. While talking, they kept walking. After finishing touring the array source department, their next goal was the array pieces department. However, refining array pieces is usually done in secrecy, much like refining pills, so outsiders cannot watch. But when a master teaches a group of disciples, one can observe slightly. Actually, Jalmer had refined an array piece before, so he knew a little bit. Generally, tools and external airflows are used on the materials to shrink them down, but their effects remain significantly larger than their size suggests. It's like the small array piece has a shadow layer that still acts as a physical object. After watching for half an hour, they moved on to the array formation department. Relatively speaking, combining arrays in the array formation department is the most challenging process because it involves assembling several, sometimes dozens, or even hundreds, of array pieces that must both repel and attract each other to achieve balance and produce various effects. Array formations can be offensive, defensive, deceptive, isolating, or entertaining. They come in various types, perfect for daily life and travel. Seeing an elder giving a lecture, explaining while operating, they quickly completed an array formation. Jalmer was eager to try his hand at it. But William Hankwang pulled him away. What are you doing? Do you want to form an array? Do you have array pieces? Can you even do it? Don't assume you know everything just because you can understand simple arrays. Jalmer gave an awkward smile, narrowly avoiding embarrassment. If you really want to form an array, you need to practice array pieces first and demonstrate it before my father. Even though you're a genius, my father can still guide you for now. Of course. I'm still a beginner in array formations. Thank you for reminding me, Brother Hankwang. As for the array comprehension department, there wasn't much to see, but they at least located it for future reference. The entire array sect was vast. So, the trio explored other areas. Suddenly, a lively square appeared ahead with many people gathered in one spot. Does every department in the sect have a square? Yes, they all have large squares, and some have multiple. Why are so many people there? Are they fighting? Fighting? Do you think this is the warrior sect? They're probably having an array duel. Zaire array duel? What's that? Should we go see? It's your first time, so it's interesting to watch. Let's go. They quickly arrived at the outskirts of the crowd. Dane San, what's happening? William Hankwang tapped someone on the shoulder and asked. The person turned around and said, Senior Brother William, Olisy and Garfield are having an array duel. It's at a critical point now. Inside, one person said, Garfield, if you're skilled enough, come out of this array unscathed. With that, he threw an array formation towards Garfield, instantly trapping him. The onlookers could see Garfield was trapped, but Garfield remained calm, looking around. A few minutes later, he shot a gust of air from his finger towards something on the ground in front of him. Instantly, the surroundings cleared, and the array broke. How was that, Olisy? I didn't use brute force, yet I broke your array. I won't give up, let's try again. Olisy was about to throw another array formation. It's my turn now. Garfield struck first. Instantly, Olisy was trapped, with continuous airflow striking him, hitting his face, stomach, and buttocks at times. This was an offensive array. Olisy struggled miserably inside and surrendered after 5 minutes, ending the torture. The onlookers burst into laughter, enjoying the show. Jalmer and his friends then left. They continued wandering for a while. The Chaotic Stone Forest is part of the array sect, right? Why haven't we seen it? Do you want to go to the Chaotic Stone Forest? I want to take a look. Note, the translation ends abruptly due to incomplete original text. ####Chapter 194. Entering the Stone Forest. That place is off limits. Fade said. Off limits? We can't enter? Not exactly. Since you're so interested, let's go check out the perimeter. The three of them mounted their rides and headed south. The Stone Forest is close to the Kunling Mountain Range, right at the center of the array chest material gathering area. The center of the array chest material gathering area? What does that mean? Could the Stone Forest be a large, advanced maze? How big is the Stone Forest? Roughly 30 miles in diameter. It's quite sizable. After over half an hour of riding, they finally arrived at the array chest material gathering area. It resembled a mining field, with people frequently seen working to collect materials. Under Fade's lead, after some time, they finally reached the so-called stone forest. There was even a sign erected outside, accompanied by a warning, dangerous area, entry prohibited for unrelated personnel. Energy occasionally darted about inside, along with strange sounds. Surprisingly, there were no defensive formations set up or guards around the perimeter. Places like Spirit Mountain and Spirit Lake have protective formations and dedicated guards at their perimeters. Why isn't there anything here? Jalmer asked, puzzled. Spirit Mountain and Spirit Lake are great places where one can gain benefits upon entry, but resources are limited, so they need protection. The stone forest, however, is a meat grinder. Most people who venture too deep don't come back. Therefore, very few dare to enter, and if they do, it's only at the edges. Why not cordon it off to prevent accidental entries and loss of life? No one accidentally stumbles in. New disciples are informed about this. Additionally, warning signs are posted at intervals throughout the perimeter. Setting up formations here would be too costly and impractical. Jalmer nodded. Does anyone enter regularly? Occasionally, self-proclaimed geniuses among the array sect disciples come to test themselves, but most only go 100 to 200 meters before turning back, terrified. Those who have entered rarely try again. True geniuses might make it to 500 meters, but that's their limit. Have people entered and never returned? Yes, every year, one or two extremely talented disciples go in and don't come back. Despite being warned not to venture too deep, they don't listen. It's tragic. Do the elders of the sect not attempt rescues? Entry is forbidden, so anyone who goes in does so secretly. By the time they're reported missing, rescue attempts are futile. Besides, even the elders dare not venture too deep. Saving someone while risking their own lives wouldn't be worth it. Therefore, the sect officially forbids entry, and any consequences of unauthorized entry are borne by the individual. What about you? Have you been in? Fade chuckled. When I was at the 7th level of Spirit Practitioner, I thought I was invincible and tried once. I made it about 300 meters before having nightmares for days afterward. Really that intense? Would you dare go in again? I plan to try again when I reach the 7th level of Spirit Scholar, but if Brother Hank is interested, I can accompany you. Jalmer's interest piqued. He turned to William Hanksio. Sister Hanksio, would you like to join us? No way. You guys go ahead without me, William Hanksio replied, looking fearful. You stay outside then. We'll just take a brief look. William Hanksio nodded. Don't go too deep and return quickly. With that, Jalmer and Fate entered the stone forest together. Wasn't Sister Hanksio scared from entering before? Jalmer asked as he observed the towering rocks around him. Yeah, she won't go in now even if you force her. Is it really that terrifying? Are there any records of how far people have gone? He scanned the area with his eyes, noting the strategic placement of the stones. It seemed like a natural formation of arrays. Records? You mean depth? Exactly. There are claims, but none can be verified. I heard the previous Valley Master, Norris, went in 10 miles, which is the farthest known distance. Norris, the previous Valley Master? Jalmer wondered silently if the old man was truly that formidable. You know Jamester Wu? Just overheard it somewhere. What about the current Valley Master? Never heard of him entering the stone forest. No one knows if he has or hasn't. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew up, making walking difficult. They stopped chatting. They had only ventured 20 meters, yet it was already formidable. Grab this. It may help, Fade shouted, tossing a rope to keep them together. Jalmer caught it. The wind intensified, making breathing difficult and pushing their bodies off balance. The Wilfred thoughtfully stood still, studying the position and shape of the surrounding stones, imagining the spatial structure and array principles he had read about. Damn, this stone forest is practically a giant array. He pondered ways to navigate further, but knew not to destroy anything. Disrupting it could lead to greater dangers. He needed to find areas with less wind resistance and proceed cautiously. Meanwhile, Fate stayed close to Jalmer, maintaining the distance between them. Since this was more of an experience for Jalmer, he simply followed. If danger arose, he would bring Jalmer out. For now, they were still in the outer regions, where he felt confident leading them out. Watching Jalmer choose a path, Fate was astonished. Was this a newcomer to the array sect? A novice in arrays? He doubted whether he himself could match such skill. After about 15 minutes, they had covered barely 50 meters. After crossing a long horizontal rock, the wind ceased, and it became eerily quiet. Jalmer smiled, looking around and taking a step forward. However, he underestimated the weight on his legs and couldn't lift them. Suddenly, it felt like a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on him, making every step difficult. What is this? Why am I struggling like this? Carefully examining the surroundings, thankfully, there was no wind to impede observation. He attempted to extend his chi to feel the environment, but even the chi moved slowly and heavily. Unsuccessful, he decided to use his mental energy instead. Closing his eyes, he focused his mental energy to sense everything around him. After 10 minutes, he found it. A massive boulder about 10 meters to the left that doubled the gravity, causing the difficulty in movement. Did something special reside within that stone? Closing his eyes again, he continued sensing, searching for areas with lighter gravity. Minutes later, a clear, winding path appeared in his mind. Struggling forward a few meters, he finally reached the path he imagined. Walking along it, indeed, it was much easier. Behind him, Fate blushed. Jalmer's speed embarrassed him. Stopping after 10 more meters. Must I follow this shortcut? Wouldn't training in the high gravity zones better build my endurance and physical strength? That's undoubtedly the best choice. Note: in this translation, character names like Fate, Jalmer, and William Hanksio have been romanized according to Pinyin. The original tone, style, paragraph structure, and logic coherence have been maintained as closely as possible. Chapter 195. Blending into the family. Shall I try gravity again? Jalmer re-entered the gravity zone through a shortcut, immediately feeling the crushing weight once more. William Hanking followed behind and entered the gravity zone too. Oh no, are you teasing me? Should I practice in this gravity zone? The young boy's thoughts were really asking for it. Forget it. William Hanking is still here. Next time, when I come alone, I'll fully experience it. For today, let's just explore and familiarize with the area. After moving forward in the gravity zone for about 10 minutes, they again entered a shortcut path, instantly feeling relieved, though their clothes were drenched in sweat. Jalmer grinned and turned to look at his fellow student Hanking Wong. Senior brother Hanking Wong, this place is great, if you like it. But most of the disciples who have come in before got stuck in this area. You mean they didn't pass through this gravity zone? Yes. Even a few years ago, a disciple died in this so-called gravity zone because he was trapped in an area where no one had passed for a long time, and he couldn't hold on. The boy felt a bit awkward and planned to continue along the shortcut, take a quick look at the next area, and then return. After all, someone was following them, making certain actions inconvenient. But something unexpected happened. The supposed shortcut transformed into a gravity zone. Darn, can this change? After checking again with his mental power, yes, the shortcut had changed. This place could indeed change over time. Truly amazing. Jalmer quickly pulled William Hanking into the new shortcut and swiftly traversed the entire gravity zone. William Hanking was puzzled. How did Zyarizi find the way through? He's only a spirit Jamister. As soon as they left the gravity zone, there was a sensation of lightness, as if one push off the ground could make them fly. This place is good. I must come back alone next time. The boy smiled and continued walking forward. Be careful up ahead. Hanking Wong reminded him. Careful. It's going to rain, and the rain here is corrosive. Last time I came in, I was stuck at this stage, but luckily, I had some useful items on me and managed to get out alive. Just as he spoke, fine drizzle began falling from the sky. Indeed, as soon as the rain touched the skin, it caused a burning sensation, and the clothes started corroding. Fortunately, Hanking Wong's warning gave Jalmer time to envelop his body with an external flow of energy. The rain slid off the outer layer of the energy field. The rain will get heavier inside, and the external flow might not be enough, William Hanking said again. The boy heard him but decided to proceed, as personal experience differed from what others said. As they went deeper, the rain intensified, and droplets began to approach the body. Finally, after advancing several dozen meters, parts of his exposed skin felt the burning sensation again. Jalmer used only his 9th-level Spirit Jamister ability to avoid arousing suspicion. Immediately, the Noel summoned the Heartfire above his head to test if it could evaporate the falling rain. Wow, it actually worked. As the Noel intensified the Heartfire, the raindrops vaporized upon approaching. Behind, William Hanking's mouth hung open in amazement. Is that possible? They proceeded further, reaching approximately 300 meters into the stone forest. Jalmer turned to look at William Hanking and said, "Let's head back." Huh. William Hanking was puzzled. What's wrong with this Zyarizi? He seemed fine. Why isn't he continuing? Does he have something on his mind? Why? Senior brother Hanking Guang wants to go on? No, I don't want to continue. You guys think about getting out. That's perfect. I was worried you'd keep pushing inward. If something unexpected happened, I wouldn't be able to explain to father. Plus, it's quite strenuous here for me too. In that case, please lead the way, senior brother. Exiting naturally took much less time. Soon, they emerged from the stone forest, but they weren't where they entered. They had drifted several hundred meters. This formation is intriguing. Jalmer's interest deepened. After studying for some time, he would come back to see how far he could go. They returned to the entry point, where William Hank Co was still seated, meditating. Ha, this little girl sure has ambition, Jalmer nodded slightly. Hank Co? William Hanking called softly. A few seconds later, the young girl opened her eyes, stood up, looked at the sky, and asked, "You two only spent around 2 hours in there? Why are you coming out now?" Junior brother Hank didn't want to go any further. Oh, so how far did you go? About 300 meters. What? You covered 300 meters in such a short time? Brother, did you lead the way? Junior brother Hank led the way in, but on the way out, I led. William Hank Co looked at Jalmer and gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Truly impressive. You're great at fighting, alchemy, and even formations. Thank you, senior sister. Just lucky. Let's head back. It was already evening, and the three of them mounted their rides and sped away. More than an hour later, they arrived at Elder Residence number 11, where Julie greeted them with a smile. Everyone's back? Wash up and get ready for dinner. Okay. They replied in unison. This feels so good, thought Jalmer. He felt happy and had a sense of home. Upon entering the house, they saw Carl already seated at the table. Uncle William. Jalmer bowed respectfully. Among us, no need for formalities. How was the trip today? Did you check everything out? Yeah, got a general impression of the main areas. Today, we also went to the stone forest, William Hank Co said as she washed her hands. What? Both Carl and Julie were startled. These three kids went there without saying anything? Yes, I requested it, to experience it. Uncle, don't blame them, Jalmer quickly added, seeing the adult's concern. So how far did you go? About 300 meters. We could have gone further, but junior brother Hank didn't want to continue. We spent around 2.5 hours, William Hanking explained. To penetrate so deeply in such a short time? Hank led the way in, and I led on the way out, William Hanking added. Carl looked at Jalmer. Rest early tonight, and follow me tomorrow for training. This is a promising material. If he succeeds in the future, it will bring glory to me too. At that moment, dinner was served, and everyone began enjoying their meal. The warmth and familiarity of this scene made Jalmer exceptionally happy, giving him a true sense of family. Chapter 196, Learning at the Array Sect. The group talked as they ate, allowing the William family to learn more about Jalmer's background, and for him to gain a better understanding of the current situation at the Array Sect. After finishing their meal, Jalmer was led back to the room upstairs where he had stayed before, which would be his residence for the next few days. Refining pills, cultivating, and resting. Old routine. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Carl took Jalmer to the chess source department's archive room. "EATER1, you can study here this morning, and I'll come find you in the afternoon," Carl said and left. Study materials? Fine. Basics are essential. However, Jalmer felt uneasy, like he was being watched again. Was he still under surveillance? If so, so be it. Studying was most important now. As long as I become strong enough, who cares about being watched? Since Jalmer still remembered the foundational spatial constructs and array principles from his time at the Hank family Jamesner quite well, he read quickly. After all, this was one of the top sects in Rat Country. While its array skills were not on par with the Enchanted Soul sect, they far surpassed a remote manor like the Hank family's. There were many books available here, far more than those on arrays at the Hank family Jamesner. With his solid foundation, he progressed rapidly. His second master had also given him a jade piece containing information on arrays, which contained valuable knowledge. Jalmer, who could read 10 lines at a glance, managed to go through quite a few books in the archive by noon. Without resting, he continued studying in the archive after lunch. Around 3 in the afternoon, Carl arrived. He then led Jalmer to the raw material storage area of the chess source department, explaining each item in detail. Whenever Jalmer had questions, he asked and immediately received answers. Uncle William was truly reliable, much more so than Jamester Ignatiusson, who mostly let him study on his own. But that was probably because of his own circumstances. He had been focused on refining pills, where his skill level was already decent, while he still needed guidance in arrays. They spent 2 hours touring the material storage area, then went home for dinner. Afterward, William family siblings took him around to various lively spots within the array sect. In the evening, he returned home to refine pills and cultivate. The following day repeated the same routine. During dinner, Carl commented, "EATER1, I didn't expect your comprehension to be so strong. You've almost mastered the content of the chess source department in just 2 days. I thought it would take at least half a month." "Finished in 2 days?" Julie frowned. "That good?" "Yes, I tested him orally," Carl replied. "Jamesonly because I studied some basics before," Jalmer humbly added. "You mean the Hank family Jamesner's materials? Never mind. It's good that you've learned it. Tomorrow, we'll go to the array chess department." "All right." After dinner, he continued sightseeing, refining pills, cultivating, and resting. The other night passed into dawn. This time, he was brought to the array chess department's archive room. Again, the plan was to study independently first. Once more, the feeling of being watched surfaced. But Jalmer paid no mind. He was immersed in his reading, which was his true interest, even skipping meals if necessary. Unaware of the time, it was soon lunch, but he showed no intention of leaving. "Don't we have Brother Hank here?" A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Looking up, Jalmer saw a chubby figure approaching, Caleb, also known as Fatty Caleb. "It's senior brother Caleb," Jalmer smiled, "and senior brother Allah. How are both of you?" Alachi was also nearby. These two had treated him to a meal when he and Edwin visited the array sect last time. "I didn't think Brother Hank would actually come here to study. Have you eaten yet? Would you join us?" Caleb Wu grinned. Jalmer hesitated, rubbing his head. "I want to read a bit more." "One doesn't become fat overnight, Brother Hank. There's plenty of time to read later. Why not take a break for lunch?" "Let me treat you," Caleb Wu insisted warmly. The boy blinked. "All right, thank you, Brother Caleb." The three found a small restaurant, got a private room, and ordered food. "Brother Hank, have you found a master yet? Or are you self-studying?" "I'm learning under Elder Carl." "William Elder? Are you connected? You managed to get William Elder as your teacher." Caleb Wu looked at Jalmer in disbelief. "Is William Elder powerful?" "Of course. He's among the top figures in our sect. It seemed his master chose well, finding a powerful teacher for him." The boy smiled. "Do such influential people have rivals?" "Rivals? I heard he doesn't get along with Vice Commander Hua Hyatt, who's a spirit Jamester, but reportedly less skilled in arrays than Lemuel," Caleb Wu whispered. "Is that so? A spirit Jamester is less proficient in arrays than a spirit scholar?" "Yes, Hua Hyatt only became a spirit Jamester a couple of years ago, but somehow became Vice Commander last year." "Is that unusual?" "Very unusual. He's barely been a spirit Jamester but managed to surpass some veteran spirit Jamesters to become Vice Commander." Caleb Wu's voice dropped even lower. "They say he used some means." It seemed there were intricate power plays happening. "But these issues don't concern us minor cultivators. Let's eat, Brother Hank." "Right, let's focus on cultivation." After an hour of dining, as they left the private room, Jalmer felt that sensation of being watched again. Whatever, he wasn't planning anything special. Let them watch. Returning to the archive, he continued studying. At 3 in the afternoon, Carl appeared on time and took him to the array chess refining area. "Have you practiced making an array chess piece before?" "Yeah. Let me see. Gone. Used up." "What method did you use?" "The common air compression method." Try refining this then." Carl pulled out a 1-meter cubic stone from his storage ring. Jalmer began releasing chi to wrap around and compress the stone, visibly shrinking it. "You have subterranean fire, right? Use it to refine the stone, extracting the essence and removing impurities. It will speed up the process." That made sense. Summoning the core fire, he burned away surface impurities, then continued compressing it with chi. Under Carl's guidance, refining and compressing, repeating the process, the 1-meter stone shrank to a smooth 10-centimeter cube within 2 hours, a nice array chess piece. Carl held up the small cube. "Not bad." Carl nodded approvingly. Chapter 197. Trouble arrives. With another casual toss, he threw it to the ground and activated this array chess piece. Although a single array chess piece did not have any special function, its cubic shadow was still there. It's just that ordinary people couldn't see it. "Feel it yourself." Jalmer guided the air around his body toward the small cube. The airflow was blocked 1 meter away from it. Nice." The Wilfred continued to control the air surrounding the small cube, but found it stopped 1 meter away, indicating this tiny array chess piece exerted greater influence than the original physical object, a stone roughly 1 meter on each side, now equating to 5 or 6 similar stones in effect. Not bad at all, really. Since he had refined it himself, he naturally knew the activation point. He slightly moved at a certain point of the shadow, which caused the phantom effect to vanish. With a hand motion, the small cube came into his grasp. He inspected it again, growing more fond of it with every look. It was indeed advantageous having a master guide him, leading to success on the first attempt. Thank you, Uncle William. Very well done. Keep up the good work. I will. That's enough for today. Tomorrow, follow the same schedule. In the morning, go to the archive room by yourself. I won't be accompanying you. Later, I'll come find you. All right. Thus, every day he spent mornings in the archive room reading, afternoons refining array chess pieces, and evenings refining pills and cultivating. This routine went on repetitively. On the 5th repetition, a group was waiting for Carl to return for dinner. Junior brother Hank, how is your study of the array department's materials going? Asked Fate. I finished reading everything today. I now have a basic understanding. That's good then. Just as he spoke, Carl walked in. He's back. Let's get ready for dinner, Julie said with a smile. Carl washed his face and sat down beside the table, smiling. EATER1, did you really finish reading? Yeah. Tomorrow morning, William will take you to gather materials for the array chess pieces. In the afternoon, you'll refine them using the gathered materials. Got it. Gathering materials and refining the array chess pieces are fundamental yet important tasks. Doing this right will significantly help with future formations, so make an effort. I understand. In the coming days, you'll mostly work alone. When it's time to form arrays, I'll find you. Jalmer nodded, appreciating his uncle's efforts. Also, this is something your master entrusted me to give you. Take care of it. A storage ring was passed over. Upon checking it, the boy was pleasantly surprised. It contained nothing but spirit herbs. He had nearly depleted his supplies, and his master always seemed to know what he needed. Jalmer stashed the items away with a grin. Uncle William, do you usually take many pills? Fairly often. We're the top alchemy sect in Rat Kingdom, with plenty of quality pills, so naturally, we consume quite a bit. But we can't be too careless. Pill poison is terrifying. Overusing pills can be problematic, as you can see with my wife. My condition has improved thanks to the clear body pills provided by EATER1. Julie smiled. Everyone turned to look at Julie. Her complexion indeed looked much better, her skin smoother, and the dark spots less prominent. Wow, Mom really looks prettier. William Hanksio even reached out to touch Julie's face. Don't be disrespectful, eat your meal. Julie pushed her hand away. These 2 pills might help resolve some of Uncle's worries. Eating more pills might lead to advancement as a spirit Jamester soon, the Wilfred said, passing over a small jade vial. Carl took the vial, heart racing with anticipation. Wanting to open the cap immediately but needing to maintain composure before his juniors, he grew anxious, even breaking into a sweat. Finally opening the lid, he chuckled inwardly. They were indeed clear body pills. These 2 pills would cleanse past pill poisons from his body, allowing him to advance to spirit Jamester status through pills. Excited yet composed, Carl thanked Jalmer with a respectful bow, a significant gesture from master to disciple. Your improvement benefits me greatly, said Jalmer. Indeed. You've already refined 9 array chess pieces. I had specific ones in mind for you. These can form 2 simple formations. When gathering materials for future refinements, be targeted in your approach, Carl explained, handing over a jade block. What's this? Instructions for assembling a more complex level 1 formation, requiring 18 array chess pieces. Beyond what you've already made, you can proceed based on these instructions. Understood, thank you, Uncle. The thought that mastering this would make him a decent level 1 formation expert filled the boy with joy. The dinner concluded happily. That night, besides refining pills and practicing cultivation, Jalmer studied the jade block thoroughly, memorizing the detailed specifications. The next morning, Jalmer set out with William Hankwang early. By noon, they had found 3 suitable materials for the array chess pieces, not bad. In the afternoon, refining alone, he successfully converted the 3 materials into array chess pieces, far more efficient compared to other cultivators. This pattern repeated for 5 days. By then, he had all 18 pieces mentioned in the jade block, ready for assembly. During these monotonous days, the Noel felt very accomplished. However, there was also unsettling matter. He occasionally sensed being watched. When with Carl, it seemed like no one was watching, suggesting a 9th-rank spirit warrior feared exposure when Uncle William was around. But those monitoring him overlooked one crucial detail. Jalmer's soul power far exceeded the average spirit warrior, allowing him to detect surveillance long ago. Occasional disturbances kept him uneasy. After all, his combat prowess wasn't yet capable of fighting a spirit Jamester. On the 7th day of material collection, the unpleasantness became apparent. Today, Jalmer ventured alone, although William Hankwang secretly followed, per his father's orders, to ensure Jalmer's safety. Apparently, Ignatius's warning hadn't gone unnoticed by Carl. Jalmer knew William Hankwang was trailing him but didn't expose it, seeing if anyone would make a move. Having William Hankwang along could deter potential troublemakers. Planning to find 4 materials for array chess pieces that Carl had indicated, he only managed to locate 2 when suddenly a voice intruded. Franz Tong. Aren't you part of the alchemy department? Why do you keep encroaching on our resources here? Our resources are limited. Scram before it gets ugly. Turning, Jalmer saw a skinny man in his early 20s looking down on him disdainfully. Chapter 198. Re-entering the stone forest. Jalmer Gongso Shangso Lianren Wei Xiaodao. Brother, we're all family here. How can it be considered taking your resources? Note, the word brother is commonly used in such contexts to address fellow disciples or members of the same sect, maintaining a respectful and brotherly tone. To further improve fluency and accuracy while maintaining consistency, Jalmer greeted the thin-faced man with a smile. Brother, we're all part of the same family here. How could it be seen as taking your resources? Really? You're from the alchemy department, and this is the territory of the array department. Can we be considered family? Aren't we both part of the profound medicine valley? That's true, but can we just pick any spirit herbs from your medicinal fields at will? Brother, that's different. The spirit herbs in the herbal cultivation fields are artificially grown, while the materials here are natural and not cultivated. But this is the territory of the array department, not the alchemy department, right? The thin-faced man was already getting closer. I'm indeed from the alchemy department, but now I also have a master in the array department, so I can also be considered part of it. Jalmer spoke patiently. Come on, the whole sect knows you're from the alchemy department. Now you want to get benefits from the array department by finding a master here? Do you think the sect is your home where you can do whatever you like? I think you should go back to the alchemy department. The Noel's mouth twitched. Brother, didn't you take it too far? What do you really want? His smile vanished. What do I want? Dare you compete with me? The Noel laughed. Sensing the aura, the opponent seemed to be around 3rd or 4th rank spirit warrior. What did he have to fear? Was it only a competition? Or were there others hidden nearby? How would the competition be conducted? The Noel asked calmly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he watched the other. Looking at him with such an expression, the thin-faced man was annoyed. You are a 9th rank spirit practitioner. I won't take advantage of you by comparing strength. So what if it's about strength? Am I afraid of you? Jalmer smiled. How do you propose we compete then? To compare array formations would mean I'm bullying you since you've only been here for a short time. So what do you suggest? We enter the chaotic stone forest simultaneously and see who can last longer. Daring enough? Chaotic stone forest? What do I have to fear? This guy seems overconfident. Huh? Hank brother, don't. Fade jumped out from hiding at this moment. Turning his head, the thin-faced man smiled at Fade. When did you become so sneaky, senior brother William? Aiden, what are you doing? Hank brother has only just joined the array department. Why treat him like this? What? Afraid he'll lose? He's a genius from the alchemy department, ranked top among the combat departments. Could he be merely a false reputation? Do you have a grudge against him? Otherwise, why not just challenge him in array formations here? Aiden looked at Fate, then turned to Jalmer. Genius of the alchemy department, dare you enter the chaotic stone forest? Not entering the chaotic stone forest? Why wouldn't I? The Noel chuckled. Hank brother, don't. Fate blocked Jalmer. The chaotic stone forest wasn't something to enter lightly. Clearly, Aiden wanted to do some harm inside. James Saib even killed his Hank Shongchuan. William Guang, isn't this a bit much? This is a normal contest between sect disciples. Hope you don't interfere. A voice came from nearby. The three raised their eyes and saw a tall, slender guy appear before them. This is Elder Alon of the array department, Jethro, a 9th rank spirit warrior. From the Alon clan. They must have come prepared. Fate transmitted sound privately to Jalmer. Jalmer stopped replying via sound transmission. As being just a spirit practitioner, he couldn't use that technique yet. By now, Jethro had reached them. Elder Alon, Aiden greeted respectfully. Originally thought it was Elder Alon. Is this specifically for my junior brother Hank? Fate greeted, bowing despite not liking the person. Greetings, Elder Alon. Jalmer bowed to Jethro. Not bad, Wilfred. Why would I come especially for him? Just happened to pass by. Heard there was a challenge. Thought I'd watch, Jethro said. Oh, does Elder Alon have interest in contests between spirit practitioners? Sure, but this isn't one of those. Isn't Aiden a spirit warrior? Zaired Hank Honkan is an outstanding spirit practitioner. They're entering the chaotic stone forest, making it even more interesting. But once they enter the chaotic stone forest, we can't see it. Would we follow inside to watch? Why not? If so, let me wait and bring my father along to watch the show. No need for that. Your father is busy. Let's stay outside and offer rewards for the last one out. Does Elder Alon provide the prize? Naturally. What prize? This. Jethro revealed a small yellow stone that seemed like flames. Inferno stone? Fade frowned. It was an excellent gemstone. Embedding this stone into certain special array pieces would add significant bonuses. Yes, though not the best, it's quite good for second-tier arrays. How does this prize sound? Jethro was a little smug. All right. Junior brother Hank, perhaps don't go in? Aiden has some skill. In the chaotic stone forest, I fear you might be at a disadvantage, Fate transmitted again. Senior brother William Guang, please rest assured. Jalmer patted Fate's shoulder, turning to Aiden. I believe brother Sheeman won't play any tricks, right? Certainly. I am a gentleman. Well then. However, the winner gets a reward, and the loser should pay a price, shouldn't they? Jalmer smiled mischievously. What price should the loser pay? Aiden's smile widened. Once inside, would he ever let you leave alive? If you lose, you'll lose your life. Your belongings will belong to me. Nothing major. Just kneel and bow to me. Kneel and bow to you? Are you sure you can win? Admiring your confidence. Enough talk, let's go. Thus, for people mounted their rides and soon arrived at the edge of the chaotic stone forest. Just as they were about to enter. Wait, don't enter from the same place. Attempting to minimize encounters within. It was tough to find someone inside, rare and unpredictable. Do you not trust me that much? Fine, I'll go there. Aiden ran several hundred meters to the left, then shouted back. Satisfied now? Can we enter? Jethro urged. Fate glanced at Jethro, hugged Jalmer towards the chaotic stone forest. Be careful. Take this restraining array formation, useful up to 9th rank spirit warrior. Familiarize yourself before advancing. Got it. Thank you, senior brother William Guang. Saying so, he stepped into the chaotic stone forest. Chapter 199. Finally meeting. Since Jalmer already had the experience of entering the chaotic stone forest once, he was much more relaxed this time. At least, there was no need to worry about the outer wind zone and the gravity zone further inside. Upon entering the chaotic stone forest, even if he encountered an opponent, he could calmly engage in battle. Movement within would be significantly affected for both himself and his enemy. Soon, the expected strong winds arrived. During his previous entry with William Hank and Guang, he had also examined the stone arrangements and object placements here, but the inspected area wasn't extensive, and it wasn't a thorough inspection. This time, the Wilfred was alone and wanted to take a good look around. Battling against the fierce wind, the Noel observed his surroundings while also sensing everything around him using his spiritual energy. Upon investigation, he found that the various stones and trees were ingeniously placed. Moreover, they seemed different from his previous visit. Could it be that the formations in the wind zones at different locations on the outskirts were all different, but just equally difficult? After studying for some time, the Noel understood array principles and the function of array chess pieces better, so naturally, he could see through things more clearly. Within 10 minutes, he basically understood everything within a 50-meter radius around him. Since each place might differ, he decided to observe several more spots and move to another location. Why hasn't Aiden come yet? Wasn't he preparing to deal with me here? Since he's not coming, I'll move to another place to continue my studies. Time can't be wasted. Jalmer struggled to move rightward. Although he was not afraid of encountering Aiden and even looked forward to it, he didn't want to provoke him intentionally either. After traveling rightward for over 10 minutes, the Noel stopped to continue observing, sensing, and comprehending. 10 minutes later, he gained insights. Continuing to change locations, he observed and comprehended. After changing several times, he felt that the patterns were relatively similar, so there was no need to stay in the wind zone any longer. Odd. With such strong winds here, practicing staff techniques should have a decent effect. If one can freely handle a staff in this environment, wouldn't it be even better outside under normal conditions? Should I give it a try? Summoning the sky-splitting staff, the Noel began practicing the sky-splitting staff technique. At first, his body swayed back and forth. When practicing the staff technique, it was somewhat chaotic, looking like a random flurry of movements without any form. But gradually, it started taking shape, and his actions became more coherent. It was still slow and strenuous, but it flowed much smoother. 20 minutes later, although it was still far from how he practiced before, it already looked quite impressive. Suddenly, the weather changed dramatically, and the nature of the strong winds altered. The Noel stopped. This style was familiar. Why would this happen? The Noel observed his surroundings again. Hankling. He noticed the objects around him seemed different from before, but similar to something he had encountered earlier. After pondering for a while, he realized that the formation in this outer wind zone could change. So, staying in one place for too long meant experiencing different formations over time. Having figured this out, the Noel continued practicing the staff technique and took a chi gathering pill. What a great place to cultivate. Another hour passed. Now, his staff movements flowed like running water. Increasing the intensity could even affect the airflow in the wind zone. At this point, the Noel was drenched in sweat, feeling rather exhausted. What should he do? He couldn't continue because further changes would draw attention from outsiders. Forget it, this is enough. Let's head deeper inside. As the Noel left the wind zone and stepped into the gravity zone, he quickly sensed and found no sign of Aiden. Using his spiritual senses again, he carefully detected a clear path floating in his mind. This time, the Noel did not act immediately, but took a chi gathering pill and stayed in the shortcut zone to meditate and recover. After all, practicing staff techniques in the wind consumed considerable energy. After 10 minutes, he was mostly recovered but wondered why he felt as if he was in the gravity zone. He took another soul gathering pill and continued sensing his surroundings. He was right. His senses did not deceive him, nor did his guess. That shortcut was indeed moving slowly. He knew it would change, and now he could sense these changes using his spiritual energy. Since the outer wind zone changes, and the gravity zone changes, then perhaps the entire chaotic stone forest's functional zones formations were dynamic. How was this achieved? The Noel smiled and shook his head. This was beyond his current understanding. Taking a chi gathering pill, he deliberately cultivated in the gravity zone. This effectively strengthened his body. What a great opportunity not to waste. Ordinary cultivators would think he was crazy if they knew he chose to stay in the gravity zone. After consuming one pill, the Noel stood up and began practicing Wu Dao Dingtian's 10,000 Extremes technique in the gravity zone. His movements were slow. Initially, when practicing the 10,000 Extremes technique, his actions were also slow. But now, the slowness was due to the gravity. Gradually, the Noel felt less strained, proving the effectiveness of actively cultivating in this environment. Taking another pill, he continued practicing, consuming one chi gathering pill every half hour. 2 hours later, he could practice the 10,000 Extremes technique at nearly the same speed as normal boxing routines, despite the effort required. From the outside, it looked almost the same. Suddenly, he sensed a spiritual energy fluctuation and looked in its direction. He saw no one. Many obstacles blocked his view. The source was about 100 meters away. But that spiritual energy was steadily approaching. Was it Aiden? Finally, he came. The Noel walked to the shortcut where the gravity was significantly lighter, but still slightly heavier than outside. After swallowing a pill, he sat down to recover, ready to wait. The person slowly approached. Within 15 minutes, they were about 50 meters away. The person stopped, clearly sensing Jalmer's presence. They paused for 20 minutes, perhaps sensing someone nearby and needing recovery time. 10 minutes later, he finally saw the person. Their eyes met, and both smiled, finally meeting each other. Senior brother Sheeman, you haven't left yet? You jest. If junior brother Hank hasn't left, how could I leave first? Brother is very confident. After all, I am a spirit warrior, a minor talent at least. As for you, doing well to stay this long. Well, I'm on the ranking list at least, possibly not as formidable as you, senior brother, but I have to pretend to be tough, right? Can't lose face. But pretending too much might cost you your life, which would be too regretful. With those words, Aiden approached within a meter, now also outside the gravity zone. In that case, I won't pretend anymore. I'll return. Jalmer turned and started walking toward the outskirts. Don't go out after coming in. Aiden lunged with his sword. Jalmer jumped into the gravity zone. Aiden's sword followed but dropped to the ground with a thud. as soon as he entered the gravity zone. Damn, consideration failed. Everything becomes heavier in the gravity zone. Caught off guard. Jalmer turned around. What? Senior brother Shiman wants to kill me? Entering the chaotic stone forest, even if he encountered opponents, he could calmly deal with them. Movement within this area would be greatly affected for both himself and his enemies. Soon enough, as expected, the fierce winds arrived. Last time, when he came in with William Hankingwang, he also inspected the arrangement of stones and objects here, but the scope of his observation wasn't very extensive, nor did he examine them in detail. This time, the Noel was alone and wanted to observe carefully. Enduring the strong winds, the Noel observed his surroundings while using his mental power to sense everything around him. After investigation, he discovered that the arrangement of various stones and trees was extremely ingenious. Moreover, it seemed different from his previous experience. Could it be that the formation settings of the wind zones on the periphery were all different, just maintaining the same level of difficulty? After a period of study, the Noel's understanding of formation principles and the function of array pieces had deepened, allowing him to perceive things more thoroughly. After 10 minutes, he basically understood the 50-meter radius around him. Since each location might be different, it would be wise to examine several areas before deciding. Why hadn't Aiden come yet? Wasn't he planning to confront me unfavorably here? Since he hasn't come, I will move elsewhere and continue studying. Time cannot be wasted. Jalmer advanced with difficulty towards the right. Although he wasn't afraid of encountering Aiden, he certainly didn't want to provoke him intentionally. The Noel moved forward for about 10 minutes, then stopped to continue observing, sensing, and contemplating. After 10 minutes, his insights became clear. He switched locations and continued observing and comprehending. After changing positions several times, he found the conditions similar. There was no need to remain in the windy zone any longer. With such strong winds here, practicing my staff techniques should have quite good effects. If I can wield the staff freely in such an environment, wouldn't I perform even better outside? Should I give it a try? Summoning the sky-breaking staff, the Noel began practicing the sky-breaking staff technique. At first, his body swayed wildly, making his movements chaotic and without structure, resembling a random flail. However, gradually, they started to form a semblance of order and became smoother, although still slow and strenuous. But ultimately, they became much more fluid. 20 minutes later, though still not as proficient as before, his movements had a certain finesse. Suddenly, the climate changed dramatically. The style of the strong winds shifted. The Noel paused, recognizing this familiar style. How odd. He examined the surroundings again and chuckled. Some of the objects nearby were different from before, but resembled those at another place he had passed earlier. After pondering for a while, he nodded to himself. The formations in the peripheral region do change. This means if you stay in one place for a long time, you will experience different formations. Understanding this, the Noel resumed his staff practice and took a chi-gathering pill. This is indeed a wonderful place for cultivation. Zaire hour later, the Noel's staff technique flowed smoothly like clouds and water. If he increased the intensity, he could cause changes in the air currents of the wind zone. By now, the Noel was drenched in sweat, feeling somewhat fatigued. What should I do? I shouldn't continue further, or the changes may draw attention from outsiders. Forget it, this is sufficient. Let's proceed deeper. As the Noel exited the wind zone and entered the gravity zone, he quickly sensed his surroundings but didn't detect Aiden. Using his mental power again, he perceived a clear path forming in his mind. This time, instead of moving immediately, he took a chi-gathering pill and sat in meditation in the shortcut zone to recover, considering the considerable exhaustion from practicing staff techniques in the wind. After 10 minutes, he mostly recovered but realized he was in the gravity zone. He took another soul-gathering pill and continued sensing his surroundings. Indeed, his perception and guesses were correct. The so-called shortcut was moving slowly. He knew beforehand that it would change. This time he used his mental power to directly sense the changes. If the peripheral wind zone and the gravity zone change, the entire chaotic stone forest's functional zones formations must also be in constant flux. How is this achieved? The Noel laughed and shook his head. This wasn't something within his grasp yet. Eating another chi-gathering pill, the Noel deliberately stayed in the gravity zone to cultivate, which had the effect of physical tempering, a rare opportunity he couldn't waste. Zaire ordinary cultivator would think he was crazy for staying in the gravity zone voluntarily. After finishing the pill, the Noel stood up and started practicing the 10,000 extreme techniques given by Aspen. His movements were slow, reminiscent of when he initially practiced the technique. Now, however, the slowness was due to gravity. Gradually, the Noel felt less strained, experiencing the benefits of active cultivation in this environment. He consumed a pill every half hour and continued practicing. 2 hours later, his practice speed matched his usual pace, albeit still demanding. Despite the strain, outwardly it appeared normal. Suddenly, he sensed a mental power fluctuation coming from a direction. Looking toward the source, he saw no one, as there were many obstacles obstructing his view. The mental power source was about 100 meters away, but it was getting closer. Perhaps it was Aiden? Has he finally come? The Noel walked onto the shortcut where the gravity was slightly less, though still heavier than outside. Swallowing a pill, he sat down to restore his strength and weight. The person slowly approached, only 50 meters away after 10 minutes. At this point, the person halted, clearly sensing Jalmer's presence. The person paused for over 20 minutes, possibly recovering after sensing someone nearby. 10 minutes later, the Noel could finally see the other person. Their eyes met, and both smiled. Finally, we meet. Senior brother Shiman hasn't left yet? Don't joke. If junior brother Hank hasn't left, why would I go first? Senior brother seems very confident. Well, I am a spirit scholar after all, a minor talent at least. But for you to hold out until now is quite impressive. As for me, well, I'm on the ranking board. While I may not match senior brother, I must at least pretend to be formidable. Can't lose face. But pretending too much can cost you your life. That would be too uneconomical. Aiden finished speaking and stood a meter away from Jalmer, now also in a non-gravity zone. In that case, I won't pretend anymore. I'll return, Jalmer said, turning to leave towards the perimeter. Don't leave after coming in, Aiden said, lunging with his sword. Jalmer jumped into the gravity zone. Aiden's sword followed, but upon entering the gravity zone, it plunged downward and stabbed into the ground with a thud. Damn, didn't consider the sudden weight increase upon entering the gravity zone. Jalmer turned back. What? Senior brother Sheeman wants to kill me? Hashtag chapter 200, a spirit practitioner sparring partner. That's not true. I just rarely get the chance to spar with top-ranked experts. Now that I have this opportunity, I thought it would be nice to practice with Brother Hank. Aiden's response came quickly, though his explanation was far-fetched. Does Brother Sheeman wish to guide me? Jalmer laughed. You already tried to ambush me, and now you still have the nerve to say we're sparring? Fortunately, I was prepared. Not really guidance, but sparring in such an environment must be a unique experience. Can I refuse? How can one refuse such a unique experience? In that case, please go easy on me, Brother Sheeman. Jalmer drew out the heaven-cleaving staff, holding it firmly before him. The staff could vary in weight, and naturally, in this situation, he made it lighter. Aiden gave a cold snort, leapt forward, and lunged at him again with his sword, moving not very fast. It wasn't easy to move quickly here. Naturally, Jalmer blocked the sword with his staff, but only when the blade was about to touch his body. Aiden continued his attack, while Jalmer remained defensive. The fight went back and forth, distinctly different from ordinary battles. It felt like slow motion. Each time Aiden's sword was about to harm Jalmer, the staff would appear just in time, turning danger into safety. Even though he was always a bit late, he managed to protect himself at the last moment. In fact, this was all intentional on Jalmer's part. He could manipulate air currents in the wind zone and had nearly mastered boxing in the gravity zone, so fighting Aiden was trivial. But such opportunities were rare. Having a prodigy as a sparring partner was invaluable. Moreover, Aiden was sparing no effort, making the training even more beneficial. Still, he had to give Aiden hope. Since this Aiden wanted to kill him, he needed to let him see a glimmer of possibility, albeit requiring some time. Thus, it became a chase where one pursued and the other evaded. The pursuer seemed to have the upper hand, while the evader appeared somewhat flustered but managed to dodge critical blows at the last second. For realism, Jalmer allowed Aiden to wound him occasionally, though these were minor injuries. This gave Sheeman confidence and hope. After half an hour of intense battling in the gravity zone, both were quite exhausted. Aiden grew increasingly frustrated. How did this guy manage to slip away every time, just when it mattered most? This is exhausting me to death. At least he's injured. Eventually, I'll finish him off. As Aiden pondered taking a break, Jalmer suddenly raised his hand and said with a smile, Stop, Brother Sheeman, I'm very tired. Can we rest for a moment before continuing? You are a spirit practitioner, but I'm just a spirit cultivator. Right? I'm a spirit practitioner, and he's a spirit cultivator. How could he endure as much as I can? We can't stop, we must continue. Aiden retracted his thoughts of resting and told Jalmer, Brother Hank, persistence will lead to transcendence. If you overcome this, you might even break through to the spirit practitioner stage. With those words, his attacks continued. That makes sense. Thank you for your advice, Brother Sheeman. If I break through to spirit practitioner here, I'll treat you to a feast when we get out. I'll look forward to that feast. They continued their battle. Outside the boulder forest, as time passed, William Hankwang grew increasingly anxious, unable to sit still. Occasionally, he leaped a few miles left or right to check, but saw no one emerge. Jethro, however, looked relaxed, almost amused by William Hankwang's anxiety. William, come, sit down. What's the rush? They will eventually come out. Just wait patiently. But it's been 8 to 9 hours. This can't go on. Why don't we go in to look for them? William Hankwang glanced at Jethro. Entering with this guy would be dangerous if they encountered Hank Shitty and others. No, let's not. Jethro's lips twitched as he sat back on a rock and resumed meditating. Just then, a disciple from the array gate was searching for array formation materials nearby. William Hankwang approached him. Junior brother, do you recognize me? I do. Aren't you senior brother William Hankwang? Good. Can you deliver a message for me? Sure. What is it? Helping the eldest son of Lemuel was an honor, especially given that he was also a prodigy. Do you know my father? I have urgent matters but can't leave. Could you find him in the formation division and tell him to come here immediately? Will he believe me? Here, take this jade token and this pill. Give the jade to my father, and the pill is for your trouble. The disciple hesitated, reluctant to accept the pill. Take it. You need pills for cultivation, don't you? Thank you for the trouble. All right, wait here. I'll be back soon. The disciple took the items and flew off happily. Jethro watched as William Hankwang sent the message, wanting to stop him but finding no reason. What's up with this Sheeman Zairdong? Why hasn't he finished yet? As a 4th-rank spirit practitioner, shouldn't it be easy against the 9th-rank spirit cultivator? Could they not have met yet? Staying in there for so long, even without meeting should be risky. Inside the boulder forest gravity zone, the two continued their chase. Now, Jalmer occasionally counterattacked, though not targeting vital points. Other half-hour passed. Jalmer panted heavily. Brother Sheeman, I admit defeat. Can we stop? We've trained enough. Continuing won't be interesting. I can't just keep attacking him. After all, we have no feud, and he's a minor character. You haven't broken through yet. How can you stop? Aiden panted back. I can't anymore. Please let me go, Brother Sheeman. Saying this, Jalmer moved deeper into the boulder forest. Let's continue. Aiden became more motivated. Finally, you can't hold on anymore, but why are you going deeper? Are you lost? Minutes later, they reached the edge of the gravity zone near the rain zone. Brother Sheeman, please don't force me. Aiden remained silent, continuing his assault. Don't come closer. Jalmer yelled as Aiden slashed at his arm, causing blood to splatter. Jalmer then exited the gravity zone into the rain zone. He turned and sprinted deeper into the boulder forest, swallowing a chi-gathering pill. Brother Hank, come back. Aiden followed into the rain zone, pursuing Jalmer. Chapter 201. Corrosive Rain Alchemy. But after chasing for just a dozen meters, Aiden stopped, as he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his skin. He realized the rain was corrosive and immediately released an air current around himself to shield from further damage. The corrosion on his body ceased. With renewed protection, Aiden advanced another dozen meters but had already lost Jalmer's trail. The latter had sprinted upon entering the rain zone, and with Aiden's pause and the increasing density of the rain along with obstacles obscuring the view, he had lost track of him. Exhausted from the energy expenditure in the gravity zone, Aiden knew advancing further could be fatal, so he decided to turn back. He, Hank Xiongchuan, a 9th-level spirit expert, had rushed into the dense rain area. It would be difficult for him to survive. If you're dead, don't blame me. I didn't tell you to go in, and I even asked you to come back. Aiden smiled and continued walking back. After returning to near the gravity zone and consuming a pill to recover, he moved further out. Zaire hour later, Aiden emerged from the chaotic stone forest. Seeing Aiden appear, several people quickly approached. Aiden smiled at Jethro and transmitted privately, Hank Xiongchuan probably won't come out. Probably? So there's still a chance he might? Jethro replied, surprised that Aiden's smile did not mean the task was completed. Aiden, where is Hank Xiongchuan? Carl anxiously asked. Having received news from William Hankwang, he rushed over. If anything happened to Hank Xiongchuan, he couldn't face reporting it to Ignatiushan. He's better than me. It's almost dark, yet he hasn't come out. This time, I lost the contest. Indeed a genius. Having learned only a few days from Lemuel, he's already so powerful. Respect. Aiden responded, avoiding further communication with Jethro. You didn't see him? I did. We even sparred a bit. Look, I'm slightly injured. But then he insisted on going deeper, and I couldn't stop him. Where were you when you separated? The rain zone. He rushed into the dense rain. I couldn't hold him back and was injured too, unable to go further. I believe junior brother Hank will be fine. He's very capable. His words belied his true hope. Without waiting for Aiden to finish, Carl dashed into the stone forest, shouting, Hankwang, wait here for Elder Ignatiushan. I'll go in first. Watching Carl rush in, Jethro smiled at William Hankwang. Aiden lost. Have Zairizi come to me for rewards once he's out. I'll be going now. Have him find me for an apology once he's out. I'll leave too. They left swiftly. Damn it. William Hankwang growled, helpless. Unable to enter the stone forest or retaliate against Jethro, all he could do was wait for Ignatiushan. Feeling particularly powerless as a Gates genius, William Hankwang clenched his fists, vowing to become stronger. Meanwhile, Carl entered the gravity zone, searching meticulously without fully trusting Aiden's account. Though unlikely for a genius to remain in the wind zone without danger, the gravity zone posed more risk if exhausted, potentially leading to being trapped and dying. Carl searched tirelessly, detecting some signs of combat. This bastard, surely Aiden's doing. He mentioned sparring, preparing an explanation beforehand. After an hour, no sign of Jalmer, only finding a barely alive gate disciple trapped in the gravity zone. Damn it, can't leave him to die. Carl carried the disciple out. Outside the stone forest, William Hankwang and Julie watched anxiously for anyone exiting. Seeing Carl carrying someone out, they hurried over. How is it? What about Zaire-tong? Julie asked. Not found yet. Who's this? A gate disciple trapped inside. Help him. I'll continue searching. Carl set down the disciple and prepared to re-enter. What about Zaire-tong? A voice called from afar. They looked up to see Ignatiushan arriving. Soon, Ignatiushan reached them. Let's go in together. Talk while we move, pulling Carl into the stone forest. As they walked, Carl relayed the situation. Quickly reaching the rain zone, based on prolonged searches, the likelihood shifted towards the rain zone. It seems Aiden told some truth. They did spar, whether friendly or deadly, uncertain. They likely entered the rain zone. Thus, the two elders split up, one to the left, one to the right, beginning their search in the rain zone. Meanwhile, Jalmer was contemplating an experiment within the rain zone. Could this corrosive rain be utilized? Jalmer activated full power, enveloping himself in a 10-centimeter air current. Rain hitting the current mostly flowed down, sparing his skin. He still had his ultimate defense, the heaven-breaking staff, which could transform into armor, effortlessly protecting against the rain. The Noel strolled through the rain, pondering. If used in alchemy, could this corrosive water imbue elixirs with toxicity, adding a corrosive characteristic? Though he hadn't made toxic elixirs before, perhaps try with a common formula? Use this water to refine soul-gathering pills. Thinking done, he began. Summoning the alchemy furnace, uncovering it, collecting corrosive rootless water, adding soul-gathering pill ingredients, and conjuring earthcore fire. The Noel commenced refining soul-gathering pills amidst the rain. ###Chapter 202. A series of odd events. Isn't the scene quite strange? A person enveloped in a layer of chi was refining pills in the rain. From afar, it looked as if a white humanoid monster was cooking by the fire. Haha, interesting. If the two Lemuels saw this, they would probably think monsters had appeared here. Jalmer resisted the rainwater's intrusion and erosion while diligently refining pills. After half an hour, the pills were ready, naturally producing 3 pills per furnace. The pills flew into his palm, and he put away the pill furnace and the magma fire. Yes, next time, he must thoroughly clean the pill furnace. It's now toxic. Looking at the specially refined soul-gathering pills, they seemed slightly different from regular ones, perhaps darker in color. Would this have any special effects? Who should he test it on? No, that wouldn't be right. He wasn't a bad person and couldn't ask anyone to consume these pills with unknown effects. Did he waste his efforts on these pills? Forget it. Let's keep them for now. These pills are likely harmful but might have special uses. He stored the pills in a jade bottle and prepared to venture deeper into the rocky forest. Unfortunately, he tripped over a protruding stone with his right foot and nearly fell. His body lunged forward, and he managed to support himself against a 2-meter-high rock. With his head down, he noticed a splash of red beneath the rock. Jalmer crouched down and used the night pearl to illuminate the area. Under the rock, in a narrow crevice, grew an unknown plant, about 20 centimeters tall, with 9 dark red leaves and a vibrant red flower. What is this thing? A spiritual medicine? How could it survive in such a corrosive environment? He hadn't seen any plants in the rain zone before. This thing must be extraordinary. Time to dig it up. Using the black hoe given by Mr. Harold, he carefully excavated the plant. Despite its location in the crevice, the black hoe was incredibly sharp, and soon enough, he had successfully dug out the entire plant, considering it a spiritual medicine. He found a jade box from his storage ring to store the plant. Due to frequently encountering special items, Jalmer always carried various containers, mostly made of jade, which preserved objects well, like herbs and pills. After storing the unknown spiritual medicine, the Wilfred continued searching nearby, hoping for more discoveries. But after 10 minutes, he found nothing. It was truly bizarre. Why did this plant appear here for no apparent reason? He couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to dwell on it, and continued deeper into the forest. This time, the Noel didn't hesitate. He wanted to get through the rain zone as quickly as possible. Staying there was uncomfortable and suffocating. But unexpected events occurred. Even after moving several hundred meters further, he was still in the rain, which became heavier as he went deeper. His spiritual senses couldn't detect the edges either. In this environment, his sensing ability was greatly affected, only able to perceive within about 100 meters. The protective chi around his body was already thin due to corrosion. The total distance into the rocky forest exceeded 500 meters, where most geniuses would stop. Jalmer continued to control the flow of chi around his body, which consumed a lot of energy. He took a chi-gathering pill to replenish himself. While he didn't have many precious treasures, he had plenty of pills. After advancing some more, he felt the burning sensation of the rain's corrosion. Summoning the magma fire above his head, the pressure immediately eased. As he moved forward, a message suddenly came from Alotl Emperor Zairit inside his head. Let me out. This rain is useful to me. The rain is useful to a small ant? Jalmer frowned. This rain corroded flesh. Just let me out, Alotl Emperor Zairit insisted. Jalmer waved his hand, and Alotl Emperor Zairit crawled out, climbing up his arm to his shoulder and began bathing. Jalmer's mouth twitched. Was this little guy indestructible? Want to release your 9 brothers for a group bath? Jalmer forced a smile. What brothers? They are my subordinates, my subjects. Don't get confused. We can't mix up identities. Wow, quite the snob. Of course, my bloodline is so noble. They can't withstand this rain. It would kill them instantly. Really? Do I gain anything by lying? It benefits me if they grow stronger too. Indeed, that made sense. After washing several times, Alotl Emperor Zairit stretched contentedly, then did something utterly perplexing. It lifted its head and started eating the rainwater voraciously. More astonishingly, it visibly grew larger. In a few minutes, Alotl Emperor Zairit was as big as a fist. What was happening? Did it drink too much? It was just a tiny ant before, now so large. Consider me soaked and grown bigger, but I'll return to normal. I'm almost full and can go back to sleep. Alotl Emperor Zairit communicated, knowing Jalmer's thoughts. Jalmer's spirit sensed the edge wasn't far. However, maintaining his defense for the last 100 meters was difficult. If the rain broke through, he'd lose half his life even if he survived. Forget it. It's time for the final trump card. He brought out the heaven-breaking staff, turning it into an umbrella. Indeed, in this situation, an umbrella worked better than armor. Strangely, when rain hit the umbrella, it didn't flow off but seemed absorbed. How could this be? Zaire other odd event. Could the rain be beneficial to the heaven-breaking staff? As he thought this, the umbrella trembled slightly, confirming his suspicion. He had pleasant exchanges with it before. Lifting his head, Jalmer, talking to himself, or perhaps the umbrella, said, "This rain is useful to you?" The umbrella retracted slightly and opened again. Yes, it was useful. Well, if it's helpful, I'll move slower, though I really don't want to stay in this rain any longer. Thus, the Noel slowly advanced deeper into the rocky forest with the umbrella. If not for the rain benefiting the staff, he would have run as fast as possible. Finally, the Noel left the rain zone. At that moment, his body felt lighter and floated upwards. Wow, so comfortable. He felt completely relaxed, enjoying the fresh air. Why does everything ahead look like stars? Is this the edge of the planet? Where am I? Jalmer shivered, becoming more alert, surrounded by starlight. Chapter 203, The Floating Zone. It was evening now, and before he realized it, Jalmer had spent an entire day in the chaotic stone forest. Jalmer tried to move toward the starlight, but while his legs could step forward, he couldn't advance. There was nothing solid beneath his feet. He looked down in confusion. There was nothing there. Glancing around him in all directions, he realized something was off. Damn, what's going on? I'm actually floating in the air. No wonder all I can see is starlight. I'm lying here facing the sky, so naturally everything in my line of sight is starlight. The Wilfred grew anxious and attempted to descend to the ground for a more stable footing, but he failed. Though his body moved slightly, it didn't really go anywhere. After struggling for several minutes, Jalmer closed his eyes and began to think. Panicking wouldn't help now. The outermost layer of the chaotic stone forest was the wind zone, extending about 100 meters longitudinally. Next came the gravity zone, covering roughly 150 meters. Following that was the rain zone, which was significantly wider at about 1,000 meters deep. Don't underestimate this distance. It's almost an insurmountable chasm that blocks cultivators from advancing further. This meant ordinary cultivators would struggle in the wind zone. Geniuses might get lost in the gravity zone, and only exceptional ones would halt at the rain zone. As for those who made it to the floating zone, they were few and far between, perhaps 1 in a million. Aiden probably won't chase me here. He lacks the capability. But since I haven't come out yet, what about senior brother Hankingwong? Will he come looking for me? If he can't find me, will he call on Uncle William and Jamister? Can they enter this area? For now, there's no point worrying about it. Since I'm here, I must adapt. Let me first assess the situation and address the immediate problem at hand. Previous zones were already difficult to navigate, but this floating zone seemed even harder. Indeed, it's a place designed to trap people. No wonder the sect designated it as a forbidden area. Opening his eyes, he saw the starry sky. Oh right, where's my little jade flask? Now's the perfect time to use it. There's no one around to disturb me. To be safe, he used his mental power to sense his surroundings. Here, he could detect up to 1,000 meters, and found no one within that range. Shouldn't I still be near the rain zone? Why can't my mental power penetrate it anymore once I enter the floating zone? This is some seriously advanced setup. Whoever did this deserves a big thumbs up. Since there's no one around, Jalmer took out his mysterious jade flask and secured it with a rope around his body so it wouldn't float away. Under the bright starlight, the jade flask emitted a deeper blue glow, rapidly drawing energy from the surrounding space. How can I move normally? That's my priority now. Hovering about 3 meters above the ground, going up or down wasn't possible, nor was there any wind, like being stuck in midair. How did Norris manage to get through here back then? There has to be a way. His mind raced, searching for solutions. What if I use an outward airflow to strike the ground diagonally to propel myself forward? He tried, but it felt like hitting a soft pillow, not at all as effective as imagined. It barely moved him a few centimeters. Moving just 1 meter would exhaust him completely. This method doesn't work. What if I embed 2 weapons into the ground and pull myself along by grabbing them? A good idea. He tore a piece of cloth to make a strap, tied it around a knife, and threw it downward. Damn, it slipped off and didn't stick. Trying a few more times yielded no success. Is the surface not sharp enough? Changing the break-heaven staff into a blade, he tried again. Still no luck. What's this ground made of? Frustrating. Are there other ways? This is the chaotic stone forest. Each zone has plenty of stones. Can I use the cloth strap to loop around a stone and pull myself forward? Some stones are close, others far. Close ones might work, but distant ones are impractical. First, let me get to the ground. There's a stone pillar about 4 meters away. Unfortunately, the outward airflow is greatly restricted here, preventing the cloth strap from reaching it. Stopping his efforts, he paused, letting himself calm down. Actually, hovering in the air isn't bad, except for the inability to move freely. Rubbing his forehead, the physical fatigue from previous experiences crept up on him. With no immediate danger, he eventually entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, the 2 William elders continued their arduous search in the rain zone, which extended 1,000 meters vertically. They could only reach the middle, around 500 meters, totaling 800 meters, deep into the chaotic stone forest, their limit. Going deeper would be too dangerous. Elder Carl relied on his array formations and outward airflow to resist the corrosive rain, while Elder Ignatius depended on his flames and airflow. Both found it strenuous, needing to consume pills periodically to replenish their energy. They proceeded in opposite directions, calling out and searching, but sound traveled no more than 20 meters here. Unable to endure, they occasionally retreated to the gravity zone to rest before continuing. Why did that idiot Zairizi come here and drag Aiden along? So reckless. Both elders fumed inwardly, but pressed on with their search. James sighed, my followers can assist you. A voice echoed in his head from the Royal Zairit. Damn, you interrupted my meditation. Jalmer snapped awake. The Royal Zairit went silent. What did you say earlier? Jalmer asked, regaining his focus. I said my followers might help you reach the ground. How? Oh right, they can fly. How could I forget? But you're finding it hard to move here. Perhaps they can't fly either. Let's try. Jalmer summoned a red sky Zairit onto his palm. It flapped its wings but couldn't lift off. You couldn't loop your strap around the stone pillar. Attach something to it. Have the ants hold the strap, throw them over, and they'll secure it for you. Then you can easily cross, the Royal Zairit suggested. Sure, nice one. Here, have a flame essence as a reward. Jalmer smiled. Following the plan, he prepared the strap, threw it with the ants, and successfully anchored it to the stone pillar 4 meters away. Several red sky Zairets quickly fastened the strap securely. Carefully pulling the strap, the Noel slowly moved toward the stone pillar. After several seconds, he finally grasped it, feeling sweat forming in his palms. Damn, is this how weak I am? Sweat at such a simple task? He mentally scolded himself. Retrieving the red sky Zairets, Jalmer descended using the stone pillar until he finally touched the ground. Sighing with relief, he appreciated the solid feel of the ground under his feet. Note, this translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring it reads naturally in English. It preserves paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. ####Chapter 204, Further Infiltration. The Wilfred closed his eyes and took another deep breath. I need to remember this feeling. It's comforting. As he relaxed, his body immediately started floating upward. The Noel quickly grabbed the stone pillar. Thankfully, it seemed like the ground had a repelling force. Jalmer cautiously tested this several more times. Indeed, the closer he got to the ground, the stronger the repulsion became, though fortunately, it wasn't too noticeable. He decided to take a pill first to calm his nerves. Opening his mouth, he threw up his hand, and the pill entered his mouth and then his stomach. Next came the challenge of moving forward without floating again. He tied one end of a cloth strap around himself and the other end around a stone pillar before attempting to walk on the ground. But as soon as he moved, he started floating up again. Trying to force himself down didn't work. No luck with this method. The Noel tried various approaches, but none were effective. What if he could stick himself to the ground somehow? A suction cup, yes, that might work. If he could create suction cups to stick himself to the ground, it would solve the problem. Where can I get a suction cup? Wait, I can change my body form. He enlarged his hands, pressed his palms firmly against the ground, and arched his hands slightly to form suction cups. Let's try this. Surprisingly, it worked. His hands could now grip the ground tightly without floating away. Even better, he could alternate between hands to crawl forward. Ha ha ha, I'm a genius. Jalmer laughed aloud and celebrated by taking another pill. After about 10 minutes, he officially began his journey. Initially, it felt strange and was quite exhausting, but at least he could move forward, which made the Noel happy. He progressed slowly but steadily, though his feet remained floating, forcing all buoyancy to be countered by his hands' suction power. Fortunately, Jalmer's cultivation level was not low, so he managed to bear it. If my hands can do this, why can't my feet? After walking for about 10 minutes, an idea struck him. If both his hands and feet did this, it would be faster and less strenuous, like crawling. He quickly found a nearby rock to anchor himself, removed his shoes, and experimented by using his feet in the same manner. It worked. Thus, the Noel began moving forward on all fours. Initially, his movements were awkward, making him look like a monster taking strange steps. Gradually, his actions became more coordinated and graceful. While crawling, he used his spiritual senses to scan the surroundings. About a kilometer to the left front stood an unusually large stone, seeming out of place. Should I go check it out? As he neared the huge stone, he noticed the buoyancy increasing, making movement increasingly difficult. He rested after approaching each large stone, needing frequent breaks. Finally, he was only 10 meters away from the target stone. Surprisingly, it took him 3 hours to cover the kilometer distance, proving quite challenging. Now what? Jalmer couldn't move any closer. Even advancing a single meter would cause him to float away due to the intense buoyancy here. With the goal within sight yet unreachable, it was disheartening. The giant stone before him was over 10 meters tall with 3 supporting stone pillars beneath, resembling a tripod. Let's call it the tripod stone. Underneath the tripod stone lay a large spherical stone, roughly a meter in diameter, surrounded by 9 spherical stones, each 30 centimeters in diameter. Smaller spherical stones, 10 centimeters in diameter, encircled these outer spheres. Observing the arrangement carefully, he realized it looked like an array. However, despite scrutinizing for a long time, he couldn't discern its pattern and had to abandon the attempt for now. I must get closer. Jalmer frowned, pondering ways to approach. Don't I have a breakthrough staff that can stretch, shrink, lighten, or weigh heavily? How could I forget about it? He felt stupid for not thinking of it earlier. It should be the first thing he considers when faced with difficulty. He pulled out the breakthrough staff, but it also felt somewhat light. Making it heavier and heavier, he extended it towards the large stone. As it neared the stone, it began floating again. Through his efforts, he finally reached one leg of the tripod stone, wrapping the breakthrough staff around it. Then he contracted the part of the staff he was holding. Holding on became extremely difficult until he ultimately relied on changing the staff to bind himself and avoid being repelled. This was incredibly painful. Finally, he reached under the tripod stone, his body deformed from the strain. Biting his teeth, enduring the pain, Jalmer studied the spherical stones underneath. 9 30-centimeter wide stones encircled the large sphere, with numerous 10-centimeter wide ones further out. What kind of array is this? He couldn't figure it out. Looking up unintentionally, he noticed another 30-centimeter spherical stone above the large one, just below the tripod stone. Wanting to touch the larger stones, he found it impossible to get close. Attempting to use his spiritual senses to touch them, he succeeded. Sensing closely, he discovered connections between the upper spherical stone, the large central one, and the 9 surrounding spheres. But he couldn't determine the exact nature of these connections. The large stones were immovable, but what about the smaller ones? Exerting all his strength, he finally touched a 10-centimeter stone and picked it up effortlessly. At the moment he lifted it, the sensation of floating vanished. Having spent hours dealing with the repulsion, suddenly not feeling it anymore felt unusual. Jalmer cautiously loosened the staff's grip, ready to bind himself again at any moment. Realizing he was free to move about, he couldn't believe it. He put the staff away and circled the massive stone a few times. This smaller stone seems to act as an antidote. Yes, an antidote. With it, he could freely move within the buoyancy zone. However, ordinary people wouldn't be able to get close enough to the giant stone, meaning they couldn't obtain the stones or enter this area safely. How did Norris pass through this area back then? Did he use the same clumsy methods as me? He placed the small stone ball into his storage ring, intending to take more. Unexpectedly, as soon as the stone entered the ring, he floated up again. Damn it, what now? Floating again. He quickly retrieved the small stone from the ring, causing him to fall back to the ground, shocking him profusely. Testing other methods, he found he couldn't take 2 small stones. Unable to carry multiple small stones and unable to decipher the array fully, he decided to explore other parts of the buoyancy zone. Wandering around, after an hour covering about 9 miles, he found another identical tripod stone and array. Walking another 9 miles yielded the same result. According to William Hankwang's previous explanation, the entire chaotic stone forest was about 30 miles in diameter. Based on the depth he had traveled, this location should be about 13 miles from the center, with a circumference of 81 miles. Given that there was a tripod stone every 9 miles, there should be 9 such structures and arrays in this buoyancy ring. Seeing no other secrets here, he decided to venture deeper. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure and tone while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 205, Crossing the Alahightening Zone. While exploring the floating zone, Franz Tong discovered some spherical stones about 5 centimeters in diameter. These stones were clustered together, but he wasn't sure what their purpose was. Strangely, they could be picked up easily, though like the 10-centimeter stones before, only one could be taken at a time. Since only one could be taken at once, there must have been something special about them, so he kept one. The young boy delved deeper into the floating zone, holding the stone that allowed him to walk freely. He thought he should give it a name. What should it be called? Scratching his head, he finally decided on Stasis Stone, which seemed fitting. Soon, he reached the edge of the floating zone. Going any further would mean his mental power couldn't reach. Franz Tong estimated that the longitudinal distance of this zone was around 2 kilometers. Without the stasis stone's protection, traversing this area would have been far too difficult. Unknowingly, he had already ventured more than 3 kilometers deep. He chuckled with a hint of pride. He was determined to reach the 10-kilometer mark as Aspen did, and perhaps even go deeper. Franz Tong took another pill to replenish his energy. He didn't know what lay ahead, so he needed to be fully recovered first. After consuming the pill, his body's aura began to fluctuate, signaling an impending breakthrough. He frequently consumed pills at a rate much higher than even the elders of the pill clan. Combined with his life-or-death battle with Aiden, extreme cultivation in the gravity zone, and the trials in the rainfall zone, all these experiences exceeded the starting points that many cultivators struggled to achieve throughout their lives. So, it wasn't surprising that he was about to break through now. Suppressing his breath, he held back the breakthrough for now. By this time, the starlight had dimmed, and a faint light appeared on the horizon. Dawn was approaching. Franz Tong checked the small jade pot storing starlight energy. It was almost full. He laughed and put it away. Taking a deep breath, the young boy stepped into the next zone. Huh? There doesn't seem to be anything special here, he muttered. Noting that the lighting was darker compared to the floating zone, Franz Tong tucked the stasis stone away and took a step forward. Suddenly, a bolt of white light flashed 5 meters ahead, followed by a deafening explosion. Startled, Franz Tong nearly retreated back to the floating zone. So there is lightning here, he muttered. When I advanced to the Spirit Scholar stage, I almost got struck dead. Fortunately, I have the skybreaking staff. During his promotion to Spirit Scholar, the staff had helped absorb the last thunderbolt. It was comforting to think of the skybreaking staff when danger loomed. It meant progress. First, he examined himself. Now a 5th-rank Spirit Scholar, he had enhanced strength and should be able to withstand some lightning strikes. Since there's lightning here, let's call this place the Allahightning Zone, he said. Forward. Bam. Crack. The true terror of the Allahightning Zone unfolded as bolts of lightning and thunder roared. Allahightning illuminated the surroundings brightly, eliminating visibility concerns but creating terrifying flashes. The positions of lightning and thunder varied unpredictably, making every step fraught with danger. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck toward Franz Tong, who dodged it nimbly. Not bad, he smiled, observing his surroundings and continuing onward. In this zone, his mental perception extended about 300 meters. He occasionally encountered arrays but couldn't decipher or activate them, so he merely noted their locations. In this range, he managed to avoid most lightning strikes, although occasional hits were inevitable. Still, the injuries were bearable. After crossing the initial 300 meters, the lightning became increasingly intense. Despite his agile dodges, the frequency of hits increased drastically, striking him thrice within just 10 meters. However, this provided valuable physical training, a paradise for those cultivating their bodies. He constantly consumed pills, dodged attacks, and pushed forward. His injuries accumulated rapidly. A single hit caused minor injuries, but multiple strikes led to more severe wounds. Despite the growing injuries, his body grew stronger, yet the end remained uncertain. How wide was this Allahightning Zone? Uncertainty was the scariest thing. Franz Tong persevered, finally advancing over 300 more meters. How much farther? Other 2 kilometers or more. If so, passing through would be incredibly difficult. By now, his body was covered in wounds, and his clothes hung in tatters, but these details no longer mattered. He couldn't stop now, nor did he care. Every strike made his body stronger. Determination burned in his eyes as he continued consuming pills. No suffering, no skill. No suffering, no rescue for Aline. I must endure. Though parts of his body were scorched black and some flesh charred, he persisted. His mental power detected an end. The remaining distance was about 300 meters. Suddenly invigorated, he had a goal now. Smiling, he continued forward. This Allahightning Zone seemed to span 1 kilometer, meaning he was now 4 kilometers in, nearing where Selen reached. His spirit ignited despite his severe injuries. Running toward the densest part of the Allahightning Zone, he knew the strikes were too frequent. He might die if he continued. Reluctantly, he drew his final protective charm, the skybreaking staff. Holding the skybreaking staff while swallowing pills, he surged forward. Upon its appearance, the staff attracted even more lightning, absorbing every strike. It seemed to thrive on lightning, feeding off it. The burden lifted, allowing him to keep running. Only 100 meters left. But now, the sheer volume of lightning overwhelmed even the skybreaking staff, turning Franz Tong into a new target. Exhausted, his body felt like it was burning. His aura surged again, signaling an imminent breakthrough. Consuming too many pills and enduring too many lightning strikes had triggered it. Breakthrough, he shouted, his internal chi flowing wildly as he ran crazily. Only 5 meters left, and he was at his limit. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough. With a pop, a tiny star appeared in his core. Before he could celebrate, a thunderbolt struck him, engulfing him in fire. His body needed immediate cooling after breaking through. Amidst this chaos, his mind remained clear. Remembering the cooling liquid in the jade pot, he summoned it. 1 drop of blue liquid entered his mouth and stomach. Instantly, icy energy spread throughout his body. Bam! Other lightning strike hit him and propelled him out of the Allahightning Zone, hurling him into the next area. Chapter 206, A Pleasant Surprise. Jalmer's body fell onto a desolate surface. His eyes were tightly shut, and his brows knitted in apparent agony. At first glance, he looked to be in great pain. The boy's exterior was fiery hot while his insides felt icy cold, 2 opposing forces waging war within him. The energy provided by the blue liquid clashed with the energy from the lightning strike, neither willing to give in, intertwining and colliding. These 2 energies resembled 2 intertwined snakes rampaging inside Jalmer's body. Occasionally, the boy would let out cries of pain, a form of torment that was also a kind of training. As an old saying goes, those who endure bitter hardship can achieve greatness. It all depended on whether or not he could pass this trial. Outside, it was eerily calm. just desolation. Jalmer lay there like a beggar sprawled on the icy ground during a frigid winter day. If not for the occasional groans and movements due to pain, one might have thought he was already dead. The two conflicting forces within waged relentless battles, 1 minute scorching hot, the next freezing cold. Sweat trickled down his skin, only to turn into ice immediately after. Time passed agonizingly slow amid this struggle. Rainfall zone. After searching through the night, they didn't find even a trace of hair. The two elders finally met again, having circled around the entire rainfall zone. They had covered almost every inch of the area except the depths which their mental strength could still scan. What did you find? Ignatiusson asked, though he knew very well there wouldn't be any results, but couldn't help asking. Carl shook his head. No trace at all. Even if there were signs, they've been washed away by the rain. Indeed, this hateful rotting rain. Both elders were exhausted, having searched tirelessly all night. Zaire, ordinary spiritual warrior, wouldn't have managed such extensive coverage. They spared no effort and ended up with some injuries too. The corrosive rain showed no mercy. Arriving at the edge between the rainfall zone and gravity zone, each took a pill and began recuperating. Half an hour later, Ignatiusson asked, is it possible he is still in the gravity zone? Unlikely. According to William Wing, they reached the rainfall zone right after entering. It's improbable for Zaire to stay in the gravity zone now, replied Carl. What do we do? Could he have bypassed the rainfall zone and ventured deeper? Ignatiusson expressed frustration. How could that be? He's just a spiritual cultivator. We can't even pass the rainfall zone. What if Aiden wanted to harm him? Not. Carl stopped, leaving the implication clear. No way. Ignatiusson responded firmly. You're so sure? He's just a spiritual cultivator while Aiden has 4th tier spiritual warrior cultivation. Don't worry about Aiden. Even if he were 5th or 6th tier, he couldn't touch Zaire. My concern lies with the boulder forest. Even a 6th tier spiritual warrior couldn't do anything to him? Carl stared incredulously at Ignatiusson. Tell me clearly, what's going on? It's nothing. I know my disciple. Let's search the gravity zone once more. I'll go left, you take the right, said Ignatiusson, stepping into the gravity zone and heading left. Brother Xiao? So eager to leave, hiding something? Ignatiusson ignored him. Fine, settle accounts later. Then he entered the gravity zone and proceeded toward the right, struggling forward. Soon, another difficult half-day passed in anxiety. The two elders William met again and exchanged shakes of their heads. Let's go back. They were weary and disheartened as they headed out of the boulder forest. Father. Uncle William. Several people gathered outside the forest, eyes filled with confusion. Where was everyone? No sign after a whole night plus morning? Let's return, said Ignatiusson bitterly. Hopefully, this disciple will find himself blessed. He brought me back from madness. Don't let him ruin himself here. The boulder forest has claimed many talents. Where's Zaire? Julie persisted, recalling how much Zaire had helped her. We couldn't find him. Let's talk when we get back, replied Ignatiusson. Well, let's go back first, sighed Carl. Disappointed, they headed toward Carl's residence. Upon arriving home, both men entered an underground chamber together. Meanwhile, outside the boulder forest, over 1,000 meters from where the William family stood earlier, Jethro and Aiden lurked stealthily. They're gone? Jethro munched on food. Yes, Elder Alon, replied Aiden, who had been keeping a sharp eye on the William family. They didn't find that guy Zaire, huh? Not a trace. That guy likely met his end in the boulder forest. Just a spiritual cultivator daring to venture deep into the rainfall zone. Miracle if he survived. Hard to say. The world is full of wonders. That Hank Zhongchuan seems quite talented. If he were my disciple, I'd train him well. But now, forget it. He's probably long gone. What do we do now? Go back? Jethro stood up, glanced at the boulder forest, then leaped away. Aiden quickly followed. Under the midday sun in the desolate part of the boulder forest, the previously suffering boy now wore a serene expression with a hint of a smile. That smile seemed out of place, contrasting sharply with his tattered, dirty clothes. Yet his smile was calm and content. Bright sunlight stung his face, causing slight pain. Finally, the boy opened his eyes, quickly shutting them again against the blinding white light. Shielding his eyes, he sat up slowly. Oh, a heavenly paradise. How beautiful it looks. In Jalmer's view, red flowers, green grass, bridges, and streams filled the scenery. He wore a white robe, appearing pure and clean. Standing up, Jalmer noticed movement in the nearby woods and approached cautiously. Brother Zaire, is that you? A girl emerged from the woods. It was Aline. Maribel, it's really you. Finally, I found you. Jalmer rushed over, grabbing Aline's hand. Zaire, you're here too? A familiar voice spoke beside him. Jalmer turned to see Hank family's grandfather and grandmother standing nearby. Grandfather, grandmother, you're here too? This is wonderful news, exclaimed the boy, surprised and delighted. ####Chapter 207, Between Alafi and Death. Are you hungry? William Showing asked with a smile, her face full of kindness. Yeah, I am a bit. It's been a while since I had something to eat. Jalmer rubbed his stomach. I just finished cooking. We can eat in a moment. Come, wash your face first. Grandma William brought over a basin of water. Thank you, Grandma. The boy was delighted. It felt like he was back at the Hank family village. Such a warm scene. They walked into a beautiful house amidst the forest. The food was already laid out on the table, emitting an inviting aroma and steaming hot. The meal is ready. Why aren't we eating yet? Jalmer asked, somewhat puzzled. Wait a bit longer. There are others coming. They'll be here soon. Father, mother, we're back. A familiar voice came from outside. Jalmer went to the door, and several familiar faces appeared before his eyes. Uncle Hank, Aunt Yuan, you're back too? It was Hank Camden and Rochelle, with Hank Xiaochun following behind. Huh? Zaire, you're back as well? Great. Finally, our whole family is together. Hank Camden laughed heartily, then put down the bamboo basket on his back. which contained quite a few spiritual herbs. Jalmer glanced at it. Good quality herbs, mostly second tier. Are these now so easily found in the wild? Big brother Zairdong, look, I'm a spirit practitioner now, pretty impressive, right? Hank Xiaochun demonstrated by manipulating a leaf in front of her. Wow, that's great. We should thank you for the pill you gave us back then. It made a big difference, Hank Camden said with a smile. Stop standing around, let's sit down and eat, Grandma Williams said smilingly. Yes, hurry up and sit, old Jameson Hank added. Then the 7 of them sat down and began to eat. The familiar taste, laughter, and happiness filled the room. Jalmer shared his experiences since parting ways, while the others recounted what happened after he left. The elderly couple spoke of their hardships searching for him. Hank Camden described their escape from DU Gate, and Aline talked about her arduous cultivation at Colette Gate. Time flew by, and days turned into weeks. These few days were spent happily cultivating and consuming large quantities of pills, also providing many pills to Aline and the others. The boy could feel the immense energy when taking the pills, but his cultivation didn't seem to improve. What's going on? This shouldn't be happening. But if life could be this peaceful with the Hanks, what did it matter if his cultivation stagnated? Alafi passed idly, and soon a year went by. Jalmer felt something was amiss, but this life was exactly what he desired, so he didn't delve into it deeply. 2 years later, his alchemy skills plateaued despite regular practice, and even though he continued to consume pills, they seemed ineffective in enhancing his cultivation. Every day felt repetitive. But this was the life the young boy loved, so he kept going. 3 years passed, and everything remained unchanged. Today mirrored yesterday, and tomorrow repeated today. Something isn't right. I still have my master waiting for me to rescue Norris. Has Neo grandfather managed to escape? Didn't I promise to take him home? This all feels increasingly surreal. Where exactly am I? Why does my foot hurt all the time? As a renowned doctor, I shouldn't be missing anything obvious. Zaire, 3 years have passed with no cultivation progress. That's impossible. My previous advancement was swift. Lately, something has felt off. How did I get here? Right, Ignatius Ansher-All-On. Wasn't I an Ignatius Ansher-All-On? Then I was struck by lightning in the thunder zone, barely advancing to 6th rank spirit scholar before another strike hit me. Did the lightning kill me? The boy shivered. After all this hardship, could this be the end? Big brother Zairdong, what's wrong? Aileen's voice broke through his thoughts. Jalmer stared at her. Is this real, Aileen? Why are you staring at me like that? Big brother Zairdong? Maribel, try stabbing me with this knife. He handed her a blade. What? Are you crazy, big brother Zairdong? What's your current cultivation level? I'm 1st rank spirit scholar. Let's spar then. Of course, I haven't progressed for a while. Here, use this knife. No, I have my weapon. Aileen drew a sword. They found a spacious area and started sparring. Despite her lower cultivation, Aileen's speed allowed her to match Jalmer's skill, although he wasn't using his full strength. As they fought, Aileen lunged at Jalmer with her sword. Just as their weapons were about to meet, Jalmer moved his blade away. With a puncture sound, the sword stabbed into Jalmer's chest, blood gushing out. Ah! Aileen screamed, dropping her sword and catching the falling Jalmer. Damn, it hurts. Blood continued flowing as the boy lost consciousness. When the boy woke up, he was lying in bed. How? I survived a stab to the chest? Though it still hurts. Big brother Zairdong, are you okay? You could have deflected that blow. Why didn't you? Aileen's eyes were red with tears. You're too strong. Look, I'm fine. The boy smiled, wiping away her tears. Am I really alive? Zaire's sharp pain shot through his ankle. Maribel, check if there's any wound on my right ankle. Aileen lifted his right foot, rolled up the pant's leg, and examined closely. There's nothing. No wound. Ouch. Zaire's wave of intense pain struck Jalmer. Something is definitely wrong. From then on, Jalmer began doubting everything. He scrutinized his surroundings and continuously explored, especially focusing on his mental senses. Unexpectedly, using mental power caused headaches. The more he used it, the worse the pain became. His ankle also ached increasingly. Am I trapped in an illusion? Realizing this possibility, Jalmer recalled some literature he read earlier, finding it increasingly plausible. After some time, Jalmer finally sensed a cliff through his mental power. Perhaps this was where he'd find either death or survival. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and jumped off. Whether he could break free from the illusion depended on this leap, life or death. Chapter 208. Preparing to return. Gambling is not advisable, but after thorough deliberation and with 9/10 certainty, it might be worth a try. After all, continuing this way might result in being trapped in the dream forever. In fact, Jalmer had long suspected the truth. He just didn't want to break this beautiful illusion, hoping to stay a while longer in this dream. Here, there was only joy, no pain or sorrow. It was the life everyone dreams of. Breaking it required courage, yet many tasks awaited the Wilfred, so he must shatter everything. The wind howled by his ears, his heart suspended as he underwent free fall. In reality, such an experience would be utterly despairing. But now, Jalmer was full of hope. Could he break through? The Noel smiled, closing his eyes. A thud, and the Noel lost consciousness. Zaire, interminable night. Damn, my foot hurts. A tattered Noel curled up on the ground, clutching his ankle and shouting. Simultaneously, the Noel opened his eyes. What did he see? No longer the vibrant spring scenery but desolation everywhere. Damn, the contrast was immense. Was this the real world? Looking at his ankle. Damn it. You little creatures have caused me much trouble. It turned out the red sky ants were biting Jalmer. The Noel sat up, huffing. Stop biting. You're killing me. Want to eat my flesh? The small ants ceased gnawing, looking at him pitifully. You misunderstood them. They bit you to awaken you. Didn't you lose consciousness? Zaire, I told them to do it, came the voice of the young queen ant. Where am I? Jalmer still looked bewildered. Unknown. Just that a lightning strike transported you here from the thunder zone. Then you lay on the ground, initially in great pain, later looking blissfully happy. Were you dreaming? I've been lying here the whole time? Yes. How long? 3 days, more than 3 days. More than 3 days? Not more than 3 years. Jalmer muttered, turning his head to inspect the surroundings. Nearby were stones and trees. Afar were mountains and streams. But it was desolate. Is this the so-called illusion zone, where entering traps one in illusions, making it difficult to escape one's own world? What 3 years? If you'd been here for 3 years, you'd be nothing but dust. That was true. This illusion was powerful. If not for his strong mental power, he might indeed be trapped inside. Thank you. Jalmer addressed the red sky ants, appreciating their efforts despite the bites. Just verbal thanks? We haven't eaten for days. The young queen ant pouted. True. Here, have some flame essence. Saying so, he tossed one flame essence to the young queen ant and another to the other red sky ants. Gulp. Jalmer rubbed his stomach, feeling hungry too. He had eaten well in the dream, but in reality, he hadn't eaten for days. As a spirit scholar, being hungry for days wouldn't hurt him, but it affected his mood. Might as well take a pill to soothe the shock. He popped a chi-gathering pill into his mouth and started cultivating. 10 minutes later, after absorbing the efficacy, he felt refreshed. Yes, nice. He had reached Spirit Scholar level 6. There seemed to be a special cold energy in the air currents, probably due to the changes brought by the liquid in the jade flask. Standing up, the Noel released a chi stream toward a nearby small plant. Damn, it froze instantly. Looking at his hand, the Noel smiled satisfactorily. Lifting his leg, he prepared to walk deeper. Suddenly, a voice floated by. You can walk within 20 meters nearby, but don't go deeper. This voice, it sounded like Second Jamister. Second Jamister, is that you? Who else could it be? A female voice came from the bracelet on his right wrist, clear this time. You finally woke up. Great. I'm about to fall back asleep. Saving you took considerable effort. Your first Jamister hasn't woken up yet. When you jumped from the ship, he used much strength to protect you. Saving me? Where did you save me? Do you think you could break through the illusion at your current level? I kept communicating with your subconscious through soul power to prevent you from getting lost. Otherwise, how could you come out? Indeed. Fine. If the master says so, it must be so. Second Jamister, you said you're going to sleep again? Yes. This combined formation is impressive. I didn't expect to find such an array on this continent, but it may not have been set up by people from here. Who set it up isn't important. What matters is that you shouldn't venture further now, or you'll get lost. If I were awake, it would be fine, but I'm falling back asleep. If I haven't woken up by then, and you want to go in again, you must at least reach Spirit Jamister level. Understood? Understood, Jamister. What's your cultivation now? Spirit Scholar level 6. Spirit Scholar level 6, not bad. How long has it been since you jumped from the ship? About 3 months. 3 months? A puzzled voice. Is this kid fooling me? From Spirit Seeker level 9 to Spirit Scholar level 6 in 3 months? Human? Yeah, 3 months. How are your formation studies going? He's crazy, but having a capable disciple is good. He might really help me recover. Lately, I've mainly focused on alchemy. I found a Spirit Scholar level 9 teacher for formations, and I'm learning formation materials and their refinement. Next step is formation assembly. Good job. Time flies. What else can I say? 2 formation sets and 3 jade pieces were thrown out. These 2 sets, one can withstand a blow from a Spirit Jamister level 8 cultivator, the other can trap a Spirit Jamister level 6 for a while. You can activate both. Refer to the instructions for details. Additionally, here's a book on formations. Thanks, Jamister. Waking up comes with rewards. This is good. Alright, I'll continue sleeping. Take care of yourself. Okay, thank you, Jamister. Is there anything you need me to do? No response, meaning she had fallen back asleep. Guess I'll keep providing pills for them. Jalmer rested for a while, reviewing what he gained in the boulder forest, then began heading out of the forest. He was preparing to return. Chapter 209. It's good that nothing happened. Jalmer turned around and glanced at the illusion zone once more, standing there in hesitation for several seconds. Forget it, I can always come back next time. Cultivation is important, but life is more important. The Wilfred turned and headed towards the Alahightening zone. Entering was tough, but leaving wasn't much easier. Fortunately, he had been through this before. At least his life wasn't at risk. Once again, after being scorched by lightning, he passed through the Alahightening zone. Entering the floating zone again, the Wilfred began to take pills to recover from his lightning injuries. Once almost fully recovered, he walked towards the rain zone with the stabilizing stone in hand, feeling quite relaxed. Meanwhile, his mental power continuously explored the surroundings. Perhaps he would get lucky and find some treasure. Suddenly, the Noel stopped as if sensing something. Several hundred meters to the right, something seemed to be floating. Curiosity drove him to investigate. Finally, a figure appeared within sight. 5 meters ahead of him, 3 meters above the ground, floated a person horizontally, facing away. There seemed to be no sign of life. Senior? Judging by the clothing, it appeared to be an elder's attire. No response. Senior? Jalmer called out again. Still no reply. The Noel approached the front of the floating body. The person's eyes were wide open, seemingly staring directly at Jalmer, which gave him quite a shock. Senior? There was no response whatsoever. Jalmer threw out a rope, coiling it around the person and pulling down. Damn. Zaire extremely uncomfortable sight greeted him. The clothes along with the bones came down, but the skin and flesh remained suspended in the air, becoming disorganized and no longer human-shaped after the pull. The Noel was so frightened that he nearly fell to the ground. How could this happen? How many years has this body been dead? He composed himself and retrieved the storage ring from the corpse. Thanks to Jalmer's superior mental power, it didn't take long to unseal the ring. Inside were various items like formations arrays, array chess pieces, medicinal pills, coins, and other miscellaneous objects. After all, He was an elder and possessed some valuable items. The Noel only glanced over these things, intending to examine them carefully later. First, he found the sect badge and checked it. It read Denham. This person was clearly named Denham. Other information couldn't be seen without using the sect's card reading device. Could Denham, surnamed Wu, be related to the former Valley Master Norris? The Noel frowned. What should be done with Denham's remains? Better take the bones and clothes back, and let the rest return to nature. He planned to bring it into the rain zone to allow it to dissolve back into the earth. With this decided, the Noel took out a cloth bag, lightly leaped up, and packed Denham's remains. Then he proceeded to the rain zone. Upon reaching the rain zone, he placed Denham's remains on the ground, where they soon vanished. This place was indeed good for disposing of bodies. With an evil smile, he quickly ran towards the gravity zone, deciding not to linger in the unpleasant rain zone. By the time he reached the gravity zone, the sun was high in the sky. Going back now might not be appropriate. Should he wait until nightfall? The Noel started cultivating here. This was a great place for body tempering. Not practicing would be a waste. Pills went into his mouth one after another, as he alternated between practicing the heaven-cleaving staff technique and the 10,000 extremes art. His cultivation grew, and his body strengthened. Finally, night came. Transforming his appearance, he swiftly passed through the gravity zone, then through the storm zone, before riding his mount to Carl's house. Shortly thereafter, the Noel arrived at number 11. Knocking on the door, it was opened by the same little girl, William Hanksio. Ah! William Hanksio screamed in surprise. Could it be a ghost? How could it be Hank Zhongchuan, still alive? Who is it? Julie appeared at the door. Ah! Julie stepped back. What's going on? Carl emerged. Junior uncle. Jalmer smiled. Zai-Tong? Come inside quickly. Carl, pleased yet momentarily stunned, grabbed Jalmer and dragged him into the house. As you said, Brother William, this boy Zai-Tong is excellent indeed. Jalmer entered and saw Ignatiushin was also there. Jamister, you're here too? Yes, if they hadn't said you were targeted by Jethro, I wouldn't have bothered coming. It wasted my time and delayed my promotion. Look, you were clearly worried during the search in the Lancerline, weren't you? Carl pointed at Ignatiushin, who was being stubborn and refused to admit it. Edit. See, you were clearly worried when searching for people in the Lancerline, weren't you? Carl pointed at Ignatiushin, who was being stubborn and refused to admit it. Note, for a more natural flow, aren't you, is adjusted to weren't you, to match the past context, and clarified, searching for people instead of just search. However, since Lancerline is a specific place name from the original text, I kept it as is unless you want it translated. But it's good you're back. I knew you weren't short-lived. Ignatiushin pulled Jalmer closer, inspecting him to ensure nothing was missing. Gurgur. The sound of Jalmer's growling stomach protested. Hungry, huh? I'll make food immediately. Julie headed to the kitchen, followed by William Hanksio to help. Jalmer smiled sheepishly. Come, sit down. Tell us what happened. So, Jalmer recounted his experience in the first 3 zones, ending with how he got trapped in the floating zone for several days before barely escaping. He skipped mentioning the Allah-heightening zone and illusion zone to avoid alarming everyone. You really managed to get through the rain zone? Ignatiushin looked at Jalmer, knowing he himself couldn't pass through it. Jalmer nodded. It seems Aiden didn't lie completely. What did he say? He said he met you and sparred with you, and later you ran deeper into the rain zone. That's true, but it wasn't sparring. It was fighting for our lives. Ignatiuscally, I'm not weak, ha ha ha. You're quite proud of yourself. At that moment, there was a commotion outside. Even before the door opened, voices were heard. There's still no news. Junior brother Hank must be fine, right? Then Fate walked in. Indeed, he's fine. What else could happen? Jalmer walked over to Fate with a smile, acknowledging that he was a decent person. Seeing Jalmer, Fate froze for a moment before embracing him. It's good you're okay. Soon, the meal was ready. Everyone sat down to eat, with Jalmer doing most of the eating while others accompanied him. Only 10 days left until the alchemy contest semifinals. Be prepared, Ignatiushin reminded. 10 days, alright? Keep these herbs and practice alchemy often. Okay, Jamister, do you need any pills? Me? If I need them, I'll make them myself. You should keep them. Alright, but since I received materials, I need to submit pills anyway. Jalmer handed over a few jade bottles containing dozens of pills, completing his material submission task. Ignatiushin accepted them without hesitation. Materials cost money, after all. Translation notes asterisk. Character names asterisk pinion names such as Jalmer are retained for consistency. Tone and style, asterisk the translation maintains the original tone and style, preserving dialogue and narrative flow. Paragraph structure asterisk paragraphs and line breaks match the original text for readability and continuity. Storyline and logic asterisk the translated content remains coherent with the previous story elements. Hashtag chapter 210. Jamister of formation arrays. Does senior brother Hankengwang need any pills? Franz Tong asked William Hankengwang. William Hankengwang glanced at his father and smiled. If you have extras, I can help you consume some. It seems like you're not really interested. Fine, if you don't want them, then I'll give some to senior sister. Franz Tong smirked and handed 2 jade bottles to William Hankenschau. Senior sister, here you go. The quality is no worse than what's on the pharmacy counter. William Hankenschau took the jade bottles, immediately uncapped one, and found a bottle of 10 high-quality chi enhancing pills and another with 10 high-quality soul enhancing pills. The young girl beamed. Thank you, Junior brother Hank. Junior brother Hank, are you a little biased? Don't you not value them? I didn't say I didn't value them. Himph, still trying to argue? Zairiway, grown-ups shouldn't hold grudges against juniors, Franz Tong said as he tossed over 2 more jade bottles. William Hankengwang caught them and saw that one contained chi-gathering pills, and the other had soul-gathering pills, each bottle with 10 high-quality pills. Generous. William Hankengwang laughed heartily, giving Franz Tong a thumbs up. They all got something. Why not me and Auntie? Do you want them too? You are an elder, regularly supplied with pills. Hee, joking. Never mind then. Jaemister, do you think they can be trusted? Franz Tong transmitted telepathically to Ignatiushan. Trustworthy. Ignatiushan replied telepathically. Since Uncle spoke up, let me show some courtesy, Franz Tong said, handing out 2 small jade bottles, one to William Han Yovan and the other to Alessio Air. Hee, you really gave them? William Han Yovan chuckled but did not open the bottle. Alessio Air opened hers and was momentarily stunned. What's wrong? William Han Yovan wondered. It shouldn't warrant such an expression, right? Just chi gathering pills? Look for yourself. Alessio Air placed the items under William Han Jovan's eyes. Damn, 5 cleansing body pills in this one. So the other bottle also has 5. Does this mean I can binge on these pills and become a spirit Jaemister soon? He immediately opened the other bottle and confirmed they were indeed cleansing body pills. Uncle, satisfied enough? Satisfied, very satisfied. Xiao William, you have a great disciple here. You should also strive to reach spirit Jaemister sooner to make up for lost years. Meanwhile, Franz Tong feasted heartily, feeling quite content. Zaire hour later, Ignatiushan was about to leave. Why not stay another night? No, I've already delayed long enough because of this brat. I need to get back to cultivation and catch up with you all. Hee, alright, good to see you motivated. Jaemister, let me see you off. Franz Tong followed Ignatiushan outside. William Han Yovan paused, intending to accompany him, but Franz Tong clearly wanted to speak privately with Ignatiushan. Outside, Franz Tong asked, Jaemister, do you have any detoxifying pill materials left? Detoxifying pills? Yes, a few sets. Here you go, Ignatiushan said, taking out several materials from his storage ring. I plan to stay another 5 or 6 days before returning. We can refine the detoxifying pills together then. Good, waiting for you. Your aura feels stronger, didn't it? Not bad. I advanced 1 level in the chaotic rock forest. Now, I'm at 6th level spirit scholar. Really? Ignatiushan fell silent, frustrated that advancing could be so easy. Just a trip to the forest and a level up. Jaemister, can I ask you something? Do you know Denim? Franz Tong suddenly transmitted telepathically. Denim? Ignatiushan pondered. It seems Aspen, the Valley Master, had a son named Denim a long time ago. How do you know about Denim? I saw his body in the chaotic rock forest. You're sure? Probably correct. Never mind. I'll tell you when I return. Alright, I'll go now. Take care. Someone is watching you closely. Denim was ancient history. Discussing him now wouldn't serve any purpose. He would mention it later. Soon, Franz Tong returned to room 11. Your master left? Yeah. It's late now. You must be exhausted from the chaotic rock forest. Get some rest early and prepare for array formation tomorrow. Sure. Franz Tong greeted everyone and went upstairs. William Han Yovan followed silently. Without a word, Franz Tong entered the room and turned back. Uncle, come in and talk. Inside and closed the door. Our house seems to be under surveillance recently. Zaire, according to Hankingwang, there have been people lurking around the outskirts of the chaotic rock forest lately. Oh, do you know who they are? No idea. Afraid to tip them off, I haven't investigated. It must be Jethro and his crew, causing trouble for you. But they shouldn't harm you. Their target is me. Why did you offend them? Nothing much, just offended Jeannie upon entering the sect. She's always tried to sabotage me, but failed every time. Unexpectedly, even elders are involved now, showing her significant influence within the Alon family. Jameside, there are other reasons. William Han Yovan observed the Noel. Perhaps. Don't worry, uncle. I plan to leave in 5 or 6 days. Nothing serious should happen in that time. I didn't mean that. I just want to understand. Rest well. William Han Yovan walked to the door, then turned. Oh, thank you for today. Thanks for what? William Han Yovan shook the jade bottle in his hand and stepped out. Franz Tong smiled, closed the door, and started studying the array formation techniques provided by his second master. Half an hour later, he mastered them, gaining a means to defend himself even against 6th level spirit Jaemasters. The next day, Franz Tong spent all day in the array formation department's library, encountering Aiden. Surprisingly, Aiden apologized, acknowledging his defeat wholeheartedly and offering to take Franz Tong to Elder Alon for the reward. But Franz Tong refused, uninterested. Despite Aiden's persistent persuasions, he remained unmoved. Eventually, Aiden left dejectedly. After Aiden left, Franz Tong felt constantly watched. He ignored it, thinking as long as he didn't misbehave, what could they do? That evening, he consulted William Han Yovan about some doubts. For the following days, he spent mornings in the library and afternoons assembling formations under William Han Jovan's guidance. Occasionally, he noticed someone watching him. On the first afternoon, the assembly failed, but on the second, it succeeded. This proved Franz Tong was undoubtedly a Jaemister of formation arrays now. Hashtag Chapter 211, 3rd rank alchemist. What was remarkable was that on the final afternoon of his stay, he actually managed to assemble a 2nd rank formation array. In less than a month, he had progressed from a novice to a 2nd rank formation master. Carl was indeed proud. That night, Carl had a long talk with Jalmer, sharing years of experience with formation arrays. This was the wisdom of an elder from one of the top sects in the Rat Kingdom, something most people could only dream about, so Jalmer was deeply grateful. The next morning, after breakfast, Carl insisted on escorting Jalmer back to the alchemy sect. Though Jalmer initially refused, Carl was adamant. The journey back would pass through some secluded areas, and with enemies around, there was always a risk of an ambush. If anything happened to Jalmer, he wouldn't be able to face Ignatiushan again, nor could he live with the guilt. With Carl's insistence, he accompanied him. With an elder present, others dared not act rashly, as it could have severe repercussions. During the journey, they did encounter some suspicious individuals, but upon seeing Carl, they wisely chose not to interfere. These people were not spirit Jaemasters, so they didn't dare make a move. Zaire hour later, they arrived at number 18, where Ignatiushan was waiting. It was clear that Carl had already informed him beforehand. Brother Xiao, your precious disciple has been safely delivered. You can rest easy now. All right, did the journey go smoothly? There were a few pesky individuals, but with this bodyguard around, no one dared to cause trouble. Heh, quite impressive. Want to eat something? Of course, absolutely. So the three of them found a small restaurant and had a hearty meal together, talking for over 2 hours. After bidding farewell to Carl, the master and disciple hurried into the alchemy chamber to start their work. Before getting started, they chatted a bit. What about Denim? What happened? Ignatiushan asked curiously. I saw his body in the floating zone. This is his sect badge, said Jalmer, handing over the badge. Ignatiushan took it and confirmed its authenticity. I never met Denim personally. I've only heard stories. They say he was a prodigy back then, someone who could have become the Valley Lord, Ignatiushan mused. So talented. Oh, and here's this, Jalmer added, producing the skeleton. Ignatiushan examined it inside. Put it away for now. If we get the chance, we'll return it to Valley Lord Wu. Jamister, do you think Denim could have been framed? That's hard to say. But if Valley Lord Wu believes the current Jamister Allah was involved, it's possible Denim was also harmed. However, it's been too many years. Bringing it up again won't change anything. True, let's see what Valley Lord Wu says when the time comes. Just be more cautious moving forward. Speaking of which, it might be better if you leave the sect once you reach Spirit Jamister level. Your cultivation speed is extraordinary, and you should achieve Spirit Jamister status soon. We'll see. For now, we need to focus on alchemy. Jamister, you should work harder too. Reaching Spirit Jamister will help protect me better. Jalmer smiled. Do I still need to protect you? Heh, I might not even be able to match you now. But Spirit Jamister isn't within my reach yet. However, reaching 9th rank Spirit Scholar is close. In that case, congratulations in advance, Jamister. Let's get to work. Thus, they put away their belongings and began working on alchemy. They went all out, refining every second rank potion they knew, non-stop. Of course, they kept consuming pills to maintain their stamina. For 3 days straight, except for eating and sleeping, they were constantly refining potions, occasionally taking breaks to discuss and reflect on their work. Both were skilled, and their discussions yielded significant improvements. After several days of intense alchemy practice, Jalmer's refining time shortened, and the quality of his potions improved significantly. The rematch of the alchemy competition is the day after tomorrow. Should we try the detoxifying pill today? The Wilfred suggested. Sure. They discussed the process and key points for refining the detoxifying pill, analyzing why their previous attempt failed. Minutes later, they started. Jalmer took the lead while Ignatiushan assisted, keeping a supply of soul-gathering pills nearby to replenish soul power as needed. They meticulously added ingredients to the crucible, following the established procedure. They adjusted the flame intensity based on the changes sensed by their soul power. After half an hour, the juices from the various ingredients combined, and the refining continued. Their soul power continuously monitored the changes inside the crucible, draining quickly, but the Wilfred kept consuming soul-gathering pills to replenish it. Finally, after 20 minutes, they finished. Eagerly, they lifted the crucible lid and retrieved the contents. The exhausted duo stared at the soft lump in Jalmer's hand and smiled. Though the quality was subpar, it was a third-rank potion. 2 spirit scholars had successfully refined a third-rank potion. A true miracle. Zaired, since they succeeded once, future attempts would be easier, with better results. Exhausted, they sat down, exchanged glances, and laughed. Then, they hugged and burst into laughter again. Jamister, should we rest for a bit, then go celebrate with a good meal? Sounds good. They consumed some pills to recover. At this point, Ignatiushan's aura seemed somewhat unstable, noticed by Jalmer. Is Jamister about to advance? This is excellent news. But seeing his master focused on recovery, he didn't ask. Zaire hour later, almost fully recovered, the Wilfred asked, Jamister, are you advancing? Ignatiushan smiled. Seems like it. This feeling has been long forgotten. Indeed, after several years of stagnation, he finally had a chance to break through. Good things call for a celebration. The master and disciple had a hearty meal at a hotel, then returned to the alchemy chamber to continue refining. This time, they practiced with second-rank potions first. After 2 hours, they resumed refining the detoxifying pill. 1 hour later, they completed another pill, slightly better than the first. After resting briefly, they continued refining. 50 minutes later, they produced a low-grade detoxifying pill. Yes, a low-grade potion. While the first 2 were substandard, not even qualifying as low-grade. They pressed on without Ignatiushan's assistance this time. Zaire 50 minutes later, they successfully refined another low-grade detoxifying pill, entirely crafted by the Wilfred alone. By the end, they used all 5 sets of materials, resulting in 2 low-grade and 2 substandard detoxifying pills. For beginners, this was a miracle. For spirit scholars refining potions, this was beyond a miracle. Thus, the Wilfred officially became a third-rank alchemist. Chapter 212, the repechage begins. The Wilfred was in high spirits, but why hadn't he heard his master speak? Turning his head, he saw his master meditating. His breathing was extremely unstable. Was he about to break through? Jalmer didn't say anything and just stood beside him, watching. He held a bottle of pills, all with Danwen markings, ready to assist his master at any moment. Half an hour later, he watched as his master's breath fluctuated continuously but failed to advance, always seeming to be just a step away. Jalmer grew anxious, even more so than his master. Jamister, I have Danwen-infused gathering chi pills. Should you take one? Ignatiushan nodded and opened his mouth. The Noel handed him a pill, flicked it, and it entered Ignatiushan's mouth, sliding down his throat to the stomach, where a surge of powerful energy immediately dissipated. Ignatiushan quickly focused his efforts on channeling his power. Half an hour later, a different kind of aura erupted from Ignatiushan's body. Clearly, he had successfully advanced. Jamister, take another pill, Jalmer urged, handing over another Danwen-infused pill for stability after the breakthrough. 20 minutes later, another pill appeared by Ignatius's mouth, ensuring greater stability. Another 20 minutes passed, and Ignatius opened his eyes with a broad smile. He moved his hand, constricting the air around Jalmer playfully. "Ha, still trying to look cool? You're getting too old for that. Jamister, I feel uncomfortable. Please let go," Jalmer called out, cooperating to make his master feel triumphant. "You scamp." Ignatius pointed at the boy and released the constriction. "Jamister, did you break through to Spirit Jamister level 9? When will you become a Spirit Jamister? Once you do, you'll be my greatest support." "Spirit Jamister? You're dreaming. Breaking through to Spirit Jamister isn't easy. It requires talent, resources, and opportunities. It's not something you can wish into existence. Perhaps I won't break through in this lifetime." "Don't say such discouraging words. You're among the top 3 alchemists who are spirit adepts. If you can't break through, does that mean the alchemy sect's future Spirit Jamisters are at risk?" "Enough of that. It's still far off. Honestly, I'm waiting for you to break through to Spirit Jamister and help me. You're already at level 6 Spirit Adept. Perhaps less than a year from now, you'll be a Spirit Jamister." Jalmer smiled, wondering if that was possible. "That's enough for today. It's already evening. Let's go eat and get some rest. Tomorrow we can try refining that soul-uniting pill." "Whatever you say, Jamister," the Noel agreed. "Let's go." The master and apprentice enjoyed a large meal together. Due to their intensive cultivation, they both had massive appetites. With full bellies, they walked home proudly. Along the way, people often stared or greeted them. Some also observed them covertly or overtly. Someone even used soul power to probe them, only to be rebuked by Ignatius, who snapped back, "Who's this? So lacking in judgment. We're both sect members. Is it appropriate to probe like this?" This action caught the attention of several elders, who realized Ignatius had broken through to level 9 Spirit Adept. How had he remained stagnant for years, only to advance 2 months after taking in a mysterious disciple? Could having a disciple really boost one's cultivation? "Congratulations, Lemuel." Zaire elder-like figure saluted Ignatius. "Gareth, what congratulations?" "Congratulations on your advancement, Lemuel." "Oh that. Advancing to level 9 Spirit Adept isn't much to celebrate. Only breaking through to Spirit Jamister would be worth celebrating," Ignatius replied somewhat arrogantly. "Then I wish you success in advancing to Spirit Jamister soon." Gareth smiled inwardly, thinking how hard it was to reach Spirit Jamister. Not many in the entire sect were at that level. Ignatius seemed overly confident. "Thank you," Ignatius said as he continued walking. They arrived home shortly after. Today was tiring. "Let's rest early. Tomorrow's tasks won't be simple either." "Sure," Jalmer responded. They then retired to their respective rooms. Of course, the Noel didn't rest right away but instead fell into his nightly routine, which had become habitual. Ignatius, after parting ways with Jalmer, didn't rest either. Instead, he went out, acting as a night owl. Having advanced, he wanted to brag to his old friends. Otherwise, what was the point of the advancement? The next day, after sufficient preparation, they refined 5 batches of pills, specifically 3rd stage soul uniting pills. Leveraging their experience from refining toxin purging pills, they succeeded in producing 5 pills, 1 from each batch without fail. Apart from the first batch being an inferior grade, the other 4 were of lower grade quality. It seemed they could now reliably refine ordinary 3rd stage pills, needing only to improve yield and quality. The master and apprentice were quite pleased. Achieving this at Spirit Adept level was unprecedented. At least they had never heard of any Spirit Adept doing so. Jalmer felt especially proud. That night, the Noel finally took a break, giving himself a holiday for the competition the next day. Finally, the day came when the alchemy disciples were thrilled. The start of the repechage round of the alchemy competition. Contestants and spectators gathered outside the alchemy sect's central square, paying for entry. All 50 participants, including 8 of the previous top 10, 2 had advanced to Spirit Jamister and thus dropped out, entered the inner arena. Each person was assigned a set of alchemy tools randomly and took their positions. To all geniuses here today, our goal is clear. To select the top 10 to represent us at the annual Rodent Kingdom Alchemy Competition and bring glory to our sect, said Allah Ifeng of the Alchemy Sect. By bringing honor to the sect, you will also benefit greatly. The rewards for the top 10 today are substantial. Everyone gets a chance to visit Spirit Lake. There's also a treasure on this table. What exactly it is, we'll keep you guessing. But after the competition, you'll find out. Be aware, the rewards vary by rank, so do your best. The rules this year have changed. Previously, it was round-by-round elimination. This time, there's no direct elimination. Instead, you'll have multiple chances without excuses for failure. There will be 3 rounds, each ranked individually. Your final ranking will be the average of the 3. Understood? Yes, came the synchronized response. I hereby announce the first round of the repechage begins. Details are on the table in front of you. Translation continues seamlessly with maintained paragraph structure and tone. Chapter 213, The Heated Semifinals. Jalmer glanced at the table. There was a piece of paper on it, written on but placed upside down. On top of the paper lay a storage ring. Picking up the storage ring, he flipped the paper over. The paper read, First round of the semifinals. Refine the Jean Hua Dan Transcendence Pill. Judging rules, first check the quantity. If quantities are equal, then speed will be considered. If both quantity and speed are the same, then the quality of the pills will be judged. Total time cannot exceed 1 hour. Damn, the Transcendence Pill? During the last round of the preliminaries, even the fastest competitor took more than an hour. Yet this Hyatt expects us to finish within an hour. Did his head get caught in a door? While Jalmer was still marveling, the others had already started. Every second counted, and time was everything right now. Not a moment could be wasted. After checking the alchemy tools, Jalmer retrieved materials from the storage ring on the table and began refining the pill seriously, but controlled the speed, so as not to be too fast. He didn't want to win first place. Getting into the top 10 would suffice. As he refined the pill, he also kept an eye on the progress of those around him. Not bad. Everyone seems to be progressing smoothly. It looks like after the previous practice, they've all trained diligently over the past month and improved significantly. Indeed, none of those who made it to the top 50 are simpletons. After more than 20 minutes, a contestant raised their hand. Had they finished refining? Jalmer glanced at the person. They were young, probably around 15 or 16 years old, and quite handsome. Elder announced, Boston has produced 3 pills, all of high quality, taking 25 minutes. Wow. Amazing. The first rank is truly formidable. The audience buzzed with admiration. So, he's Boston. Indeed, he lives up to his name. Jalmer muttered under his breath. Of course, he had heard of this top-ranked individual before but had never met him due to their busy schedules, while Boston focused on alchemy and cultivation. If I want to squeeze into the top 10, what kind of pills do I need to refine? Jalmer pondered. Let's see how it goes. Let's wait and see the results of the submitted pills first. Zaire other person raised their hand. Yonatan, 3 pills of high quality, 26 minutes. Damn. Zaire other set of high quality pills. Geniuses are just that, geniuses. The spectators buzzed again. Nikki, 3 pills, all of high quality, 27 minutes. Indeed, no one in the top 10 got here by fluke. I wish I could have such skills. You should be happy if you can succeed at all. I was just saying. Voices of discussion spread everywhere. Is this Nikki related to Yi Hyatt? Jalmer wondered idly. All-on Xiao Xiao, 3 pills, all of medium quality, 29 minutes. Zaire other result emerged. All-on. Is he connected to Genie's supposed All-on family? As Jalmer thought, All-on Xiao Xiao walked by him, and he caught a whisper, Hey Hank Zairizi, try your best, don't disappoint me. Damn. So he must be from the All-on family. It seems the All-on family does have its talents. More contestants completed their refining, producing 3 pills each, either of high or medium quality. They were mostly the top 10 contenders from before. It looked like their positions wouldn't be easily shaken. James Chong, 3 pills of high quality, 35 minutes. This was the 8th person to finish. James Chong certainly did well. He was previously ranked first in several rounds, directly securing a spot in the top 10. It seems he held back earlier. Jalmer smiled and raised his hand. Hank Zhongchuan, 3 pills, 2 high quality and 1 medium quality, 36 minutes. Huh? That's quite unusual. Yes, usually they're all high or all medium or low. It's rare to have different qualities in the same batch. This Zairizi is quite famous, previously ranking 7th on the battle list, and now 9th in the alchemy rankings. Impressive. Xiaoga William, you did well choosing this disciple. Hee luck, just luck, Ignatiushan said smugly. Jalmer found a seat in the rest area to watch the ongoing refinement of the disciples. Zairizi, nice work, producing 2 high-quality pills, better than mine, but I finished faster, so my ranking is ahead of yours, came a displeasing voice. Without turning his head, Jalmer knew who it was. The guy had mentioned him recently. Are you from the All-on family? Jalmer turned to look at All-on Xiao Xiao. Yes, our All-on family holds some influence in the Xianyao Valley. Be careful, you don't want to fall into our hands, All-on Xiao Xiao sneered. Seems like I haven't provoked any of you. No choice after all, you offended junior sister All-on. Jalmer shook his head, ignoring him and focusing on the senior disciples still refining. One by one, contestants finished refining. Some ended up with 3 medium quality pills, 3 low quality pills, 2 low quality pills, 1 low quality pill, and even substandard ones. Finally, the 1-hour refining time was up. For contestants hadn't finished, meaning no scores for them this round. Soon, the rankings for this round were released. 8 of the previous top 10 remained in the top 10. Newcomers included James Chong, temporarily ranking 8th, and Hank Zhongchuan, temporarily ranking 9th. Rank 9th suited Jalmer just fine. This Zairizi, only in the sect for over 2 months, already ranked 7th on the battle list, now 9th on the alchemy rankings. Truly strange. Yes, entered as a 5th rank spirit practitioner, now 9th rank in just over 2 months. Did he have some fortuitous encounter? What kind of encounters could happen in the sect, other than Aling Mountain, Aling Lake, and the chaotic stone forest? Yet those geniuses frequently visit these places. They're just that big. You're right, truly an anomaly. In the viewing stands, discussions were rife, with most comments about the newcomer Hank Zhongchuan rather than Boston, who was ranked first. Inside the arena, staff worked urgently to prepare for the second round. Minutes later, arrangements were complete. Each alchemy station was partitioned off, so participants couldn't see each other while working. What's this about? My master didn't mention anything like this. All contestants can choose a station. The competition begins in 1 minute and lasts 1 hour. Jalmer casually picked a station. The setup on the table was the same as before, plus a small jade vial. 50 contestants quickly took their positions. The second round of the semifinals officially begins, echoed in everyone's ears. Hashtag chapter 214. What elixir to refine? Jalmer picked up the paper and began reading its contents. It stated, there is a pill in the jade bottle. Study it, you can consume it, then write down what you believe to be the correct formula on this paper, and choose the ingredients from your storage ring to refine it. How did this happen? Now we're in trouble. We are only spirit practitioners after all. Voices of disturbance arose from all around. Indeed, there had never been such a situation before. This was the first time a live competition for replicating an elixir had taken place. Jameson contestants were dumbfounded by the unprecedented event. Silence, everyone. Yes, this is the first ever competition for replicating an elixir. Aren't you geniuses? You are the best among the pill department of our Mystic Medicine Valley. How could you think you're just mediocre talents? Haven't you ever replicated any elixirs before? If not, you do not deserve to be called geniuses. Yi Hyatt's voice echoed through the arena. Hell, replicating an elixir? So cruel. The spectators in the stands also grew restless, having initially thought something went wrong due to the commotion inside the arena. Now they understood what was happening. Alright, considering this is the first competition of its kind, and that there was no prior notice, I'll extend the contest time by 30 minutes, making the total duration 1.5 hours. Though somewhat reasonable, wasn't this a bit too arbitrary? Gradually, the internal arena quieted down. Further discussion would be fruitless. Focusing on studying the pill was the priority. However, the crowd in the stands remained abuzz with excitement. On-site replication of an elixir by a group of first-rank alchemists was a rare sight indeed. Jalmer furrowed his brows, staring at the pill in his hand. Zyralizing and replicating an unknown elixir was something he'd never done before. Since the note said the pill could be consumed and should be beneficial, Jalmer scrutinized it closely, sniffing it as well. First, let's look at the ingredients. Probing into his storage ring, he found 10 kinds of spirit herbs. Clearly, the elixir was made from a selection of these 10 herbs. These were all first-tier spirit herbs, and Jalmer knew each one well, including their properties and effects. Once again, he held the pill close to his nose, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply, savoring the scent carefully. After a few moments, he repeated the process. His mind raced, analyzing the data swiftly. A few minutes later, a smile spread across his face. It should be these 4 herbs. Jalmer took out 4 spirit herbs from his storage ring. He thought for a moment, then with a flick of his finger, a stream of air sliced the pill in half. He sucked in one half, placing it in his mouth. After chewing slightly and tasting it, he swallowed. A mild energy flowed through his body. It was indeed an elixir to enhance spiritual power. While not as potent as soul ascension pills, it was a good choice for low-rank practitioners to boost their spiritual power. Looking at the 4 herbs in front of him, and feeling the changes in his body, he confirmed that these were indeed the right ones. What about the others? Jalmer hesitated for a moment. Sensing around him, he realized that many were still clueless. Should he start refining now? No. Let's wait until someone else begins. In the elders area of the stands, Xiao William, your disciple seems to have already identified the herbs. Quite fast, but I wonder if he's right. One elder commented to Ignatiushin. Hee, so quick? Probably guessed. Who knows if he's right? You don't have confidence in him? Confidence? Of course I do. But I didn't want you to feel inferior, so I said that. Damn, your mouth is truly vicious. The elder chuckled awkwardly. Half an hour later, some people finally started. Using his mental power, Jalmer sensed when 10 people began. He followed suit, writing down his believed formula on the paper before officially starting the refinement. 20 minutes later, someone raised a hand, signaling completion. Everyone looked, Boston. He seemed to excel in every aspect. Meanwhile, Jalmer calmly continued refining. When 9 others indicated completion, he raised his hand. He was the 10th to finish. For a low-tier first-class elixir, he could complete it in 10 minutes, but now was not the time to show off. Having submitted his task, Jalmer walked toward the rest area. The 9 seated there turned their eyes towards him. He was indeed notable, clearly not simple. Jalmer smiled, finding an empty seat to sit down. Zairzi, not bad. We'll see if your replica is accurate, Alan Xiao said sarcastically. We'll know soon enough. Alan's senior brother is impressive, but why didn't you finish first? You stink. Do you smell sweet? You. Forget it, Alan's senior brother. Don't take things out on a newcomer, someone interjected. Humph. Alan Xiao huffed angrily, restrained only by the setting. After all, Jalmer ranked 7th on the combat department's list. Would Alan Xiao risk confronting him here? Time passed in anticipation. When the 90-minute contest concluded, approximately 10 people hadn't successfully identified the pill's components and thus failed. Finally, taking into account the written formulas, refining time, and quality of the elixir, Jalmer came in 9th once more. A remarkable feat among the top 10. Aside from Boston retaining his #1 position, Jalmer was the next consistent performer. Its voice rang out again. Take a 10-minute break before the final round. 10 minutes later, the inner arena was reorganized, and isolation measures from the previous round were removed. Positions were randomly selected, and the 50 contestants returned to their places. The final round is simple. The storage rings on the tables contain several dozen spirit herbs. You may refine whatever elixir you wish, but you only have one chance. Rankings will be determined based on the difficulty of the elixir refined, the quantity, and the quality. Time limit, 1 hour. Jalmer checked the storage ring. Half were second-tier spirit herbs, the other half first-tier. It seemed he would be refining a second-tier elixir this time. But what elixir should he refine? One hand on his chin, his eyes slowly turned as he pondered. Which elixir should I refine? Hashtag chapter 215. Anticipation of the prize. Forget it, let's stick to the routine. Check the alchemy tools first before making any decisions. After Yihai had announced the start of the competition, many participants glanced at their storage rings, selected a few types of spirit herbs, and immediately began their alchemy process. Those who started earliest were mostly those ranked after the top 20. The top 10 deliberated longer on which type of elixir would be best to refine. Refining first-grade elixirs wasn't challenging in terms of success rate, but entering the top 10 wouldn't be easy. On the other hand, refining second-grade elixirs had a less predictable success rate. In the end, almost all who were provisionally in the top 20 chose to refine second-grade elixirs, including gathering chi pills, gathering soul pills, and others, with most choosing the gathering chi pill because of its wide applicability. Since most who chose to refine second-grade elixirs went with the gathering chi pill, Jalmer decided to do the same. He took out the ingredients for the gathering chi pill. Once he removed the materials, his storage ring was taken away. Hankling, Jalmer began refining while deliberately controlling the flame and slowing down the process, ensuring everything was under his command, whether he wanted it fast or slow. Time moved swiftly during this intense competition. 30 minutes later, someone raised their hand. Donald refined an elevating soul pill, producing 3 pills of medium quality within 32 minutes. Damn, the first one to complete is from the Battle Sect. For a member of the Battle Sect to enter the top 50 is quite impressive. At least it's only a first-grade elixir. Otherwise, it would have been a true embarrassment for the Alchemy Sect. The crowd on the surrounding stands became lively as Donald raised his hand. This guy isn't bad, finishing first despite refining a first-grade elixir. It seems he held back previously. Gradually, more people finished and raised their hands, all having refined first-grade elixirs, each producing about 3 pills, still commendable. Time passed, reaching 45 minutes quickly. Boston, yes, Boston finally raised his hand. The top alchemist of the spirit realm finally finished? He's reportedly refining a second-grade elixir. Will he succeed so easily? Don't tell me it turned into mush. Think about it. Who is he? Would he attempt something without assurance? Excitement spread again as Boston raised his hand. Boston refined a gathering soul pill, producing 3 pills of lower quality within 45 minutes. An elder announced Boston's results. Damn, he achieved a second-class alchemist at the spirit realm level. He'll be a key focus for the sect. Well, he was already a top candidate for cultivation. 3 pills of lower quality, not bad. I never refined a second-grade elixir when I was at the spirit realm stage, except that mysterious Qingxin pill. He is pretty strong. Jalmer's lips twitched. Indeed, back then, there was no chance either. I'm refining a gathering chi pill, which is easier than a gathering soul pill. Should I aim for medium or lower quality? It depends on the situation. Ignatiously, results are announced right away. More participants gradually finished up, both those refining first and second-grade elixirs. Jalmer ignored the results for first-grade elixirs, focusing only on the second-grade ones. He heard results for 3 pills of lower quality, some with 2 or 1 pill of lower quality, but none reached medium or higher. Suddenly, a familiar name caught his attention. Ailey refined a gathering chi pill, producing 3 pills of lower quality within 55 minutes. This little girl has skills. She's the third person to produce 3 second-grade pills. With only 3 having produced 3 pills, what should I do? Jalmer continued stalling. Time ticked by, and more people completed their rounds. Soon, it reached 59 minutes. Jalmer raised his hand, unable to wait any longer. Only a few hadn't finished yet. If he surpassed the 1-hour mark, he'd fail. Hank Zhongchuan refined a gathering chi pill, producing 2 pills of lower quality within 59 minutes. The elder announced Jalmer's results. 2 pills of lower quality, a choice made after considering the preceding results. Even if someone managed to produce 3 second-grade pills in the last minute, this score was enough to secure a place in the top 10, especially since achieving a second-class alchemist at the spirit realm level wasn't common, even in this alchemy incubator. Quickly, the 1-hour mark arrived. A few didn't finish, all being from the provisional top 20 who opted for second-grade elixirs. For them, refining a first-grade elixir would have been pointless, as it wouldn't get them into the top 10. A risky attempt at second grade might still give them a chance. Even if they failed, they'd remain in the top 50. To them, 11th place wasn't much different from 50th. Soon, the results of this round were tallied, and surprisingly, Jalmer placed 5th. A short while later, the final overall ranking was revealed. One of the original top 10 fell out, and 3 outsiders entered, including Hank Zhongchuan, Jalmer, James Chong, and A. Lee. Overall, Jalmer ended up 7th, not exactly his desired 9th place, but 7th was acceptable. Franzi, I didn't expect you to be a second-class alchemist now. Impressive. Alan Xiaoxiao's voice echoed in his ears. Turning around, Jalmer replied, Brother, you did great too. A genuine second-class alchemist. Be careful, Alan Xiaoxiao said, eyes flickering with anger. Now, everyone knows the rankings. Time to award prizes to the top 10 disciples. Darren's voice rang out. Indeed, there were prizes. Being 7th, I wonder what prize I'll get. Jalmer felt a bit of anticipation. First, all who placed in the top 50 receive a high-quality evolution pill, and the top 10 get an additional one. Wow. There was astonishment among the audience, filled with envy. While these top 50 were geniuses, not all could advance to the Spirit Warrior stage. But with a high-quality evolution pill, advancing to Spirit Warrior would be almost guaranteed. From 11th to 50th, you can enter the Spirit Lake for cultivation once every 6 months. Oh nice, this reward didn't exist before. The top 10 can enter the Spirit Lake once every month. That's standard procedure, nothing unusual. Now, please invite the 6th to 10th rank disciples to the platform. It's time for individual awards. Jalmer walked towards the high platform, feeling a small sense of anticipation. Chapter 216, must strive harder. Soon, the 4 individuals were on stage. Besides Jalmer, the other 3 were A. Lee, James Chong, and a long-standing top 10 contender. Then, someone carried fish tanks up to the stage. There were 4 tanks, each containing 1 fish of varying sizes. Aren't these fish from Spirit Lake? Jalmer's mouth twitched. Is this what we're rewarded with? These fish come from Spirit Lake, hiding deep within it, usually quite difficult to catch. Those who have visited Spirit Lake's central island might have seen them, but none have managed to catch one. Darren smiled and continued. The fish's meat is very tasty and beneficial for cultivation. The crucial part is that its bones can be used in alchemy to enhance the potency of the pills, even producing pill patterns. What? Pill patterns? Great stuff. Pity I never had the chance to go to Spirit Lake. Otherwise, I would have definitely tried catching some. There was a flurry of whispers around the area. Quiet. Do you think these fish are easy to catch? However, if you get a chance to cultivate in Spirit Lake, feel free to try catching them if you're capable. Just don't waste your time and end up empty-handed. These fish aren't easy to keep alive, so handle them immediately once you take them. You can eat the meat, but the bones should be preserved until you're ready to use them for alchemy. Thank you, Hyatt. The other 3 chorused happily. Jalmer remained silent. Are there any other rewards? Darren looked at Jalmer, his brows furrowing. Hank Zhongchuan, you don't seem happy? Happy? I'm just too excited to remember happiness. Jalmer smiled. Hyatt, are there more rewards? Is this not enough for you? The more, the better. You're just like Ignatiushin. Cultivate well, and strive to catch up with your master soon. Darren turned to face the contestants below. Now, please invite the winners of 4th to 6th place to the stage. 3 individuals immediately stepped onto the stage, including Alan Xiaoxiao, who had considerable strength. You each get 2 of these. As he spoke, an orange object floated before Darren. Inferno essence. Jalmer's mouth twitched again. This is called Inferno essence. It can be eaten or used for alchemy, creating pill patterns, and with significantly better effects than the fish. However, it breaks easily, so handle it with care. Once broken, it will disappear quickly. The 3 recipients thanked him joyfully. Finally, it was the turn of the top 3. The awards had been prepared on the stage, but were concealed beneath cloths. The awards were soon revealed to be 3 flames. The third and second places each received a beast fire, with the second place getting a higher grade one. This belonged solely to them, and they were overjoyed. The first place winner, however, received a much rarer earth fire, which was 1 rank higher. Not many people on this continent possessed earth fire. Jalmer watched the flickering flame, thankful that he had it. Otherwise, he'd be envious too. Boston looked at the earth fire before him, his face flushed with excitement. Even elders within the sect didn't have many earth fires. Now, Boston did, though it was among the lower grades of earth fire, still remarkable. Jameson, the elders in the audience showed envious expressions. Boston. Yes, Jamester. Awarding you the earth fire is the sect's recognition of your efforts. We hope you continue striving hard and cultivating, serving the sect well in the future, Darren said with a smile. Understood, Hyatt. In 6 months, the top 10 of you will represent the sect in the Rodent Kingdom's alchemist competition. We hope you all work diligently over the next 6 months to bring honor to the sect, Darren said, addressing the 10 individuals on stage. We will work hard to bring back glory for the sect. With that, the entire alchemy competition for the spirit practitioners concluded. Following the end of the competition, various groups slowly dispersed. Jalmer found Edwin and others, preparing to celebrate with a grand feast when he was intercepted by Alan Xiao and his group. Family name Hank, you actually made it to the top 10 in alchemy? Jeannie glared menacingly. What? What does Miss Alan want? Dare you compete against him? Jeannie pointed at Alan Xiao, who stepped forward accordingly. Compete against him? Fight a match? I fear he won't dare, Jalmer chuckled. How about you come and fight me instead? I offended you directly, so don't keep sending others. You. Jeannie turned red with anger, knowing she couldn't beat Jalmer. Are you scared? I'm only a 5th rank spirit practitioner while you're already 9th rank. Would it be fair for us to compete? True. So what do you want me to compete in? Alchemy. Alchemy? Do we need a competition? Of course. If you lose, you must bow down and admit defeat, avoiding me whenever you see me from now on. Do we really need to compete? I've already lost. In this competition, he placed 5th, and I 7th. Clearly, he won. He's stronger than me, so no need to compete, right? Jalmer laughed. True. Jeannie was speechless. Meanwhile, Jalmer and his friends began to leave. No, I meant a one-on-one challenge between the 2 of you. Jeannie realized after a moment and hurried after them. I can't beat your Alan Xiao. I admit defeat, Jalmer shouted as he saw her coming, then quickly vanished. There were too many people around, making it impossible for Jeannie to spot him, infuriating her as she stomped her feet. About 10 minutes later, several young men entered a private room in a restaurant. What do you want to eat today? Order anything, my treat. Jalmer declared generously. Finally, something to unwind after the event. Then we won't hold back? Jordy grinned. Don't hold back. I don't lack money. 15 minutes later, the table was filled with delicacies, leaving everyone savoring every bite with full satisfaction. Zaire hour and a half later, with mouths smeared with grease and stomachs swollen, everyone laughed and joked. They were slightly tipsy. Looking at his companions, Jalmer said, You guys aren't doing well. What do you mean we're not doing well? Look at me. I'm already 9th rank spirit practitioner. But you're falling behind. If you don't work harder, I won't play with you anymore. Once I become a spirit warrior, I'll join the spirit warriors, and you'll have to stay far away from me. Don't say that, brother Hank. You can't do that. Why aren't you working harder? Then, 2 jade bottles appeared before each of them. They laughed, knowing what was inside. Thanks, brother Hank. No need to thank me. Go home and cultivate well. Strive to reach the spirit warrior rank soon, or I won't have time for you. You're counting on my help too. We will work hard, they replied with determined looks. With such a vast resource at their disposal, they couldn't afford to slack off. Chapter 217. Truly troublesome. After chatting a bit more, everyone prepared to head back home. You guys must work hard on your cultivation. Otherwise, we won't play with you, Franz Tonk stressed again. The group quickly nodded in agreement. Franz sent the few people from Xiamen off, and then strolled back at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, someone blocked his way ahead. Mr. Hank, you sure have grown bold. A familiar voice echoed. Franz's eyes narrowed slightly. Heh, Miss Alan, this little follower, didn't I admit defeat? What more do you want? I can't beat your Xiao. In that case, bow down and apologize to me, Jeannie shouted at Franz. Do I need to kowtow just because I can't win him? That's absurd. Why don't I challenge him to a fight instead? Franz sneered. You? The young Miss Alan was also furious. Your Xiao is ranked 5th among alchemy adepts. So are all the other adepts supposed to kowtow to you? How arrogant of you. Franz's voice grew louder so everyone around could hear. You? Jeannie stomped her feet, clenching her fists but had no idea what to do. Mr. Hank, you're going too far, Hagen finally spoke up. I'm overstepping? It's you guys who keep picking on me. Why not wait until I reach Spirit Scholar, then come challenge me? With a loud boom, Franz was punched back several steps. Caught off guard, yes. But mostly it was intentional. That's too outrageous, bullying my sister like this. So ignorant of the rules, I'll discipline you for your master. A voice rang out from not far away. A middle-stage Spirit Scholar, Franz knew without looking who it was. Sis, you're finally out of seclusion. This fellow keeps bullying me. Help teach him a lesson. Jeannie excitedly ran toward the newcomer. Franz focused his eyes. Am I seeing double? 2 genies? What are you staring at? Seeing a beauty leaves you speechless? Jeannie angrily retorted. Damn, is she a twin? Sis, look, he's still staring. How rude. Your master isn't worth much, and neither are you. It seems the disciple reflects the master. Damn, she dares insult my master. How arrogant these Allens are. Of course, not all of them can be blamed, only the few in Xianyao Valley. At least my master is an elder. Aren't you afraid of repercussions insulting him? Franz chuckled. Repercussions? They won't touch me. I'm 18, a level 7 spirit scholar, a genius of the sect and now an elder. What does it matter if I scold him? Bite me, huh? He's over 40 and only a level 8 scholar. Afraid of him? This girl was quite proud indeed. Sis, you're a level 7 scholar, congratulations. Lemuel is level 9 already. Someone watching chimed in. Oh, level 9. Not bad. But who cares about level 9? Might take less than a year for me to catch up. Indeed. 18-year-old genius, sheltered from adversity, thinking herself unmatched. So tell me, how did you bully my sister? Kneel and apologize immediately or face consequences. What gives you the right? Did you see me bullying her? It's always her causing trouble for me, Franz snapped, finding their reasoning utterly ridiculous. You bullied my sister and didn't know my existence? Looks like your master failed in teaching you properly. Let me introduce myself. I am Alan Zishuan, elder of Zhemin. So, it's Elder Alan. Disciple pays respects. Franz bowed politely with a tight smile. Alan Zishuan's mouth twitched. Wasn't expecting such swift compliance. Yet, he did bully her sister. Sis, punish him. But I've done nothing wrong. As an elder, shouldn't I investigate first? You, Jeannie's face twisted in anger. Elder Alan is your twin sister, right? Look at her, already a level 7 scholar, while you're still at level 5 adept. Don't you feel ashamed? You lack talent, while Elder Alan is a world-class genius. James Saib, you did too many bad deeds in your past life, Franz goaded. You, Jeannie was speechless. Are you trying to cause division? Elder Alan, am I wrong? You're a level 7 scholar while she's level 5. Your talent is exceptional, hers average. What's wrong with what I said? She's already a level 5 adept, that's impressive enough. Really? Without the medicinal pills provided by your family, would she even be a level 5 adept? Or worse, wouldn't even become an adept? Shut up. I'm no joke. I'm a genius, aren't I? Genius, huh? If not for being born into the Alan family or having such an outstanding sister, who'd care about you? Ask Hagen or those following you. Franz pushed harder, offending her thoroughly. Is it true? Brother Alan, without my sister, would you like me? Stand up for me? Don't twist it. Franz added fuel to the fire. Hagen hesitated, unsure of what to say. Don't you see? Who cares about you? Zaire push from Franz. She annoyed him to no end. Better settle this once and for all. Zihan, don't listen to this liar. We value you, not because of your sister. Hagen regained his senses and shot back. Don't think because you're a damn ingenious, I won't dare strike you. One more word and I'll cripple you. Miss Alan, you're not dumb, right? You should know by now, Franz grinned slyly. Bastard. I don't need the Alan family support to succeed. Wait and see. Jeannie ran off, wiping tears. Zaire, remember this. Don't advance to spirit scholar in the sect or outside, or you'll regret living. Alan Zishuan pursued her sister but not before leaving a warning. Driving away, Jeannie only brought in the more troublesome Alan Zishuan. Truly troublesome. Hashtag chapter 218. Re-entering beneath the island. Arriving at residence number 18, the lights were still on inside. Jamister was still awake, pushing the door open. Jamister? You're back? Yep. I heard you were given a hard time? News travels fast. At least I'm an elder here. Come, sit. He poured a cup of spirit tea for Jalmer. The Wilfred took a sip. It was a good tea. Jamister, do you know Alan Zishuan? Can you tell me about her? Her? A formidable character. She's a twin with Jeannie, but her spirit root is close to grade 8, making her exceptionally talented. A spirit root close to grade 8, even better than Mariana's. I wonder how Mariana is doing now. Has she become a spirit scholar too? Speaking of spirit roots, Jamister, does our sect have a device to test spirit roots? Jalmer wanted to test himself again to confirm his suspicions. Of course we do. As one of the top sects in Rat Nation, how could we not have such equipment? Can you use it? Sure. I did this when I was still an early stage spirit scholar. Can we sneak in and use it? You want to test yourself? Aren't you supposed to be grade 1? Oh, you're doubting it now? Jalmer smiled slightly. I'll think of something, Ignatiushan mused, suddenly looking at Jalmer. Can you change your appearance? Yeah. Good. Next time when I take you out, you can alter your appearance, then I'll bring you back and test your spirit root. I'll say I found a promising disciple outside and want to test their spirit root. Alright. Oh, tell me more about Alan Zishuan. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to her, but she's quite famous, so I do know some things. She's the elder twin sister of Jeannie. Their parents are fairly average in talent, but they must have done some good deeds in their past lives to have such a talented daughter. Jeannie is just average in talent, but the sisters get along well. Alan Zishuan takes good care of her younger sister and will stand up for her if any issues arise. She's already an elder in the array sect at such a young age and is quite skilled in array formations. Among spirit scholars, her abilities are quite remarkable. Since you're learning array formations, you could ask her for advice, he added with a mischievous look. Ask her? Forget it. With that intimidating face of hers. Is she stronger than Uncle Carl? Still quite a bit behind him. Carl is among the top 3 spirit scholars in the array sect. Plus, he's a veteran 9th grade spirit scholar while Alan Zishuan is only 6th grade. I heard she's reached 7th grade and recently emerged from cultivation. 7th grade? Impressive. But she's still likely behind Carl. James Saib, when she reaches 8th grade, she can match him. Who knows, maybe she can already compete with Carl now. How influential is the Alan family in our sect? Very. They have elders in all branches of the sect. The Alan family is considered one of the major clans within the sect. What's the highest cultivation level of the strongest person in the Alan family? Officially, it's Ardell from the Battle Sect, a 4th grade spirit teacher. Officially? Is there someone even stronger in secret? It seems the All-On family has a Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder? Seems. Yes, because I can't confirm it, but it's likely true. If they do exist as a Supreme Elder, their cultivation must be at the later stages of a spirit teacher, at least 7th grade. One of the true powerhouses on this continent. Damn, looks like I need to be careful around them. Better to avoid them if I see them. Huh, so you know fear. Of course. A 4th grade spirit teacher can crush me easily, let alone a late-stage spirit teacher. Opposing them would be suicide. Glad to hear it. Just tread carefully from now on. Ignatius smirked, fearing Jalmer might say one thing and do another. Jamister, I plan to go to Spirit Lake in a few days. Help me gather more spirit herbs, especially those for refining the detoxifying pill. Also, prepare 5 sets each of the toxin extraction pill and soul melding pill. These are part of the 2nd grade pills I've refined recently. As he spoke, he flicked his hand, and a pile of pill bottles appeared on the table. Ignatius took a bottle, opened it, looked inside, and smiled. With these pills, the spirit herbs aren't a problem. After some casual conversation, Jalmer went upstairs and continued with his routine. Over the next 5 days, Jalmer crazily refined 2nd grade pills, occasionally refining 1st grade pills or working on array formations as a break. Additionally, every day he refined 1 batch of toxin extraction pills and 1 batch of soul melding pills, both 3rd grade pills which required thorough preparation before refinement. Surprisingly, he succeeded every time, and the quality improved progressively. On the 5th day, both the toxin extraction pills and soul melding pills yielded 2 pills per batch, leaving Ignatius gawking. This boy is no ordinary human. Finally, the day came to visit Spirit Lake. Jalmer prepared many spirit herbs and a lot of food, especially meat for the old man who was over 100 years old. Having been through this once before, the Wilfred didn't hesitate this time, mounting the Crimson Blood Wolf and heading straight for Spirit Lake. However, at the entrance to Spirit Lake, he unexpectedly ran into All-On Zishuan, creating an awkward situation. Their eyes met. Are you here to cultivate at Spirit Lake, Elder All-On? Why can't I come? Not that you can't, I just thought a spirit scholar wouldn't bother coming here. Why would they not? This is a treasure trove for cultivation. Everyone would want to come if given the chance, even spirit teachers. Are you afraid of me? Not at all. Why would Elder All-On care about someone like me? At least you know your place. Don't worry, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't make things difficult for you until you reach Spirit Scholar. But stay out of my sight outside the sect, or else. With that, she walked past him. Is she finished cultivating? Jalmer turned around, staring at All-On Zishuan's retreating figure, slightly dazed. Remember, stay away from my sister. She suddenly turned back and huffed. Damn, scared the hell out of me. Jalmer quickly entered the Spirit Lake area without delay, boarded a boat, and headed straight for the island in the lake center. Upon reaching the island, he scouted around and detected someone deeply engrossed in cultivation. Not wanting to waste the opportunity, he avoided getting noticed. Once sure no one had seen him, Jalmer located the entrance to the cave he used previously and dived down. Soon, he reappeared beneath the island. Chapter 219, Hope for Escape. The Wilfred had been scanning the underground space with his soul power even before surfacing, checking for any abnormalities. Finally, he emerged near the inner wall of the underground world and looked toward the opposite shore. He saw Norris meditating in the shallow water area. This old man was quite resilient, it seemed. Norris did not notice Jalmer's arrival. If he were not injured, he would have sensed him much earlier. But his current physical condition did not allow for such an effort. Moreover, only Jalmer knew about this place. If enemies discovered it, he would be doomed anyway, so there was no need to stay alert. Seeing Norris's focused expression, Jalmer hesitated to disturb him. So he dove underwater and caught a few fish first, planning to feast on them later. He wondered how the old man had been managing lately and whether he found it convenient to catch fish. After a few minutes, he caught 2 sizable fish and then surfaced to wait. 10 minutes later, Norris came ashore. His body didn't seem much improved compared to before, but his aura was slightly stronger. Senior has finished cultivating. The sudden voice made Norris's body tremble. You're here, Zyrezi. Turning around, he showed a face full of surprise. The Wilfred jumped out of the water, walking gracefully over the waves. Haha, your aura seems stronger again. What level of cultivation have you reached now? Senior, rest for a moment. It'll be ready soon. The Wilfred summoned heart fire, fashioned 2 sticks, skewered the fish, and began roasting them. How long have you been gone? Time passes differently inside this cave. A little over a month. That's quite a while, right? Not really, it felt fast. Your cultivation seems to have advanced significantly. It's okay. How are you recovering, Senior? Slightly better than before, but as long as the toxins in my body aren't cleared, it won't do much good. I might just live a few more years. Here, Senior, eat first. Saying this, he handed over a roasted fish. Norris took a bite. It tasted great, seasoned with salt this time, making it even more appetizing. After the last trip outside, the Wilfred had started carrying salt and other seasonings, which could come in handy in the wilderness. Well, have you managed to refine any toxin dispelling pills? As he chewed another bite of fish, he asked about what mattered most to him. Senior, look at these. The Wilfred tossed a jade bottle over. Norris caught it, opened the lid, and saw 20 high-quality toxin-dispelling pills inside. What a relief. Zyrezi, thank you so much. With these, I should be able to remove some of the toxins. Tell me, what do you want in return? Norris was delighted. After so many years, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. What do you have to offer in my current state? Ha ha ha. The Wilfred hadn't expected any reward and had even given quite a bit. That's true. Speaking of which, did you refine these pills? My master refined them. Ignatius, that Zyrezi, impressive. How did you get in this time? Through the back entrance I told you about last time? No, being ranked allows me to enter once a month. Now that I've entered the top 10 alchemists among the Alan cultivators, I can enter monthly. Currently, I can officially enter twice a month. Oh, that's great. Speaking of the back entrance, is there one in Spirit Mountain? Of course. Damn, there really is? Tell me more. Look, isn't this beneficial? So many benefits indeed. Thus, they enjoyed roasted fish and chatted. Jalmer learned about the hidden entrance to Spirit Mountain and how to access it. After eating, he collected the fish bones. Good stuff. They continued chatting idly before beginning their cultivation separately. Jalmer's time here was limited, so he couldn't waste any opportunity, although he might be able to come anytime in the future. Time, however, waits for no one. Norris was the same. With the toxin-dispelling pills, he could eliminate some toxins from his body and extend his life. Of course, he needed to act quickly. Jalmer meditated in the lake, crazily absorbing energy from the water for cultivation. Norris sat in the shallow area, consuming toxin-dispelling pills while cultivating. Cultivation was timeless. 10 hours passed in a flash. They stopped cultivating, understanding the balance between work and rest. Jameson things cannot be rushed. Senior, I'll go catch some more fish, said Jalmer as he dove into the lake again. Minutes later, the aroma of freshly roasted fish filled the air. Senior, how did the toxin-dispelling pill taste? What does mean? If you take all 20, what effect would it have? After taking all 20, I might clear about 10% of the toxins. Just 10%? What if you add these? Jalmer handed over another jade bottle containing 20 more toxin-dispelling pills. Norris uncapped the bottle, stunned by the contents. After a month, to have so many toxin-dispelling pills, did William Yovan exclusively refine this type? It must have cost a lot. Why was this Sayurizi so committed? For what? Just for this dying old man? Seeing Norris gazing at the pills in silence, Jalmer asked, Senior, if you take these, how much toxin can you clear? At most 15%. These are second-grade pills, and their efficacy diminishes after consumption. I see. It seems treating the root cause is necessary for better results. What about these? Jalmer handed over yet another jade bottle. Norris took it, opened the lid, and was instantly drawn to its contents. These are toxin exorcism pills? Even he sounded unsure. Happiness came too suddenly. Yes, but the quality isn't very good. Some are even below standard, Jalmer explained calmly. These were 10 genuine third-grade toxin exorcism pills, effective against the poison. Norris's heart raced. Perhaps heaven hadn't abandoned him. Calmly, Norris asked, where did you get these pills? Did you buy them? They were refined by my master. Over this past month, William Yovan has been focusing solely on this. Is Angus already a Alan Jamester? Not yet. He's still at the 9th level of Alan Cultivator. A 9th level Alan Cultivator can refine third-grade pills? Impressive, truly impressive. Yet, he never seemed this capable before. Norris mused aloud. Achieving a third-grade alchemist at the Alan Cultivator stage was rare, a prodigy among geniuses. After consuming these pills, how much of the toxins will you clear? In about a year, probably around 60%. Thank you so much. Norris bowed respectfully to Jalmer, an earnest gesture of gratitude. There was hope now. Norris kept his joy contained. Hashtag chapter 220. You must help me. Really can't completely detoxify? Jalmer furrowed his brows. After so many years, my cultivation has severely declined. Removing 60% is already quite remarkable. As long as everything goes smoothly, there might be a day when I can fully recover. Norris was actually quite satisfied. Well, alright then. Oh, take this elixir as well. It should be evening now. I'll go outside to practice and come back tomorrow. With that, another jade bottle was passed over. Norris took the bottle, and with a splash, the young boy dived into the water below. The old man smiled. Why wouldn't he just practice here? Why must he insist on practicing outside? Opening the jade bottle, he was momentarily stunned again. Inside were 5 pills, soul meld pills. Where did this kid get these from? This is also a third-grade elixir. Don't tell me these were refined by Ignatiushan as well? Is he really that capable? How could I have missed it? Forget it. Stop imagining nonsense. What matters is that I have the elixirs. Soon enough, Jalmer arrived at the lake's central island. It was already dusk, with stars beginning to twinkle in the sky. Following routine, he patrolled the island once more and found only the same person there, almost in the same spot. The boy chose a place he deemed hidden for practice. Naturally, it had to be near the lake where the energy flowed abundantly. He then set down the small jade flask and released the little creatures inside, letting them roam freely. This was why the boy decided to practice outside. Otherwise, practicing under the island would be ideal, free from disturbances. Thus, Jalmer's plan was clear. During the day, practice under the island, and at night, on the island. Morning came with the first ray of sunlight. The boy took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air. He then went in search of the entrance leading under the island. Incidentally, he caught 2 fish underwater to serve as breakfast. Shortly after, the boy appeared before Norris. The old man seemed to be in much better spirits. Clearly, those pills were effective. You look much more spirited today, Senior. That's all thanks to you, my friend. Thank you very much. Don't always say thank you. You've given me plenty of help too. For instance, I think the 10,000 extremes technique is quite formidable. From now on, I believe I'll be stronger in combat. Hearing this, Norris's lips twitched. Damn, you learned the 10,000 extremes technique and immediately think about fighting. Yesterday, you left quickly. I was curious, were the soul meld pills also refined by Ignatiushan? Is there an issue? Generally, a spirit Jamester mid-stage practitioner would be needed to successfully refine a soul meld pill. Can a spirit scholar truly do it? Does that matter? Just eat them. They work for you, after all. I'm worried you might have bought them from outside, drawing attention. Relax. These pills weren't bought. No one will pay attention because of these. However, I am indeed being watched. People often trail me. What? Didn't I mention before? I have enemies. Now, the Alon family within the sect is also watching me. Speaking of the All-On family, Senior, was there a All-On family faction within the sect before? All-On family? Do you mean the lineage of All-On Zixiong? All-On Zixiong? Never heard of him. Senior, do you know a person named Ardell? Ardell? Let me think. Oh, yes, he belongs to All-On Zixiong's clan. By the time I came here, he was already an elder, with decent talent. So, it's settled. It seems the All-On family has solid foundations. Is All-On Zixiong the Grand Elder? What's his cultivation level? Yes, he is the Grand Elder. Back then, he was at the 8th rank Spirit Jamister. After so many years, who knows what level he's at now. How did you end up against them? It's due to one of their juniors who has been targeting me. Now, another 18th rank Spirit Scholar is after me, driving me mad. 18th-year-old, 7th rank Spirit Scholar? Not bad. Jamesel or female? Female? Oh, could she be interested in you? Nonsense. First, her twin sister kept creating trouble for me. Now this one too, driving me crazy. Twin sisters? Norris scanned the boy with a somewhat mischievous glance. Has Jalmer been attracting romantic troubles? Looking at the old man's gaze, the boy felt like giving him a slap. Don't overthink it. Have you stayed here too long and started developing problems? Since the All-On family has been around, shouldn't you know how they operate? You're right, they are quite domineering. Getting sidetracked, let's stick to knowing All-On Zixiong is enough. I should probably leave Xianyao Valley sooner rather than later. Not so fast, I haven't left yet. After I do, I'll protect you. Who dares to harm you? Sure, if you can protect yourself, that'd be great. If you manage to see daylight again, Ala Wufei won't be idle. You're right. Recovering my previous cultivation isn't something that happens overnight. Even if I could, there's no guarantee I'd return to that level. Norris couldn't help but feel melancholic. Senior, don't worry too much. Alafi is what matters. As for revenge, let it go if you can't achieve it. Here, have some fish. Saying that, he threw over a roasted fish. Yes, live for the moment. If it comes to it, let go of past grudges and wander freely. It's not such a bad life. It seems the old man has a rather open mind. Should he mention Denim to him? Zaire, can he really wander freely and happily? Surely not. Definitely not. After a moment of hesitation, the boy still pulled out the sect emblem and handed it over. Senior, what relation is Denim to you? Norris froze, his mouth still agape with the fish half-eaten. His mind was in a daze. Such a familiar name, so distant. His eyes fell on the sect emblem in Jalmer's hand. Then the fish dropped from his hands as he slowly extended a trembling hand to receive the emblem. His eyes welled up with tears as he stared at it. After a moment, he looked up at Jalmer. Where did you get this? In the chaotic stone forest. The boy hesitated but spoke the truth. Just this one emblem? Zaired this. Jalmer flicked his wrist, revealing a floating skeleton before Norris. The old man held the skeleton with trembling hands, wiping away his tears. Yes, this was his son, Ming. Ala Wufei, I won't rest until you pay for this, he shouted in his heart. Seeing the old man's expression, Jalmer knew wandering freely and happily wasn't going to happen. This was a blood feud that wouldn't end until one side was wiped out. My friend, you must help me. Translation completed. Please review and provide any feedback or additional instructions. Hashtag chapter 221. Return home. Help me take revenge? No, I'll avenge myself. What I need is for you to help me recover and find a way out. Once outside, I'll handle things on my own. It wouldn't be beneficial for you if you stay involved. Indeed, making an enemy of the Harmon of a top-notch clan in Rat Country wouldn't be pleasant. No problem, I'll do my best, Jalmer immediately replied. In reality, his stance aligned with Norris's. Helping him was also helping himself. Thank you. Norris thanked him and put Denim's remains away. He didn't intend to bury them yet. Where exactly in the Lonsirline did you find Denim? Norris asked, looking at Jalmer. Note. For a more fluent reading, Lonsirline should be translated or replaced with its English equivalent if it has been previously introduced. If it's a proper name, it should be transliterated. For this sentence, I'll leave it as is, but ideally, it should be consistent with how it's handled elsewhere in the text. For better fluency and context, it could be revised to, where exactly in the chaotic stone forest did you find Denim? Norris asked, turning to Jalmer. The Noel hesitated before replying, that area doesn't allow people to touch the ground. I call it the floating zone. The floating zone, a fitting name. Usually, even spirit scholars can't reach there. It seems Ala 1Y had reason to deal with Denim. Denim's talent was exceptional, even better than mine. He had the potential to transcend this continent's limits. I never thought. Speaking about this caused Norris grief. Before him stood a Noel with only spirit scholar cultivation who had managed to reach that zone, suggesting extraordinary talent. Additionally, his comprehension of formations was impressive. Few in the entire sect could reach the floating zone. Had the difficulty of the boulder forest been reduced? Elder, stop grieving. Healing your wounds should be your priority. Yes, indeed. I need more detox pills and soul fusion pills from you, so that I won't be easily taken down once I'm out after a year. Alright, after I leave, I'll come back in half a month to bring you more pills. Good. Oh, you have knowledge of formations, don't you? The Noel nodded. This will be useful when refining array pieces. Saying that, he threw over a pouch. Jalmer took it and was surprised to find it filled with colorful gems. In the past battles, all offensive and defensive formations, divine symbols, and such were used up. Otherwise, I could have given you more. Now, I only have some materials left and some secrets. Zaire's other bag was thrown over, containing jade pieces which held the secrets. These are some cultivation techniques and third-stage elixir recipes. You decide what to do with them. Thank you, Elder. Jalmer wasn't too interested in cultivation techniques since he already had the heaven-breaking staff technique and 10,000 extreme art. Other techniques would be hard to catch up to these. However, he was very interested in the third-stage elixir recipes. Biting into a roasted fish, he continued, Elder, could you tell me more about the boulder forest? I heard that no one in the entire sect has ventured as deep as you. Norris paused before replying, it's hard to say. Perhaps Allah 1Y has gone deeper. The Noel remained silent. The old man continued, I've entered 7 zones in total. The first 3, known by spirit masters, include the Gale Zone, Gravity Zone, and Rain Zone, which you should recognize. Next is the Floating Zone you mentioned. Deeper in lies a region with lightning and thunderstorms, followed by an area producing hallucinations. I only reached the edge of the next zone before retreating. That place is terrifying, full of poison. It's called the Poison Zone. I only stayed inside for a minute before leaving. It was unbearable, and I didn't have time to study it further. Poison? Yes, everywhere you look is filled with poisonous gas, along with many small toxic creatures. However, some paths might have lighter concentrations because it's essentially a formation-based structure. Sounds reasonable. Pretty much that's it. Do you need more detailed information? No need. Elder, do you recognize this? Jalmer took out a jade box containing the unknown plant he'd gathered in the Rain Zone. To his surprise, it still looked fresh as if just picked. Where did you get this? The old man examined the herb closely, trembling slightly. The Rain Zone. Indeed. We call it Everfresh Sprout, and its flower is the Everfresh flower. Norris's voice trembled. Everfresh Sprout? Yes, it's native to the Rain Zone where the corrosive rain doesn't affect it. It appears every 1 or 200 years. When I was the Harmon, a disciple found one once. Oh, what does it do? This plant has miraculous effects on detoxification. Perhaps consuming one of its leaves could help you effectively navigate the poison zone in the Lancerline. Could you give me a leaf? It might also have special effects on the poison that's affecting me. For better fluency and consistency, it should be revised too. This plant has miraculous detoxifying properties. Perhaps consuming one of its leaves could help you effectively navigate the poison zone in the chaotic stone forest. Could you give me a leaf? It might also have special effects on the poison that's affecting me. You're right. I hadn't thought of that. Would eating a leaf protect against the Rain Zone too? Jalmer mused. Certainly, it has been tested. One plant only yields 9 leaves though. If I had this during my Lancerline venture, I might have made it through the poison zone, Norris said, handing the jade box back to Franz. Note, Lancerline should be translated to chaotic stone forest for consistency and fluency in English. Revised version. Certainly, it has been tested. One plant only yields 9 leaves though. If I had this during my chaotic stone forest venture, I might have made it through the poison zone, Norris said, handing the jade box back to Franz. Jalmer returned the box, plucked a leaf, and flicked it toward the elder, who received and thanked him repeatedly. After chatting for a while, they both resumed their practice. Jalmer alternated between meditation and practicing the 10,000 extreme art, asking Norris to observe and offer guidance. His practice was excellent, so Norris shared some of his personal experiences. Evening approached, and Jalmer caught more fish for their meal. After a hearty dinner, he brought out a large amount of meat and wine he'd bought earlier, which he initially withheld because he preferred the local fish and wasn't particularly fond of alcohol. Elder, it must have been a long time since you tasted anything from the outside world. Keep these, I'm going now. I'll practice outside tonight, and leave early tomorrow morning without coming in again. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll return in about half a month. Looking at the food, and especially the wine, Norris's eyes lit up. Jameson, thanks, young friend. He watched his Jalmer dove underwater. He grabbed the wine flask, took a sip, closed his eyes, savoring the moment. Delightful. Meanwhile, Jalmer had surfaced on the island outside. He inspected the area and began cultivating and refining elixirs. With so many medicinal herbs, refining was necessary to improve his skills. Night turned into day. With limited time, Jalmer dove in again and caught several large fish. Each visit required bringing back fish for his master, and fish bones had special uses. In a short while, he caught 4 fish, each weighing around 3 to 4 pounds, then headed back home. Chapter 222, because it's fun. As soon as he stepped out of the range of the Spirit Lake, Franz Tong felt someone was watching him. But he did not care much. Over time, he became numb to it. Although this indifference indeed lowered his vigilance, posing a potential danger as he might easily fall prey to real threats when they came. Facing the rising sun, the Wilfred spurred his horse and hurried toward the alchemy room. At that moment, Ignatiushan was usually there, trying hard to enhance his alchemy skills so as not to be left behind by the times. Zaire hour later, he found Ignatiushan and handed him a large number of pills. Spirit herbs often needed to be exchanged for pills or money. Thus, Ignatiushan also swapped for a considerable amount of spirit herbs using pills and money, including ingredients for detoxifying pills and soul-merging pills. The two entered the disciples' alchemy area again, and then found an alchemy room. Franz Tong immediately took out 2 dying fish and started roasting them. Quite impressive, we have more fish to eat. Of course, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't bother catching these just to eat here. The fish would be fresher if we ate them where I caught them. Now look, they're almost dead. Well, they're not dead yet, still fresh. How is Brian? You mean Brian's situation? Needless to say, he's doing better, slightly improved from before. Having been poisoned for so many years, improving a little in just over a month is already quite good. What did he say after receiving those pills? He said with those pills, he should be able to recover to about 60% in a year. That's already very nice. Oh, Jamister, I forgot to ask you earlier. Have you seen this before? The Wilfred spoke while taking out the spirit grass that had lost 1 leaf. Looking at the small spirit herb in his hand, Ignatiushan fell into deep thought. Never seen it. After a minute of examining, he gave this simple answer. What about hearing about spirit grass? Spirit grass? Ignatiushan fell into another contemplation. I don't seem to have any impression. Forget it then. Franz Tong took back the item and put it away. It seemed that only the higher-ups within the sect knew about this rare thing that appeared once every 1 or 2 centuries. Where did you get this? Ignatiushan showed interest now, feeling too ashamed to not recognize it as an alchemy elder. He had to figure it out. In the rainfall area inside the rocky forest. This herb is called spirit grass, and that flower is called spirit flower. The rainfall area has this? How do you know its name? Brian told me. Then Franz Tong recounted what Norris had informed him about this spirit grass. I didn't expect such things to exist. My knowledge has broadened. If I have the chance, I'll check some records and gather information. Eat the fish. Keep these fish bones for yourself, Jamester. I have 2 more fish here for dinner. After eating, the two resumed their alchemy. Ignatiusson refined second-rank pills, while Franz Tong refined third-rank detoxifying pills. Due to multiple collaborations and shared insights with Franz Tong, Ignatiusson's alchemy level had significantly improved. He could now produce 2 pills per batch of second-rank alchemy, sometimes even 3. It looked like in due time, he could enter the top 3 among the spirit Jamesters, except for Franz Tong. 40 minutes later, a lower-quality detoxifying pill was completed, along with Ignatiusson producing 2 soul-merging pills. It's still better to refine more second-rank pills. Third-rank ingredients cost money. We should find an opportunity to go to Spirit Mountain to refine third-rank pills, Franz Tong planned, and then began frantically refining second-rank pills. He refined 2 batches of pills simultaneously, accumulating enough experience. Now he refined pills mainly for money. After 4 hours of intense pill refinement, both stopped and took a rest. Jamester, I'm planning to go to Spirit Mountain tonight for training in alchemy. Spirit Mountain? Haven't you been there once? Yes, the effect of practicing in alchemy there is excellent. But since you've been there once, you can't go again. I know of a secret door. What? How did you find it? Brian told me. Do you want to go? Forget it. If we get caught, we're both done for. Don't you want to become a spirit Jamester? Ignatiusson pondered. Isn't it said that paying can get you in? How about you pay and go in? We have money now. The Wilfred looked at his master. Ignatiusson remained silent. Just try it once. You haven't practiced properly for several years. James said the spiritual chi there will be beneficial for you. All right, I'll pay to go in. Good. Wait at the halfway point on the mountain, near the light belt. I'll come find you. Okay. Both ate a pill each, trained lightly and rested a bit, and then continued refining pills. Other 4 hours of high-intensity alchemy made them quite tired, but it helped consolidate their cultivation, especially in increasing soul power. At this rate, the Wilfred could make several million flower coins a day, and a ticket to Spirit Mountain was just a small matter. His master occasionally entering Spirit Mountain was fine, but it would raise suspicion if he frequently paid to enter. After tidying up, they roasted and ate the other 2 fish. They exchanged for more needed spirit herbs, and then headed for the transportation point, as Spirit Mountain was in Warsect. Soon they arrived at Warsect. Ignatiusson directly ran towards Spirit Mountain, while Franz Tong headed to the disciples' residential area of Warsect. They needed to separate because they weren't entering Spirit Mountain using the same method. Now they were being monitored from time to time. Franz Tong must ensure no one followed him before heading to Spirit Mountain, so he decided to visit Jamesk. However, upon reaching the residential area, he couldn't find anyone. People said they were all crazy about cultivating, fighting, and progressing rapidly. Seemed they were working hard, which comforted the Wilfred somewhat. But after some searching, he finally found them. Jamesk, Jordi, and Abdurrahman were all together. Apparently, due to Franz Tong, their relationship had transformed significantly, previously having been somewhat adversarial. You guys are working pretty hard now, Franz Tong smiled seeing them. Absolutely, otherwise how can we live up to Brother Hank? Jordi replied with a laugh. Why didn't you inform us before coming to Warsect? We could have welcomed you, Jamesk laughed. I decided to come here temporarily. I have something to do here and was just passing by to see you guys. Don't think too highly of yourselves. What is it? Secret. Can we find a place far away and a bit secluded? Sure. Follow us, Jordi responded, understanding Franz Tong's meaning. Find a desolate place to give them some rewards, the old routine. Riding their mounts, they zigzagged for half an hour until they reached a mountain hollow. Brother Hank, why are you being so cautious this time? Hee, because it's fun. Chapter 223, Ignatiusson refining pills. How can I trust you? Fun? Are you that bored? No one believed Jalmer's words. At this moment, Jalmer's soul power swept around but found no signs of anyone tracking them. So, he cast an array formation to wrap the few people inside. Brother Hank, are there any benefits for us again? Right. But apart from the pills, I don't have much else to offer. Pills are enough. With your pill support, we've been practicing harder. See, our cultivation levels have improved quite a bit. But it's still a bit slow. Keep up the good work. Saying so, he waved his hand and 2 bottles of pills floated in front of each person. Everyone caught the bottles, opened them to see. One bottle contained 20 chi-enhancing pills, the other had 20 body-strengthening pills. This time, it was indeed generous. The group's faces flushed red. Was there something they needed to do? Seeing their expressions, Jalmer smiled and said, What? Don't these pills appeal to you now? How could they not? Jordi laughed awkwardly. Brother Hank's pills are what we've dreamed of. Tell us if you need anything. Do I? What did you mean by that? Have I ever asked you to do anything when I gave you pills before? Jalmer frowned. I didn't mean anything by it. I misspoke. My point is, with all your help, we feel we should do something for you. Jordi hurried to clarify. Not bad. There actually is something, the Noel grinned. You see, told you we'd have to do something. Jordi looked enlightened. Look, my clothes somehow got torn. I forgot to bring extras. Is anyone willing to lend me some? Jalmer lifted his tattered robe. The group exchanged glances. Just that? Then, they sized up each other's builds, concluding Jamesk's matched Jalmer's best. Jamesk took out a set of clothes from his storage ring. Brother Hank, we're similar in build. We're mine. Jalmer inspected the clothes. No good. This looks like a rich boy's outfit. Do you have the sect uniform? We don't have the alchemy sects. War sects would be fine. Jamesk retrieved the previous clothes and handed over a war sect uniform. It's a bit old. Mind wearing it? Not at all. It's great. Why do you specifically need this uniform? In fact, there's a reason. You know I've always been targeted by Genie. Now, even her talented sister has joined in. As a result, all on family members often spy on me, looking for a chance to strike. I noticed someone tracking us just now. There's such a thing? We didn't sense anything. Jordy was puzzled. Your cultivation isn't high enough yet. That's why you need to practice harder to catch up. Blushing, the group felt embarrassed. Jalmer continued. I plan to leave the sect. If they notice me leaving, they won't hesitate to attack me outside the sect premises. The Noel was fibbing. That makes sense. They finally understood. After I release the formation, we'll split into 4 directions for 10 to 20 minutes, then change direction for another 10. Later, we'll act as usual. But if anyone asks, don't reveal me. Of course not, they chorused. They confirmed their individual directions, with Jalmer choosing the opposite path from Owling Mountain. All right, thank you. He dissolved the formation and they dispersed. It was already evening, not very bright, but caution never hurt. In this world, being cautious was wise. To avoid attracting attention, Jalmer rode the sect's 4-legged chicken, altering his appearance instantly to resemble a Wilfred in his 20s. After running for about 20 minutes and changing directions multiple times, his goal was the hidden entrance to Owling Mountain, navigating various paths. Zaire hour later, Jalmer reached within a few miles of the hidden gate. Dismounting and scouting the area, he began walking towards Owling Mountain. Alaka a thief, he shook his head, sweeping his surroundings with soul power. Reaching the edge of Owling Mountain, he prepared to investigate when he sensed movement nearby. He hid and observed. Minutes later, 3 late-stage spirit adepts rode 4-legged chickens past him. Patrols. They hadn't paid much attention to this before, meaning the outer perimeter also had patrols. The patrol team faded from his senses. Arriving at the hidden gate, he examined it closely. Sensing the formation, he found it challenging to bypass. Using Norris's method, he tried again, and a concealed path appeared. Rapidly entering Owling Mountain, he restored the formation stones to their original positions, making it seem as though nothing had changed. Owling Mountain, here I come. His main task was to find his master. Riding the Crimson Blood Wolf and covering his face, he headed towards Owling Mountain's center. Meanwhile, Ignatiushin was nearing Owling Mountain's midsection. He arrived hours earlier than Jalmer and spent time chatting with the gatekeepers upon arrival. Today, Gino and Homer were on duty. Being old acquaintances, they talked longer than usual. These gatekeepers were curious. He'd come to Owling Mountain to cultivate, spending a large sum, really aiming to advance to Spirit Jamister? That would be tough. Since he was there specifically to cultivate and planned to meet Jalmer inside, they chatted for an hour before Ignatiushin rode deeper into Owling Mountain. Feeling the energy surge into his body, he marveled at how amazing the place was. Zaire hour later, reaching the luminous zone midway up the mountain, he stopped, covered his face, and began meditating. A combination of cultivating and waiting for Jalmer. Can Zairizi make it in without getting discovered? He worried. But worrying wouldn't help. He should focus on cultivation. Zaire other hour passed, and still, no sign of Zairizi. Unable to settle his mind, it showed Ignatiushin wasn't fully seasoned. Recalling Zairizi's mention of refining pills here for better results, Ignatiushin thought, why not give it a try? He cast a formation around himself, summoned his pill refining furnace and flame, and began refining pills. Translation notes. 1. Pinyin names like Jalmer and Jordy are used accurately. 2. James maintained natural tone and style. 3. Ensured fluent English without grammatical errors. 4. Kept storyline coherent with previous content. 5. Retained paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 224. Returning to the mountain peak. The alchemy process was unexpectedly smooth, which took Ignatiushin by surprise. He felt it went much better than in the alchemy room, and this delighted him greatly. After 40 minutes, 3 spirit-gathering pills, shimmering with spiritual energy, floated before his eyes. Good heavens, is it really that easy? Someone seems to be approaching. Ignatiushin sensed an energy fluctuation. Thankfully, the alchemy was complete. Otherwise, any disturbance could have led to failure. The person was getting closer. Who could it be? A Wilfred in his 20s approached, seemingly unfamiliar yet with a somewhat familiar aura. Could it be Zaire Tong? Oh, Jamister's aura is here too, along with an array formation. The newcomer walked close to the formation, sensing the surroundings, confirming no one else was around, then asked softly, Jamister? A familiar voice. Did he change his appearance? Are you Zaire Tong? Ignatiushin sent a telepathic message. Yes, it's me, came the response, sounding like his master. It doesn't quite look like you. The Noel altered his face to its previous form. Now does it look right? Jalmer laughed. Ignatiushin, observing the Noel, manipulated the formation to envelop him as well. Jalmer then reverted to his Noel-full appearance. Safety first. Encountering someone would be troublesome. Why did you take so long? Shaking off trackers takes time, and finding you also requires time. Not like you sitting here enjoying yourself. Bullshit, I was alchemizing. See, how about these pills? Ignatiushin proudly displayed the 3 freshly made pills. The Noel glanced at them. Jamister is awesome. Jamister is formidable. Thwack. Ignatiushin flicked Jalmer's forehead. That's for being cheeky. Why did you hit me? Zairiway, alchemizing here is surprisingly good. With just 1 furnace, I got 3 pills. Why didn't I think of coming here earlier? Well, this place is excellent for cultivation, but opportunities are limited. Outside, you can alchemize anytime, so you didn't consider it much. Plus, it's not easy to come here, right? Yeah, that's true. What do we plan now? Jalmer asked. You decide, Ignatiushin smiled. How about we alchemize for a while, then cultivate for a while, repeating until 10 hours are up, then move further in. Sure, let's follow your lead. Thus, the master and apprentice settled on the mountain slope. Since Ignatiushin had already completed a batch of pills, they started consuming the pills for cultivation now. They first retracted the array formation, as it blocked the flow of spiritual energy. After an hour, they re-entered the array and resumed alchemy, focusing on second-rank pills. Third-rank pills were left for Jalmer to prepare at the peak, where the environment was even better. Following this routine, alchemizing, consuming pills for cultivation, the cycle continued until Ignatius's wristband signaled it was time to proceed. During this period, Ignatius produced several batches of pills, mostly 3 pills per batch. Occasionally, he managed only 2, but mostly 3. The elderly figure rejoiced. With experience here, achieving 3 pills back home would become easier. The duo advanced together, their progress interspersed with alchemy and cultivation. As they ventured deeper, resistance increased, becoming more intense. Finally, just a few miles from the peak, Ignatius could go no further. It was too difficult. You went to the peak last time? Of course, why would I lie? You're incredible. I might not last long, so you should continue. You said the spiritual energy at the peak is denser. Let me stay with you for a while. The peak will still be there whenever we want to climb. Besides, staying here amidst strong resistance is a form of practice. As you wish. I'll prepare another round of alchemy. I'll assist you, Jalmer grinned. The resistance was overwhelming. Dividing attention between alchemy and resisting it wasn't easy. Ignatius didn't hesitate, starting immediately. Jalmer monitored the alchemy furnace's condition, updating Ignatius on the herb refinement process. Normally, Ignatius could sense it himself, but with divided attention, it was challenging. The Noel's assistance significantly boosted the chances of success. Ultimately, he succeeded with a batch of 3 pills, which greatly pleased Ignatius. After resting briefly, they continued. 35 hours into the trip, Ignatius finally couldn't hold on. He hurriedly bid farewell to Jalmer and retreated down the mountain. In truth, Ignatius's stay wasn't far from the 38-hour record set by previous visitors, but he had reached his limit. He had no choice but to retreat. Jalmer estimated that they had entered the night before, and after over a day, dawn wasn't far off. He decided to head straight for the peak. After a full day and night of cultivation, the spiritual water would likely diminish, and they'd be expelled the next morning. Alright, push forward. Though still strenuous, it was easier compared to the first visit. After some time, he finally reached the peak again. At the entrance of Spirit Mountain, Ignatius approached the gatekeeper. Brother William, you've done pretty well, managing to stay that long, Dave smiled. That's right. If not for wasting those years before, staying for 40 hours wouldn't be a problem. Do you have to boast? Homer added sarcastically. Boast? Am I the type? Here, take these as gifts. With a wave, 2 pills each, a spirit-gathering pill and a soul-gathering pill, floated before Dave and Homer. They took the pills carefully. Well, they have lingering spiritual energy, better than ordinary pills. Where did you get these? I alchemized them myself. Their lips twitched. You alchemized them, and they contain spiritual energy? Don't want them? Give them back? How could we not want them? Both quickly stashed the pills away. Do you have food? Of course, we've been waiting for you. Surprised you stayed so long. We've been hungry. Fools, at your cultivation level, days without food won't bother you. Before long, drinks and dishes filled the table. You've got a great disciple. Absolutely. Who am I? Brother Ignatius. Naturally. At the peak of Spirit Mountain, everything was bathed in light. The Noel inspected his surroundings carefully. Last time, it was night, and the vision was blurry. He had been blasted away upon the emergence of sunlight, so a proper inspection was necessary. Amazing. Thick white fog enveloped the area, obscuring everything except directly above the pool at the summit, which seemed like a clear void. Remarkable. Back at the peak of Spirit Mountain. Chapter 225. I Rush Things. Jalmer surveyed his surroundings, deep in thought. If I practice now, will this pool of spirit water decrease? If it does, part of the surrounding stones will be exposed above the water. Will I be blasted away just like last time? He stared at the spirit water around him, feeling the energy that was surging into his body from his feet. Jalmer hesitated for a moment. Forget it. Let me refine some pills first and think about other things later. The Wilfred took out his pill refining furnace and summoned the core fire to begin refining pills. Naturally, he started with second-grade pills as practice. After 2 rounds of second-grade pills, he began to refine detoxifying pills. He reviewed the process of refining detoxifying pills, considering where improvements could be made and how he should proceed. With a plan in mind, he formally commenced. 40 minutes later, one batch produced only 2 pills. Still not satisfactory. What's wrong? Each step seemed perfect. The Noel fell into contemplation. Only 2 pills. There's not enough quantity. James sighed. The initial refinement of each herb was too intense, resulting in an insufficient total amount and thus preventing 3 pills from forming. Let me reduce the refining time for each sub-furnace and try again. The Noel took a chi-gathering pill and a soul-gathering pill, cultivating slightly to recover. He continued. 40 minutes later, the pills were complete. Looking at the 3 floating pills before him, he felt overjoyed. 3 pills. Finally 3, even if they are only low-grade. But since I can produce low-grade ones, medium-grade can't be far off. The Noel smiled. Thinking has its uses. More daydreaming and meditation wouldn't hurt. Should I concentrate on cultivation? If I do, the energy in the pond will decrease and the water level will drop. Will I be blasted out? He was worried and conflicted. This is pure spirit water. Not cultivating would be such a waste. Should I try? In the worst case, I can always come back next time. After all, I can enter any time. Should I release my companions? Not yet, just in case I get blasted away and lose contact with them. Deciding, the Noel began meditating, still feeling uneasy. Gradually, his heart settled down, and he entered a deep trance. A large amount of energy flowed into his body as he cultivated, greedily absorbing the essence of this mountain peak. After an unknown amount of time, Jalmer opened his eyes and looked up. The sun had reached directly overhead. How did 4 or 5 hours pass so quickly? Time flies. He checked his chi source. Yes, the 6th small star was almost complete. It looks like I'm advancing towards 7th rank spirit scholar. Smiling, he glanced around. Damn, There's actually a distance of over 10 centimeters exposed along the edge of the water, all the way around. The spirit water has decreased significantly. But I wasn't blasted away. Is it only the first rays of morning sunlight that have that effect? It must be. The Noel was overjoyed. In the future, coming up here in the morning would be best. Then I can do whatever I want without any worries. With a broad smile, he hurriedly released the red sky Xyrets and naturally the red blood wolf as well. Good things should be shared. Feeling elated and full of strength, he decided to refine another batch of pills. He considered for a moment and began. 40 minutes later, he held 3 detoxifying pills. Not bad. Continuing with pills and cultivation, such opportunities are rare. Other 3 hours passed in cultivation, causing the spirit water to drop further. By now, Jalmer sensed that his chi source was almost complete. Am I about to advance? Advancing means becoming a late-stage spirit scholar, making me a true expert. Elated, he refined a batch of pills and continued consuming both chi-gathering pills and soul-gathering pills. Hours passed, and the sun set while the stars appeared. This was something the Noel loved. He took out his jade flask. It was time to gather star energy. Last time, one drop had incredible effects. Time slipped by between cultivation and pill refining. Before he knew it, it was around 4 in the morning. The Noel sat with closed eyes, submerged in water but drenched in sweat, breathing unsteadily. He was on the verge of breaking through. He controlled the internal chi current, trying desperately to form another small star in his chi source, but it was just that little bit short. What's going on? I can't just sit here. Jalmer stood up, checking his surroundings. He recalled the red sky Xyrets and red blood wolf, also putting away the heaven-breaking staff and jade flask. He was ready to move. Once everything was put away, he began practicing the 10,000 poles technique. Soon, the pool of spirit water started swirling wildly with his movements. The commotion was significant. If anyone were nearby, they would assume a tornado was coming. Fortunately, there was no mist here. Otherwise, it would cause chaos and alert the guardians of Spirit Mountain, not to mention the cultivators within. After half an hour of intense exercise, he still hadn't advanced. Damn, it's this hard? He swallowed a drop of liquid from the jade flask and followed it with a soul-merging pill. Time to go all out. Massive amounts of energy spread throughout his body, each cell crazily absorbing. The heaven-breaking staff reappeared in his hand as he started performing wild strikes. Earth-shaking display. He needed to vent, to shake the heavens. The Noel exercised tirelessly. Half an hour later, a pop sounded in his dantian. He smiled. He had broken through to 7th rank spirit scholar, officially reaching the late-stage practitioner level. He put away the heaven-breaking staff and sat down in the deepest part of the pond on the mountain peak. Completely submerged in spirit water, he was enveloped in energy. He controlled the chi currents inside him, moving frantically to absorb more energy and stabilize his new rank. Energy was plentiful here. He absorbed the essence of the spirit water like a vampire. The chi source slowly filled, and gradually, the 7th small star grew denser. Hour later, Jalmer stood up, waving his hand lightly. The distant mist suddenly churned. The Noel chuckled and snapped his fingers casually, producing a thunderous boom that startled him. Snap. He laughed, amazed by his own power. Inspecting himself internally, he found it satisfactory. At will, he gestured, and the spirit water in the pond swirled around him. A single thought, and a stream of water coiled around him like a snake. This sensation, wonderful. There's plenty of energy here. I'll visit often. Perhaps I'll break through to Spirit Jamester soon. Lost in thoughts of grand achievements, he suddenly felt a ray of sunlight hit the exposed surface near the pond. A bang, and Jalmer was blasted away. Damn, I rushed things. Chapter 226, Leaving the Sect. Franz stood in midair, struggling to control his body to land gracefully, but it seemed as if Spirit Mountain was determined to embarrass him. Before he could react, there was a thud, and the Wilfred's face met the ground in a perfect, dog-eating dirt pose. Scrambling up without time to stand firm or cry out in pain, he began rolling down the mountain once more. Why is this expulsion force so much stronger than before? Could it be because I absorbed more energy this time? Indeed, during the last visit, only about 10 centimeters of the ground had emerged. Now it was over half a meter. It seems the expulsion force is related to this. By taking away too much energy, the mountain wants me further away and doesn't wish for my return. After rolling for several meters, the Noel finally managed to stabilize himself. Damn you for making me lose face. Next time, I'll drain you completely. Rubbing his shoulder, Franz dusted off his clothes and felt the expulsion force before dashing downhill. His gains were significant this time, so he needed to leave quickly. At the entrance of Spirit Mountain, Gino and Homer were playing chess, with Ignatiushin already gone, as another day and night had passed. The sudden thud startled them. The noise came from the direction of Spirit Mountain. Was that thunder? Asked Gino, holding a white piece suspended midair while tilting his head to listen for another thud. It didn't sound like it. Thunder in the bright early morning? Homer frowned, also hearing the loud noise. The second sound never came, and they checked the nearby surveillance screen but saw nothing unusual. Without any prior agreement, both stepped out of the hut and looked towards the summit of Spirit Mountain, yet saw nothing. Forget it, as long as Spirit Mountain doesn't collapse, who cares if it's thunder or something else? Let's get back to our game. Meanwhile, Franz rushed towards the bottom of Spirit Mountain, still searching for an exit. Having entered secretly, he couldn't leave openly either. While running, he assessed the surroundings, dodging people whenever necessary. Soon, he reached the entry point. Confirming the vicinity, he released air currents to shift the array piece slightly, then sent out spiritual energy to check outside. No one was around. Moving the array stone quickly, Franz appeared beyond the protective array of Spirit Mountain. As soon as he exited, the stone snapped back into place. Once outside, Franz continuously teleported, rapidly leaving the area of Spirit Mountain. Arriving at a secluded spot, the boy summoned the four-legged chicken and rode it leisurely, enjoying the scenery for a moment before setting off at a gallop. Through a teleportation array, he soon arrived at Pill Hall, heading directly to the alchemy room where Ignatiushin was already busy at work. Following the same plan as last time, half an hour later, Ignatiushin found Franz in the disciples' alchemy chamber. You just got back? Straight here after coming out. Franz smiled. Zaire gains? Not bad. Advanced 1 level. Not bad. Wait, what did you say? Advanced 1 level. Ignatiushin gaped. Yes, I'm now at 7th rank spirit scholar, still some distance behind Jamister. Ignatiushin wanted to scold but stopped himself. How could he scold such a talented disciple? You're impressive, you haven't disappointed me. Keep working hard and try to advance to spirit Jamister soon. Ignatiushin was pleased but somewhat frustrated. How are things with the alchemy today, Jamister? I'm brewing a batch of soul-gathering pills now. Can you help observe? Ignatiushin started immediately, brewing a potion very beneficial to spirit scholars, especially alchemists and array Jamasters. About 40 minutes later, 3 pills floated in the air. Now Ignatiushin brewed 2-grade potions effortlessly. Well, Zaire advice? Knowing Franz's skill far exceeded his own, seeking feedback wasn't embarrassing. I think you need to be more careful with the heat and should immerse more soul force in the furnace to feel the transformation process of the herbs. Franz bluntly gave his thoughts. Ignatiushin listened and nodded frequently, appreciating this teaching attitude. Taking Franz's advice, Ignatiushin brewed another batch. 3 pills of medium quality emerged, quite satisfactory. Well, how's your detoxifying pill going? I'll give it a try, Franz smiled, preparing the ingredients. Watching someone more skilled brew was highly beneficial. Ignatiushin closely observed every detail of Franz's actions. 40 minutes later, 3 low-quality detoxifying pills floated mid-air. Still not quite there. None even reached medium quality. But getting 3 pills from a single batch here is pretty good. You should be proud. As a spirit scholar, being able to brew 3rd-grade pills is rare. What complaints do you have now? Ignatiushin thought. Got plans tomorrow? Want to go somewhere? Go? Where? You forgot? Last time you wanted to test your spiritual roots, right? Oh yes, really forgot. The boy scratched his head, laughing. So the master and disciple chatted while practicing alchemy, the time passing quickly. Early next morning, after breakfast, they headed towards the teleportation array, walking slowly, greeting familiar faces along the way. Sure enough, an elder inquired, Lemuel, where are you headed with your gifted student? They rarely walk together, so this question was normal. Oh, I want to take him out of the sect to broaden his horizons, Ignatiushin grinned proudly. Your student is a genius and lacks experience? Are you showing him off? Don't joke. Pretending embarrassment, they continued on. Before leaving, several elders repeated similar questions to Ignatiushin. This was intentionally letting everyone know his disciple was leaving the sect, so not seeing him for days would be natural. At the gate, Franz registered, then they left openly from Xianyao Valley. This translation aims to stay true to the original Chinese text while ensuring it reads naturally in English, preserving the tone and style of the novel. Chapter 227. Arrival at Xianyuan City. When they first left the sect, master and disciple did not immediately mount their rides but sprinted on foot. Quite a few people did this when leaving the sect to show off their speed. Franz's behavior mirrored that of others, so it wasn't unusual. Jamister, where are we headed? After running for half an hour, the two slowed down, having already traveled over 10 miles away from the sect. Where? We could visit Xianyuan City. The main purpose of this outing was merely to have Franz enter the sect with a new identity, so Ignatiushin had no special plans beyond spending a few days outside. Sounds good. I know some people there too. You know people in Xianyuan City? Yes, a medium-sized family, the Clifton family. Their young master, Edwin, came looking for me before. Thanks to him, I found you quickly. You should have met him by now. Oh right, then we should thank him. Definitely. Jamister, do you know anyone in Xianyuan City? A few, like some from the Dongfang and Yates families. Also, our Zuenya Guga runs an alchemy shop there. Naturally, I know some people there. Though years have passed, they might have changed staff. That's true. As the elder of Danmen, the overseer of this alchemy shop is also an elder-level figure from Zuenya Gugu and should be acquainted. Both released their mounts, preparing for a full-speed ride. Upon seeing Franz's steed, Ignatiushin couldn't help but gasp. It had grown even larger. Was it still growing? Its fur shone brighter, like a ball of fire. Zaire Tong, what's up with your mount? It changes every time it appears. Well, it eats well, the Noel smiled. Eats well? Didn't I always feed it the best stuff? Especially at the peak of Spirit Mountain and Spirit Lake. It absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, naturally causing changes. Perhaps it hasn't fully matured yet, hence the significant changes. Is that so? If my mount went with Zaire Tong to Spirit Lake and Spirit Mountain Peak, would it change as well? Forget it. It's been years. It's probably stabilized by now. They sped toward Xianyuan City. Sister, I heard that Jerk left the sect. You must teach him a lesson for me. Genie pouted at Alan Zishuan inside the array gate. Alan family had many informants within the sect, and Alan Zishuan had instructed them to report all movements concerning Franz. This high-profile departure ensured she received news early and thus rushed to find her sister. Which jerk? Hank Zhongchuan from Danmin, the one who keeps bullying me. Don't tell me you forgot. Oh, him. Right? Didn't you say he wouldn't dare leave the sect, and if he did, you'd teach him a lesson? Just him? His master, Ignatiushin. That won't work. We can't punish him in front of Ignatiushin. Besides, Ignatiushin is a level 9 spirit warrior. I'm not afraid of him, but I can't be sure of winning against him either. I was just saying that. My little sister took it seriously. With Ignatiushin around, I can't be sure of teaching him a lesson. Sister doesn't care about me anymore. Genie whined. How could I not? If there's a chance later, I'll surely cripple him for you. This little sister is such a handful. Isn't this a great opportunity? Never mind. I'll go to grandfather. She ran off. Ah. Alan Zishuan sighed. shaking her head. This little sister, always getting into trouble. If only she spent more time cultivating. Her resources far exceed others. But Hank Zhongchuan indeed has been arrogant. Next time, there should be a proper chance to teach him a lesson. Soon after, Jeannie appeared before Ardell, the de facto head of the All-On family. Clearly, Jeannie was quite beloved in the family. Grandfather, that bully left the sect. Please stand up for me. Punish him? Yes, kill him if necessary. He always bullies me. Bullying you means disrespecting me, damaging my dignity. Thus, he must be taught a lesson. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for me, a great spirit Jamister, to deal with a spirit practitioner directly. Think of a way, grandfather. Let me think. Dealing with someone within the sect would leak information and cause trouble. Ardell paused. I'll try someone outside the sect. You don't need to worry, just wait for news. Thank you, grandfather. You're the best. Go on. Ardell pondered deeply. This Zaire Z is quite mysterious. Young Zaire has impressive cultivation, which even some elders can't see through. Since his arrival, progress has been remarkable, and Ignatiushin has also changed greatly. Is Zaire Z somehow related to Franz? Watching Jeannie leave, the old man picked up the communicator. Ignatiushin and his disciple left the sect. Keep an eye on them and report any updates. Yes, elder. Half an hour later, Ardell learned that Ignatiushin and his companion were heading towards Xinyuan City in a hurry. He dialed another number, reaching the Aling sect branch in Xinyuan City. Who is it? Emilio answered. It's Ardell. Father, what do you need? The old man only calls for important matters. Do you know Ignatiushin? Ignatiushin? Emilio thought for a moment. The perpetually drunk elder of Damin? Yes, he has recovered. This time, he brought his new disciple to Xinyuan City. His disciple is problematic, possibly connected to Franz. Try to learn more about him. Understood. What's his name? Zaire special? Hank Zhongchuan, 15 years old. He entered the sect just over 2 months ago, but rose from 5th to 9th level in those short months. According to other elders, he's somewhat inscrutable. So powerful? For levels in 2 months? Zaire Franz had a first-class spirit root, but could cultivate. Could they be the same person? They're roughly the same age, but reportedly, they don't look alike. Could it be a disguise? Continuous disguises leave traces. Zaireway, watch him closely. Capture and interrogate him if possible. Understood, father. After the call, Emilio began organizing his team. A perilous net was quietly spreading, awaiting Franz as its prey. Meanwhile, Franz and his master continued galloping, chatting merrily, unaware of the looming danger. A few hours later, the massive city of Xinyuan finally came into view. Chapter 228. Stealthy James Maneuvers. Jamister, where do we go first? Let's visit the sect's medicinal shop first. We'll settle in there. The two dismounted from their steeds and put them away. The last time they came here, they were gawked at like monkeys. It was annoying, and they couldn't afford to make the same mistake this time. Upon entering the city, they rented 2 more wily horses. Yes, you could rent wily horses here, as long as you had the money. Walking would be too slow. As spirit knights, if they sprinted, it wouldn't take long. But running through the city wasn't appropriate either. After all, most residents were ordinary people, and if cultivators were constantly flying around, that wouldn't be ideal. Of course, out in the wilderness, there'd be no issue. Soon, the duo arrived at the Xianyao Valley's medicinal shop in the illusory city, Xianyao Alchemy Shop. There were smaller words beside it, Illusory City No. 1 store. As soon as they approached the door, a saleswoman named Zaire greeted them with a bright smile. What can I do for the 2 honorable gentlemen? Our pills are top-notch. Hankling inwardly, Ignatiushin hadn't worn the sect uniform. Otherwise, the scene would have been different. Is Elder Allah around? Ignatiushin asked. Do you mean our shopkeeper, Elder Allah? Sister Zaire sized up Ignatiushin. He seemed quite refined. Who could he be? Our shopkeeper isn't just anyone. Yes, is the shopkeeper still Elder Allah Chongqing? Shopkeeper is indeed Elder Allah, but whether he's available, I'm not sure. Please come inside, Sister Zaire said with a smile. Are these 2 acquaintances or relatives of the shopkeeper? Can you check if your shopkeeper is available? The 2 followed her into the medicinal shop. What does Lord need our shopkeeper for? Sister Zaire hesitated. If any random customer could see the boss just by asking, the boss wouldn't be worth much. After all, the boss is a level 9 spirit knight, a powerful figure. Do you recognize this? Ignatiushin showed her his sect badge. It's only right that the boss of such a big medicinal shop doesn't meet just anyone. Sister Zaire took the badge, looked it over, and smiled. It seems you're an elder from the sect. My apologies, sir. Please follow me. She then led them upstairs. The moment they stepped onto the 2nd floor, the comfort felt familiar, reminiscent of the spirit hall's 2nd floor when they entered initially. At the counter on the 2nd floor, a dai was diligently working on an abacus. This was the manager, Axel, also a spirit knight. Sister Zaire spoke to the dai, Sir Wang. This gentleman is an elder from the sect, looking for Elder Allah. She couldn't bring Ignatiushin directly to the boss without clearance. Axel lifted his head, staring intently at Ignatiushin. After half a minute, he uttered 2 words, Jamister? With both doubt and surprise. How? Don't you recognize your master? Wang Xiaohu hurried out from behind the counter, bowing deeply to Ignatiushin. This person was actually Ignatiushin's disciple. Jamister, you're well, really well. Tears welled up in his eyes. His master was finally normal again. He'd only heard rumors that Jamister was fine before, and now seeing him in person, he was genuinely happy. Enough already, you're not exactly young either. You sound like a woman. Axel chuckled, glancing at Jalmer beside him. So this must be junior brother Hank? Greetings, senior brother. Jalmer saluted Wang Xiaohu. From their conversation, he realized this was his senior brother, though his master had never mentioned having disciples. Sister Zaire had already left, as it wasn't her business anymore. They spent the next hour catching up. Zaire hour later, Axel said, Jamister, You're now a level 9 spirit knight. Great. Oh, did you want to see EATER1 as well? Almost forgot. Yes, since we've come, we should pay him a visit. Follow me then, Jamister. Soon, the trio reached the 3rd floor. The comfort level increased even further. Although Jalmer had seen the spirit mountain and lake before, this place still amazed him due to its unique qualities. Led by Axel, they walked through the 3rd floor sales area towards the back. Ignatius glanced at the 3rd floor counter, where a Wilfred was doing the same job as Axel, apparently the manager here. Axel smiled. That's Administrator Alvis, a level 4 spirit knight. You might not know him. Hearing the noise, Alvis lifted his head, nodded, then continued working. Shortly after, they arrived at a room's door. Knock. Axel has something important to report. Come in. The three pushed open the door and entered. Ignatius looked over, but the person inside didn't lift his head. Ala Chongqing, you certainly have a grand air about you. Ala Chongqing looked up, paused, stood up, and walked over with outstretched arms, giving Ignatius a big hug. Brother Ignatius, you don't look as handsome as before. Yeah, I'm getting old. Haha, who would have thought you'd admit to aging? Remarkable, a few years ago. If someone said that, you'd have been furious. Looks like you really are getting old. Come, meet Elder Ala, one of the old-timers from the alchemy sect, just a bit worse than me. Ignatius turned to look at Jalmer and continued. This is my disciple, Hank Shengchuan. Greetings, Elder Ala. Jalmer quickly bowed. Huh, so this is the famous EATER1. Truly admirable. Brother Ignatius, you've taken on a fine disciple. Heh, pretty good. They chatted idly, settling into the atmosphere. The two had also found a place to stay. Naturally, the medicinal shop had accommodation, especially suitable for Ignatius, a level 9 spirit knight elder. In the evening, the main figures from the medicinal shop took the duo out for a sumptuous dinner at a nearby tavern to welcome them. Brother Ignatius, it's rare for you to come out. What brings you here? Well, it's for this guy. Bringing him out to experience the world. He can't stay cooped up in the sect forever. It hinders growth. Yes, makes sense. How long do you plan to stay? Depends. I'll be here for 4 or 5 days, but he can decide on his own. He glanced at Jalmer. I'll decide based on circumstances. Jamesib, I'll leave with Jamister after 4 or 5 days. Or maybe I'll stay longer, Jalmer spoke under the gazes of everyone present. Right, you've already achieved a level 9 spiritual practitioner at your age. It's fine to train outside alone, but be careful, Ala Chongqing smiled. As Elder says. 2 hours later, everyone was thoroughly satisfied with food and drink. Ala Chongqing and company escorted Ignatius and his disciple to their lodgings and bade farewell. They needed to rest after traveling all day. Axel stayed for a brief chat before leaving. In their room, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Jalmer changed into black clothes and stealthily slipped out, being careful not to disturb anyone. Ignatius didn't give any special instructions. Jalmer was naturally cautious, coming from the martial world. Riding the rented wily horse, Jalmer headed toward the Clifton family estate. Chapter 229. Returning to the Clifton family. Visiting the Clifton family was one of Jalmer's objectives this time, to see if it was possible to completely remove old Jameson Clifton's poison now. He began to ride the spectral horse at full speed. However, after only a few hundred meters, Jalmer furrowed his brow. Someone was following him. Actually, this was expected. When he left the sect so conspicuously, it naturally drew interest from many. A smile crept onto the Wilfred's lips as he had already made up his mind. Continuing on, but changing direction, he utilized the knowledge of Xinyuan City gained through travels and maps. The Noel rode the spectral horse without much haste, using his soul power to sense that it seemed to be a spirit warrior following him. Who could it be? Sent by the Alon family? Jalmer kept a steady pace while the pursuer followed at an equal rate, maintaining a distance of around a kilometer between them. As they went further, the lights gradually became scarce, dimming the path. This Cyrese, where's he going? Is he setting up an opportunity for me? The tracker thought gleefully. Running to a deserted place like this, you have no one to blame but yourself. You continue ahead. You'll get what's coming, Jalmer thought amusedly. So, in sync with their separate intentions, they headed deeper into the dark. After 40 minutes, there was no more light except for the twinkling stars in the sky. Jalmer stopped and took a sip of water. Cyrese, why aren't you running anymore? A voice approached, slightly out of breath, having traveled on foot. The Wilfred turned to face the figure. Looking for me? Well, aren't you afraid? I'm a cultivator. Why should I be afraid? Who are you? A bandit? Huh, a cultivator? What, don't believe it? Jalmer reached out, lifting a stone from the ground. How about this? Go away if you know what's good for you. The Noel laughed, playing along. Seeing Jalmer's response, the person chuckled. So, just a spirit cultivator? What if I'm a 9th level spirit cultivator? Oh, look down on spirit cultivators. Are you a spirit warrior, or even a spirit Jamister? Spirit Jamister? You're making jokes. A spirit Jamister would come after you. A mere spirit cultivator? Do you think you're somebody important? So you're a spirit warrior? Jamesy, I ask why you've been following me. Not my business. Then why follow me? Bored. Daring brat. A slap flew through the air, but Jalmer easily dodged. Not bad, you actually dodged. The attacker was taken aback. Sir, isn't this improper? You're a spirit warrior attacking a spirit cultivator. That's not right. Not right? Insulting a spirit warrior like this. You deserve a lesson. You followed me all this way just for that? Haven't offended anyone in Xinyuan City, right? Xinyuan City, maybe not, but what about Xinyao Valley? Sent by the Alon family of Xinyao Valley? Don't waste my time. Come with me unless you want trouble. As he turned to leave, silence followed. Turning back, the Wilfred hadn't moved, watching like a fool. Zyreger surged within him, swiftly restraining Jalmer and slamming him to the ground. But Jalmer landed on his feet unharmed. The man frowned, again holding the Noel aloft and aiming a punch at his chest. Instead, he felt a painful punch to his shoulder, stumbling back several steps, massaging his shoulder. The man stared in disbelief. Was this really a spirit cultivator? How strong? Sent by the All-On family from Xianyao Valley? You guess. Drawing a large saber, he slashed towards Jalmer. No ordinary opponent. You won't talk? Then you'll regret it. Jalmer also drew a saber, using the War God technique learned from Moon Lake Sect. After a few exchanges, the Noel found it uninteresting. He was too strong, the attacker too weak. Blocking the blade, he quickly struck, knocking the attacker down. Now, talk, or suffer. The man's shock grew. A proud spirit warrior falling so easily to a spirit cultivator? Impossible. Still silent, Jalmer twisted his hand. A cry of pain echoed as the arm dislocated, sweat appearing. My patience has limits. Having experienced more, Jalmer wasn't as kind-hearted. A snap, another arm broke. I'll talk. Jalmer released him. You should have said sooner. I'm from the All-On family. Which All-On? All-On Duozhu. Who is he? The Harmon of Tian Aling sect in Xinyuan City. Full name? Emilio. So Emilio leads both Tian Aling sect in Xinyuan City and Xianyao Valley? Yes. Strength? Spirit Jamister. Jalmer gasped inwardly. Facing a spirit Jamister here? Are you from Tian Aling sect or Xianyao Valley? Tian Aling sect. Zaire, the deputy Harmon of Tian Aling sect? 9th level spirit warrior. Sure enough, major cities held stronger powerhouses. Even in Munhua City, the Harmon was an 8th level spirit warrior, whereas here, even deputies were 9th level. Did Emilio order you to bring me back? Yes. Why? Don't know, just told to capture you. The Noel pondered. Why such effort over offending Alan's daughter in the sect? They suspect something? How much do you know about me? Just that you're from the alchemy sect in Xianyao Valley, a new disciple of Lemuel Shio, skilled in alchemy. Anything else? One of the top fighters in the valley. Anything else? No. Really nothing? No. A punch rendered the man unconscious. So fragile. Should I cripple him? He hesitated, feeling it unfair to destroy his cultivation foundation but decided against it. Enough. Riding off, he dismounted a few kilometers from Clifton's residence. Deep night had settled. Dodging shadows, he reached Clifton's high walls, leaping inside. Using his soul power to scan the area, he then jumped into the Clifton family compound. Translation completed. Adhering to your instructions. The story continues with Jalmer's actions at the Clifton family compound, maintaining tone, style, and structure. Chapter 230. Helping someone advance. Jalmer wandered around the Clifton family estate. It was a little past midnight, and most people had turned in for the night, though a few were still up. For example, the cultivators the Clifton family had invited were still drinking and boasting. Old Mr. Clifton was also still practicing cultivation, which took Jalmer somewhat by surprise. Given his advanced age, it appeared that the cleansing pill Jalmer had given him previously had provided hope, motivating him to set a new goal for himself. If he could advance to the spirit scholar rank, their family would naturally progress further. That seemed to be what was driving him. Jalmer waited outside the old man's house, concealing his aura so no one knew the Wilfred had returned to the Clifton estate. He waited until the elder's cultivation session ended. Is old Mr. Clifton here? The Wilfred asked softly, modulating his voice just right. He didn't use telepathy. Better not too many people know he was a spirit scholar. Who? Otto inside startled. In the dead of night, who had intruded into the Clifton family? Had news of him being cured spread? It's me, old Mr. Clifton. The door opened, and a stream of light illuminated Jalmer. Friend Hank? Otto was startled, then pleased. Please come in. The Noel stepped into the room, and the old man closed the door behind him. Jalmer looked at Otto and smiled. Old Mr. Clifton looks much healthier. It seems the cleansing pill worked well. I must thank you for the medicine. Otto cupped his hands towards the Noel. Please, have a seat. The Noel sat down as the old man poured tea. Here, please enjoy. The Wilfred smiled again. Would you like me to check your condition? Sure, that would be wonderful. So, Otto extended his right hand, placing full trust in Jalmer. Jalmer held the elder's wrist, guiding chi into his body. After a few minutes, the Noel released his grip, finding the elder in better shape than expected. Old Mr. Clifton, the poison is almost completely gone. Would you like to try advancing to the spirit scholar rank now? The Noel grinned. Do you have a way to help me advance now? Yes, but there's some risk involved. Do you dare take it? If all goes well, you'll become a spirit scholar today. Otherwise, you might suffer serious injury. I dare, said the elder. As a seasoned cultivator, he possessed a sense of adventure, especially since he believed the Noel wouldn't suggest this without confidence. Good. Here's a toxin dispersal pill, a second-grade pill. If you take it now, it can clear out any remaining toxins, though there's a risk due to its potency. If you survive it, everything will be fine. The Noel had checked the elder's physique. Despite his age, it was quite robust from previous practice of physical strengthening techniques and taking related pills. Second-grade pill? No problem. Let's start now. Yes, let's start. Just as the Noel was about to activate an array, Otto said, come with me. He walked into an inner room, causing the Noel to frown slightly but follow. In the inner room, Otto pressed a spot on the wall, revealing a staircase leading downwards. A basement. They descended 10 meters to a spacious, sturdy room. This was specially built for security. Advancing might cause some disturbances, so this place is perfect. Jalmer examined the surroundings and walls, nodding approvingly before activating an array, enclosing both of them. Otto felt the protective array and marveled at the Noel's abilities. Let's begin. A pill appeared before the elder, who swallowed the toxin dispersal pill and began meditating. The potent effects of the pill surged through his body, forcing him to rapidly guide his energy. Sweating profusely after half an hour, he began to tremble, struggling with the powerful drug. Jalmer moved behind the elder and placed a hand on his back. Relax, old Mr. I'll assist you. Qi flowed into Clifton Yutong's body, completing a cycle. All remnants of the poison were cleared. The Noel controlled the remaining energy, gradually releasing it evenly throughout the elder's body, stabilizing the effect. Minutes later, Otto exhaled, eyes opening. Feeling rejuvenated, he bowed deeply. Thank you, friend. Not yet. Continue. 2 floating pills appeared before the elder, a Qi boosting pill and an enlightenment pill. Without hesitation, he consumed them, continuing his cultivation. Upon ingestion, a surge of strong energy filled his stomach. These pills were far superior to anything he'd taken before. Concentrating fully, he cultivated. Zaire hour later, a new wave of Qi radiated from him. He had advanced. Years of consuming pills had stored massive amounts of energy within him, and with the removal of Dan poison, advancing became inevitable. But it wasn't time to celebrate yet. His advancement was unstable. Old Jamister, continue practicing to stabilize your realm. Zaire's other pill appeared near the elder's mouth. Opening his mouth, he swallowed the pill and kept cultivating. After half an hour, his Qi stabilized, truly becoming a spirit scholar. Congratulations, old Jamister. Thank you, sir. Otto rose and bowed deeply. If not for this Wilfred, he would never have detoxified or advanced. This Noel was like a reborn parent, bestowing immense gratitude upon him. Chapter 231. Getting a bit cocky. The Wilfred reached out to support the old man. He still wasn't used to receiving kneeling from others, especially an elderly person. Mr. Clifton, no need for such formality. We might need your help in the future. Should you have any matters in the future, feel free to command us. Good. Oh, and thank you, Governor Hank, for helping the 2 younger members of the Clifton family. They say they've advanced a small rank due to your assistance and are nearly ready for another promotion. I'm truly grateful. Oh, they're my friends. It's only natural. Besides, although you've been promoted to Spirit Warrior, I think it's best to keep a low profile and not reveal this yet. Once Carmine and Ichabod become Spirit Warriors, we can afford to be less secretive. I agree with you. If I announce my promotion to Spirit Warrior, the 4 major families might panic, and other medium-sized families might also join in attacking us. It could lead to our clan being instantly wiped out. Yes, it's better to stay low-key. Did the grown-up come to Mystic City with some matters? We know the area well. If you need anything, just tell us. Not really. I'm just strolling around with my master and meeting some people. The grown-up's master is here? Why didn't you bring him along? We would love to treat him properly. If it weren't for his cleansing pill, I wouldn't be where I am now. You think I made up that master, huh? Well, not that master. My master is the one I met in the mystical herb valley. Carmine should have mentioned him. Oh, Lemuel. Indeed, Carmine did mention him. It would be perfect if Governor Hank could introduce Lemuel to the Clifton family. Building connections with an elder from the top-tier sect in Rat Country is every family's dream. But it's inappropriate to invite him right now since he doesn't know us well. Seeing Mr. Clifton hesitate, the Wilfred guessed what was on his mind and said, coming here is enough for now, but if there's an opportunity in the future, I can introduce you. However, the possibility of my master coming is slim. He's quite proud. Indeed. Should I ask Azrael to prepare some food for you? Please wait a moment. Mr. Clifton, it's unnecessary. I'll leave soon. Here, take these pills to sell at your pharmacy. Perhaps I should still call Azrael since he's the current head of the family and manages these affairs. I'm an old man now. It's best if the current head establishes a good relationship with the adult. Franz Tong thought about it and smiled. All right, but please don't disturb anyone else. Jameis may have grievances against me. It's safer for you not to reveal my whereabouts. Understood. Please wait a moment. They exited the basement. As the door opened, Otto darted out. A short while later, Otto and Antonio returned with some refreshments, moving quite quickly. Welcome, please sit down. Seeing Franz Tong standing, Antonio hurriedly offered a seat, his face full of surprise. The elder had already informed him about his advancement. This Wilfred was their Clifton family's living Buddha. Why not eat something before you go? More time spent here is better. No need, I'll leave soon. So urgent? Never mind, I don't fully understand the world of cultivators, so whatever you say goes. Well, then at least have some pastries. The Wilfred nodded and flicked his wrist, and a pile of bottles appeared on the table. These are first-grade pills, 160 of them. Sell them, but be cautious about the quantity. Antonio was overjoyed. Don't worry, I'll handle it carefully. Fantastic, enough to open a pill shop. Do you think your pharmacy can sell second-grade pills? Second grade? Antonio paused. We can try, perhaps selling one per month. Of course, I'll explore other methods too. If you can supply more continuously, we could specialize in selling pills. A specialized pill shop? Let's hold off on that for now. Unless the 2 young men from your Clifton family grow stronger, it could attract trouble. You're right, I didn't consider that thoroughly. Sure, here are 10 gathering Qi pills. Decide how to proceed. Thank you very much. That's all. Remember, don't reveal my visit. It could endanger you as I have enemies within both the sect and the Spirit Gate. Got it. Although dangerous, you are our Clifton family's chance. Be careful. We understand, rest assured, Otto responded. Well, I'm leaving. Franz Tong stood up. Wait, here are 30,000 flowers. It was rushed, so we couldn't gather more. We'll make up for it next time. Saying this, Antonio handed over a storage ring. Franz Tong smiled, transferred the coins to his own ring, and said, no need. These pills are worth about that much. You won't profit. Nonsense, we owe you a great deal. Helping my elder advance to Spirit Warrior is an immense favor. From now on, the Clifton family listens to you. You flatter me, goodbye. With that, he vanished in a flash. Remington, what level is Governor Hank now? I can't see through him. According to Carmine's communication, he seems to be a 9th-rank spirit person, but it doesn't look like it. His movements were so fast, I didn't even see how he left, Otto remarked, looking at where Franz Tong had disappeared. Amazing, truly a genius. It's our Clifton family's fortune. Indeed, brought back by Deshang, we must thank him properly. Oh, and don't mention today's events to anyone. Act as if nothing happened. Understood. Also, see if we can hire more cultivators, preferably 8th or 9th rank spirit persons. When Carmine and Ichabod return home, arrange for dedicated protection. Got it. Antonio seemed to grasp the elder's intentions. With the elder's promotion, extra caution was necessary while waiting for the two Noels to grow stronger. Walking leisurely after leaving the Clifton residence, Franz Tong wasn't in a hurry. After all, it was a big city, and many shops were still doing business. Now a late-stage spirit warrior, outside the sect, his kind was rare. Late at night, who would expect such a powerhouse walking the streets? If known, many would vie to be his disciple. His soul power spread out, occasionally sensing passing cultivators, but he merely glanced at them. Was the Wilfred getting a bit cocky? Translation notes asterisk. Ensured names are consistent, e.g., Otto, Antonio. James maintained the narrative flow and style, kept paragraph structure and line breaks intact. Adapted cultural elements for English fluency while preserving meaning. Chapter 232, Eastern Family. Did it drift away? No, but at this moment, Jalmer indeed felt quite good. I need to push forward and work harder. Soon, the Wilfred arrived at Ignatius's room. Back already? Where did you go? Ignatius glanced at him and continued reading. Jalmer stared with wide eyes. His esteemed senior was actually reading a book. He didn't seem like the type who read books before. Strange. Not hearing any response from Jalmer, Ignatius lifted his head again and saw Zaireezi's expression. He smiled, understanding immediately. What's wrong? Books contain gold houses, and reading makes one progress. Those words sounded familiar. So, if you have nothing else, you should read more often. Where did you go today? I went for a visit to Edwin's family. Jalmer found a stool and sat down. I feel like we're being watched here. Did you have any trouble? Yeah, there really is someone. Thus, Jalmer recounted everything that happened along the way. Haha, the Allon family is truly formidable, extending their reach even here. But that person has reached the spiritual Jamester stage, which is hard to deal with. They won't do anything openly, but I can't resist covertly either. Ignatius felt troubled. Didn't you take care of that person? What? Take care of? The Wilfred looked a bit embarrassed. I've never killed anyone before. Can people be killed so casually? You're just asking for trouble and leaving yourself with loads of it. Oh, what? By letting that person go, you expose some information about yourself. Now they know you can handle spirit warriors fairly easily, though only at the initial stage. But officially, you're still considered a spirit practitioner. This adds to their suspicion. You're right, I was hasty. We should return to the sect as soon as possible. It's too dangerous for you to be out. Jamester, really? You've become timid after all these years of drinking? Ignatius stared at Jalmer for a few seconds and smiled. Aren't I doing it for you? Otherwise, would I bother? I'm not scared. Why should you be? Believe me, Emilio won't dare to act openly. The master and apprentice chatted idly, practiced cultivation for a while, refined pills for a bit, then rested. The next day, the two got up around 8 in the morning, a rare late start. After washing up, Axel brought breakfast. After breakfast, Ala Chongqing came over. Hey, brother Xiao William, how are you? Do you want to go sightseeing somewhere? I can be your guide. Forget it, you're very busy. No need to trouble you. If I want to go, I'll go on my own. Hee, don't be so polite with me. They chatted for a while, then Ala Chongqing left for work. Originally, Axel wanted to accompany his master for a stroll, but Ignatius declined. Finally, Ignatius set out with Jalmer. The two rode strange horses leisurely through the streets, occasionally sensing someone watching them. It's broad daylight, so if they want to follow, let them. They weren't concerned. Where are we going, Jamester? Do you have any interest in visiting the Eastern family? The Eastern family of the 4 major families in Illusory City? Sure. Zaire hour later, the two arrived outside the Eastern Jamession. What an imposing structure. This grand mansion exudes power. Is your family lord here? Ignatius asked a guard, who appeared to also be a cultivator, although only at the level of a first-stage spirit practitioner, a sign of a wealthy family. The guard looked at the person riding the strange horse, noticing his exceptional aura, obviously a cultivator with considerable strength. Not daring to slack off, he quickly replied, My lord is present. Jamesy, I ask who you are. Just say that I, Ignatius from the Mystical Drug Valley, am here to pay a visit. So you're from the Mystical Drug Valley. Please come in. I will notify him immediately. Saying this, the guard dashed off. Knowing it was someone from the Mystical Drug Valley, they naturally took it seriously. If they offended him, they'd be in trouble. The other guard led Ignatius and his companion inside, into a waiting room, and served them tea. The Eastern family is one of the 4 major families in Illusory City, its residence spanning several miles. Thanks to communication methods, the news soon reached the Zane. Ignatius had arrived, unseen for several years. It was with his help back then that I advanced to Spirit Warrior. Arrigo smiled. This is a benefactor who must be treated well. Tell the old master that Elder Ignatius from Mystical Drug Valley is here, and I'll go welcome him, Arrigo instructed someone nearby before leaping out. Soon after, while Jalmer was sipping tea, he looked up to see someone approaching with the aura of a Spirit Warrior. A robust voice echoed, Lemuel, I apologize for not welcoming you far enough. Please forgive me. Arrigo arrived at the waiting room entrance. Lemuel. Arrigo saluted Ignatius. Family head Dongfang. Not so formal, call me Ife. Zaire, this gentleman is? This is my new disciple, Hank Zhongchuan. Jalmer returned the salute with a smile. Meeting family head Dongfang. Indeed impressive. Lemuel has acquired a fine disciple. How do you know him? Of course, young friend Hank is already renowned in Mystical Drug Valley. Oh. Ignatius glanced at Jalmer. Don't get arrogant. Gentlemen, please. Saying this, Arrigo led them further in. After 10 minutes, they arrived at a reception hall. The elderly Zane was already waiting at the entrance, treating Ignatius as an esteemed guest. Family head Dongfang. Ignatius greeted the elder. This was another 9th stage spirit warrior, a powerful figure. Lemuel, congratulations. Congratulations? For what? Congratulating Lemuel on advancing. I believe becoming a spirit Jamister is just a matter of time. Also, Lemuel has gained an excellent disciple. Truly double happiness. It does make sense. However, my advancement to elder seems to be widely known among the major families, showing why they remain significant. Seated, they began chatting and drinking tea. I didn't expect young friend Hank to reach 9th stage spirit practitioner at such a young age, truly a prodigy among Noels. Your family member Gwillem is quite impressive as well. Gwillem? The old Zane seemed puzzled. Was he from our clan? Shondi's son, currently at 6th stage spirit practitioner, Arrigo explained. He's the son. The old Zane didn't seem particularly pleased, possibly having some grievances against Dongfang Xiong. Do you know my son Huai? We are friends. Oh, Huai is fortunate to have befriended such a genius. We hope you will look after him. As friends, we will help each other. After some conversation, Arrigo started touring Jalmer and his master around the estate, which was vast and well-built. While touring, they exchanged ideas, and Jalmer occasionally whispered to Ignatius about matters related to the Eastern family. In secret, the master-disciple duo discussed issues concerning the Eastern family. Chapter 233, Granting Favors to the Dongfang Family. Jamister, what's your relationship with this Dongfang family? Jalmer whispered as he glanced around. Everything here seemed designed like an array, even sensing a gathering of spirit energy. I had a pretty good relationship with Arrigo in the past. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you here. But it's been several years. Back then, Arrigo wasn't the Zane yet. I wonder how they view me now. Ignatius smiled. In his Noel, he and Arrigo had a close friendship. Oh, then why didn't you help the Jeff become a spirit Jamister before? Spirit Jamister? Do you think it's easy to advance? Moreover, I was only a spirit scholar myself back then, just at level 8. They don't lack elixirs either, so my help was limited. What's wrong with this disciple? Just because he advances quickly, does he think everyone else finds it that easy too? On this continent, spirit Jamisters aren't common. I saw their patriarch bid for a divine ascension pill at the Illusion City auction house, which is said to increase the chances of becoming a spirit Jamister by 20%. The Jeff hasn't advanced yet. Didn't he take it? They bid for a divine ascension pill? How did you know? Ignatius was confused. Could this young guy actually encounter such events, especially in Illusion City? That was before I entered Black Medicine Valley. I was there at the time. I even sold a body cleansing pill there. Body cleansing pill? They didn't bid on it? The Yates family got it. They don't lack elixirs, but should have quite a bit of internal elixir toxicity blocking their advancement. So, it's up to you. Ignatius knew what Jalmer meant. Whether or not to give them elixirs was his call. After all, he concocted them. If Jamister deems them reliable, we could give them the body cleansing pills. The master and disciple conversed silently. Lemuel, it's been years since you last visited our home. Jamisni, things have changed. How do you find the renovations? Arrigo broke the silence. He felt a bit awkward as the Zane without much response from the guests. Yes, very well done. The architectural design, tree placement, artificial mountains, and paths are excellently crafted, fitting nicely into the Hildred Shui. We hired experts specifically for the designs. Array masters, I suppose? It seems like there's a gathering of spirit energy here, making it a great place to cultivate. Lemuel has keen eyes. Do you see faster progress in cultivation? The Dongfang Zane must be close to breaking through to spirit Jamister, right? Elder, please. Even with excellent surroundings, nothing compares to the sex. I'm still at spirit scholar level 8. For us, advancing to spirit Jamister feels unattainable. Even if one truly advanced, they'd be hesitant to announce it immediately, fearing attacks from other families. Only if the entire clan was overwhelmingly powerful would that not be a concern. Don't belittle yourselves. I notice your old patriarch has a robust aura. Advancement might just be a matter of time. Judging by the aura alone, seasoned alchemists can sense toxins within the body, so this was a polite comment. Elder, please. Our 4 major clans in Mystic City haven't produced a single spirit Jamister in all these years. Not easy. Plus, the old patriarch has a lot of elixir toxicity in his body, you should know. Perhaps this can assist the old patriarch. Please accept it. Ignatius took out a small jade vial and passed it over, smiling. Arrigo received the bottle, opened the lid, and glanced inside. There were 2 pills. Rubbing his eyes, he stared again for 10 seconds, then asked shakily, "Is this a body cleansing pill?" "Indeed. I obtained it while traveling. If it helps the old patriarch, then please keep it." Ignatius dismissed it nonchalantly, but Arrigo was incredibly excited. "It helps, certainly. Thank you, Elder. What assistance do you need? We will provide whatever we can. No need for formalities. My disciple has enemies. If you can offer support when he encounters difficulties, that would suffice." Ignatius glanced at Jalmer. "Enemies? Every time you need us, we won't refuse." "Good. Did I agree too hastily?" Arrigo suddenly realized. Without knowing who his enemy is, I agreed. Isn't that hasty for a Zane? Moreover, with their ties to Black Medicine Valley, do they really need my help? Could it be a super powerful clan or sect? Was I too rash? Seeing Arrigo's expression, Ignatius smiled. "Don't worry, we won't burden you. If he has difficulties, some assistance within your capabilities will suffice. No need for life and death efforts." "That's not what I meant. Jamesy, I ask, who are your disciples' enemies?" "Still investigating. Once we know, I'll let you know." Jalmer smiled. Would telling him about the Celestial Spirit sect and Netherworld sect scare him enough to return the pills? Well, notify us once you know. We need to prepare accordingly. Jameson maintaining appearances was important. "Thank you." They toured the estate further, then prepared for lunch. Before lunch, Arrigo informed the elderly patriarch about the visitors. At the dining table, the old patriarch was unusually warm and welcoming. These two guests are bringing benefits. Am I finally turning a corner? Can I really advance to Spirit Jamister? Last time, despite getting a Divine Ascension pill, I couldn't take it due to toxins. Now, it's worth considering. At the table, conversation flowed smoothly. Lemuel, as an alchemy expert, I don't have many high-quality elixirs or herbs. But if Elder doesn't mind, these two stones are yours. Arrigo pushed over a small jade box. Elder Dongfang is too courteous. Lemuel, please call me Ife. I'll address you as Brother Chow William, like in the old days. Agreed. Ignatiushan opened the box, revealing two orange-red gems. Inferno stones? Yes, from a previous auction. This cost me a fortune, almost the same price as the body-cleansing pills, though those are rarer and harder to come by. These are valuable items, perfect for array crafting. Thank you, Brother Ife. Brother Chow William, just Ife. Zaire. I'm younger than you. Ah, true. No need for formality. Thank you, Ife. Jamesy, I give this to my disciple? Arrigo hesitated, then smiled. Of course. Is your disciple also an array master? Everyone looked at Jalmer. Not exactly an array master, just learning. After a hearty meal, they continued chatting. The master and disciple bid farewell and returned to their residence. This visit to the Dongfang family was to grant favors. Chapter 234, Heaven-piercing blood drinking. After leaving the Eastern family's residence, I could sense that someone was occasionally monitoring us. It seemed that they were thoroughly tracking the master and apprentice duo. We didn't bother paying them much attention. You follow your way, and we'll go ours. Zaire Tong, be extra cautious if you're alone. The people surveilling us are all at the spirit warrior level. We can't afford to be too merciful in future confrontations. Understood, Jamister. In the afternoon, with nothing much to do, Franz Tong visited the potion shops in the mystical medicine valley to study and examine their wares thoroughly. He observed the quality of their potions and also learned about the prices. Of course, he had a guide, the senior disciple. Ignatiushan, on the other hand, slipped away without anyone knowing where he went, but Franz Tong wasn't interested in following him, so he let it be. Senior brother, how many years have you been under our Jamister? Over a decade now. Back then, it took over a year after joining the sect before I officially became his disciple. Does it really take that long to join the sect? Yes, unless you already know an elder who is willing to take you as a disciple from the start. For those who aren't acquainted, they generally need to spend 1 or 2 years within the sect, showcasing their talent and proving their suitability for cultivation before an elder would consider taking them on. That makes sense. Yes, otherwise, if you're not cut out for alchemy and still become an alchemist disciple, it would be mismatched and disadvantageous for everyone. True. How many disciples does Jamister have in total? Jamister isn't very keen on taking on disciples, so he has only taken on about a dozen. Just a dozen? Why haven't I met any of them before, or even heard Jamister mention them? James sighed, because they're not usually around the sect? Not usually around the sect? Yes, most of our senior and junior brothers either left the sect or were dispatched on missions outside, like me. I see. Senior brother, do you know why Jamister has been drinking so heavily lately? This, it seems to involve Jamister's brother, the elder Jarrett from Ulake sect. You know about this? Axel was slightly surprised. I've heard rumors. It appears that Jamister did something that hurt his brother, though I don't know the specifics. The two of them chatted intermittently, with Axel occasionally introducing Franz Tong to some of the Mystical City's major potion shops. Franz Tong also asked Axel about the various power dynamics within Mystical City, especially regarding Heavenly Spirit Sect and the underground forces in Mystical City. Heavenly Spirit Sect held significant influence here, with 1 Spirit Jamister and several Spirit Warriors, including 4 9th-level Spirit Warriors. This made things rather challenging. A few hours passed by quickly. As dusk approached, Franz Tong returned to their lodging, but Ignatiushan was still nowhere to be found. Where did that drunkard disappear to? Never mind. I'll handle things on my own tonight. Just as the young boy was preparing to head out for food, Axel approached. Alotl brother, is Jamister here? He's not. He's not? Let's go eat then. Sure. Even if the senior brother's cultivation wasn't exceptional, giving him face was necessary. After all, being a spirit warrior was no small feat. He was considered a respected figure outside, even an elder in a mid-tier sect. But compared to Franz Tong's rapid progress, it might seem otherwise. They ate for about an hour, and Axel wanted to show Franz Tong around the Night City, but Franz Tong declined. Axel finally gave up. When they returned to the lodging, Ignatiushan still hadn't shown up. They chatted for a bit before Axel took his leave. Franz Tong planned to set out around 10 o'clock, so there was still time. Thus, he practiced cultivation and refined a few batches of pills. This was easy money, after all. Soon, it was 10 o'clock. At this time, although bustling areas remained crowded, it was nighttime, and visibility was poor. So, Franz Tong released his mount, the Crimson Blood Wolf, and rode off in a direction regardless of who was following. Below the Spirit Jamister level, they were no match for him. A few minutes later, Franz Tong felt no one behind him. Did the Crimson Blood Wolf outrun them? Well, lost was lost. He continued forward. His destination was Illusion City. Since he came out, visiting there seemed like a good idea. Selling some body cleansing pills would fetch quite a sum. Last time, 1 pill sold for 180,000, and this time, 10 or so could bring over $1 million. This money was easy to earn. Thinking about it brought a smile to his face. However, as the saying goes, when one is overly pleased, misfortune follows. The road grew darker and more isolated. Zaire hour later, he could only rely on starlight to navigate. Meanwhile, the young boy used his soul force to sweep the surroundings, sensing any disturbances. Suddenly, he sensed 2 people standing about a kilometer ahead, both likely spirit warriors. One's aura felt familiar. It must be the same person who followed him before. The other felt stronger, possibly a 9th-level spirit warrior, perhaps the vice captain? No matter, he had faced a 9th-level spirit warrior before when he was only a 1st-level spirit warrior, let alone now, having sparred against them in the sect's combat simulator room. The young boy brimmed with confidence, fearless unless faced with a spirit Jamister. Besides, avoidance was no longer an option. The opponent was well prepared and must have sensed his presence. Franz Tong slowed down and gradually approached. Finally, they faced each other. The opponent said nothing, and Franz Tong glanced at them. Sure enough, it was the same guy he had humiliated earlier. Since the other party didn't speak or move, Franz Tong continued his path. As he brushed past, a smirk appeared on Franz Tong's face, ready to spur his wolf. Suddenly, he sensed a sweeping soul force across his body. 9th level spirit practitioner? How did a spirit practitioner so easily defeat my men? My men were spirit warriors. Disgraceful. Zaire Z, planning to just leave? A voice called out from behind. Zaire business? The young boy turned around. Don't recognize him? He's just a defeated opponent. Are you seeking revenge for him? Come with us. Save yourself from trouble. Can you tell me your name? Tianling Sect's Illusion City Vice, Captain Dane Dabiao. Got it, Franz Tong responded. As he finished speaking, he attacked, unleashing a staff pointing the sky, with 70% power. Surprised by the sudden attack at such close range, Dane Dabiao couldn't react in time. The staff sped towards him, instantly increasing its power to the maximum. A poo sound filled the air as the heaven-piercing staff pierced through Dane Dabiao's chest, his heart exploding. Without a chance to scream, Dane Dabiao's life force drained away instantly, his face frozen in disbelief as he fell backward. The heaven-piercing staff drank its blood. Chapter 235. Your Jamister is incredible. Franz Tong was taken aback for a moment. Just this? This was the existence of a 9th-rank spirit scholar, and he was so helpless? In an instant, the Noel's body began to change as he noticed Dane Dabiao lying sprawled out, his body penetrated and covered in blood. At that moment, the teenager's heart started beating extremely fast, thudding loudly, filling his ears with its sound. His breathing became rapid, and his face flushed red. Deputy Chief Dane. A voice filled with horror broke Franz Tong's daze. Zaire other one. No one could have imagined that the mighty deputy chief of the Allen Gate could be taken down by a young spirit cultivator in just one move. Who would have thought? Was this really a spirit cultivator? Was he hiding his cultivation? Could he be a spirit Jamister in his teens? How was that even possible? Run. That was the only thought on his mind. Run? After a brief moment of shock, the man turned and prepared to flee. Franz Tong also snapped back into action. Extending his right hand, he focused his will, instantly constricting the air around the man. The man did try to move, but his speed was like that of a snail's. Franz Tong's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the man. Hesitating for a second, he reached out with his right hand, grabbing the man's neck. With a low growl of sorry, he exerted force, snapping the man's neck, ending his life. After dealing with this person, the Noel collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He was drenched in sweat. Killing for the first time felt awful. Looking at the stick that had pierced Dane Dabiao and the bloodstains on his right hand, this was killing? Why did I have to kill? Because they were going to capture me, to the death. No mercy. Did I have a choice? No, unless I died. I need to find a reason for myself, otherwise I can't get past this. Someone's coming from ahead. The voice of Allotl Emperor Zairit sounded in his head. Franz Tong came back to his senses, shaking his head. Using his soul power, he scanned the area and found someone approaching from a kilometer away. The Noel quickly collected the storage rings of the two men and then stored their bodies in his own ring. While living people couldn't be stored, dead bodies were merely matter and could be easily stored. He swiftly cleaned up the scene on the ground. Thankfully, there wasn't much fighting earlier. The battle ended too quickly, leaving little trace behind. Primarily, he gathered soil stained with blood and then waved his hand, sending a gust of wind that restored the ground to its natural state. Although it seemed like a lot, it only took a few breaths to finish. The Noel mounted his wolf and headed towards Phantom City. At this point, the Noel's face resembled that of a die, partially covered by a black cloth. The newcomers were still about 800 meters away. Soon, the three people passed by Franz Tong, glancing at each other silently and continuing on their way. Only when they were over 2 kilometers apart did one of them say, "Brother, did you feel someone fighting there just now?" The energy seemed a bit chaotic. Did we? I didn't see anything either. James Saib, but did you see anything? It's nighttime. Anyone who dares come here must not be simple. All right. They continued on without speaking. Perhaps there was a fight, but what did it have to do with them? They weren't officials. Others' deaths were none of their concern. Meanwhile, Franz Tong veered off in another direction, running for over 20 minutes before stopping. He dismounted his wolf and sat down, lost in thought. He needed to calm himself down. He needed to reflect on his life, reviewing the past dozen years, considering his current situation, and thinking about the road ahead. Half an hour later, the Noel sighed deeply and stood up. In this era of the strong preying on the weak, to protect oneself, one must do something. If you obstruct me and want to devour me, who else should I kill besides you? His eyes lit up again, and his mind steadied. Mounting his wolf, he spurred it on towards Phantom City. Zaire hour later, Phantom City appeared before him. The Noel concocted an identity and entered easily. Entering Phantom City was fairly simple. Quickly, he made it to the underground market. With the golden token in hand, everything went smoothly. Through the staff at the arena, he found Flower Unblooming, whom he normally wouldn't meet so easily. But with the golden membership token, everything became much easier. By now, Franz Tong had already resumed his original appearance. In just 2 months, young friend Hank's cultivation seems to have improved significantly. I owe it to my master who gave me many resources. Now I'm at the 9th rank spirit cultivator level. Franz Tong smiled. Yes, that's what he declared externally, and his soul power scan confirmed it. Wow. Flower Unblooming sucked in a breath. 2 months to advance 4 ranks. What kind of genius was this? Young friend is indeed a prodigy. Congratulations. Our patriarch saw great potential in you from the start. Thank you, Elderflower. As they walked and talked, should he ask if this flower unblooming had any relation to the Wazhongyu within the sect? Nah, let it be for now. It doesn't matter much to me anyway. Soon they arrived at the Patriarch's residence. Anatoly was already waiting at the entrance, showing how much he valued Franz Tong. Good to see you, young friend Hank. Anatoly extended his hand with a smile. Anatoly, good to see you. Franz Tong greeted the Harmon with a slight bow. Sensing his aura, it felt stronger than last time. Had he advanced to a spirit Jamister? Please come in, young friend. After seeing him inside, Flower Unblooming excused himself. Can't believe 2 months have passed and your cultivation has improved again. Truly admirable. Please, have some tea. The Patriarch flatters me. You are indeed formidable. Oh, didn't you arrange for a Clifton Zane from Mystic City to bring some pills for auction? Yes, Patriarch met him. I'll give you the proceeds from the auction later. Why did you come today? Straightforward enough. A short while ago, my master visited me and gave me more pills. I wish to put them up for auction here. Is that okay? Pills? Of course. What kind? Franz Tong took out a pill bottle and handed it over. Upon inspection, Anatoly froze. More body cleansing pills, 5 of them. It seemed this young friend's master knew how to refine these pills, or else how could he produce so many at once? Initially, Franz Tong planned to offer 10 pills but decided on 5 after reconsidering. Anatoly chuckled. Your master is truly incredible, to be able to refine such pills. If possible, please introduce your master to me. My master likes to travel alone, but I will mention it next time we meet. If he agrees, I will definitely introduce you. Thank you, young friend. Oh, and here's one more of these pills. Franz Tong handed over another small bottle. After scrutinizing it for a minute, Anatoly said, detoxifying pill? Skeptical, uncertain. Good eye, Patriarch. Franz Tong nodded. The Patriarch did have some knowledge. Damn, this young friend's master isn't ordinary. Detoxifying pills are tier 3 pills, indicating a 3rd-rank alchemist and certainly a spirit Jamister. I must establish a good relationship with him. Having his connections will ensure future pills aren't lacking. Anatoly's face beamed. Your master is truly impressive. Your master is amazing. Translation notes. Chapter 235. Your Jamister is impressive. Jalmer was stunned. Was that it? This was a 9th-rank spirit scholar, and he was so powerless? The momentary shock wore off, and the boy's body began to change because he noticed Dane Dabiao fall, his body pierced and covered in blood. At this moment, the boy's heartbeat accelerated, thumping loudly, filling his ears with the sound of his own heart pounding. His breathing grew rapid, and his face flushed red. Deputy Commander Dane. A terrified voice broke Jalmer's daze. What about the other one? No one could have imagined that a deputy commander of the esteemed Aling sect could be taken down in one move by a young spirit cultivator. Who would have thought? Is this a spirit cultivator? Could he have hidden his cultivation? Is he a teenage spirit Jamister? Impossible. Run. There was only one voice in his mind. Run. After a brief lapse, the person turned around and prepared to flee. Jalmer had also snapped back into action. Extending his right hand, he focused his will, instantly restraining the air around the man. The man still moved, but his speed was like that of a snail. In a flash, Jalmer appeared in front of him. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his right hand and grabbed the man's neck, growling, sorry, before applying force, twisting the neck, and ending his life. Having dealt with the man, the boy collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, now drenched in sweat. This was his first kill, and the feeling wasn't good. Looking at the spear-piercing Dane Dabiao, and then at the blood on his right hand, he wondered, this is killing? Why did I have to kill? Because they were after me, leaving no room for anything but death. Did I have a choice? No, unless I died. He had to find a reason for himself, or he wouldn't be able to get over this. Someone is coming up ahead, came the voice of Allotl Emperor Zairid in his head. Jalmer shook his head, using his soul power to scan the area. Someone was approaching from a kilometer away. The boy quickly took the 2 men's storage rings and then stored their bodies inside his ring. Typically, living people couldn't be placed inside storage rings, but dead bodies were just matter and thus not an issue. He swiftly cleaned up the ground. Luckily, there hadn't been much fighting. The quick battle didn't leave many traces. Primarily, he collected the soil stained with blood and with a wave of his hand, sent out a gust of wind to restore the ground to its natural state. Though there was quite a bit to do, it only took a few breaths' time to complete. He then leaped onto the wolf and rode towards Illusion City. At this point, his face appeared as a dais, partially covered by a black cloth. The newcomers were still 700 to 800 meters away. Soon, the 3 people passed by Jalmer, each giving him a quick glance, then continuing on their way silently. When they were over 2 kilometers apart, one of the 3 asked, Brother, didn't we just pass through a place where someone had fought? The energy felt chaotic. Was there? No. James Saib, but did you see anything? Late at night, if anyone dares come here, they aren't simple. All right. They stopped talking and continued their journey. Even if there was a fight, it wasn't their business. They weren't officials. It didn't concern them whether someone lived or died. Meanwhile, Jalmer veered off, riding for 20 minutes in another direction, then stopped, dismounted, and sat down to ponder. He needed to calm down. He needed to reflect on his life. Reviewing the past dozen years, considering his current situation, and thinking about what to do next, he sighed deeply after half an hour and stood up. In this world of survival of the fittest, self-preservation meant doing something. If you blocked my path and tried to eat me, who should I kill if not you? His eyes gleamed again, and his heart settled. He mounted the wolf and galloped toward Illusion City. Zaire hour later, the city loomed before him. Creating an identity, he entered easily. Entering Illusion City was relatively simple. Quickly reaching the underground market with his golden token, he found Huakai through the staff. Usually, seeing Huakai wasn't easy, but with the golden membership card, everything became simpler. By now, Jalmer had restored his original appearance. Your cultivation has improved significantly in just 2 months, Huakai remarked. Yes, thanks to my master's resources, I've reached 9th rank spirit cultivator, Jalmer smiled. Yes, this was the level he showed externally. Even a soul scan would confirm it. Wow. Huakai inhaled sharply. To rise 4 ranks in 2 months. What kind of genius was this? You are truly gifted, my friend. Congratulations. Our sect Harmon indeed had good judgment in spotting your potential. Henryakai flatters me. As they walked and talked, Jalmer considered asking if Huakai had any relation to Flower Midmoon in the sect, but he decided to leave it for later since it didn't concern him much. Soon, they arrived at the sect Harmon's residence. Sect leader Xia was already waiting at the door, showing how much he valued Jalmer. Hello, young friend Hank. Xia greeted warmly, extending his hand. Hello, sect leader Xia. Jalmer greeted the senior with a salute. Noticing a difference in his aura, he wondered if he had advanced to Spirit Jamister. Please come in. After delivering Jalmer, Huakai left. I'm surprised to see you've made progress again in just 2 months. You're truly impressive. Have some tea. Thank you. You are indeed remarkable. Oh, wasn't it you who asked the Clifton family head in Mysterious Fantasy City to send some pills for auction? Yes, sect leader met with him. I'll give you the proceeds later. What brings you here? Straightforward enough. Recently, my master gave me some pills, which I want to auction through you. Is that possible? Of course. What kind of pills? Expectant, Xia watched as Jalmer handed over a bottle. Upon inspection, Xia froze. It was another batch of clear body pills, 5 of them. It seemed this young friend's master could make these pills, otherwise, why so many? Initially, Jalmer planned to bring 10 pills but decided on 5. Xia smiled. Your master is impressive. To be able to refine such pills. If I get the chance, please introduce me to your master. My master prefers solitude, but if I meet him again, I will mention it. If he agrees, I'll introduce you. Thank you. Oh, here's another pill. Jalmer passed over another small vial. After examining it for a minute, Xia said, detox pill? Skeptical but hesitant to confirm. Sharp eyes, sect leader. Jalmer nodded, impressed. Damn, this young friend's master isn't ordinary. The detox pill is a 3rd grade pill, meaning he's a 3rd-tier alchemist, surely a spirit jamister. Building a good relationship would mean unlimited access to cultivation pills in the future. Xia beamed. Your master is indeed impressive. Your master is truly impressive. Your provided translation looks quite accurate and fluent. I've made slight adjustments for naturalness and consistency in terminology and style. Chapter 235. Your jamister is incredible. Franz Tong was stunned. Just that? Was this what a 9th rank spirit warrior looked like? So vulnerable? In the blink of an eye, the Noel's body began to change as he noticed Dane Dabiao collapse, his body pierced and drenched in blood. The Noel's heart raced wildly, thumping so loudly it filled his ears. His breathing became extremely rapid, and his face flushed red. Deputy Leader Dane. A voice filled with fear interrupted Franz Tong's daze. There was still another one. None of them could have imagined that a mere spirit disciple could defeat the illustrious Deputy Harmon of Allingement in a single move. None of them. Was this a spirit disciple? Had they concealed their cultivation level? A teenage spirit jamister? Impossible. Run. The thought echoed in his mind. Run. After a momentary lapse, the man turned to flee. Franz Tong snapped back to reality. He extended his right hand, focusing his willpower, instantly restricting the air around the man. Despite trying to move, the man's speed slowed dramatically, like a snail's crawl. Franz Tong flashed forward, appearing before him. After hesitating for a second, he extended his right hand, grabbing the man by the neck. With a low growl of sorry, he tightened his grip, the man's neck snapping and life draining away. Once he dealt with the man, the Noel fell to the ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. First time killing someone, the feeling wasn't good. Looking at the spear-piercing Dane Dabiao, and then the blood on his own right hand. This was killing? Why did I kill? Because they were going to capture me, almost to the death. Did I have a choice? No, unless I died. He needed to give himself a reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live with it. Someone is coming. Alotl Emperor Zairit's voice buzzed in his head. Franz Tong snapped out of it, shaking his head. His soul power scanned the surroundings, spotting people approaching about a kilometer away. The Noel quickly retrieved the 2 men's storage rings, then stored their corpses into his own ring. Normally, humans couldn't be stored in rings, but since they were dead, they could be treated as matter. He quickly cleaned up the scene. Fortunately, not much fighting had occurred. The battle ended swiftly, leaving minimal traces. Jamesenly, he collected the soil stained with blood, then with a flick of his hand, a gust of wind blew over, restoring the ground to its natural state. Though there were several tasks, it only took a few moments to complete. Mounting the wolf again, he headed toward Illusion City. By now, the Noel's face resembled that of a die, partially covered by a black cloth. At this point, the newcomers were about 700 to 800 meters away. Soon, the 3 passed Franz Tong, glancing at each other without a word, continuing their separate ways. Only after they were more than 2 kilometers apart did one of the 3 say, "Brother, wasn't there a fight just now?" The energy felt chaotic. Was there? No, right? James sighed, but did you see anything? It's night. If someone dares come here, they're not simple. All right. They didn't speak further, continuing their journey. Perhaps there was a fight, but what did it have to do with them? They weren't officials. Whether you lived or died wasn't their concern. Meanwhile, Franz Tong veered off course, running in another direction for 20 minutes before stopping, dismounting the wolf, and sitting down to ponder. He needed to calm down. He needed to reflect on life. Reviewing his last decade, considering his current predicament, and contemplating his next steps. After half an hour, he let out a long sigh, standing up. In this era of survival of the fittest, to protect yourself, you must take action. If you block my way and try to devour me, who should I kill if not you? His eyes regained their light, and his heart steadied. Mounting the wolf once more, he sped toward Illusion City. Zaire hour later, Illusion City appeared before him. Using a fabricated identity, he entered easily. He soon arrived at the underground market, using the golden token to pass through without issue. Finding flour unopened through a staff member was surprisingly easy, despite the usual difficulty. By now, Franz Tong had resumed his original appearance. In just 2 months, Xiao Yu's cultivation has improved significantly. Thanks to my master's resources. Now, I'm a 9th-rank spirit disciple. Franz Tong smiled. Yes, outwardly, that's the level he claimed, matching any soul scan. Wow. Flower unopened inhaled sharply. 2 months, for ranks higher, truly a genius. Xiao Yu is indeed a prodigy. Congratulations. It seems our sect Harmon has great insight, recognizing your potential early on. Elder Flower flatters me. As they walked, he considered asking about Flower Moon from the sect, but decided against it for now. It wasn't particularly relevant. They soon reached the sect leader's residence, where Summer sect leader awaited, showing clear regard for Franz Tong. Hello, Xiao Yu. Greetings, sect leader. Observing Summer sect leader's aura, it seemed stronger, possibly having advanced to spirit Jamister. Please come in. After delivering him, Flower unopened left. I didn't expect your cultivation to advance further in just 2 months. Truly impressive. You flatter me. You are indeed formidable. Oh, didn't you arrange for Clifton family patriarch from Illusory City to send some pills for auction? Yes, sect leader met him. Right, I'll transfer the auction proceeds shortly. What brings you here today? Straightforward. My master visited recently and gave me more pills. I'd like to auction them through the sect. Is that possible? Pills? Of course. What kind? Franz Tong produced a pill bottle and handed it over. Summer sect leader paused upon seeing 5 body cleansing pills. Clearly, the Noel's master could refine these. Initially planning to bring 10, Franz Tong reconsidered, bringing only 5. Smiling, Summer sect leader said, your master is incredible. To refine such pills, if possible, introduce us someday. If he agrees when we meet next, I'll certainly arrange it. Thank you, Xiao Yu. Also, here's another pill. Franz Tong handed over a small vial. After examining it for a minute, Summer sect leader said, detoxifying pill? A bit skeptical, unsure. Sect leader has keen eyesight. Franz Tong nodded, impressed. Damn, this Noel's master isn't simple. Detoxifying pills are tier 3, indicating a 3rd-grade alchemist, thus a confirmed spirit Jamister. Must build a relationship. Steady supply of refining pills would ensure future cultivation. With a full smile, Summer sect leader exclaimed, your master is incredible. Indeed, your master is remarkable. Hashtag chapter 236, Secrets of the Illusion City. I feel the same way, Jalmer said with a somewhat foolish smile. However, Jed paused for a moment. This detox pill is a 3rd-grade elixir, but it may not sell as well as the cleansing pill. Oh, because among the cultivators who come to us, very few are spirit Jamesters. This detox pill being a 3rd-grade elixir, ordinary spirit scholars wouldn't dare to consume it either. Moreover, unless under some special circumstances, the detox pill isn't generally needed, so it might not do well at an auction. It's more like a reserve elixir. On the other hand, the cleansing pill is needed by almost all cultivators. The Noel nodded in agreement. Fair enough. Leave it up to you then. If it sells, great. If not, no big deal. Alright, here are 120,000 knife coins. You can take this first. If we manage to get more from the auction, I'll settle the balance when you visit next time. He handed over a storage ring. 120,000 knife coins was equivalent to 1.2 million florins. For this patriarch to dish out so much at once indicated considerable wealth indeed. Patriarch, please don't be offended, but how could I let you pay up front for the auction? It's only right that I receive payment after the auction. The Noel declined to accept the offering. To us, this amount is trivial. Please accept it. Perhaps Patriarch could give me a little less now. Carrying around such a large sum would be risky for someone at my level. Risky? Nonsense. Rare elixirs on your person are safe, but money isn't? Wouldn't receiving payment post-auction also be unsafe? Or should he simply refuse? Come now, at your current cultivation level, you should be capable of handling yourself outside. Your aura suggests even early-stage spirit scholars shouldn't be able to trouble you. Are you perhaps concerned about the amount? Jet smiled. Jalmer laughed awkwardly. Fine. I shall not be disrespectful any longer and will accept it. As a token of gratitude for auctioning such high-quality elixirs through us, allow me to offer you something in return. Please accept it. Saying this, he revealed a stone-like object the size of an egg in his hand. What is this? We call it a spirit stone. Spirit stone? The Noel's eyes were filled with confusion. He had never heard of it, let alone seen one. Yes, don't underestimate its small size. It contains immense energy. When you cultivate, crush it, and within a small area, the density of spiritual energy will greatly increase. However, it's best to conduct your cultivation within a small formation array, or else the energy will dissipate quickly. Such a thing exists? How incredible, portable energy. The Spirit Mountain and Spirit Lake in Mystical Herb Valley had ample spiritual energy, but they couldn't be carried away. Once outside the sect, those resources would be useless. This item was valuable. He would have to find more if possible. Thank you, Anatoly. Jalmer took the stone, hesitated slightly, then asked, would it be convenient for Patriarch to share its origin? That's no secret. Spirit stones primarily come from the Death Valley. Death Valley? Again, Death Valley. The soul-enhancing stone he obtained at the stall also came from there. It seemed Death Valley was a treasure trove of good things. Noticing Jalmer's intrigued expression, Jed chuckled. Indeed, Death Valley holds many treasures, but it's also perilous. As its name suggests, danger lurks there. Jamisni people venture in seeking treasures, but seldom return. If you're considering going, think carefully. Is it really that terrifying? But since it harbors such treasures, he must visit given the opportunity. Aloud, he said, "Thank you for the warning, Patriarch. I intend to live a few more years and won't act rashly." "That's best. Yet your expression indicates otherwise." "Well, I've warned you. Ultimately, it's your choice." "Anatoly, I have some questions, and I'm unsure if I should ask them. They are irrelevant to me but merely satisfy my curiosity." "Go ahead." He guessed what was coming. Questions about the origins of Illusion City, perhaps? Do your Illusion City and Mystic City have any particular connections? Zaire, what about their relation to mystical Illusion City? The Noel felt embarrassed asking but couldn't resist. As expected, Jed smiled. "It's no secret. Actually, the Mystic Sect and Illusion Sect were once part of a single sect, the Mystical Illusion Sect, one of the top sects on this continent. From this sect emerged Mystical Illusion City. So it's true. These names aren't just coincidental. Later, two geniuses emerged within Mystical Illusion Sect, equally powerful and talented, neither willing to yield to the other. They both became candidates for the next Patriarch, splitting the sect into two factions, each supporting one. The old Patriarch's time was running out, and a successor had to be chosen. But with neither side yielding, what could be done? Eventually, a life or death duel was decided upon. Whichever survivor would become the new Patriarch. This duel lasted days and nights without a clear winner. In the end, driven to madness, they attempted a mutual destruction, using all their strength against each other. The old Patriarch intervened, as without his interference, both would have died. As a result, all three were gravely injured. At this point, supporters of both sides attacked each other, leading to chaos. This battle severely weakened Mystical Illusion Sect, leaving most Spirit Jaemasters critically injured. Except for the two contenders and the old Patriarch, all perished within 10 days. The old Patriarch barely survived for a few days, but decreed before his death that Mystical Illusion Sect should split into Mystic Sect and Illusion Sect, with each of the two contenders leading one. He also established a rule. Apart from the two new Patriarchs, everyone must spend a month cultivating in a secret location, and future members joining these sects must also follow this rule. Otherwise, they cannot join. Furthermore, if either sect produces a Spirit Jaemaster, the two sects will merge again, with the new Spirit Jaemaster becoming the new Patriarch. Zaire, these cities, Illusion City and Mystic City, were built separately by these two sections. What a bizarre and complex history. Jalmer felt bewildered. Why did they operate this way? How long ago did this happen? A few hundred years ago. After all this time, you haven't produced a single Spirit Jaemaster? The Noel was puzzled. No, Jed smiled bitterly. That's unusual. Look at Heavenly Spirit Sect and Mystical Herb Valley. These top sects of Rat Kingdom have several Spirit Jaemasters. On this, I have no explanation. It feels as though we are cursed. Cursed? Surely not. Is there something wrong with your secret cultivation ground? Some suspect and have investigated, but found no conclusive results. Indeed, it's strange. There must be something wrong with the cultivation ground. Chapter 237. The ambush begins. Despite his overwhelming curiosity, Jalmer knew it was an internal matter of the sect, and that as an outsider, he should only listen to idle talk without involving himself. So how is your relationship with Shin sect now? Everyone has a gossipy heart. Not good. After all, we are opposing sides, rivals, two different factions. For hundreds of years, each faction has educated their descendants and disciples to overthrow the other, insisting on producing a Spirit Jaemaster first. This is almost like our ancestral teaching. Although that's true, it doesn't mean we'll come to blows, given we once belonged to the same sect. Now we still dream of producing a Spirit Jaemaster first to merge with the other. Note, the word tunbing can be translated as merge with in this context, which sounds more natural and fluent in English. I wish Anatoly could soon advance to the rank of Spirit Jaemaster. Jamesy, you be fortunate, replied Anatoly. Why did Anatoly willingly reveal so much about his sect's secret history? It was because he saw potential in Jalmer. He believed this Wilfred was not ordinary and stood behind him was a terrifying alchemist. This Wilfred might be his benefactor, so sharing these words wouldn't hurt. These secrets had no value in trading for cultivation resources. Building a good relationship with this gifted Noel would be beneficial. Anatoly, are you practicing ice-based techniques? Can you see through that too? You're only a spirit practitioner. Anatoly frowned slightly, puzzled. Was it just a guess? If it's a guess, it's incredibly accurate. This guy isn't simple. Is he really just a spirit practitioner? It's a guess. Am I right? The Noel smiled. Your appearance, the icy aura emanating from you. It's highly likely you're an ice attacker. You guessed correctly. As he spoke, the tea in the cup instantly froze. Then with a flick of his hand, the ice flew toward his mouth, liquefying just before it entered. Ha, impressive indeed. As a return gift for the spirit stones you gave me, I have something to offer you. It was given to me by my master, but I find little use for it. Perhaps it might help you, he said, taking out a small jade bottle. Inside the jade bottle was a single drop of blue liquid poured from a small jade pot. The Noel was fibbing. This item was extremely valuable, instrumental in his advancement to level 6 Spirit Warrior. How could it be useless? The Noel handed over the item. Thank you too much, young friend. I gave you spirit stones because you are our esteemed guest, said Anatoly, a bit embarrassed. Take a look. Perhaps it will benefit you. The Noel smiled. Anatoly accepted it, opened the lid, and immediately felt a wave of coldness with intense energy. His spirit lifted, unable to resist letting out a satisfied sigh. Instantly, the Patriarch's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. Perfectly compatible with my technique. Although he didn't recognize it, he was certain it was valuable. Jamesny, thanks. Jamesy, I asked what it's called and where it comes from. I don't know its name or origin either. Next time I'll ask my master. Good. When you see your master next time, thank Yosef on my behalf. No problem. So, the Harmon of Illusion sect is named Yosef. Anatoly, can I indulge in some gossip? Henria, does he have any nephews or nieces? Already gossiping, one more piece of information won't hurt. Yosef glanced at Jalmer and smiled. Seems like there is one, and he appears to be a disciple in a major sect. You don't even know clearly? Are you saying seems? That's his family affair. While Jalmer and Yosef were chatting over tea, back at the Tian Aling sect headquarters, someone was furious. How could Dane Dabiao lose contact? Alan Zeta slammed his hand on the table, instantly chipping off a corner. Tell me their situation. Head leader, deputy leader Dane, and his team were previously ambushing near Hank Zhongchuan's residence. Then they saw Zaire Z leave alone and followed him. They speculated he was heading to Illusion City, so they notified us and set up an ambush along the way. Later, they lost contact. Where did they set up the ambush? At 10 a la James Circuit. Not a bad spot. But why did a mere spirit practitioner require a level 9 spirit warrior to ambush him? No one responded. They haven't sent updates since? Yes, we've checked. They've vanished. Strange. If they failed to capture anyone, why would they vanish themselves? Frustrating. I'll go check. Leader, should I bring some people? No need, you're too slow. And he vanished in a flash. Alan Zeta soon arrived at 10 a la James Circuit, holding a night pearl, searching meticulously. After a few minutes, he found nothing. He expanded his soul power to sense the surroundings, moving while sensing. There seems to be some residual chaotic energy here. Alan Zeta leaped and instantly reached the suspicious area. Upon feeling it again, he recognized a familiar scent, Dane Dabiao's. A fight happened here? Alan Zeta frowned and began another search with his night pearl. The scene seemed tampered with. He used his soul power again, suddenly catching a leaf with dried blood. Examining closely, it turned into a mist of blood passing his nose. It's Dane Dabiao's, unmistakably. How? Dane Dabiao injured by just a spirit practitioner? Incredible. Who can tell me why? Alan Zeta's mind raged. If injured, shouldn't he have contacted us? Why didn't he? Could Ignatiushin have been there? But even if he were there, it shouldn't have been that easy to take them down. They should have managed to escape. While contemplating, a large group approached. Raising his head, he saw his subordinates despite telling them not to come. They quickly gathered around. Leader, what do we do? There are traces of a fight here. Deputy Leader Dane was injured. Search thoroughly in all directions. Call for more people if needed. Yes. Zaire hour later, they discovered a fresh mound of earth. Splitting it open revealed the remains of Dane Dabiao and another person. Alan Zeta examined the scene, shocked. One-shot kill? Straight through the chest. No other wounds. The other had a broken neck. No other injuries. Did a spirit Jamister do this? Otherwise, how could it be so clean? What background does Hank Zhongchuan have? Is he protected by a spirit Jamister? Bury them here. Alan Zeta waved. Everyone monitor the essential routes between Illusion City and the main city. Report any suspicious individuals immediately. Yes. The ambush begins. Note asterisk this translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring the storyline and logic remain coherent with previous content. Hashtag chapter 238. Leaving Illusion City. A vast network was rapidly unfolding between Illusion City and Xuanhuan City's main district, while at that moment, the Wilfred was still drinking tea inside the Illusion City Lord's residence. Mr. Xia, I think it's about time. I should be on my way, Franz Tong said after taking a sip of tea. Young friend, why don't you wait until dawn? It's safer during the day. Safer? Perhaps. But it's easier to hide and escape at night. Everything has its pros and cons. As long as I'm careful, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Since you're insistent on leaving now, I won't stop you. But please be cautious on your journey. Didn't something happen the last time you left? How could the Illusion City Lord not know anything about it? When these people left previously, the events involving the 5 vileness of Xuanhuan and the 4 Vajras unfolded one after another. Those people didn't die. How could they not have leaked some information? Therefore, Yosef guessed that this Wilfred was probably involved in both incidents. However, he wondered how these few Aling practitioners managed to defeat a spirit warrior. Could it be that there was a higher level protector accompanying them? Thinking about this, Yosef couldn't help but release his mental energy to sense the surroundings. No one, perhaps a spirit Jamister, is around, who can conceal their presence such that he can't detect them. Franz Tong secretly chuckled. His mental power was extraordinarily strong, even stronger than an average spirit Jamister, so he naturally knew about Yosef's attempt to check. Thank you for your reminder, Jamister. I will be cautious. If this person truly had someone protecting him, it would be better to maintain a good relationship with him. Both men stood up, preparing to leave when Brandon arrived. Friend Hank, are you leaving? Yes, Henria. I think it would be better if you leave tomorrow. Something is happening outside. What happened? Yosef asked. It seems the deputy commander of the Heavenly Soul Sect in Xuanhuan City has been killed. They are searching everywhere now. The Heavenly Soul Sect acted quickly, finding the bodies this soon. Franz Tong frowned. James Saib, I shouldn't have buried them and instead burned them? Experience does come from practice, not just books. Yosef glanced at Franz Tong. Could it be related to you again? The search doesn't concern us. The search area isn't far from our Illusion City. What do you mean? Speak more clearly. Friend Hank, stay for a moment and listen. The three sat down, and Brandon began explaining. Heavenly Soul Sect's deputy commander, Dane Dabiao, was killed 2 hours ago, not far from 10 Mile Town. There were 2 of them, both spirit warriors, and it seems both died with 1 strike. Now their commander, Alan Zeta, is organizing people to search. 1 strike? Dane Dabiao was a 9th rank spirit warrior, equivalent to Yosef himself. Someone only took 1 strike? Yosef looked at Franz Tong again. Last time this person barely escaped from the 4 Vajras. What's going on with the people behind him? After several looks, Franz Tong naturally understood the speculation. Returning now might not be a good idea. Being suspected would complicate things. Franz Tong smiled. Then I'll trouble Jamister again. No trouble at all. Do you need rest now? Yes, I've traveled quite a bit today. Fine, Henria. Please make the arrangements. Follow me. young friend. Minutes later, they arrived at a nice room, elegantly arranged. How do you find this room? It's perfect. Thank you, Henria. After bidding farewell, Brandon returned to Yosef's residence. Meanwhile, Franz Tong set up an array and began contemplating. The Heavenly Soul sect reacted fast. Indeed, a top-notch sect, not to be underestimated. They shouldn't come to Illusion City for searches. It wouldn't be useful without evidence, and they can't openly harm me. He continued refining pills and practicing. As long as I grow stronger, what can they do to me? Using the spirit stones given by Yosef proved very effective. 2 hours of full spiritual energy allowed Franz Tong to advance further in cultivation. Dawn broke. Franz Tong got up early, enjoying the fresh morning air filled with faint spiritual energy. Nice. This is the city lord's residence, not the underground Jamister's palace. Just as Franz Tong stretched his limbs, Brandon arrived. Good morning, Henria. Good morning, young friend. The city lord invites you for breakfast. All right, thank you. Soon, they arrived at the dining hall where Yosef was already waiting. Please sit, young friend. As they ate, Jamisni members of the Heavenly Soul sect entered Illusion City last night. They seem to take this seriously, Franz Tong replied. Of course. A deputy commander killed. If not taken seriously, would subordinates be willing to risk their lives? Gossip can be powerful too, plus superiors would also hold them accountable. True. Yosef looked at the Noel. Is this related to you, young friend? Me. He smiled. I'm just a Aling practitioner. They're talking about a breakthrough to Spirit Jamister. How could it be related to me? True. Although it's daytime now, you must still be cautious. With all these incidents. Yes, indeed. After breakfast, Yosef personally escorted Franz Tong to the city gate in a Alahan carriage. This carriage was exclusively for the city lord within the city, so even with extensive searches by the Heavenly Soul sect, no one dared to inspect it. At the city gate, Yosef handed Franz Tong a storage ring containing attack talismans and arrays. These are all 9th rank Aling practitioner level and provide equivalent 9th rank spirit warrior power, both defensive and offensive. Review the usage instructions later. They can be useful against spirit warriors, but they won't work against Alan Zeta. If you were a spirit warrior, I could give you items comparable to an early stage spirit Jamister's power, but you aren't. Franz Tong looked at Yosef. You suspect me of killing Dane Debiao? If I could defeat a 9th rank spirit warrior, these items mean little. Thank you, Jamister Xia. My master has also given me some talismans and arrays, so these aren't necessary, but thank you. They exchanged nods, and ultimately, the Wilfred didn't accept the gifts. Why owe unnecessary favors? Franz Tong bade farewell, hopped off the carriage, and mounted his crimson blood wolf, racing towards Xuanhuan City. Chapter 239. Encounter on the road. Jalmer got off Damien's lion carriage and rode away on his own mount. This did not escape the notice of the Tian Aling sect. The news quickly reached Emilio's ears. He actually colluded with Yosef from Illusion City? Emilio was quite surprised upon hearing the report from his subordinate. What's up with this Irizi? He had only stayed in Xianhuan City for a few days before joining Xianyao Valley. Could he have become so familiar with Yosef in just a few days? Does this Irizi possess such abilities? It's usually very difficult for ordinary people to meet Yosef, unless they already knew each other. Emilio couldn't figure it out. However, whether he understood or not wasn't important. What mattered was capturing this Irizi. Wasn't Dane Dabiao's death caused by him? Is someone secretly protecting him? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Forget it. I'm a full-fledged Spirit Jamister. Why should I fear him? Have we reached a point where Spirit Jamesters are as common as ants? Obviously not. Spirit Jamesters are still quite rare. Follow me. Let's go capture that Hangsheng Chuan. Emilio strode out of his room and jumped onto his mount, riding away. At the same time, Ignatiushan also received the news that Dane Dabiao had been killed at 10 Mile Village, while Jalmer's trip to Illusion City was part of the original plan. Could this be the work of that Zyarizi? Spirit Jamesters are already after him. Could a mere 7th rank spirit soldier handle it? Perhaps I should rescue him. So, Ignatiushan woke up early and called Ala Chongqing and Axel to head towards Illusion City, hoping to run into Zyarizi, that troublemaker. After Jalmer left Illusion City, the Tian Aling sect didn't dare openly chase him but kept sending updates internally about the Wilfred's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Jalmer found a deserted place, dismounted, and changed into ragged clothes, making himself look dirty and shabby. He altered his appearance and hid his cultivation level, shielding even his chi source. Thus, a filthy beggar appeared on the road, heading towards the main city of Xianhuan, blending perfectly into the crowd. As a result, the Tian Aling sect lost track of the Wilfred. Occasionally, Jalmer encountered people, some from the Tian Aling sect and others not. There were indeed more people during the day, which constrained certain actions. Each time he met someone from the Tian Aling sect, he was asked to lift his head, but the result was always disappointing. Emilio was furious. What happened? How could Zyarizi disappear so quickly? Is he a rat that can burrow underground? Continue searching, leave no suspicious person unchecked. Finally, Jalmer sensed a familiar aura from afar. Yes, Ignatiushan and company were ahead. Ignatiushan and his group were looking around, clearly searching for someone. When they were about 100 meters apart, Jalmer transmitted his voice. Jamister, stop searching. I'm 100 meters ahead of you. The beggar is me. Ignatiushan glanced at the ragged Noel and scanned his Dantian, noting he wasn't a cultivator. Don't scan anymore. It's me. Jamister, please take me to Illusion City and then back to the sect. The plan needed adjustment. Initially, Ignatiushan was supposed to, accidentally, find Jalmer in Illusion City and bring him back to the sect. However, due to unexpected events and the fact that Zyarizi eliminated some pursuers, the plan needed slight adjustments, picking up a beggar on the way. Soon, Jalmer faced Ignatiushan and company. A kind soul, please give me something to eat, Jalmer said weakly, as if about to faint, swaying and falling down. Ignatiushan and the others immediately dismounted. Axel helped Jalmer up, shaking him and shouting, Brother Zaire, what's wrong? A wave of spiritual energy entered Jalmer's body. The Noel opened his eyes. Thank you, sir. Axel handed him a bun, and Zairizi bit into it vigorously. Let's take him with us to Illusion City, Ignatiushan said. Weren't we going to rescue our junior brother? Ignatiushan pretended to inspect Jalmer and poked here and there. Of course we need to rescue your junior brother, but this Zairizi seems to have good potential. I plan to bring him back to the sect for inspection. Huh? Brother Xiao William, isn't that too hasty? Finding someone with potential is rare. I'll test his spirit roots, maybe another genius. You're dreaming. Last time you picked up Jalmer, thinking geniuses grow on trees, and now you want to drag another one back? What are you thinking? Is Zairizi really starving, eating so enthusiastically? Ignatiushan transmitted privately to Jalmer. You've got to act the part, right? The Noel took another big bite. Let's go. Thus, Axel and Jalmer shared a mount, heading to Illusion City with two elders. Meanwhile, Emilio punched down a tree in anger. How did Zairizi vanish without a trace? Search thoroughly and report any unusual activities immediately. Boss, earlier it seemed a beggar was rescued. Beggar? What beggar? About 14 or 15 years old, but not Hank Honkan, as their appearances differ greatly. Ala Chongqing just took him along. Ala Chongqing? Which one? The manager of the number 1 medicine shop in Xianyao Valley. Him? Anyone else? The second-floor supervisor of the medicine shop and an unfamiliar person. Unfamiliar? Could it be Ignatiushan? Show me. Was that beggar seen before? Not specifically noticed since beggars are common, but our spirit soldiers checked, and he has no chi source and is not a cultivator. Not a cultivator? Why would Ignatiushan and company take a stranger like that? Aren't they supposed to be looking for Zairizi? With these questions swirling in his mind, Emilio rode off. Within minutes, the two groups met. Grand Boss Alon, impressive display. Ala Chongqing greeted respectfully. Shopkeeper Ala. Emilio returned the gesture, then looked at Ignatiushan. Surprised to see Lemuel here. You must visit Tian Aling's sect sometime. Certainly will. Who's this? Emilio pointed at Jalmer. Oh, a beggar almost starved to death. I inspected him and found he has good potential, so I plan to bring him back to the sect. Really? Let me see. Emilio's soul force swept over Jalmer's Dantian. Just a regular person, yet something felt off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. Elder, isn't that inappropriate? Misunderstanding, just a quick check. Congratulations on gaining another disciple. With that, he turned and walked away. Zairizi, is that you? We'll meet again. Emilio sent a mental message to Jalmer. The boy stared at Emilio's back, confused and puzzled, but this act was observed by Emilio's subordinates. This Zairizi certainly had acting talent. Jalmer continued toward Illusion City with Ala Chongqing and the others, knowing that returning directly wouldn't be wise. Chapter 240, Waiting for You. The group was walking at a leisurely pace. Ignatiushan was no longer anxious now that he had found his disciple unharmed. Why be in such a rush? However, Ala Chongqing and Axel were unaware of this, so they remained quite worried. They frequently looked around, some genuinely curious, others pretending to be. Jalmer even asked in a false solicitous tone, Honorable officials, are you looking for something? Looking for someone, my junior brother. Oh, have you seen a teenager around your age? Axel asked, then proceeded to describe Jalmer's features, thinking beggars might have useful information as they move around a lot. Never seen him, the Noel shook his head. They continued walking and searching, occasionally encountering members of the Heavenly Spirit sect along the way. Jamister, do you think the death of Deputy Leader Dane from the Heavenly Spirit sect has anything to do with junior brother? Probably not. He's just a spirit practitioner. Deputy Leader Dane is nearly a spirit Jamister, stronger than even I am. It's unlikely it has any connection. Yeah. As they walked, discussing all the while, everyone felt uneasy, as if they were being watched. Jalmer was familiar with this feeling. He had been under scrutiny for some time. Ignatiushan also knew what was happening. They were being watched by members of the Heavenly Spirit sect. By noon, they finally arrived at the gates of Illusory City. Axel went up to speak with the gatekeepers and discovered his junior brother had already left the city, personally escorted by the city lord. Their mouths gaped open in shock. Such an honor? The city lord personally saw him off? Hey Ignatiushan, your apprentice seems to have a significant background. Do you have that kind of influence? Ignatiushan was equally baffled, his mouth twitching slightly. This kid. Now what? He's gone. Should we return or stay here? Whatever you decide, Ala Chongqing said. Why don't we enter Illusory City to rest and have some food? What? You're not worried about your disciple at all? He has his own capabilities, he won't die. Since you say so, let's go in and have something to eat. We might as well explore a bit since it's rare to come here. Who knows, maybe we'll find some good items. Thus, they entered Illusory City for a meal and wandered through various stalls. They still felt the unsettling sensation of being watched. After spending about 2 hours in Illusory City, they left, finding nothing noteworthy. So what now, Brother William? Ala Chongqing looked back at Illusory City, which seemed quite ordinary. Valuable items aren't common everywhere. Some things can only be found by chance. As an elder of a top-tier sect, he had seen plenty of good things before, raising his standards. But for many spirit practitioners, there were still many valuable items here. Back to the pharmacy. Not looking for your disciple anymore? Let's check on the way back. If we can't find him, it doesn't matter. He's crafty. He won't get lost or killed. You're a piece of work. Ala Chongqing pointed at Ignatiushan and whispered, Are we being followed? Only now you realize? I'm saying it now because I noticed it too, but what right do you have to act cocky in front of me? A 9th-rank spirit scholar? Look, someone is watching us over there, Ignatiushan said, glancing toward a certain direction. Everyone turned their eyes in that direction. The person immediately lowered their head to look for something, a very awkward gesture. Really? Who watches people like that? Ignatiushan was speechless. Jalmer wanted to laugh, while Ala Chongqing laughed out loud. They continued walking at a relaxed pace. Hey, Zyarizi, would you like to join me at Black Medicine Valley? It's a top-tier sect, Ignatiushan called to Jalmer. Yes, thank you, sir, Jalmer promptly replied. Gradually, they quickened their pace. Once at the pharmacy, Ignatiushan bid farewell to Ala Chongqing. There was no need to linger. Their purpose was fulfilled, so they should return early. Not looking for your disciple anymore? I received a message from him. He wants to continue training outside, so I won't seek him. He'll return when he's ready. Ala Chongqing sensed something was off but couldn't figure it out. Since the apprentice wasn't his, he simply agreed with Ignatiushan's decision. Before parting ways, Ignatiushan gave each of them a cleansing pill, claiming he found it in a ruin by accident. Naturally, he emphasized keeping it secret. Finally, master and disciple resumed their journey together. Were you the one who killed the Deputy Harmon of Heavenly Spirit Sect? Yes. How did you manage it? He's a 9th rank spirit scholar. Just luck. He was too careless. Weren't there 2 of them? Carelessness wouldn't matter if there was another one. Luck. Old Mountain Grandfather takes care of me. Why did you kill them? They were sent by Ardell from our sect to capture me. Ardell? That guy. If he's truly after you, it's serious. He's a 4th rank spirit Jamister, beyond my capability. You should advance to spirit Jamister sooner. To become a spirit Jamister? Do you think they're cheap and available everywhere? Do you think Ardell might attack us on the road? It's daytime, so probably not. But it's hard to say. Some sections are deserted. Why don't we split up? Do you think I'll slow you down? It shouldn't come to that. Even if I can't handle Ardell, I can deal with others. We might be safer together. At least, my status as an elder still counts for something. I'm worried about holding you back. Don't worry, I'm alone and if I die, so be it. These past 2 months have been comfortable. Hearing this, Jalmer felt a little moved. His master was worth recognizing. Now Jalmer and Ignatiushan were riding Ignatiushan's steed. Jalmer's crimson blood wolf was too noticeable, and considering they were clearly targets, it was better not to reveal it. Riding fast, they encountered occasional passers-by on the road. Occasionally, they felt their minds scanned, but this wasn't unusual outdoors. After an hour, they approached a large canyon. At the entrance, a few people rested, which was normal. But further away, hidden in a secluded area, a group seemed to be gathering. A mental scan revealed most were non-cultivators, but 2 cultivators were among them. What was going on? Should we stop and investigate? Those people seemed blocked outside the canyon, Ignatiushan asked. Let's keep moving. We can't avoid them now, the Noel said confidently. Spurring their steed, they charged into the canyon. After a few minutes, a man stood smiling in the middle of the road ahead, looking at them. Who is this? It's Ardell. Leader all on. Anything wrong? Ignatiushan asked with a smile. I've been waiting for you. Hashtag chapter 241. Using treasures. Why wait for us? Ignatiushan smiled. Are you inviting us to visit your Tianling sect? Next time? We have things to do this time. Ignatiushan urged his mount and was about to walk past Emilio. Lemuel, are you not giving face? We really have something. In that case, you can go back, but the kid stays. Emilio flashed in front of the mount, pointing at Jalmer, who was his target. He then scanned with his soul force. Wasn't he a cultivator? Not him. Not good. I want to take him as a disciple. What? You also like him? Was he so disrespectful? Could it be that this guy already knew the truth? Yes, that's right. Also, didn't you come out with your newly recruited disciple? Why haven't we seen him yet? It wouldn't be good if something happened to him alone outside. No worries, he's smart enough to stay alive outside. Even if he dies, it's heaven's will, and he deserves it. What kind of master says such things to his disciple? Jalmer felt an intense bitterness towards these words. Lemuel, he must stay. As he said this, Emilio suddenly extended his right hand, restraining the air around Jalmer. Then, pulling his right hand back, Jalmer was yanked off the mount. The move was sudden, and Ignatiushan hadn't expected Emilio to attack immediately. Immediately, he dismounted and stood in front of the Noel. Emilio, don't be too excessive. You're from Xianyao Valley, and your father is an elder there. Is this appropriate? He isn't even a disciple of Xianyao Valley, just a beggar. Move aside, or I won't be polite anymore. This guy was going extreme. What should they do? Ignatiushan was somewhat anxious. Meanwhile, Jalmer had already scanned the surroundings with his soul force. No one else nearby. Emilio seemed confident. There might be other considerations, given Tianling sect's good reputation outside, so he didn't want too many others involved. Jamister, there's no one from Tianling sect nearby. The 2 of us should be able to handle this guy, Jalmer transmitted telepathically to Ignatiushan. You sure? He's a spirit Jamister. So what? Level 1 spirit Jamister at most, maybe level 2. We managed to deal with a level 9 spirit warrior earlier. Together, we can fight him. Wait for a moment when he's off guard, and I'll sneak attack. The 2 quickly exchanged thoughts. At this moment, Emilio flashed past Ignatiushan again, grabbing at Jalmer, but without much effort. This time, Ignatiushan finally made his move, slapping away Emilio's hand reaching for the Noel. Lemuel, are you sure you want to intervene? He's my disciple. I can't abandon him. Do you really want to fight me? I'm a spirit Jamister. Getting a chance to fight a spirit Jamister is also a form of tempering. Interesting. Lemuel has some of his old flair. Since that's the case, I'll indulge you. Saying this, he directly pushed a palm towards Ignatiushan. Ignatiushan swiftly dodged, moving behind Emilio and striking with a palm. Unexpectedly, he hit Emilio's hand, who had already turned around, showing remarkable speed. While Emilio's back was exposed to Jalmer, Jalmer did not choose to attack. He wanted to see the spirit Jamister's abilities and figured Emilio wouldn't seriously hurt Ignatiushan initially. But it seemed he underestimated. With a loud boom, their palms collided, instantly releasing a thunderous explosion. Emilio remained steadfast as a mountain, while Ignatiushan retreated 4 to 5 steps. That's the difference. Ignatiushan was slightly angered. Am I really so weak? Moving forward again, he attacked with fiery heat waves, a skill combining alchemy and fire. Emilio dodged, though the edge of his clothes burned a little. So serious now? Emilio was also enraged. With everything exposed, so what if you're a mere second-rate alchemist, alone and friendless? He drew a saber, slashing towards Ignatiushin. In an instant, a sword appeared in Ignatiushin's hand, blocking the attack. Weapon against weapon, Ignatiushin staggered back several steps, blood surging into his mouth, tasting metallic. He swallowed it down. But Emilio launched countless slashes, forcing Ignatiushin into retreat. That was the gap, the huge difference between a spirit Jamister and a spirit warrior. I feel like I can't hold on, Ignatiushin transmitted telepathically to the Noel. You still have time to send messages? Let's see how long you can last, Emilio sneered. Knowing Ignatiushin was sending messages, but not understanding their content, he slashed down another strike. Boom. Ignatiushin was sent flying this time, finally spitting out a mouthful of blood. Emilio didn't chase after him, knowing Ignatiushin was severely injured. Instead, he turned to Jalmer, smiling. Zyarizi, come with me, and I'll let him go. Again, he reached for the Noel. Why haven't you attacked yet? Ignatiushin transmitted, while swinging his sword once more. Zyre annoying, Emilio turned back, facing Ignatiushin with both hands on the saber, unleashing a powerful slash. Suddenly, a sense of danger struck Emilio's back, forcing him to block with his saber. A clang resounded by his ear. Emilio shook his head, slightly dazed. Then, danger approached from his back again, causing him to dodge hurriedly. Jalmer hadn't attacked again. Instead, he helped Ignatiushin to his feet. Emilio looked at Jalmer's stick. Was that your attack? How could he hide his cultivation level? Are you blind? Can't you see? Frustrating. So Dane Dabiao was really killed by you? The size of the wound on Dane Dabiao's chest matched this stick perfectly, suggesting it penetrated through him? Not true. The Noel denied it. Huh. Cowardly. So, you admit the act but not its consequences? Fine. You think you can defeat me? Emilio flashed before Jalmer, claws outstretched. So fast, Jalmer barely blocked with his staff, but lost sight of Emilio instantly. Then, a swift gust of wind came from behind. It was too late to turn around. Jalmer channeled his energy to where Emilio attacked. Boom. Jalmer staggered forward, feeling excruciating pain on his back. Ignatiuskin, only pain, no injuries, thanks to his superhuman body built from previous tempering exercises, and his ability to instantaneously gather energy for defense. They traded blows equally despite the significant difference in levels. Meanwhile, Ignatiushin, being injured, watched helplessly, unable to intervene. Jalmer wielded the heaven-cleaving staff fiercely, becoming more proficient with each move. Practicing with a spirit Jamister couldn't get any better. Jalmer unleashed all his strength, fighting freely and thoroughly. Emilio grew increasingly alarmed. Dane Dabiao's death wasn't unjustified. Originally planning to keep it quiet, but it was getting difficult. Should he call for help from the canyon entrance? Forget it. Let's use a tool. After a sweeping slash, he quickly flashed aside. In his hand, an array appeared, thrown at Jalmer. This was a binding formation, strong enough to ensnare a mid-level spirit Jamister. His first choice was to capture Zyarizi. Killing would be a last resort. Using treasures? Let me handle it. With a grunt, Ignatiushin jumped up from his seated position, rushing towards the array. Trapping him was fine, but trapping Jalmer was unacceptable. Chapter 242. Outwitting the spirit Jamister. As Ignatiushin rushed toward the array trap, Hero cursed silently. You really want to die that badly? This guy has been ruining my plans all along. It seems he truly wants to die. Franz Tong was also in a panic. What could be done? A spirit master's array trap was definitely not simple, but it was unclear what kind of array this was. If it was a killing array, they would be in trouble. The Noel lifted his staff and charged at Hero once more while silently consulting with Alotl Emperor Zyret. Hero's mouth twitched as his soul force swept over Franz Tong's Dantian. Damn, a 6th-rank spirit scholar? How did this kid cultivate to such a level at his age? Zyred, how did he hide his cultivation? I must capture him. This kid is a treasure trove of secrets. The Noel cursed inwardly. He had been too preoccupied during the fight to hide his cultivation. It seemed he had no choice now but to eliminate this guy quickly. The Noel unleashed a move called Staff Sweeps the Universe, only for Hero to leap into the air and slash down with his blade. But unexpectedly, Franz Tong didn't dodge or block. Instead, he slightly shifted his body and countered with Staff Points the Nation from below upward. This was a strategy of trading injuries for injuries. Surprisingly, it worked. The Noel's left shoulder was injured, but he managed to strike Hero's crotch with his staff. Though not severe, it was still quite painful. Just as Hero landed, his feet suddenly ached, the work of Red Sky Zyrets. Hero realized something was amiss and shook his feet, sending the 2 Red Sky Zyrets flying. He immediately flew into the sky and attacked Franz Tong from above with a mocking smile on his face. It seemed some measures were needed. Franz Tong took out the paralysis stone obtained in the chaotic stone forest and tossed out the so-called floating stone, the 5-centimeter rock taken from the floating zone. The Noel had previously studied this stone, which could make anything within 10 meters float as if in the floating zone. As Hero descended upon Franz Tong, he suddenly stopped 3 meters above him. What happened? Hero was baffled. Taking advantage of Hero's momentary distraction, Franz Tong flung the attack talisman he had acquired from Xuanhuan Wuxia, equivalent to a 3rd-rank spirit Jamister strike, hitting Hero dead on. The distance was extremely close, and it struck Hero's crotch once again. Hero let out a bone-chilling scream as he was sent flying into the air, his body arching in pain. This time, it was a severe injury. As Hero fell back to the ground, he tried to stab Franz Tong again but was halted 3 meters above the ground once more. What is going on? Is this madness? Hero was once again distracted. Seizing the opportunity, Franz Tong kicked off the ground, retrieved the paralysis stone, and charged at Hero. In his hand was the little hoe given by Jamister Sr. This little hoe was no ordinary tool. Despite being a spirit Jamister, Hero, caught off guard and already gravely injured, couldn't react fast enough. The hoe plunged straight into his stomach, pulling out intestines with it. Had Hero not been a spirit Jamister, he would have fainted by now. But the Noel didn't stop. He pulled out the hoe and began digging frenziedly, leaving Hero's front side completely mangled. After 10 seconds, Franz Tong paused, panting heavily, and wiped the sticky substance from his face. Looking at the gruesome scene before him, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Ignatiously, he had experienced this once before, or he might have frozen in shock. Looking into Hero's eyes, he saw despair. Hero was still alive, but rapidly losing strength. He hovered in midair, clutching his sword but too weak to use it. He cursed himself for being too careless and underestimated his opponent, who had concealed many unknown items. I, a proud spirit Jamister, one of the most powerful on this continent, was defeated by a mere child. His vision went black as he finally lost consciousness. The Noel immediately retrieved the paralysis stone and floating stone, scanned the area with his soul force. Nobody was around, and the spirit gate people hadn't entered the canyon yet. After taking a pill, he cleaned up all evidence of the battle, even using heart fire to burn away the bloodstains. Looking at the trapped Ignatiushin, what should he do? This was a third-rank array trap beyond his ability to break. Fortunately, it was mobile. Franz Tong dragged the array trap containing Ignatiushin and started running. After a kilometer, he found a secluded spot, deployed the 8th-rank spirit Jamister-resistant array trap given by Second Elder, encasing himself in Ignatiushin's array trap inside. Now, he waited. Assuming both ends of the canyon were patrolled by spirit scholars, he would wait until they came in and left before making a move. He couldn't kill them all. After all, some of them were just following orders and were good people. Franz Tong treated his wounds with pills and studied Ignatiushin's array trap while keeping an eye on the surroundings. Half an hour later, there was movement outside. 2 skilled cultivators were calling out. Captain! Captain! Soon, dozens of Sky Spirit sect members entered the canyon, searching everywhere. What happened? There were fighting sounds earlier, but everything is gone now. James Saib the captain killed both of them and left? That doesn't seem right. Even if he left, he would have exited via the canyon entrance and informed us. James Saib the captain had some business he didn't want us to know about? Let's search the entire canyon. If we can't find anything, we'll withdraw. The group searched for half an hour but found nothing, eventually retreating. They never imagined their captain was already gone, assuming he had simply left on business. After all, in their eyes, the other party consisted of an ordinary person and a spirit scholar. A few minutes after the Sky Spirit sect members left, Franz Tong emerged from the array trap, pondering how to rescue his master. Quite a challenge. Perhaps he should drag Ignatiushin back to the sect and seek Uncle Carl, an elder in the array sect. Yes, that's the plan. Deciding this, the Noel sprinted away, found a carriage, and placed Ignatiushin's array trap inside before heading toward Mystical Medicine Valley. Chapter 243, The Difficult Array. Fortunately, the trapping array was a single-person array, and thus not too large, making it portable. If it were larger, it would have been a hassle to carry. Jalmer had initially wanted to talk to Ignatiushin trapped inside the array, but he couldn't communicate. They were completely isolated. Frustrating. After hours of travel, they finally arrived at a place not far from the Mystical Medicine Valley. Jalmer couldn't return to the sect in this state, so he found an inn, settled Ignatiushin with the confining array, and then found a place to contact Carl, asking him to come out. Zaire hour later, Carl finally arrived at the inn entrance, wearing a cap with the brim pulled low, as Jalmer had specifically instructed. Jamister Uncle William, why did you take so long? Jalmer asked, slightly annoyed at how slow Carl was. Who are you? Carl stared at Jalmer, a little beggar boy daring to complain about his slowness. Hank Zhongchuan told me to find you. Oh, let's go. Lead the way, Carl replied. Soon, they arrived at the room Jalmer had booked. Where is Zaire Tong? Upon entering the room, Carl saw nothing. Jalmer followed in, closing the door behind him. Carl glanced at Jalmer, scanning him with his soul force. Just an ordinary person? The Noel smiled, pushing aside his dirty hair and changing his appearance back to what it was before. Carl was stunned. Mouth agape. You're Zaire Tong? Yes, please sit down, Jamister Uncle. Why all the secrecy? There's no teleportation array at the array sect. I had to first travel to your sect before teleporting over, so it's impossible for me to be fast. He explained, puzzled and wondering about Ignatiushin. Jalmer fiddled around, and a translucent image of Ignatiushin appeared, struggling and opening his mouth, though no sound could be heard. My master is trapped inside. Please think of a solution, Jamister Uncle. Brother Xiao William? Carl was bewildered. How could a 9th-rank spirit scholar be trapped? Carl began circling around the entrapped Ignatiushin, frowning deeply. We encountered a powerful enemy outside, and my master sacrificed himself to save me, ending up trapped. If he's trapped, why are you unharmed? Carl was perplexed. If it were truly an enemy, how could only one of them be captured? I'll explain later. Let's focus on rescuing my master first, Jalmer said, unsure how to explain fully. Saving someone was urgent. Carl began studying the array. This was a 3rd-level array, which was extremely difficult for a 2nd-rank arrayist like Carl, despite his veteran status. Jalmer also studied it since he too was a 2nd-rank arrayist, albeit newly promoted and lacking much experience. After studying the entire afternoon, they had nothing to show for it. They continued into the night, seeing some progress but achieving nothing substantial. That night, Carl stayed instead of returning to the sect, occasionally studying further while avoiding getting stuck in a rut. Meanwhile, Jalmer refined medicines and practiced cultivation intermittently. These were his fundamentals that he couldn't neglect. In the early morning, Carl resumed his study of the array while Jalmer stopped studying arrays and took out the jade disc given by his second Jamester before the second hibernation to learn array techniques. He had read parts of it before, finding it very comprehensive on array theories. He eventually entered a meditative state. Seeing the Noel deep in thought, Carl didn't disturb him but continued studying the array-breaking method. Time flew when focused. Before long, dawn broke. As if they agreed, Jalmer snapped out of his trance from the jade, and Carl returned from his thoughts. Well, Jamester uncle? Jalmer eagerly asked. I have some ideas, but I'm unsure how to proceed. I need to check some records at the sect. Let me return there to review the records and come back this afternoon. Sure, thank you, Jamester uncle. No problem. Your master is a good friend of mine. Studying this array will also benefit me. I haven't delved so deeply into it in years. It seems I've lost my drive in my old age, Carl mused. Carl returned to the sect while Jalmer bought breakfast, ate, and continued studying the array. He occasionally used his soul force to scan the surrounding area to avoid being targeted, though thankfully, no one was watching. Looking at his trapped master, who had noticeably aged just in a day, made it clear he wasn't having an easy time inside. There are several common methods to break an array. 1. Jamester the use of the array and directly undo it. You can get this information from the user or creator. 2. Find the critical point and destroy it, breaking the array. 3. Disassemble the array, requiring advanced expertise. 4. Use brute force to shatter the array. The most likely method now was finding the critical point and destroying it. The Noel circled around the confining array, recalling the Jade's teachings. Find the critical point. But the array chess pieces were invisible. Closing his eyes, he released his internal energy flow around the array, feeling every part it passed through. Occasionally encountering gaps, he squeezed in and felt certain junctures, colliding gently with air currents as these points often harbored the chess pieces. A lucky strike might loosen the array. His collision shook the whole thing. Opening his eyes, he saw his master's expression of pain. He had struck the wrong chess piece. Mistakes led to suffering for the entrapped. Damn, no reckless trials. Continuing with careful observation, he explored the entire setup without randomly striking, trying to understand the array structure. Following the Jade's description step by step, he searched diligently. By noon, someone arrived outside, and Jalmer sensed Carl's aura. Carl entered the room, placing food on the table. Eat first. Thank you, Jamester uncle. Jalmer ate while observing Carl's study. I reviewed some records. This should be a mid-third rank trapping array. We need to find the core array chess piece and destroy it to break the array, Carl spoke while searching. The Noel nodded. Indeed, the key was finding the core piece. The core chess piece is usually slightly larger than the others. This wasn't mentioned in the Jade. Now, I will release my energy flow to locate the core chess piece, Carl said, clearly having gained something from his trip. Theory aside, practical execution was another matter. It was incredibly difficult for a second-rank arrayist to break a third-rank array. Chapter 244, Spirit Root Rank 9. The main challenge of breaking through an array lies in the difficulty of finding the gaps between the interacting chess pieces once they are combined. Even if these gaps are found, it is often hard for external airflow to penetrate them. Higher-ranked arrays have smaller and more elusive gaps, making them harder to find and break. Carl stood outside the trapping array, carefully releasing airflow to sense and search for openings. After a while, Carl took out a sheet of paper and placed it on a nearby table, then grabbed a pen. He drew a model based on the shadow of Ignatiushin, marking it at one position. There's a chess piece here. The Wilfred nodded. This was a good approach. By locating the chess pieces and marking them, it would be much easier to deduce the array's core. Jalmer, having finished his meal, also resumed feeling the trapping array, searching for gaps with his released airflow. Some gaps were relatively large, around 3 or 4 millimeters wide, easy to find, and accessible to airflow. Once inside, one could explore and pinpoint the chess pieces' positions. However, some gaps were extremely tight, easily overlooked, which increased the difficulty of finding chess pieces. Moreover, even when gaps were identified, sometimes the space was too small for the airflow to enter effectively, and exploring a single gap could take up to an hour. The two tirelessly explored, taking brief rests by consuming medicinal pills when exhausted, before resuming their work. By evening, they had almost located all the chess pieces, 7 in total. It didn't seem like a complete array set. After further study, they deduced the probable locations of the other 2 chess pieces and used all the known chess pieces to backtrack the remaining gaps. Sure enough, using this method, they found the last 2 gaps, one under Ignatiushin's feet and one above his head. Both were incredibly difficult to locate, but eventually found. Their deductions about the chess pieces' positions were confirmed, with the array's core being located at the chess piece above Ignatiushin's head. Step 1 of breaking the array was complete. Step 2 was to destroy the chess piece at the core position. Both were somewhat fatigued, so they each consumed a pill and cultivated briefly before preparing to continue their task. Zairtong, your offensive power is stronger. You should strike the core chess piece, said Carl. Okay, Jalmer agreed without hesitation. But wouldn't striking that upper chess piece potentially harm Jamester? Without communication, Jalmer picked up a pen and wrote on the paper. Jamester, the core of this trapping array is above your head. We are about to break it. Please protect yourself. He held the note in front of Ignatiushin for a moment, who blinked to acknowledge receipt. The Noel began the process, gradually guiding the airflow into the marked gap and signaling Ignatiushin before delivering a swift strike. The entire array trembled, a mere shudder, but the attempt failed. Reflecting, he realized he needed help. Uncle, let's both strike together. It might be easier to break through. All right. So, Carl positioned himself in front of Ignatiushin while Jalmer stood behind. They channeled their power into the gap. After 10 minutes, both their airflows made contact with the core chess piece. On 3. As Jalmer spoke, both struck simultaneously. With a loud boom, the array exploded, even blasting open the room's door. Startled, they wondered why such a minor array-breaking effort caused so much damage. They lacked experience. If they had known, controlling the surrounding airflow during the explosion would have mitigated the impact. Jalmer surveyed the room. 8 intact chess pieces lay on the ground along with fragments of the core chess piece. He swept them into his storage ring. Ignatiushin lay panting heavily on the floor, visibly exhausted. Hearing the commotion, the inn staff rushed over. What happened? Are you tearing down the house? Jalmer quickly handed over 500 flowers coins. Sorry, we'll compensate. Seeing the money, the staff member smiled nervously. No problem. Would the elders need another room? Eyeing the broken door and windows, Jalmer replied, yes, thank you. They helped Ignatiushin to a new room under the staff member's guidance. Given the earlier noise, several soul forces scanned the area. Carl stepped onto the roof, declaring loudly, I am Elder Carl of the Array Department in Xianyao Valley. We were experimenting with an array here. Cease your probing, or risk losing your life. With no immediate threat now that Ignatiushin was freed, there was no need for secrecy. As a senior of the Array Department, he wasn't someone ordinary outsiders could provoke. Those curious observers quickly dispersed, prioritizing their safety. Returning to the room, Carl cast a protective array around them all. Let's recover first, he suggested. Breaking the third-rank array had been taxing. Though physically drained, both felt a sense of accomplishment. They took pills to begin recuperating. Ignatiushin, heavily affected by the explosion, swallowed a soul-gathering pill and started cultivating. After half an hour, they had recovered significantly. How are you, Jamister? Jalmer asked, still concerned. I'm fine. Being trapped was uncomfortable, but now I'm out. Shall we head to the sect? It's safer there for recovery. Good idea. Let's go. Jalmer disguised himself as a rural servant, altering his appearance significantly. At the sect entrance, the Noel entered as a familiar associate of Ignatiushin. After reaching the alchemy hall, with no urgent matters, Carl bid farewell and returned. It was already noon. The master and disciple enjoyed a hearty meal and resumed cultivation for recovery. To be in top condition for spirit root testing, they spent the afternoon and evening recovering. Testing would be best done in the evening to maintain confidentiality. Thus, they stayed in the basement, refining pills, a practice beneficial for both cultivation stability and profit, something Jalmer loved doing. Beforehand, they disposed of Emilio's remains, Jalmer now unbothered by such tasks. He used heartfire to cremate the body and studied the shattered core chess piece, noting the embedded gemstone, explaining its resistance. At 10 p.m., guided by Ignatiushin, they used the teleportation array to reach the combat hall, stopping beside a towering building near the entrance. This is where our sect conducts spirit root tests. Some people come even on non-recruitment days, Ignatiushin explained, leading the Noel towards the entrance. Why is Lemuel here? A guard asked. I brought a child for spirit root testing. Oh, please wait. I'll arrange for someone to test him. No need. I'll do it myself. Lemuel. I've conducted tests before. If anything breaks, I'll compensate. Lemuel, all right. The manager led them to a room with testing equipment and left. The apparatus looked similar to what Jalmer had previously used. Go ahead. The results soon came in. Amazingly, it approached rank 9. Holy cow, spirit root rank 9. Chapter 245, The Submerged Moon Lake Sect. Looking at the 9 pillars inside Jalmer's head, 8 of them were white, while the 9th one was more than half white with the remaining part gradually transitioning from white to colorless. It meant he was almost a grade 9 and, by rounding off, could be considered a grade 9 spiritual root. This was an extraordinary talent. Ignatiushin stared with wide eyes, hardly believing it. No wonder his cultivation progressed so quickly. What's the verdict? Jalmer was rather anxious, still connected by data cables. Let me first put away the equipment. Shocked, Ignatiushin removed the apparatus from his head, but remained dazed. How many grades? 9. However, the last one is grade-aided, isn't it? How did you know? I've never seen such a grade-aided spiritual root before. I knew it was grade-aided when I first checked my spiritual root a few years ago, though it was only a grade 1 then. I remember mentioning it to you. So, your spiritual root can actually grow? It seems so. Previously, Jalmer had suspected it, but was uncertain. After rechecking now, it was finally confirmed. I didn't know spiritual roots could grow. Ignatiushin circled around Jalmer, looking at him as if he were a monster. No wonder the Tian Aling sect came for you. You're like a useful lab mouse with great research value. Jalmer gave a sheepish look at Ignatiushin, fearing he might chop his head off. All right, let's go. We've finished checking your spiritual root. Tomorrow we'll send you out again. Send me out? You've forgotten? You're not Hank Zhongchuan anymore. Do you plan to stay in the sect with this identity and abandon your previous one? Jalmer smiled awkwardly. Let's head back. Ignatiushin tidied up the equipment and prepared to leave. Jamister, does this device have storage or memory functions? Ignatiushin paused. That's troublesome. What's wrong? Once the spiritual root is checked here, the result stays recorded. If someone specifically checks, they will see the results. That's no good. It has to be deleted. There's only one way right now. Destroy the storage unit. Where's the storage unit? Here. Ignatiushin pointed to a square object connected to the device. Jalmer directly tapped it, breaking it, then relaxed. This, you need to compensate for the damage, Ignatiushin commented on Jalmer's swift action. How much? About 200,000 floral coins. The Noel's lips twitched. Was it that expensive? It's pricey, but at least you don't lack money. The Noel gave a forced smile. Give me the money, and I'll pay later. It wouldn't be fitting for you to pay. How could a child have so much money, right? With a bitter face, Jalmer took out the money. Checking his spiritual root was quite costly this time. Fortunately, earning 1.2 million in Huanqing helped. Ignatiushin went to find the manager. During the test, he got too agitated, and in his struggle, he accidentally smashed the storage unit while I wasn't paying attention. Elder, what should we do? This is problematic, the manager said anxiously, his expression changing. My mistake. I'll cover the costs. The manager turned from worried to delighted instantly. It's quite expensive, 200,000 floral coins. Here are the 200,000, please count. Ignatiushin handed over a small bag. After checking, the man found it correct. He inspected the device further and found no other issues. Can we go now? Yes, Lemuel. The master and disciple swiftly left. Half an hour later, they arrived at Ignatiushin's residence number 18. From afar, there were still people watching. They'd need to be cautious moving forward. They entered the basement into an array formation. You're quite the anomaly. I think you'll eventually be exposed. What's your plan? I don't want to leave before officially being exposed. I want to continue improving within the sect. Outside, there are no resources. However, after leaving tomorrow, I want to explore outside for a while before returning. But you just said there are no resources outside. Why venture out? There are some personal matters I wish to resolve. If exposed later, it would be more difficult. All right, just ensure your safety. Ignatiushin didn't pry further. Everyone has secrets. Thank you, Jamister. Ignatiushin smiled. I'm called Jamister, yet I've taught you little. In fact, I've received much help from you. Jamister, you've played a crucial role. Indeed, having this identity allowed him to learn openly in the Xianyao Valley, obtaining countless resources unimaginable before. Oh, this trip out might take some time. I promise Selen to deliver supplies again. I'll go now. Ignatiushin looked at the Noel, silent for a moment before saying, be careful. This boy was capable and had his own plans, beyond control. Jalmer set off immediately, zigzagging through various tracks to lose any followers. It took nearly 3 hours from departure until he reached the hidden door beneath the Lake Heart Island. Meeting Norris, he noted the elder had recovered significantly, appearing much better. Without delay, he handed over 10 detoxification pills and 10 soul-melding pills, then bid farewell due to time constraints. The next morning, Ignatiushin escorted Jalmer out of the sect, though he seemed continuously followed. What now? Finally, he sent him to a nearby town, entering a crowded market to disappear among the crowd. Before parting, Ignatiushin reminded him about the upcoming alchemy competition, urging him not to forget returning to the sect. The Noel changed his appearance and appeared as another person, cultivating at the level of a 5th-grade spirit cultivator, high-ranking to ordinary people. Ignatiushin strolled leisurely through the town before nonchalantly returning to the sect. The trackers lost their target and couldn't believe a 5th-grade spirit cultivator could be the one they sought. The Noel rode fast, not the Crimson Blood Wolf, choosing instead the commonly used Shadow Horse to avoid attention. His destination was the Moon Lake sect. He hadn't visited since leaving. He needed to see its condition after the Tian Aling sect's intervention. His mind was restless until he verified its state. Riding periodically with rests, avoiding exhausting the horse, he switched to his true mount, the Crimson Blood Wolf, in the evening for faster travel without stopping. By the second evening, he reached the Moon Lake sect entrance. Though it was night, lights illuminated enough to notice changes. The gate seemed different from before. Strange. Jalmer furrowed his brows. Had the Tian Aling sect destroyed the Moon Lake sect? Unlikely. The Moon Lake sect sign remained, though it seemed altered. Buildings inside showed signs of repairs. Was the Moon Lake sect harshly disciplined by the Tian Aling sect? The Noel's mind swirled with questions. Fine, I'll go in. As long as Jamister Havelock is still here. Under moonlight, using his array expertise, Jalmer silently infiltrated the Moon Lake sect. Chapter 246. Was it a dream? Huh? I remember there was a building here before, so why is it gone? The Noel scratched his head in the dark, puzzled. Did I get this wrong? No way, I have a pretty good memory. Though Franz Tong hadn't wandered around much within the Yuehu sect previously, he still had a general idea of the layout, especially regarding landmark buildings. After passing through the sect's main gate, there used to be a substantial structure not far ahead. Now it was gone. The ground where it once stood was uneven, with remnants of buildings scattered about. The Noel continued forward, naturally avoiding people. A few minutes later, he saw more damaged houses. Because it was nighttime, he couldn't see everything clearly, but the damage was evident. Additionally, many disciples were injured, wearing bandages on their hands, legs, and heads. Within a sect, minor injuries during practice or sparring were common, but encountering so many injured people was unusual. What on earth happened? It must have been the doing of Tianling sect or Dio sect. How else could it be explained? The Noel's eyes were nearly spitting fire. These Dio sect and Tianling sect aren't worth anything. Just wait. He was almost swearing that he would take them down someday, no matter how powerful they were as top-tier sects on the continent. Continuing his cautious advance, damaged buildings and wounded Yuehu sect disciples continuously passed by him. His destination now was the Patriarch's Jamesner. Should he go see Havelock, his nominal master, now? Would seeing him cause further trouble for the others? Franz Tong hesitated. He sent out his soul force cautiously. After all, there were still some 9th-rank spirit warriors within the sect with significant cultivation. Damn, they were having a meeting. Zaired quite a few people too, seemingly all the high-ranking officials of Yuehu sect. Listening for a while, he understood it was about changing the patriarch position. Inside were the deans and vice-deans from various departments, the Grand Elder, and vice-patriarchs. Why would Jamister Havelock, who was perfectly fine as patriarch, be replaced? I think the position of patriarch should remain with Patriarch Ignatius. My strength isn't enough to assume this role, someone said. This seemed to be Deputy Patriarch Allah's voice. What's going on? Isn't Jamister doing well as patriarch? He's still in his prime. Why does it seem like he's stepping down? Alaja, stop refusing. You are still young but already at 8th rank spirit warrior, a genius within the sect. Although Patriarch Ignatius is powerful, he has been seriously injured and may never recover to his previous level, let alone progress further. It will be difficult for him to lead the sect forward. What do you think, Patriarch Ignatius? Havelock glanced at the man and laughed bitterly. Grand Elder Allah is right. This injury has weakened me considerably. If there's a suitable successor, I will step down immediately. Injured? Seriously injured? Damn. Franz Tong clenched his teeth, his expression grim. Is Grand Elder Allah forcing Jaemister to step down? This matter can be discussed later. There are still many things to handle within the sect. Ignatius Wuji's voice came, recognized by Franz Tong. Zaire, other Grand Elder who had helped him before. It seemed he supported Havelock. Patriarch Ignatius is already in such a state. It's better for him to retire sooner rather than later, allowing Allah Shah to grow faster. A direct confrontation. Alaba, it's not as severe as you say. Though Patriarch Ignatius is injured, he still possesses strength. James Saib in 1 or 2 years, he'll recover. If Allah Shah truly wants to be Patriarch, we should wait until he reaches 9th rank Spirit Warrior. Ignatius Wuji didn't back down. Old Ignatius, are you sure? I'll support Allah Shah when he reaches 9th rank. Is 8th to 9th rank that easy? I don't believe it. Or should we vote? Alaba insisted. Vote? What do you mean? Have you bought them all off? Let's vote then, Havelock spoke up. If the majority didn't support him, he might as well step down since his chances of progressing further were virtually non-existent. Franz Tong tensed. Was Jaemister going to lose his position? After several seconds, Alaba said, 8 to 7. Allah Shah wins by 1 vote. How about it? Ignatius Wuji. Is there anything else to say? Besides, this disaster brought upon the sect was due to the disciple Patriarch Ignatius took in. He left, leaving us with the mess. 8 to 7. It looks like Alaba and company really put in a lot of effort. Zaire, now I am considered Yuahu sect sinner. Elder Allah, if you want me to step down, I will. But why blame my disciple? He didn't intend for this. Can you blame him? Havelock was getting angry. Stick to the issue. What's the point of saying those things? If you hadn't taken him as a disciple, none of this would have happened. Look at the heavy losses our sect suffered, with many disciples dead. All because of him. Alaba, don't go too far. Who knew this would happen? You know Franz Tong is a genius. If you had met him, I don't believe you wouldn't want to take him as a disciple, Ignatius Wuji retorted angrily. That's enough. Now discussing this is meaningless. Let's focus on what to do next for the sect, another Grand Elder said. Franz Tong didn't want to listen anymore. It's pointless now. He couldn't do anything. Should he rush in? Some of them might have the urge to kill him. Besides, Yuahu's sect's misfortune was indeed caused by him. He was the sinner. Better to see Elder Jarrett first. Then find an opportunity to visit Jaemister Havelock. Flashing away from the Patriarch's Jamesner, Franz Tong changed into his old Yuahu sect clothes in a hidden spot, mounted his steed, and headed towards the Spirit Herb Garden. If Elder Jarrett wasn't occupied, he'd usually be in the inner garden. Since it was night, and Franz Tong covered his face and wore Yuahu sect clothes, no one paid him much attention. Zaire, hour later, he reached the Spirit Herb Garden's entrance. How did this happen? Even the gate is broken. Examining the array formation surrounding the Spirit Herb Garden, he thought for a moment, then sneaked inside. Entering the herb garden felt so familiar and warm. Pausing for a moment, his soul force swept over his old residence. Why isn't Gabe here? Previously, Gabe had always been nice to him in the garden. First, check the inner garden. Advancing in leaps, there was no one inside late at night. Damn, so many spirit herbs destroyed. Seeing the scene, the Noel felt suffocated. Finally reaching the entrance of the inner garden, after a brief observation, Franz Tong flashed inside. Elder Jarrett was tidying up his damaged fruit trees. The inner garden had also been devastated. Lemuel. Franz Tong restored his appearance. Jarrett looked up. Zaire Tong? His eyes were full of surprise. Am I dreaming? Hashtag chapter 247. This boy is extraordinary. Elder, are you alright? Jalmer did not use his soul power to probe Jarrett. Jarrett coughed a few times. I'm fine, won't die. Why did you come? I came to check on you. As he spoke, Jalmer reached out to support Jarrett but missed. Trying again, he managed to lift the sleeve which hung empty. Elder, your hand? The Wilfred's eyes widened. A burning rage ignited in his heart. It's nothing much, just lost a hand. I can still take care of myself. Jarrett stood up, walked to the stone bench nearby, and sat down. The people from Tianling sect did this? I didn't see anyone from Tianling sect, but according to the Patriarch, there was a person named Roscoe who came with him to capture you earlier. The Patriarch is certain it was people from Dio sect who did this, although Tianling sect cannot be entirely cleared either. I must take revenge. Forget it. I don't know much about Dio sect, but Tianling sect is too powerful. Don't provoke them. The Patriarch also told us not to mention revenge anymore. It's unattainable. Let's just accept this as a lesson this time. I understand, Jalmer nodded. But how could he let go of revenge? Dio sect and Tianling sect. Wait and see. One day I will bring both of you down. How did you get in here? Only now did Jarrett realize that the door was untouched, yet Jalmer had appeared out of nowhere. I used the letter Elder gave me before, and went to Xinyao Valley where I learned some array formations. After working on it for a while, I managed to get in, Jalmer explained quickly, though it actually didn't take long. You went to Xinyao Valley to learn formations instead of alchemy? Jarrett was quite surprised. Aren't you an alchemy prodigy? Why did you choose to learn formations? What was Ignatius thinking? Isn't he also an alchemist? Did he not want to teach you? Alchemy too. I've apprenticed under Elder Ignatius. He taught me a lot. Now my alchemy skills are very strong compared to others at my level in Xinyao Valley. Formations are only secondary for me. Secondary? You managed to get in so easily. Indeed, major sects have abundant resources, and disciples learn faster. How bad is your injury, Elder? Let me check. No need. Just lost a hand. Jameson disciples have lost their lives, and the Patriarch has been gravely injured, possibly beyond recovery. Jarrett sighed. A once mighty sect suffered heavy losses in a single attack, all due to lack of strength. This is all my fault. Jalmer's eyes blazed with guilt, realizing this entire ordeal was caused by him. If he hadn't appeared, Yuahu's sect wouldn't have faced this calamity. Don't blame yourself. This was fate. Yuahu's sect was destined to face this difficulty. You should leave quickly before anyone realizes you're back. If they find out, they might alert the enemy, causing more trouble, possibly leading to the sect's destruction. Did anyone see you after you entered the sect? Yes, people saw me, but no one knows I came back. What's your cultivation level now? Spirit Warrior 7th rank. Jarrett did not hide this information. Spirit Warrior 7th rank? Jarrett was greatly astonished. He left as a 1st rank Spirit Warrior. Now, 3 months later, he's already 7th rank. At 7th rank, you can walk around freely in Yuahu sect. If you don't want to be discovered, you can indeed stay hidden. What about your alchemy? I can handle 2nd rank elixirs without issue. As for 3rd rank elixirs, let's leave that for later. A 2nd grade alchemist already impressive. How is Elder Ignatiushan doing? Before I arrived, I heard he was always drinking, but now he drinks less often. Oh, he recently advanced to 9th rank Spirit Warrior. Good. Jalmer wanted to ask about his relationship with Ignatiushan, any connection between them, but looking at the current situation, he chose to remain silent. Elder, can you tell me what happened during the attack on the sect? About the attack, well, it happened 3 days after you left. As Jarrett narrated the events, Jalmer's fists clenched tighter, his body trembling with fury. Dio sect, I swear I'll destroy you. Havelock's Danteon was almost shattered, saved only by the desperate efforts of numerous elders. Massive amounts of rare materials were spent to restore him somewhat, but complete recovery seems hopeless. Gabe, who had introduced the herb garden to him, was killed during the attack. What? Jalmer seethed with rage, wanting to strike, to kill. It took the Wilfred over 10 minutes to calm down after hearing the full account. Before I came here, I saw them holding a meeting. They seemed to be pressuring my master to step down. Given his condition, stepping down is inevitable. Jarrett shook his head. You said you saw them having a meeting? Yes. If it's such an important meeting, then all deans and grand elders should be present. Didn't they notice you? They didn't. They have several 9th rank spirit warriors there. Elder, if I want to hide, even early stage soul J-masters would find it hard to detect me. My soul power is quite strong. When concealed, it's like air. Don't believe me? Jalmer moved behind Jarrett and said, Elder, feel this? Jarrett scanned the area with his soul power, but found no trace of anyone. Impressive. This boy truly stands out. I think you should leave as soon as possible. It's not safe here. Hope you cultivate well and become a good person. So, he wants me to leave, but it's for my safety. You'd better not meet Patriarch Ignatius either. Huh. There are many people around him. It's likely you'll be exposed. If that happens, it won't be good for you or Yuahu sect. All right. Jalmer handed over 2 storage rings to Jarrett. Elder, these are some cultivation supplies. One for you and one for Patriarch Ignatius. Keep them for yourself. You'll need them outside. I still have plenty. Resources in Xinyao Valley are abundant. Resources are plentiful, but you need ability to access them. Even if you're strong, 15-year-old 7th rank spirit warrior, you shouldn't lack resources. Fine, I'll keep them. After chatting a bit more, Jalmer left. Now, Jarrett emptied one of the storage rings. Several bottles lay inside. Upon checking, he gasped. 10 high-quality soul gathering pills with Dan patterns, 10 high-quality chi gathering pills with Dan patterns, 2 soul merging pills, 2 chi merging pills, and 10 flame essences. These treasures. Checking the other ring, it contained the same items. Where did this boy get all these? How much would they cost? And more importantly, money couldn't necessarily buy them. Seeing this, Jarrett started to believe Jalmer's resolve for revenge. Meanwhile, Jalmer arrived at the Heart Lake. He needed an outlet to vent, or he'd lose his mind. The Wilfred jumped into the lake, sank to the bottom, and began wielding his heaven-splitting staff. Soon, the water churned violently, fortunately within the confines of the herb garden, covered by protective formations, unnoticed by outsiders. After half an hour of practicing with the staff, the Wilfred shot out of the water and flashed away. On a nearby hill, Jarrett watched in awe. This boy is extraordinary. Chapter 248. Are you alright? Jalmer swiftly moved through the shadows and soon left Yuahu sect. His next destination, Hank family village. Once again, someone was on his trail, and he might have to flee for his life at any moment. While he hadn't been completely exposed yet, it was a good idea to visit the 2 elders while he could. The night was the best time to travel. He sat atop the Crimson Blood Wolf and sped along. Just before dawn, he found a secluded place, set up an array formation around an area, ate something, and rested briefly. Then he would refine some pills and practice cultivation. These activities couldn't be interrupted. He generally stopped twice a day, each time for about 3 hours. During these breaks, he also switched his mount, using the Ghost Horse during the day and the Crimson Blood Wolf at night. After running nonstop for 3 days and nights, he arrived at a place that seemed somewhat familiar, North Mountain, where he had first tested his spirit roots. The Wilfred didn't linger here. He just bought some items for the 2 elders and continued his journey. After several more hours of travel, much to his surprise, Jalmer spotted the 2 bandits from before, the tall and short, fat and thin duo he had encountered on his way to test his spirit roots initially. This time, they weren't trying to rob him but were merely resting. Jalmer's soul force detected them as he passed by. The boy flashed forward and appeared before the 2 bandits, saying, "Still in the business of robbing without capital? Well, look who's handsome enough to deliver himself right to us," chuckled the short and fat one, resting and suddenly having prey come to you. This Sayurizi didn't seem old enough or strong enough to be a concern. "Do you know us?" The tall and skinny one furrowed his brow. This Sayurizi wasn't afraid and even approached them on purpose. Something wasn't right. The tall one scrutinized the Noel carefully but drew a blank. Indeed, Jalmer hadn't revealed his true face, and even if he had, they wouldn't have recognized him since they'd only seen him in the carriage back then. "Whether I know you or not isn't important. What matters is that you're still robbing people, aren't you?" Jalmer said coldly. Jamesney ordinary people must have suffered because of their actions on this road. The tall one sensed the Noel and concluded he didn't seem like a cultivator. Moreover, in such a remote area, It would be rare for a village to have more than a few low-level cultivators, if any, and certainly not a Wilfred like this one. So what if we are? The tall one reached out, intending to capture the Noel. In that case, you're finished. Two streams of energy shot from the Noel's fingers, directly piercing the dantians of the two bandits. They both screamed in agony almost simultaneously, clutching their abdomens and rolling on the ground. Their cultivation had been destroyed. They would never rob anyone again. Jalmer leaped onto the ghost horse and rode away, leaving them behind. Not killing them was already a significant mercy. Several hours later, he finally neared Hank family village. Scanning with his soul force, he was shocked to find two spirit practitioners guarding the outskirts, one of the 2nd rank and one of the 9th rank, neither of whom he recognized. Inside the village were still the 5 cultivators, the village chief and the 4 guardians of the skill houses, whose cultivation hadn't improved much. Who were those two outside? They couldn't be villagers. It was impossible for the village to produce a 9th rank spirit practitioner in just over a year. Jalmer hid his mount and stealthily approached. The boss, how long do we have to guard here? This is so boring, complained the 2nd rank spirit practitioner. You've only been here for a few months. Stop whining. Anyway, it's at most a year, and then someone will relieve us, the 9th rank practitioner replied. Yeah, that's true. Is Jalmer really useful to our Dark Abyss sect, or are they sending people to guard here unnecessarily? Dark Abyss sect. So they were from the Dark Abyss sect. These scoundrels were waiting here to catch him, which was indeed quite thorough. They told us to guard here, valuing that guy highly, so naturally, he's useful. Enough talk, just stay put. Jalmer wanted to take care of these two but couldn't. If they died, he would be exposed, leading to more trouble in the future. Let them stay. As long as they didn't harm Remington and Grandma, it didn't matter. His grandfather is appearing. Is he going to gather herbs again? If he's not gathering herbs, what else would he be doing? Following their gaze, Jalmer saw Remington Hank heading towards the mountains with a bamboo basket, his heart pounding slightly. Should we follow him? The 2nd ranker asked. Do as you please. If Zyrezi returns, he'll definitely come back to the village, not likely to the herb gathering spot. That's true. Then I won't follow, replied the 2nd ranker. Thank you for not following. Jalmer vanished in a flash. Soon after, he appeared on a nearby small mountain, his eyes following Hank Zhonghua. He trailed Hank Zhonghua for over 10 miles. Scanning the area with his soul force and finding no cultivators, he appeared about 10 meters behind Hank Zhonghua. Remington, the Noel called out, his voice trembling slightly. It had been over a year, and Remington Hank had lost weight. He wondered if the injuries from the Dark Abyss sect had healed. Hank Zhonghua froze. Was someone calling him? But Maribel had been captured, and so had Jalmer. Remington, Jalmer restored his true appearance. Hank Zhonghua turned around, seeing the Wilfred before him. Could it be Zyrtong? The old man slapped himself lightly. Pain. He wasn't dreaming. Zyrtong, is that you? It's me, Remington. Grandfather and grandson embraced tightly. Tears welled up in the old man's eyes. It was truly this Zyrezi. To be able to return, that's wonderful. Hank Zhonghua wiped his tears. Remington, come this way. Jalmer led Hank Zhonghua aside and cast an array formation for safety. What is this? Hank Zhonghua looked at the strange scene before him. This is an array. For our safety, we remain hidden here. Ordinary people outside can't see us, explained the Noel. Oh, all right. There are people monitoring us outside the village, said the elder. You knew? The Noel was puzzled. Were Dark Abyss sect members really that careless? Yes, the village chief told us, but we were instructed not to publicize it. Ah, so it seemed the Dark Abyss sect had overlooked something. The village chief was also a 4th rank spirit practitioner, so sensing constant surveillance over time was natural. With extra attention, the situation would inevitably be noticed. Where did they take you this past year? Are you alright? Hank Zhonghua asked tenderly. Chapter 249. End of family visit. I'm fine. How are you both doing? Should I check your health now? Your complexion doesn't look too good. Jalmer observed some issues with the elder's health. I'm okay. Just that thinking about you all has been wearing me down. It's much better now that you're back. How is grandmother? Her condition is even worse than mine. She misses you so much. Jalmer couldn't help feeling sad. These two elders had endured a lot, with their children and grandchildren being taken away. Let me take a look at you. The elder knew the Wilfred was skilled in medicine and nodded in agreement. All right. The Noel held the elder's hand and sent a stream of energy through it. Don't worry, just follow this energy flow. The elder nodded, saying nothing. Although he wasn't a cultivator, he had practiced in his younger days but never succeeded. After a few minutes, the energy receded. The elder's health problems mainly stemmed from depression and anxiety. His condition would naturally improve if he stayed positive. How's it going? It's okay. I'll prepare some medicine for you. If you can stay positive, it won't be a big problem. There will be some good news for you soon. Why don't we go home now and make Grandma happy? Hank Zhonghua asked eagerly. No, I can't return like that. Why not? The people outside the village are there to capture me. They were watching when you went out to gather herbs. Damn, I forgot about that. Let's gather the herbs first. I'll find a way to get back later, but we'll have to leave again. Why come back if you're just going to leave? We'll discuss everything once I'm back home with grandmother. You mentioned good news earlier. Is it about Grace? Let's talk about everything later. Let's go gather herbs. The Noel finished speaking and packed away the formation set. The elder clenched his fists, almost tempted to strike someone. The Noel laughed. Remington, I have news about Sister Maribel, and even better news. We'll talk about it later. The elder felt an itch all over his body, frustrated by how the boy was teasing him. Fine, let's go gather herbs. It felt like they were back to the way things were a year ago. The elder was happier as they walked, and even his steps were lighter. Indeed, a good mood led to better health. As they walked, the Noel used his spiritual energy to scan around, ensuring no one saw him. If anyone did, he would quickly disappear, having already discussed this with Hank Zhonghua beforehand. They ventured deeper into the mountains, with the elder meticulously searching for herbs while the Noel swiftly collected them, just as they did a year ago. They talked and worked happily together. Both hadn't felt this content in a long time. In less than an hour, the bamboo basket was full of various common herbs. The better quality ones were scarce here. Shall we head home? The elder couldn't wait. The Noel smiled and agreed. Home. When they were still 3 to 4 li away from the village, Jalmer said, Remington, go ahead first. I'll catch up later. Not coming with me? The elder seemed worried, afraid they'd be separated again. You go first, act normally. I'll be right behind you. With that, he disappeared instantly. The elder sighed and headed back. Soon, Jalmer reappeared near the 2 guardians from Dayumu's sect. Hey, this old man gathered a lot of herbs today. Looks like his luck is good today? The 2nd-level spirit practitioner chuckled. The 9th-level spirit practitioner glanced at the distant elder. Seems to be in a good mood. Did he hit the jackpot or something? What kind of treasure could there be here? Practice well, and maybe you'll become a treasure. The 9th-level spirit practitioner shook his head, finding it tough being assigned to watch over people here. If he were promoted to spirit scholar, he wouldn't be stuck here. Why am I so sleepy during the day? The 2nd-level spirit practitioner felt strange. Sleepy? Come to think of it, I'm feeling sleepy too. Within seconds, both collapsed. Shortly after, loud snores filled the air. Meanwhile, the elder rushed home, arriving quickly. Callie, old lady? What's wrong? Michelle stepped out, feeling a gust of wind. Where did this wind come from? What's with the rush? Hank Zhonghua quickly entered the house, pulling Michelle into the room and closing the door. What's happening? This old man must be ill to act so strangely, closing the door in broad daylight. I saw EATER1 today, the elder whispered. The old lady touched the elder's forehead. Are you sick? Why are you talking nonsense? I really saw him. If seriously ill, he shouldn't be talking about such nonsense. No one who was taken had returned before. Jalmer? He appeared beside Michelle before she reached the door. Who? Startled, the old lady was puzzled. The door was closed. How could anyone else be talking? Grandma, it's me. The Noel flicked his hand, placing them all within a formation. The Noel slowly approached Michelle, who opened her eyes wide, extending a trembling hand. Is it really you? The old lady caressed the Noel's face, staring at him for a minute before pulling him into a hug and bursting into tears of joy. A dozen minutes later, the old lady finally calmed down. You really came back, that's great. The elder wiped his tears. Yes, I've returned. Grandma, please sit. The Noel helped her to a chair, then gestured for the elder to sit too. You mentioned good news. Can you share now? The elder was eager to know. I have news about Maribel. She's far away, studying at a major sect in another country. Did you see her? No, she's too far away, but I'll go there. I promise I'll bring her back. Good, but why isn't she in our rat nation anymore? How far is it? Poor EATER1. She was chosen because of her exceptional talent. Rest assured, they value her. But when will we see her? Asai, we will see her eventually. Also, I met Uncle Hank Camden and others. What? You mean they're still? Yes, they're alive, but not free. As long as they're alive, that's all that matters. Also, they had another son named Hank Xiaochun, who is 8 years old now. So we have a grandson? Both elders were excited. Yes, he's doing very well. Next, Jalmer spent an hour recounting his experience from being captured until escaping Dayumu sect, omitting details unnecessary for the elders. To be working underground all this time, those bastards at Dayumu sect. The elders were furious, but relieved that they were alive. That's what happened. I'll leave soon to save them. But how can you save them from such a large organization? Don't worry. I'm learning skills in a major sect now. I'm already a spirit scholar. I promise to bring them back. Okay, we believe you. The Noel examined the elders again, using spirit herbs to prepare medicine and refining chi consolidation pills on site. Not being cultivators, these pills suited them perfectly. He also left them some money. He was quite wealthy now. After chatting for a while longer, please don't tell anyone I've returned. Pretend as if I never came back. Finally, it was time to leave again. He couldn't stay here for too long. Soon, those 2 watchers would wake up. The 2 elders tearfully bid farewell to the Wilfred. Thus, the family visit came to an end. Hashtag chapter 250. No witnesses to the dead. The Wilfred's body flashed repeatedly, and in just a moment, he was already 5 or 6 li away from the Hank family village. He then threw out his mount, jumped on it, and began moving forward. There were still nearly 6 months before the competition representing the sect would take place. Being constantly targeted within the sect wasn't as peaceful as being outside, so he decided to wander around and gain some experience. After making up his mind, the Noel took out a map, checked it over with a smile, and headed in a certain direction. Meanwhile, the elderly couple, Hank Zhonghua and his wife, still stood at the entrance of the village, looking towards the road leading out of the village. You must be careful. Our hopes rest on you. Since Jalmer's arrest, the 2 elders had been disheartened. However, his sudden appearance and the news he brought reignited their hope and gave them a reason to live. Such a good child. Thank you for all your hard work, Michelle murmured. Elder woman, we must stay healthy and wait for Camden and Grace to return. Oh, right, and Xiao Hankin, our little grandson, Hank Zhonghua said, holding a medicinal pill. Yes, we need to stay healthy. Give me a condensing chi pill quickly. Before, they would have been reluctant to consume such valuable pills, but now they knew they had to take care of themselves. Zaire hour later. Monitoring point at the Hank family village. A 9th-rank spirit practitioner woke up, rubbing his head in confusion. How did he end up falling asleep? Shao Allah? No response. He turned around and saw a 2nd-rank spirit practitioner still lying on the ground. The 9th-rank spirit practitioner walked over and kicked him. You fell asleep on duty? Ah. The 2nd-rank spirit practitioner screamed in pain, waking up mid-air. Why did you fall asleep? The 9th-rank spirit practitioner demanded. I don't know. the second-rank spirit practitioner replied, unable to provide an explanation. What happened? They couldn't figure out why both of them had fallen asleep. Xianyao Valley. What? Emilio has gone missing? Ardell was taken aback. Ignatiushan had returned days ago, but that Hank Zhongchuan hadn't appeared. Days passed without news, and now he says my son is missing? How could this be possible? He's a spirit Jamister, one of the highest ranks on this continent. How could he just vanish? Where did he go missing? The last sighting was at Broken Ridge Canyon. He was waiting inside for Ignatiushan and others. After Ignatiushan entered, Emilio disappeared. But later, Ignatiushan reappeared at an inn outside the sect. Did Ignatiushan enter Broken Ridge Canyon with Hank Zhongchuan? No, Ignatiushan went in with a young boy he picked up along the way. Emilio waited alone in the canyon? Yes. That can't be. Ignatiushan is only a 9th-rank spirit scholar, while Zeta is a spirit Jamister. Even if Ignatiushan could challenge higher ranks, he wouldn't be able to quietly eliminate Zeta. Ardell couldn't wrap his head around it. Tell me everything. His subordinate recounted the events after Ignatiushan left the sect, including Emilio's arrangements and encounters. Hank Zhongchuan didn't appear again? Carl even came to meet them? Zaire the stranger tested their spirit roots before sending them away? Ardell found too many things odd. The key question was how his son, Emilio, vanished. Who could tell him what happened, especially since Emilio was a spirit Jamister? A sense of foreboding gnawed at him. Has Hank Zhongchuan returned to the sect? No. This was suspicious. Go. Send a communication to the alchemy department and ask Ignatiushan to come here, Ardell ordered. Shortly, his subordinate returned. Elder Alon, Elder Ignatiushan is refining pills. Do they not call him? They called him, but he said he's in the middle of refining pills to prepare for the competition. So, he won't come? His subordinate nodded helplessly. He's got some nerve. Let's go. I'll personally see him. Ardell found Ignatiushan at the Elder's pill refining room shortly afterward. The door was closed. Ignatiushan? Ardell knocked on the door. Who is it? Can't you see I'm refining pills? Ardell broke the door down with a single palm strike and walked in. Who are you? What rudeness? Ignatiushan was angry. Ignatiushan, have you done something wrong? Hence you won't see me? Elder Alon, upon seeing Ardell, Ignatiushan abruptly suppressed his internal chi flow and spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Alon, can't this wait until after I finish refining? By interrupting someone while they refine pills, you risk causing severe harm, a major taboo. Ardell's lips curled. Damn it. Really? Just like that? Blood? Elder Alon, you should wait for him to finish this batch of pills. Zaire mishap could cause severe injuries. As a mid-stage spirit Jamister, you should know better, interjected Yi Hyatt from the pill refining department. He was standing there, coincidentally enough. Yi Hyatt, Ardell greeted, acknowledging the higher-ranking practitioner. You don't have to rush, do you? My son, Emilio, has gone missing. Elder Ignatiushan might know something about it, which made me anxious. Lemuel, I apologize for earlier. Ardell handed over a vial as an apology. With Yi Hyatt present, he had to bow. How could Emilio be missing? He's a spirit Jamister and once a genius of Xianyao Valley, Yi Hyatt remarked. Although he didn't particularly like Emilio, he couldn't deny his talent. He's been missing for several days. Isn't that normal? Closing oneself off for days or weeks isn't unusual for a spirit Jamister. I had prior engagements with him. If he were going into seclusion, he would have told me. Oh, I see. Ignatiushan, share what you know with Elder Alon. I'll leave you two to talk. Ignatiushan accepted the bottle without hesitation. Elder Alon, ask what you will. I'll tell you everything. Did you see Emilio in Broken Ridge Canyon? Yes. That day, when I entered the canyon with a child, I met Emilio. Zaire then? I was talking to him when someone hit the back of my head, and I passed out. See the wound here? Ignatiushan pointed to the injury caused by the explosion from the formation. Afterwards, I was probably sent to an inn outside the sect by Emilio, who then contacted Lemuel from the formation department and handed me over to him. Why didn't he send you straight into the sect? I don't know. When I woke up, he was already gone. Ardell asked more questions, though he couldn't find a clear contradiction despite the numerous doubts. He then questioned Carl, who knew even less, only confirming receiving a message about Ignatiushan being injured, but not knowing who sent it. Jamesny questions remained, but there were no witnesses. Chapter 251. Pay up to enter. Ardell stormed back to his territory, infuriated. He slammed his hand on the table in anger, and a perfectly good table shattered instantly. It seems Ignatiushan is in great danger now. Keep an eye on Ignatiushan for me. If he leaves the sect again, notify me immediately so we can figure out a way to capture him, Ardell instructed. But he's an elder of the sect. What? Are my orders no longer effective? Ardell frowned. The subordinate immediately knelt down. Dare not. I'll make arrangements right away. Also, keep an eye on Carl's movements. That little fellow has learned some things from him and apparently has developed no weak skills in formations. Yes. Zaire, most importantly, contact the upper echelons of the Tian Aling sect and inform them that their Xianhuan City branch Harmon's disappearance is related to Hank Zhongchuan. I believe they will search extensively, but we must also intensify our own efforts. Notify me immediately if he returns to the sect. Additionally, investigate this Hank Zhongchuan's background as thoroughly as possible. Yes. A net was slowly closing around Hank Zhongchuan, aka Jalmer. While at that moment the Wilfred was walking leisurely. Since there was still time before the competition, he decided to enjoy himself outside and observe the condition of this rat country. Of course, the Wilfred did have a goal in mind, Death Valley. He had to explore Death Valley. There were many treasures there, and it would be necessary for his advancement. Hank Family Jamesner was located in the southwestern remote region of Rat Country, while Death Valley was in the northwest direction, known to be desolate, with barren land and sparse population. But oddly enough, one of the top sects in Rat Country, Flame Mountain, was situated in the northwestern corner. For such a barren area to nurture a major sect, there had to be a reason. Jalmar wasn't interested in the why, he just wanted to explore Death Valley. So now, the Wilfred was heading north. Since his height had already reached adult levels, he appeared as a 20-year-old Noel. Not in a rush to travel, he walked during the day and stayed overnight in towns rather than the wilderness, choosing accommodations to better understand local customs, which would be beneficial for him. On the second day, while traveling in the wild, he encountered bandits once more. Are there so many bandits here? How does the authority of Rat Country function? Ordinary civilians truly suffer. The Wilfred couldn't help but think of his roots, which were not too bad. Now encountering bandits, the Wilfred didn't kill but directly destroyed their Danteon, nullifying their cultivation. Doing such deeds now gave him no hesitation or psychological burden. These people deserve their fate. 3 days later, the Wilfred arrived at a large city called Yangqing. During the journey, he had almost exhausted his stock of spirit medicines, which needed replenishing, otherwise, alchemy would lack materials. He first found an inn to stay in, then inquired where to find spirit medicines. Having been in Xianhuan City before, he knew large cities always had places like Spirit Medicine Street. He bought a map of Yangqing. A map in hand means a path in heart. After eating, he went to Spirit Medicine Street. Each shop had signs advertising their specialties. This was almost identical to Edwin Street. Entering a shop, the Wilfred saw mostly first-grade spirit medicines, few second-grade ones, and virtually no third-grade ones. Inquiring about prices, he thought, wow, do they think I'm an amateur? So expensive? Boss, do you think I'm an easy foreigner? This expensive? The store owner sized up Jalmar and smiled. Brother Zaire, we are a small business. You're buying retail, not wholesale. Wholesale prices would be cheaper. Really? What if I exchange with elixirs? The store owner rejoiced. Is Brother Zaire an alchemist? Sort of. Zaire, esteemed alchemist, please sit. Then turning to a servant, Alotl Wu, quickly served tea to the lord. Right away. Soon, hot tea was served. Alchemists indeed held high regard. What herbs does the lord wish to buy? The Wilfred handed over a piece of paper. These, you seem to have them all. Indeed, the ingredients for chi gathering pills, clear body pills, and 2 first-grade pills were listed. How much do you need? 50 sets? 50 sets were almost wholesale, although far from bulk purchases. Jalmar took out 10 chi gathering pills and some money, a reasonable trade that satisfied both parties. Using the same method, he bought enough herbs from other shops. With several storage rings, transportation wasn't an issue. Most first and second-grade herbs were secured, only lacking sufficient third-grade herbs. Buying larger quantities officially could expose him to risk. Lastly, he heard of another place for third-grade herbs, the black market on the outskirts of the city. Large quantities could only be obtained from major sect markets or the black market, but without strength, one could easily lose both money and herbs. Exploring the city, he became familiar with the environment, ate dinner, and returned to the inn to practice and refine elixirs. Practice every day, lest the hand grows rusty. Night fell, and Jalmar set off after scanning carefully. Better safe than sorry. Leaving the inn, he changed into an old man with mid-4th stage spiritual warrior cultivation, considered quite powerful outside. Cloaked, he headed towards the black market. Despite numerous cultivators in the big city, Jalmar's attire didn't attract attention. It took about an hour to reach the black market. This was a huge gambling den, with the black market underground. Just as Jalmar entered, he was stopped by someone indicating a money-counting gesture. Damn. Entry fees to gamble? Gambling usually meant giving money to the house. How much? 50. Damn. So expensive? Never mind. Rich here. Pay up. Enter. Translation ends here with the paragraph structure and style maintained, ensuring fluent and coherent English. Chapter 252. You want elixirs? As soon as he stepped inside, a wave of heat hit him, and the place was bustling with activity. There were all kinds of gambling games. Apart from big/small and blackjack, Jalmar didn't know most of them. Gambling had so many variations. Coming here certainly expanded his horizons. Nearby, some women dressed in revealing attire were accompanying players, encouraging the gamblers to increase their bets. If the gamblers lost, the women didn't lose much and even got a share of the pot. If they won, the women received generous tips. Since he had come, he might as well enjoy the scene. But before he could take it all in, an exposed woman quickly approached. Sir, is this your first time at our gambling den? Would you like me to accompany you? Damn, it startled Jalmar. But these women had a keen eye. They immediately saw that he was a newcomer. No, thank you. Jalmar felt embarrassed. I'd love to play with you, sir, the woman cooed. No need. The Noel grew irritated. He realized he couldn't be too soft, or they would push harder. Seeing the guest angry, the exposed woman reluctantly walked away. Though money was important, she couldn't offend the guests, or the owner wouldn't forgive her. Once the woman left, Jalmar came to the table for big/small and watched. Jalmar sensed the chi of those around him. The dealer was a cultivator, and among the gamblers around the table, there was one other cultivator. The other 8 were ordinary people. At this moment, the dice had been shaken and covered on the table. Place your bets. Place your bets, the dealer called out. I'll bet on big again. I don't believe my luck, a young master-like figure shouted. His face flushed red as he threw down 5,000 flowers coins. Young Mr. Wong, you're sure to win this time, an accompanying exposed woman said, smiling at him. If you're right, you'll get your reward. Thank you, young Mr. Wong. The others also placed their bets, some on big, some on small. However, no one else bet more than 500 coins, showing that young Mr. Wong was the wealthiest one present. This brother, not placing a bet. The dealer looked at Jalmar. Should he bet? James sighed just a little to make back the entrance fee. He extended his chi into the cup under the cover and sensed the dice. 445, a big. 50, I bet on big. Jalmar tossed out 50 flower coins. Was this cheating? The dealer glanced at Jalmar and smiled. All right, any more bets? Quickly place your bets if you want to. Hands off once placed. The dealer reached for the cup. Jalmar instantly felt a subtle chi fluctuation from within the cup. His eyebrows furrowed. Was the dealer going to cheat? Open. 441, 7 points, small. Thank you, young Mr. Wong. How is that possible? After so many rounds of big, it's still small. You must be cheating. Young Mr. Wong jumped up, his face flushed red. Young Mr. Wong, don't make accusations without proof. You can inspect the gaming tools anytime. If there's a problem, we'll pay you tenfold. Young Mr. Wong grabbed the dice and examined them closely, shaking them but finding nothing wrong. He also checked the cup thoroughly but found nothing. Damn it, am I just that unlucky? One more round. Young Mr. Wong decided to go all in. Young Mr. Wong is truly magnificent. The exposed woman rubbed his shoulders, looking over at the dealer with a smile. This split was quite comfortable. Soon, the dice were shaken again, and young Mr. Wong shouted for big once more. This time, Jalmer also bet 50 on big, but the result was 465, still small. Jalmer shook his head. Gambling? All a scam. Leaving with 100 flower coins, it was enough for amusement. Just as he turned to leave, a dai came over and whispered, Your Excellency, do you enjoy such commoners' games? Apparently, there were still people here with sharp eyes, likely sensing his spirit scholar cultivation. Just playing around, Jalmer laughed. The man took out 100 knife coins and handed them to Jalmer, whispering, If Your Excellency wants to play, just a little fun is enough. Use these to entertain yourself. Jalmer looked at the dai and smiled. Thank you. The man left after giving the money. Now they knew who he was, and they paid him for tea, so he shouldn't overdo it. Just play for fun. Jalmer glanced around, seeing several people on each table with flushed faces shouting wildly, completely entranced. For ordinary people, this stuff was like drugs. Once touched, it was ruinous. Forget it. Jalmer approached an exposed woman. Seeing an old man coming towards her, she quickly came up. Sir, do you want company? The Noelle threw her 50 flower coins. Take me to the underground city. She caught the coins and smiled. Underground city? Follow me. Doing business with new customers was easy. Guiding someone to a place they didn't know paid well. After a few turns, they arrived at a door guarded by a person. The underground city is below, but it's not our territory, and we can't go down. Sir, please proceed. She then turned and left. Jalmer frowned. 50 flower coins for this? Lifting his leg to enter, he was stopped again. Hundreds. Is that your other entry fee? Damn it. Money really wasn't easy to come by. Fortunately now he had some. Paying the fee, he entered and went downstairs. The underground city, a fancy name for a black market. Not exactly fitting its title though. The area was quite large, about 10,000 square meters, yet calling it an underground city seemed exaggerated. It was bustling with activity. Business was booming. The Noelle wandered around, seeing a wide variety of goods for sale. Elixir pills, formation sets, divine talismans, gems, and more. There were also plenty of shops selling spirit herbs, mostly second-grade ones, but third-grade ones were also available. The Noelle asked several shops, focusing on buying raw materials for certain elixirs. Chi harmonizing pill, soul merging pill, and spirit conjoining pill. These were what he needed in the future. After gathering materials, he finally collected 7 or 8 portions of each type and a few other third-grade spirit herbs. This cost Jalmer quite a bit. Third-grade spirit herbs were expensive, costing hundreds of thousands of coins, which came in quickly but went out just as fast. Actually, Jalmer wanted to buy more, but the specific items he needed weren't available, so he gave up. Having mostly achieved his goal, he set off to return. However, upon leaving the gambling den, someone followed him. Even after walking several miles, he was still being tailed. Stopping, Jalmer bowed in the direction of the follower. Which friend would like to meet openly? Following secretly isn't polite. Ha ha, fellow Taoist is indeed formidable, said a voice, and a figure floated toward him. Fellow Taoist, are you an elixir master? The person asked as they reached Jalmer. Do you want elixirs? Chapter 253. The old Jameson is skilled. Are you a pill refiner? The newcomer did not answer Jalmer's question. The teenager squinted his eyes. The person in front of him looked to be in his 40s, with clear features and an air of elegance, but there was a hint of slyness in his gaze. Judging by his aura, he seemed to be a middle-stage spirit scholar, but there was also a hint of late-stage spirit scholar power. I am a pill refiner. How can I assist you? I saw you buy quite a few third-grade spirit herbs just now. Could it be that you're a third-grade pill refiner? You flatter me. I've only recently entered the second grade. If I were a third-grade pill refiner, would you still have this attitude? Clearly, you don't think I'm a third-grade pill refiner. Why did you buy so many third-grade spirit herbs then? I bought them for my master. Is your master a third-grade pill refiner? Certainly. Can you introduce me to him? Not impossible, but he's not here. I'm just traveling around, gathering suitable herbs when I find them. Pill refinement consumes a lot of materials. Jamesy, I ask which sect you come from? Sorry, can I choose not to answer that? Can you introduce yourself first? Are your questions too many? Are you checking household registration or work permits? Oh, please don't misunderstand. It was presumptuous of me. I'm a manager in the underground city. We need third-grade pills. I saw you buying a lot of third-grade herbs, so I thought I'd ask if you have any third-grade pills. Do you have spirit masters in this underground city? Jalmer was surprised. He hadn't sensed any spirit master aura earlier. Could they be hiding their cultivation levels? No, we don't. But we need third-grade pills so we can attract more people here. Do you have any? We're willing to pay a high price. I do have some, but not many. It probably won't help much for you. I see that you haven't reached the spirit master stage yet. They wouldn't be useful to you, right? Why don't you sell them to us? The middle-aged cultivator smiled with delight. Jalmer paused, then laughed. I have 1 chi synthesis pill and 1 soul union pill. What do you think about selling these? The middle-aged cultivator thought for a moment, then smiled. 80,000 for both? That price is good, 40,000 each. Refining pills really pays well. All right, here are the pills. Jalmer held 2 bottles, but what about the money? The middle-aged cultivator smiled again. Here's the 80,000. Please take it. He extended a storage ring. The Noelle accepted it, quickly checked the contents, which seemed about right, then handed over the bottles. The other man examined the pills carefully after receiving them, confirming they were correct. Can I go now? There were several cultivators nearby, definitely brought by the other party. Since they were willing to pay, they wouldn't resort to force, right? Of course. My name is Darian. Jamesy, I know your name. I am Elder Hank. Farewell. Jalmer bowed and prepared to leave. Hold on. Are they going to rob me? I spent so much on herbs at the black market. Did I flaunt my wealth? Did they notice? Woo, fellow cultivator. Anything else? I believe you must have more third-grade pills. Do you have any detoxifying pills? Detoxifying? Toxin cleansing pills? Not many people use poison, yet I meet another poison person. Indeed, since you mentioned toxin cleansing pills, you clearly have some. Please sell some to me. I'm willing to pay a high price. Hope gleamed in Darian's eyes. Don't you lack spirit masters here? Toxin cleansing pills are third-grade pills, beyond the tolerance of spirit scholars. Would you consider coming into the underground city to discuss further? This? Please help us. Darian knelt down. Did he really kneel? Really? Jalmer was stunned. What kind of scenario is this? Please accept this first. 5 egg-sized stones floated before Jalmer. Spirit stones? Fellow cultivator, as you've seen much, I truly need your help. Just keep the stones for now. Let's go to your underground city. Darian was delighted, stood up without hesitation, pocketed the stones, and gestured. This way, fellow cultivator. With the deal done, the surrounding cultivator auras dispersed. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a gambling den. No one asked for money, merely bowed their heads and stepped aside. Passing through the gambling den, several scantily clad women glanced over, surprised. Who exactly is this old man? Even our boss is leading him around. Is this his first visit? Quickly arriving at the entrance to the underground city, the guards also bowed respectfully and moved aside. You have a high status here? It's all right. Soon, they came to a door in the underground city with someone standing guard. Don't let anyone in. Yes. Entering, there wasn't anything particularly special inside. Darian closed the door behind them. Woo, fellow cultivator? Is this a kidnapping? Fortunately, Jalmer felt confident in his abilities. He could handle a spirit master. Besides, this place seemed interesting enough. Do you really have toxin cleansing pills? 1. Can you cleanse the poison? Some extent, yes. Pill refiners have knowledge of various poisons, but I may not fully meet your needs. Is someone poisoned? Yes. Please follow me. Darian pressed a spot on the wall, revealing a hidden passage. Jalmer hesitated. Fellow cultivator, our patient is inside. If you don't trust me, you can insert your chi into my body. This way, you can react immediately if I make any suspicious moves. Jalmer looked at Darian. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. Is such precaution necessary? My senior brother is outside. You can't harm me. I have backup. What? Your senior brother is here, too? Excellent. Why are you happy about my senior brother? Could your senior brother join us? We need his help. With a senior brother present, he's likely more powerful, benefiting father's condition. If you think I'm not capable, forget it. I might as well rest. Don't misunderstand. Please enter your chi into my body. You fear I'll harm you? Indeed, unfamiliar territory calls for caution. No need. Let's go. Trusting him this time, Darian led the way through the long corridor, pressing another wall to reveal another passage. After walking several dozen meters, they reached a spacious area with multiple rooms. They entered one room where a man lay in bed, attended by another. The man on the bed exuded a heavy dying aura, clearly the poisoned individual. Father, I've invited a cultivator to treat you. Don't waste money. Over the past year, you've sought many experts, but no improvement. Forget it. I've accepted my fate. Jalmer closely examined the old man. After a while, he said, fellow cultivator, you're a spirit master, aren't you? You dropped a spirit scholar due to poisoning? What? Both father and son exclaimed in surprise. This old man is skilled. Unlike others they had previously invited, he discerned the truth at a glance. Chapter 254. Shared suffering. Is that not right? Franz Tong looked at the two men. You go out first, Darian said to the servant who was attending to his father. Yes. The servant bowed slightly and walked toward the door. Darian followed, closing the door behind him. Berkeley's assessment is correct. My father indeed suffered a decline in cultivation after being poisoned, falling from a spirit jamester to a spirit scholar. Can I allow my chi to enter your body for an examination? Franz Tong asked, looking at the man on the bed. You don't need to call me, Your Excellency. In this state, how can I still be called an official? This old man is Dovey. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Wu. Brother Wu? That feels a bit off since I'm only 15, not even 16 yet. But I realized immediately that I am now an old man. Brother Wu? Alright, Brother Wu. I want to channel my chi into your body for a checkup. Is that okay? Despite feeling uncomfortable, he decided it would get better with practice. No problem. Just tell me what you need me to do, Dovey replied. He had been tormented by the poison and was willing to try anything. If there was a glimmer of hope, he would seize it. Alright, let's begin now. Franz Tong sat down, took Dovey's hand, and began sending his chi through. At the same time, he communicated with a Lotl Emperor Zairet, instructing the Red Sky Zyrets to intervene if anyone tried anything suspicious, buying him some time. As the saying goes, never think of harming others, but always be wary. The Wilfred's chi began to travel through Dovey's body. After one circulation, he noticed similarities to Norris's condition. Could this old man also have been poisoned with the same substance? The chi continued its course and returned a few minutes later. Well? Darian asked anxiously. Have you heard of the Jamesandala flower? Jamesandala flower? It doesn't ring a bell, Darian replied thoughtfully. I did hear of it when I was younger, but I don't know its uses. Is it related to the poison I've been exposed to? Dovey frowned. The Jamesandala flower is a type of poison. I believe the poison you have been affected by might be connected to it, though I can't be certain. Others couldn't find any clues, so you're already doing a great job. I have some detoxification pills here. They might help a little, though not much. You can try them. Franz Tong handed a vial to Darien. We have detox pills too, but they seem ineffective. Still, Darien accepted the vial as a gesture of goodwill. Opening the bottle, he saw 5 high-quality pills inside. Not cheap at all. Examining the pill in his palm, he squinted. It was indeed an excellent quality pill. He couldn't help but glance appreciatively at Franz Tong. This guy is skilled. By the way, the toxin removal pill I mentioned earlier isn't with me, but with my senior brother. Should I send someone to invite your senior brother? No. He's eccentric and generally avoids people. I can only reach him through special means. I see. Then we'll follow your advice. Brother Wu, try these detoxification pills and see how they work. I'll return tomorrow morning with the medicine. Does that sound good? Wouldn't it be better to rest here? We do have accommodations. But for their first meeting, Franz Tong had done quite enough. Let's follow Berkeley's plan, Darien agreed. Brother Wu, rest well. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Berkeley. A few minutes later, they reached the gambling den entrance. Darien once again offered a storage ring to Franz Tong, smiling. Thanks for the pills. Please take this. Franz Tong smiled back. I'm not greedy. Let's talk about it after I bring the toxin removal pill tomorrow. Darien wanted to insist but reconsidered. If the other person didn't want to, pressing further might cause resentment. Berkeley, our place isn't open during the day. Can you meet me here tomorrow morning? Sure, I'll be here at 8. It's already late, and I have things to do, so I can't come too early. Understood. The Noel mounted his ghost horse and headed towards his inn, checking periodically to ensure no one was following him. Darien seemed honorable, not petty. Back at the inn, Franz Tong repeated his routine. Refining pills, taking pills, practicing cultivation, and sleeping. He also reviewed the day's events, reflecting on the Wu family and their character. Morning arrived. At 7, Franz Tong set out, punctuality being his virtue. Approaching the gambling den at nearly 8, he saw Darien already waiting. Sitting under the sun, Darien stood up and greeted. Berkeley is right on time. Have you eaten? Not yet, Franz Tong replied with a smile. Come, let's eat. Inside, a rich breakfast was ready. Not one to be shy, Franz Tong sat and ate alongside Darien, enjoying the meal. Do you manage everyone here? Everyone treated him with respect as if he were the boss. I'm the guild master here, Darien smiled. Crosbold master? Franz Tong was surprised. So, he was the Harmon? Darien nodded. This gambling den, surrounding businesses, and the underground city are all managed by me. Oh, so this all belongs to you. No wonder. How was the effect of the pill I gave your father last night? It's better than the ones we bought before, but only marginally effective. That's expected for a second-grade pill. They chatted while eating, then descended into the underground. I think your father should get more sunlight. Sun exposure should be beneficial for him. He can't leave. Huh? Why? We suspect he's being targeted. Publicly, we announced his passing. Franz Tong furrowed his brow, astonished by the situation. In places like ours, having a spirit Jamister around invites trouble. People fear our growing power and the threat it poses. It seems I've been naive. Alchemy, trying to cultivate peacefully isn't easy. Jamisni have targeted and hunted me as well. The Noel felt a sudden kinship with the Wu family struggles. Chapter 255. Need an escort? Soon, the two arrived at Dovey's bedside. His spirits had improved significantly. Ephraim, you seem to be in much better spirits today, Jalmer said with a smile to Dovey. Yes, your detoxification pill really works well. Besides, mainly because seeing you gave me hope. Now my mood is much better. Naturally my appearance has improved too. The Wilfred took out a bottle and handed it over. This is the detoxification pill I mentioned. It should have some effect on your poison, though I'm not sure how much of it can be neutralized. But I believe it should eliminate at least half without any problem. Norris had been poisoned for so many years, yet this pill still worked well. Although many detoxification pills were prepared for him, this one had only been poisoned for a year and wasn't yet fatal. It should be easier to treat. Dovey opened the bottle cap and found 2 pills inside. He smelled them and immediately felt much lighter. A surge of joy filled his heart. It really worked. Thank you, Brother Hank. Watching the changes in his father, Darien was also greatly encouraged. Thank you, Taoist Brother Hank. You are our savior. Please accept this. Darien handed over a ring. Jalmer hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted it. A quick scan with soul power revealed 5 spirit stones and quite a few coins. About 4 or 50,000, very generous. Is this too much? It's not. You saved my father, so these things are nothing. Darien seemed to see through Jalmer's embarrassment. By the way, when we set out today, my senior brother gave me a leaf. If those 2 detox pills don't completely cure you, try using this leaf to brew water. Just use a quarter of the leaf each time. Drink it along with the leaf. Jalmer took out a dark red leaf that he had prepared beforehand. Dovey and his son looked at the dark red leaf before them. They had never seen it before. What on earth was it? It's called evergreen herb, extremely rare. It's something you encounter by chance. Dovey held the leaf close to his nose and sniffed. There was no particular smell, but it seemed to attract the poison out. How could this be? Jalmer also felt something unusual. When the leaf touched Dovey's nose, the poison around his nostrils became more concentrated. Darien didn't feel anything. He didn't have strong sensing abilities, even though he was an 8th rank spirit warrior. What's happening? Darien sensed the change in their expressions, realizing there was something wrong. This leaf isn't ordinary. Dovey's eyes lit up. He mustn't die. Jalmer stared at the leaf, deep in thought. I didn't know this leaf was so miraculous. Why don't we try brewing a quarter of the leaf in water now, old brother Wu? This should work, as the leaf apparently has toxin-absorbing properties. If it absorbs the toxins from the body and then they're expelled, wouldn't the poison be neutralized? Alright, Dahai, go get some water. Immediately, water was brought over. Ephraim, I only knew that this leaf has an effect on this kind of poison, but I haven't used it before, so I'm not sure if there might be any risks. Risk warnings were necessary. If something went wrong, it would be hard to explain. Risks? Risks are everywhere, especially for cultivators who go against nature. Without taking risks, what's the point of cultivation? Don't worry, even if something goes wrong, I won't blame you. Zaire, I think this leaf will definitely help. Saying which, he tore off part of the leaf and threw it into the cup. After a while, the leaf sank to the bottom, turning the water light red. Dovey lifted the cup to his mouth, tilted his head back, and drank it, including the leaf. Ephraim, now you can circulate your chi for cultivation. All right. The internal chi began circulating. Jalmer thought for a moment and said, Ephraim, may I sense the chi flow within you? This was also a rare learning opportunity. Sure, come ahead. Jalmer reached out and grabbed Dovey's hand, transmitting chi to sense inside him. To his surprise, the toxins in Dovey's body slowly moved towards the stomach, which was a very peculiar occurrence. Previously, the medicine spread their effects throughout the body, but this time it was the opposite. A few minutes later, Jalmer's chi withdrew while Dovey continued. As long as the effect was present, it shouldn't stop, otherwise it would be a waste, a criminal act considering the rarity of such herbs. Seeing Jalmer stand up, Darian asked, how did it go? The effect was good. Ephraim himself will have the best idea. Ask him later. Darian nodded and led Jalmer out of the room to chat about family matters. Their family had been here for many years, no less than 100. Generations of masters served here, typically for 30 years. After 30 years, they usually retired automatically. Those willing to stay remained behind the scenes, but most left to explore outside, hoping for breakthroughs. Cultivation was tough here, and family rules stated that even if one had the potential to break through to a higher level, it couldn't be openly done, lest they draw attention from other forces. The previous master, Dovey, was indeed talented and lucky. 2 years ago, he broke through to become a spirit Jamister. Crucially, he didn't keep it hidden, being the first and only spirit Jamister in the family, a source of pride. Obviously, the result was evident. He ended up like this, poisoned and reduced to the rank of spirit warrior. No one knew exactly how it happened, just that he was poisoned. Thus, the family told everyone that Dovey had passed away due to poisoning, hiding here to secretly treat himself with little improvement for over a year. Until Jalmer appeared, giving them hope. However, if Dovey's poison was truly neutralized, he would leave to avoid further trouble. As they chatted, 2 hours flew by. Suddenly, a foul odor came from Dovey's room. Both frowned, ready to push open the door. Don't come in. Send Shao Allah over. Shao Allah, the attendant who served him, quickly entered to clean up. Soon, Dovey appeared at the door. Father! Darian wanted to say something but stopped, eyes wide with surprise. His father had not gotten out of bed for a long time. I'm fine. Dovey stretched and moved around, smiling. Was the effect so good? How much poison had been removed? Thank you, Taoist Brother Hank, for this wonderful medicine. It can pull the poison into the intestines and expel it. I've already cleared 3 or 4/10 of the poison and believe this leaf can clear all the poison without being entirely used up. That's fantastic, Taoist Brother Hank. Thank you so much, Darian said with delight. Let's find another place to talk. Indeed, this room smelled bad and needed cleaning. Soon, the three moved to another room. I didn't expect such excellent results. Jalmer was also elated. This thing was truly a treasure. He'd never have to fear poisons again. So, Brother Hank, you're out cultivating? Yes. Do you need an escort? Chapter 256, the small town of Qingjin. Bodyguard? Did I hear that right? I mean, I can't stay here anymore. If I continue staying here, I won't be able to go out either. Because if someone finds out, it will be revealed that I didn't die, and our family might really be taken down by others, Dovey laughed. So, I thought about following Brother Hank to have some fun outside. Oh, like that? Jalmer scratched his head. They weren't very familiar with each other, but this family didn't seem bad. Believe me, with this herb, my cultivation will recover soon. By then, at least as a spirit Jamister, I should be qualified to be your bodyguard, right? Dovey looked at the undecaying grass in his hand and tried to sell himself. Well, you could, but I'm already part of a sect. If you wander outside, I'll serve as your bodyguard, and it's good to have someone to talk to, isn't it? When you return to your sect, I can roam on my own. How does that sound? Of course, if Brother Hank doesn't need me, it's also fine. It's not that I don't need you. My next destination is Death Valley, which is very dangerous. Jalmer actually didn't want to take him along because he wasn't familiar with him and knew little about him. Death Valley? Has Brother Hank been there before? No. That's perfect, then bring me along. I've been there several times before. Do you think the spirit stones Dahai gave you came from nowhere? I brought them back from my trips to Death Valley. Really? Such a thing? Death Valley is full of dangers. Bringing me along would definitely make things safer. Jalmer thought for a moment. Bringing him along seemed not bad, except that certain secrets couldn't be kept anymore. Well, since Brother Wu is so enthusiastic, let's go together. Great. Generous of you. Why don't you stay here a few more days and visit Yangqing? It's a nice city to explore. Once my strength recovers a bit more, we can set off. I can't stay here too long. Don't worry, just 5 days. Eating another dose of undecaying grass in a few days should restore about 70% of my strength. By then, we can handle any issues that come up. Jalmer nodded. It's almost noon. How about eating while we chat? Darian interjected. With his father's illness taken care of, he felt much relieved. You arrange it. I'm hungry and want a good meal, Dovey laughed. Thus, Jalmer stayed in Yangqing. He still stayed at the same inn but visited the black market daily to check on the old man's condition and learn more about Death Valley and the routes leading there. Zaire's other activity was exploring Yangqing. Each city has its own unique characteristics, and understanding local customs can broaden one's knowledge, which is beneficial for cultivation. Also, alchemy and practice mustn't stop. After a few days, the storage ring was filled with many new pills. Since he had now established connections with the black market, cooperation became possible. When Jalmer placed a bunch of bottles on the table, both Dovey and his son were quite astonished. Could this old man really produce so many pills, all of high quality? Darian even considered opening a medicinal shop downtown. But thinking again, once the old man left, there wouldn't be enough supply, and he couldn't support a large medicinal shop through other channels alone. Meanwhile, Jalmer had accumulated immense wealth and became extremely rich. His spirit medicines for alchemy were replenished. He achieved financial freedom. He could laugh in his sleep now. 5 days later, after Dovey took the undecaying grass again, about 60% of the poison was removed. After spending more treasures, his cultivation reached peak 9th level spirit scholar, and it was only a matter of time before he became a spirit Jamester. It was time to set off. Trapped underground for over a year, he could finally get out. Since the black market was a mix of various people, no one paid much attention when Dovey and Jalmer left the gambling den. Jalmer wore his usual clothes, while Dovey disguised himself and wore a black cloak to conceal himself, suppressing his aura to avoid being recognized by acquaintances. They departed at dusk and didn't linger in Yangqing, heading straight outward. Zaire hour later, their speed slowed down. They were hundreds of miles away from Yangqing, minimizing exposure risks. Ha ha ha, Ephraim is finally free again. So comfortable. Jalmer glanced at Dovey. This felt somewhat like when he fled Dio sect, imprisoned underground for over a year. Brother, how long will it take us to reach Death Valley? At most 4 to 5 days. If we travel day and night, 3 days will do. But we don't need to rush, right? Not urgent, and Brother Wu's health still needs recovery. Do we rest in the wilderness or towns? In towns, so we can see different customs. As you wish, since you're my benefactor. But you aren't young either. Have you never trained before? At your age, shouldn't you know a lot about local customs? Brother Wu knows a lot, but I don't. Can you read my mind? I traveled around when I was young and learned a lot. If one day Brother Wu discovers I deceived you, would you blame me? Jalmer looked at Dovey mysteriously. Deceived you? What did I deceive you about? You detoxified me and didn't get anything important from me. How could that be deception? Of course not. You saved me. How could you deceive me? But it's hard to say. Zaire, I have enemies who might harm you if you stay with me. Fear being implicated? Without you, I wouldn't live long anyway. Being poisoned was worse than death. Every day I live now is extra. By the way, who are your enemies? Afraid I'll scare you. Just kidding. The two chatted while riding. Zaire hour later, Dovey pointed to a mountain ahead. Beyond this mountain is a small town. Want to rest there? Sure. They spurred their mounts towards the mountain. 15 minutes later, a bright area appeared ahead. This is Qingzhen, a small city. Chapter 257. Spiritual Jamester Guardian. Qingzhen was merely a dozen miles in size, without even walls, making it truly a small city. As the two approached the outskirts of the city, they scanned with their spiritual power and found that while there were some cultivators, most were just spirit adepts, with only one spirit scholar spotted. There was nothing to fear. They quickly found an inn and rented 2 rooms. Everyone has their secrets, especially for cultivators of no insignificant skill, so it was better for each to have their own room. Of course, if they were close enough and had a good relationship, they could share one room. But they weren't at that stage yet, and it cost only a little extra for an additional room. Pennies? That night, after eating something together, they each retreated to meditate and do as they pleased. The next morning, they had breakfast and spent about half an hour walking around the city before continuing northward. This Qingzhen doesn't seem to have anything special. The Rat Kingdom is vast, and places like Qingzhen are numerous. Not every small town has unique features. We're just passing through. Must they stop only in special places? Wouldn't that be exhausting? That's true. But didn't you notice the different clothing here compared to other places? Yes, it was different. You could tell immediately upon seeing the locals. It was just that, and nothing more. They continued on their journey, staying in a city each night and then heading north again the next day. Small towns only had a few spirit adepts and occasionally a spirit scholar. Medium-sized cities had more spirit scholars, but no spiritual Jamesters, illustrating just how rare spiritual Jamesters were. Of course, large cities had spiritual Jamesters, and in those cities, they didn't dare scan casually with their spiritual power. If a spiritual Jamester caught them scanning, they'd likely get beaten, and if not crippled, they'd consider themselves lucky. In these big cities, Franz also purchased some spirit medicines for alchemy, as his consumption was high, and he wanted to replenish whenever possible, so he wouldn't run out when needed. Traveling like this, pausing and moving forward, the days passed. After 3 days, the duo grew closer, and their teamwork became smoother. It was evening again, the third evening. I want to camp outside tonight. What do you think, Brother Xiao? Dovey hesitated for a while before speaking. Outside. Yes. These past few days, I've been intensively consuming pills to cultivate, and I feel ready. Tonight, I'll take some detoxifying leaves and see if I can restore my spiritual Jamester cultivation. No problem. Although it was merely recovering his previous level rather than officially breaking through, it still required some precautions. Doing so in a city where they weren't familiar wasn't wise. When the time comes, I'll guard for Brother Wu. Franz smiled. Wu trusted him enough to share this. Despite the short journey, they had built trust. Jamesonly because Franz had helped detoxify Wu. Thank you, Brother Hank. Thus, they urged their mounts toward the nearby mountains. Though it was evening and visibility was poor, it was no issue for these skilled cultivators. Their mounts were no ordinary beasts and navigated the terrain effortlessly. After traveling dozens of miles into the mountains, they dismounted and leaped ahead, searching for a place. After about 10 minutes, they found a hidden cave. Scanning with their spiritual power, they entered the cave. Dovey produced a night pearl, and the cave lit up instantly. Indeed, it was quite clean and spacious inside. Dovey placed a formation array at the cave entrance to avoid interruptions. Formations were common among cultivators and came in handy for travel. The cave was roughly 20 meters deep, with signs of prior occupation, indicating someone had rested here before. This place is nice. Let's eat something first. With that, Dovey pulled out a small table from his storage ring and prepared some meat and wine. Drink a bit? Sure. They sat down on the ground and started eating. Afterwards, I'll detoxify first. If it goes well, I'll try to recover my cultivation. When it's successful, there will be some commotion, so please help conceal it, brother sure. No problem. After finishing their meal, Dovey fetched a hoe and began digging beside the cave. Franz frowned but soon understood why. He needed a private space for detoxification using the never-wilt herb. Within minutes, he dug a meter-wide, 2-meter-high, 5-meter-deep hole, piling the earth beside it. I'm starting. Dovey stayed in the new hole, dark except for the faint glow from the night pearl outside. He took a cup of water, tore off some never-wilt herb leaves, and dropped them in. With a burst of effort, the water boiled rapidly. He blew gently and drank it all, then began cultivating. Zaire hour later, Dovey emerged from the hole, waving his hand to send the soil back into the hole, nearly restoring it. A clever move. Dovey sat down, broke open a spirit stone, and resumed cultivation. By now, he was over 80% detoxified and confident in regaining his spiritual Jamester level. Watching Wu intently absorb energy from the spirit stones, Franz fell into thought. Could continuous cultivation be achieved with sufficient energy, thus continuously enhancing one's cultivation? As Wu cultivated, Franz reviewed what he had learned, including alchemy, formations, and cultivation techniques. After 2 hours, the energy from the spirit stones was depleted. Wu broke another stone and continued. After 3 spirit stones, something changed. Dovey's aura fluctuated wildly. After several tense minutes, he suddenly shouted, and a powerful force erupted. With a boom, the cave vanished. It was near the mountain peak, and Wu's burst of energy destroyed the top of the mountain. Thankfully, Franz was prepared, or he would have been injured. Even uninjured, he felt the shockwave. Quickly, Franz deployed a formation to protect them both. Dovey's aura became much stronger but unstable. He ate a pill and continued cultivating. No more spirit stones? They worked better than pills. Franz tossed one to Wu, which exploded beside him, enveloping him in spiritual energy. Zaire hour later, the energy faded, and Dovey stood up, smiling at Franz. Brother sure, I succeeded. Thank you. Thus, Franz gained a spiritual Jamester guardian. Quite impressive, isn't it? Chapter 258. Seeking a doctor. Congratulations, Brother Wu. Franz smiled and looked at Dovey. Dovey stared at the elderly man in front of him, growing more fond with each glance. This old man was truly his lucky star, though it was a pity he wasn't a woman. It would have been better if he were. Seeing Dovey's unfriendly gaze, Franz quickly stepped back. It seems some people are coming from outside. We should leave as soon as possible? It appeared that the previous commotion had attracted spectators. In the middle of the night, such a loud explosion would naturally draw attention, especially from cultivators. Looking at the missing mountain peak, these cultivators were incredibly shocked. What happened here? How could an entire mountaintop just disappear? Moreover, there seemed to be some residual energy fluctuations around this area. Was someone fighting here, or did someone break through to a higher realm? Did someone duel here? Or did someone advance to a new level? This destruction is too intense. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves as they approached the mountain peak. Most were spirit practitioners, some were spirit disciples, but there were no spirit Jamesters, as this wasn't near a big city, and no spirit Jamesters had passed by. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere at the collapsed mountaintop, both wearing masks. It was nighttime, so they couldn't see clearly. As everyone stood stunned, the 2 masked figures leaped over their heads, disappearing into the distance after a few bounds. With mouths agape, the crowd couldn't believe what they saw. Today, they had witnessed true experts. Were those spirit Jamesters? The loud noise earlier must have been one of them breaking through to spirit Jamester. I actually saw a spirit Jamester. I must work hard to become a spirit Jamester. Some were excited. This was the power of a spirit Jamester. You think eating will make you a spirit Jamester? Someone began criticizing. The chatter continued. After watching the 2 fly away, the crowd scrambled up the mountain, hoping to find something left behind. What they thought didn't matter to Franz and Dovey. They only wanted to leave this place quickly. After running for several miles, both of them summoned their mounts and rode off. Zaire hour later, dawn broke. Can't believe it went so smoothly, successful on the first try. Dovey was still exhilarated. Well, it's because of your good foundation, diligence, and luck. Haha, I'm a spirit Jamester again. From now on, I'll be your bodyguard. Not bad, right? The old man was serious, and Franz pursed his lips. What? You don't seem very concerned? I don't kill people, and my cultivation isn't low either. Although, having a loyal spirit Jamester bodyguard wouldn't be bad. It was the best treatment even top geniuses from major sects enjoyed. Your cultivation is only around level 4 spirit disciple. Zaire, you don't kill people? Don't you have enemies? Speaking of enemies, but my enemies aren't ordinary, and you're far from enough. Dovey widened his eyes. I'm a spirit Jamester. How am I not enough? Who exactly did you provoke? Ever heard of the Dark Abyss sect? You can still back out now. Let's part ways amicably. Dark Abyss sect? Dovey fell into deep thought. Never heard of it? Afraid? It was normal not to have heard of it. A secret organization? Fear was also natural, given the organization's reputation. I've heard of it. Dovey nodded. It's a terrifying and evil organization. Your enemy is the Dark Abyss sect? Scared? Hell no. I've already died once. Life and death mean nothing to me now. I just want to do something different, something exciting, and make my life count. Haha, unexpectedly brave. Very well, honor-bound. Come on, you must be exhausted. Let's get some game to eat. Franz rushed towards a direction where deer were spotted. With their current cultivation, catching game would be child's play. Minutes later, both of them carried a deer each. They found a large rock, set up a wooden frame, gathered firewood, and started a fire. After skinning and gutting the deer, they placed it over the fire to roast. This time, Franz didn't use hard fire, opting for slow roasting as a restful activity. After an hour, the air was filled with mouth-watering aroma. Franz occasionally sprinkled seasoning, making it even more fragrant. Watching the sizzling, oil-dripping venison, Dovey couldn't resist anymore. He tore off a leg and laughed. Brother Hank, I expended a lot of energy earlier. Time to eat. One bite, and his mouth overflowed with delicious fat, immensely satisfying. He then took out 2 wine flasks from his storage ring, handing one to Franz. My enemy is the Dark Abyss sect. Are you sure you want to follow me? Franz chuckled, accepting the flask. Absolutely. But my enemies aren't just the Dark Abyss sect. Huh. Dovey looked at Franz. Perhaps even stronger ones. Stronger? There aren't many organizations stronger than the Dark Abyss sect on this continent. But few know how strong the Dark Abyss sect truly is. It's very mysterious. Its actual power is unclear. Perhaps slightly better than Flame Mountain. Perhaps slightly worse. Franz smiled but remained silent. It can't be Flame Mountain. We need to pass by it. Nope. That's a relief. Are you sure you want to come along? Of course. If you've lived this long, you must not be impulsive. Besides, you don't seem ordinary. Franz smiled, then released Crimson Blood Wolf and tossed it a deer leg. The wolf devoured its meal without a glance at Dovey. Franz then released the little ants, giving them a taste of meat. Only 7 Red Sky Zyrets remained. 2 had been killed during the battle with Alan Z. Dovey's eyes widened, mind racing. This guy was so mysterious. So many strange creatures. Were his enemies real? He thought Franz might have exaggerated, but it seemed he hadn't. Brother Wu, eat. Franz tore off a piece of venison and ate it. The taste was excellent. Eat. The journey ahead would surely be incredible. Dovey smiled, feeling a mix of excitement and tension, recalling his Noelful days. After half an hour of feasting, onward. By noon, they arrived at a huge city. For such relatively infertile land, this was quite an impressive city. This is Han City, one of the largest cities in Rat Country, Dovey explained. Here it's always hot, and many people suffer from heat-induced illnesses, developing sores all over. The disease is closely related to the environment. Dovey explained as they walked. Soon, they reached the city gate. People were gathered around notices posted nearby. They also joined the crowd to see what was happening. Up close, the notice read, seeking a doctor. Hashtag chapter 259, to Flame Mountain. Seeking a doctor * someone in our sect has contracted a severe fever. We urgently seek a healer. If successful, there will be generous rewards. Signed, Flame Mountain. Flame Mountain is actually seeking a doctor all the way to Han City? Wang Xiao says Flame Mountain isn't far from here. It seems they have no other options, so they posted this notice here, hoping someone passing by can see it and offer help, Dovey explained. Yeah, I heard it's for Flame Mountain's young Mountain Lord, someone nearby interjected. Morris? Yes, the one the Mountain Lord loves most. No wonder the notice was posted here. Franz and his companion stepped back after reading the notice and listening to the crowd's discussions. Brother Wu, are you interested in checking it out? Flame Mountain? Do you have confidence in treating them? It wouldn't hurt to try. If you're not confident, it's better not to risk it. There could be serious consequences if anything goes wrong. Didn't you hear that it's the favorite of Flame Mountain's Mountain Lord? Moreover, the Mountain Lord has a very short temper, as I've heard before. If you're not confident, you'd better take it easy and don't drag me into trouble. Why don't we check it out first? If it doesn't work, we can always give up. If you're scared, you can choose not to go. After all, I come from one of the top sects in Rat Kingdom and have seen various situations. How could I not go if you do? I am your bodyguard. Dovey patted his chest. He couldn't renege on what he just said, plus this sounded exciting. This guy might have the skills to treat the young Mountain Lord. If he succeeds, they could become esteemed guests of Flame Mountain, which would benefit their family's affairs. Thinking of this, Dovey smiled. I'm not forcing you. Not at all. Should we go now? Let's make it tomorrow. Today, we'll settle down in Han City, rest a bit, and explore around. Okay. Soon, the two entered the city and found a restaurant. They figured they should feed their stomachs first since they had no luggage to worry about and could find it in later. Observing the people around, many had acne-like blemishes, like adolescents going through puberty. Dovey ordered food, and once the dishes were served, they began eating. Do you know Han City well, Brother Wu? Reasonably well. I've been here a few times. Tell me more. Dovey tapped his chopsticks on the table and pointed around with a smile. See those people? I told you earlier that many here suffer from a kind of heat disease. This heat disease can't be treated. It's closely related to the environment here. It's hot all year round, and the air carries a special quality. Didn't you notice? Franz furrowed his brows, took a deep breath, and carefully experienced it. He had been hasty. Previously, he only felt the heat but didn't realize it also carried a drying sensation, along with a unique energy. The air contains energy? Franz's eyes widened. Could that mean it's beneficial for cultivation here? Did you feel it? The dryness benefits cultivators as it carries a lot of energy. Areas with stronger heat carry more energy, which is why there are more cultivators here than elsewhere. Franz hadn't noticed this until Dovey mentioned it. Upon scanning with his spiritual sense, he found several cultivators in this restaurant alone. Everything has its pros and cons. While it helps with cultivation, it leaves some effects in the body. If not resolved in time, it can lead to serious problems later. Has this situation existed for long? Yes, it's been like this since records began. Don't people here think about leaving? Leaving? Why would they? Such a great place for cultivation. Who would willingly leave over a little heat disease, especially when it's not life-threatening? Franz was puzzled. Isn't cultivation supposed to be about protecting one's life? One can cultivate elsewhere too. It's normal not to understand. Few people have resources as abundant as he does. Ordinary people have limited resources. Having such a natural cultivation site that's free of charge is something most people wouldn't want to leave. If their talent is average, they won't reach high levels, so absorbing this special energy is manageable, causing only mild discomfort. They continued chatting while eating. By the end of the meal, Franz had a basic understanding of Han City. You mentioned a large treasure market in Han City? Yep, interested? Let's go check it out. After an hour-long journey, they arrived at a massive general trading market. Here we are. Be cautious. No one will help if you get cheated. It's a case of buyer beware. Franz nodded, and they entered the market. Inside, it was a chaotic mix of everything imaginable. Secret manuals, cultivation techniques, gems, energy sources, mounts, airships, precious herbs, weapons, divine symbols, too much to count. Even spirit beasts and demonic beasts were available. There were many peculiar items whose origins or uses were unknown, yet priced extremely high. Despite having seen much, Franz still felt like Eben Lau Lau entering Grandview Garden, wondering why Mystic City lacked such a place. 2 hours later, they exited the market, excited and laden with goods they believed to be valuable. Franz spent over 500,000 coins, finding it exhilarating. Dovey, however, was more conservative, spending about 150,000 coins, still a considerable sum. Excitedly, they returned to an inn, each retiring to their rooms to study their purchases. Get dinner on your own. They spoke almost simultaneously, showing unexpected harmony. Franz bought 10 items, including a red human-shaped mushroom called Shingrugu, meat growth mushroom. He had read about it in a book from Mystical Medicine Valley, stating it has remarkable effects when combined with other ingredients, promoting bone growth and muscle regeneration. This mushroom cost him 300,000 coins, intended for Elder Jarrett, who lost an arm. The other items were cultivation-related treasures. He hoped none were fake, trusting his instincts. After studying, he proceeded to refine and practice. The next morning, both emerged from their rooms almost simultaneously. Let's go to Flame Mountain. End of Chapter 259. Chapter 260. My name is Xavier. After asking for directions to Flame Mountain, they realized it was still quite a distance away. So, they decided to have something to eat first before setting off. They left the inn shortly after breakfast and rode their mounts out of town towards Flame Mountain. The mountain was over 1,000 miles from Han City, and as soon as they left the city, they began sprinting at full speed. Due to their high cultivation levels, they moved incredibly fast. As they got closer to Flame Mountain, the temperature increased noticeably, and the energy in the air became more intense, adding to the oppressive heat. The higher one's cultivation level, the more obvious this sensation became. Ordinary people wouldn't notice much besides the rising temperature. By around 11 in the morning, they finally reached the entrance to Flame Mountain. The heat had intensified even further. Lifting his gaze to the towering peak that seemed to pierce through the clouds, Franz couldn't help but wonder if this was indeed the legendary Flame Mountain. Did it have any connection with Jacob? A thought flashed across his mind, momentarily lost in thought. We're here, Dovey said, looking at Franz. Let's go in. Franz took a deep breath and replied. The two arrived at the entrance and stated their purpose. Are you both here to answer the recruitment notice? Recruitment notice? Zare's wearing the medical recruitment notice to treat someone within our sect. Yes, Franz confirmed. You should think carefully about this. Initially, those who came without results were still given rewards by the Elden. But later on, many came merely to reap benefits without true skills. They ended up having their cultivation crippled and being thrown out. The gate disciple warned them. Franz paused, surprised by this information. It seemed there were opportunists everywhere. We want to give it a try, and if we don't succeed, we won't ask for any reward, Franz smiled. Please wait a moment. The gate disciple glanced at the two elderly men, acknowledging their significant cultivation levels. They likely weren't opportunists, so he went to report, hoping for their luck. The gate disciple returned to a room next to the entrance, and then came back shortly. Please come inside and rest for a while. I've informed them, and someone will come to receive you shortly. Franz and his companion followed the gate disciple into a room and found seats. Soon, someone else arrived. From the aura, he appeared to be a spirit warrior. He sized up Franz and Dovey, noting their considerable cultivation levels. My name is Ignatius Dashin. Jamesy, I know your names. Call me Elder Hank. This is Aster, Franz introduced. Did you come because of our medical recruitment notice in Han City? That's right. Do you have confidence? How can we talk about confidence without even seeing the patient? What's your plan for treatment? I need to see the patient first. Without knowing the symptoms, how can I discuss my plans? It would just be guessing. Ignatius Dashin frowned at Franz, annoyed. Why couldn't he simply outline his plan? If things didn't work out, he needed an explanation to provide upwards. If you don't cure him, do you know the consequences? We just want to give it a try. We didn't claim we could definitely cure him. If we fail, we won't ask for any rewards. I meant well. You shouldn't be ungrateful, getting angry at my offer to help. So you're just trying your luck? Do you realize we've invited many experts, all of whom have failed? Zaire, you, a mere spirit warrior, dare to act so arrogantly? You should leave. We don't welcome charlatans. Ignatius Dashin grew impatient, irritated by Franz's tone. We have no problem leaving. But what will happen when your young Jamister can no longer endure? How will you face your Elden's wrath then? Just as Ignatius Dashin was about to retort, an authoritative voice floated over, let them try. A mid-stage spirit Jamister, or even higher, clearly indicating the young Jamister's elevated status. Ignatius Dashin swallowed his anger, but could only comply. Follow me, he said, then walked out. Franz and Dovey hurriedly followed. The person who had spoken did not appear but remained hidden. Outside the room, Ignatius Dashin leaped forward without mounting his ride. Since the host hadn't used a mount, Franz and Dovey also refrained. Several minutes later, Ignatius Dashin's pace quickened significantly. Keep up, he urged. What was the point of this? We came to help. Why treat us like this? Had they offended him earlier, causing him to want to test them? With these thoughts, they quickened their steps as well. Elder Hank, no problem, right? He's testing us, Dovey transmitted telepathically. It's fine. Good. Let me know if you can't keep up. I'll pull you along. If I can't keep up to a mid-stage spirit warrior, what kind of cultivator would I be? I'm a late-stage spirit warrior, and if I lose to him, I might as well hit my head against a tofu block, Franz muttered. For about 10 minutes, Franz and Dovey maintained a steady distance behind Ignatius Dashin, matching his pace exactly. Even after pushing himself to the limit for several minutes, Ignatius Dashin still couldn't shake them off. These two were impressive. He knew they were stronger than him, likely not here to freeload. He slowed down. Exhausted from his exertion, Ignatius Dashin breathed heavily while the two behind him remained unaffected. Quite a distance left. Should we ride our mounts? Ignatius Dashin finally brought out his riding beast, a spotted leopard. Franz and Dovey did the same, letting the red blood wolf continue resting. About an hour's journey. Why didn't they set up a teleportation array like at Xinyao Valley? The trio resumed their rapid pace on their mounts. Half an hour later, Franz detected a faint fragrance in the air. Is this a sedative? He was immune to common sedatives. Wu Leog, there's a sedative in the air. Zaire protective measures? Franz transmitted, telepathically. Sedative? No problem, it won't affect me. More tests? Flame Mountain really has its ways, Dovey complained but held his breath. As a spirit Jamister, the sedative wouldn't affect him in known conditions. 15 minutes passed without incident. These two were unaffected. Just as Ignatius Dashin considered whether to continue, he heard a voice. Take them directly to the young Jamister. Giving them a chance is also giving our sect a chance. Zaire 20 minutes later, they reached a grand building. They dismounted and followed Ignatius Dashin inside. Passing through several corridors, they encountered a Wilfred with only his eyes visible. Welcome. My name is Xavier. Chapter 261, Probing the Medical Skills. Franz and his companion looked at the Wilfred in front of them, feeling as if they were facing a powder keg. Moreover, they felt an unusual sensation in their bodies and an urge to scratch. This is our young Eldon, Ignatius Dashin hurriedly introduced when he saw the two hadn't spoken. I'm Lao Hank. I'm James. The two quickly responded, offering their names. Please sit, elders. This young Eldon was quite polite but covered up tightly. His expression was invisible. The Wilfred before us has no weak cultivation, Dovey whispered. Don't whisper here. There seem to be many experts nearby, Franz replied. He's not weak in cultivation. Even though he isn't a spirit Jamister, he might be a 9th-rank spirit scholar. Judging by his age, around 17 or 18, he has quite remarkable talent. After sitting down, Franz looked at Stephen and said, Brother Zaire, may I examine your condition? Stephen glanced at Ignatius Dashin, who immediately called away all the nearby servants. Then Stephen removed his headscarf and face covering, revealing a face full of sores. Franz twitched his lips. How could it be so severe? Dovey's mouth hung open, unable to close. Elders, please forgive the sight. Stephen recovered his head and face. How about the rest of your body? Franz asked. Similar to my face. Damn, even on your body? That must be agonizing. Franz couldn't help shivering. This Wilfred must be tough. How long has this been going on? What caused it? Franz asked. Are you both outsiders? Franz and his companion nodded. Right, locals would know. This condition is due to our environment and my cultivation method. In the past, I had similar issues but less severe. Some physicians prescribed medicines which helped. Stephen paused. But a year ago, I intensified my training. My cultivation progressed rapidly, but my condition worsened. At that point, no treatment seemed effective. I posted notices seeking doctors, but none provided solutions. Do you have others with such severe conditions here? Franz asked. No. Others might feel some discomfort, with occasional breakouts, much like teenagers during puberty. This was puzzling. Franz pondered. Could it be his cultivation differs from others? Is your cultivation method special? I use standard methods within the sect, though some higher level ones are rarely practiced. Still, they're not unique. Then, is your cultivation environment different? Cultivation environment? Franz nodded. I mostly train in the secret realms within our sect. Not everyone can enter, but several members do. Secret realms? Similar to the Aling Mountains and Aling Lakes in the Mystic Medicine Valley? Are there any peculiarities in your secret realms? The energy concentration is very high inside, increasing deeper in. The deeper you go, the more benefits you gain, yet it becomes harder to penetrate. Most people can't go far. My condition might relate to these secret realms, though the exact connection is unclear. Besides energy concentration, how does your body feel differently between the outer areas and the depths? In deeper areas, my body feels hotter, absorbing stronger energies that cause more irritation. Have you spent more time there recently? Yes, and further in. Areas I reach would overwhelm others. Do you still train there? Since 6 months ago, my condition worsened too much to continue. Can you show me the place? The secret realm? Yes. No. Ignatius Dashin interrupted. It's our sect's sacred ground, not accessible even to all sect members, only available to prodigies. You're an outsider, barely acquainted. Franz smiled, understanding. Even in the Mystic Medicine Valley, access to the Aling Mountains and Aling Lakes was restricted to geniuses. Find a disciple with a relatively severe case for him to examine. Ignatius Dashin heard a command in his ear. Mr. Hank, can you first check another disciple with less severe symptoms? All right. Franz smiled. This seemed like a test. About 10 minutes later, a 20-something-year-old disciple, also a spirit scholar, arrived and removed his shirt, sitting down. Franz examined him. The Noel's facial sores were slightly worse than average teenage breakouts, and minor sores appeared on his body, pale in comparison to Stephen's condition. Upon Franz's request, he used his aura to probe inside the disciple's body, detecting numerous internal sores. After a quick examination, how's it? Can you treat it? Ignatius Dashin asked anxiously. The disciple also looked hopeful. I'll give it a try. Franz smiled. He handed over a cleansing pill. Take it, relax your body, and let me assist in absorption. Without inspecting, the disciple popped the pill into his mouth. It was good to test for the young Eldon. Franz's aura entered from behind as he instructed. Begin your cultivation routine. The cleansing pill activated, circulating within the disciple's body according to the cultivation path. Franz guided the pill to target specific areas with internal sores for localized treatment. Visibly, the Noel's sores began improving rapidly. Observers were amazed. Zaire hour later, the treatment concluded. The disciple stood up. His sores were visibly improved by about 30%. How does it feel? Ignatius Dashin eagerly asked. Much better. Most internal sores have healed, and external sores are significantly improved. You can see the changes. The Noel was exhilarated. Take him to the flame cave. Another command came into Ignatius Dashin's ear. Hashtag chapter 262. Entering the flame cave. Ignatius Dashin nodded and said to the Wilfred who had been treated, you can go back now. The Wilfred left happily. Please follow me. Ignatius Dashin glanced at Jalmar and his companion. With the approval from above, he could only lead the way. They left the room, and outside was a tiger-drawn carriage. An actual tiger with wings. This was the first time Jalmar saw such a thing. It was truly impressive. Ignatius Dashin led them into the tiger carriage. The driver in front shouted, and the tiger ran forward a dozen meters before spreading its wings and taking off with a powerful push from its hind legs. Jalmar watched as they soared through the air. This thing could fly, and he wanted one too. He had sensed a strong spiritual force nearby earlier, but now that they were flying, the force gradually dissipated. The master has finally stopped following. Looking at the two elderly men beside him, Stephen smiled and asked, this is your first time riding this? The two elders nodded, and Jalmar added, we just roamed the world. How would we have the chance to ride such a thing? We've never even seen it before. The abilities of seniors must be quite formidable, and thus their experiences are extensive. How do you know my abilities aren't small? Jalmar thought inwardly, referring to when he healed Zaire Z. You managed to heal my senior brother so effortlessly. Naturally, your skills are significant. Actually, we've consulted many doctors, but none of them were effective. Jalmar smiled. This Wilfred seemed decent and likable, someone worth befriending. Senior, since we have time, could you check on me again? Stephen was tempted by the healing results and wanted a cure for his own ailments. Allowing another person's energy to enter his body was risky. If something went wrong, it could be disastrous. Sure. Jalmar extended his right hand, and Stephen instinctively did the same. Their hands met, and Jalmar's energy flowed into him. As Stephen circulated his own energy, Jalmar's energy traversed his entire body, assessing every part. When he reached the source of Stephen's energy, he was surprised. It was indeed level 9 of the Spirit Scholar stage. If not for this illness, he might already have advanced to a Spirit Jamister. At 17 or 18, becoming a Spirit Jamister was an exceptional achievement. Feeling Stephen's condition, Jalmar shook his head, noting how much damage his body had taken. Watching Jalmar's actions, Ignatius Dashin frowned. Was the situation so severe that there was no hope? Is it even necessary to visit the flame cave? He wanted to ask more but held back since Jalmar was still checking. Dovey also frowned, thinking, Brother Hank, don't joke around. This is their territory. If you lack confidence, you might lose your position as a guardian before you've even begun. Finally, after about 10 minutes, Jalmar withdrew his energy. Well? Ignatius Dashin asked anxiously. Though he wasn't the mountain lord, he was more concerned than anyone. As the saying goes, the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. His condition is more serious than the other patient. No kidding. Was that not obvious? Can you treat him? Ignatius Dashin persisted, showing how much he cared about the young mountain lord. Let's see the training environment first. Jalmar calmly replied, eager to explore their cultivation site and perhaps gain some benefits along the way. Damn it. Ignatius Dashin felt like killing someone, nearly fuming with anger. Seeing Ignatius Dashin's anxious state, Dovey whispered telepathically, Brother Hank, be careful with your words. Although the Flame Mountain Lord is known to be reasonable, unpredictable things can happen when someone is overly concerned. Can you really treat him? Jalmar glanced at Dovey and reassured Ignatius Dashin, don't worry, even if I can't completely cure him, I can at least stabilize his condition. Really? That would still be better than nothing. The flying tiger descended quickly, reaching the foot of a massive stone mountain surrounded by an array formation. They dismounted, and a wave of heat hit them, stirring unrest within their bodies. The spirit force that had vanished reappeared, seemingly having arrived before them. Thankfully, I have no ill intentions. Just observing their cultivation treasure site should not count as bad intent. Or maybe it does. But I've explained, and they agreed, so it doesn't count, right? Lost in thought, Jalmar heard Stephen speak. Seniors, this is where I often cultivated. Our sect's treasure site, the Flame Cave. Truly a marvelous place, Jalmar sincerely complimented. Feeling the dense energy surrounding them, he acknowledged it was a great place but cautioned that it might be too intense for ordinary people due to the fiery nature of the environment. Please follow me. Stephen gestured and led the way. At the cave entrance, 2 guards saluted Stephen. Young Eldon has arrived. Yes, elders, I am bringing 2 friends inside. Of course. One of the guards flicked his hand, activating something and stepping aside. Stephen led the group inside. After a minute, the surroundings became open, yet misty, making visibility limited beyond 3 meters, only revealing vague silhouettes. The energy here was incredibly dense, far stronger than outside. Jalmar absorbed some energy, feeling pleasant at first, but soon his body began to react restlessly. His skin itched as if something was trying to break through, a sensation similar to eating very spicy food. Moreover, the geocentric fire within him started reacting eagerly, as if it enjoyed this energy. Follow me. I cultivate deeper inside. Stephen interrupted Jalmar's thoughts. All right. Jalmar followed, sensing that the spirit force was still present, advancing alongside them. Was this a mid-stage or late-stage spirit Jamister? Taking a step forward, they encountered more energy, along with resistance, akin to what he had experienced at Spirit Mountain. Noticing Jalmar's calm demeanor, Stephen smiled. Clearly, this man had some experience. Most people would be startled encountering this for the first time. Stay close, Stephen continued. If you can keep up, it shows you're capable, perhaps even able to help me. Chapter 263, Revealing True Form. Jalmer and the others followed along, still managing fairly well. But as they went deeper, their discomfort grew, the resistance increasing. After passing the 500-meter mark, they noticed someone not far ahead in cultivation. Horatio remarked, "Most of those from our sect who have permission to enter here for cultivation practice only make it this far. Not many people can actually get an opportunity to come in. As you've probably sensed, the energy here is extremely volatile." "Yes, a bit," Jalmer agreed, still feeling relatively comfortable as he continued walking while conversing. They advanced several hundred more meters, but found no one else. By now, Ignatius Dashin was beginning to feel quite uncomfortable, finding it increasingly difficult to move forward. "Senior Hank, is this far enough?" Ignatius Dashin asked, having reached his limit. If we want to treat young Eldon's illness, it's best to fully understand the environment he cultivates in. Since he practices inside, it would be best for me to experience it firsthand to make a more accurate assessment. However, if Elder Ignatius believes we shouldn't proceed further, then let's stop here. Ignatius Dashin immediately felt conflicted. "It's fine, continue on. If Elder Ignatius can't handle it, you can stay here or leave," Horatio said. "Don't worry, let them go further. All they'll do is absorb some energy." Zaire other voice sounded in Ignatius Dashin's ears, apparently transmitted from someone above. "Young Eldon and Senior Hank can keep going, while Senior Wu can remain outside to chat with me?" Ignatius Dashin looked at Dovey, reasoning that it wouldn't be wise for the young mountain lord to face two strangers at once. Besides, he had been told that the old man surnamed Wu was a spirit Jamister. "Sure, I couldn't endure much further anyway," Dovey smiled, knowing the host didn't approve. "Senior Hank, please," Horatio gestured, and they continued advancing. Soon, they surpassed the 1-kilometer mark, both still handling it well. "Senior Hank, you are truly remarkable. Very few in our sect can delve this deep into the kilometer mark, yet you're still so composed." "Please, young Eldon. I've just explored more places like this and developed some methods of my own," replied Jalmer modestly. Horatio smiled but kept moving. Such places weren't conquered by mere experience alone. It came down to talent and capability. Zaire, despite his apparent age, how could such talent result in only middle-stage spirit scholar? At 1.5 kilometers, not bad, though the difficulty doubled, they pressed on. 30 minutes later, 2 kilometers. This old man wasn't ordinary. Reaching 2 kilometers was an achievement few in the entire sect could match. 1 hour later, 2.5 kilometers. "I used to practice not far from here," Horatio mentioned. "Then we should continue," Jalmer responded. "Do you have any interest in joining our sect?" Horatio directly proposed recruitment. A person with such talent would be a great asset. What? Jalmer thought he heard incorrectly. Did they want him to join their sect? "I invite you to join our Flame Mountain sect. Do you have any interest?" Horatio repeated. Realizing this time, Jalmer expressed regret. "Thank you, young Eldon. Although I frequently travel outside, I belong to a sect. Our sect Harmon has shown me great kindness, and I cannot betray him." "Is that so?" "Jamesy, I ask which sect you belong to." Jalmer hesitated. "Young Eldon, I hail from a medium-sized sect in the eastern part of Rat Country, one of little renown." "Afraid of possible harm to the sect?" "Forget it. Everyone has their secrets. If he didn't want to disclose it, that was fine." 2 hours had passed, and progress became more challenging. But ahead, someone seemed to be there. Who could it be? Would they pose a threat? Spiritual sense couldn't extend far in this area, and Jalmer only detected their presence now, instantly becoming cautious. 3 kilometers. "Ever since I reached 9th stage spirit scholar, I've cultivated around here," Horatio explained, breathing heavily and removing his face mask. Looking over, Jalmer saw black blood seeping from the rotten sores on Horatio's face, a sign of intense pain, yet a smile persisted. His endurance was remarkable. Jalmer also felt the strong expulsion force. Going deeper would be beyond his capabilities. "Here. Yes, you can try cultivating here to feel what I've experienced." "All right." Jalmer sat down and began cultivating. The surrounding energy surged violently into his body, blending pleasure and pain. Absorbing energy felt good, but the accompanying chaotic itching inside was excruciating, as if cells were bursting. After just a few minutes, he felt like pimples were forming on his face and sores on his skin. Though just a sensation, it was distressing. "How are you feeling, fellow cultivator Hank?" a gravelly voice asked. Jalmer opened his eyes, stood up, and looked towards the source. Finally, the elder appeared. "Father, why are you here?" Horatio bowed respectfully. "To see about my son's treatment. Of course, I need to be present for such a major matter," the Flame Eldon said, scrutinizing Jalmer. "How did a middle-stage spirit scholar manage to come this far?" "This is Senior Hank." Jalmer immediately bowed again. "Senior Hank?" The Eldon circled around Jalmer, his powerful gaze penetrating. He was a 9th stage spirit Jamister, one of the peak powers on this continent. Does he really see through everything? Is this what true mastery looks like? "Young man, reveal your true form. Jameson things can be changed, but some aspects are hard to hide." Jalmer paused. Since the truth was already known, he reverted to his no-elful appearance in an instant. "Forgive me, Eldon. I had to conceal myself out of necessity." Jalmer bowed again, acknowledging his submission. "Forgive me, young Eldon, for any earlier transgressions." He also bowed to Horatio, acknowledging the deception which fortunately had been harmless. Horatio stared wide-eyed. Hell, this guy was younger than him, yet he managed to reach this depth. It hurt his pride deeply. "No matter, if you can cure my son's illness, this will all be forgotten," the Eldon said. "Understood. To ensure young Eldon's safety, I need time to cultivate here and test the method on myself first. If successful, I will then treat young Eldon, minimizing his risk." The Noel spoke firmly, showing no fear. Saying this openly about leveraging benefits was indeed bold. "Agreed," the Eldon conceded. "This translation captures the nuances of the original Chinese text, preserving character names, maintaining tone and style, ensuring natural and fluent English, and ensuring continuity with previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks align with the original text. Hashtag chapter 264, both advance. Do I go over there to practice? Franz pointed to his side. He didn't want to cultivate right under someone's nose. Sure. My cultivation may take some time, and you, Eldon, surely have many duties to attend to, so you can leave. It was difficult to fully concentrate with a top expert nearby. Thinking of dismissing me? Not a chance. The Eldon smiled. I'm not busy. Moreover, nothing is more important than my son's health. His words conveyed how much the young mountain lord meant to him. Franz walked about 10 meters away, fiddled around for a while, then started cultivating. The Eldon's view was obstructed, but he could still sense something happening. The kid was setting up an array or chest-like traps, afraid I'd do something harmful? If I really wanted to harm you, would your shabby array be of any use? What's this? Energy seemed to be converging on him. That's unusual. The energy here was already quite concentrated, yet it was still being drawn in. It made sense that he could draw energy, but for it to converge so quickly was abnormal. The rate of absorption was unbelievable. My son, did you experience this during your previous cultivations? The Eldon asked Horatio, pointing around them. Yes, but never this fast, Horatio replied, equally surprised. What kind of freak is this? Absorbing energy so rapidly. Franz ignored them, focusing on absorbing energy happily. He was now at Spirit Warrior rank 7 and needed a lot of energy. Though pills could provide energy, they cost money, and the amount needed was too large for just a few pills. Despite growing discomfort and the burst of cells within his body, he paid no heed. He needed massive amounts of energy to strengthen himself. More importantly, he had ideas on how to treat Horatio and needed to gain benefits. He sensed the heart fire's affinity for the local energy earlier. Now, as he cultivated, the heart fire absorbed the energy voraciously, making even more energy enter his body. Recalling the heart fire's ability to purify energy, Franz let the absorbed energy flow through it, resulting in very pure energy, devoid of the uncomfortable heat. However, to understand Horatio's condition, he temporarily halted this process. Additionally, the two bracelets on the Noel's wrist greedily absorbed energy from the surroundings. At his location, Franz acted like a black hole, rapidly absorbing surrounding energy. As cultivation continued, he became almost entranced by it. Strong winds whipped up from the rapid convergence of energy. Seeing this, the Eldon's mouth twitched. My cultivation wasn't like this. Something's odd. But as a top expert of the continent, he maintained his dignity and didn't move closer to inspect. Time passed. Soon, 5 hours were gone. Franz felt full, having reached the peak of Spirit Warrior rank 7. He could advance any time, but feared drawing attention to his unusual situation. Standing up, he assessed his internal energy, feeling satisfied. The heart fire and bracelets ceased their absorption, knowing when to stop. When Franz stopped, they did too. With a chuckle, Franz approached Horatio and the Eldon. When the Noel appeared before them, both men were startled. Had he only been cultivating for a few hours? His face was covered in sores. How is it, Hank Shioyo? The Eldon smiled, feigning calmness. I've got some ideas and want to try them out myself, the Noel grinned. We're waiting. Go ahead. But, the Noel hesitated. Speak your mind. I wish to go deeper and set up a private array. You wouldn't mind, Eldon? Everyone has secrets. Are you worried we'll uncover yours, revealing how you heal yourself, essentially, your intellectual property? Indeed, in the world, such concerns are respected. If he doesn't wish to reveal everything, it shouldn't be forced. Go ahead, the Eldon waved his hand. 5 hours have already passed. A little more time won't matter much. Here, you can only absorb some energy. Seeing agreement, the Noel ventured forward for another hour, no longer sensing the Eldon's presence. The isolation effect here was potent. After advancing about 300 meters, Franz stopped, struggling to move further. He deployed several layered arrays. Sitting down, he swallowed 2 cleansing pills, then resumed cultivation. Within 15 minutes, all effects were absorbed, beginning to fight the violent molecules within his cells. Several minutes later, his facial sores improved greatly, though his internal condition had only marginally improved. Next, Franz concocted a mixture of snow lotus petals and detoxifying herbs, consuming it. Several minutes after, his skin was healed, but internally, only half of the damage was mended. Deciding, Franz retrieved a drop of pale blue liquid, his last hope, the Star Energy Aliquid. Ugly name, but fitting. Swallowing the drop, cold energy radiated throughout his body, extinguishing fires and penetrating every cell. Shivering, he began cultivating. After 30 minutes, his aura fluctuated. A few minutes later, a sudden surge. He advanced. So simply, he had advanced to Spirit Warrior rank 8. Ridiculous. Others toil for years, even decades, to advance one rank. This kid took just a few hours. Still icy, Franz dismantled his arrays as the wild energy rushed back, stabilizing his cultivation and balancing his body's ice attributes. Once again centered on Franz, the energy absorption drew a whirlwind detectable even where the Eldon stood. That Zyarizi is cultivating again, the Eldon muttered. After several minutes, the energy movement ceased. Shortly after, Franz reappeared near the Eldon. It felt as if an iceberg moved toward them. The air cooled as the Noel approached. Finally, the Noel arrived, his face clear, emanating cold. Horatio cheered, Brother Hank, did it work? Yeah, Franz nodded, continuing. If the Eldon agrees, we start now? Sure, the Eldon nodded. Eat these and begin cultivating. Franz handed Horatio 2 cleansing pills. After absorbing the effects, some improvement occurred, but minimal, given his long-standing illness. Next, using snow lotus and other herbs, there was more progress. Finally, he administered a drop of Star Energy Aliquid, concealed in water. Neither man saw clearly what it was. Upon swallowing it, Horatio felt like turning into an ice stick, damn cold. Inside his body, The energies clashed, causing intense shaking and suffering. What's happening? Could he be trying to harm my son? The Elden frowned deeply. That shouldn't be the case. There's no reason for him to do that. The Elden restrained himself, but if anything happened to Horatio, this Zairizi would be dead for sure. Zaire hour later, Horatio's aura became extremely unstable, and his breathing grew rapid. Is he about to advance? The Elden was pleased. Several minutes later, there was a tremendous boom, and the air around Horatio shook. Then energy began to fengkang di wang kui chong sen sang zan qir. Edited version. Several minutes later, there was a tremendous boom, and the air around Horatio shook. Then energy started surging into Horatio's body in a frenzy. This edit ensures that the sentence reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. It maintains consistency in terminology and style. Horatio has advanced. What's going on? Surely they aren't planning to harm my son? The Mountain Lord frowned deeply. It didn't make sense. There was no reason for them to cause him harm. The Mountain Lord held back, but if anything were to happen to Horatio, this Zaire Z would be dead for sure. Zaire hour later, Horatio's condition became extremely unstable, and his breathing grew rapid. Is he about to advance in rank? The Mountain Lord felt a surge of joy. After about 10 minutes, there was a loud pop, and the air around Horatio seemed to vibrate. Then, energy began crazily surging into his body. Horatio had advanced. Horatio has advanced. Note: James maintaining coherence with the previous content, it is inferred that Horatio is experiencing an unexpected advancement in cultivation due to the effects of the star energy aliquid and other treatments provided by Franz. Chapter 265. Stephen's tribulation. Staring at the scene before him, the Elden didn't quite know what to say. There was only happiness, pure and simple. This Hank Zairizi was truly remarkable. Not only had he cured his son, but he had also helped him advance in cultivation. Looking at Jalmer now, the Elden felt an extra affection. How wonderful it would be if he could stay. Perhaps they should consider ways to persuade him. If he stays, wouldn't our sect produce more experts? What if he refuses? Won't that benefit other sects instead? The Elden couldn't help frowning as he thought. Meanwhile, Stephen was stabilizing his newfound strength. Here, the energy was so rich that he didn't even need medicinal pills. He just needed to immerse himself fully in cultivation and absorb as much as possible. Despite Stephen's recent advancement, the Elden watched him with palpable anxiety. Just a moment ago, he had been worrying about his son's condition. Now, not only was he healed, but he had also achieved a breakthrough. Alafi was indeed unpredictable. Half an hour later, Stephen finished his cultivation and stood up. He bowed deeply to Jalmer. Thank you, Brother Hank. They were now on familiar terms. My son, how are you feeling? Are your previous ailments completely gone? The Elden asked eagerly, looking at Stephen. Father, everything is fine now. I feel perfectly healthy, better than ever. If I hadn't healed, I wouldn't have advanced either, Stephen smiled, waving his hand casually. With a loud boom, the surrounding energy began swirling rapidly. The Elden turned back to Jalmer with a smile. Young friend Hank, I really can't thank you enough. If you have any requests, just say it. As long as it's within my power, no problem. The Elden speaks too highly. This is all due to fate, the Wilfred replied, pondering what benefits he should ask for. Gratitude is necessary, but now that my son has advanced to a spirit Jamister, we must hold a grand banquet to celebrate. Come along. The Elden was overjoyed. He would think about retaining him later. For now, celebration came first. Father. Stephen frowned slightly. Why? Advancing to spirit Jamister is a huge benefit. Why aren't you happy? Advancement is great, but my brothers might not be pleased. Stephen sent a mental message to his father. Oh right. They are in competition, but this can't be kept secret anyway. Well, let's have a smaller celebration just with us, your mother included. Let's go. I have a question, Jalmer suddenly spoke up. What? Don't worry. Your reward won't be forgotten. Does young lord have any unusual occurrences when advancing to spirit warrior? Advancing to spirit warrior, there are phenomena, the Elden responded after some thought. Wasn't it common for geniuses to experience phenomena during advancement? Is young lord the youngest spirit Jamister in your sect? The Elden reflected. Yes, indeed. My son is exceptionally talented and works hard. This Elden loves praising his son. As they say, tigers do not spawn dogs. Praising the son is indirectly praising the father. But I'm concerned that young lord may face heavenly punishment when leaving. Ah, yes. How did I forget that in my excitement? However, he can only bear it himself. Odd. Does Zairizi know about heavenly punishment? Could he have faced it when he advanced to spirit warrior? Although my son experienced phenomena, he didn't face heavenly punishment. The Elden sized up Jalmer again. Did this Zairizi encounter heavenly punishment? That would be impressive. No worries, I can handle it, Stephen said confidently, gripping his right hand with a loud boom, radiating immense power like thunder. Fine. I've reminded you. You're handling it from here on out. You're a genius after all. Stephen, take these items. If you do face heavenly punishment, they might be useful. The Elden handed Stephen a storage ring containing array stones, divine talismans, weapons, etc. These could provide some protection against heavenly punishment. Thank you, father. Stephen took the items, examining them while walking, eager to master their use before exiting the cave. At their level, learning to use such items was relatively easy. The group headed towards the cave entrance. Soon, Dovey and Ignatius Dashin appeared before them. Elden, Ignatius Dashin, hurriedly greeted upon seeing the Elden there. Let's go. Oh, who is this? The Elden asked, noticing Dovey. This is Aster, who came with adult Hank. This is our Elden, Ignatius Dashin quickly introduced. Dovey immediately greeted, recognizing a top-tier powerhouse of the continent. He hadn't expected such good fortune just days into accompanying that old man. Wait, where's old Hank? Didn't they kill him? Cold sweat broke out on his back before the joy had fully set in. Aster, shall we go? Jalmer spoke up, knowing Dovey's concern. Dovey stared at Jalmer. Who is this Zyrezi? I am old Hank. No need to stare so wide-eyed, Jalmer sent mentally to Dovey. The Elden led the way, followed closely by Steven. Zyrezi, why are you sending messages? Do you have secrets? Does Aster not know your true identity? That's odd, since you came together. Forget it, it's none of my business. My son's advancement is the priority. A few minutes later, they reached the cave entrance. The Elden walked out first, then turned to look at Steven. Steven paused at the entrance, took a deep breath, and stepped out. No reaction? Am I not a genius? Why no response? He continued stepping forward. Jalmer and others also emerged. Strange, didn't he experience phenomena when advancing to Spirit Warrior? Nothing seems to be happening. Jalmer furrowed his brow. Everyone was puzzled, waiting expectantly, but nothing happened. Seeing that the Elden wasn't leaving, Ignatius Dashin asked hesitantly, Elden, are we not leaving? The carriage is still over there. The flying mounts were already waiting nearby. Just wait. Just as the Elden spoke, dark clouds began gathering overhead. Dashin, enter Flame Mountain and tell everyone inside not to come out, regardless of any commotion outside, the Elden ordered. Ignatius Dashin complied, wondering about the Elden's actions. Plus, why did the weather change so suddenly? The Elden also sent a mental command, Elder Dane, seal off the surrounding area, prevent anyone from getting close and intercept anyone within 5 miles. At this moment, Jalmer sensed an energy fluctuation retreat, the person who had been watching him in the shadows. The clouds above finally churned into a storm, rumbling with ominous thunder. From the time they exited the cave to now, barely a minute had passed, yet it felt like night had fallen. A few seconds later, a bolt of lightning struck as imagined. Dovey and Jalmer watched from 10 meters away, exchanging mental messages. Dovey felt somewhat dejected, realizing Zyrezi had been hiding things. He was just a troublemaker. The Elden watched Steven anxiously. Then Steven went through a similar tribulation that Jalmer had faced during his advancement to Spirit Warrior. The power seemed equivalent, yet it was still awe-inspiring. With Steven's cultivation and the treasures he carried, he quickly and safely passed through. Note: I've maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks throughout the translation to ensure consistency with the provided text. Chapter 266, Seeking Favor. When Steven had just advanced, he was originally in high spirits and full of energy. However, due to the tribulation crossing, he still sustained some injuries and was currently meditating to recover. The Mountain Lord watched over him nearby, providing protection. Does Old Mountain Grandpa not reward anything for advancing? Franz Tong looked up at the sky. Dovey glanced at Franz Tong. What's wrong with you? He's recovering from his advancement. What are you looking at? Wu Senior, Franz Tong spoke up, changing his form of address. When you first became a Spirit Jamister, was there anything special? Became a Spirit Jamister? Dovey frowned. There wasn't anything particularly special, just a bit more fanfare compared to minor advancements. Only more fanfare? Yeah, not like this young Mountain Lord's celestial tribulation. My talent is average and can't be compared to you prodigies. Modest, becoming a Spirit Jamister on this continent already makes one an exceptional genius. But comparing to someone who advances before 20, it's indeed tough. So, Franz Tong was about to say something when suddenly a beam of light shone down from the sky. The two focused their eyes and saw that the bright light fell directly onto Steven's head. Steven's body stiffened as his wounds rapidly healed, visible even to the naked eye. Then shimmering light rained down from the sky, which was the energy rain Franz Tong had been waiting for. Sure enough, this guy has good talent, but he seems slightly less impressive than me. Franz Tong secretly rejoiced. The Mountain Lord also noticed and quickly approached, stepping into the energy rain to happily absorb it. This would disappear once it hit the ground. Not absorbing it would be a waste. Hank Jr., Wu fellow cultivator, both of you come in. This is the energy rain, very beneficial for cultivation. The Mountain Lord shouted at the guests. It's like giving them a favor without cost. Dovey looked at Franz Tong, waiting for the boy to speak since all this was brought about by this Zaire Tong. Besides, he was serving as a guard. Go, don't let such energy go to waste. With these words, he flashed into the range of the energy rain. Dovey hurriedly followed. Such opportunities were rare. Half an hour later, the energy rain stopped and Steven stood up. At this point, Franz Tong felt much improvement in his internal chi. Such rewards after a celestial tribulation were powerful, effective, and free of side effects. What every cultivator dreams of. Dovey experienced this for the first time, cursing inwardly how lucky it was to follow this Hank-named kid. Thank you, Brother Hank, and thank you, Father. Steven bowed towards both of them upon standing. This is the result of your own efforts, Franz Tong smiled. Ha ha ha, my son has officially become a Spirit Jamister. We should have a grand celebration. Oh no, just a small one. The Mountain Lord laughed loudly. Dasha, let's go, he called out to the flaming cave again. Ignatius Dashin immediately came out and summoned the mount. They all boarded and took off, heading towards Steven's previous residence. Sitting in the carriage on the back of the mount, they observed the crowd below continuously gathering towards the flame cave, attracted by the anomaly, but kept at a distance. Soon, they arrived at where they had met Steven earlier. Landing, the Mountain Lord spoke a few words to Ignatius Dashin before walking into the room. 2 things today. One is to celebrate my son joining the ranks of Spirit Jamesters, and the other is to thank junior friend Hank for his great favor, the Mountain Lord said while walking in. Franz Tong smiled but didn't speak. What kind of favor should he ask for? Why does the Mountain Lord still feel soul power sweeping over from outside? Suddenly, the Mountain Lord's soul power oscillated, causing someone outside to grunt in pain and spit blood. The Elden is here, yet you dare to probe? He shouted outward after the oscillation, voice not loud but echoing far. The outsiders quickly flew away. Why stay here and court death? I exist, you know, the Mountain Lord said angrily, continuing. My son should be careful in the future. Your brothers aren't well-intentioned. Chionger understands, Steven replied. Used to being spied on. given that the Mountain Lord loved him most and his talent was highest, making others jealous. After a moment, Ignatius Dashan brought in a group of girls holding plates of various dishes. After the food was placed on the table, another beautiful woman entered. "My son has advanced to a spirit Jamister," she asked the Mountain Lord with a smile. Ah, the Mountain Lord's wife. But her cultivation seemed low, only at the early stage of a spirit practitioner. Franz Tong couldn't help but wonder how such a top powerhouse's wife could have such low cultivation. Unless, James Saib afraid absorbing too much energy would harm her health or make her appear ugly. He started to think maliciously. The Mountain Lord really did harm people. Noticing the expressions of the two guests, the Mountain Lord stood up. "Yes, Stephen has advanced. Please sit, madam. These are junior friend Hank and fellow cultivator Wu. Stephen's advancement is thanks to their assistance." He mentioned the Wilfred first, indicating a higher status. The woman greeted quickly. "Thank you both. My son has been plagued by illness for a long time, but you cured him in a day, greatly appreciated." "James, damn, you're too polite," Franz Tong responded with a bow. Everyone sat down, and Stephen emerged from the rear room, changed into clean clothes, presenting himself as a breathtakingly handsome Noel. "Damn, so beautiful?" Even Franz Tong felt a tinge of envy. "My son really is well," the woman hurried over, examining Stephen thoroughly, touching his face, confirming he was indeed fine. "All better, mother. Thanks to brother Hank." Turning around, she walked to Franz Tong, handing over a storage ring. "Thank you, junior friend Hank. Please accept this humble gift." The Wilfred's mouth twitched as he stood up hastily. "Is it too soon?" "James, damn, you're too kind. Junior friend Hank, if you don't mind, please accept it. It's a token of her gratitude," the Mountain Lord said. "Well, okay, thank you, James, damn." Then came the feast. After the banquet, the Mountain Lord spoke up again. "Junior friend Hank, any requests? I'll do my best to fulfill them." "So direct?" Franz Tong smiled. He had already planned this. "If it's convenient, I'd like to cultivate in the Flaming Cave for a few days. Of course, if you feel it's inappropriate as I'm not a disciple of the sect, it's all right. Of course it's convenient. Go wherever you want." Zairi, other requests? Being allowed into the Flaming Cave is more than enough. How can I dare ask for more? How about fellow cultivator Wu? Eldon speaks too highly. I am merely Hank Young Jamister's guard. Also, I did little to help with young Eldon's illness, so I dare not request anything. Only hope to stay near the cave entrance when Hank Young Jamister enters. Dovey knew his place, but staying at the cave entrance for cultivation wouldn't be bad either. Good guard. Fearing I might mistreat their Hank Young Jamister or something. The Mountain Lord smiled. All right. Translation provided while maintaining original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks as per the Chinese text. Hashtag chapter 267, gathering gossip. Today has been tiring as well. Why don't you rest first, young friend Hank? We can visit the Flame Cave tomorrow. The Eldon looked at Jalmer and said. Whatever the Eldon arranges is fine by me, the Wilfred smiled. Since you've already spoken, what choice do I have? Oh, this is for you, young friend. The Eldon then handed a badge over. Jalmer took the badge and inspected it. It resembled their sect badge somewhat. This is our Consultant Elder badge, the Eldon explained. A Consultant Elder badge? I've never heard of such a thing before. Does Xianyao Valley have these? These are specially made for individuals who are not our disciples but have outstanding abilities and friendly relations with us. They're similar to benefactors in mortal families. Oh, benefactors, now I get it. With this badge, you can freely enter our sect. Registration is still required, of course. You can also access some of our sect's sacred cultivation areas. Thank you very much, Eldon. The Wilfred hurriedly thanked him. This thing is actually quite valuable. Who would have thought he would become an elder, even if just nominally, of a top-tier sect? Dasha, have you prepared accommodations for young friend Hank? Yes, it's ready. Ignatius Dasha hurried over. Do you want to rest now, young friend? Sure, thank you, Eldon. Young friend Hank, please follow me. Ignatius Dasha gestured politely. I'll come along too. Stephen also stood up. All right, let's go. The Eldon smiled. This Noel knows his manners. The arranged accommodation was not far from Stephen's place, only a few hundred meters away. They walked into the room, which was well decorated. How does it feel here, brother Hank? Stephen asked with a smile. Good, very good. Jalmer had never stayed in such a luxurious place before. He couldn't be more satisfied. Brother Hank, if you need anything, just tell the staff or come find me directly. Got it. After chatting for a while, Stephen bid farewell and left. Hank Xiao, are you planning to enter the Flame Cave tomorrow? Dovey asked. Of course. I can only stay for a few days to cultivate before leaving. I can't stay here indefinitely. The Flame Mountain is a top-tier sect in Rat Country. Have you considered their invitation? Receiving an invitation from a high-ranking sect is many people's dream. No, I'm already part of a sect. If I join them, my master might kill me. Well, that's it. I'm going to rest now. Okay. So, they each entered a room. Dovey did what he pleased, while Jalmer went into night mode, refining pills and cultivating. There were people monitoring outside, but no problem. I'll just isolate myself. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Stephen came by inviting them to breakfast. Breakfast naturally included some energy-rich food. The taste wasn't bad, but it contained a little bit of that effect, itchy sensation, but only a little. It seems that beneficial items here all carry a bit of that substance. After breakfast, Jalmer was ready to head to the Flame Cave. Stephen also said he would accompany them, so they rode on the flying mount again. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Flame Cave, Dovey said, Young Jamister Hank, I won't go inside. I'll stay here. If anything happens, come out and find me. Got it. Stephen didn't say much. This had been agreed upon the previous day. He wouldn't take it upon himself to allow entry. After entering the Flame Cave, Jalmer remarked, Youthful lord, you're already a spirit Jamister. If anything serious happens, I might not be able to help you anymore. It's fine. I understand. Before, I got stuck at the Spirit Adept stage due to excessive cultivation. Now that I'm a Spirit Jamister, things won't escalate that fast. Just being cautious should suffice. Look at my father. He's a 9th rank Spirit Jamister and fine, right? That's true. Jalmer replied. But how did the Elden achieve this? Since he could smoothly reach 9th rank Spirit Jamister, why was Steven stuck at 9th rank Spirit Adept? Strange. After some thought, Jalmer decided to ask, Youthful Lord, may I ask you a question? Hank brother, can you stop calling me Youthful Lord? Just call me Steven. Sure, brother Steven, Jalmer smiled. He was casual as long as the other party didn't mind. Hank brother, ask anything. As long as it's not a sect secret, it's fine. Got it. Do you have many Spirit Jamesters in your sect? If this is a sect secret, forget I asked. Not really a secret. There are quite a few, around 30 to 40. Jameside more, because some old-timers haven't appeared in years. My father knows the exact number. Indeed, a top-tier sect is a top-tier sect. Xianyao Valley should have a similar number. Jalmer nodded. Why did they break through smoothly to Spirit Jamister while you got stuck at 9th rank Spirit Adept? Shouldn't your talent be better than most of theirs? That, Steven hesitated. Seeing Steven's hesitant expression, the Wilfred smiled. No worries, if it troubles you, forget it. I was just curious. In fact, this isn't much of a secret. If it's not a secret, why the hesitation? Something odd is going on. I just don't know how to put it. Steven thought for a moment and continued. Did you notice my mother's cultivation level? Yes, she's a low-rank spirit practitioner, Jalmer replied frankly. Don't you think it's strange that a top-tier sex Harmon married someone at the low-rank spirit practitioner level? Jalmer remained silent, waiting for Steven to continue. My father has many wives, and my mother is just one of them. The others are also low-rank spirit practitioners. Similarly, almost all our sect's Spirit Jamesters have multiple spouses, and their spouses are mostly low-rank spirit practitioners. This was indeed peculiar. They need their spouses to detoxify them. Is that so? Yes, during cultivation, they accumulate toxins from unique energies here. Through special cultivation techniques practiced with their spouses, the toxins are transferred to the spouses, who then use another special technique to expel them. To think such cultivation techniques exist. Is there true love here? Are lower-rank cultivators just detox tools? Jalmer's eyes widened. The world is full of strange wonders. I refused to do this. At that time, I overexerted myself and ran into issues. I was too confident. Without Brother Hank's help, I might not have survived. This guy isn't bad. He actually considers others' feelings. This gossip was quite enlightening. The two chatted as they walked deeper into the flame cave. Chapter 268. 9th rank Spirit Scholar. What about that female cultivator with exceptional talent? Jalmer suddenly asked another question, too nosy, but he was genuinely curious. A male cultivator having multiple wives made sense. Rich people in the secular world often did this, but one woman marrying multiple husbands was something he had never heard of. Steven couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Who is this person asking anything and everything? But he still replied, there are very few female spirit masters among us. We only have 3. The key point is that the adverse effects of this energy on women are much less severe, though it still has some impact. So, when they reach a certain level, they leave our territory to cultivate elsewhere. It's indeed a solution. Energies in other places don't have such side effects. Our few female spirit masters also broke through outside before returning. Some who left never came back. Due to this energy issue, we've lost many talented females. That's true. Energies elsewhere are far better. The spirit mountains and lakes in Xianyao Valley are incredibly advantageous. If one is a prodigy, they can get resources and attention anywhere. This flame mountain might be at a disadvantage, but thinking about it, maybe not entirely, as it attracts more male cultivators. Everything has its pros and cons. The two continued their journey deeper into the flame cave, absorbing energy while walking. A strange phenomenon occurred. Behind them, an energy trail appeared like a tail, similar to the wake left by a speedboat on a river. Finally, they arrived at Steven's usual cultivation spot. Brother Steven, how do you feel now? Isn't it much easier than before? Jalmer laughed. Easier? Brother Hank makes it sound simple. This was my limit for cultivation before. Now that I've advanced to Spirit Master, I can go deeper by perhaps 200 meters. Is Brother Steven planning to cultivate today? Of course, we should seize this golden opportunity without wasting time. That's indeed wise. Then I'll stay here to cultivate. Brother Hank, please make yourself at home. Steven knew that Zyarizi didn't like others around during his cultivation sessions. Alright, then I'll go over there. After Brother Steven finishes, there's no need to call me. I'll come out after my session ends. Good. Jalmer nodded and walked sideways. The Noel proceeded several hundred meters until he could no longer sense Steven, then went even deeper into the flame cave. His previous breakthrough happened around 3,300 meters, and this time he stopped at 3,500 meters. This was close to his limit. Going further would make it hard to focus on cultivation. He set up multiple isolation arrays, but not enough to block the energy flow. Then he sat down, carefully checking his surroundings. No one else. He began absorbing energy intensely. This time, instead of letting the energy directly enter every cell of his body, he directed all absorbed energy through the heart fire for thorough purification, avoiding additional processing efforts on his part. Energy once again converged towards Jalmer, and his body greedily absorbed it while his chi source slowly grew denser. Time seemed to stand still. Sitting with closed eyes, motionless, the Noel kept absorbing energy, most of which was taken in by him. He remained in this state for a whole day. At this moment, the Noel felt deeply satisfied. Standing up, he stretched his limbs. It was time to refine pills. The abundant energy here would enhance the efficacy of the pills, though there were some side effects, none of which affected him. After refining several batches of pills and feeling a bit fatigued, he took some soul-gathering pills to rest and then resumed refining. Later, he practiced breaking sky staff technique, 10,000 peaks art, and even tried out the war god art given by Havelock. The movements stirred up the surrounding energy wildly. Fortunately, he was deep within the flame cave where hardly anyone ventured except for a Lottle Eldon Stephen, who left after less than a day due to concerns about his health condition. In just 3 days, the Noel noticed the energy here becoming noticeably thinner. Had he absorbed so much himself? No, it was also due to his companions and the 2 teachers inside the bracelet absorbing much as well. Absorbing too much energy, the Noel felt signs of advancement approaching. The energy here was exceptionally dense. It's been 3 days, time to take a break. He got some food prepared earlier. After eating, intending to take a stroll, he sensed his heart fire reacting as if sensing something, trying to move in a certain direction. What's happening? His heart fire had absorbed quite a lot of energy recently, becoming more powerful. Something must be attracting it. The Noel took out the heart fire, making it hover above his palm. To his surprise, it floated deeper into the cave. Following hesitantly, he couldn't go too far. It moved slowly to allow him to keep up. After an hour, he reached a depth of 3,600 meters, and advancing further became unbearably difficult. The heart fire seemed disappointed, unable to reach any further despite its best efforts. It swayed slightly and entered his body again. Underestimating me? The Noel frowned. Continue cultivating. Damn it. Being underestimated is unacceptable. From the small jade gourd, he extracted a drop of star energy aliquid. His body felt overheated, needing to cool down. Moreover, this substance was energy-rich, although scarce and free. Why waste it? Swallowing it, icy energy spread throughout his body from his stomach, causing him to shiver, followed by intense cultivation. After consuming all the star energy aliquid, minor rashes on his body disappeared. He started absorbing energy from the cave again. A day later, with a soft pop, he advanced to 9th rank Spirit Scholar, continuing to absorb energy to stabilize his cultivation. 2 hours later, he ceased cultivation. Advancing too quickly wasn't good. It needed to settle. Meanwhile, his heart fire seemed active again. He released it once more. The heart fire flashed, emitting a beefed sound, then floated forward. Following the floating fire, 2 hours later, he moved another 300 meters. There was a shining object ahead. Another flame? Chapter 269, Devouring the Flames. Jalmer squinted his eyes, and 2 flashes of light emerged. But he still couldn't see clearly what was glowing as the energy here was too dense, obstructing his vision. The Noel closed his eyes, letting his mental power radiate out. It seems like a square meter of flame. That big? How am I supposed to collect it? First things first, I'll get closer. It's really frustrating not knowing how to collect it before getting it. The Noel followed the heart fire, advancing forward. Damn, this is difficult. To conserve some stamina, Jalmer took out the heaven-breaking staff and continued advancing using the method he used in the profound medicine valley on Spirit Mountain. As they advanced deeper, it became hotter. Sweat drenched the Noel's clothes. Fortunately, Jalmer had always been with fire, and that fire was always within him, so heat tolerance wasn't an issue. After an hour, the Noel finally saw clearly what was glowing. It was indeed a ball of fire. The heat was intense. It was right in front of him, flickering now and then. By this point, they were probably 4,000 meters deep into the flame cave. The heart fire in front of Jalmer also flickered, emitting poochie-poochie sounds as if very pleased. Do you two have a connection? There must be some purpose for bringing me here. Suddenly, the flame on the ground swayed, seemingly trying to escape but unable to move. The heart fire suddenly flashed and came beside the flame, circling it once before disappearing into the flame without warning. The flame on the ground flickered even more intensely, suddenly growing several times larger, up to 3 square meters. Ignatiously, Jalmer reacted quickly, or else some of his hair would have burned. This Irezi flashed a few meters away. The fire was indeed dangerous. This thing can grow bigger? Then the flame alternated between large and small sizes, seeming very distressed, wanting to escape but unable to do so. After half an hour of struggle, the flame finally calmed down, detaching from the ground and floating toward Jalmer. This is heart fire. Stronger heart fire. Jalmer could sense that this heart fire had accompanied him for quite some time. There was no mistake. When the flame reached Jalmer, it slowly shrank. After a few seconds, it was only a few centimeters in size, consistent with the usual heart fire. However, it felt stronger now, almost hotter. The Noel sensed the surroundings. The temperature had dropped significantly, and the energy concentration had also decreased. Did my heart fire devour the previous flame? It must be. The heart fire suddenly flickered again, drifting sideways instead of deeper, at a slow speed. Is there something else? The Noel was puzzled, but continued following. There was no need to go deeper, or give it his all. Surprisingly, after moving several kilometers, not deeper but faster, Jalmer could keep up. After covering around 3 kilometers, another flame appeared, similar to the one the heart fire had devoured earlier. After another struggle, the heart fire devoured this flame too. After a brief pause, the heart fire floated sideways again. Damn, this flame cave is an excellent place for enhancing heart fire. Just how many such flames are there? If it keeps devouring like this, can heart fire rival celestial fire? Jalmer grew increasingly excited. If the flame eventually matches celestial fire, whether for refining pills or attacking enemies, its power will increase dramatically. Would refining pills become easier? When I wasn't yet a spirit master, I managed to refine 3rd grade pills and achieve top-tier status as a 3rd rank pill refiner. Haha, thinking about it made Jalmer laugh aloud. The moment the Noel laughed, the flame paused slightly. Damn, is this flame sentient? Why does it react to me? Is this good or bad? What if it doesn't listen to me in the future? Just as he was rejoicing, worry set in, proving his mood to be quite changeable. Sure enough, after another 3 kilometers, another flame appeared. Thus, the Noel continued following the flames, merging a total of 9 flames. After devouring 9 flames, the heart fire stopped floating. Jalmer extended his hand, and the flame shrunk, hovering above his palm. Much stronger now, the flame had deepened in color, almost black-red. The Noel sensed for a while, observed for a bit, and then stored it inside his body. Upon entering his body, the flame made him feel hot internally, while externally he felt chill due to the temperature difference. After adapting for a few minutes, the Noel sensed the external environment. The temperature and energy concentration had both decreased significantly. It seemed everything had contributed to his heart fire. What a haul. The Noel couldn't hide his joy. Let's leave. The flame cave has changed considerably. I wonder if the Mountain Lord will have any objections. Regardless, one problem at a time. Jalmer quickly exited, soon reaching the edge. Following the perimeter, he reached the entrance in no time. As the Noel appeared outside the entrance, Dovey felt a wave of heat coming his way. Has young Jamester Hank come out of seclusion? Wu Sr. is joking. Jalmer smiled at Dovey. Dovey stepped back, saying, You've been eating fire inside. It's so hot. Hot? Not really. Look at the grass next to you. It's scorched by your heat. The Noel looked down. Damn, it was true. The grass near his feet was drying rapidly. He quickly retracted the heat into his body. Young Jamester, your cultivation seems to have improved significantly. Really? Just a minor advancement to 5th grade Spirit Scholar. Jalmer hurriedly acted. Even if inspected now, it would show 5th grade Spirit Scholar. Dovey's mouth twitched. 5th grade Spirit Scholar? Seems strong. How long have I been inside? 6 days. 6 days? I originally planned 5 days. 6 days it is. We should prepare to bid farewell to the Mountain Lord. It's time to leave. Yes, the young Mountain Lord's illness is cured, and I gained substantial benefits. Why wait any longer? At this moment, a wave of energy approached. Both raised their heads to see a flying mount approaching. Soon, the mount landed. Eldon and Stephen were there. Congratulations, young friend Hank. The Mountain Lord smiled. Congratulations, brother Hank. Stephen also smiled. They must have noticed his cultivation improvement. Jalmer bowed to the Mountain Lord. I owe this to you, Eldon. Otherwise, who knows when I would have advanced. You deserve it, the Mountain Lord smiled. Though I'm curious what method you use to lower the flame cave's temperature and reduce its energy content. Thankfully, it seems disciples can now go deeper. Yes, I just practiced as usual. Alright, no worries. Let's have a feast to celebrate. Thank you, Eldon. Translation ends here. Chapter 270, Jamesters Beyond. The group immediately mounted their rides and flew towards Horatio's residence. Zaire other lavish meal followed. Afterward, the mountain Jamester handed a storage ring to Jalmer with a smile, saying, No need for thanks. If you don't mind, please accept these. The Noel was taken aback for a moment before extending his hand to receive it. Thank you, Mountain Jamester. I would rather not be so formal. Though he spoke this way, his heart was filled with delight at the continuous favors. However, he did not know what was inside the ring. It wouldn't be polite to check immediately, so he simply put it away. Brother Hank, what are your plans afterward? If there's nothing pressing, why don't you stay and enjoy our hospitality for a while? After troubling you for several days, I can't intrude further. Plus, I do have other matters to attend to, so I plan to leave today, Jalmer replied with a laugh. Leaving today? So soon? Yes, I'm out here for training. I can't stay here all the time. There are still places I haven't visited, and my master gave me limited time. I fear being late and facing punishment. I didn't think Brother Hank was so fearful of your master. You mentioned you're from a mid-tier sect, so your master shouldn't be that formidable, right? My master is at the 9th rank Spirit Warrior level. He's very powerful. That's true. While the Mountain Jamester said this, he pondered inwardly, is a 9th rank Spirit Warrior really that strong? Perhaps within Spirit Warriors, but my son Horatio is a top-tier genius who surpassed 9th rank before you did. How could your 9th rank master be stronger than you? Who am I kidding? Brother Hank, Horatio spoke up. Jalmer turned to look at him. Horatio has a request. Would you consider granting it? Speak your mind, brother Horatio. This puzzled Jalmer. What else could there be? I'd like to train outside with you. Would that be convenient? Train with me? What's going on? He's already a Spirit Jamester. Why would he need to train with a mere Spirit Warrior like me? Is Brother Hank unwilling? The Noel was at a loss for words. If Brother Hank finds it inconvenient, I won't force you. Jalmer hesitated. Refusing a lesser mountain master's request felt impolite. The place we're heading might be perilous. For someone of your status, it could be too dangerous. No danger, no challenge. Why practice if you fear danger? If you look down on me, then there's nothing more to say. Not that. We're headed to the Death Valley, rumored to be an extremely dangerous place. Death Valley? You're going there? Horatio's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yes. Mountain Jamester, what do you think? Jalmer looked at the Mountain Jamester, hoping he would object to sending his son into danger. The Mountain Jamester smiled. Without experiencing life and death, how can one achieve great things? Fearful now, how will he compete with his elder brothers later? If you don't mind, let him go with you. Seems they've already made their decision and just informed me. Agreeing or not doesn't matter anymore. All right. The Noel had to agree. Shall we leave now? Dovey asked. Let's. Jalmer nodded. Now he was truly in charge. Enjoying this newfound status wasn't bad either. The Mountain Jamesters summoned their mounts, and they set off without even preparing luggage. It seemed Horatio had prepared everything beforehand. They quickly reached the sect's main gate. As they dismounted, Jalmer sensed many powerful presences around them. Brother Hank, I won't send you far. Please come again when you have the time. Flame Mountain always welcomes you. The Mountain Jamester bowed. Of course. Jalmer called forth his own mount, the Crimson Blood Wolf looking even more majestic after benefiting greatly from the Flame Cave. At this moment, an elder approached Horatio. Gareth, you came to see me off? Young Jamester, I'll be going with you. What, going together? Horatio, you're old enough to venture out. You can't stay protected forever. Gareth turned to the Mountain Jamester, uncertain. The Mountain Jamester hesitated, then decided, let him fend for himself. We can help for a while, but not forever. Thank you, father. Thank you, Gareth. Horatio and Dovey summoned their mounts and bid farewell to everyone before speeding away. After half an hour, Gareth also followed them, covertly providing protection. The mountain Jamester laughed, letting them be. Horatio is grown up and needs to experience the world. Training with that Jalmer should benefit him. But that Jalmer, hard to read. Now, the three were racing ahead. Brother Hank, your mount is so impressive. Can I ride it sometime? Brother Horatio, as a young master of a top sect, haven't you seen better mounts than mine? Ayo. The Crimson Blood Wolf howled, seemingly protesting against Jalmer's remark. You insult me like this? Brother Hank, can we head south for a while? Horatio suggested again. South. I fear my father will still send people to follow us. Jamesk since. They stopped to consult a map and planned a route. Southwest first, then west, finally north. Hours passed, with breaks in between. By nightfall, they reached the edge of a vast mountain range. Let's camp here for the night. What do you think? Whatever you decide, young Jamester, Dovey promptly agreed. As Brother Hank wishes. Naturally, Jalmer was the Harmon of this trio. Fine, let's find some food first, then a cave. A fragrant aroma wafted from a mountain cave about 15 minutes later. That night passed uneventfully. The next morning, as they were preparing to leave the cave, there are several powerful cultivators nearby, possibly stronger than the two of you. Jalmer received a message from Cheviangma. Hashtag chapter 271. One more. Brother Hank, what's wrong? Seeing Franz Tong stop, Stephen asked in puzzlement. There's a powerful expert outside. Zaire expert? Stephen and Dovey immediately started sensing the area. There was nothing out of the ordinary. There seemed to be some spirit adepts and spirit Jamesters. Seems like one is an early stage spirit Jamester. Jamester Hank, it's just one spirit Jamester and a few spirit adepts. You don't need to worry. I'm here. Dovey said proudly. Brother Stephen, do you have quite a few opposing forces within your esteemed sect? Yeah, a few. My older brothers see me as a competitor. Father favors me particularly, and they fear I might snatch their positions. After a brief pause, Stephen continued, actually, I don't want to be a mountain lord at all, but they fear my father passing down his position to me. Previously, I hadn't broken through to Spirit Jamester, but a few days ago, I broke through. They must know by now. So I've once again become a major threat to them. It seems having too much talent isn't always a good thing, the Wilfred sighed with feeling. He had also faced similar issues, being targeted by many people. How are your brothers' current cultivation levels? Franz Tong asked. Those ambitious ones are already early-stage Spirit Jamesters, but they're all over 30 years old. But even if they wanted to deal with me, they likely wouldn't move against me personally. They have elders supporting them. Brother Stephen, can you handle mid-stage Spirit Jamesters? Brother Hank, are you joking? There aren't any mid-stage Spirit Jamesters outside either. Franz Tong looked at him without speaking. If these really are from Flaming Mountain, they won't dare fully confront me unless it's absolutely necessary. If they hold back, I might be able to delay one. If not from Flaming Mountain, that's another story. I've just advanced to Spirit Jamester after all. Just advancing to Spirit Jamester is no big deal. The issue is that you're not an ordinary Spirit Jamester, and you definitely have a lot of treasures on you. As for Senior Wu? Me? I'm just a level 1 Spirit Jamester. Against a 3rd level early stage, maybe I can put up a fight. Against a mid-stage Spirit Jamester? Too flattering to think so. Aren't you supposed to be my guard? To be your guard means I'll protect you with all my strength, but I can't guarantee success. Don't worry, though, they'll have to get past me first before hurting you. That sounds reasonable. If we really face a powerful expert soon, use our treasures right away. Brother Stephen handles the toughest, then Senior Wu, and I'll take care of the rest. Stephen twitched his lips. What do you mean I should take the toughest? Who made you the young Eldon? The people outside must be from Flaming Mountain. They won't outright try to kill you or go all out initially. They fear revealing themselves. If they're truly from Flaming Mountain, can we use lethal force? Franz Tong asked Stephen. They've come to challenge us, so there's no point holding back, the young Eldon replied. Though he might not have killed before, he had seen enough battles to understand the stakes. Indeed, let's go, Franz Tong said more decisively now. Having faced combat before, he knew it was crucial to act when enemies appeared. The array was dismantled, and the trio walked out slowly, with 3 people on their side and experts on the other side. Sneaking away wasn't easy. Exiting the cave, the energy fluctuations intensified. They saw several masked figures looking towards them. Franz Tong scanned them and said, Friends, are you here for us? The Harmon chuckled. Brother Zaire, you and the senior can leave. We have business with this brother. Can friends remove their masks? The Noel asked instead of answering. Just go, Brother Zaire. Why ask these questions? Do we have any grudges? It doesn't seem like I recognize you. Stephen stepped forward. As an early-stage Spirit Jamester, he wasn't afraid. But the hidden expert was unsettling. I have no enmity with you. It's just that my subordinate wishes to have a word. Why don't we all go together? Franz Tong interjected. A lottle friend Hank, letting you go is for your own good. Hey, you know me? Then why not show your faces? The Noel smiled, then sent telepathic messages to his companions. Be prepared. When I make a move, we attack immediately. Senior Wu, you deal with this small Harmon. Stephen and I will handle these spirit adepts. Brother Stephen, don't use full strength. Just tie up 3 and stay alert. 2 more experts are hiding, 1 mid-stage Spirit Jamester and 1 3rd level. Damn, how did you know that? Both felt astonished. They only knew someone was hiding, but didn't know their levels. How could he tell? Does a lottle friend Hank insist on getting involved? The Harmon raised an eyebrow. Attack. Franz Tong gave the signal and charged towards the 3 spirit adepts on the right. Stephen immediately rushed to the left 3 spirit adepts, while Dovey engaged the central Spirit Jamester. Too fast, barely a greeting, and the battle began. Holding the sky-piercing staff, Franz Tong unleashed, sweeping all directions, sending the 3 spirit adepts flying. Similarly, the 3 spirit adepts facing Stephen were also thrown backward. Meanwhile, Dovey tangled with the enemy's Spirit Jamister and seemed to gain the upper hand. Before the two Noels could help Dovey, the two hidden figures attacked, both rushing towards Steven, ignoring Franz Tong. Caught off guard, Franz Tong quickly thought of a plan. Trap the mid-stage Spirit Jamister using an array, then quickly finish off the third level one. He sent a telepathic message to Steven. Without hesitation, Steven threw a trap array after jabbing with his sword. The mid-stage Spirit Jamister hadn't expected such decisiveness and was instantly ensnared by the array. As a young Elden, Steven naturally had several useful items. Intending to trap a mid-stage Spirit Jamister temporarily, he still possessed the means. But the third-level Spirit Jamister was already attacking Steven. Suddenly, Steven felt a pain in his neck, reflexively slapping his back. Damn, two giant ants. Instantly, the ants became corpses. My red sky Zyrets, down two more, Franz Tong lamented, tossing out a third-level attack talisman. Blocking with his hand, the enemy Spirit Jamister was instantly injured. Unaware of a mid-stage Spirit Adept launching a third-level attack, he suffered unexpectedly. Steven struck, using a treasure for a decisive win. Within seconds, the two dispatched the third-level Spirit Jamister, who remained conscious but immobilized. At this moment, the mid-stage Spirit Jamister broke free but faced both sword and staff. Despite being mid-stage, he retreated and summoned his weapon. Seeing this, Dovey hurried to catch up, throwing a small explosive object which blasted on contact, giving Dovey the advantage. For you, I've used my ultimate treasure, damn it. Caught unprepared, the opponent surrendered quickly. Now, it became a 3-on-1 situation. Chapter 272. One got away. The mid-stage Spirit Jamister was already surrounded by the three of them. You've underestimated us, the mid-stage Spirit Jamister chuckled, unafraid. Even though his side had 6 Spirit Disciples and 2 Spirit Jamisters easily dealt with by the opponents, he wasn't afraid at all. This was his pride as a mid-stage Spirit Jamister. Even if you managed to capture them all, could you possibly hold me back? The mission seems impossible now, which is unfortunate. I didn't expect their combat prowess to be so strong. I underestimated them. Which elder are you? Horatio spoke up. Which elder? Take a guess. At this point, denial was meaningless, but complete exposure hadn't yet occurred. In fact, I've always said I didn't want to be Elden. Why are you targeting me like this? Horatio shook his head. Don't want to be Elden? Then you shouldn't have advanced to Spirit Jamister. You see, no one acted against you for the past 2 years. But now that you've advanced, it's inevitable. Whether you want to be Elden or not isn't important. You have supporters, including the Elden. So unless your talent is terrible and can't be cultivated, there's an issue. The problem is, you're still the most talented. Yes, some things aren't about your willingness but are decided by your identity. If you weren't the Elden's son, it wouldn't be such a big deal. So you must get rid of me? Not exactly. As long as your cultivation is crippled or you suffer irreversible injuries making further advancement difficult, that would also work. So there's no room for negotiation? I'm just following orders. As soon as he finished speaking, the mid-stage Spirit Jamister charged at Jalmer. There was no point in further talk. On the surface, Jalmer appeared weakest because he only displayed 5th-rank Spirit Disciple level on Flame Mountain. Fortunately, Jalmer was prepared. He was ready to act at any moment. Seeing the opponent charge without a weapon, the Noel directly used the 10,000 Extremes technique, which utilized redirecting force. The mid-stage Spirit Jamister's energy surged towards him, and the Noel, using the 10,000 Extremes technique, absorbed the energy. His body spun rapidly, then he flung the energy back with a flick of his hand, sending it back where it came from. The mid-stage Spirit Jamister didn't expect this move and ended up blocking his own attack, taking a step back. Meanwhile, the other two attackers were closing in. The mid-stage Spirit Jamister leaped upward, then moved horizontally. However, the two below also quickly shifted horizontally, stopping outside him, maintaining the encirclement. Not bad. You actually pushed me back. Hank Xiaoyu, where have I seen this technique before? Can you clarify? Jalmer's move had left a deep impression. It felt familiar, as if he had seen a powerful figure use it long ago, but he couldn't quite recall. I don't know what technique it is. I found it in a cave. Jalmer lied without hesitation. A cave? What luck you have. I'll believe that when pigs fly, thought the mid-stage Spirit Jamister as he continued attacking Jalmer, hoping to recognize the technique after a few more exchanges. But at this moment, the Noel wielded the heaven-breaking staff, executing the staff points to the nation move. With 3 people against 1, this was a rare opportunity to practice, especially against a mid-stage Spirit Jamister. If the opponent knew Jalmer's thoughts, he'd likely kill him out of frustration. Facing a mid-stage Spirit Jamister's attack, anyone else would think about escaping, not practicing. Truly speechless. The mid-stage Spirit Jamister tried to block the attack, but immediately realized that a tremendous force rushed toward him upon initial contact. If he resisted, he'd pause, giving the other two time to injure him. Now the mid-stage Spirit Jamister felt that the old man seemed easiest to handle, so he swiftly withdrew his energy and charged at Dovey. Ephraim instantly went on high alert, throwing out a small object that would explode. Damn, this old man isn't easy either. The mid-stage Spirit Jamister hurriedly retreated, but at this moment, Jalmer and Horatio each threw an attacking artifact. Unable to retreat further, the mid-stage Spirit Jamister dodged one, still getting hit by the other. A trace of blood trickled from his mouth. Jalmer wielded the heaven-breaking staff again, preventing him from catching his breath. A loud clang sounded as the sword met the staff. The mid-stage Spirit Jamister's soul shuddered, pausing momentarily. At this moment, Horatio and Dovey struck again. Forced to resist once more, he sustained even more injuries as Jalmer's staff suppresses mountains attacked anew. This was relentless assault. After minutes of tough resistance, the mid-stage Spirit Jamister was knocked down. Damn, your wolf tactics are too effective. If I had fled at the beginning, I'd only be injured, not in this predicament. Now, my life-saving items might be lost. The mid-stage Spirit Jamister was heavily injured, gasping for breath. Jalmer and his companions were also exhausted from constant attacks. All right, you can leave. I can't do anything to you anymore, the mid-stage spirit Jamester admitted. Remove your mask, and I'll let you go, Horatio said. Do you really think you can stop me? The mid-stage spirit Jamester swallowed a pill, then threw 2 divine talismans at Jalmer and Horatio while rushing towards Dovey. Again at me? Dovey clenched his teeth, throwing a talisman, but the mid-stage spirit Jamester dodged into the sky, slapping away the talisman with a palm strike. A loud boom echoed as palm force collided with the talisman, propelling the mid-stage spirit Jamester higher and farther. In an instant, he escaped the encirclement, spitting blood and fleeing with all his strength. Minutes later, feeling no pursuit, he finally got away. The mid-stage spirit Jamester exhaled, continuing his frantic escape to avoid falling back into their trap. Meanwhile, Jalmer and Horatio each spat out a mouthful of blood, watching the mid-stage spirit Jamester's escape direction with shaking heads. Indeed, dealing with a mid-stage spirit Jamester wasn't easy. How are you two? Dovey asked anxiously. He hadn't been seriously injured as the final blow hadn't targeted him. We're fine. Let's gather those people. Jalmer glanced at the figures on the ground. Dovey extended his hand, lifting and tossing the 8 people in front of the 2 young men. Horatio waved his hand, shattering the masks of the captives. Henri Donnie, is this arranged by Brother 2? Translation note. Names are kept in pinyin as requested. The tone and style are maintained closely to the original text. Hashtag chapter 273, the Elafian death pill. Since the matter has been exposed, there's nothing more we can say. Young Jamester Kyler, it's up to you if you wish to kill or maim us, said Henri, a 3rd-level spirit Jamester, as he shook his head. It was truly unexpected that 3 spirit Jamesters and 6 spirit warriors could not handle 2 1st-level spirit Jamesters and 1 spirit warrior. This time, they lost 2 more spirit Jamesters. Clearly, 2nd young Jamester's future competitiveness would take a significant hit. You have nothing to say for yourselves? Kyler frowned, unsure if he should kill them. We are 2nd young Jamester's men, acting on his behalf. There is nothing more to be said. We only stand by different masters. We do not regret our actions. It's right for young Jamester Kyler to execute us, and we will bear no grudge, said Donnie. Do you really want to die? What about your families? Franz asked, sensing that Kyler might not wish to kill them. What good would thinking help? Our skills were inferior. If 2nd young Jamester doesn't end up being the last one standing, this day would come sooner or later. Yes, this was the power struggle among the young masters. Their supporters had to fight to the death for their masters, a matter of shared prosperity or ruin. How did you find us? Franz asked. We have people watching outside the sect gates, and so do the other young masters. We were just luckier and more attentive, which is why we didn't lose your trail. There was nothing more to ask. It was indeed due to their competence that they caught up. Henri Donnie, I don't actually want you dead. However, if my father finds out you personally attacked me, you should know the consequences. Indeed, the sect Harmon was very protective, especially of his favorite son, Zaire. If someone tried to harm Kyler, it wouldn't be an issue if undiscovered, but with evidence, it would spell disaster for the entire family. Please give us a quick death, young Jamester Kyler, and do not involve our families. Kyler lowered his head, troubled. Killing them would be a significant loss for the sect. Spirit Jamesters were rare talents. Just these 2 could establish a medium-sized sect outside the sect grounds with some support. So, take this. As long as you don't act against me in the future, I won't make things difficult for you. Saying this, Kyler revealed 2 red pills in his hand. Young Jamester Kyler? Both elders showed signs of fear. These pills weren't good things. Inside each pill was a living creature that, at its owner's command, could control the life of the person who swallowed it unless the swallower's cultivation far exceeded the controller's. You don't trust me? If I wanted to kill you, it would only take a gesture. You know my character. I keep my word. Thank you, young Jamester Kyler. The elders were overjoyed. They wouldn't die as long as they didn't turn against him again. They took the pills and swallowed them without hesitation. As for the others, handle them as you see fit. Kyler looked at Franz. Brother Hank, let's go. He summoned his mount and jumped aboard. Franz glanced once more at the few people on the ground. You got lucky. If it were me, I'd at least destroy your cultivation. Young Jamester Kyler is too merciful. He thought this but still felt the young master was quite nice. Franz also summoned his mount and followed, heading out of the mountain range. The old and the young quickly followed suit. The few lying on the ground no longer needed their attention. After galloping over 100 miles, they slowed down. They didn't need to rush now, so there was no need to speed constantly. Brother Kyler, what was it that you gave them just now? Franz finally asked, curious about the pill. We call it the Elafian death pill. Within a certain range, I can command the person who swallowed it to die instantly. So powerful? Tell me more. The Elafian death pill contains a living worm that listens to me like a spirit beast. Its vitality is strong, allowing it to receive my commands within a range. Once I order it to kill, it drills into the host's heart and causes destruction, killing the host quickly. It's similar to the goo worms I heard about when I was young. So, whoever eats your Elafian death pill is under your control? Mostly, but not absolutely. What do you mean? If the person who swallowed the pill has significantly higher cultivation than me or possesses special cultivation techniques, I cannot control them. They can force the worm out. For example, if those 2 elders reached the late-stage Spirit Jamester level, they could expel the worm. If I advanced to mid-stage Spirit Jamester, it would be much harder for them to do so. This is a great thing. Is it hard to obtain? Franz eyed it eagerly. Can you give me one? Of course, it's valuable and not easy to get. Father gave me 3 for this training journey. Now, only 1 remains after using 2. Actually, Father doesn't have many either, but he rarely needs them. A 9th-level Spirit Jamester, a true powerhouse on this continent. Would he need such a thing to control others? A simple beating would suffice, or he could simply eliminate any disobedient ones. I thought you had plenty. I was hoping for one myself. Haha. If Brother Hank really wants one here, Kyler handed over a red pill. No, no, I won't rob you of something you cherish. Franz declined quickly. This was a favor he couldn't easily accept. Has Senior Wu heard of this Alafien death pill? Franz turned to Dovey, knowing he was well informed. Well, I happen to have one. It was tough to get. If young Jamister needs it, I'll give it to you. Dovey grinned and produced a Alafien death pill. Damn, thought Franz privately, the old man actually has one. Enough, enough. I don't want this sinister thing. Keep it for yourself. Just make sure it doesn't harm me. But let me take a look. Franz wasn't shy, sucking the red pill into his hand from Dovey. He examined it. The surface was smooth and seemed quite hard. This pill dissolves in the stomach, and the worm inside instantly enters the host's body, residing in the bloodstream. The worm is tiny, almost invisible to the naked eye. The Noel nodded, feeling an urge to crush the pill. Everyone is naturally curious about unfamiliar things. Wouldn't the worm die naturally? Not usually, unless it ages. Generally, it lives for about 10 years. 10 years, quite a while. The Noel tossed the pill back to Dovey. Learning new things always added to one's knowledge. Reading 10,000 scrolls is not as enlightening as traveling 10,000 miles. Chapter 274. Auctioning 2 pills. Last question. Franz Tong held up one finger. If I wrap this Alafien death pill in a layer of energy when swallowing it, would that prevent any issues? Of course. If the outer shell doesn't dissolve, the insect inside won't be able to escape. But once the insect is out, I'll feel its presence. No sensation means the person has tampered with it. What do you mean? Is that your other question? Stephen smiled. If he tampers with it, just let him do as he wishes. Since he's forced to take this pill by you, it shows he's under your control. That's true. But wouldn't that give away my strategy? What do you mean? Brother Hank, are you saying you've been feigning weakness all along? So, what's your actual cultivation level? 5th level spirit Jamister? Not 5th level spirit scholar. Brother Stephen really likes to joke. A 5th level spirit Jamister? Why don't you say 9th level spirit Jamister? The Wilfred rolled his eyes. The three laughed and continued on their way. Soon they reached a small town where they had breakfast, took a short break, and then set off again. Stephen was more familiar with the area than Dovey, so he became the guide for the rest of the journey. After several stop-and-go days, they finally arrived at the edge of the Death Valley on the evening of the 3rd day since leaving Flame Mountain, the Resurrection Town. I didn't expect there to be a town here. I thought it was just a perilous wasteland, Franz Tong said, surprised by the bustling scene. This was far from what he imagined. This is Death Valley, full of treasures inside. Naturally, it attracts many cultivators seeking treasure or fortune. With more people, basic needs like food and shelter must be met, leading to places providing such necessities. Thus, Resurrection Town came into being, Stephen explained. Though he hadn't ventured out alone before, he'd accompanied elders enough times to know much about it. Apart from treasures, there's also fortune here? I'm not sure of the specifics. It's rumored some have advanced in rank or obtained special techniques inside. However, most who delve deep rarely return. Indeed, a dangerous place. Does Resurrection Town have anything special? A free market or an auction house? Of course. Cultivators find treasures in Death Valley, but if they aren't needed, they can trade them. This kind of place exists, and it's one of Resurrection Town's functions. What a great place. I should have come here earlier. Let's visit the free market first. Should we ask Senior Wu to lead the way? Franz Tong glanced at Dovey. He and Stephen were too young. It would look better having an older spirit Jamister guide them. Sure. Please follow me, young masters. Finally, they need me. These two geniuses, one my benefactor, the other Flame Mountain's young lord, made it hard to speak up. Now it's my turn. The two Noels followed Dovey into Resurrection Town. Good heavens, this town was lively. Importantly, ordinary people were rare, mostly cultivators. Even in waiters were cultivators, rare to see a non-cultivator. There are many experts here, so don't randomly inspect others' cultivation levels, Dovey cautioned. Understood. They soon reached the free trading area, where many stalls lined up. Browsers were even more numerous, bargaining sounds rising and falling, creating a bustling atmosphere. Can we set up a stall here? Franz Tong asked. Sure, just pay a stall fee, Dovey replied. You have to pay a fee for setting up a stall? What a racket, truly no movement without money. Naturally, someone maintains order here. No one will disrupt your business. What if someone sells fake goods? They don't care about that. Buying fakes means you lack discernment. Selling fakes is also a skill. So selling fake goods openly is allowed here. Unfortunately, I don't have anything special to sell. Let's browse for now. Soon, the Noel spotted stones similar to those seen in the underground market of Phantom City, which enhance soul power. Are these items so common here? When asking the price, oh my, ridiculously expensive. He didn't buy it and continued browsing. Things would still be here whenever he decided to purchase. After a while, he saw similar stones, apparently fake ones. The exterior was convincing, but his perception detected only slight fluctuations. Not entirely fake, probably contained tiny fragments of real stone. Seeing various strange items, many unfamiliar to Franz Tong, Dovey started explaining. But even he didn't recognize some, so Stephen joined in. For items neither knew, they could only listen to the seller's exaggerations. Later, they encountered a spirit stone. The price, 20,000 gold each. Holy cow, might as well search for one myself. After circling around, they bought nothing. They weren't in Death Valley yet. Why buy now? Wait till after their expedition if they need anything. For now, just check the market. As they were about to leave, planning to visit the auction house for fun, auctions usually happened at night. Something odd caught Franz Tong's attention. Why did he feel someone watching them? No, not watching, more like surveillance. Do you sense someone watching us? The Noel communicated telepathically. Watching? No, I don't feel anything. I must be wrong, but that doesn't make sense. But I seem to detect a familiar energy signature, Stephen frowned. Could he be here? I think I sensed Gareth's aura. The one who wanted to join us? Yeah. Brother Stephen, quite attentive. Franz Tong smiled. Good. Having another mid-stage, Spirit J-Mister Protector added safety. Moreover, he's undercover. Even better. Stephen chuckled. Ignore him. Let's head to the auction. They quickly moved toward the auction house. Senior Wu, how would a body-cleansing pill fare here? It would be highly sought after. People living in dangerous areas always need it. Prices here would be good because they're wealthy. Does young J-Mister Hank have more? Yes, a few. Should we auction one later? Auction 2. Chapter 275. Before entering the valley. Since Dovey was relatively familiar with the place, the three of them soon arrived at the so-called auction house. However, unlike the previous auctions Jalmer had been to, this one wasn't underground and no longer had to operate covertly. This auction house had a grand name, the Supreme Treasure Auction House. Quite ambitious, huh? Jalmer muttered under his breath. Of course. Dovey nodded in agreement. Is it really that impressive? What do you think of this building? Isn't it magnificent? Have you ever seen such a grand auction house anywhere else? In the Rat Kingdom, only the royal-sponsored auction houses can match it. Do they only auction supreme treasures? Not exactly. There aren't that many supreme treasures around, but the items are indeed top-notch. Most of the treasures come from the Death Valley. Are there really that many treasures in Death Valley? Absolutely. Otherwise, why would so many cultivators risk their lives to go treasure hunting? Moreover, this entire town thrives because of Death Valley. Once the treasures inside run out, this town will also disappear. Indeed, a valley supports an entire city's livelihood. The three of them reached the entrance where two guards were standing, one of whom extended a hand. Dovey took out a membership token and handed it over, allowing them passage. Senior Wu has a membership here? Jalmer asked, somewhat surprised. I did say I've been here a few times, didn't I? I've ventured quite a bit outside too and have a few tokens. I believe Chief Junior J-Mister Simon should also have a membership here, perhaps even a higher rank than mine. Dovey glanced at Simon as he spoke. Yes, I have one, Simon replied. As they spoke, they entered the room. My goodness, this is opulence at its finest, golden splendor everywhere. Jalmer marveled at the surroundings, momentarily dazed, feeling like Eben Lau Lau entering the Grandview Garden. J-Mister, young J-Mister Hank? Dovey called out to the dazed Noel. Too decadent. The Noel regained his senses. It's because they make money. With high-quality auctions and hefty prices, naturally, the commission is substantial. That makes sense. Do you really want to auction off the body-cleansing pills? Yes, 2 pills. Jalmer handed a bottle to Dovey. The process was similar to the previous auction venues Jalmer had visited. Inside the main auction hall, many people chose to wear masks. This place was more luxurious than any he had seen before. They even provided various spirit-infused teas and snacks beneficial for cultivation, along with some quality beast meat. The Noel learned a lot, seeing many good things, most of which he hadn't seen before. Apart from a few medicinal pills and array formations, almost everything came from Death Valley, a hallmark of this auction house. His 2 body-cleansing pills sold for a very high price. Each pill fetched 300,000 coins, totaling 600,000 for both. When the hammer finally fell, Jalmer, who had seen his fair share of money, couldn't help but feel excited. Damn, this stuff really works. After returning from Death Valley, he should auction a few more. After the auction ended and they collected their money, the three left the Supreme Treasure Auction House, feeling something was different. It seemed like someone was watching them. Do either of you feel anything unusual? Jalmer whispered telepathically. Somebody is observing us. It's likely because they realized we were the ones who auctioned those body-cleansing pills and decided to keep tabs on us. This is troublesome. Even auctioning a pill gets attention, thought the Noel darkly. They quickly found a hotel to stay in. They could sense the constant fluctuations of Spirit J-Mister's energies around them, including Gareth's. Each of the three stayed in separate rooms. Jalmer stuck to his usual routine, pill refining and cultivation, with safety first, setting up isolation arrays. Now, most Spirit J-Misters wouldn't know what he was doing. In Resurrection Town, no one dared openly rob or kill others. That was the rule. Of course, if one could carry out underhanded activities unnoticed, they might get away with it. With 2 Spirit J-Misters among them, potential troublemakers could only watch and not act directly. So, the trio felt secure to proceed with their plans. A night passed swiftly. Even as they came out for breakfast, they still felt they were being watched. No worries, it was broad daylight. No one would dare be reckless. If you want to follow, then follow. Senior Wu, do you know how large the Death Valley area is? Jalmer asked. From the outside, it feels like about 1,000 miles in circumference, but once inside, it's much larger, Dovey answered after a moment's thought. How strange. It feels different inside compared to outside. Yes, people have measured the outer perimeter, but no one has thoroughly explored the interior. Some organizations sent teams to map the valley, and according to their maps, the total area exceeds 2,000 square miles, with many unexplored regions. Hence, Death Valley seems like a miniature Shao realm. Miniature Shao realm? It was the first time Jalmer heard this term. Exactly, looking small from the outside but expansive inside. Similar to our storage rings, which look tiny but have enough space inside to hold countless items. The description hit home, and the Noel nodded. Has anyone measured the outer perimeter, and can one enter anywhere? Currently, only one entrance has been discovered, north of Resurrection Town. If every part allowed entry, there wouldn't just be one town. This is odd. Could it be surrounded by some formation? Possibly. We haven't found any other entrances. Mostly cliffs, seemingly bottomless. People who rode flying mounts down only encountered dense fog at a certain depth and couldn't see further. Some returned out of fear, while others who ventured deeper never returned. No one dared risk it again. Dovey took a sip of porridge and continued, but from this entrance, when the weather is clear, you can see sunlight. It's rather mysterious, as if you aren't truly entering Death Valley from above. It looks like this place is truly enigmatic, Jalmer nodded. Definitely. This place has existed for years and has never been fully conquered. How far did Senior Wu explore inside? James said 5 to 600 miles, but that's just a small part of it. Alright, let's try to cover more ground this time. After finishing breakfast, the three rushed toward the northern entrance of Death Valley near Resurrection Town. Chapter 276, Unfortunate Start. From afar, the three could see a cave entrance, about 20 meters wide and 10 meters high. That's the entrance to Death Valley. Dovey pointed towards the distant cave. Is the entrance to Death Valley a cave? A mountain cave? Jalmer furrowed his brow. Looking at that cave gave him an eerie feeling. It seemed like a giant blood-stained mouth, waiting to devour anything that entered. Soon, the three arrived at the entrance of Death Valley. On one side of the valley entrance stood a large rock inscribed with the three characters, Death Valley. Looking up, the entrance seemed peculiar. The total width was no more than 20 meters, with towering cliffs on both sides stretching hundreds of meters, all covered in trees. Strangely, the trees from both sides intertwined in the middle, barely leaving gaps for humans or larger animals to pass through. However, there was a 10-meter-high gap close to the ground. The ground wasn't entirely solid. Half was water, and the other half was earth. The water was about 20 centimeters deep, crystal clear, and flowed slowly outward. The land on the other side had large stones neatly laid out, creating a smooth path. Inside, the light was dim, but night pearls were embedded at intervals, illuminating the area. Still, it felt eerie, like a gaping mouth ready to consume its prey. For Jalmer, this brought back memories of digging for flame essence inside a cave, truly unforgettable days. At the entrance were two cultivators resembling staff members, disciples of Tian Aling's sect. Damn, wherever he went, he encountered them. Beside them stood a sign that read, "Do not touch the water or trees within the passage." Dovey walked over, paid some money, and then led the two young men inside. Does this also require payment? Jalmer gritted his teeth. Yes, 1,000 per person. This doesn't seem like Tian Aling's sect's territory? Not exactly, but they're a super sect. You have to pay if you want to enter. They're letting us in, which is already generous. Wouldn't the other top sects object? This place brings them free income every year. The top sects share the profits, and the guards here take turns. Prince Judah should know this. Judah smiled and said, "Yes, I've heard Father and some elders mention it." Jalmer was speechless. Damn, everything good goes to the powerful. How unfair. What did the sign say about not touching the water and trees? What happens if you do? Jalmer asked, being a novice but knowing better than to pretend. If you touch these trees, they will attack, and the force is significant. Look at those dead leaves on the trees. If you touch them, they fly at you like hidden weapons. Previously, someone accidentally touched a tree and was instantly killed by the falling leaves, Dovey explained, pointing upwards. So intense. Zaire, the water can't be touched either? Try sensing the energy in the water with your soul power. It's beneficial for cultivation, but once it flows out, it loses its potency. You can sense it yourself? Dovey didn't directly answer the boy's question. Jalmer projected his soul power toward the water. The energy within was indeed substantial, but why would it migrate upward? He carefully sensed the air above the water. Damn, the air was rising, carrying the energy upwards, where it dissipated into the branches and leaves before vanishing. It turned out that the trees absorbed the water's energy. Since they could attack, trying to take their energy would naturally provoke them. Damn, even the trees are enlightened here. There's so much unknown inside. We must proceed with caution or risk losing our lives. The boy shook his head. This place is indeed no ordinary location. If we get separated in Death Valley, let's meet at the inn we stayed at last night after we come out. Agreed? Dovey asked. We might get separated? Yes, some places have formations, and others have traps. The chances of getting separated are high, and it's possible to die inside, Dovey chuckled. Scaring me? I'm not easily frightened. Yes, many from our sect have died inside, Judah added. If we do get separated, let's meet at the inn. By the way, how long do people usually stay inside when exploring? Usually 3 to 5 days. Staying longer than 10 days is rare. Let's set the meeting time at 15 days at the inn. If we don't return by then, it's pointless to wait further. Sure, though your words sound ominous. They all agreed they would likely get separated. So, what if I attack the trees from outside the cave? Will they still retaliate? Jalmer asked another question. Yes, but the attack strength would be significantly reduced. What if I attack after passing through this passage? As long as you're not within the passage, the attack strength will be greatly diminished. Got it, let's see later. Don't tell me you're serious? Don't drag us into this too. Dovey looked helpless. This kid is trouble. As they spoke, they had already passed about 100 meters of the strange tree-lined passage. Suddenly, the scenery opened up. Inside, it felt like the outside world was actually within the cave. Clearly, this 100-meter-long passage of bizarre trees connected the two worlds. Watch out. After walking 4 or 5 meters past the passage, Jalmer threw a fist-sized rock at the strange trees. Who knew when he picked it up? Damn. The two beside him quickly moved aside, needing to distance themselves from this troublemaker. The moment the rock hit the tree, hundreds of dry leaves shot rapidly towards Jalmer, covering an area of about 6 meters square. Despite being prepared, the Noel swiftly darted forward, only to face more incoming leaves. Sensing danger, he deftly dodged to the side and sent a palm backward. Even though he was prepared and quick to react, 2 leaves still wounded him. One left a bloody mark on his right hand, and another left a wound on his calf. The leaves penetrated the stone slabs, shattering several of them. Amazing. Who's causing trouble? Someone shouted and approached the trio. One of the gatekeepers. To a spirit warrior, 100 meters was nothing. Didn't you see the sign at the entrance? The man huffed at Jalmer. I saw it. Just wanted to test its strength. Jalmer laughed while rubbing his injured hand. 5,000 penalty. Pay up or leave, the man angrily demanded. A penalty? So much? Jalmer glanced at Dovey and Judah. Both nodded. Who told you to mess around? Some rules can't be broken lightly. There's a price to pay. Under the roof, One has no choice but to bow. The boy took out the money, threw it over, and shook his head. Haven't seen any treasure yet. Already lost money. What a bad start. Unfortunate indeed. Chapter 277. The Black Hole Forest. Shall we take a look at the map first? Dovey chuckled. The Death Valley was mysterious, but people often came in to explore it. Some major sects had already mapped out areas that had been visited and sold them outside. Jalmer naturally bought one of these maps. Sure. Jalmer took out the map, studied it for a while, and formed a basic impression. Let's mount our rides. It's relatively safe here. Usually, there's not much gain unless Old Mountain decides to give you something. Dovey finished speaking and prepared their rides. The two Noels followed suit and mounted their own rides. I'll first take you through the places I've been before so you can adapt. Fine. Walking through familiar areas would pose less danger and mentally prepare them. After all, they were risking their lives, and caution was best. The trio spurred their mounts, staying fully alert as danger lurked everywhere and could threaten their lives at any moment. They emitted soul power, sensing their surroundings, occasionally spotting other figures exploring for treasures. There were mountains, waterways, and small animals, almost creating a utopian atmosphere. But no traces of treasures appeared, leaving the Noels slightly disappointed. Weren't there supposed to be numerous treasures amidst the dangers of Death Valley? Soon, after venturing over 50 miles deep, Dovey slowed down. I seem to remember finding spirit stones here last time. However, it's dangerous. Be cautious. Dovey suddenly stopped, treating these two as confidants by sharing this information. Usually, valuable spots weren't shared with strangers. The trio dismounted and began searching carefully. Yet, after half an hour, there was nothing found. How about changing locations? It seems like everything's been picked clean here, Dovey sighed. All right. If treasures were easily found upon entry, it would imply this place was underexplored. Dovey had visited this spot years ago, so finding nothing was unsurprising. This area should be considered quite peripheral, with many visitors having passed through. For treasures to remain untouched implied either oversight or constant generation, an intriguing possibility given Death Valley's enigmatic nature. They continued forward but at a moderate pace. Soon, they reached a forest where every tree, regardless of size, had a black hole on its trunk. This is the so-called Black Hole Forest. Supposedly good things lie within, but it's incredibly dangerous. These holes sporadically release toxic black gas. Dovey glanced at the young nobles. Do you want to enter? Of course, why not? The distance between trees looks ample. We can dodge if gas sprays, Jalmer replied nonchalantly. Let's follow Hank Brothers' lead. Horatio agreed excitedly, savoring the adventure. Previously, elders had always restricted his actions, which grew tiring. Fine, if you insist. Follow me carefully, Dovey nodded, adding, these trees aren't spewing now, but entering will trigger it. Is that so? Yes, they get excited when people enter. They love eating humans, Dovey laughed, likely teasing. Just be cautious. Dovey stepped into the forest. With about 3 meters between trees, dodging sprayed toxins was feasible, though concentration was paramount. After advancing 10 meters, occasional hissing sounds emerged. Black holes releasing toxins, but from a distance. The ground was covered with dried leaves and moss, signs of long neglect. Treasure hunters generally avoided this path. A minute later, Jalmer observed a bole-thick tree whose black hole seemed to breathe, contracting and expanding, then abruptly shooting out a plume of black gas. The Noel instinctively dodged, noticing the lingering black gas. Is touching this gas while it's airborne harmful? Jalmer asked. Indeed. It remains toxic for some time before dissipating. Once diluted, it's harmless to us, Dovey explained. The trio pressed on, sensing the trees with their soul power for immediate alerts. A nearby tree hissed again, and they easily evaded. More trees started spitting toxins as they ventured deeper. The frequency increased, with poison trees seemingly chasing them. Trees grew larger, up to 30 centimeters in diameter, and closer. Previously, poison gas took seconds to spray after their passage. Now, it occurred almost instantly. Suddenly, Jalmer had a curious idea. He directed his soul power into a 40-centimeter-wide tree's black hole. Inside seemed peculiar, a dark, glossy object. As he probed, the hole contracted, then expanded, spraying black gas. Jalmer enveloped himself in protective energy and dodged. Yet a belt strap didn't escape, turning black and crumbling. The Noel frowned. Such potent toxicity? Don't provoke them, Mr. Hank, Dovey worried, thinking him troublesome. Senior Wu, you mentioned someone finding treasure here. Where did they find it? Inside the trees? Unclear. It's just legend. Look around. There are no signs of recent visits. Zaire other tree hissed, emitting toxin. For safety, Jalmer fetched leaves of evergreen sprout, splitting them into 3 pieces and distributing them. Keep this in your mouth. It should help, he said, putting one piece in his own mouth. Recognizing the detoxifying effects, Dovey and Horatio followed suit. Reprobing the same hole, more gas emitted, but in reduced volume. Continuing this process 9 times, the tree ceased emitting gas, possibly exhausted or limited daily. Using soul power, Jalmer extracted a shiny black object from the hole. Holding the dark substance wrapped in black mist before him, he pondered. Was this the source of the poison? Horatio and Dovey stared with their mouths agape at Jalmer and the dark substance. Was this considered a treasure? Hashtag chapter 278, heading toward the giant tree. Have you two seen this thing before? Jalmer asked, holding up a ping-pong ball-sized object. Stephen and the other person remained silent, simply shaking their heads. No one had entered this forest in years. Who would recognize such a thing? Indeed, if it weren't for the leaf from the incorruptible sprout he possessed, even Jalmer would have found it difficult to obtain this item. The Wilfred took out a jade box from his storage ring, placed the black substance inside, closed the lid, ensuring it was sealed tightly to prevent the toxic fumes from escaping. Before entering the Valley of Death, they had purchased quite a few containers for valuables since their purpose was to find treasures, and they naturally couldn't afford to lack the means to store them. This thing needs a name too, right? We can't just call it black substance. What should we call it? Is this tree called a black hole tree? Jalmer asked. Why is he asking this? The two were somewhat puzzled. So let's call it black hole tree treasure, shall we? Jalmer said, looking at the jade box in his hand. The two beside him twitched their mouths. This name sounds very rustic, doesn't it? Suddenly, the three sensed movement above them. They looked up to see that the large tree from which they had extracted the black hole tree treasure was now plummeting downward. Observing the trunk, they noticed it was rapidly disintegrating from the spot where the hole had been made, crumbling both upwards and downwards. The three quickly moved back over 10 meters. Within seconds, the entire tree had vanished, turning into a large pile of ash-like debris. Did the tree just die like that? Was the black hole tree treasure its soul, its life force? It seems so. Each of them scooped up some of the ash to examine it, but found nothing special. Shrugging, they tossed the ash aside. Looking again, they saw the pile of ash sinking visibly before their eyes. All three were bewildered. What was happening? After about 10 minutes, the entire pile of ash had almost completely disappeared. Meanwhile, the nearby black hole trees seemed to have grown slightly, having absorbed the energy of their fallen comrade. It was an immediate and efficient absorption process, not wasting a single moment. The three humans chuckled. We killed it, thus helping your cause. Let's continue moving forward? Because they had lingered for quite some time, a certain range of poisonous fog had begun to spread. Although none of them had shown signs of poisoning, it still felt uncomfortable. The three moved rapidly, quickly distancing themselves from the area of toxic mist. A little while later, the Noel resumed his previous activity. This time, he tested a tree with a diameter of about 12 centimeters. It only took 3 puffs of poison gas before the process was done. He realized the number of poison gas puffs was related to the size of the tree. The extracted black hole tree treasure was also small, only about the size of a glass marble. Damn, so tiny? The Noel felt rather disappointed. This time, Steven and the other person didn't just watch. They followed suit, each obtaining a small black hole tree treasure about the size of a glass marble. The trees here are too small, and the treasures are too insignificant. For sustainability, we'll skip the smaller ones and only focus on the larger trees, Jalmer said, then sped off to look for bigger trees. Steven and the other person hurried to catch up. Although they still didn't know what the black hole tree treasure could be used for, it was clearly valuable. Who would have thought this place, considered dangerous and useless by others, would become their treasure hunting ground? Alafi sure has its unexpected turns. After the three left, the 3 trees behind them instantly turned into piles of ash. Since they were only interested in finding larger trees, they moved quickly and soon discovered a black hole tree with a diameter of 40 centimeters. This time, they cooperated as a trio, making the process easier and faster. Soon they obtained the item, continuing their treasure hunt. After 2 hours of sweeping through the area, the trio's harvest was considerable. Each of them collected around 5 or 6 relatively large black hole tree treasures. However, they were quite exhausted because they had to escape repeatedly. Though the leaves in their mouths helped save their lives, toxins still managed to invade their bodies. It wasn't lethal, but it was exhausting. Gentlemen, how about we leave the forest first? I don't want to risk my life here, Dovey said as he took medicinal pills to recover. Being older and less skilled than the other two, he was affected the most by the toxins. All right, let's do 2 more. Jalmer smiled, pointing behind Dovey. Dovey turned around but saw nothing but a cluster of small black hole trees. Look up. His gaze shifted upward, spotting 2 distant trees, both significantly larger than the rest. Sure. Dovey nodded. After finishing these 2 final targets, they could leave this hellish place. While taking medicinal pills to recover on the move, they slowly approached the 2 massive trees. After about 15 minutes, the effects of the medicine were fully absorbed, allowing them to swiftly close in on the giant trees. As they drew closer, the 2 trees appeared increasingly enormous. When they were about 50 meters away from the 2 trees, all other vegetation vanished, leaving only these 2 trees occupying a 100-meter square space. Only then did they truly feel their uniqueness. Previously, the largest tree they had encountered had a diameter of about 70 centimeters. These 2 trees had diameters of at least 1.5 meters. They continued to approach cautiously, carefully observing the 2 trees. These 2 trees were about 10 meters apart, with a layer of black fog connecting them, enveloped in a thin layer of toxic black mist. Even more peculiarly, each tree had 2 black holes facing each other. Mr. Hank, let's give this a pass. Let's choose different trees. These 2 are too terrifying, Dovey commented as they neared the colossal trees, feeling an increasing sense of unease and sensing an impending wave of toxic gas. These 2. Jalmer smiled. Okay. Steven agreed, seemingly excited. This will be thrilling. Compared to the other black hole trees, these 2 were in a league of their own. If the black hole tree treasures from smaller trees were valuable, these 2 would be real treasures. Still, these 2 trees indeed looked daunting. Better to recover more before engaging them. Fortunately, there was a 100-meter area around the trees free of toxins, creating a sort of toxic vacuum zone where they could safely recover. Let's restore our strength first. Dealing with these 2 won't be easy. Do you have any detoxifying pills? Recover well, Jalmer said with a smile, heading toward the toxin-free area. For over an hour, they focused on recovering, expelling the toxins from their bodies. By this time, the leaves of the incorruptible sprout in their mouths had also disappeared entirely. How about it? Ready to begin? Jalmer felt somewhat excited. The other 2 nodded, stretching their bodies in preparation for the battle ahead, aware that this could be a matter of life or death. Take these leaves and keep them in your mouth. Jalmer took out 3 more leaves from the incorruptible sprout. He couldn't risk their lives just for his adventures. But now, using these 3 leaves meant he only had 3 left. They wouldn't last long. This one kid has so many good things. The other 2 wanted to complain. How does a youngster of unknown origin have so many valuable items? You make us want to rob you. Moments later, each of them held a leaf in their mouths and walked towards the colossal trees before them. Chapter 279, Escaping in the Forest. Which tree should we attack first? Or should we attack both at once? Why didn't I think of using a knife? How could I be so stupid? I've already destroyed about 20 trees and never thought to use a knife to cut them down. Thinking of this, Jalmer slapped himself. What's wrong? Stephen was puzzled. Had this guy gone crazy? Slapping himself? Why didn't we think of using a knife to cut them? Stephen and Dovey both twitched their lips and then gave a bitter laugh. Jalmer had already taken out a knife and chose the smaller of the two trees. He approached to within 10 meters of the tree to test it. The boy directly threw the large knife with all his strength. With a thud, the knife stuck into the trunk, but only by a small amount before falling right back down. This indicated that it barely penetrated the surface. The tree didn't react at all, as if the cut was just tickling it without causing any harm. The three approached again, standing 5 meters away from the tree, their minds on high alert, ready to dart away at any moment. The boy grabbed the knife, which returned to his hand, and hurled it again with all his might. The result was the same, though perhaps slightly deeper than before, but it still fell to the ground after a brief pause. The boy frowned. Was the tree this hard? Don't get any closer. Let me try walking up to it. Jalmer said to the others. Mr. Hank? Brother Hank? Jalmer waved his hand, walking straight to the side of the tree to pick up the large knife. Then he gripped the knife with both hands and slashed at the tree. It only cut in about 2 centimeters before sliding out on its own. The spot where it was cut immediately healed itself. How incredible! A Laka Wolverine with super healing powers. The boy remained vigilant, fearing a sudden burst of poison from the tree, but it showed no reaction. Was it because the damage wasn't significant enough for it to act? In the next moment, the black hoe given by the master appeared in the boy's hand. If this couldn't defeat you, then you're truly formidable. The boy held the hoe with both hands and dug vigorously into the roots of the tree. Amazingly, it worked. He managed to dig out a chunk, not too big but roughly the size of a palm, about 4 to 5 centimeters thick. Instantly, a current of air shot downward toward the boy. Watch out! Stephen and Dovey yelled in alarm, and Jalmer quickly retreated. Phew, the spot where he had stood moments before was now covered in black fog within a square meter area. That was the toxic gas from the lower hole, Stephen explained. It seems direct cutting or digging isn't effective. Should we stick to the old method? Jalmer mused aloud. Let's stand apart, forming a triangle around the tree. We'll harass it with soul force, starting with the lower hole. What do you think? The boy looked at Stephen and Dovey. Sure. The two nodded and moved to opposite sides. Wu Sr., stand here, Jalmer pointed. This spot was relatively safer, farthest from the other tree. Mr. Hank, why don't you stand here? Dovey seemed reluctant, feeling like he was being treated differently due to his age. You stay here. Jalmer had already walked over. All right, Dovey conceded reluctantly. Admitting inferiority is indeed humiliating. Here I am, a prestigious spirit Jamister and head of an underground organization. Position settled, Jalmer transformed the sky-breaking staff into a set of armor hidden under his coat for protection, saying, Everyone, be cautious. Retreat immediately if anything feels off. They nodded. They valued their lives above everything else. No matter how precious an item was, it wouldn't help if they were dead. They made their preparations accordingly, readying any life-saving items. Begin, Jalmer directed, sending his soul force 10 meters down into the lower hole. Instantly, 3 streams of soul force converged at the hole's entrance, penetrating inward. Phew, 3 jets of black gas shot toward them. Damn, it can split the gas into 3 directions? The trio hastily dodged. Keep going. They continued probing with soul force, resulting in another burst of toxic gas. Again, they retreated. Continue. This relentless offense and evasive maneuver continued until finally, on the 9th attempt, the tree had released its toxic gas 9 times. A half-circle area around the tree, spanning 5 meters, was now covered in poison. All 3 smiled. Despite minor injuries, they had succeeded. I'll retrieve the black hole tree treasure, Jalmer said, sending an external airflow towards the hole. But just as the airflow entered the hole, a new jet of black gas shot out, aimed only at Jalmer because it was his external airflow. Damn, again? The boy quickly retreated, but not fast enough. His clothes were damaged by the toxic gas and turned to shreds. Now he looked like a beggar in tattered clothes. Was it not 9 times? Of course, smaller trees released gas thrice, larger ones 9 times. But this enormous one would release even more. But how many times in total? Troubling, unknown factors were always the most annoying, yet also thrilling. However, Stephen and Dovey looked equally baffled. 9 times wasn't enough. There was still another hole 20 meters above. Continue probing with soul force until it stops releasing gas, Jalmer shouted. Thus, the trio kept attacking the hole with soul force while jumping around to avoid the toxic attacks. Finally, on their 19th soul force attack, the hole ceased spitting gas. Jalmer immediately sent an external airflow into the hole, retrieving the black treasure. As he extracted it, the giant tree seemed to struggle, followed by a tremor in the ground. Holding the black hole tree treasure, a sphere slightly larger than a fist, before him, he wanted to examine it closely. Suddenly, a loud phew, and both holes in this tree and the 2 holes in the adjacent giant tree simultaneously released large amounts of black toxic mist. The trio rushed outward, but the toxic gas did not stop. It spread over the entire open space. Forced to retreat, they entered the range of the outer black hole trees, which began releasing gas as well. Damn, did they stir up a hornet's nest? The 3 desperately fled. Since the toxic gas radiated from 2 giant trees, their escape routes diverged, but they couldn't care less. Survival was the priority. Ignatiously, the forest wasn't too large, covering only several dozen miles. Half an hour later, the 3 finally escaped the black hole forest, though all were poisoned. However, due to the leaf's effect, their lives were not in danger. The toxic gas stopped spreading at the edge of the forest, but it would take some time to dissipate completely. Hashtag chapter 280. I won't give up. Jalmer turned to look at the forest, sighed, and said, what a pity. We only managed to get one big one. He stared at the black hole tree gem cradled in his hand. It was enveloped in black mist on the outside, while its interior was pitch black. The Wilfred controlled it using an external air current, not daring to touch it easily. What exactly is this thing for? To use as poison? Extending his right index finger slowly toward the poisonous mist, he felt a sharp pain when his finger touched it and immediately retracted his hand. Checking his finger again, it had turned black. The poison had seeped in. Damn, this stuff is potent. The Wilfred found a large jade box and stored it away, planning to study it later. He then felt his body, still finding quite a bit of toxin present. He needed to detox quickly. Without hesitation, he popped the detox pill into his mouth. This was a third-grade elixir, but he couldn't care less now. He just wanted to get rid of the toxins in his body quickly. The third-grade elixir's effect was indeed powerful. As soon as it entered his stomach and began circulating through his body, it started battling the toxins. Soon after, the Wilfred felt immense discomfort, like millions of ants crawling inside him. This was the result of the elixir fighting the toxins. Jalmer had no choice but to endure it. He sat down to meditate, letting the internal energy currents carry the elixir's power throughout his body, guiding it to the most severely poisoned areas. After an hour, the uncomfortable sensation gradually subsided. The Wilfred stood up and checked his body. It was mostly fine. This wasn't entirely due to the detox pill. The main contributor was the leaf of the non-decay sapling. The detox pill only provided some assistance. Looking at the black hole forest, the toxic mist remained unchanged. The Wilfred changed clothes and threw the old ones into the forest, where they quickly disintegrated into black ash. The Wilfred began leaping along the edge of the black hole forest rapidly. It was time to find others. With no obstacles, he soon spotted Dovey, who was still detoxifying and healing. Feeling someone approaching, Dovey opened his eyes, saw Jalmer, and closed them again. Jalmer stood nearby, waiting, continuing to observe the black hole forest. Several minutes later, Dovey stood up. Wu Senior, are you done? Jalmer asked with a smile. Yeah, all good. Then let's go find Lesser Mountain J. Mr. Simon. With that, he continued flying around the edge of the forest, and Dovey followed. Minutes later, they saw Simon flying towards them. Brother Simon, Brother Hank, Senior Wu. Simon greeted them warmly. The three met up. Jalmer took out 4 jade boxes, tossing 2 to Simon and 2 to Dovey, saying with a smile, these 2 black hole tree gems are yours. The jade boxes floated in front of the 2, but neither used their hands to catch them. What is Brother Hank doing? The largest one is mine, so I'm splitting the other 2 between you. No need, Brother Hank. This was mainly your effort. Without you, we wouldn't have even entered the forest, let alone harvested anything. Without those leaves of yours, we wouldn't have obtained anything inside either. We already have 6 treasures each, which is enough. The jade boxes flew back to Jalmer. Yes, there's no need to be polite. Without you, we would have gotten nothing, Dovey said with a smile, and the 2 jade boxes in front of him also flew back to the Wilfred. Jalmer took a deep breath. Fine, I won't be polite then. He put the jade boxes away. More treasures are always better. Now, where do we go? Dovey asked. You lead the way, Senior. Follow the path you've taken before, said Jalmer. Okay, this way. Dovey jumped onto his mount and headed off. After about 15 minutes, a pagoda appeared in their line of sight on a mountain several kilometers away. There's actually a pagoda here? Did people live here before? They soon arrived at the pagoda. They could sense 2 people inside, both of considerable cultivation. There's someone inside, Dovey said. The 2 Noels nodded. Do we want to check it out? But countless people must have already been in, so chances of finding treasures are slim, Dovey remarked as he looked at the pagoda. The pagoda appeared dirty on the outside but was surprisingly intact, untouched by damage. It had 6 sides, stood 6 stories tall, and covered an area of about 80 square meters, approximately 10 meters in diameter. Usually, pagodas have an odd number of floors, right? Why does this one have an even number of 6 floors? The Noel frowned, feeling something was off. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Simon noticed Jalmer seemed lost in thought and asked, have you ever seen a pagoda with an even number of floors? Both looked at the pagoda and said in unison, isn't this one? I mean, have you seen any outside? Outside? Come to think of it, no, all the pagodas outside have an odd number of floors, Dovey replied after some thought. All I've seen have also been odd-numbered, Simon added. Isn't that strange? Both nodded. Let's go inside first and see. The 3 walked toward the nearest door, entering to find a table and 4 long benches. In the middle was a wall with what looked like a shrine, holding a statue that seemed slightly damaged. Someone probably tried to take it as treasure but found it wasn't valuable and ended up damaging the statue. The Wilfred inspected everything inside, looking closely at the statue but finding nothing unusual. Then he approached the table and sat down. Did this furniture exist originally? It has always been here but is fixed. People have tried moving it without success. Apart from being immovable, there's nothing special about it. Eventually, no one cared anymore. True, regular visitors wouldn't question these things. Only newcomers might ask about such details, like why the chair or the pagoda's floor count was unusual. Jalmer pushed the table. It was indeed fixed. There must be a secret here that everyone overlooks. Let's go up and check. So, the 3 proceeded upstairs, reaching the 2nd floor without finding anything extraordinary. As they went to the 3rd floor, the 2 individuals within the pagoda came downstairs. Damn, more people from the Heavenly Spirit sect. The Wilfred recognized their uniforms instantly. Why are they everywhere? The 2 parties nodded in greeting and passed each other. Though the Heavenly Spirit sect people were usually quite ostentatious, seeing 2 spirit J-masters among the trio made them hesitant to cause trouble. The 3 observed the upper floors without much discovery. On the top floor, they merely gazed out through the windows at the scenery below, watching the 2 people walk further away. Jalmer watched the two depart, smiled, and then hurried back to the ground floor. I think there must be a problem here. With 6 floors above, there must be at least one underground floor, maybe even 3. Both men stared wide-eyed at the Noel's peculiar theory. Countless people had been here. If there were underground floors, someone would have found them. But the Wilfred refused to give up and began searching various spots on the ground floor. Translation continues in the next part. Hashtag chapter 281. Second level unveiled. Is there anything special about this table and chair? The Wilfred sat on a long bench, releasing his energy currents to feel every inch of the bench beneath him. There didn't seem to be much unusual, except that the left end of the bench felt slightly worn. The Wilfred switched to another bench and continued to examine it. Again, he noticed slight wear on the left end. After inspecting all 4 benches, he found that each one was worn on the left side, as if they were antique pieces worn down by their owner many years ago. Normally, people move benches with their right hand, so anywhere should be on the right. Why is the left side worn instead? Could the original owner have been left-handed? That doesn't make sense. These benches are immobile. The original owner wouldn't have moved them either. What's going on? Suddenly, the Wilfred's eyes lit up. He stood up and walked to the door, scanning outside with his spiritual senses. No one was around. He turned back and approached the table once more. Stephen and Dovey, who had been examining various spots, watched Franz's peculiar actions in confusion. They thought he was leaving but then returned. What's up with you? Franz stood beside the benches and sent out 4 streams of air currents, lightly colliding with the left ends of the benches. No reaction. He increased the force and struck again. A clang sounded, as if some stone had moved. The trio looked towards the source of the sound. It was behind the stairs. In an instant, they gathered behind the staircase. A descending stairway appeared below, shrouded in darkness. It turned out that the wear on the left ends of the benches indicated the opening mechanism for the basement. Franz pursed his lips. Stephen and Dovey stared at Franz like he was a miracle worker. What kind of person are you, Zyrezi? This place has been here for years, and no one noticed anything unusual. You discovered the secret on your first visit. There's nothing else to say. You're truly remarkable. At this moment, Franz could sense the flow of spiritual energy rising from below. There must be treasures down there. The Wilfred paid no heed to them, taking out a night pearl and descending the steps. His spiritual senses scanned the area while his external currents searched externally, safety first. Be careful, young Jamister. Dovey hurriedly followed. As all 3 entered, there was another clang, and the stone block returned to its original position. They instinctively turned back. Well, the entrance was closed. Fine. This would prevent others from disturbing them and keep the secret safe. As for getting out, it wasn't a problem. If they could get in, they could surely get out. It would just take a little more time. Turning back, they continued down and soon arrived at the first underground level. Wow. The spiritual energy here was extremely dense, perfect for cultivation. What greeted them stunned all 3. Numerous spirit stones lay scattered on racks. This was a windfall, a real fortune. They looked at each other, then hugged and jumped for joy. Even Dovey, the old man, danced gleefully. Divide the spoils. No, divide the treasures. Wait, let me handle the division, Franz said. Sure, it was only fair since he had discovered it. The 2 others stopped their celebrations. The Wilfred waved his hand, dividing the spirit stones into 3 portions. One portion was 40%, the other 2 were 30% each. Taking 40%, no objections? Franz smiled. Not at all. Dovey replied. Huh. Giving each of you 30% still leaves you unhappy? Without me, you'd have nothing. I think 20% each is enough. You can take 60%, Dovey smiled at their good luck charm. Actually, even 10% would satisfy us. Without you, we'd have nothing, Stephen added. Yes, Dovey agreed. Let's stick with 40, 30, and 30. We'll see if there are more treasures ahead. If I need something badly later, I'll take more, the Wilfred chuckled. All right. They wouldn't pass up free treasure. It was precious and sold expensively outside. Each of them collected their shares with a flick of their hands. Then they inspected further, but found nothing unusual. Besides a table, chairs, and some daily items, everything seemed normal and functional. Should they take all this stuff? Nah, leave some virtue behind. These items weren't really necessary. Could they go deeper? Now they were on the 7th level, a single number. Carefully search for any mechanisms or traps, Franz suggested, preparing to continue exploring. They were just here. Voices echoed from above, making them hold their breaths, standing frozen. Could it be those 2 Tion Aling sect members? Are you sure? Hearing this voice, Stephen whispered to the others, That's our sect elder who supports my 4th brother. Of course, I recognize Stephen, the pride of our mountain lord. Did they leave? More people arrived above, totaling 6 individuals, including several spirit Jamesters. Brother Stephen, you're quite the prize. Everyone wants a bite. Strange, why can't they sense us? Franz whispered. This underground area had a shielding effect, and it was one way. This is a great hiding spot. Dovey smiled but dared not speak aloud. The people above searched meticulously. Odd, there seems to be some unusual spiritual energy here. Strange, check thoroughly. Perhaps someone used spirit stones to cultivate here recently. They left some residual energy after they left. James sighed. After a few minutes of searching, finding nothing significant, the group quickly left. Since no one was there, staying longer was pointless. Feeling the people move away, Franz laughed. Now we need to be wary of Death Valley's traps and your enemies. Stephen replied earnestly. I'm sorry to cause trouble. Franz, who was joking, felt embarrassed and said, Keep searching for mechanisms. I don't believe this underground area is only one level, and it can't be that simple. Thus, the trio resumed their treasure hunting mode. With abundant spiritual energy here, they could feel their inner energies increasing without cultivating. So, it was both enjoyable and beneficial to search here. Zaire hour passed without significant findings. However, they did find a way out. The switch was located next to the stairway, a cylindrical stone protruding 2 centimeters from the wall like a button. Pressing the button, the stone blocks above moved aside and automatically closed after 3 seconds. How about eating something first? It's safe and beneficial here, and we've expended a lot in the black hole forest today, Dovey suggested. Sure. Dovey quickly laid out some wine and meat on the table, and they began to eat. After eating and drinking heartily, they wandered around the first level. Idle time would otherwise be idle. Franz stood by the stairway, staring at the button. That's strange. If it's just a button, why is it so prominent? The Wilfred pinched the 2-centimeter protrusion between his fingers and pulled forcefully. A clang sounded, and a dark tunnel opened beside the wall. The second underground level had been unveiled. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure, tone, and style, ensuring it remains natural, fluent, and coherent with previous content. Chapter 282, Underground Level 3. Can this be possible? Stephen and Dovey looked at Jalmer, not wanting to speak. Because of Jalmer's actions here, they felt like their intelligence had dropped a notch. They were geniuses outside, but here they seemed completely useless. Despite their complaints, the two still followed Jalmer down to the second underground level. There were no spirit stones on the second underground level, and the concentration of spiritual energy was much lower. There was also a rack with several stones placed on it, which at first glance seemed quite ordinary. But upon closer inspection, both sucked in a breath. These were stones that enhanced soul power, similar to those found at the bottom of the Moon Lake sect's Medicine Heart Lake. Jalmer had previously spent thousands of florins at an underground market to buy one such stone. So many. Just standing next to them made one feel their soul power increasing. These were treasures, even more valuable than spirit stones, especially for Jalmer as a pill refiner and array master. However, for Stephen and Dovey, who were warriors, these weren't as crucial since their requirements for soul power weren't as high, but their value remained immense. Selling them would yield vast wealth. These will be useful to me. Should I take some more? Jalmer smiled. You decide. Both nodded vigorously. After all, he was the Harmon here, so whatever he said went, and they would benefit from his decisions. Do these have a name? The Wilfred asked. Yes, they're called soul stones. The name fit well. With a wave of his hand, the Wilfred divided the soul stones into 3 parts, 2 each for Stephen and Dovey, and 6 for himself. Each then took their respective shares. As the young mountain lord of Flame Mountain, Stephen had acquired many treasures today. If he wished, he could likely recruit many people to serve him. These treasures were rare and without adverse effects. Surely many elders of Flame Mountain would support him for this. Dovey was overjoyed. He had come to the Valley of Death several times, enduring great risks but reaping few rewards. In just one day today, he had gained more than many sects collected over years. Following this Noel truly proved to be a wise decision. After collecting the treasures, the trio resumed searching the area, hoping to find more valuable items. Zaire hour later, finding nothing, they decided to stop searching. There were now 8 levels including above and below ground, so there must be at least one more level. It wouldn't be complete otherwise. At the staircase entrance, they found another protrusion but couldn't pull it out this time. Clearly, if there was another level below, it would require a different method of entry. Stephen and Dovey continued searching the second underground level, not missing any suspicious spots. Meanwhile, Jalmer began examining the surroundings, suspecting the presence of an array formation but unable to discern it clearly. Could this place have once been inhabited by an old friend of ours? Suddenly came the voice of his second master in his mind. Second Jamister, you're awake? The Noel was elated, communicating with his second master. Was this perfect timing? Yes, but I can't stay awake long. Didn't you just get quite a few soul stones? Give us some. Jalmer immediately complied, sending several soul stones to the 2 bracelets. Judging by the arrangement here, this might be where an old friend of ours lived. Jalmer listened silently. The room has 6 sides, right? So there are 6 corners. Soon, check if there's a small black hole in the upper corner of each side, possibly disguised. As he listened, Jalmer walked toward one of the corners. After confirming, stand in the center of the room and simultaneously throw 3 spirit stones and 3 soul stones toward the 6 black holes in the corners. Remember to alternate between spirit stones and soul stones, one of each. The Noel nodded. If my guess is correct, this pagoda should be both a weapon and a container capable of holding living beings, a real treasure. What? The Noel's eyes widened. A massive storage space that could hold living things and was also a weapon? Who could wield such a large treasure as a weapon? Super giants? Just follow my instructions and we'll see. His second master's voice resounded again. Arriving at one corner, his eyes lit up but saw no black hole. Was it really disguised? Using an outward airflow along the wall corner, he cleared away various objects. A black hole appeared. Checking the other corners, 6 black holes emerged. Brother Hank, did you find something? Stephen asked. Yeah, the Noel replied. Now you can try, but best inform the others first. If I'm correct, you'll be directly transported to the next level alone. Collecting this pagoda won't be easy and will take time, his second master advised. Having received the message, Jalmer turned to Stephen with a smile. There's a discovery, but it might be dangerous. Danger is inevitable in the Valley of Death, Dovey remarked. If I disappear, Aster, you should venture out alone or continue with Brother Coué. The Noel glanced at Dovey, feeling a connection with this old man. What? Are you leaving me behind? I'm your guard and in danger. I go first, Dovey hurriedly responded. Remember what we agreed earlier? If we split up, meet back at that shop. If you don't see me after 10 days, consider it time to leave, the Noel said, already moving to the room's center. Before Dovey could respond, 6 stones flew from the Noel's hands, slightly smaller than the black holes. As the stones entered the holes, a light flashed beneath the Noel's feet, and he vanished. What happened? He disappeared before finishing his sentence. Stephen and Dovey froze for a moment, then rushed to where Jalmer had disappeared, inspecting carefully. Striking the ground with force produced no reaction. Even striking with weapons yielded no response or damage. Recalling Jalmer's actions, Stephen threw 6 stones toward the 6 corners, but they rebounded instantly. Fortunately, Stephen reacted quickly and avoided injury. Both panicked, unable to find a solution. What to do? Wait and think of a plan. Meanwhile, Jalmer reappeared in a strange room. Alotl Phoenix Beth's guess was indeed correct. This was the third underground level. Chapter 283. The Elder on the third level. Jalmer came back to his senses and didn't have time to take in his surroundings before scanning with his soul power. There was someone. As he turned, a skin and bones figure clothed in tattered rags appeared in his view, leaning against the wall. Is it alive? Jalmer glanced around. He had appeared in the center of this room, consistent with the second underground level. This was most likely the third underground level of the pagoda. The Noel cautiously approached the pile of rags, maintaining high alertness and ready for any defense. The Break Heaven staff had already transformed into armor covering vital body parts. The unknown was always the most terrifying. Senior, the Noel called out as he approached. No response. There seemed to be no signs of life. Stopping 2 meters from the pile, the Noel shouted again. Senior? Still no response. Offend you, Senior? Jalmer sent a gust of air that lifted the man's hair, revealing a gaunt face. Just skin and bones, with hollow eye sockets. Senior? Jalmer was about to reach out when a barely audible voice interrupted him. Franz. Hearing this voice, Jalmer's wrist bracelet trembled. He immediately jumped back several meters. You scared me half to death. Can't you just appear normally? The Noel inwardly grumbled. You've come here by fate. You've taken what was above. Leave what's here alone. Senior, I'm not. Listen to me. Don't interrupt. You have 30 seconds. If you don't leave now, you're dead. Jalmer felt a chill down his spine. Damn, even in such a state, you can still do something? Quickly retreat to the center of the room, and I'll send you away. Otherwise, you're dead. The Noel hesitated. Should he really leave? Could he trust him? Edmund, is that you? Xiao Hildred's voice echoed. Seriously, they know each other? How absurd. They were supposed to be from different continents, yet this person is here. Who? The emaciated body stirred slightly. It's me, Xiao Hildred. Is this Edmund? Yes, it's me. What about Goss? He's in a deep slumber. In a slumber? Is there any hope left? We are only in a spiritual state now. Perhaps there's still a chance later. Thank this Franz too. Edmund, how are you? If he's your successor, then yes. More or less. I was done in by our enemies. No need for more talk. I can't hold on much longer. Quickly, bring me to the center of the room. Jalmer froze, unsure of what to do. Hurry up, do as Edmund says. Xiao Hildred sounded anxious. She knew he was near his end, and talking might exhaust his remaining strength. To show respect, Jalmer quickly carried the man and gently placed him in the center of the room. All this belongs to you, Franz. I'll sever my connection with this tower, so you can refine it. Then, you can take it, but you must reach at least the Spirit Jamister level on this continent. What's your current level? I'm still. Don't speak. At least Spirit Jamister level is required to claim it and incorporate it into your body. Incorporating it into the body, like the geothermal fire. Great. This tower is a saber. It will require 2 drops of your essence blood and some soul power infused into its core, where I am now. What? Essence blood too? That little royal ant took 1 drop, and it weakened me for a while. Stop distracting me. Wait beside me for about an hour. Also, here is a healing technique. You should learn it now. With that, a jade tablet fell to the ground. Jalmer picked it up indifferently, then began inspecting the room's contents. Surprisingly, there was a bed with neatly folded blankets. Why not lie on the bed instead of sitting in the corner? The Noel found it odd. Edmund was very clean. Perhaps he didn't want to dirty the bed. Xiao Hildred's voice echoed in his mind, as if she knew what Jalmer was thinking. Stay close. He's severing his connection to the saber, dispersing the essence blood and soul power he once infused. It might drain his last bit of life force. Oh, so he will be gone after this? The Noel was touched. He saw me and chose to do this. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to claim his saber. Not even those on this continent could erase his mark. He was strong? Of course, much stronger than the so-called 9th rank Spirit Jamisters on this continent. Stronger than both me and your first Jamister. He was a warrior. Impressive. Looks like this Zodiac continent isn't so impressive. Just a low-level planet? Don't go there. If Earth is considered a primitive planet. No more talk. I'm nearly out too, probably falling into another slumber soon. Need to save some energy to say goodbye to Edmund. Met him only to part ways immediately. After this, advance to Spirit Jamister as fast as you can. Oh, what's your current level? 9th rank Spirit Scholar. 9th rank Spirit Scholar? Good. Use the Spirit Stones and Soul Stones collected earlier. It should be enough to advance. Better focus on cultivation. Everything here will be yours eventually, no rush. Her voice faded as she needed rest. Forget it. Cultivation can wait. If third uncle dies right after, I'd feel bad if I'm meditating. Jalmer sat 1 meter in front of his third uncle, watching him. The old man kept his head down, hands pressed on the ground, motionless. Time passed as the Noel daydreamed. Zaire hour passed with no movement. This old man's perception of time or self-capacity seems off, but understandable, given his injuries and long years here. Zaire other half hour passed when something unusual happened. The old man's hair started slowly falling, taking 10 minutes until he became bald. It looked terrifying, like a skull wrapped in skin, eyes missing, nose sunken, and teeth visible. After 10 more minutes, protect my Goss and sister-in-law, he whispered. Then a powerful stream of energy shot out of his mouth into Jalmer's. Damn, what is this? The Noel wanted to spit, but the energy flowed down his throat, spreading through his body. Damn, this is energy, immense energy. Chapter 284, Cultivation. Edmund. A sharp cry echoed from Jalmer's right wrist bracelet, and then it fell silent. It seemed the remaining energy had been nearly depleted, and in this moment of joy and sorrow, it went back to sleep. At that moment, the old man exhaled his last breath, his head drooping as if he was truly gone. There were no regrets. He met an old friend in his final moments and managed to lend a hand. One last meaningful deed before his end. Xiaomer, however, could not spare any energy to deal with these two at the moment. He now faced a significant problem. Too much energy released by the old man for him to absorb all at once. The amount was just too overwhelming. Now, the Wilfred could only focus entirely on cultivation, trying to convert the excessive energy into his own. If left unchecked, it would wreak havoc within his body, causing unimaginable damage. A misstep could cost him his life. It appeared that the old man's cultivation level was exceedingly high. Even the last bit of energy he left behind was enough to stretch the Wilfred to his limits. Enduring excruciating pain, Xiaomer struggled to transform the energy, knowing that only by doing so could he safely pass through this ordeal. Damn it! I don't need your damned energy. I have plenty of cultivation resources already, the Noel ranted incessantly. His skin began to crack slowly, and his internal organs started to suffer. No good, the energy conversion is too slow. At this rate, I'll be dead before the energy is fully absorbed. Is there a way to heal myself? He thought frantically, searching his mind. Ah, didn't the old man give me a healing technique earlier? Let's try it. He placed the jade slip on his forehead, quickly memorizing its contents while continuing his cultivation. Multitasking had become second nature to him. Flesh Rapid Healing Technique. What a generic name. Xiaomer read further and committed the technique to memory within minutes. He then put away the jade and began practicing it immediately, ensuring that his cultivation did not stop and neither did the energy conversion. The cracking of his skin and the destruction of his organs continued, but with the use of Flesh Rapid Healing Technique, the speed of these damages slowed down. Half an hour later, parts of his cracked skin began to heal, and some damaged organs also started recovering. It actually works. The Noel felt a wave of joy and continued using the technique. It seemed the old man had foreseen this outcome and prepared the technique in advance. If I had practiced it from the start, I wouldn't have suffered like this. Ah, never listen to the wise words of elders at your peril. Another half hour passed, and the healing speed of his damaged body finally caught up with the rate of ongoing damage, reaching a balance. The Noel became more adept at using the Flesh Rapid Healing Technique, and gradually, the healing speed surpassed the damage rate. After 5 hours, all the injuries were healed. However, the energy was still not fully converted and continued wreaking havoc on his body. But it could no longer harm him due to the healing properties bestowed by the technique. Any new injury healed almost instantly, as if his body had developed self-healing abilities. Xiaomer smiled. He now hoped for even more energy, for he was no longer afraid. Continuing, in the second underground level of the pagoda, Horatio and Dovey were still fiddling around in the room. Wu Sr., has it been nearly 10 hours? I wonder how Brother Hank is doing. Horatio asked worriedly, tapping things here and there. Asking was futile since Dovey also had no idea, seeking comfort more than anything. The area must have had a teleportation array or something. I wonder where Mr. Hank was transported. What should we do? Keep waiting? Let's wait a bit longer. They kept checking every corner of the room while waiting. After another dozen hours, an entire day passed without any sign of Xiaomer. Other group arrived upstairs, but found nothing and soon left. Wu Sr., let's go? Waiting here makes no sense. All right. True, without a set time frame, waiting was a torment, an endless abyss. Shall we go out to continue our treasure hunting? Of course, since we've come this far, it would be a shame not to explore. Okay, let me leave a note, Horatio said, scribbling on a piece of paper. Brother Hank, we are waiting for you at the inn. Left by Horatio. Thoughtful, indeed. Dovey smiled. Sensing no one above, they activated the mechanism and ascended. In the third underground level of the pagoda, Xiaomer opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. He had finally transformed all the energy into his own, although it did not directly aid his promotion. Third uncle? He called to the old man, but received no response. Calling again brought no reaction either. Reaching out to check, he found the old man devoid of both breath and pulse. Second Jamister. He shouted towards the bracelet, but there was no response. Seemed like the bracelet had fallen asleep again. He sighed, feeling a tinge of sadness. Looking at the elderly man whom he couldn't even name, Xiaomer shook his head, picked up the old man, and carried him to the bed. After settling him under the covers, he inspected the room, finding nothing special except a storage ring on the old man's finger. Taking it off, he stored it away, knowing everything here belonged to him now, though he wasn't in the mood to examine it yet, especially since he might not be able to unlock the seal on the ring. What now? Examining his dantian, he saw it wasn't quite full, still needing a considerable distance to promote. Recalling what third uncle mentioned about needing a soul jamister to refine the pagoda, he decided it wasn't urgent. Having cultivated for a whole day and night, he needed rest and a chance to inspect this place. Exploring the room, he noticed it was more equipped than the previous 2 levels, likely the old man's living quarters. No spirit stones or soul stones here, but there were weapons. Picking up a sword, he marveled at its sharpness before examining a dagger, equally impressive. These weapons were top-notch, capable of sparking deadly battles among various factions on the Zodiac continent. On the shelves were books, actual physical books. Was this sentimentality? Opening one randomly, he found Piao Chronicle, a storybook about events on a continent named Piao. Tossing it aside, he took up Piao Atlas and flipped through it, recognizing it as a map. He returned it, intending to revisit later. Approaching a drawer-laden desk, he opened a drawer to find gems, suitable for array chess pieces, quite good. Opening another drawer, he found unfamiliar medicinal herbs. Half an hour of rummaging gave him a basic understanding of the contents here. Many valuable items, many unknowns, and the storage ring's unknown contents remained sealed for now. Sitting down, he decided to cultivate. Idle hands were devil's playthings. Placing the collected spirit stones and soul stones nearby, he began breaking them down for continuous cultivation. Note: this translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original Chinese text. Chapter 285, two of them take a rest. The Wilfred didn't know how long he had been cultivating, but felt somewhat exhausted and thus stopped. Damn. Both the spirit stones and soul stones were considerably reduced. He did an internal check on his dantian. It seemed like fullness wasn't far off. At this moment, a gurgle came from his stomach. Damn. His belly was protesting. It was time to eat something. How long have I been cultivating here? With no day or night, all focused on cultivation, I've lost track of time. Sizzle, came the sound of the red sky ants. These little guys were actually outside, not in his bag. Their expressions showed no signs of hunger at all. At this point, Jalmer also thought of a Lottle Royal Zyret and quickly resumed communication. Before cultivating, he had feared interruption and blocked contact with the little fellow. Quickly release your emperor is starving to death. As soon as the connection resumed, the message from a Lottle Royal Zyret came through, full of blame. Why did you cut off our communication? The Noel hurriedly let the little guy out. It struggled to get up from the ground and sat down, looking rather listless. What are you staring at? Quickly bring out some food. The little fellow shouted loudly at the Wilfred. Haven't you eaten for a long time? Yes, before you started cultivating, we hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days. You cultivated nonstop for 5 or 6 days. I'm absolutely famished. 5 or 6 days. It doesn't seem that long. The Noel looked at a Lottle Royal Zyret and then at the red sky ants and said, why do they seem fine? They're outside. While you cultivate, you use spirit stones, which contain a lot of energy. They just absorb a bit, and it's enough for them. Poor me, stuck inside. Indeed, eating is essentially about absorbing energy. If there's ample energy provided, not eating isn't a big deal, but my poor stomach. Oh, my Crimson Blood Wolf. The Noel immediately released the Crimson Blood Wolf too. Wow, it also looked a bit dejected. Upon release, it howled toward the sky, protesting. Sorry, I'll get you something good to eat right away. Saying this, the Noel took out several large pieces of meat and threw them over. He had prepared this before entering the Valley of Death, knowing they would be staying for a while. As cultivators, preserving food wasn't a problem. The companions immediately pounced on the food like ravenous dogs. Jalmer, however, remained calm. He drew out the core fire and skewered a piece of meat on the heaven-breaking staff to roast it. Good meals don't mind being late. Instantly, the aroma spread everywhere, making the others lose interest in their current meal. They stopped eating and watched the Wilfred. Roasting meat with core fire was quick. Within a minute, his own piece was ready. The Noel grabbed the meat with his left hand and ate a bite. With a flick of his right hand holding the heaven-breaking staff, the meat on the ground flew up and impaled itself. After another minute, the roasted meat was done. Zaire other flick, and the companions began devouring ravenously. After resting for a while, the Noel said, you stay here, I won't store you. I don't know when my next cultivation session will end. Just absorb some energy from the spirit stones when you need it, but don't take too much. I don't know if these are enough for my level up, so don't be greedy. The group on the ground nodded furiously. This way, they wouldn't go hungry. The Noel continued shattering the spirit stones and commenced cultivating again. Time waits for no one. While Jalmer was deeply engrossed in cultivation, somewhere in the Valley of Death, an old man and a Wilfred were cautiously exploring. Senior Wu, our harvest these past few days hasn't been very impressive. I wonder how Brother Hank is doing, the Wilfred asked the elder. Not impressive? We've still had some gains after leaving the treasure tower. Did you know many people leave empty-handed? Dovey shook his head. The young mountain master was still a young mountain master, unaware of the struggles of ordinary people. Alafi as a wandering cultivator was difficult. Suddenly, 3 people flew past nearby, looking urgent. A few minutes later, 2 more people flew by in the same direction the first trio had gone. The old man and the Wilfred found this strange, and listened intently to those 2 flying away. Hurry up, someone found quite a few treasures over there. If you're late, they'll be gone, one of the 2 men said. Though the voices weren't loud, the old man and the Wilfred caught the gist of it. Treasures are appearing over there? The elder frowned. Should we go? Senior Wu, should we check it out? Horatio asked. Originally, they had obtained quite a few valuable items, but coming here was primarily to seek treasure, with a bit of training on the side. It seems the news has leaked, but it shouldn't have, Dovey was puzzled. If someone discovered a nest of treasures, they would surely keep it secret and quietly take what they could. How easy was it for word to leak out? Would anyone really tell others and invite competition? The elder had a faint feeling of unease. This seemed like a conspiracy, deliberately arranged. Shouldn't we go? Even watching can be fun. Isn't wandering through the world about experiencing the excitement? All right, let's go. Dovey nodded lightly. Actually, it's for your own good. As an old fool, I don't get much attention. If there's a plot, it would target someone like you. They quickly dashed in the direction the previous 2 groups had gone. As they ran, they encountered more and more people. After nearly half an hour of running, they saw a cluster of people ahead. A quickscan revealed 40 or 50 people, and surprisingly, nearly half were spirit Jaemesters. Damn, spirit Jaemesters are flooding in. Dovey inwardly complained. As a spirit Jaemester, he used to command respect outside. Here, he was the lowest ranking among them and barely dared speak loudly. Frustrating. Everyone disperse. The treasures have already been taken by those who arrived earlier. But if you wish, continue searching here, a masked figure said, glancing at Horatio and his companion. As he spoke, several pairs of eyes scanned over Horatio's direction. Dovey's heart skipped a beat. There was a high likelihood this was a conspiracy aimed at the Wilfred beside him. Some of those who had arrived early were already dispersing. Let's run, Dovey whispered urgently, pulling Horatio back the way they came. Someone might mean harm to you. Though Horatio didn't understand, he followed Dovey out. What's going on, Senior Wu? Even without treasures, there's no need to run. It's good to meet new people. Young Mountain Jaemester, do you remember the incident outside the cave last time? The leakage of treasure information now might be targeted at you. Didn't those masked people's looks make you feel unusual? What's wrong with this honorable young mountain master? Is he missing a brain cell or something? Why so slow to react? Still, young Mr. Hank is better. Soon, they ran over 30 miles, but at this point, a voice came from ahead. The two of you, rest a bit, no need to run anymore. Hashtag chapter 286, breaking through to Spirit Jamister. What was bound to happen happened. The two of them stopped in their tracks. Dovey stepped forward and cupped his hands together. Jamesy, I ask if there's something you need from us? Franz Tong was not around, and this young mountain lord seemed a bit dim-witted, so Dovey took the initiative. There were two masked individuals ahead, one of whom said, we have some business with this Wilfred. Could you please step aside? Do they leave any impression on you? Dovey immediately sent a secret message to Stephen. They're not easy to see through if they're concealing themselves. They are both Spirit Jamesters. One might even be at the mid-stage. Stephen replied via telepathy. It seems someone else is approaching from behind. They might be accomplices. My suggestion is to run immediately. What do you think? I'll follow Senior's advice, Stephen responded, knowing his experience wasn't enough, and it was always safer to listen to the elder. To step aside? That might not be wise. I'm the protector of this young master, and I can't put him in danger. Excuse us, but we must be going. Dovey then quickly darted to the left. Stephen followed immediately, while the two masked figures pursued them. Is the illustrious young mountain lord of Flame Mountain running for his life? How cowardly. Isn't this a disgrace to your father? The masked individual shouted from behind. Upon hearing this, Stephen hesitated, pride showing in his stance. But Dovey held his hand and kept moving. Survival came first. You two want to keep running? A voice came from ahead of their path. Dovey thrust out his palm, but failed to push the opponent back. He himself halted. The opponent was no simple foe. They eventually stopped as people began to encircle them. What a hassle. Following young Mr. Hank was much better. This young mountain lord has brought nothing but trouble. Dovey grumbled inwardly. Stephen scanned the surroundings. 4 Spirit Jamesters, 6 Spirit Adepts. He thought to himself, did they really come here just for me? Am I about to meet my end? So many of you just to deal with me? Stephen looked at the strongest among them and continued. I have a request. Go on, the person replied, thinking it was better if he surrendered to avoid more fighting. Let this Senior Wu leave, and I'll go with you. The masked Harmon glanced at Dovey. This Zaire Z was quite loyal. No need. We live or die together. Zaire Z, since we're in this together, why would I leave you behind? Dovey laughed, unwilling to be cowardly in front of such loyalty. Senior, please leave when they let you go. I have ways to escape. Stephen whispered. As the most beloved son of the Mountain Lord, he carried several treasures that might help him survive against these experts. Dovey hesitated. If we let him go now, how can he leave after seeing all of us? Since so many had gathered, how could anyone depart safely? So, they decided to fight. Who feared whom? Die or live, it mattered little now. They charged towards the weakest spot, trying to break through the encirclement, but others soon appeared from different directions. Who dares attack the young Mountain Lord? A voice rang out as a few more people arrived behind him. Everyone saw it was Sunny, Stephen's protector and an elder of Flame Mountain, seemingly a 6th-rank Spirit Jamester. Seeing Sunny, Stephen felt instantly relieved and smiled. The masked Harmon frowned and muttered, kill. The arrow was shot. There was no turning back. In an instant, the two groups clashed in fierce combat. Unaware of how the battle went, Franz Tong was intensely cultivating. His top priority was breaking through. Time lost meaning in cultivation, and a month passed quickly. The Noel had consumed 70 to 80% of his spirit stones, and about 50% of his soul stones. Finally, he sensed his energy becoming unstable, signaling the prelude to a breakthrough. At this moment, the Noel paused. It was time to rest and feel the sensation of being a spirit adept once more because after the breakthrough, this feeling would be gone. He chuckled to himself. He took a short break of a few hours, treating it like a holiday to relax a bit. Then he ingested a drop of star energy liquid for cultivation. This liquid was incredibly cold, helping him regain composure. After continuous cultivation for a month, fatigue, both physical and mental, had set in. Cooling down would clear his mind. After absorbing the energy from 3 drops of star energy liquid, Franz Tong resumed cultivation with spirit stones and soul stones. After consuming 85% of the spirit stones and 50% of the soul stones, Franz Tong finally broke through. He heard an internal pop as the star outside his chi source merged into it, expanding it to the size of a fist. Amazing, finally breaking through, becoming a Spirit Jamester, one of the highest ranks on this continent. The chi source expanded and contracted, still unstable. Franz Tong continued cultivating with spirit stones, solidifying his strength. Occasionally, he stood up to practice the heaven-splitting staff, or the 10,000 extreme technique. After 5 hours, the chi source finally stabilized, stopping its pulsation. Next to it, a faint star appeared, though with sparse chi inside. Stopping cultivation, Franz Tong smiled. Had he really become a Spirit Jamester? It didn't seem that difficult. His soul force scanned the surroundings, projecting a clear image into his mind without needing his eyes. A mere gesture allowed him to control objects within sight. This feeling, incredible. Strange, why was there no commotion? Last time when he broke through to Spirit Adept, the disturbance nearly got him struck by lightning. Why nothing this time? Could it be because he was inside the tower? Previously, when he broke through in Medicine Heart Lake, the disturbance occurred only after he emerged. Similarly, Stephen's breakthrough caused disturbances only outside the flame cave. Certainly, once out of this tower, something significant would await him. How to resist the impending calamities? Why overthink? Just absorb the tower first. The voice of Alotl Emperor Zairit sounded. Yes, the tower could be stored inside his body. A good item indeed, especially since he could bring people along in the future. Fine, figure out how to absorb the tower first. Franz Tong reached the center of the room, locating the supposed key core. He hesitated, then produced 2 drops of refined blood and dripped them onto the core. The refined blood seeped into the core instantly, leaving the Noel significantly weakened. Last time, Losing 1 drop to Allotl Emperor Zairit weakened him for days. Today, losing 2 drops at once left him even worse off. Instead of immediately invading the core with Soul Force, Franz Tong focused on restoring himself with Soul Stones. Invading the core with Soul Force was not a trivial task. He needed to build up his strength first. Chapter 287. Triggering the Celestial Tribulation. The lost essence and blood wouldn't be replenished in just a day or two, but lethargy could be countered with certain methods. Jalmer used Soul Stones and elixirs to help restore his mental state, which took him 2 whole days to fully recover. Would it be difficult for Soul Force to penetrate this truncheon core? But wouldn't I know by just trying? The Wilfred placed both palms against the truncheon core, gradually seeping Soul Force into it. It seemed quite challenging. Advancing even a millimeter wasn't easy. Jalmer let go of his hands, feeling this truncheon core. It was cylindrical, roughly 30 centimeters tall, and about 10 centimeters in diameter. This object required complete penetration of Soul Force, which seemed like it would take some time. There were only a few months left before returning to the sect. Was there enough time? He'd try first. This was a good thing. If he ran out of time, he could come back another time. At least, injecting some Soul Force meant that others would find it very hard to take it away afterward. Alright, let's do it. The Noel began the process of Soul Force penetration, continuously attacking the small cylindrical truncheon with Soul Force. Initial penetration was the hardest. On the first day, he only managed to intrude 2 millimeters despite spinning the entire day. It was a significant setback. But the bigger the blow, the greater the motivation. Damn it, I don't believe it. He shattered Spirit Stones and Soul Stones while invading the truncheon core. Time seemed to stand still. Whenever he needed energy from Spirit Stones and Soul Stones, he released an air current to smash them, immediately providing the required energy. Meanwhile, his companions played nearby, occasionally making a fuss when bored. Soon, another month passed. The Noel paused, sensing how things were progressing. Not bad. He had managed to invade halfway into the truncheon core, suggesting that time might be sufficient. I can sense the top 2 levels of the pagoda as well. The Noel closed his eyes and felt more carefully. Hell, the 3 underground levels and the 1 above ground of the pagoda were now within his sensory range. He had previously ignored occasional feelings of people entering the pagoda without knowing what was happening, but it turned out he had acquired part of the pagoda's information. This realization made him even more excited. After resting for a day, he continued. Another month passed, and the Noel stopped again. A quick check revealed he had only penetrated 10 more centimeters, meaning after 2 months of relentless effort, the depth of Soul Force invasion into the truncheon core was 25 centimeters, leaving 5 centimeters remaining. It became increasingly difficult. However, another month should suffice to finish it off. By now, he could perceive all movements within the 4 layers above ground of the pagoda. Jalmer smiled, resting for a day before continuing again. Yet another month passed as predicted. It took a full month to finally invade the last 5 centimeters. Now, every inch inside the pagoda was under his perception, and any slight movement instantly registered to him. Jalmer drew a deep breath, calming his excited heart. Someone else has entered the pagoda. The people inside the pagoda were now visible to Jalmer as if under his very gaze. Every action they made was clear to him. He chuckled. What a great trap this could be. No way. I am respectable. I can't harm people like this. The Noel grinned wickedly, finding humor in the situation. Unnoticed, he had spent 4 months here. It was time to leave. However, before leaving, he needed to rest and recover comprehensively. Also, something like a tribulation awaited outside, so preparation was necessary. He couldn't risk being struck down by celestial lightning. Though he didn't know exactly what would happen, ensuring defensive measures was paramount. After 2 days, sufficiently recovered and preparations ready, the Noel sensed no one around the pagoda. Let's go. It's time for you to return, Jalmer addressed his companions. Thus, the Crimson Blood Wolf returned to the riding pouch, the Allotl Imperial Zairit retreated into the pet ring, and the Scarlet Heaven Zyrets went into his pocket. Leaving them in the pagoda was an option, but since he hadn't figured out how to release them yet, he decided to bring them along. Sitting cross-legged, focusing on his mind, he began to retract the pagoda. Oh no, it's more appropriate to call it the precious truncheon now, as it was a weapon. Thanks to his previous 4 months of effort, the truncheon was already attuned to his will. Thus, retracting it into his body was swift, taking less than 10 seconds. If practiced enough, the precious truncheon could be deployed instantaneously. Standing outside, checking internally, the truncheon hovered near his heart adjacent to the heart flame. As he wore a satisfied smile, dark clouds suddenly loomed overhead. Jalmer looked up, wondering if it was about to start. Hell, I'm in a deep pit now, formerly where the pagoda stood. With its disappearance, naturally, a deep pit remained. Thinking quickly, he released an air current, flying out of the pit immediately, not wanting to be buried if the heavenly thunder struck. Flying out of the pit, he headed deeper into Death Valley. This area wasn't deep and often visited by people. Jalmer did not want anyone to witness his tribulation, especially the Spirit Gate members. If they saw, they might connect it to his visit here, leading to trouble. They might even be waiting at the entrance of Death Valley. Jalmer sped ahead desperately. His cultivation had advanced to Spirit Jamister, allowing fast travel. However, celestial punishment was faster. Before flying a minute, a loud crack echoed from the sky, sending concentrated energy plummeting down. The Noel threw out protective artifacts one after another, mostly defensive array sets and divine runes. Some array sets were gifts from his master or captured, and the runes were all seized. These array sets and divine runes were shattered one by one by celestial lightning, hitting the ground just a meter behind Jalmer, instantly creating a deep pit and throwing him backward. His clothes were instantly torn apart, and he suffered considerable injuries. Yet, unlike before, he was better equipped now. As the first strike ended, the sky immediately prepared for the second. While eating pills and flying deeper, cultivators treasure hunting inside Death Valley noticed the oddity. Why did the sky suddenly darken amidst fair weather? followed by rolling thunder. Quick thinkers realized what was happening. Most who entered Death Valley were geniuses, recognizing that someone was upgrading and triggering the celestial tribulation. Excitement spread as messages flew, drawing crowds towards the site of the lightning attack. Everyone loves a spectacle. ####Chapter 288. The Alefi-saving forest. Soon, many cultivators passed by the location of the pagoda. Huh? Where's the pagoda? Wasn't there a pagoda here earlier? Why is it gone? Is this related to the person who's transcending? Cultivators started discussing as they flew past. They soon reached the spot where the Wilfred was hit by the first strike. Gosh, this pit isn't shallow at all. When I advanced to the Spirit Jamister stage, it didn't seem like this. Am I not as good as him? Each cultivator had the same question in their minds. Who on earth is this transcender? His talent is formidable. Jalmer kept running without stopping. His appearance altered. He brushed shoulders with some onlooker cultivators. The cultivators' hearts tightened for a moment. This guy isn't interested in spectacles? How can one cultivate without curiosity? Judging from his aura, he doesn't seem weak either. As they pondered, they arrived beside the deep crater created by the explosion and began observing. More and more people gathered around, talking amongst themselves. But soon after, another loud noise echoed from the depths of Death Valley. Damn, it's not over yet. Was that person we passed just now the one transcending? Some started realizing the truth. This person wasn't avoiding the spectacle. He was the one creating it. Everyone rushed toward the second strike location, eager to witness who this character was. By now, Jalmer was in a sorry state, wearing only a ragged pair of underwear. Ignoring his condition, he continued flying deeper into the valley. A trail of red marked his path. Much of his flesh had been stripped away, and several bones were broken. But this did not impede his flight. Based on experience, there should be one more strike. He had blocked the second strike using the heaven-cleaving staff, but due to the intense energy, even the staff couldn't absorb it all, resulting in considerable damage. For the third strike, should I take out the treasured whip too? It should also help withstand some of the attack. Lost in thought, his pace didn't slow down as he kept going deeper. No. After the third strike, there will be a reward, right? If I wait for the reward, won't people find me? If I don't want the reward, wouldn't it go to someone else? Besides, without the reward, my recovery will be a problem. What should I do? Oh, the Dark Hole Forest, yes, that's the place. The Wilfred abruptly changed direction, summoning his Crimson Blood Wolf to ride towards the Dark Hole Forest. He hadn't used a mount earlier because he feared it might not evade the heavenly punishment and get injured. Now he needed speed. The final punishment would require more time to gather energy. It had been 4 months since the last incident. He wondered if the poisonous gas in the Dark Hole Forest had dissipated. Even if it hadn't, it wasn't a big issue since he still had some leaves from the uncorrupted herb. Soon, he reached the edge of the Dark Hole Forest. Fortunately, though the poisonous gas hadn't completely vanished, its concentration had significantly decreased. Retracting his mount, he dashed into the forest, occasionally hitting the trees as he went, trying to stimulate them to emit more poisonous gas to deter other cultivators. His destination was the clearing in the center of the 2 enormous Dark Hole trees. Almost there. The thunderclouds had finished gathering energy and were about to strike. At this moment, the Wilfred released all his remaining energy and surged forward with greater speed. Under immense pressure, his body broke its limits once again, revealing new capabilities. Finally reaching the 2 massive Dark Hole trees, the giant bolt of lightning struck as expected. With a deafening boom, the entire Death Valley shook. Jalmer's heaven-cleaving staff and treasured whip expanded momentarily before shrinking back to their normal size and falling to the ground. Jalmer was blasted to the ground by the overflowed energy, one leg broken, both hands shattered, and his body charred black. Yet the Wilfred laughed. I made it through. This kind of injury was nothing. It would heal soon. The huge Dark Hole tree beside him had lost several branches and twigs and swayed angrily, preparing to spew out black poison gas. Suddenly, a shower of multicolored rain fell from the sky. The Dark Hole tree sensed something unusual. Damn, this rain is incredibly beneficial. The tree's branches waved furiously, absorbing the falling rainwater with its roots. The Dark Hole tree mused. Had misfortune turned into fortune? Did this person bring such benefits? Last time, he ruined everything, but this time it seemed he was repaying the debt, and then some. Thank you, Jalmer. Meanwhile, Jalmer sat cross-legged, knowing this opportunity might never come again. He absorbed the energy from the rain greedily, healing his injuries at an astonishing rate. Outside, things weren't quiet at all. Jamisni cultivators gathered at the edges of the Dark Hole Forest, gazing at the beautiful rainbow-colored rain in the forest center. This was the legendary energy rain, better than any elixir or potion. They said training within this rain could raise one's level slightly. It was tempting beyond measure. Who was breaking through? Who managed to draw down such power? The poisonous fog inside the Dark Hole Forest had thickened due to Jalmer's strikes on the trees and the heavenly strikes, preventing anyone from entering easily. Most people could only sigh wistfully as they watched the rain. Hey, someone just charged into the Dark Hole Forest. Someone here has rushed in as well. Facing such a great temptation for advancement, some dared to enter despite the risks. So, one after another, cultivators ventured into the forest. However, soon, those who entered came out with darkened skin, poisoned. Some avoided poisoning but panted heavily, clearly having paid a high price. This explained why few dared to enter the Dark Hole Forest. Why can he go in while we can't? Someone yelled. Others began attacking the Dark Hole trees frenziedly. Though they damaged many trees, none could enter. The effort was futile. Outside, chaos reigned, but Jalmer paid no heed, focusing solely on his cultivation. After 40 minutes, his core was fully restored. Haha, now I'm a first-rank Spirit Jamister. With good fortune, advancing to second rank will be just around the corner. The 2 massive Dark Hole trees beside him regained their former splendor and vitality, even surpassing it. The hole previously taken from one of the trees seemed to have healed thanks to Jalmer. Both trees swayed, dropping the damaged branches directly in front of him, a large pile. The Wilfred looked up at the trees and smiled. For me. Chapter 289, Leaving the Woods. The giant tree's black hole blinked as if it were nodding in agreement, as if saying, yes, here you go. The Wilfred waved his hand and gathered all the branches. These things were even impervious to ordinary weapons, truly valuable, even if he didn't know how to use them yet. He would keep them for now. At this moment, the woods were shrouded in toxic black fumes, but the area around the giant tree remained clear and fresh, free from any poisonous or foul air. What should I do? Should I leave now? Certainly, there would be many people waiting outside to catch him if he left now. Perhaps he should wait a little longer? Yes, that was a good idea. Jalmer sized up his surroundings. Now he could explore openly without restraint, having turned the giant tree from an enemy into a friend. After taking in his surroundings, he felt there wasn't much else to see, so he began inspecting the roots of 2 giant trees. Wasn't it true that antidotes often grew near where poisons were found? Might these trees also have an antidote to their toxic emissions nearby? The Wilfred searched around the base of the giant tree, but came up empty-handed after circling it several times. Jalmer looked up at the giant tree and shouted, "Can I climb on you?" The black hole blinked. With a single leap, the Noel hovered beneath the black hole entrance, peering inside, tempted to reach in and explore. Hankling to himself, the Wilfred resisted the urge and continued rising. Before long, he reached the treetop. It was incredibly tall. Looking out into the distance, he could faintly see some cultivators near the edge of the forest. Indeed, quite a few cultivators were still guarding the perimeter, though most had already started leaving. After all, the forest of black holes was insurmountable, and with no more energy rain, staying here held little meaning. Seeing the breakthrough individual was only a slim chance, and what good would it do an average cultivator to meet them? They might find better luck elsewhere. Wait a minute, if they can fly, why don't they just fly directly in? Jalmer wondered. Indeed, he hadn't tried flying either before. As he thought about it, he flew toward the forest's edge but dropped into the poisonous mist upon reaching it. Quickly retreating to open space, he coughed several times. Damn, what's going on? Why can't I fly in this forest? Jalmer flew back to the giant tree and inspected it carefully. Surprisingly, there were fruits on the tree, but they were so tiny that they were hard to notice. A peanut-sized fruit with a deep green color almost identical to the leaves. Who would expect such a large tree to bear fruits the size of peanuts? Reaching out, a small fruit floated into his palm. Is this thing poisonous? Hovering above one of the giant trees, the Wilfred pointed at the small fruit, then at his mouth, and asked, "Can I eat this?" The black hole blinked again. Not poisonous? Should I try it? No way. One mistake, and it wouldn't be worth it. But then something unexpected happened. A small, unknown bird suddenly darted out from the poisonous mist. Flying towards the 2 giant trees, the bird caught Jalmer's wide-eyed gaze. Was it immune to the poison? When the bird landed on the tree, it immediately pecked and ate a fruit, consuming several more before resting on the trunk. If it can eat it, does that mean it's safe for me to? Zaire, what did it know? Isn't the toxic gas corrosive? What about the fruit? Jalmer blew on the fruit, causing it to split in half, revealing green juice. Touching it, he felt a cool sensation, and his skin remained uncorroded. Sucking a bit of the juice into his mouth, he tasted a faint sweetness. Trying more revealed no adverse effects. Finally, he consumed the whole fruit, and nothing happened. It really wasn't poisonous. Eating a few more, he remained unharmed. Could the bird be immune to the poison because it ate this fruit? Should I try it? Thus, the Wilfred floated to the ground, approached the forest edge, and slowly inserted his hand into the toxic mist. Retreating soon after, he felt a slight invasion of toxins. Earlier, the toxins had corroded his clothes instantly. This fruit must be effective, though perhaps he hadn't eaten enough yet. Returning to the giant tree, he gathered more fruits, consuming dozens within minutes. Testing again at the forest's edge, this time there was no problem. Entering the toxic mist, he found it harmless. The tree's fruit is indeed the antidote. Haha, I've discovered something new. Retreating from the mist, he observed the other trees. They bore no fruit. Perhaps only these 2 giant trees bear fruit, or maybe they need to grow larger. It must be so. Having uncovered a secret, he continued exploring. Again hovering around the giant trees, finding nothing particularly remarkable, he picked and stored plenty of fruits. Their antitoxin properties might prove useful against other poisons as well. Over the next half-month, Jalmer both explored and practiced cultivation, waiting for the crowd outside to disperse for safety. During this period, he sensed the heaven-breaking staff but found no signs of the 3rd level of the staff technique. Strange, why isn't it showing up? Shrugging it off, he reviewed a few advanced moves. Change form, change spirit, transform pet shape, all related to transformations, mostly changing others' forms, rather unimpressive. Instead, he focused on the precious saber, mastering its release and retraction through practice. After being struck by heavenly lightning, the saber now shone with a sleek, black luster, looking perfect. Inside the saber was a saber manual, which he had practiced until he achieved a small degree of mastery. Half a month later, observing from the treetop, he saw no one remaining. Deciding to leave, he bid farewell to the giant tree and walked into the adjacent woods. Entering the forest, a strange phenomenon occurred. The poisonous mist cleared 5 meters ahead and 2 meters to the sides of him, closing back once he passed. The mist was making way for him. Smiling, Jalmer noted the tree's high intelligence and quickly moved forward. Chapter 290, to the 9-Dragon Cave. As he darted through the forest, Jalmer would occasionally pay attention to whether there were any animals in it. Indeed, he did sense a few birds. It seemed that besides this black hole tree, other creatures still existed in this forest. The Wilfred had also specifically observed some trees, but found no fruits. However, on a tree with a trunk diameter of 60 to 70 centimeters, he sensed the presence of fruit. Clearly, the trees needed to reach a certain stage before they could bear fruit. With all his previous doubts resolved, the Wilfred sped up and rushed outwards. Soon, he reached the fringe area and sensed no one outside. Thus, he dashed out of the woods, summoned the scarlet blood wolf, hopped onto it, and sprinted away. However, at this moment, a wave of mental power swept over him. Damn, still caught. You guys really have nothing better to do. He cursed under his breath and spurred the wolf towards the depths of the Death Valley. He couldn't leave from the front for now. Many people must be guarding there. Might as well explore deeper inside first. Maybe treasures await. Someone's coming out. Chase after them, came a voice from afar, clearly the one who had scanned him with mental power moments ago. Soon, Jalmer sensed several presences moving towards him from behind. Damn, the Noel muttered, continuing his plunge into the valley. However, the pursuers soon realized something was off. They were getting farther away because their mounts couldn't keep pace with the Wilfred's mount, putting them in an awkward situation. The Noel chuckled and kept advancing, but ahead, someone barred his path. Jalmer glanced at the person and veered to the side. But then, the person flashed and blocked his path again. So eager, fellow cultivator? The man smiled, clearly from the celestial spirit sect, given his attire. Is everything wrong? The Noel frowned. His opponent seemed to be at the mid-stage spirit Jamester level, not someone easy to contend with. Were you the one who broke through earlier? Surely, with your cultivation, you're not an unknown. Haven't had the pleasure? I am not the one who broke through, just a solitary cultivator. Excuse me, I'm in a hurry. Speaking, he lunged past the man's side. Want to block me again? People are chasing me from behind. If you block again, I'll attack. Sure enough, the man reached out, but suddenly a staff shot out from the Noel's ear toward the man's arm. Oh, such an item. The blocker thought inwardly, amused. A gust of energy swirled around, trying to snatch the staff. The heaven-breaking staff hesitated momentarily, but then accelerated and struck the man's arm. Immediately, he felt a surge of pain. His arm was broken. Too surprising, just a first-level spirit Jamester. How could he be so powerful? The man was dumbstruck. The Noel didn't bother wasting words and dashed past the man, with the staff returning to his ear. This kid had specially gone to fight in the warrior pavilion of Moon Lake Sect, and also in the Profound Medicine Valley. He even killed a first-level spirit Jamester, making his combat experience quite substantial. Now facing a mid-stage spirit Jamester, sneaking up when the other was off guard, made an ambush rather easy. The celestial spirit sect member endured the excruciating pain and chased after him, but abandoned the pursuit within seconds, realizing he couldn't catch up. The Noel continued on, scanning everywhere with his spirit force to avoid areas where others might be. But more people were pursuing him, while occasionally some blocked ahead, slowing him down and preventing him from shaking them off. What should he do? This couldn't continue indefinitely. If prolonged, he'd be outnumbered. Recalling the Death Valley map he had bought, Jalmer considered which direction to go. Just as he hesitated, a familiar figure appeared in sight. Jamester Hank, is that you? The figure called out. Aster? Before long, Dovey approached. It's really you. Thank heavens. Dovey looked at the person in front of him, recognizing him despite the changed appearance. They proceeded together. Aster, why are you still here? Leave now. Following me is dangerous. I can't leave. I'm your protector. Dovey said seriously. Forget it. Let's find a place to hide first. Do you know the most dangerous spot? Heard the Nine Dragon Cave is perilous. Those who enter either come back severely injured or disappear. I haven't been there, though. All right, let's go there. The Noel charged towards the Nine Dragon Cave, marked on the map but in an uncharted deep part of the Death Valley. Without hesitation, Dovey followed. Having decided to stick with the boy, he saw great potential in Jalmer. Jalmer unleashed his full spiritual awareness, covering a wide area to avoid ordinary people, unless they were high cultivation figures deliberately waiting ahead. After running for about an hour, they encountered another blockade. Aster, up ahead, a mid-stage spirit Jamester is bringing 2 spirit warriors to intercept us. When we meet them, you directly attack the 2 spirit warriors with all your strength, and I'll deal with the mid-stage spirit Jamester. After one move, we run. Got it, Dovey replied, finding it easier to follow Jalmer's instructions without much thought. Jalmer's spiritual power was formidable, giving him an accurate judgment as the 3 entered his range. Within a minute, 3 figures emerged. The mid-stage spirit Jamester barely managed to say, please, before Jalmer and Dovey attacked without stopping. The Noel hurled a formation equivalent to a 6th-level spirit Jamester attack at the mid-stage spirit Jamester, while Dovey slashed both spirit warriors. Holy crap, what a surprise. In an instant, all 3 were severely injured and collapsed. Without a second thought, Jalmer and Dovey continued running. Now that's exciting, Dovey felt inwardly thrilled. Only by following this guy did life become thrilling. Of course, during their journey, the Death Valley also treated them with its perils. Although they avoided many dangerous spots, they inevitably got hurt here and there. Fortunately, none were life-threatening. After a day's escape, they finally arrived at the edge of the Nine Dragon Cave. Looking at the cliff before him, this is the Nine Dragon Cave? Misleading name, it's just a cliff. Did we get the location wrong? No mistake. It's here. I've heard the Nine Dragon Cave is below this cliff, Dovey said. Well, Aster, are you sure you want to come along? Definitely. Jalmer paused briefly and said, all right, let's go down. Saying this, he dismissed his mount and leaped off the cliff. Chapter 291, the Jameson-eating cave. Now that Jalmer had also become a spirit Jamester, he was not afraid of dying as long as there was a bottom to this cliff. Watching the Wilfred leap down, Dovey naturally did not want to be left behind and followed him. Had Zyarizi truly broken through to become a spirit Jamester? How did he manage it? I must ask him when I get the chance. Everyone has a curiosity about these things. The two continued to plummet for what felt like over 10 minutes before finally seeing something below. Water everywhere? A lake? What about the promised Nine Dragon Cave? A series of questions bombarded his mind. Another minute passed, and they came to a halt just a meter above the water's surface. Is this the Nine-Dragon Cave? Where's the cave? I have no idea. I've only heard of it, but I've never been here, Dovey said dejectedly. How could it be like this? The two hovered above the water for a while, surveying their surroundings. On one side were rocks and cliffs, and on the other, a vast expanse of water. This place doesn't seem particularly dangerous. Just then, a surge of energy seemed to rush toward them from below. Dodging, they glanced downward. Lo and behold, it was a stream of water. Damn, it was a palm-sized fish shooting out water. Is it trying to take me as prey? So brazen. I'm so much bigger than you. Wait, is this water jet too high? It shot up several dozen meters, quite powerful indeed. Ah, Dovey shouted. This fish isn't simple. The water jet hitting my body actually hurt. If a spirit practitioner gets hit, they would definitely be seriously injured. Even a spirit warrior could be hurt if not careful. They underestimated this place. As the two marveled at the fish, several more auras quickly descended from above. The pursuers had finally arrived. Let's go. Jalmer growled, flying towards the distant part of the lake. Don't run. You can't escape. If you fly in there, death awaits. Why not come back with us? We won't kill you, someone called from behind. The two stopped, and so did their pursuers. Is it dangerous over there? Jalmer asked, eyeing the three spirit Jaemesters opposite him. There seemed to be more spirit Jaemesters coming from above. You surely felt the power of the fish down there. As you venture deeper, the fish grow larger and stronger. Even as a spirit Jaemester, you will still be injured, one spirit Jaemester said. Zaire, the deeper you go, the more fish there are. There's no avoiding them, another spirit Jaemester added. Even if you survive the attacks of the fish, worse dangers lie ahead. Former spirit Jaemesters ventured deep inside, resulting in 5 deaths and 1 severely injured. Do you think you'll leave alive, young friend Wong? The boy furrowed his brow, exposed. Dovey stared wide-eyed at the man in front of him. Doesn't this guy's surname start with Hank? Did Zaire deceive me? What's your name, fellow cultivator? The boy asked. William Yui. So your fellow cultivator William. But I'm not surnamed Wong, nor do I know you. It's normal you don't recognize me, we haven't met. But can you deny you aren't Jalmer from Moonlake Sect? Or Hank Zhongchuan from Profound Medicine Valley? What? Profound Medicine Valley? Zaire is from Profound Medicine Valley? This guy has such a background? Dovey's head was spinning. The pursuers were all from Heavenly Spirit Sect. They shouldn't make mistakes. Senior Wu, are you still following me? Jalmer turned to look at Dovey. Of course. I'm your protector. Thank you, let's go. The boy flew deeper into the lake. William Yui's lips twitched. Not afraid of death? Or does he not trust my words? Still, he decided to follow through, determined to chase unless things became utterly hopeless. Though Jalmer was exceptionally strong, his spiritual power even surpassing most late-stage spirit Jaemesters, his speed wasn't as impressive. Minutes later, the distance between them slowly shortened. They began seeing more fish below. These fish got excited seeing people flying above and swam in their direction. Fish continuously sprayed jets of water, some even leaping out of the water towards the people. One person accidentally had their clothes pierced by a fish's attack. Jalmer was also grazed by a fish near his calf, tearing his clothes and causing burning pain. These little creatures were indeed formidable. At this moment, the boy dispersed his spiritual power, monitoring the movements of the fish below. Zaire sign of danger, and he dodged instantly. This tactic worked for a few minutes without any fish attacking him, though Dovey was struck a few times. Then the boy summoned his treasured scepter, sending a message to Dovey, Senior Wu, do not resist. He grabbed Dovey and stuffed her into the scepter. In the next instant, Dovey found herself falling onto the first level of the tower's original ground floor. Spinning around, she was filled with horror. Damn, I'm inside the tower now, and that guy just put the tower away? While Dovey was in shock, Jalmer already stowed the scepter into his body. Seeing a person vanish in front of them, the pursuers were left dumbfounded. Who could tell me what happened? No one vanishes in midair, especially not in front of me, William Yui. Does this Zaire have a treasure that can hold people? Wow, this time I hit the jackpot. I must catch this Zaire. Treasures like this are rare. With this thought, William Yui smiled and increased his speed. Jalmer continued sprinting forward, but he knew it wouldn't be enough. Changing directions repeatedly, the gap between him and the pursuers kept narrowing. A while later, they were only tens of meters apart. Ah! Zaire other pursuers screamed as they were attacked by a fish. Good news, the fish were now half a meter long, clearly more powerful. Thanks to his extraordinary spiritual power, the boy could sense the fish's movements and dodge the attacks. Meanwhile, the pursuers began striking the fish below, creating huge splashes and killing some fish. This drew more fish and attacks, slowing down their pursuit. Soon, the fish were a meter long, making dodging increasingly difficult. Occasionally, he was hit by the edge of a water jet, sustaining minor injuries. Finally, a pursuer screamed as they were hit and fell, being torn apart by the swarm of fish within seconds. Lemuel, should we stop? Someone asked in fear. We must continue. Zaire, one who stops goes to feed the fish. Tempted by the treasures on the boy, William Yui refused to give up. A few more minutes passed, and the group had flown deep into the lake. People started getting injured periodically. What's that? Someone suddenly shouted. Ahead was a massive whirlpool on the lake surface. That's one of the whirlpools inside the Nine-Dragon Cave. Stay clear of it, William Yui warned. Is this what's known as the Nine-Dragon Cave? Jalmer deftly avoided it. Half a minute later, another large whirlpool appeared ahead, and the boy changed direction again. Ah! A scream from behind indicated someone had been sucked into a whirlpool. These whirlpools had immense suction. Don't run. Keep going, and you'll be fully inside the Nine-Dragon Cave. It will be hard to escape, William Yui called, hurling an attack rune. If nothing else, die here. William Yui felt a twinge of regret. To avoid the attack, the boy dodged but was pulled by an overwhelmingly strong suction force. Damn, I'm being dragged into the whirlpool. No matter how hard he tried to fly out, his body was swiftly pulled into the whirlpool. Chapter 292, The Teleportation Array. Franz rushed with all his might to fly out of the vortex. Just as the Noel felt a glimmer of hope, a hammer shot toward his face. It was thrown by William Yuyi, and it truly pained him. Not only did he lose his treasure for speaking, but also a valuable hammer. More importantly, they had lost a spirit Jamister, and in this forsaken place, anyone could perish at any moment. So, let it be, Zairizi, you should just die. Some losses were too much for William Yuyi to bear. Seeing the hammer about to smash into his face, a stream of air burst out, blocking it before his face. But the immense force of the hammer still impacted the entire body of the Noel, combined with the suction of the vortex, pulling him helplessly down into the whirlpool. I can't die. I still have so many things left undone. How can I die now? Suddenly alert, the Noel remembered the treasure tower. In an instant, the tower appeared outside his body, enlarging immediately as the Noel's intent led him inside it. Zaire the tower continued to sink deeper within the vortex. Jamister, you came in too? Seeing Franz appear suddenly, Dovey stood up right away. Yeah, we fell into the vortex, one of the 9 dragon caves they spoke of. Who would have thought that these so-called 9 dragon caves are just 9 vortices in this lake? Really not fitting. Wow, Jamister, you're injured? Seeing the blood on Franz's body, Dovey asked with concern. Don't worry, I won't die. I just don't know what's going on outside. With a thud, the tower landed on the ground. The Noel sensed the outside. Now the tower and his mind were synchronized, feeling the same. Outside there was a lot of poison. The Noel frowned, then his expression turned blank. I'm going to die. I'm about to die. The Noel's eyelids felt increasingly heavy. Dovey noticed something was wrong and quickly shook the Noel. Jamister, what's wrong? The Noel snapped back to his senses. Damn, it's an illusion. Outside, the toxic gas mixed with illusions created a deadly environment. If not for some experience and Ephraim's warning, he would have almost fallen for it. Jamister, what happened? Franz shook his head and said, outside is an illusion, and it's full of toxic gas. What do we do? Let's treat our injuries first, then figure out what to do after our bodies recover. Okay. Since both of their injuries weren't serious, they chatted while healing. What about Junior Eldon Steven? After leaving the treasure tower, we were ambushed by others. People from Flame Mountain? Yes, luckily Gareth and his people appeared in time. He was Steven's guardian. This Junior Eldon is quite favored by his father. Yes, several people died, and we all got injured. Gareth almost died saving Steven, suffering severe wounds. They later contacted their mountain lord, who came and took them away. I didn't want to go, so I stayed in the town outside Death Valley. I was waiting for you, but unexpectedly, several months passed without you showing up. Since I had nothing else to do, I decided to stay here longer. A few days ago, someone said there was a mysterious phenomenon in Death Valley. Thinking it might be your breakthrough as a spirit Jamister, I entered to take my chances, and indeed, I found you. Hearing the old man speak like this, Franz felt somewhat touched. He then briefly recounted his own experiences. You really managed to obtain the treasure tower, impressive. They continued chatting and healing. After a few hours, their bodies were fully recovered. I'll go out first to check the situation. The Noel stood up. Allow me to go first. I'm your protector. Forget it. I'm more resistant to the poison and can come back faster if anything happens. One sentence silenced Dovey. Protecting his mind, the Noel reached the entrance of the tower. This tower looks much brighter than when he first entered it, feeling brand new. It must be due to the lightning strikes it endured earlier. Stepping out onto the land. How come there's no water here? Entering through the lake's vortex, but finding no water here was strange. Zaire, this poison is very similar to that in the Black Hole Forest. Even though I know it's poison, why am I not showing signs of poisoning? Oh, because of the fruit. The fruit seems effective against this kind of poison. Since it can't harm me, shall I explore? Zaire'd you, Ephraim, stay inside? Smiling, the Noel retracted the tower into his body. Jamister, no? Dovey's reluctant voice echoed in the air. Franz began moving through the toxic mist, quickly covering a large area. Everything looked the same. Calmly, the Noel focused his mental power to feel around. It seemed the poison gas was slightly weaker on one side, so Franz started heading in that direction. Running for nearly 10 miles, a different sensation emerged. Slowing down, the Noel explored carefully. In an instant, stepping out of the toxic mist revealed a vast field of spirit herbs. Damn, why are there so many spirit herbs here? Zaire, they all seem very mature. The Noel was overjoyed and scanned the area with his mental power, finding no immediate threats. After exploring further and confirming no enemies were around, he released Dovey. Where are we? Dovey was stunned. Don't ask me, I don't know either. But don't go near that area. It's covered in poisonous mist, similar to the Black Hole Forest. So many spirit herbs, should we pick some? Dovey asked hesitantly. Of course, why waste this opportunity? Just be mindful not to destroy what we can't carry, we might return another time. Absolutely. Dovey eagerly began selecting the herbs. Franz also started collecting, unsure when he might return. So many herbs were collected. There were plenty of herbs he didn't recognize, so he picked some of each type, hoping his master might recognize them upon waking. With numerous storage rings and a massive tower, the Noel had ample space to store whatever he wanted. After sweeping through, they only harvested a small portion. Continuing forward, they soon arrived at a place rich in spiritual energy, an ideal place for cultivation. Should we cultivate here? The chance is rare, but the agreed meeting time with Ignatiushan isn't far off. Forget it, continue exploring rather than specially cultivating. After all, this place isn't going anywhere, we can always come back. What's this? Dovey exclaimed. Franz ran over and examined it from all angles. Seems like a teleportation array? Indeed. Dovey smacked his head, remembering he had seen such arrays before. There's actually a teleportation array here, But where does it lead? Chapter 293, Jamister in trouble. Should we leave now? Franz asked, looking at Dovey. Sure, this place is great, but it's unsettling. Better to leave. Alright, let's figure out how to use this thing. What? You don't know how to use it? Dovey couldn't help but inwardly scoff. If you don't know how to use it, how can you say we should leave now? The Noel began examining the teleportation point and took out the jade piece given by the senior master, studying the array formation while referring to the information. This was truly a last-minute preparation. After over an hour of investigation, Franz found where to place energy. Arrays required energy to operate, especially for teleportation. He kept throwing spirit stones into the energy slot until he used 10 before the teleportation array reacted. The Noel shook his head. It was too expensive. 10 spirit stones were quite pricey outside. Seeing the ground light up, they both jumped into the illuminated area, a gentle breeze hitting the transmission button. The inside flashed once, then dizziness enveloped them. A white light surrounded them, blinding everything. They could feel each other's presence but couldn't see anything. After several seconds, another flash appeared and the light vanished. They looked around. It seemed unchanged. Did nothing happen? Puzzled, they walked out of the teleportation zone, carefully examining their surroundings. This isn't the previous place, Dovey said. Yes, though it looks similar, it's definitely not the same spot, Franz replied. Could this be another cave within the Nine-Dragon Cave? It was rich in spiritual energy, a great place for cultivation. But now was the time to run, not cultivate. Running outward, they encountered a large number of medicinal herbs. But there were fewer here compared to before. Continuing onward, they reached the anticipated toxic gas zone. How is this the same as before? Wu Senior, I'll go in first to check. Don't follow me yet, the Noel said before stepping into the gas. It felt similar but slightly weaker, with no hallucinations. After moving through the toxic gas zone for a while, he reached the herbal area again. Wu Senior, please come into the tower. Before Dovey could object, the Noel shoved him into the tower. The Noel then sped through the outer part of the toxic gas, which was indeed weaker. He quickly emerged from the toxic gas zone into a barren area. This felt oddly familiar. His mental power surged, recognizing this place as resembling the illusion zone of the Mystic Herb Valley. I'm already a spirit Jamister. My mental strength has increased significantly, and I've been cautious, so I didn't fall for any illusions. If this is like the chaotic stone forest, then beyond should be the lightning zone. Pausing briefly, he dashed forward rapidly. As expected, entering the next area, a massive bolt of lightning struck down. The Noel wanted to test his ability to withstand the lightning, resisting with his bare body, resulting in being hurled over 10 meters away, sustaining some injuries. Yet he held on. Zyarizi's physical strength had improved substantially. He continued running, enduring the lightning strikes on his body, treating it as body tempering. Soon, he reached the expected floating zone. Seriously? This is the chaotic stone forest? Impossible for two places to be so alike. Franz retrieved a stabilizing stone, wandering the floating zone. He searched for the 9 remembered formations and confirmed the locations where he previously obtained stabilizing stones and floating stones. This really is the chaotic stone forest, the Mystic Herb Valley's chaotic stone forest. So the Death Valley's Nine-Dragon Cave connects to one of the secret realms or treasure sites within one of the top 9 sects in Rat Country, accessible via teleportation arrays. It must be so. Huh. I didn't even know how to return, but got teleported back. Does this mean if I want to go to Death Valley, I can just teleport here? Can it work in reverse? Let's leave that for another time. Franz passed through the rain zone, gravity zone, and wind zone swiftly. Now, the chaotic stone forest holds no secrets for him. Next time he needed medicinal herbs, he could gather them here, having made a huge profit. Since he was near the array gate, he decided to meet Uncle William first. Exiting the chaotic stone forest, he strolled through the chest source department of the array gate. As a spirit Jamister, few could detect him if he remained hidden. Hey, isn't that senior brother William Hankingwong? Franz was about to send a voice message to greet him when he noticed someone secretly watching William Hankingwong. What was going on? Why would someone follow him? Could it be because of me? The person tailing him was a 9th-rank spirit warrior, while William Hankingwong seemed oblivious, searching for array chest materials. Senior brother Hankingwong? When William Hankingwong was examining something, Franz sent a voice message. William Hankingwong stiffened. Senior brother, continue. Someone is following you discreetly. William Hankingwong stretched lazily, casually performing a few movements naturally. Looking around, he squatted facing the direction of the sound. Wanna head home now? The Noel continued transmitting. William Hankingwong seemingly unintentionally shook his head, unable to transmit without risking detection. Haven't been to the chaotic stone forest for a long time. A genius like me must conquer it, William Hankingwong muttered, stretching his body. Franz heard, and so did the follower. Shortly after, William Hankingwong summoned his mount and galloped toward the chaotic stone forest. Being close, they arrived quickly, and Franz followed easily. Entering the forest, the follower did not follow, instead waiting nearby. Seeing the follower not enter, Franz stayed back a bit before slipping into the forest. Knowing Franz would enter, William Hankingwong stayed close, waiting for the Noel. True enough, after a few minutes, Franz appeared. Brother Hankingwong, what's happening? Need to come here? Things have changed, let's move deeper. Okay. Led by Franz, they reached the floating zone. Damn, for Zyarizi to reach here, and bring someone else too? William Hankingwong was genuinely impressed. Franz pulled William Hankingwong along, showing him a stabilizing stone and a floating stone. Such treasures, giving me an additional trump card. Suppressing his amazement, William Hankingwong composed himself. Brother Hank, your master is in trouble. Chapter 294, do you trust me? What? Jalmer's voice also rose. Had all the information been exposed? It shouldn't be. Even if they have my full details, only the high-ups should know. They shouldn't be this blatant. Ignatiushin, Uncle Jamister, is under house arrest. Why? Brother Hank, are you really surnamed Hank? William Hanking stared at the Noel. Has it truly been exposed? Seeing the Wilfred's hesitation, William Hanking seemed to understand something. Your master is required to stay in his residence and not leave. Is he injured? Not physically, but the sect no longer provides him with any cultivation resources. Has my master advanced? To Spirit Jamister? No, but my father has. William Hanking smiled. Thanks to you. Your old man advanced? Great. But we're also being monitored now? So you knew you were being watched before this? Yes, just didn't know by whom. My father is the same. I've put you both in trouble. Don't worry. You must have offended only some people within the sect. Otherwise, your master wouldn't just be under house arrest. Jalmer fell silent for a moment, then looked at William Hanking. I want to see your father. Okay, but location is an issue. If we go to my home, it's too risky since we're being watched. That is a problem, the Noel frowned. How about this, can your dad come here? Here in Rocky Forest? William Hanking raised an eyebrow. That would raise even more suspicion. I came in today, and if he comes another day, people would find it hard not to suspect something. If you don't return for several days straight, will your dad look for you? The Wilfred suddenly thought of something. Good point. We always inform him when we go somewhere. If we don't return or inform him for 3 days, he will search for us. That works. How about we wait here for him? Okay. Thus, the two sat cross-legged on the floating area, practicing and chatting. Jalmer wanted to know what happened in the sect during his absence, while also revealing some personal information to William Hanking. In fact, William Hanking didn't know much either, just that the Noel might not be named Hank Zhongchuan, having joined other sects before and possibly being related to Emilio's death. This was all due to William Hinchin's position in the sect. Ordinary disciples were oblivious to these developments and unaware that the popular Hank Zhongchuan was under close watch by the higher-ups. 3 days later, at William Hinchin's home during breakfast. Where is Hanking Guang? He hasn't been seen for days. Have you heard anything from him, Hinshan? Julie asked worriedly. No, he's grown up and has his own business. Can't expect him to report everything to us. But things are different now. How so? Aren't we being monitored? What if they've captured Hanking Guang as well? No way. Even if Jalmer has issues, it doesn't involve Hanking Guang. Better safe than sorry. Go look for him. Alright, I'll check after eating. Soon, William Hinshan learned William Hanking Guang had gone to the Rocky Forest. Why did he go there? Showing off? 3 days and still not back. Must have run into trouble. He hurried towards the Rocky Forest despite knowing he was being followed. His son's life is paramount. If you follow, fine. Arriving outside the forest, William Hinshan barged in without delay. The wind and gravity zones wouldn't trap his son, so he headed straight for the rain zone, searching along the circular belt 200 meters deep. Meanwhile, Jalmer waited in the rain zone, sitting amidst the decay rain, unaffected by it. A thin layer of aura enveloped him, a testament to his increased strength post-breakthrough. Here comes someone. Jalmer stood up, sensing a spirit Jamister approaching. He suppressed his aura, yet spread out his mental energy. As William Hinshan neared within 300 meters, no trackers were detected. Uncle William, over here. Jalmer transmitted, emitting some aura. Who? William Hinshan startled. How did someone appear ahead without detection? Uncle William, it's me, Zaire Dong. Brother Hanking Guang is here too. Zaire Dong? With a few flashes, William Hinshan reached the Noel, surprised to see him unaffected by the decay rain. Uncle William, let's talk inside. Pulling William Hinshan deeper into the rain zone. Wait, dangerous in there. But a protective aura surrounded them, isolating the external decay rain. Together they rushed deeper, emerging into the floating area where William Hinshan felt weightless. Father, you're here? Turning down, William Hinshan saw William Hanking Guang pulling him down. Hanking Guang? Father, pick up this stone. Pointing to a stone moved earlier. William Hinshan complied, regaining control and movement. Holding the stone, he asked, what's going on? This is the floating zone of Rocky Forest. That stone, called the body-stabilizing stone, keeps one grounded, explained Jalmer. William Hinshan circled Jalmer in amazement. Zaire Tong, you've gotten so strong? No wonder they target you. Some fortunate opportunities outside. In just a few months, he became this powerful? I couldn't handle this alone either. Forget me. How's my master? Brother Xiao William is fine, just lost freedom. Uncle William, do you trust me? Huh. Do you think I would harm you? No reason. Zaire, what do you think of Norris? Chapter 295, Jamister. Norris? Who's Norris? Carl was puzzled, not immediately catching on. The previous Valley Jamister of our sect, Norris. Previous Valley Jamister? You mentioned Valley Jamister Wu. How do you know him? He's been dead for many years. Carl raised his voice considerably, wondering why Zairizi brought him up. Valley Jamister Wu is not dead. He just sustained severe injuries, inflicted by the current Valley Jamister Allah. Are you sure? I've seen Valley Jamister Wu several times. Carl stared at the Wilfred before him, full of disbelief and surprise. Don't believe me? Jalmer glanced at Carl, and then started performing the 10,000 extreme technique. Carl nodded repeatedly as he watched. Yes, this was indeed Valley Jamister Wu's skill. So you're sent by Valley Jamister Wu? Not really. I just happened to meet Valley Jamister Wu and saved him. It was only after entering Xianyao Valley that I met him. I just wanted to help him. He treated your master well back then. So I need Uncle William's help. What do you need? How can I assist? I want to enter the Qishan mountain range from near the medicinal fields. Why do you need to go to Qishan mountain range? To find something. There's an array formation there, right? I hope Uncle can help me pass through it. Jalmer could have studied it himself, but had no time. Besides, Carl had more experience in such matters. Alright, but I'm not sure if I can solve that array formation. I need to inspect it first and do some research. No problem. But Uncle, you're under surveillance now. It might not be easy to get there. Don't worry. As long as I intend to shake off my watchers, there are ways. I'm now a spirit Jamister. But the person monitoring you is also a spirit Jamister. No problem. I'm an array Jamister while the one monitoring me is a warrior. Though he is at the 3rd level of spirit Jamister, my mental power is far stronger than his. While I cannot defeat him head-on, escaping is within reach. Alright, then you should leave now. I will try to meet with my master. It's not easy to meet him. Speaking of which, what's your current cultivation level? I feel like it's higher than mine. Last time you left the sect, you were around the 4th or 5th rank of spirit scholar. I'm roughly at the same level as Uncle William. Jalmer smiled. Carl shook his head. How did you cultivate so fast? Hanking, see the difference? You should learn from your junior brother. Yes, father. By the way, are you surnamed Hank or Wong? Carl knew more about his son as an elder and even a spirit Jamister level elder. Jalmer is my former name, the Wilfred laughed. Understood. Let's go out. Hold on, uncle. Take a floating stone too? It could be very useful at critical moments. Sure. Carl took the floating stone and the 3 set off. Naturally, the William family father and son moved under Jalmer's protection through the rain zone. They quickly reached the strong wind zone. Uncle, whether I can enter the Chishan mountain range depends on you. I'll come find you in a few days. Alright, be careful. Most people who are close to your master are being monitored. If you go to them, be cautious. Thank you for reminding me, uncle. After watching the Williams leave, the Wilfred returned to the floating area. Since it was broad daylight, it was better to stay inside for now and take the opportunity to study other moves of the Breaking Heaven Staff 2nd form. Previously, he felt that altering someone's appearance or cultivation level was useless, but now it seemed it could serve a purpose. If he needed to help his master escape, this would come in handy. The Noel spent 3 days in the floating area continuously experimenting on Dovey. The old Wu was incredibly upset, but complied as a guardian had no choice. Surprisingly, after 3 days, results were satisfactory. He could change his appearance as desired and even transform his facial features into those of a woman without much trouble. However, significant changes in physique remained a challenge. But changing appearances was sufficient for now. Cultivation levels? That would require more time. With no further ado, he decided to visit his master first. After dark, the Noel changed into a sect guardian uniform and darted out of the chaotic rock forest to the alchemy department where no one was around. To avoid detection, he couldn't ride his own mount or rent the sect's mounts as it required a sect badge which might expose him. Instead, he relied on his feet. A good way to train as well. 2 hours later, he entered the boundary of the alchemy department and changed into its uniform to continue swiftly moving forward. Despite high speed, it was energy consuming. Fortunately, he had enough resources to replenish his strength continuously. Finally, at midnight, Ignatius's residence appeared in Jalmer's line of sight. The Noel concealed his presence, sensing the surroundings. Damn, there were 2 spirit scholars in his master's courtyard serving as guards. Not far away, hidden in the shadows, was a spirit Jamister, specifically a 2nd rank one. This made things complicated. How could he get close and enter? Knock out that 2nd rank spirit Jamister? This plan could work. If it were before, it would be impossible, but now Jalmer, as a 1st rank spirit Jamister and 3rd grade alchemy Jamister, possessed incredible combat prowess. He could incapacitate an unsuspecting individual. However, more observation was necessary. If others were lurking, it would be perilous. After thorough scrutiny, he confirmed there were no other watchers. He stealthily approached the 2nd rank spirit Jamister, who was meditating 1,000 meters away on a tree. Consulting his tiny Emperor Zairic companion, they decided a red sky ant would carry a sedative prepared by Jalmer towards the target. Though the red sky ant was noticeable, it was mistaken for an ordinary insect and ignored. With months of uneventful monitoring, vigilance had waned, making it a routine task. The red sky ant swiftly flew to the tree, releasing the sedative above the cultivator's head. Zaire odorless and intangible mist drifted down. Feeling oddly sleepy, the watcher wondered if it was fatigue. He shook his head and continued meditating. As more of the sedative wafted down, the individual slowly fell asleep during his meditation. Fortunately, he had constructed a small platform on the tree, avoiding a fall. Hearing snoring, the red sky ant returned. Reclaiming the red sky ant, Jalmer sped toward Ignatius's house. Arriving at a hidden spot behind his master's residence, Jalmer transmitted his voice inward. Jamister, Jamister? Note: names and certain specific terms have been transliterated using pinyin or directly translated for clarity. Hashtag chapter 296, Chishan Mountains. Who is it? Ignatius's voice came through. Jamister, it's Zaire Tong. The voice was unmistakable. How did you get back? You should leave quickly. It's better for both of us. Wait a moment, Jamister. I'm coming in. No, absolutely not. There's someone monitoring outside, a spirit Jamister. I've already knocked him out. What? Ignatius's face was full of shock. How did he manage that? That guy was a 2nd rank spirit Jamister. I said I knocked him out. Don't worry, he won't wake up anytime soon. And when he does, he won't notice anything unusual. Be careful about the array outside. It's reinforced. Being a 2nd rank array Jamister, Franz Tong naturally saw that the array was indeed reinforced. Cracking it immediately seemed difficult, but studying it could help prepare for breaking it later. Jamister, you've been through so much, Franz Tong murmured while examining the array behind him. It's fine. They haven't done anything to me. I have food and drink here, just no freedom. If you run away and never come back, they'll release me. Freedom means nothing without freedom. The Wilfred muttered to himself, continuing his study of the array. I won't stay away. Even if it wasn't for Jamister's sake, I would eventually challenge Tian Aling's sect. So there's no avoiding it. Ah. Ignatius sighed, unsure of what to say. Why haven't you broken through yet? Weren't you saying it was close before? It was close, but now I lack resources, which makes it difficult. Speaking of which, what's your current cultivation level? 1st rank spirit Jamister. 1st rank spirit Jamister? Ignatius didn't want to talk anymore. He felt discouraged. I had some opportunities outside. Occasionally venturing out can be beneficial. The two chatted sporadically as Franz Tong continued to study the array. After an hour, he began to understand it better. If I adjust this array piece, I might be able to slip inside. Jamister, I'll give it a try. If it fails, make some noise to distract them so I can escape. Okay. As soon as Ignatiushin replied, the boy launched a gust of air, moving along the planned route in his mind. Damn, it worked. He instantly reached the second floor and then descended to the first floor. Ignatiushin was still listening for sounds. When he saw Franz Tong appear before him, Ignatiushin was somewhat moved. Let's go to the basement. They quickly reached the basement, where the boy cast another array to shield them both. You're quite capable, Zaire Tong. Naturally. Here, Jamister, take these resources. With these, you should be able to advance without any issues. Franz Tong took out a large pile of pills, spirit stones, and soul stones. This is too much. Giving all of them to me would be wasteful. Ignatiushin kept some, but gave the rest back to the boy. All right. Now many sect elders are looking for you. It seems they know your situation. So I think you should leave and never come back, Ignatiushin said lovingly. Don't worry, they won't catch me easily. Jamister, do you want to leave with me now? I have something within me that can carry people. Leave with you? No, I've been here long enough, and I don't want to go unless it becomes absolutely necessary. Besides, if I leave now, the sect will immediately tighten security, making it harder for you to escape. Go now. I can't leave yet. Before I do, I need to save Brian. Save Brian? You have a plan? Yes, let's head to Chishan Mountains first to find the antidote for him. It shouldn't be too hard after that. All right, be very careful. They chatted for about an hour, and then it was time to leave. After saving Norris, I must take Jamister with me, Franz Tong thought to himself. Quickly, Franz Tong retraced his steps and slipped away. He also visited Edwin, who was also being monitored, and had reached the 7th rank of Spirit Cultivator. Not bad. His older brother Jamesk might even be at the 8th rank. At this rate, the Clifton family could produce another spirit warrior within 1 or 2 years. That night, Franz Tong returned to the rocky forest and entered the deepest part, where the spiritual energy was dense, to continue cultivating. He needed to improve his cultivation. He also learned more moves from the second tier of the heaven-piercing staff technique. It seemed those previously deemed useless techniques did have some value. After half a month, his cultivation improved significantly, and he learned several new moves of the heaven-piercing staff technique. However, Dovey suffered a bit from being used as a practice dummy. It was time to visit Uncle William to check on his progress. Of course, he moved under cover of darkness. Zaire hour later, he approached Carl's residence, sensing that there was someone monitoring nearby. This time, Franz Tong didn't sneak around but boldly knocked on the door as an array sect disciple at the 5th rank of Spirit Cultivator. The monitors wouldn't pay much attention to a minor figure like Xiao Zaire. Who are you looking for? William Hanxio opened the door. I'm looking for Lemuel. Who are you? What do you want with my father? William Hanxio asked, seeing a stranger. I have an appointment with Lemuel. Who is it? Came Carl's voice from inside. It's me, Franz Tong replied, transmitting sound. Uncle, it's me, Zaire Tong. Carl's lips twitched as he hurried to the door, pulling Franz Tong inside and into an inner room. Why did you come here? Don't worry, they won't suspect me. How has your research on the array progressed? These past few days, I've studied several arrays to avoid drawing attention from the sect. Other places were just distractions. The location you mentioned was the focus. Zaire? I put in a lot of effort, but finally succeeded. Look, Carl produced some small array pieces and began arranging them, explaining the situation and how to break the array. As a second-rank array Jamister, Franz Tong understood immediately since he had solid theoretical knowledge but lacked practical experience. Uncle, can you visit my master? Yes, though it would be difficult to bring him out. Fine. When you have time, visit my master, please. Take these. Several bottles of pills and some spirit stones and soul stones floated in front of Carl. What's this? Please keep them, Uncle. With higher cultivation, I'll need your help. I'll leave now and contact you if I need anything. After saying goodbye, the boy hurried towards Chishan Mountains. Hashtag Chapter 297, Capturing the Green Mouse Jamesterton. Though the Mystical Medicine Valley was a top-tier sect in the Rat Kingdom, the entire sect only had dozens of spirit Jamesters. The Battle Division had relatively more, but still only about 10. Other branches typically had only a few spirit Jamesters each. Given how vast the Mystical Medicine Valley was and how busy the spirit Jamesters were, it wasn't easy to bump into one casually. Thus, Jalmer sprinted full speed toward the Chishan mountain range. He also employed his mental energy to sweep the surroundings covertly, so subtly that an average person wouldn't even notice. Most importantly, he was riding the Crimson Blood Wolf, which made the journey less exhausting. However, this wolf's appearance had been altered by the Wilfred to be less conspicuous as a mount. At this moment, the Wilfred found the seemingly useless sky-piercing staff technique very handy. Since Jalmer was somewhat familiar with the geography of the Mystical Medicine Valley, after several hours of travel, he arrived at the location of the Herb Cultivation Department. Of course, entering the Herb Cultivation Department was not an option. Under cover of night, the Noel flew along its perimeter toward the Chishan mountain range, having dismissed his mount. Soon, he reached the vicinity where Carl had studied the array formation earlier. Surveying the area, he confirmed it was deserted. Following Carl's description, the array formation was indeed as described. Combining practical observations with Carl's provided solution, everything matched perfectly. It didn't take much effort for Jalmer to pass through the array's obstruction and successfully reach the Chishan mountain range. Having overcome the barrier, he decided to rest until dawn. Stealth was no longer necessary. Daylight would be better for his mission. Several hours quickly passed, and the Noel began searching the mountains. He didn't find the Jamesandala illusion flower, but did encounter numerous rare medicinal herbs. For those of high quality and fully matured, the Noel collected them without hesitation. Why waste something valuable? This region was seldom visited by people, so the dense foliage and thickets made it challenging. The Misfortune illusion flower was also a vine-like plant, making it hard to spot. After searching for a while, he realized he needed to focus on specific locations. These flowers preferred sunny spots, often growing on cliff faces. How could I forget that? The Noel scolded himself as he leaped up to search the cliffs. He soon found a cliff, but upon closer inspection, it didn't have what he was looking for. After thoroughly checking the cliff, he found nothing useful. Continuing his search, half an hour later, he reached another cliff. Just as he was about to finish inspecting the entire cliff, he spotted two peculiar green flowers. Scanning his memory, these were body-reshaping flowers. These flowers could reconstruct the body, drastically improving physical constitution. Such treasures actually existed here. Carefully digging out the body-reshaping flowers, roots and all, he stored them. This might be useful for Mr. Havelock, who had suffered severe injuries. Using these flowers, coupled with some resources, perhaps he could become a spirit Jamister in no time. This was an unexpected windfall. Overjoyed, the Noel continued his search. About 15 minutes later, he found another cliff. This time his luck held. He saw the Misfortune illusion vines everywhere, covering the entire cliff face. Finally, you're here. The Noel examined the vines closely. With so many Misfortune illusion vines of varying ages, there were both flowers and fruits. Jalmer collected some of both. If needed in the future, he could prepare doses for people to try, perhaps as a punishment for their misdeeds. Next came finding the green mouse Jamesertons, the main reason for his visit. But he searched in vain, unable to locate any. Using mental energy scans yielded no results either, not even one. Were they not present, or did they only appear at certain times? Expanding his range, he scanned within 5 miles, still finding nothing. He decided to wait. It might depend on the time. While waiting near the cliff, he caught a deer and gathered some spirit fruits, preparing for a hearty meal. Jalmer descended to a flat area beneath the cliff, releasing Dovey and the other companions. He then skinned and roasted the deer. In no time, the feast was ready, and everyone dug in. Where are we? Dovey asked between bites of venison and spirit fruit. The rear mountains of Mystical Medicine Valley. Are you really from Mystical Medicine Valley? Yes, though now I seem to be their enemy. What do you plan to do? I intend to rescue someone and then escape, but my master is trapped and seems unwilling to leave with me. Could you just carry him away? Carry you away like you were captured? No, he's my master. Jalmer looked at Dovey. No, I can't force him if he doesn't want to go. Dovey's lips twitched. You could capture me, but not him? Mystical Medicine Valley is a top-tier sect. Rescuing someone from inside won't be easy. No problem. I have this treasure tower to bring them in. Fear is that you might not make it out of Mystical Medicine Valley. It's manageable. I'm not breaking into a dungeon. Since you say so, just release me when you need help. Thanks. You're welcome. I am your bodyguard. They chatted aimlessly, passing the time. Occasionally, they practiced cultivation. Never stopping was key. Night soon fell. Gazing at the stars, the Noel remembered the star energy liquid. Should I leave the bottle deep in the rocky forest to collect energy? The bracelets could also be placed in an energy-rich area to provide infinite power for the masters. But what if I'm blocked from entering again, or someone else takes them? No, better keep them with me. Time ticked by. It was midnight when he heard rustling sounds, like small animals moving around. Sending out a wave of mental energy, he heard but couldn't see anything. The Noel narrowed his eyes, 2 beams of light piercing the darkness. Not far off, some blue lights were moving. The eyes of the little creatures? Zaire's other mental scan failed to detect anything. Damn, these things are immune to mental energy. No wonder the scans were ineffective. Sending out a faint current of air, the shape slowly formed in the Noel's mind. Indeed, they were green mouse Jamesertons. These creatures only appeared after midnight. A gust of air swept through, bringing 4 terrified green mouse Jamesertons to Jalmer's feet. Chapter 298. Offering me hope. Jalmer chuckled as he watched the few blue rat sables desperately struggling in front of him. Finally, I caught you. Taking advantage of the cover of night, he left. Stashing his new companions away, Dovey once again entered the treasure tower. Sigh. Ephraim was quite depressed, being alone inside with nothing to do but endlessly cultivate. If only someone else could come in for a chat, it would be less boring. Fortunately, resources were plentiful. If he made further progress, that wouldn't be bad at all. Under the protection of darkness, the Wilfred rapidly returned along the same path, this time heading for Spirit Lake. At Xianyao Valley's Patriarch's Misfortune Valley Jamister Allah. Recently there have been some strange occurrences within the sect, and it seems like mysterious individuals have appeared, Ardell reported to Allah 1Y. Strange occurrences? Seem like? Yes. Zaire, it appears they might be connected to Hank Zhongchuan, or Jalmer. Tell me more. Previously, Array's sect's Carl's son, William Hankingwang, went to Chaos Stone Forest without reason and stayed for several days. That's normal for a genius, isn't it? But later, Carl also went. Also normal. His son didn't return after several days, having gone to Chaos Stone Forest. It's natural to worry, so searching in the forest is understandable. But afterward, Carl began studying certain arrays within the sect, and went to investigate near Chishan Mountains. Is that true? Yes. Also, there have been a few nights recently where it seemed mysterious individuals were active. Even visits to Ignatius's residence by mysterious people were noted. All seem to be uncertain? Indeed. No definite discoveries have been made. Only unusual activities were sensed. That's laughable. If our top-notch sect can't determine who these mysterious visitors are, we must not be up to standard. We'll intensify surveillance. If there truly are mysterious individuals, who could they be? Allah 1Y frowned. Could it be Hank Zhongchuan? Or perhaps Jalmer? Unlikely. He's only 16, and was last seen at level 9 spirit practitioner when leaving the sect. In just a few months, even if he advanced outside, he would be at most levels 1 or 2 spirit scholar. At level 9 spirit scholar, we certainly would have detected him. Then who else could it be? Jalmer doesn't have any significant background, coming from a remote mountain village. Could it be other sects trying to harm us? Probably not. Go on with your duties and report immediately if anything happens. Understood, Valley Jamister. Ardell said, stepping back. Could this be related to Norris? Zaire, elderly man, emerged from behind. Old Alon, you don't think? Ala1Y looked at the old man. It's possible. We never saw his body back then. But he was poisoned, severely impacting his cultivation. After so many years, he should be long dead. Let's hope so. Lately, my eyelids keep twitching. How about we activate the warning arrays within the sect? Ala1Y paused, saying, not yet. We're about to send disciples for alchemy competitions. Activating those arrays now may cause unnecessary speculation if triggered by any disciple. Fine. Then, I'll arrange covert monitoring instead. Thank you, Old Alon. Covered by the night, Jalmer swiftly advanced, unaware he had already drawn some attention. A few hours later, Jalmer arrived at Spirit Lake. Shortly thereafter, he approached its depths. Before surfacing, he concealed his aura completely, wanting to see if he could fool the old man. Apart from water ripples, there was no sound. From a distance, he cautiously peeked above water, spotting Norris meditating in the water, quite diligent indeed. He didn't sense me? Judging by his aura, Wu seems to have recovered to mid-stage Spirit Jamister. Wu Sr. Jalmer called out. Instantly, the surrounding water felt controlled, limiting his movements, truly impressive. In an instant, Norris appeared 3 meters away. Senior, did you want to cross the bridge and destroy it after using it? Jalmer laughed. Norris exclaimed joyfully, you? Impressive, I didn't detect you. As he spoke, the water around Jalmer relaxed, allowing him to rise above the surface. Really? You didn't sense me earlier? Yes, your concealment was excellent. Odd, have you reached Spirit Jamister? Wu floated around the Noel, surprised. See what I brought for Senior? Let's eat first. On shore, Jalmer roasted a large piece of deer meat. Soon, oil dripped from the meat, making a sizzling sound. They both devoured their portions hungrily. How is your recovery, Senior? Thanks to you, I've restored to 4th level Spirit Jamister. With more time, I can recover to late stage Spirit Jamister. Good. You're at Spirit Jamister now? You can see for yourself. If you're Spirit Jamister, I couldn't tell either way. Saying this, Norris scanned the boy's Danteon with soul power. Spirit Scholar level 7? Only 7th level? Why didn't I notice him before? Doubts crept into Norris's mind regarding his own abilities. No need to look. My level doesn't matter. What's important is how well you recover. I doubt I'll fully recover past my 8th level Spirit Jamister, unless the toxins inside me are entirely removed. Can this help? A small blue rat sable floated beside Jalmer. Eyes lighting up, Norris said, Blue rat sable? Right. The sable moved towards Norris. With this, within a year, I should reach 9th level Spirit Jamister, Norris said happily. Good. Jalmer tossed another sable over. 2 for you, 2 for myself, a couple to play with. Thank you, young friend. Don't be formal, Senior. But there's bad news. I've become Xianyao Valley's enemy. They are chasing me. Such a thing? Don't worry. In a year, you'll be their benefactor. You could even become Valley Master if you wished. Do you have that much confidence? Absolutely. Being isolated, one has to boost morale. Besides, with you, I found hope. Norris laughed, a hint of tears in his eyes. Hashtag chapter 299. He's too sly. Looking at Norris before him, Jalmer suddenly felt an inexplicable sadness. For a moment, neither of them spoke, just eating quietly. A few minutes later, Jalmer looked at Norris. Senior, I'm preparing to leave the mystical medicine valley. Leaving? Yes, I can't stay here anymore. Now I'm a target for their manhunt. It seems you came specifically for me. Jalmer smiled. I should strive to fulfill my promises. Good. Xiao Zairizi, well done. If Senior is willing to leave now, I can safely escort you out. I mean safely out of mystical medicine valley. Norris looked at the young boy and fell silent for a while before saying, no need. There are resources here that I need for cultivation, and there are still some of my people within the sect. It's better if I stay here to contact them. I initially thought if I could see the sky again, I would travel the world. But Ala1Y shouldn't have harmed my son. Since that happened, avenging my son is necessary. In that case, be careful, Senior. So many years have passed. Those who were close to you then might think you're dead. Whether they'd still risk their lives for you is uncertain. You don't need to worry about that. Before I make my move, this place will be my base. If you come back in the future and I'm still alive, you'll definitely find me here. Of course, if this place is exposed, I won't stay, but I'll destroy it. Jalmer fell silent for a moment, then took out a leaf from the non-decay seed and handed it over. Senior, if you get the chance, you might want to explore the scattered boulder forest again. There might be unexpected rewards. Note, I replaced Lonsrline with scattered boulder forest to maintain fluency and consistency in the English translation. Norris looked at the Noel, smiled, and said, thank you, little friend, as he took the leaf. All right, Jamesy Sr. will have a smooth journey. Considering the time until dawn was not far off, it wasn't suitable to go out now. So Jalmer stayed beneath Lake Island for several more hours, chatting with Norris and cultivating. When night fell, the young boy left, leaving behind quite a few pills for Norris. It's best to leave Mystical Medicine Valley early. My most important task is still finding Aline. That was the original intention. But now I need to visit Ignatius's house first. I can't leave Jamister here alone. Otherwise, being detained like this is worse than being a drunkard. Several hours later, the young boy approached the vicinity of Ignatius's residence. This time, he was even more cautious. My goodness, why are there 3 hidden sentries now? Did they discover something? Was last time's visit exposed? That's troublesome. With 3 Spirit Jamisters, I can't sneak past the formation outside Jamister's room without being detected. Jalmer's mental energy spread slowly. 2 were level 1 Spirit Jaemasters. 1 was the previous level 2 Spirit Jaemaster. Should I try the same trick again? First, I should confirm Jaemaster's location. If they moved him, what can I do? Upon sensing, he found Ignatius still there. What's this? He seems injured. Last time's visit was indeed discovered. Senior Wu, any problem dealing with a level 1 Spirit Jaemaster? The Noel contacted Dovey. As long as it's not someone like you, no problem. What about the other 2? The 2? I can stall them for a while. Good, let's act accordingly. First, send the Crimson Sky Zyrets to release the anesthesia drug. If it fails, we fight directly. I'll deal with the level 2 Spirit Jaemaster, and you stall the other 2 level 1 Spirit Jaemasters. You can lure them towards the rocky forest. This edited translation maintains the original meaning while ensuring natural fluency in English. The term Lawn Serline is consistently translated as rocky forest for clarity. Got it. 3 Crimson Sky Zyrets flew stealthily toward the 3 hidden spots, moving slightly faster toward the level 1 Spirit Jaemasters, and soon arrived. After a minute, one hidden spot emitted a cry of, "Here again," followed by a sound of air exploding. That Crimson Sky Zyret vanished. Damn, Zyre other partner gone. Meanwhile, one level 1 Spirit Jaemaster rushed out, while the other didn't move. Seems like the latter was hit and knocked unconscious. Dovey also charged at the level 1 Spirit Jaemaster, exchanged a palm strike with him, and then fled towards the boulder forest. The level 2 Spirit Jaemaster hurriedly followed. Jalmer immediately performed the stick sweeping the world technique, knocking down several spirit warriors in the courtyard, then forcefully broke through the formation to rush into Jaemaster's room. Seeing the weak Ignatius, Jalmer swiftly grabbed him and stuffed him into the treasure pagoda. Noticing this change, the level 2 Spirit Jaemaster quickly returned. This was clearly a decoy strategy. But the deed was already done, and the Noel had no intention of lingering. Summoning his mount, he jumped on and galloped madly towards the boulder forest. When the level 2 Spirit Jaemaster blocked him, Jalmer unleashed, stick pointing the nation, with full force, sending the guy flying. He soon caught up with Dovey and knocked down another level 1 Spirit Jaemaster, then pulled Dovey into the treasure pagoda as well. Take care of my master. Then the Noel started fleeing madly. At various places within Mystical Medicine Valley, personnel were constantly moving. Some were setting up formations, others rushing to the Pill Sect. Jalmer occasionally encountered obstacles, mostly spirit warriors, which were no match for him, allowing him to maintain high speed. Soon, he left the Pill Sect territory and entered the Formation Sect area. In front of him appeared a group, seemingly with a Spirit Jaemaster among them. The Noel immediately veered sideways. He couldn't afford to be stalled. But the Spirit Jaemaster wasn't easy either, appearing right ahead after a few swift moves. It turned out to be Carl in front. What to do? Just as Jalmer hesitated, Carl whispered, "Attack me." Jalmer paused briefly, then struck with his staff. Carl rolled backward, crashing into another Spirit Jaemaster, sending both tumbling. By then, Jalmer had already dashed past. Lemuel, aren't you too careless? My apologies, Elder Shao. I've been researching formations lately, so I'm a bit fatigued. Are you alright? Tisk, thank you, Uncle William. Jalmer muttered to himself and sped full force towards the Chaos Stone Forest. That's Shao Zyarizi? How impressive. Let's see where he runs to, muttered the all-on surname elder who appeared later at the Patriarch's residence. Jalmer sensed a powerful aura approaching but not too fast, just following him. Occasionally, he encountered blocking spirit warriors, but none were effective. Ultimately, Jalmer successfully entered the Lansrline, Rubble Forest. Note, for better fluency in English, it would be more appropriate to say, ultimately, Jalmer successfully entered the Rubble Forest. Half an hour after the Noel entered the Lansrline, Rubble Forest, the entire area was surrounded. To improve fluency and accuracy, half an hour after the Noel entered the Rubble Forest, the entire area was surrounded. Allah 1Y was also there, but stayed hidden. Ardell, did that guy really enter the Boulder Forest? The provided sentence seems to be mostly translated, but contains Chinese characters at the end. The term Lansrline translates to Boulder Forest or Rocky Forest, depending on context. I chose Boulder Forest for this edit. Yes, Patriarch. Now, arrange properly to capture him. Yes. This Zyarizi is really remarkable, breaking through so many defenses. Our sect seems inadequate, causing such chaos for one person. He's too sly. Chapter 299. He's too sly. Looking at Norris before him, Jalmer suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable sorrow. For a moment, neither of them spoke, only focusing on eating. A few minutes later, Jalmer looked at Norris. Senior, I'm preparing to leave the Mystic Medicine Valley. Leaving? Yes. I can't stay here any longer. Now they are hunting me down. It seems you came here specifically for me. Jalmer smiled. I always try to do what I say. Good job, Shao Zaire. Nice. If Senior is willing to leave now, I can safely escort you out of Mystic Medicine Valley. Norris looked at the Wilfred, remaining silent for a while before saying, No need. This place has the resources I need for cultivation, and there are still some people of mine within the sect. Staying inside the sect will help me stay in touch with them. Originally, I thought if I could see daylight again, I would travel the 4 seas. But Allah Wugue shouldn't have harmed my son. If so, avenging my son is necessary. In that case, be careful, Senior. So many years have passed. Your old associates might think you're dead. Whether or not they'd fight for you is uncertain. You don't need to worry about that. Before I make my move, this place will remain my base. If you come back in the future, as long as I'm still alive, you'll definitely find me here. Of course, if this place is exposed, I won't stay, but I'll destroy it. After a brief silence, Jalmer still took out a leaf from the incorruptible sprout and handed it over. Senior, if you have the chance, you should visit the chaotic stone forest again. There might be unexpected gains. Norris looked at the Noel and smiled. Thanks, young friend. He reached out to take it. All right. I wish Senior everything goes well. Considering it wasn't far from dawn, it wasn't a good time to go out. So, Jalmer continued staying beneath Lake Hard Island, chatting and cultivating with Norris for over 10 hours. As night fell, the Noel left, leaving Norris a fair amount of elixirs. It's better to leave Mystic Medicine Valley soon. My main task is still to find Aline. That was the original plan. But he needed to visit Ignatius's home once more. He couldn't leave Jamister here alone. Otherwise, being detained would be worse than drinking his sorrows away. Hours later, the Noel approached Ignatius's residence cautiously. What's this? 3 hidden guards now. Did they discover something? Was my last visit exposed? That complicates things. 3 spirit masters. 1 I cannot bypass without being noticed. Jalmer's spiritual energy slowly spread out. 2 first-rank spirit Jamisters, and 1 second-rank like before. Same routine again? Should I confirm Jamister first? What if he's moved somewhere else? Upon sensing, Jamister is still there. Odd. He seems injured. They really did discover what happened last time. Mr. Wu, would dealing with a first-rank spirit Jamister be a problem? The Noel contacted Dovey. As long as they're not like you, it should be fine. What about 2? 2? At least we can buy some time. Okay, let's act according to circumstances. First, send the Crimson Sky Zyrets to release a drug. If it fails, go directly into combat. I'll handle the second-rank spirit Jamister, while you hold off the other 2 first ranks. Led them toward the chaotic stone forest. Got it. 3 Crimson Sky Zyrets quietly flew towards the 3 concealed positions, moving slightly faster towards the first ranks, quickly reaching their targets. A minute later, one position sounded a hear again, followed by an air explosion. 1 Crimson Sky Zyret vanished. Damn, Zaire other comrade lost. 1 first rank burst out while another stayed put. The latter must have been affected and fainted. Dovey charged at the active first rank, exchanged a palm strike, then ran towards the chaotic stone forest. The second rank followed quickly, while Jalmer used a sweeping staff technique to knock down several spirit knights, forcefully breaking through the formation and charging into Jamister's room. Seeing the weakened Ignatiushan, Jalmer grabbed him and shoved him into the treasure tower. Realizing the change, the second rank returned. It's a diversion tactic. But the deed was done, so Jalmer didn't linger. Summoning his mount, he leaped on and dashed crazily towards the chaotic stone forest. Facing the blocking second rank, he unleashed his strongest staff technique, knocking him flying. Quickly catching up to Dovey, he also subdued the first rank, pulling Dovey into the tower. Take care of my master. Then he started fleeing frantically. At various places in Mystic Medicine Valley, personnel were constantly moving. Some set up defenses, others heading towards the alchemy sect. Jalmer encountered occasional obstacles, mainly spirit knights, none a match for him. Thus, he kept his speed. Soon, he left the alchemy sect territory and entered array sect territory. Ahead appeared a squad, with a spirit Jamister's presence. He immediately veered sideways, couldn't afford to be delayed. But the spirit Jamister wasn't weak, using instantaneous movement to block his path. Surprisingly, it was Carl. What to do? While hesitating, Carl's message came, attack me. Slightly pausing, he thrust his staff forward. Carl rolled backward, crashing into the following spirit Jamister, causing a chaotic collision. Jalmer slipped past. Lemuel, how careless of you. Sorry, Elder Shao. Been researching formations too much lately, feeling fatigued. Are you alright? Thank you, Uncle William. Jalmer silently acknowledged, then sprinted full force towards the chaotic stone forest. That's Jalmer? So impressive. Let's see where he plans to run. A distant elder all-on from the Valley Lord's mansion muttered. Jalmer sensed a formidable aura closing in, but not fast enough to catch him, only following. Occasional spirit knights blocked his way but to no avail. Ultimately, Jalmer smoothly entered the chaotic stone forest. Half an hour after entering the chaotic stone forest, the entire area was surrounded. Ala Wugue had arrived but stayed in hiding. Ardell, did he enter the chaotic stone forest? Yes, Lord Valley Jamister. Now, arrange properly and capture him. Yes. This Jalmer is indeed formidable, breaking through so many defenses. Our sect needs improvement if one person can cause such chaos. He's too sly. Note, Lonsserline is retained as Chaotic Stone Forest to preserve the unique place name. #### Chapter 300, Preparations to leave. Go and arrange it, Arjun instructed. Yes, sir. Ardell backed off. It should be that Zaire Z, the elder with the All-On surname, emerged. You saw him just now? Yes. I didn't expect him to run into the Chaos Stone Forest. I was wondering whom he was going to see, so I did not stop him. What level is he at now? Seems like a 5th level spirit warrior. Seems? Even you can't determine that? He looks like a 5th level spirit warrior, but it's not quite accurate. It's different from others' 5th levels. You are a 9th level spirit Jamister, and you cannot pinpoint his level clearly. Has he practiced some special cultivation method? Valley Lord, there's a situation. Someone ran over. What's the situation? Ignatiushan has disappeared. Ignatiushan has disappeared? How could that be? That Zaire Z ran alone as well. No one said they went together. Before this, Ignatiushan was still in the room. After Zaire Z visited, Ignatiushan was gone. How did this happen? Could it be that he has something special? Alan's surname Elder wondered. A small Shao realm? Impossible. I've only heard of it. This edit ensures that the sentence reads naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. The term, Shao realm, is kept as a proper noun, assuming it has significance in the context of the story. When he went to find Ignatiushan, he had an accomplice, said a second-level spirit Jamister, who had been monitoring Ignatiushan earlier. Zaire accomplice? Yes. He used some kind of sedative first. Our guy fell for it. Then another first-level spirit Jamister lured away, both me and Elder Sue. After that, Zaire Z forcefully broke through the formation, entered the house once, and Ignatiushan vanished. When I rushed back to stop him, he took me down with one move. So strong? You're a second-level spirit Jamister. Yes, I couldn't believe it either. He really injured me with one move. Zaire people later only saw him alone. Could he have a small Shao realm? Editing this sentence for natural fluency and accurate conveyance in English. Could he possess a miniature Shao realm? For consistency and readability, it's better to either explain what a Shao realm is or keep it as a unique term if it's specific to the story's universe. If it's a proper noun or specific concept, it might be best left untranslated, but explained elsewhere. Though he said it was impossible, after saying that, Arjun vanished and dashed into the Chaos Stone Forest. Alan's surname Elder immediately followed. This so-called Shao realm unsettled the Great Valley Lord. Ignoring the outer wind zone and gravity zone, leaving them to the disciples of the sects, Arjun directly rushed into the rain zone, his mental energy sweeping everywhere while circling around. Why don't I see anyone? Arjun frowned. The power of the Chaos Stone Forest hasn't weakened. Back when I was a first-level spirit Jamister, I couldn't even get past the rain zone. It's been many years since I came here. Have they found a way to pass through? Arjun circled the rain zone again but found nothing. The Valley Lord then directly entered the floating zone, holding a stabilizing stone and moving quickly. After a full circle, he still didn't see a single soul. Can he pass through the floating zone? So talented? I struggled greatly to figure out the way back then. This he doesn't seem to have come here many times either. Confused, Arjun arrived at the Allahheightening zone, searching a circle but finding no one and getting slightly injured himself. Entering the illusion zone next, Arjun spent some time adapting here. He barely made a round and ended up very exhausted without any findings. Finally entering the poison zone, Arjun tried several times before but always failed. Not daring to proceed further, he thought he might not be inside. Arjun had been inside the Chaos Stone Forest for several hours. Upon exiting, someone reported no sightings. This can't be. Jamesni watched Zaire rush into the Chaos Stone Forest. It's impossible for him to slip away under so many eyes. Did he truly enter the core area? Continue surrounding it? If he goes in, he will eventually come out. Arjun left after saying this. He needed to gather information on recent strange events and organize his thoughts. At this moment, inside the deepest part of the Chaos Stone Forest, a region rich in spiritual chi, Ignatius stared wide-eyed at everything around him. There were so many medicinal herbs here. The spiritual chi is so rich that Lao William forgot he was injured. Jamister, shall we tend to your injuries first? Oh, my injuries. I felt like I was in a house earlier. How did I end up here? Where is this? This is the innermost part of the Chaos Stone Forest. The innermost part of the Chaos Stone Forest? Let's treat the injury first. We'll talk about other things afterward. Alright, they beat me up last time after you visited. They took what you gave me. How wicked. The Wilfred clenched his teeth angrily, handed over some healing pills, and began to help Ignatius treat his injuries. After 5 hours, Ignatius returned to his former self. I didn't think my brother Shao would ever fall so low. Not too bad. Weren't you worse when you were drunk back then? That's true. Shouldn't we collect some medicinal herbs here? If you need them, Jamister, you can harvest them yourself. I've already gathered plenty. No need to finish it all. Why not use this time to help Jamister advance? It looks like he's not far from advancing. Once he does, we'll have 3 spirit Jamisters, enough to establish a decent sect. Who is this? Ignatius asked curiously. Where did this person suddenly appear from? I'm young Jamister Hank. Oh no, young Jamister Wong's guard Dovey said with a smile. He's a friend I met in Yang City, Franz explained with a laugh. Ah, fellow Taoist Wu, Ignatius saluted respectfully. Fellow Taoist William, you're too polite. I'm merely your disciple's guard. Alright then, Jamister, why don't you try breaking through now? There's enough energy here. Okay, let's give it a try. Ignatius sat down in meditation, attempting to break through. Of course, the Noel provided several pills, such as cleansing pills and soul-gathering pills. While Ignatius attempted to break through, Franz and Dovey also cultivated. Franz was still learning the remaining moves of the heaven-breaking staff technique's second form. More skills never hurt. 10 days passed quickly in cultivation. On the 11th day, Ignatius's aura finally became unstable, signaling imminent breakthrough. Franz knew his master was about to advance. Helping someone advance, the Noel had done this a few times. It went smoothly again. A few hours later, Ignatius stabilized at first-level Spirit Jamister. Now I'm also a Spirit Jamister, Ignatius said playfully. Franz immediately felt the air around him become dense, as if it was being confined. Ouch, Jamister, please stop this feeling, Franz exaggeratedly shouted, cooperating perfectly. Forget the feeling. Ignatius relinquished control over the air currents. But this Spirit Jamister feeling is indeed good. Of course. Now, let's prepare to leave, the Noel smiled. Chapter 300, Preparing to Leave. Go and make the arrangements, Arjun instructed. Yes, sir. Ardell left. It's likely that person Zaire, Elder Alon emerged. You saw him? Yes, I didn't expect him to run into the boulder forest. I thought he might be looking for someone, so I didn't stop him. What's his current cultivation level? Seems like a 5th rank spirit warrior. Just seems? Even you can't pinpoint it? Right? He appears as a 5th rank spirit warrior, but it feels different from others at the same rank. Not quite accurate. You're a 9th rank spirit Jamister and can't tell clearly. Has he practiced some unique cultivation technique? Valley Lord, there's news, someone rushed over. What is it? Ignatius has vanished. Ignatius gone? How could this be? That person Zaire ran alone. No one heard of them running together. Before, Ignatius was still in the room. After Zaire visited, Ignatius disappeared. How odd. Does he have some special treasure? Elder Alon asked with confusion. A pocket realm? Impossible, I've only heard of it. When he went to see Ignatius, he had an accomplice. The 2nd rank spirit Jamister, who had been monitoring Ignatius, interjected. He had help? Yes, first he used some kind of sedative, catching one of us off guard. Then, an old man with 1st rank spirit Jamister cultivation lured Sue Elder and me away. Afterward, Zaire broke through by force, entering the house once, and Ignatius vanished. When I rushed back to stop him, he defeated me in one move. So powerful? You're a second-rank spirit Jamister. Yes, even I couldn't believe it. He really injured me in one move. Witnesses later only saw him alone. Is there really a pocket realm? Although it seemed impossible, Arjun disappeared immediately, rushing into the boulder forest. Elder Alan followed closely behind. This so-called pocket realm unsettled the great valley lord. He ignored the outer Kongfeng Cheer and Zhongli Cheer, handing them over to disciples of the sections. Arjun directly entered the rain zone, sweeping with his mental energy while circling around. Why aren't there any signs of people? Arjun frowned. The power of the boulder forest hasn't weakened. Back when I was a first-rank spirit Jamister, I couldn't pass the rain zone either. Have they found a way through after all these years? Arjun circled the rain zone again, still finding nothing. So, the valley lord ventured into the floating zone, holding a stasis stone and moving quickly, but saw no one. Can he navigate the floating zone? Is he that gifted? It took me significant effort to understand its workings. This EATER doesn't seem to have visited many times. Confused, Arjun reached the Allahheightening zone, searching without success but sustaining minor injuries. Next came the illusion zone, where Arjun spent considerable time adapting, feeling exhausted after a circle, yet seeing nothing. The poison zone remained ahead. Arjun had tried numerous times before but failed each attempt, not daring to continue. He decided to return. Perhaps EATER didn't enter here. After hours in the boulder forest, reporting back outside yielded no sightings. No, many witnessed EATER entering the boulder forest. He couldn't slip away under so many eyes. Could he have truly ventured deep into the core? Keep surrounding it. If he went in, he will eventually come out, Arjun remarked and left. He needed to gather information on recent strange events and organize his thoughts. Inside the deepest part of the boulder forest, in an area dense with spirit chi, Ignatiushan opened his eyes wide, taking in the sight. There are so many spirit herbs here. The spirit chi is incredibly rich. Old William forgot about his injuries. Jamister, shall we treat your injuries? Huh? Treat my injuries? Earlier, I was in a house, and now I'm here. Where is this? The deepest part of the boulder forest. Deepest part? Let's tend to your injuries first. We'll talk afterward. Alright, this injury was from them last time. They also took what you gave me. How vile. The Noel clenched his teeth angrily, providing healing pills and assisting Ignatiushan. 5 hours later, Ignatiushan regained his vigor. Didn't think I, Ignatiushan, would have such a wretched day. Well, back then, you were worse in your drunken state. True. Want to harvest some spirit herbs? If Jamister needs them, he can pick them. I've gathered plenty. How about accelerating your Jamister's advancement? He seems close. Once advanced, we'll have 3 spirit Jamisters, enough to establish a decent sect. Who's this? Ignatiushan asked curiously, wondering where this person came from. I'm Hank Xiao. No, Wang Xiao's protector, Dovey grinned. He's a friend I made in Yangsheng, Franz explained. Greetings, Wu Daoist. Please, I'm just a protector of your disciple. Alright, Jamister, why not try breaking through now? There's ample energy here. Fine, let me try. Ignatiushan sat in meditation, attempting to break through. The Noel provided various pills, such as body-purifying pills and soul-gathering pills. While Ignatiushan attempted breakthrough, Franz and Dovey also cultivated. Franz focused on learning remaining moves of heaven-splitting staff techniques 2nd level. Days passed unnoticed in cultivation. On the 11th day, Ignatiushan's aura grew unstable, signaling impending breakthrough. Having helped several advance before, the Noel knew this process well. Several hours later, Ignatiushan stabilized at 1st-rank spirit Jamister. Now I'm a spirit Jamister too, Ignatiushan laughed playfully. Franz felt the air thicken around him, almost restrained. Ouch, please release me, Jamister. Franz exaggerated, playing along. Forget it. Feels great being a spirit Jamister. Indeed. Now let's prepare to leave, the Noel smiled. Note. Adjustments have been made to improve readability and fluency in English while preserving the original meaning and context. Chapter 301. Planning. Sure, but how do we leave? The outside must be surrounded. There's a teleportation array here, right? We can just study it. Jalmer smiled. Study? You didn't study it earlier? Why bring it up now? Ignatiushan was somewhat angry. This is such a good place. Wouldn't more cultivation time be nice? Jamister, continue cultivating and strive to advance to the 2nd level spirit Jamister when I finish studying this. Jalmer grinned. Advance to 2nd level? Ignatiushan didn't want to speak and walked over to check the spirit herbs. He should pick some that he needed. 10 days of cultivation was enough. It was time for a change. Thus, Ignatiushan and Dovey chatted while harvesting spirit herbs in the herbal area. They both felt happier talking with each other after feeling lonely before. Ignatiushan had been confined to his room, while Dovey mostly stayed in the pagoda. Now they finally had someone to talk to. Zaire Jalmer also released his companions. It wasn't a secret anymore, and there was no need to hide them. Jalmer studied the teleportation array for 5 whole days. After 5 days, the Wilfred lay on the ground exhausted, falling asleep immediately. He slept for 7 or 8 hours. It was clear he was mentally tired from studying the formation. It was mentally draining. The 2 others didn't disturb him and went about their own activities. In this small place, they could only cultivate, chat, or observe curiosities. After his sleep, the Wilfred felt refreshed. Upon standing, he couldn't resist practicing the Wan Jiju, making the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuate. The 2 nearby looked at him oddly. What are you doing? James King's such a big fuss here. Aren't you afraid of stirring trouble? The Noel ignored them and continued his practice. As he practiced faster, the disturbance grew intense, almost like a tornado. Fortunately, this place seemed very sturdy. It was the core of the chaotic stone forest. No one had ever been able to harm the chaotic stone forest. Thinking of this, Ignatiushan felt reassured. This Lansirlian had existed for countless years without any damage or destruction. Not even the maze formation of the array entrance could harm it. If anyone could destroy it, they could stride across the entire Zodiac continent fearlessly. Revised. The Monsterline had stood for countless years without suffering any damage or destruction. Not even the maze formation at the array's entrance could harm it. If anyone could destroy it, they could stride across the entire Zodiac continent without fear. Note: for better context and flow in English, I slightly adjusted the phrasing while ensuring the original meaning is preserved. Further revision for clarity and fluency. The Monsterline had stood for countless years without any damage or destruction. Even the maze formation at the array's entrance couldn't harm it. If anyone could destroy it, they could stride across the entire Zodiac continent without fear. For the best natural reading and coherence in English, the Monsterline had endured for countless years without sustaining any damage or destruction. Not even the maze formation at the array's entrance could harm it. If someone could destroy it, they could stride across the entire Zodiac continent without fear. Given that Monsterline is a specific place name, it should remain unchanged in the translation unless you prefer to provide an English interpretation or leave it as is. For consistency, let's keep it as Monsterline. Final version. The Monsterline had endured for countless years without sustaining any damage or destruction. Not even the maze formation at the array's entrance could harm it. If someone could destroy it, they could stride across the entire Zodiac continent without fear. The Noel played for half an hour before stopping suddenly. Then he sat cross-legged as the surrounding spiritual energy poured into his body. Was he advancing? Ignatius and Dovey exchanged glances. This prodigy. For 2 hours, the Noel continuously absorbed the surging energy. With a pop, the Wilfred emitted a different aura, unstable yet powerful. The Noel took a soul fusion pill and swallowed a drop of star energy liquid, continuing to cultivate. Zaire hour later, Jalmer stood up. His chi moved as he willed, making the nearby spiritual energy circle clockwise. With another willful thought, it spun counterclockwise. The Noel smiled satisfactorily. Advanced? The two beside him asked knowingly. Slightly advanced. Let's go. Sure. You show off. At 16, you're already a second-level spirit Jamister and say, slightly advanced? Intentionally teasing people? In a flash, the two were pulled into the pagoda. With his master around, better safe than sorry. Then Dovey began guiding Ignatius around, explaining the pagoda. Outside, Jalmer took several spirit stones, compressed them into a small block, tapped the teleportation array in certain spots, creating a small hole. Placing the compressed spirit stone inside, initiated the teleportation. Where would this lead? When it arrives, we'll know. Now, general dangers don't scare us. After 10 seconds, they arrived at the destination. The Wilfred looked around. Isn't this the teleportation point within the Nine Dragon Cave? This cave connects to Xianyao Valley via mutual points. Suddenly enlightened, the Noel remembered a sensation felt when passing through a vortex near the lake. A tingling full of energy feeling. Could that vortex be connected to the flame cave of Fire Mountain? Let's check. Entering the poisonous gas zone, the Noel found where he originally fell through. After considerable effort, Jalmer broke free from the vortex. Breaking free, he seemed to see a flash in the sky but nothing upon closer inspection. Soaring over the lake, he looked for any signs of others. Those who pursued him were long gone by now. Releasing the other two, they soared together over the lake, relishing in the newfound freedom. Jamister, I feel the so-called Nine Dragon Cave is connected to the top sects in Rat Country. Wanna try? Nine Dragon Cave? Rat Country has 9 top sects, fittingly. So how do you plan to test it? Follow me. They quickly approached a vortex. Wu Senior, what do you feel here? A warm body, slightly itching, similar to Flame Mountain. We enter this vortex. You two first into the pagoda. Saying this, the Noel put them back into the pagoda within him. The bottom was likely a poisonous gas zone, not a place for games. Everything went smoothly. Entering the vortex led through the poison gas zone, then the spirit herb area, and finally, the turbulent energy area with the teleportation array. Indeed, the Noel released the other two. This feels like the Flame Cave, Dovey exclaimed as soon as they appeared. The Nine Dragon Cave really connects to the 9 major sections. Young Jamister, you've discovered a huge secret of Rat Country. Haha. The Noel smiled. Let's rest before preparing to teleport. You guys rest. We don't need it. Having no consumption, Ignatius and Dovey began observing the surroundings. Leaving Jalmer alone to meditate. 2 hours later, they teleported and indeed arrived at the Flame Cave, specifically its deepest part. Feeling intensely hot, the Noel gave each of the two a drop of star energy, liquid to counteract the extreme heat. Walking out, they eventually encountered someone cultivating. It turned out to be Steven, confirming they were in Flame Cave. Should we greet him? No, I have work to do. Confirming Flame Cave is sufficient. Returning deeper in, however, Ignatius and Dovey struggled to proceed further. Reluctantly, the Noel put them back into the pagoda and returned along the original path. Back in the Nine Dragon Cave, the Noel took out a map of Rat Country. It was time to plan. Chapter 302, Finding My Younger Sister. Why are you taking out the map? Are you looking for our destination? Ignatius gathered around. Yes, I need to confirm the locations of a few top sects and learn some of their characteristics, Franz Tong replied. The map was laid on the ground, with the three standing beside it. What are the characteristics of this Tian Hu Guo? Can you tell me? Franz Tong pointed at one of the top sects marked in the upper right corner of the Rat Kingdom's map. Tian Hu Guo is also one of the 9 major sects in Rat Kingdom. Their cultivation techniques mostly contain ice attributes. I heard that they have a cultivation sanctuary dedicated to enhancing their ice attack abilities. Ignatius said, Zaire, their sect Harmon is female. As an elder of the mystical medicine valley, he did know some things. A female? The Wilfred nodded. What about the enchanting sect? The enchanting sect was one of the sects he admired back then. The elders of the Hank family had even suggested he study either in the Xianyao Valley or the enchanting sect if he had the chance. He had now entered the Xianyao Valley. It wasn't bad. The enchanting sect is located in the southern part of Rat Kingdom. As the name suggests, their forte is formations. They reportedly have an enchanting array within the sect, set up by someone at an unknown time. Even the current sect Harmon can't reach its core area, Dovey said, examining the map. So powerful? Is it stronger than the chaotic stone forest in Xianyao Valley? The Wilfred muttered. Probably more powerful, as they are renowned for their formations. Their enchanting formation is similar to Xianyao Valley's maze, which helps cultivate proficiency in formations, Ignatius explained. Sounds like a great place. The Wilfred nodded. The two seniors then introduced the remaining 5 top sects, each with unique characteristics and strengths. After finishing, the Noel asked, if we teleport through here to Tianhu-gu, will we end up in that freezing place where they enhance their ice attacks? It's possible. When we teleported to Flame Mountain, didn't we land right in their flame cave? This place is swelteringly hot. Let's leave quickly, Ignatius responded. All right, but since we're leaving, why not refine a few batches of pills here? They might come in handy when we arrive at Tianhu-gu. Sure. Franz Tong and Ignatius started refining pills, given the abundance of spiritual herbs here. Dovey, being idle, quietly cultivated alone, seizing the rare opportunity to practice in such a prime location. Several hours later, after resting to regain their strength, they prepared to move on. Franz Tong once again gathered the two into the treasure pagoda, then made a strenuous effort to break through the vortex. With previous experience, it went somewhat smoother this time. Emerging from the vortex, the Noel spotted the bright spot above. After reflecting for a moment, he realized it seemed to be the same bright spot seen after emerging from another vortex earlier. However, the bright spot could only be seen immediately upon exiting the vortex. Pondering over this, perhaps there was a secret here. Next time, he would pay extra attention when coming out of a vortex. Franz Tong searched for the next vortex, diving into it fiercely. After exploring, teleporting, and exploring again, followed by rest and cultivation, it took him a whole day to complete one cave's exploration. When making the next effort to exit the vortex, the Noel paid special attention to the bright spot above. Upon leaving the suction zone, he flew toward the bright spot he'd seen earlier. The closer he got, the harder it became. Finally, at a distance of 100 meters from the bright spot, he couldn't get any closer. A powerful resistance force blocked his approach. What was going on here? Shaking his head, he decided to leave it for now, realizing his cultivation level wasn't enough yet to overcome this. He would conquer it when he grew stronger. The Noel continued searching for vortices, entering them to explore. Having gained experience, his exploration became smoother. He spent a day exploring each cave, refining pills and cultivating within, while saving a particularly icy vortex for last, as it likely connected to Tianhu-gu, his ultimate destination. Several days later, the Noel reached the icy vortex. It was the last one. Over these days, the Noel had gained considerable knowledge. So many strange places existed in the world, and both Dovey and Ignatius had greatly expanded their horizons. Entering the final icy vortex, the Noel shivered uncontrollably. It was bitterly cold. Franz Tong quickly swallowed a spirit-harmonizing pill, which had been refined in a cave connected to Flame Mountain. Once downed, a wave of heat spread from his stomach, providing relief. His previous preparations were correct. The pill worked. He released the two from the pagoda. Upon emerging, they shivered, nearly falling over. Eat the pill quickly, the Noel smiled. They complied without hesitation. Zaire Tong, your preparations were indeed necessary. After eating the pill, it feels much better. Hey, we should refine more pills here. In scorching places later, these pills will help cool us down too, Ignatius noted. Catching on to the logic. Yeah, let's refine more now. With abundant spiritual herbs nearby, master and disciple collected what they needed and started refining pills. The bored Dovey resumed cultivating alone. Learning from past experiences, they spent 2 full days refining pills, preparing as much as possible. After 2 days of pill refinement, the trio teleported directly to Tianhu-gu. Good heavens, it was even colder here than Nine Dragon Cave. Each consuming a pill, they began exploring inside. Strange. Why was no one here? This was Tianhu-gu's cultivation sanctuary, so there should be at least some geniuses training here. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Feeling curious but pleased, it allowed them more exploration time without exposing themselves. Previously, upon sensing people at other sects' key areas, they avoided detection and left after a brief look, fearing discovery. Wandering about, the trio eventually found the exit. Should we go out? What? You want to leave? The two stared at Franz Tong. Was he crazy? Yes, I'm leaving. This has always been my destination. Why are you coming here? Here is closest to Bird Kingdom. You're going to Bird Kingdom? Yes, I'm heading to the Caleb Gate in Bird Kingdom. Caleb Gate? That's a top sect in Bird Kingdom. What do you plan to do there? Ignatius asked. Find my younger sister. Chapter 302. Finding my allottal sister. Why are you getting the map out? Are you looking for our destination? Ignatius asked as he moved closer. Yes, I need to confirm the locations of several top sects and learn about their unique characteristics, Jalmer replied. The map was laid on the ground, and the three stood around it. What's special about the Sky Lake Pavilion? Tell me about it. Jalmer pointed to a top sect marked in the upper right corner of the Mouse Kingdom's map. The Sky Lake Pavilion is one of the 9 major sects of the Mouse Kingdom. Most of their martial techniques have ice attributes. There's even a cultivation holy land specifically to enhance their ice attack capabilities, Ignatius explained. Zaire, their pavilion master, is female. As an elder of Xianyao Valley, he knew quite a bit. Female? The Wilfred nodded. Then what about the Hypnotic sect? The Hypnotic sect had been one he admired in the past. Back then, the elders of the Hank family Jamesner suggested he should try Xianyao Valley or Hypnotic sect if he got the chance. He'd entered Xianyao Valley before, which wasn't bad. The Hypnotic sect is in the south of the Mouse Kingdom. Just from its name, you can tell that they excel in formations. It's said there's a hypnotic array within their sect, arranged by someone long ago. Even the current sect Harmon can't reach its center, Dovey commented while looking at the map. So powerful? Is it more formidable than the Rocks Forest in Xianyao Valley? the Noel mumbled. Alakli more so. They're famous for their arrays. Their hypnotic array is similar to Xianyao Valley's maze, serving to improve one's formation cultivation, Ignatiushan said. Sounds like a good place, the Noel nodded. The two seniors then introduced the remaining 5 top sects, each with its unique traits and strengths. Afterward, the Noel asked, if we use the teleportation array here to go to Sky Lake Pavilion, might we end up in that freezing treasure place designed to boost ice attacks? It's possible. When we teleported to Flame Mountain, didn't we arrive at their flame cave directly? This place is also scorching. Let's leave quickly, Ignatiushan urged. Sure, but since we're leaving, why don't we refine a few batches of pills here? They might come in handy when we reach Sky Lake Pavilion. All right. So, Jalmer and Ignatiushan started refining pills, taking advantage of the abundant spirit herbs. Dovey, left idle, focused on cultivating alone, seizing this rare opportunity to train in such an excellent place. Hours passed refining pills, followed by some rest to return to normal state. Then they prepared to change locations. Jalmer once again stored the two into his treasure tower, and with experience from the first time, managed to emerge from the whirlpool more smoothly. Upon breaking through the vortex, the Noel noticed a bright spot in the sky, reminiscent of what he saw when exiting another vortex earlier. This point seemed identical. But this highlight only appeared upon exit and disappeared after that. Lost in thought, the Noel pondered whether it held any secrets and decided to pay close attention next time. Jalmer found the next vortex and plunged in. Exploration, teleportation, re-exploration, and returning, followed by rest and cultivation. All done over a day to explore one cave. When emerging from the vortex again, the Noel deliberately noted the bright spot overhead. As soon as he left the suction zone, he flew toward the previous bright spot. The closer he got, the more difficult it became. Eventually, at 100 meters from the bright spot, a powerful resistance prevented him from getting any closer. Shaking his head, the Noel concluded he lacked sufficient cultivation and would conquer it another time. He resumed searching for vortices, continuing exploration. With accumulated experience, the process went smoother. But he still spent a day exploring each vortex, using it for refining pills and cultivation, saving one icy vortex for last, suspecting it connected to Sky Lake Pavilion, his ultimate destination. A few days later, the Noel arrived at the icy vortex, the last one. Over these days, he gained much insight. Even Dovey and Ignatiushan widened their horizons. Entering the last icy vortex, shivering from the cold, Jalmer quickly consumed a spirit consolidation pill, refined at Flame Mountain. Upon ingestion, warmth spread from his stomach, comforting indeed. Previous preparations paid off. The pill worked. He released the two from the tower, who shivered, nearly falling over upon emergence. Eat the pill quickly, the Noel laughed. They obediently did so. Zairtong, your foresight was right. After eating the pill, I feel much better. Odd, though. Shouldn't refining some pills here ensure they cool us in scorching places? Exactly, let's start refining. Amid abundant spirit herbs, the duo picked what they needed and began refining pills. Dovey, left board, continued solitary cultivation. Drawing from prior experiences, they stayed for 2 days refining plenty of pills, always preparing more was better. After 2 days, they directly teleported to Sky Lake Pavilion. Oh lordy, it's colder here than the 9-Dragon Cave. Eating a pill each, they started exploring. Strange? Why no one here? This should be Sky Lake Pavilion's cultivation holy land with many geniuses training, not being wasted. Feeling curious yet happy, undisturbed exploration felt perfect. Previously visiting other sect strongholds, sensing others meant they had to retreat to avoid discovery. Wandering, they found an exit. Should we go out? What? You want to leave? Ignatiushan and Dovey stared at Jalmer, thinking he lost it. Yes, my original destination was here. Why come here? It's closest to Bird Kingdom. You want to go to Bird Kingdom? Yes, I'm heading to Caleb Gate. Caleb Gate? A top sect in Bird Kingdom. What for? Ignatiushan asked. To find my little sister. Translation corrected accordingly. Why are you taking out the map? Are you looking for our destination? Ignatiushan gathered around. Yes, I need to confirm the locations of a few top sects and learn some of their characteristics, Franz Tong replied. The map was laid on the ground, with the 3 standing beside it. What are the characteristics of this Tian Hu Guo? Can you tell me? Franz Tong pointed at one of the top sects marked in the upper right corner of the Rat Kingdom's map. Tian Hu Guo is also one of the 9 major sects in Rat Kingdom. Their cultivation techniques mostly contain ice attributes. I heard that they have a cultivation sanctuary dedicated to enhancing their ice attack abilities, Ignatiushan said. Zaire, their sect Harmon, is female. As an elder of the Xianyao Valley, he did know some things. A female? The Wilfred nodded. What about the Enchanting Sect? The Enchanting Sect was one of the sects he admired back then. The elders of the Hank family had even suggested he study either in the Xianyao Valley or the Enchanting Sect if he had the chance. He had now entered the Xianyao Valley. It wasn't bad. The Enchanting Sect is located in the southern part of Rat Kingdom. As the name suggests, their forte is formations. They reportedly have an enchanting array within the sect, set up by someone at an unknown time. Even the current sect Harmon can't reach its core area, Dovey said, examining the map. So powerful? Is it stronger than the Rocks Forest in Xianyao Valley? The Wilfred muttered. Probably more powerful, as they are renowned for their formations. Their enchanting formation is similar to Xianyao Valley's maze, which helps cultivate proficiency in formations, Ignatiushan explained. Sounds like a great place. The Wilfred nodded. The 2 seniors then introduced the remaining 5 top sects, each with unique characteristics and strengths. After finishing, the Noel asked, if we teleport through here to Tian Hu Gu, will we end up in that freezing place where they enhance their ice attacks? It's possible. When we teleported to Flame Mountain, didn't we land right in their flame cave? This place is swelteringly hot. Let's leave quickly, Ignatiushan responded. All right, but since we're leaving, why not refine a few batches of pills here? They might come in handy when we arrive at Tian Hu Gu. Sure. Franz Tong and Ignatiushin started refining pills, given the abundance of spiritual herbs here. Dovey, being idle, quietly cultivated alone, seizing the rare opportunity to practice in such a prime location. Several hours later, after resting to regain their strength, they prepared to move on. Franz Tong once again gathered the two into the treasure pagoda, then made a strenuous effort to break through the vortex. With previous experience, it went somewhat smoother this time. Emerging from the vortex, the Noel spotted the bright spot above. After reflecting for a moment, he realized it seemed to be the same bright spot seen after emerging from another vortex earlier. However, the bright spot could only be seen immediately upon exiting the vortex. Pondering over this, perhaps there was a secret here. Next time, he would pay extra attention when coming out of a vortex. Franz Tong searched for the next vortex, diving into it fiercely. After exploring, teleporting, and exploring again, followed by rest and cultivation, it took him a whole day to complete one cave's exploration. When making the next effort to exit the vortex, the Noel paid special attention to the bright spot above. Upon leaving the suction zone, he flew toward the bright spot he'd seen earlier. The closer he got, the harder it became. Finally, at a distance of 100 meters from the bright spot, he couldn't get any closer. A powerful resistance force blocked his approach. What was going on here? Shaking his head, he decided to leave it for now, realizing his cultivation level wasn't enough yet to overcome this. He would conquer it when he grew stronger. The Noel continued searching for vortices, entering them to explore. Having gained experience, his exploration became smoother. He spent a day exploring each cave, refining pills and cultivating within, while saving a particularly icy vortex for last, as it likely connected to Tianhu-gu, his ultimate destination. Several days later, the Noel reached the icy vortex. It was the last one. Over these days, the Noel had gained considerable knowledge. So many strange places existed in the world, and both Dovey and Ignatiushin had greatly expanded their horizons. Entering the final icy vortex, the Noel shivered uncontrollably. It was bitterly cold. Franz Tong quickly swallowed a spirit-harmonizing pill, which had been refined in a cave connected to Flame Mountain. Once downed, a wave of heat spread from his stomach, providing relief. His previous preparations were correct. The pill worked. He released the two from the pagoda. Upon emerging, they shivered, nearly falling over. Eat the pill quickly, the Noel smiled. They complied without hesitation. Zaire Tong, your preparations were indeed necessary. After eating the pill, it feels much better. Hey, we should refine more pills here. In scorching places later, these pills will help cool us down too, Ignatiushin noted. Catching on to the logic. Yeah, let's refine more now. With abundant spiritual herbs nearby, master and disciple collected what they needed and started refining pills. The bored Dovey resumed cultivating alone. Learning from past experiences, they spent 2 full days refining pills, preparing as much as possible. After 2 days of pill refinement, the trio teleported directly to Tianhu-gu. Good heavens, it was even colder here than Nine Dragon Cave. Each consuming a pill, they began exploring inside. Strange. Why was no one here? This was Tianhu-gu's cultivation sanctuary, so there should be at least some geniuses training here. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Feeling curious but pleased, it allowed them more exploration time without exposing themselves. Previously, upon sensing people at other sects' key areas, they avoided detection and left after a brief look, fearing discovery. Wandering about, the trio eventually found the exit. Should we go out? What? You want to leave? The two stared at Franz Tong. Was he crazy? Yes, I'm leaving. This has always been my destination. Why are you coming here? Here is closest to Bird Kingdom. You're going to Bird Kingdom? Yes, I'm heading to the Caleb Gate in Bird Kingdom. Caleb Gate? That's a top sect in Bird Kingdom. What do you plan to do there? Ignatiushin asked. Find my younger sister. Chapter 303. Mistakenly entering the prestigious sect. Do you have another younger sister? Ignatiushin asked, puzzled. Yes. Why did she go to Bird Kingdom? She was kidnapped by people from the Caleb sect. There was no reason to hide it anymore. Why would a top-tier sect like the Caleb sect kidnap your sister? Dovey added. Are you saying that because her talent is also extraordinary? Ignatiushin seemed to recall something. Yes, she has a 7th rank spirit root, almost reaching 7.5 ranks. No wonder. It seems that even the Caleb sect is lacking in talented individuals. Otherwise, they wouldn't resort to kidnapping people from Rat Kingdom. That's true. They seem to lack talent now. The one who kidnapped my sister was their Hong Allah. Jalmer said casually. What? Hong Allah himself came out? You know this? So were you there at the time? Yes. He didn't kill you to eliminate witnesses? That can't be right. How could Hong Allah leave such a risk? Was he kind-hearted? Can a kind-hearted person achieve the position of Hong Allah? We were drugged into unconsciousness, but I actually wasn't out, which is how I learned all this. I see. This guy's constitution is indeed unique. Ignatiushin nodded. Younger sister kidnapped, with your monstrous abilities, you should be even more talented. Why didn't they take you instead? Dovey interjected. I didn't get tested for spirit roots back then. The Wilfred replied evasively. Oh. His hesitant speech indicated a lie. Dovey smiled but didn't press further. Speaking of which, may I ask if you two would accompany me to Bird Kingdom to find her? It's bound to be dangerous. The Wilfred glanced at the two beside him. I'm your bodyguard, Dovey quickly responded. Since following this Zaire, the risks were considerable, but life had become colorful and fulfilling. Cultivators should live like this. If they want stability, they shouldn't bother cultivating. I can't return to the mystical medicine valley either. There's no special place to go. From now on, I'll follow you. Waiting for you to provide for me in old age, Dovey added teasingly. Spit. You're only a few decades older than me. Our lifespans are long. What old age are you talking about? It's early yet. That's true. Let's focus on getting out first. There must be guards outside, Ignatiushin laughed, thinking his disciple choice was worthwhile. The three carefully extended their mental senses toward the door. No one outside. This wasn't right. This was the heart of their sect. Why would there be no guards? Very strange. I know why, Ignatiushan said. Why? Dovey and Jalmer looked at Ignatiushan. There's no one outside because the alchemy competition is about to begin. How does the competition relate to whether there's anyone here? Because this time, the competition is held at Heavenly Lake Pavilion. Quite a coincidence, Jalmer chuckled. Hosting such a competition requires manpower across all aspects, so the guards were reassigned. No one repairing inside is also normal. However, Ignatiushan hesitated. However, what? However, an array might be set up outside. This is the sect's sacred ground. Without guards, they usually seal it with an array. Oh, let me check again. Among the three, Jalmer was the strongest, especially in mental power, surpassing even late-stage spirit J-masters. So, the Wilfred continued exploring with his mental sense. There seem to be people outside the array, just 2 spirit adepts. That's manageable. Break the array, knock them out, and it's done. 2 spirit adepts are guarding outside. Give me a moment. I'll try to break the array. As soon as it opens, you guys take care of those 2 guards. Got it. There are still people around. With the slightest movement of energy, the door opened. A wall of energy blocked their way. The array really sealed it off, Jalmer laughed, starting to study the array. He spent a whole day studying it before finding a solution, a 3rd-rank array. Fortunately, Jalmer's talent allowed him to find the solution easily. Others wouldn't have managed. Let's wait until nightfall to go out, the Wilfred suggested. Sure. Nighttime provides better cover. The trio retreated into the sanctuary to cultivate. Opportunities like this were rare. Whether such a perfect place for cultivation would come again was uncertain. Several hours later, night fell. The 3 arrived at the entrance. Once I loosen the array stones, you 2 each handle 1 guard and knock them out. Got it. A second later, the trio emerged from the sanctuary, while the 2 guards outside lay on the ground, seemingly asleep. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Jalmer moved the array stone back to its original position, restoring the array. Ignatiushan and Dovey followed, sending energy streams to incapacitate the guards. Within seconds, they had flown far away. The 2 guards sitting up on the ground looked at each other. I think I fell asleep. They spoke in unison. Check the entrance. They stood up to inspect it. Ignatiously, the array remained intact without any signs of tampering. The 3 rapidly moved forward, their mental senses sweeping cautiously through the area. It was someone else's territory, and they were unfamiliar with it. Minutes later, they stopped. Which direction should we go? Indeed, they had no idea where this Heavenly Lake Pavilion was or any maps available. Let's head northeast. Aren't you going to Bird Kingdom? Dovey glanced at the night sky, judging the direction based on the stars. Okay. There didn't seem to be a better plan for now. The trio immediately flew northeast. But after just 15 minutes, an urgent alarm sounded nearby. Behind them, mere meters away. Damn, they must have triggered some mechanism. Given that Heavenly Lake Pavilion was hosting a major alchemy competition for Rat Kingdom, all defenses would naturally be active. They were careless. As the alarm blared, lights illuminated the area despite the nighttime, turning the surroundings instantly bright. Don't resist. Jalmer telepathically told the 2 before grabbing each with a hand and drawing them into his treasure tower. Having this tower sure had its advantages. The Wilfred secretly gloated. Soon, many people gathered, surrounding the group. Jamesy, I ask who you are and why you're trespassing in our Heavenly Lake Pavilion, asked a mid-stage spirit J-master. I'm a wandering cultivator, chasing a snow leopard. I accidentally ended up here. Please forgive me, Jalmer bowed, now disguised as a middle-aged cultivator. Claiming to have mistakenly entered their sect wasn't entirely convincing, but impersonating someone from another sect would be easier to expose. Mistakenly? Really a joke, friend? The narrative remains consistent with the previous content, maintaining the tone and style while translating the Chinese text accurately into English. Chapter 304, Alchemy Assistance. I am not joking. I am an itinerant cultivator from the central region, and also an alchemist. I heard that this Rat Kingdom's alchemy competition is hosted by your sect, so I came to broaden my horizons. Franz Tong quickly explained. The alchemy competition is open to the public. Even if you are an itinerant cultivator, you can come here for observation openly. Why did you break in? You can visit within our sect as well, but we require a disciple to guide you. Sir, I understand. Not quite right, since you didn't enter openly as you mentioned earlier. You said you entered by mistake. The mid-stage spirit J-master suddenly realized there was something wrong with what this man had said. Yes, it was a mistake. Before entering your revered sect, I intended to seek some opportunities outside. Then, I saw a snow leopard which I thought would be an excellent mount, and I chased after it, unintentionally leading me here. You're not joking, right? Do you mean our sect is open to anyone? The defensive arrays are just decorations? The mid-stage spirit J-master was getting angry, considering this a disrespect to them. I didn't mean that. I'm also an array master. In haste, I broke in directly. Please forgive me. Zaire array master too? The middle-aged spirit J-master widened his eyes. Yes, Franz Tong nodded. Last time during the Heavenly Lake Pavilion's alchemy competition, they had no gains at the spirit scholar level. Alchemy is their weak point. Perhaps you could represent them in the contest. Ignatiushan's voice whispered into the boy's ear. Represent them in the contest? Is that allowed? Previously, there have been cases where sects invited external help. They can invite outsiders? Follow me. You aren't allowed to wander around without a guide. Otherwise, next time won't be this easy. The mid-stage spirit J-master turned around and walked away. Franz Tong hurriedly followed, and the Heavenly Lake Pavilion disciples who were blocking him gradually dispersed. Sir, how did you do in the last alchemy competition? The mid-stage spirit J-master turned to look at Franz Tong. Since you're here to observe, and are also an alchemist, you should know about the competition. Aren't you aware of our Heavenly Lake Pavilion's alchemy standards? I didn't mean that. I'm wondering if I could possibly represent the Heavenly Lake Pavilion in the competition? Franz Tong asked with a smile. Representing the Heavenly Lake Pavilion? The mid-stage Spirit Jamister frowned. Even though our alchemy standards may not stand out, it's relative. As one of the top sects in Rat Kingdom, even our lower standard is still better than average itinerant cultivators. I have confidence in myself. Franz Tong stood up straight. The mid-stage Spirit Jamister stopped walking, circled Franz Tong, and asked, "What's your cultivation level?" Level 8 Spirit Scholar. He knew he wouldn't be taken seriously if his level was too low. Not bad. To reach level 8 as an itinerant cultivator is indeed impressive. Would you mind if I checked? Please go ahead. The mid-stage Spirit Jamister scanned Franz Tong's dantian with his spiritual sense and confirmed it was indeed level 8. Do you mind being examined on your alchemy skills? Of course, it's expected. Great, follow me. The mid-stage Spirit Jamister flew forward. Franz Tong also took flight, keeping a respectful distance. Half an hour later, they arrived at a grand building. As soon as they approached, the familiar smell made the Noel realize this was the Heavenly Lake Pavilion's alchemy location. The alchemy competition starts the day after tomorrow, beginning with the Spirit Practitioner category. The mid-stage Spirit Jamister gave a friendly explanation. What about the Spirit Scholar category? 4 days from now, since the Spirit Practitioners compete for 3 days. Are you sure you want to represent our sect? Franz Tong nodded. This is the Heavenly Lake Pavilion's alchemy room. It's not too late to back out if you change your mind. I can escort you out of the sect. I believe in my strength. The Noel smiled. Fine, come in. If you don't meet the expectations, you'll be in trouble. Saying that, the mid-stage Spirit Jamister walked in. Along the way, they encountered several disciples, all alchemists at the Spirit Scholar level, confirming it was their practice area. Soon after, they arrived at a room. Ah, Henria? What a surprise. Hildred Hong Allah, I brought someone over. Hildred Hong Allah looked at Franz Tong and smiled. This one? Greetings Hildred Hong Allah. Franz Tong greeted respectfully. From the aura, Hildred Hong Allah was at least a mid-stage Spirit Jamister. He wants to represent our sect. Which sect do you belong to? Hildred Hong Allah asked with a smile. I'm just an itinerant cultivator, Franz Tong replied. Zaire itinerant cultivator? Then wait 2 more days to watch the event. Does Hildred Hong Allah underestimate me? Or afraid I might win honor for you which would make you lose face? So confident. If you can represent us and win, we'd be happy. Why would we feel embarrassed? Why not let me try then? Because I'm an itinerant cultivator, you think I lack skill? Upon hearing this, Hildred Hong Allah became serious. To represent us in the competition, one must either join our sect or become an honorary elder, most importantly, pass the assessment. That's why I asked Henria to bring me here for the assessment. If you truly wish it, demonstrate your alchemy ability. Right here. Why not? Certainly, but can Hildred Hong Allah provide an alchemy furnace and flame? Franz Tong smiled. As an alchemist, you don't carry alchemy tools? Using my own makes me too comfortable, not reflecting my true skill. Besides, the competition supposedly provides standardized tools. True enough, then use mine. Hildred Hong Allah tossed a furnace and summoned a flame, flicking it towards Franz Tong. With a lift of his right hand, Franz Tong controlled the flame before him. The quality of this flame was good, though slightly inferior to his own. Franz Tong manipulated the flame skillfully to get used to it. Nice control indeed, very skilled. Hildred Hong Allah nodded. What elixir will you refine? A breath sent towards the furnace, checking it briefly. There was no need to circle it, which would be beneath dignity, haha. Zaire choice. Then let's refine a soul-gathering pill commonly refined by spirit scholars. Thinking, a few herbs flew out from his storage ring into the furnace. On purpose slowing down, yet finishing the refinement in half an hour. Uncovering the furnace lid, 3 pills floated towards Hildred Hong Allah, hovering before him. Glancing, 3 high-quality soul-gathering pills. Good job, you can represent our sect, Hildred Hong Allah smiled. Hashtag chapter 305. Eyes wide open for profit. That was it? Isn't that asking too little? Jalmer inwardly rejoiced. Jamesney thanks, Henria. This time our sect might not end up with a 0 score. Brant smiled at the middle stage Spirit Jamister. Alright then, I'll take my leave now. With those words, he flashed away and vanished. He's leaving already. What about me? Jalmer watched Henria's retreating figure. Let me introduce myself. Brant looked at Jalmer with a smile. My name is Wang Hankan, an independent cultivator from the central region, Jalmer replied, too lazy to think of a new name. Dropping the Shao, character worked just fine. Zaire independent cultivator who has such high-level alchemy skills, truly impressive. Interested in officially joining our Tianhu Pavilion? Thank you for the offer, Brant, but I have many personal matters to attend to. Truly a pity. Brant shook his head and continued, I will help you finalize the necessary procedures shortly. Once done, you'll be our honorary elder in the alchemy division, eligible to represent us in the alchemy competition. Thank you, Brant. You're welcome. You're doing us a favor. By the way, can you refine 3rd-tier pills? Does this competition require 3rd-tier pills? Not necessarily, but being able to refine 3rd-tier pills usually secures a place in the top 3. I see. I've refined them before, but the success rate wasn't very high. It was wise to stay modest. Oh, so you've succeeded before? Brant beamed. If that was true, securing a spot in the top 10 should be guaranteed. Yes, but the quality wasn't great, and it usually takes several tries to succeed once. That's still impressive. Since the competition starts in a few days, why don't you practice and try to improve your success rate? Sure, but I'm running low on materials. As long as you want to refine, that won't be an issue. I'll arrange for some supplies shortly. Brant laughed. Alchemists are made from piles of spiritual herbs. Wasting a few herbs to improve the success rate is quite normal. Just as they were having a productive conversation, 5 people entered. Hyatt, I heard you brought in an outsider to participate in the alchemy competition. What about the rest of us? It seems news of seeking external help had spread among some of the elders. The 5 newcomers originally had chances to compete, but now with an outsider, who would be bumped out? They were all anxious, none wanting to give up the opportunity. Winning a rank was an honor, and achieving a certain position also came with rewards. The candidates had already been selected, and now removing one would indeed be a headache. Brant looked at the group and asked, "Do you remember the result of the last competition?" Everyone exchanged looks but didn't speak. "We got a 0. Now Gareth represents us, giving us a chance to win honor. If you have confidence in ranking, we wouldn't need outside help." "He's that strong?" Zaire Elder pointed at Jalmer. "He used my tools and refined 3 superior quality gathering soul pills in one go. Can any of you do that? 3 gathering soul pills, and all superior quality? You don't believe it?" The 5 newcomers remained silent, their expressions clearly skeptical. "Gareth, why don't you demonstrate again?" Brant turned to Jalmer. "Sure thing." Brant produced his refining tools and handed them over to Jalmer. 20 minutes later, 3 superior quality gathering soul pills floated in front of the elders. They exchanged glances once more, their faces showing shock. This outsider was indeed formidable. "Who among us will step down?" One elder, looking tense, asked Brant. He ranked 5th among the spirit cultivators in alchemy, named Heston. "Why don't you step down, Elder Gao?" Brant asked Heston. Though it sounded like a suggestion, it was the final decision. "I." Heston's face fell, far from happy. "Or would you prefer to discuss with the others to see who's willing to yield?" "Discuss what?" "No one would willingly give up such an opportunity. Elder Gao, sorry to take your spot. Here are a few pills. Please accept them as compensation for your loss, all right?" Jalmer spoke up, retrieving a small jade bottle and approaching Heston. Heston's lips moved, wanting to say something but couldn't bring himself to speak, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Elder Gao, since Gareth is so courteous, don't be shy." Seeing Jalmer's gesture, Brant chimed in promptly. "In that case, I can't refuse." Heston took the bottle, knowing he wouldn't get a rank anyway. Receiving some benefits was not bad, but he wondered what kind of pills were inside. Wanting to see but feeling awkward, his heart itched. Getting rewards without competing. Let's see what these pills look like. Someone nearby jeered, eager to know what the newcomer had given. "I'd like to see too. Let me fulfill your wish." Heston said, "Since you all want to see, I'll show you." "Gareth, hope you don't mind." Heston looked at Jalmer, uncapped the jade bottle, and a stream of air lifted the pills out. As 5 superior quality gathering soul pills floated in the air, emitting a unique aroma, Heston's expression gradually turned into a smile. When the pills appeared, there was a warm sensation around him. In this bitterly cold environment, consuming these pills was perfect. Jalmer had refined them in the cave, connected to Flame Mountain, making them exceptionally effective here. "Elder Gao, how about swapping my participation spot for these pills?" Zaire other elder suddenly interjected. "No way, these are gifts from Gareth." Heston quickly stowed away the pills, bowing to Jalmer with gratitude. "Thanks, Gareth." The other elders envied him. Jalmer glanced at the remaining 4 elders and offered, "I don't have many of these pills, but if the elders don't mind, I can give each of you one." The 4 elders perked up. "We also get rewards?" Jalmer waved his right hand, and identical pills floated before each of the 4 elders. They received the pills, examining them in their hands. One elder remarked, "Gareth, excellent pills. I believe with your addition, we'll surely achieve a good rank in the competition." "Thank you." After receiving the gifts, the elders said a few more words of gratitude before taking their leave. "These people are only after profit," Brant remarked. "Brant, if you don't mind, here are 2 more unifying soul pills." As he spoke, 2 superior quality unifying soul pills floated before Brant, radiating warmth. "Good pills. Am I also blinded by profit?" Chapter 306, Meeting an Old Enemy on a Narrow Path. Brant looked at the 2 pills before him and smiled. With a flick of his sleeve, he put them away. It would be foolish to reject free gifts. Although Brant could also refine high-quality soul merge pills, these special attribute-infused ones were beyond his reach. After accepting the pills, Brant expressed his thanks. At that moment, a 9th-rank spirit practitioner entered. "Hyatt, I've done as you instructed. Everything is in this storage ring." Brant took the ring and smiled. "Good. You may leave now." Then, Brant tossed the ring to Jalmer. The Wilfred caught it and inspected its contents. Inside were an elder badge and several sets of elder robes. "Damn, I spent so much time in Xianyao Valley and never became an elder. But here, in less than a day, I'm already an elder. How fast things change." "These are honorary elder badges, not official sect elder badges. Zaire, the robes are not what our elders typically wear. Therefore, don't wander around the sect freely. Some places require an escort," Brant explained. "Thank you for the reminder, Hyatt. The Spirit Practitioner Alchemy Contest starts in 4 days. You can prepare during this time. Besides, the Spirit Adept Alchemy Contest begins the day after tomorrow. If you're interested, you can watch." "Got it." This is a map of our Tion-Hu Pavilion, with detailed instructions on which areas are accessible and which are off-limits. As honorary elders, you have a designated residence area, and there's information about guides available, though they do require payment. With that, Brant handed Jalmer a jade slip. "Thank you, Hyatt. You're free to move about now, whether staying here, going to your residence, or exploring permitted areas outside. Just ensure you arrive at the contest venue by 8 o'clock on the morning of the Spirit Adept competition." Clearly, Brant was politely dismissing him. "All right, then I'll take my leave." Jalmer bowed and exited the room. The Wilfred pressed the jade slip to his forehead, and the information flooded his mind. The Tion-Hu Pavilion was indeed expansive, but given the late hour, he decided to rest first. Consulting the map, the Noel made his way to the residence area. Upon arrival, he sensed a few other spirit adepts nearby, likely fellow honorary elders. After entering a room, Jalmer activated an array and released the other 2 individuals. "I didn't expect you to actually become an elder of Tion-Hu Pavilion. Impressive," Dovey praised, giving the Noel a thumbs up. "Well, who else but me with such outstanding alchemy skills?" the Noel boasted. "We'll stay here for a few days, then head to Bird Country after the contest. Can't wait. I hope she's doing well." With her talent, she'll surely receive top-notch care. Don't worry. Focus on how to ace this contest. No preparation needed for the contest. It can be any time. They chatted for a while before resting, considering the busy schedule and the mental strain of traveling between major sects. Dawn arrived. The next morning, Jalmer opened the door, stretched, and took a deep breath, feeling refreshed by the crisp air. Just then, a Tianhu Pavilion disciple approached and greeted with a bow. Elder, may I assist you with anything? This must be one of the disciples mentioned by Hyatt who provide services. Jalmer glanced toward the distance. Can you give me a tour? This is my first visit. Certainly. It would be an honor to guide Elder around. My name is Ailby. We share the same surname, Wong. James side we're distant relatives, Jalmer chuckled. Ah, Elder shares my surname. Perhaps you'd like breakfast first? Our breakfast here is quite unique and should be tasted on your first visit, Ailby said delightedly. Sure, lead the way. Led by Ailby, Jalmer soon arrived at a canteen within the sect. Ailby introduced the various dishes and asked, Elder, what flavors would you like? I don't know what to choose. Recommend a few for me. Understood. I'll get them right away. Soon, Ailby returned with a variety of dishes. Our meals here are familiar, but for Elder's first visit, every dish should be tried. Be prepared. The food is very cold. True to his word, the dishes melted upon entry into the mouth, though their temperature required adjustment. Jalmer nodded, confirming it was indeed cold. Elder, I didn't lie, did I? As they dined, Jalmer and Ailby rented snow leopards from the public stable, setting out to explore. Spending over 5 hours touring key locations on the map, they enjoyed the scenery and learned more about the sect through Ailby's knowledgeable explanations. Their last stop was the vast square where the alchemy contest would be held, similar to Venu's in Xianyao Valley. Tomorrow's spirit practitioner contest will be here. Elder, interested in watching? Of course. That's why I'm here, to enjoy the spectacle. Suddenly, he felt a familiar gaze staring at him. Turning around, he cursed inwardly. Narrow paths indeed bring unexpected encounters. Chapter 307. Alan say. Damn it. Why is this dead girl here as well? Yes, that person was precisely the one Jalmer did not wish to see, Jeannie. How could she have the qualifications to be here? Her strength isn't much, and she's not an alchemist either. Glancing at the people beside her, a few spirit practitioners and a spirit scholar were present. Alan Xiao was among them too. Oh, she's just here for the spectacle. Jalmer looked at her once before turning away. Meanwhile, Jeannie observed Jalmer and asked the person next to her, why do I feel like that person seems familiar? Which one? That elder in the honorary elder attire. She even pointed towards Jalmer. Although he wasn't looking at her anymore, he could still sense her presence. How audacious, being so presumptuous on someone else's territory. The others glanced at Jalmer and shook their heads. He's an elder of the Heavenly Lake Pavilion. Our sect is so far away, how could you be familiar with him? Alan Xiao remarked. That's right. I find it odd myself, but he does seem somewhat familiar. Jalmer vaguely heard bits of their conversation. Damn, this woman's sixth sense is truly terrifying. Forget it, too troublesome to deal with her. Is there still food available now? Jalmer turned to ask Ailby. There's none in the cafeteria now, it's not mealtime. But the small taverns still have food. Do you need to eat now? The Noel asked. Elder, I don't need anything. Alright then, shall we end today here? Thank you. Is this enough? As he spoke, Jalmer handed over a jade bottle. Ailby received it and saw 5 chi gathering pills inside, exclaiming inwardly at the elder's generosity. Elder, it's not a matter of enough or not. It's too many. 2 would suffice. Ailby took out 2 pills and returned the rest to Jalmer. You've paid for everything today and acted as my guide for so long. It's hard work. Please keep them. With that, Jalmer walked towards a tavern they had passed earlier. Zaired from behind came Ailby's voice. Thank you, Gareth. Soon, Jalmer arrived at a tavern and bought a large quantity of meat. He then hurried back towards the alchemy room. It was time to refine pills. Arriving at the alchemy location, since Danmin Hyatt had already arranged it beforehand, the Noel obtained many spiritual herbs and chose an alchemy chamber to enter. He then deployed an array formation and released the other 2, along with Chishuelang and his companions, for a hearty feast. The purchased meats were all for this moment. Now you've grown, Ignatiushan commented while eating. What? To see Jeannie and not react emotionally. Ah, she's just a minor character, not worth my trouble. True indeed. After finishing their meal, Jalmer and Ignatiushan began refining pills. The companions were collected by the Noel into the treasure pagoda, where the spacious interior provided more comfort. Dovey watched the 2 refine pills for a while, finding it utterly boring. She requested entry into the pagoda as well. It was better for cultivation and playing with animals than staying in the cramped alchemy room. Time passed swiftly, refining pills and cultivating. Soon it was midnight. Time to take a break. Balance of work and rest is important. At 7 in the morning, waking up and washing up. Pushing open the door, he saw Ailby again. Elder, good morning. The spirit practitioner competition officially starts today. Do you need further assistance? Ailby smiled warmly. This elder was a good client. Service must be impeccable. Sure, let's have breakfast and then watch the alchemy competition. Jalmer initially didn't want to trouble him further, but given his enthusiasm, it couldn't be refused. Moreover, questions would inevitably arise. Having him around meant having someone to ask. As for those first-grade pills, they were useless to him now. After plenty of practice, giving some as compensation was fitting. By 8 o'clock, Jalmer was already at the venue guided by Ailby. Choosing a seat, settling down, Jalmer scanned the inner area and asked, why are there 120 alchemy positions? Isn't it 10 per sect? Having a guide proved useful, he could ask freely. Yes, each top sect in Rat Country has 10 slots, making 90 from 9 major sections. Add another 10 for Tianling sect, 10 for medium-sized sects, and 10 for independent cultivators, totaling 120. Tianling sect, medium-sized sects, and independents can participate? Yes, as a top sect spanning multiple countries, Tianling naturally gets included. Nationally, 10 slots are allocated for medium-sized sects and 10 for independents. Their 10 spots were determined a month ago. They held a competition earlier? Yes, though not here. A month ago, Rat Country organized a national alchemy competition for medium-sized sects and independents. The top 10 from each category gained entry into this competition. So that's how it works. Interesting. Jalmer nodded. Elder, see, the audience includes members from various sects and independents, mostly cheering for their own. Jalmer started searching the crowd. Wang Elder, looking for acquaintances? Yes, I have a few, unsure if they're here. Elder, look over there. Pointing left, Ailby explained, that's the official Rat Country booth. To its left is Tianling's sect spot, followed by the other 8 major sects besides our Heavenly Lake Pavilion. Next to them is the mixed zone for medium-sized sects, followed by the mixed zone for independents. With this guidance, searching became easier. In the medium-sized sects area, he sought Havelock of Moonlake Sect and Lemuelpo. Finding neither, he saw Alchemy Academy's president Ignatius instead, accompanied by a few Moonlake Sect members he didn't recognize. Shaking his head, he resumed searching the other 8 major sects. Lo and behold, Zaire Z from Kyler was indeed there, along with his guardian Gareth and his father, the Lord of Flame Mountain. Odd, he still didn't know the Lord's name. He'd ask someday. Scanning further, he saw members of Xianyao Valley. Greetings to all esteemed guests and contestants. Welcome to our Heavenly Lake Pavilion. A pleasant voice filled the arena, silencing the bustling square. Jalmer looked towards the sound. A beautiful woman stood on a platform within. That's our pavilion Jamister, Alansay, Ailby whispered. Chapter 308. A private conversation. Damn, your pavilion Jamister is that young? He may look young, but he's actually quite old. I heard he's almost 200 years old. What? Jalmer's mouth hung wide open. He still understood too little about the world of cultivators. The two were whispering and gossiping, not really paying attention to what the pavilion Jamister was saying. Suddenly, applause erupted, and the two stopped their idle chatter. Looking at the arena, it turned out the contestants were entering. Jalmer scanned the area and soon spotted the 10 people from Xianyao Valley. Though he wasn't very familiar with them, he still had some recollection. What rank would Xianyao Valley achieve this time? Although Jalmer had left Xianyao Valley, he still unconsciously considered himself a disciple of the valley, indicating that he still harbored deep feelings for it. After a while, all 120 contestants were in place. Young geniuses, the competition rules remained the same as before. Spanning 3 mornings, Alansay's voice echoed throughout the venue once again. This morning, we will follow the formula to refine pills. Tomorrow morning, we will replicate pill refinement. In the morning after that, free play. There will be 3 rounds, with rankings for each round. The final result will be the average ranking across the 3 rounds. Oh, this is quite challenging. It seems harder than the competition at Xianyao Valley. Now that the auspicious time has arrived, geniuses, the formulas and ingredients are on the table. I hereby declare the competition officially begins. As she finished speaking, the geniuses began their work. Only in the morning? Jalmer asked. Yes, and only for 2 hours. The rest of the time is for free activities. This contest is also a celebration for the alchemists of Mouse Kingdom. Competition is important, but exchanges and making friends outside the competition matter too, Ailby replied. That makes sense. One shouldn't just focus on refining pills and become a dullard. Jalmer chuckled. Since all the competitors were prodigy alchemists from various sects, the procedures were mostly similar. First, they familiarized themselves with the alchemy flame, checked the alchemy furnace, reviewed the formula, mentally rehearsed a few times, and then started refining. Jalmer chatted with Ailby while observing the alchemy competition inside the arena. Zaire hour quickly passed. Why hasn't anyone finished refining yet? Is this pill so hard to refine? After a while, someone finally raised their hand. It was Boston. This kid isn't bad. He can be the first to complete the task in such a talent-filled place. Not bad. Jalmer silently praised him. Xianyao Valley, Boston, 3 medium quality pills. An elder announced Boston's score. This should be a new formula. Medium quality is pretty good. Afterward, others gradually completed their tasks as well. 2 hours later, the results were announced. In this round, Boston from Xianyao Valley took first place. A Li from the same valley came in 5th, meaning 2 people from Xianyao Valley entered the top 10. Meanwhile, no one from Tianhu Pavilion made it into the top 10. Alchemy wasn't their strong suit. Once the competition ended, the gathering dispersed. Jalmer didn't have anything particularly interesting to do. Alchemy was more important, so he dismissed Ailby and hurried back to the alchemy room. However, at this moment, the Noel felt like he was being watched again. Is someone following me? From Tianhu Pavilion? That doesn't make sense. He paused briefly and then walked towards a secluded direction. Someone followed. Entering a forested area, the Noel swiftly hid within and concealed his presence. The person tracking him slowly approached. Where did he go? The person sighed lightly, searching around without success. It's someone from Xianyao Valley. Jalmer noticed the person's attire. It was an elder's robe from Xianyao Valley. Sensing the aura, he detected mid-stage spirit Jamister cultivation. Surely, that girl must have sensed something and sent someone to track him. Seeing he had lost the target, the person turned and walked away. The Noel quietly followed. After 15 minutes, the tracker joined a group of others. Jalmer listened intently. Grandfather, how did it go? Genie asked the man who had been tracking him. He was actually Genie's grandfather, Ardell, a 4th-rank spirit Jamister. Jalmer's lips twitched. I lost him. Ardell shook his head. Following a spirit warrior and losing him was incomprehensible. Lost him? Others were somewhat surprised. Do you think he could be that guy? That guy is getting more mysterious, Genie remarked. We must find out. Let's report this to the Valley Jamister. Is Valley Jamister Arjun getting involved too? Forget it. After the competition, I'll go to Bird Kingdom and ignore you all. The Noel continued toward the alchemy room. Right now, refining more pills was best. Over the next 2 days, the Spirit Realm Alchemy contest continued, but Jalmer didn't watch anymore. Now a Spirit Jamester, he wasn't very interested in the Spirit Realm competition. Also, since he felt he was being monitored by Xianyao Valley again, it was better to avoid showing up. Although Jalmer skipped the Spirit Realm competition, alchemy competitions remained the hot topic. Everyone in Tianhu Pavilion talked about it. The competition outcomes were the main focus. Eventually, Boston from Xianyao Valley won first place, while A. Lee secured 6th. As in the first round, no one from Tianhu Pavilion entered the top 10. As the host, not having anyone in the top 10 was rather embarrassing. So, the night before the Spirit Warrior competition, the Pavilion Jamester gathered the participants of the Spirit Warrior Alchemy contest to encourage them. Ladies and gentlemen, you should know the results of the Spirit Realm competition. We didn't have anyone in the top 10. Our best was 20th place. Alensei looked at everyone and continued. So I hope you can strive to bring some honor back for our sect. I don't ask for anyone to enter the top 5, but I hope at least one can reach the top 10. Can we do that? They exchanged glances, but no one spoke. James sighed, we can. Finally, Brant spoke. Oh, who has confidence? Alensei perked up. This newly appointed honorary elder, Gareth. Brant pointed at Jalmer. Gareth? Alensei's eyes flashed, sensing a bit of familiarity before frowning. Feeling her gaze, Jalmer felt slightly uneasy, even a bit exposed. Gareth, can we talk privately? Of course, Jalmer gave an awkward smile, sensing an ominous premonition. ##### Chapter 309, Drawing Attention. After the other 4 participating spirit adepts left, only Alensei, Brant, and Jalmer remained in the room. Gareth, right? Alensei looked at Jalmer. Jalmer nodded with a smile, looking at the Pavilion Jamester. Why do I feel like I know you? She asked. A familiar feeling? Jalmer was puzzled. I've never been to the north before. Can you restore your appearance? Jalmer was startled. Impossible. Back when he was still a spirit adept, it was understandable that the Flame Mountain's master could see through his disguise. But now, as a second-stage spirit Jamester, it shouldn't be so easy to tell, right? Only then did Jalmer realize how terrifyingly powerful this continent's top-tier experts were. Brant was also surprised. Gareth, this isn't your true appearance? If this guy wasn't showing his true self, it would be utterly embarrassing. For the harmonship of a top-tier sect to be fooled by a mere spirit adept. What a disgrace. Don't worry, Alensei said with a smile. As long as you don't harm our Heavenly Lake Pavilion, I won't do anything to you. Jalmer gave an awkward smile, keeping his eyes on Alensei. He needed to observe this woman closely. If anything seemed off, he'd leave immediately. If escape wasn't possible, he'd hide inside the treasure pagoda. Currently, no one on this continent seemed capable of breaking through it. Still, to be cautious, Jalmer changed his appearance to that of a 16-year-old boy, though not his own. Alensei smiled. You don't trust me? Huh. This isn't your real appearance either, but you are indeed around that age. That much is correct. Damn. Even this? Pavilion Jamester, my apologies, but I have enemies. As you say, you've never been to the north. I wouldn't be your enemy. Wait, you're being so cautious. Could you be Jalmer? What? Jalmer instantly moved to the door, on high alert. So it's true. Don't worry, I won't harm you. I just know of your existence. It didn't seem like a lie, so Jalmer restored his true appearance. I can't believe you reached 8th stage spirit adept at such a young age. No wonder they're chasing you relentlessly, Alensei said, still shocked. Phew, she didn't see through my actual cultivation level, Jalmer sighed in relief. Pavilion Jamester, since you can see through my disguise, does that mean all 9th stage spirit Jamesters can do the same? Not necessarily. I practiced a special cultivation method that allows me to see through changes in appearance. Even for a typical 9th stage spirit Jamester, it would be difficult to spot your abnormality. Are you worried about other sect Harmons recognizing you during the alchemy competition? The Noel nodded. Don't worry. Even if they do see through your disguise, it won't be a problem as long as you follow the rules. No one will harm you. That's good to hear. But if the Celestial Spirit sect discovers you, they might take some covert actions. They'll verify whether you're Jalmer. If you are, they'll capture you. If not, they won't bother you. Someone already suspects me, Jalmer admitted. The Shenyao Sur people already suspect me. They most likely have connections with the Celestial Spirit sect. Correction. The Xiaoyao Valley people already suspect me. They most likely have connections with the Celestial Spirit sect. Note, Shenyao is translated as Xiaoyao Valley, to maintain consistency in terminology and style, assuming this is how it was previously translated in the document. If Shenyao should be translated differently or kept in its pinyin form, please specify. Final edited translation. The Xiaoyao Valley people already suspect me. They most likely have connections with the Celestial Spirit sect. Here's what we'll do. After each match, stay close to Brant. Once all matches are over, if you wish to stay at the Heavenly Lake Pavilion, you're welcome. Otherwise, I'll personally escort you out. Alensei smiled. Where did this familiarity come from? All right. To be honest, I hope you'll stay. The Pavilion Jamester smiled again. Zairi sect would want such a talented Wilfred. Staying isn't an option because I have other matters. Also, I have a request. Go ahead. After each match, I want to go to your sacred place to cultivate. Is that possible? Time was running short, and he needed to increase his cultivation urgently. Yes, as long as you don't mind freezing in the sacred place. After each match, Brant will take you there. Jalmer stood up and bowed to Alensei. Thank you, Pavilion Jamester. No problem. You're one of our elders, after all. I hope you can bring us a good ranking in this competition. I'll do my best. Good. That's all then. Let's go, Brant. Take care of Gareth's safety. Yes. That night, Jalmer stayed at Hyatt Jamesner. The next morning, he went to the competition venue with Brant. At around 8 o'clock, the Pavilion Jamester spoke again. Previously, each sect had sent 3 participants for the Spirit Adept Alchemy competition. Starting this year, the number was increased to 5 per major sect, including the 9 great sects, Celestial Spirit Sect, Intermediate Sects, and Independents, totaling 60 people. The first round involved following a given formula to refine pills. To avoid too much attention, Jalmer didn't rush to be the first to complete the competition, but to honor the Heavenly Lake Pavilion, he chose to submit his pills second. Usually, the first person to finish would win first place, showcasing their strength. The first person to complete the competition produced 3 mid-grade pills, and they were from the Shenyalgu. Note, Shenyalgu is a proper noun that refers to a specific place or organization in the original text. To maintain consistency and accuracy, it should be directly transliterated rather than translated. If you have a preferred English name for Shenyalgu, please let me know so I can adjust the translation accordingly. Jalmer also submitted 3 mid-grade pills. It was normal for the Xianyao Valley to be the first to complete the competition since they excelled in alchemy. However, it was unusual for Jalmer to be second. When the elder announced the results, mentioning that he was from the Heavenly Lake Pavilion and had also produced 3 mid-grade pills, this drew significant attention. The Heavenly Lake Pavilion was not known for its alchemy skills, yet here they were, with the second submission of alchemy results. This stirred more attention than even the first completion. When did the Heavenly Lake Pavilion produce such a formidable character? Is he really from the Heavenly Lake Pavilion? Judging by his attire, he's the honorary elder of the Heavenly Lake Pavilion. So, he's an outsider. Where exactly does this guy come from? His alchemy skills are impressive. He should be famous. Wang Hongkan? Never heard of him. Such impressive alchemy skills. Shouldn't he be well known? Is Jalmer the same as Wang Hongkan? Someone from the Celestial Spirit Sect muttered to themselves. That guy must be Jalmer. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw him. Genie pointed at Jalmer. Is it really him? Impossible. Wang Hongkan is only at the 8th stage Spirit Cultivator level. Jalmer left the sect at the 9th stage Spirit Cultivator level a few months ago. How could he reach 8th stage Spirit Adept so quickly? Ardell couldn't believe it. While everyone was discussing, Elder Hildred had already taken Jalmer away from the competition venue and rushed towards their sacred cultivation site. Chapter 310, 3 Advancements. Soon they arrived at the cultivation holy land of Tianhu Pavilion, Tianchi Cave. Brant is here. The 2 disciples guarding the holy land hurriedly bowed. This is Gareth. I'm sending him in to cultivate. With that, Brant manipulated the array formation, opening a gap that revealed the cave entrance. Go on in. I'll come to fetch you tomorrow morning, Brant said to Jalmer. No need to trouble you, Hyatt. It's currently the alchemy competition period. You have many things to attend to. I can go there by myself tomorrow morning. Brant thought for a moment and replied, all right, but be careful when you head to the competition venue. He then whispered to Jalmer, telling him how to move the chess pieces within the formation. Unbeknownst to him, Jalmer was also proficient in formations. After Jalmer entered the cave, Hyatt restored the array formation and sealed the cave entrance. You two keep watch over Tianchi Cave. Apart from Pavilion Jamister and Senior Hyatt, no one else is allowed in during the competition period. Gareth has been specially arranged by the Pavilion Jamister for cultivation. If anyone tries to force their way in, sound the alarm immediately. Yes. Meanwhile, Jalmer had already ventured deep into Tianchi Cave. The situation was critical. He needed to accelerate his cultivation speed. However, the Noel felt quite cold, trembling slightly. This place was not somewhere an ordinary person could endure. Fortunately, he had previously refined some medicinal pills at the Flame Cave and had gained some experience. After consuming the pills, he felt considerably better. The Noel released the others and began absorbing energy frantically for cultivation. Meanwhile, the first day of the Spirit Alchemist competition had concluded, with Jalmer securing second place. Inside the Xianyao Valley headquarters, a group was discussing matters. That Gareth Hongkan from Tianhu Pavilion must be that EATER1-350, Genie said, sounding rather arrogant even in front of the Valley Master. Do you have any evidence? Alawumu asked. Not really, but when I saw him for the first time, I felt a sense of familiarity. I wasn't sure why until I heard his name and realized it was because of Jalmer. So it's just your feeling? Yes, but I'm very certain. All right. Where did he go after the competition? He was taken away by one of Tianhu Pavilion's senior Hyatt right after completing the alchemy process. Since I wasn't paying much attention, I don't know where they went, Ardell responded. Be mindful tomorrow. Follow him as soon as he leaves. Got it. Also, during tomorrow's alchemy competition, send someone to test him. Understood. Someone was already planning something against Jalmer, but the Noel couldn't care less at this moment. He was deeply engrossed in intense cultivation. The vast Tianchi Cave was now his domain. Inside, he absorbed energy frenziedly, practicing breaking heaven staff technique, Wanji Chuanjua, the mace technique, and sometimes meditating specifically for breath control. Before long, 20 hours passed. The Noel sensed that he was nearing the peak of level 2 Spirit Jamister. Over nearly 10 days, EATER1-350 had moved between energy-rich areas, rushing up and down among the 9 dragon caves, each time leaving him exhausted, yet solidifying his cultivation. Therefore, it wasn't surprising if he advanced in rank now. Meanwhile, Ignatiushan and Dovey seemed to be fluctuating, possibly on the verge of advancing too. Indeed, though these two were already adept in cultivation, they had never experienced such abundant resources before. Being immersed in energy, even without deliberate cultivation, their abilities gradually grew. Moreover, they practiced diligently, aiming to support Jalmer by enhancing their own cultivation. Otherwise, holding everyone back would embarrass them. As for Alotl Imperial Zairit, it had grown significantly, and Red Blood Wolf looked mightier than any lion. Seeing the changes in his companions, the Noel felt gratified. Time was running out. The Noel once again gathered his companions and headed towards the alchemy competition venue. Upon entering the venue, an elder from Xianyao Valley approached him quietly and whispered, EATER1-350, how is your master brother William doing? We all miss him. Jalmer glanced at him. It seemed to be Su Elder from the alchemy department of Xianyao Valley. Is he testing me? Fortunately, I'm prepared. Otherwise, I might have slipped. Do we know each other well, Elder? I'm called Wang Honkan, and our ages are similar. Is it appropriate to call me EATER1? Is your master not Brother William? Su Elder stared at Xiaomer, trying to discern anything. Who's Brother William? We've never heard of anyone named that in Tianhu Pavilion. Before joining Tianhu Pavilion, I was a wandering cultivator with no particular master. Elder, you must be mistaken. With that, Xiaomer quickly walked towards an alchemy station. Su Elder didn't dare follow any further and let it drop. The competition soon began. Today was the second round for spirit alchemists. Xiaomer misjudged the timing for submitting his pill and ended up being the third to complete. Eager to continue cultivation, he didn't wait for the final results and was led by Brant directly back to Tianchi Cave. As they left the venue, Ardell and another elder from Xianyao Valley, who was a high-level spirit Jamister, followed them cautiously, not daring to get too close due to Hildred Elder's prowess and being on foreign territory. Fortunately, the opponents didn't shake them off, eventually confirming that their destination was Tianchi Cave. This EATER1 truly has a set. Entering Tianhu Pavilion grants him such privileges, allowing him to cultivate in their holy land. Ardell remarked telepathically to the elder beside him. Are you sure it's Xiaomer? I trust my sister Zihan. There's an 80% chance he is. Let's report back to the Valley Master and proceed according to his instructions. Agreed. Due to Xiaomer's extraordinary soul power, he had sensed they were being followed. But having met numerous influential figures, his mindset had changed, and he felt more confident. No matter who it was, I'm not afraid. If I can't win, I can always run, can I? Entering Tianchi Cave again, the three of them plunged into their immersive cultivation state. After several hours, a pop resonated in the Noel's heart as he reached level 3 Spirit Jamister, then continued to absorb energy intensely to consolidate his new rank. The other two were also on the verge of advancement, stimulated by the Noel's breakthrough. Before long, they too advanced, both becoming level 2 Spirit Jamisters. Thus, within the same time frame, the three had each advanced a small rank, worthy of celebration. Chapter 311. Results Sire announced. Well, I'm now a second-rank Spirit Jamister. No longer a rookie Spirit Jamister, Ignatiushan said with great delight. That's something worth celebrating properly. Zaire, we still have time, Xiaomer laughed. Then they brought out a pile of meat, and even got a jar of wine. Look who's getting corrupted. Drinking wine already? Ignatiushan pointed at the Wilfred with his finger. Happiness must be shared. Let's fill up. 3 cups hovered in front of them, and 3 streams of wine poured from the jar into the glasses. You're really naughty. Ignatiushan chuckled. Thus they feasted and drank heartily. Zaire hour later, it was almost time to leave. After leaving Tianchi Cave, the boy summoned the Crimson Blood Wolf as his mount, though its appearance had been altered to look ordinary. Its speed remained impressive. The wolf didn't feel too comfortable with the disguise, but what could it do? Sometimes, being too conspicuous had drawbacks. Just over a kilometer away from Tianchi Cave, the boy felt someone watching him. Had he been targeted by people from Xianyao Valley? The boy heightened his vigilance and continued toward the competition grounds. But then, an attack came unexpectedly. Without a word, a knife-wielding old man charged straight at him. Recognizing the attacker instantly, the boy narrowed his eyes. Ardell, who else? Could it really be this blatant here in Tianhu Pavilion territory? Reacting immediately, the boy recalled his mount and darted to Ardell's side, brandishing the heaven-splitting staff for a sweeping strike. Interesting, Ardell gasped, surprised that an 8th-rank spirit warrior like this Noel could dodge his blow so effortlessly and even counterattack. Ardell pulled his broadsword back to block the incoming staff. Yet, the boy's staff showed no intention of retreating. It slammed into the broadsword, its speed accelerating. With a loud clang, the sword deflected, hitting Ardell's waist. Damn it! Ardell cursed inwardly. Was this kid truly only a spirit warrior, or actually a concealed spirit Jamister? Fortunately, the flat edge of the blade hit his waist instead of its sharp side. Otherwise, he would have been badly injured. Despite this, the force sent him flying as a mid-stage spirit Jamister. Xiaomer dared not linger. There might be another formidable enemy lurking in the shadows. Having landed the first blow, Xiaomer aimed to swiftly escape. But his worries were warranted. Since the opponent chose to act openly, it wasn't just about probing. Before Xiaomer could react, an immense surge of energy rushed toward him. Retrieving the heaven-splitting staff, Xiaomer utilized the 10,000 extremes technique, redirecting and amplifying the incoming force. A terrified cry erupted from Ardell. No. Next, a blood-curdling scream filled the air as the redirected energy collided entirely with Ardell, sending him sprawling once again. He coughed up blood mid-air, clearly caught off guard. What is this? Even the attacking elder seemed confused by this familiar technique. Seizing the moment while both opponents were dazed, the boy sped away. This was outrageous. How dare someone attempt to kill an elder on Tianhu Pavilion territory? Despite feeling indignant, part of him was thrilled. So this was what Genie relied on? Pathetic indeed. Actually, Ardell possessed some strength, but underestimating his opponent cost him dearly. Who would have thought an 8th-rank spirit warrior could pull off such maneuvers before a seasoned fighter? Soon enough, Xiaomer arrived at the competition site, albeit covered in sweat. What happened? You seem rather disheveled. Brant smiled at the boy. Almost got ambushed. Thought I wouldn't see you again, the boy murmured telepathically. What? I was intercepted by 2 men from Xianyao Valley earlier. One of them was Ardell, barely escaped with my life. But Ardell is a mid-stage spirit Jamister, yet you managed to flee unscathed? Escape? Do you wish me dead? What kind of logic is that? Shouldn't you consider how your security allowed this to happen? Zaire assassination within your domain? I didn't mean it like that. Please focus on the competition. We'll heighten security. At that moment, Alansei announced the imminent start of the competition. Ala 1Y had been monitoring all contestants closely. When Xiaomer appeared, he too was stunned. Did Ardell and Guan Daqiang eat nothing? They couldn't handle one spirit warrior? What a prodigy. How can Xiaomer be unharmed? Genie cried out in frustration, clenching her fists tightly. Perhaps your grandfather didn't encounter him. Allah 1Y shook his head, equally puzzled. This night, I break through. What? I will break through tonight. Definitely. Now isn't ideal. Wait a year. Otherwise, all efforts will be wasted. Allah 1Y advised telepathically. This was a secret, Xianyao Valley's greatest secret. Originally, Jeannie's talent surpassed her sister's, but for future gains, she restrained her advancement. She practiced a special technique, suppressing her cultivation for a breakthrough at the 9th-rank Spirit Jaemester stage. This would make her possibly the only existence surpassing Spirit Jaemesters on the continent. Then Xianyao Valley would become the sole super sect, except for Tianling sect. No, I can't wait. No one has truly succeeded with this technique, and I may not succeed either. Without it, I might still surpass Spirit Jaemesters. Jeannie's eyes hardened. I'm tired of being overlooked. Sighing, Allah 1Y understood she was also an important candidate for Tianling sect, making it hard to intervene further. Meanwhile, the competition area was bustling. The 60 participants were engaged in the final round, an open-ended challenge. For a spirit adept to achieve 3rd-rank alchemist status by refining a tier 2 elixir was incredibly difficult. For a spirit warrior to refine a tier 3 elixir and achieve 3rd-rank alchemist was nearly impossible. Previously attacked by Xianyao Valley, Jalmer harbored anger. Having stayed in Xianyao Valley long enough to develop feelings, their attempt on his life meant he'd now thoroughly undermine them in the alchemy competition. Therefore, for the final round, Jalmer chose to refine the Harmony Pill, a relatively easier tier 3 elixir, yet challenging for spirit warriors. Focused intensely, he refined meticulously, ensuring every detail was perfect. Incredibly, 30 minutes later, Jalmer raised his right hand. A judge took the pill he had refined, widening his eyes in disbelief. Calling another judge for verification, he exclaimed, confirmed. Tianhu Pavilion, Wang Hankan, 3 Harmony Pills of superior quality. The results were finally announced. Chapter 312, Do Not Approach Without Invitation. What? How is that possible? The audience in the stands erupted into a commotion. Zaire Unknown Spirit Warrior from the Heavenly Lake Pavilion had actually refined 3rd-stage medicinal pills of superior quality. This was clearly the work of a 3rd-rank alchemy Jaemester. To become one was the dream of countless alchemy masters and the prized possession of many sections. Yet, this person had achieved it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Harmons of the 9 major sects, along with the Harmon of the Celestial Spirit sect and Rat Country, all converged on Jalmer simultaneously. The 3 pills still floated before the 2 judges, and the 10 big shots inspected the 3 steaming pills. Indeed, they were top-quality Harmony pills. All eyes turned to Jalmer at once, filled with fervent interest. Ladies and gentlemen, what are you doing? Confirming the results? You don't even trust the judges? Alansei spoke up. He belongs to our sect. Arjun pointed at Jalmer. Patriarch Allah, are you joking? He's an elder of our Heavenly Lake Pavilion. Get your facts straight. With that, Alansei grabbed the Noel by the arm and flew back to the main base of the Heavenly Lake Pavilion. Arjun started to follow but restrained himself. This was their home turf after all. The various big shots returned to their positions as the competition resumed. After a few minutes, another contestant raised his hand. It was someone from the Mystic Medicine Valley who also produced 3 Harmony pills, albeit of inferior quality. If not for Jalmer's exceptional performance earlier, his would have been astounding. Alas, fate could be cruel sometimes. 2 hours later, the competition ended. Although Jalmer topped this round decisively, the final ranking was based on the average of 3 competitions. As such, the Alchemy Jaemester from Mystic Medicine Valley took first place overall, while Jalmer came second. However, everyone agreed that given Jalmer's outstanding 3rd-round performance, he was undoubtedly the top spirit warrior in alchemy. After announcing the results, Alansei said, Dear guests from afar, this year's alchemy competition has concluded successfully. Though we didn't sweep all the awards, our Heavenly Lake Pavilion managed to secure the 2nd place in the Spirit Warrior category. Now please enjoy yourselves and join us for the awards ceremony tomorrow. With that, she snatched Jalmer and flew away, leaving everyone in shock. Inside the Heavenly Lake Pavilion headquarters, what do you think of Arjun's words? Alansei asked Jalmer. The boy exhaled, reverting to his true appearance, and replied, I was indeed a disciple of Mystic Medicine Valley before. I haven't wronged them, but they want to capture me because I'm different. Your talent? Jamesaib, since you originally belonged to Mystic Medicine Valley, why would they need to capture you? I have another identity. I am the target of both the Celestial Spirit sect and the Earthly Abyss sect. Initially, the Mystic Medicine Valley people were unaware, but once they found out, they started targeting me and even severely injured my master. A target of both the Celestial Spirit sect and the Earthly Abyss sect? That's troublesome. No need to worry, Pavilion Jaemester. I can escape now. Escape now? You really think you can just run away so easily when they've already discovered you? They likely have many operatives around the outskirts of our pavilion now. The Celestial Spirit sect has considerable influence. Don't worry, Pavilion Jaemester. As long as it's not the patriarchs themselves, I believe I can escape. Really? That confident? Why don't you train with me, Pavilion Jaemester, so I can gauge the strength of top-tier experts? Jalmer looked at her. She had always been kind-hearted. Alansei glanced at him, amused by this young spirit warrior's boldness. She laughed. All right, give it a try. As soon as she spoke, the Noel felt his body restrained, as if sinking into quicksand, making movement difficult. He took a deep breath, and a current of energy surged from his feet, propelling his body into the air, though much slower than usual. Alansei was surprised. This kid was truly remarkable. Was he really just a spirit warrior? The constraining force intensified, yet he could still move, albeit more slowly. She frowned. Still moving? The power continued to escalate until, with 80% of her strength, his movement slowed to a crawl. The Noel was astounded. Top-tier experts were indeed formidable. He had been overly confident. Meanwhile, Alansei furrowed her brow. So strong? This level of strength should immobilize a 7th-rank spirit Jamister, yet he could still move? You can let go now, Jalmer shouted. Instantly, he felt the burden lift, regaining his freedom. He shrugged and stretched his neck. Pavilion Jamister, can you help me one more time? What do you need? I was only thinking of escaping earlier. Now, I'll wield my weapon. Give it another try? Sheesh, treating her like a sparring partner. This free practice session was too generous. All right. Thank you. Jalmer then retrieved his heaven-shattering staff and began swinging it, rushing toward the door. Alensei exerted 80% of her strength immediately, attempting to pin down the Noelle. As soon as she controlled the surrounding air currents, the Noelle's staff disrupted them, making it difficult to maintain control. She switched to full power instantly. While he could still use his staff to disperse some of the restraints, he couldn't move much at all. Impressive. Alensei released him. If those patriarchs aren't vigilant, you might slip away. But I only immobilized you. I didn't actively attack. I know. In front of experts like you, escape is nearly impossible. Jalmer shook his head, relieved he had other protective treasures. Stay at Heavenly Lake Pavilion for now. They won't dare make a move here. Or perhaps consider joining our pavilion officially. Thanks, Pavilion Jamister, but I have other matters to attend to. All right, stay close to me these next couple of days. Jalmer nodded. If things got dire, he could leave via the Celestial Lake Cave. That night, there was sudden unrest within the sect. Reports indicated unusual occurrences among the visitors. Alensei rushed over immediately, with Jalmer following behind. In the distance, dark clouds rolled across the sky, illuminated by lightning and accompanied by thunder. Is someone advancing in rank? Jalmer blurted out. The Pavilion Jamister turned to look at the Noelle. You've seen this phenomenon before? Yeah, he smiled. They quickly reached a point near the lightning and thunder. Mystic Medicine Valley people blocked the way. Sorry, everyone. Someone from our sect is advancing in rank. Please do not approach. Translation provided under the same structure and style of the original content, while maintaining English fluency and grammatical correctness. Hashtag chapter 313. I challenge you. This area was so terrifying that ordinary people dared not get close. Even though they were cultivators, no one wanted to be struck by lightning. After gathering a certain amount of energy, the heavenly thunder eventually struck down with considerable force, causing onlookers to retreat hurriedly. Ah, came a woman's shriek. A woman? What the hell? It turned out to be a female cultivator. Jalmer furrowed his brow. Who could it be? As far as he knew, there wasn't any female from the Mystic Medicine Valley who had reached the 9th rank spirit cultivator level here. Damn, never thought coming here for a pill refinement competition would present such a spectacle. Even without placing, this trip hasn't been wasted, someone remarked. I never expected Mystic Medicine Valley to have such talent. After a while, another bolt of lightning struck. On the third strike, agonized screams emerged from within. The scream sounded somewhat familiar to Jalmer, though he hadn't paid much attention earlier. Genie? No way. She was only at the 5th or 6th rank spirit cultivator level, right? Could she have been affected by the aftermath nearby? Jalmer frowned deeply. Those who advanced had endured 3 strikes of lightning, similar to when Jalmer had advanced to the spirit warrior rank, just slightly less powerful. Suddenly, a glowing ribbon cascaded from the sky. What's that? Is that the energy rain during teleportation? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Yes. That energy rain is quite valuable. If we could get closer, I heard it can instantly boost a minor rank or 2. Witnessing such a strange phenomenon naturally drew a crowd, all chattering excitedly. This must be a spirit cultivator advancing to the spirit warrior rank. Jalmer was experienced in this. Who in Mystic Medicine Valley has such talent? Jalmer pondered, wondering if it could be Boston, the top alchemist among spirit cultivators. Can't tell, Alensei interjected. Didn't you stay at Mystic Medicine Valley? Don't you know whose talent stands out? Didn't pay special attention. We'll know tomorrow who advances to spirit warrior. That's true. But what if they don't come out tomorrow? Right, let's go back. We've seen enough. Zaire, this may not be a spirit cultivator advancing to spirit warrior, but possibly a spirit warrior advancing to spirit Jamister. Alensei smiled. Let's watch a bit longer. With that, Jalmer extended a wave of soul power quietly. Moments later, he arrived near the energy rain. The aura of a spirit warrior fluctuated unstably. Indeed, it's a spirit cultivator advancing to spirit warrior. Huh, this aura feels familiar. The Noelle sensed it carefully. Damn, Genie, it's her. She advanced to spirit warrior. Jalmer was surprised. What's up with this little girl? Just as he was stunned. Who is probing us? A loud shout followed by a surge of soul power hit him. Quickly, the Noelle abandoned a small part of his outermost energy while retracting the rest. If he withdrew all of it, he could be traced back. The Noelle swayed slightly, feeling a bit dizzy, then steadied himself. Alensei looked at him and transmitted. You're really daring to probe so openly. That's very taboo, and you got hurt, didn't you? No big deal, like hitting my head against a wall. What did you find? It's Genie, Ardel's granddaughter. Didn't expect her to be this impressive. She's still no match for you. You dare to probe directly under the Valley Master's nose. Who else has that kind of courage? Thus, they continued chatting and watching the spectacle. Soon after, the energy rain disappeared, but several unstable auras stirred around, indicating multiple advancements. Truly effective. The crowd dispersed after the show. That night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Jalmer was called out by Alensei. Today was the award ceremony. Gareth, what reward do you want? The Pavilion Jamister asked with a smile. What rewards? Can I choose myself? Not exactly, but I can give you some information beforehand. You mean the awards are provided by the Celestial Lake Pavilion since the competition was held here? Not entirely. The awards are jointly prepared by the Celestial Lake Pavilion and the royal family of Rat Country. So what's the reward for second place? The Noelle was intrigued, as he wasn't too satisfied with the rewards from the previous competition at Mystic Medicine Valley. The top 3 spirit warriors receive an earthfire, an alchemy furnace, and an artifact that enhances soul power, the pavilion Jamester replied smilingly. 3 treasures? Not bad. What are you thinking? 1 treasure per person. As the second place, you'll receive an excellent alchemy furnace. However, if you wish, you can trade items. Only 1. The Noel frowned. These items weren't particularly impressive to him. He already had them, and his were better. Don't seem impressed? Not really. I thought there'd be 3. Alensei shook her head. This guy always aimed too high. Soon, they arrived at the alchemy competition venue, now converted into an award stage. First, awards were given to the top 10 spirit cultivator alchemists. Besides prizes, each received an official certification plate allowing them access to resources annually, which was quite valuable, especially for independent cultivators. Unbeknownst to him, these plates were a pleasant surprise. Following the Spirit Cultivator Awards, it was time for the Spirit Warrior Alchemists. As Alensei said, Jalmer received an alchemy furnace, an excellent one, but still inferior to the one Jamester had given him. Unfortunately, a treasure in others' hands seemed insignificant to him. Looking at the third-place winner holding a metallic band, used for tying hair and apparently quite extraordinary, capable of enhancing soul power, it piqued his interest. Similar to his hairpin? Senior brother, could I take a look at your treasure? Jalmer asked the third-place winner politely. They were fellow cultivators on the continent. Calling him senior brother was appropriate. I'm just curious. If senior brother is interested, you can also inspect my furnace, Jalmer offered, pushing the furnace over. Unable to refuse, the third-place winner handed over the metal band. Examining it closely, Jalmer found it truly remarkable. It not only enhanced soul power but also gathered spiritual chi, offering one additional function compared to his hairpin. For general alchemists, enhancing soul power sufficed. Gathering spiritual chi wasn't a priority but was still beneficial. Returning the item, Jalmer suggested, Senior brother, how about trading this furnace for the band? As Alensei mentioned, item trades were allowed. Examining the furnace, the other cultivator understood its value, but recognized the importance of soul power enhancement. Seeing his hesitation, Jalmer removed his hairpin and added, if senior brother is willing, I can include this hairpin. Feeling the hairpin, the third-place winner acknowledged its value matched the band. Willing to trade both for one? Yes. Deal. Here's the band. Both parties were satisfied with the trade. However, bystanders viewed Jalmer as if he were a fool. The award ceremony concluded. Please feel free to provide more text for translation, or let me know if you have any specific requests or adjustments. But at that moment, a voice came from the stands. Jalmer, I challenge you. Hashtag chapter 314. Battle imminent. A loud sound echoed, and the entire venue fell silent immediately. It's that little girl. Jalmer frowned. Damn, her aura seems different. A spirit scholar? A late-stage spirit scholar? Shit, what's going on? She advanced to a spirit scholar last night and is now a late-stage spirit scholar? While everyone was in shock, Genie had already flown up to them. Brat, I challenge you. Genie yelled, standing in front of Jalmer. This junior sister, my name isn't Jalmer. It's Wang Hongkan. Jalmer squinted his eyes. Goodness, she advanced from nothing to an 8th level spirit scholar in just over 10 hours. How did she manage that? You're scared to admit your own name? Fine. Then I'll challenge you, Wang Hongkan, alright? Jalmer glanced at Javangwen Honger. Could this really be done here? Just challenge whoever she wanted? Javangwen Honger took a deep breath, looked at Arjun, then nodded at Jalmer. Alright, since junior sister wants to challenge, let's go. What elixir do you want to refine? The Wilfred said with a nonchalant smile. Genie paused, eyes widening. Who says I want to compete in elixir refining? I'm an elixir master. What else would we compete in? Fighting. Jamestershall power. Genie angrily retorted. This is mocking me. I'm an elixir master. I can't fight. If it's about fighting, I concede. Saying that, Jalmer turned to leave. Tisik. She even dares to challenge him, yet he retreats. A seasoned spirit scholar afraid of a young girl? He brought glory to our sect through elixir refinement, only to shame us now. As soon as Jalmer conceded, the Tianhu Pavilion disciples in the stands couldn't sit still. They were all face-conscious. Do you really concede? Jalmer looked at Genie. If you really concede, then crawl through there. Genie spread her legs. Damn, truly domineering. Jalmer chuckled bitterly. Really going to fight? Genie nodded. By now, the alchemy tools had been moved away, and those who received awards had left. 2 spirit Jamesters appeared, one from Xinyao Valley and one from Tianhu Pavilion. Director Allah, your alchemy has always been top-notch in Murmur Country. Never thought such a genius would appear overnight, advancing so many levels. Are you planning to use our Tianhu Pavilion as a stepping stone? Javangwen Honger's voice echoed across the vast arena. Director Javangwen, forgive my apprentice's impudence. Perhaps she sought fame too eagerly. However, Noelful enthusiasm is not bad, right? That's true. Gareth, please guide this junior from Xinyao Valley, letting her know that even geniuses shouldn't be arrogant and must respect others. The pavilion master loudly said. He knew Jalmer wasn't simple. Being a genius wouldn't save her. Since she challenged him in front of elite cultivators of Murmur Country, they didn't need to hold back. Junior sister, please. Jalmer extended a hand politely. Too much talk. With that, Genie lunged with her sword. But she missed. Jalmer sidestepped. Genie spun around and swung again. This time, Jalmer saw countless sword shadows. It seemed inevitable. This girl has some skills indeed. The sky-breaking staff flew out, instantly creating a multitude of staff shadows. A loud clang rang out, dissipating the sword shadows as Genie stumbled backward. Seeing the familiar staff, Genie shouted, You dare say you're not Jalmer. She threw a spirit talisman. Damn. It packed a punch equivalent to a mid-stage spirit Jamester. Bending down, Jalmer deflected the talisman with the sky-breaking staff, avoiding the brunt but still feeling the impact, taking 2 steps back. Heh, she's skilled. The Wilfred used Sky Dominate point, jabbing forward. Jeannie raised her sword to block, but Xiaomer changed tactics mid-strike, sweeping her shoulder and sending her flying. At that moment, the spirit Jamister from Xinyao Valley struck, aiming a palm at Xiaomer. Everyone was surprised by this sudden move. They assumed the spirit Jamisters were just referees. He was a late-stage spirit Jamister after all. Xiaomer felt a wild force approaching. With the Thousand Extremes technique, he managed to deflect most of the force but still reeled back several steps, feeling stifled. The Thousand Extremes technique? Javangwan Hunger shuddered and flashed beside Xiaomer. Arjun also stepped into the field. Are you truly Xiaomer? How did you leave the Chaos Stone Forest? Apologies, Director Allah, but I'm not Xiaomer. Where did you learn the Thousand Extremes technique? Is this called Thousand Extremes technique? I joined Tianhu Pavilion as a rogue cultivator and learned it in a cave in Central Murmur Country. Which specific cave? Must I say? Of course. Director Allah, enough. He found it, and it's his destiny. Must you interfere? Javangwan Hunger interjected. Haven't moved for a long time. Do you mind sparring a bit? A direct provocation. Fine. Let's see if you're stronger than Ephraim. They flew into the sky, battling fiercely. What's going on? Are they close? Xiaomer watched their aerial duel, feeling puzzled. Meanwhile, the Xinyao Valley disciple attacked again, but was intercepted by a Tianhu Pavilion member. But now, members of the Tianling sect approached, not looking friendly. Regardless of whether you're Xiaomer or Wang Hongqian, come with us. Ji Fahongli, inappropriate. He is our Tianhu Pavilion member now. Can he just leave with you? Elders blocked Xiaomer. If Tianhu Pavilion allowed Tianling sect or Xinyao Valley to take Xiaomer today, it would lose face. More elders from Xinyao Valley arrived. Soon, another group appeared. Xiaomer recognized them as the Flame Mountain people. What? Lord Bliss, you also wish to meddle? A Tianhu Pavilion Grand Elder demanded. Elder Chui misunderstands. Gareth is also our Flame Mountain honorary elder. I should assist him, Bliss smiled. Brother, we've got your back. Simon grinned at Xiaomer. Well, thank you, Lord Bliss. Activate the array. Elder Chui commanded. With a loud boom, the array activated. The Tianhu Pavilion disciples in the stands were indignant, ready to fight. This was their turf. They prepared to engage at a word. Battle was imminent. Chapter 315. I must return. Deputy Sect Leader Wesley of Heavenly Spirit Sect looked around, surprised to see that Flame Mountain had also joined in. This was still the territory of Celestial Lake Pavilion. It seemed he couldn't take anyone away today. Gareth, I hope you are not Xiaomer, and I hope there's no family connection between you and Hank Family Village. Wesley smiled. Hearing these words, Xiaomer clenched his fists, his face turning grim instantly. You bastard! You coward! At this moment, Jeannie suddenly snapped and charged at Xiaomer. That guy had repeatedly made her suffer setbacks. Now that she had upgraded according to a new plan but couldn't teach him a lesson, she felt resentful. As Jeannie rushed toward Xiaomer, no one stopped her. The Wilfred, seething with anger, immediately threw a punch at Jeannie. With a tremendous boom, Jeannie was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, severely injured from the blow. Zaire Elder from Profound Medicine Valley leaped up and caught Jeannie, but upon landing, retreated several steps. The power behind Xiaomer's punch was evident. The bystanders were astonished. Was this Zairezi so formidable? Both being 8th rank spirit warriors, how could the gap be so significant? Jeannie had faced heavenly punishment and reward when she broke through to spirit warrior. Tensions on the ground were high, while two Harmons continued battling in the sky. In reality, this was also an opportunity, a chance to learn. Normally, cultivators wouldn't get to see such powerful experts duel. Some even entered a state of sudden enlightenment while watching. Meanwhile, other top sect Harmons communicated covertly. As top sects, each had their own plans and alliances. Heavenly Spirit Sect aligned with Profound Medicine Valley, while Flame Mountain stood alongside Celestial Lake Pavilion. They secretly exchanged messages while observing the battle in the sky. For now, nothing changed below. After about 15 minutes, the aerial combat ceased. Yovan Calabdeo Glenn spoke. Come down, both of you. Is it necessary to ruin amity over one elder? Glenn wasn't ordinary. His Heavenly Weighty Mountain was officially the leading sect in Rat Nation. If not for the omnipresent Heavenly Spirit Sect across the continent, they would hold an even higher status in Rat Nation. Thus, they harbored no good feelings towards Heavenly Spirit Sect. Both Alansei and Allah 1Y descended. Their strength was evenly matched, and further fighting wouldn't decisively determine a winner. Senior Brother Wong, Gareth Honkin originally belonged to our sect, but now Valley Lord Allah wants to take him. Wasn't that too disrespectful? Alansei spoke first. He has always been my disciple from Profound Medicine Valley and should naturally return to us. You needn't argue. Valley Lord Allah, do you have any evidence? He used my master's 10,000 Alamut formula earlier. Whether or not it's Xiaomer, he is still someone from Profound Medicine Valley. That's not quite it. Just using a technique can't confirm it as the 10,000 Alamut formula. Jameson's similar techniques exist. Even if it were Valley Lord Wu's formula, it's a fortune he acquired outside your sect, not within it, right? Glenn interjected, seemingly favoring Celestial Lake Pavilion. Yes, most crucially, Gareth Honkin doesn't acknowledge your claims, and you lack evidence. Alansei then looked at Wesley. Moreover, what does this have to do with Heavenly Spirit Sect? Why meddle? Well, we merely wish to ask Gareth Honkin for help. Since Sect J Mr. Javangwan disagrees, let it be. Wesley replied awkwardly. The alchemy competition is over. Farewell, Deputy Sect Leader Wesley, Valley Lord Allah. Alansei declared, dismissing them. It was clear they were being ushered out. Gareth Honkin, I hope there's no connection between you and Hank Family Village. Farewell. Wesley bowed and left. Then Allah 1Y departed with his people, carrying Jeannie. Gradually, other major sects bid farewell, though a few allied with Celestial Lake Pavilion stayed behind. Thank you, Sect J Mesters Quian Wong, Alansei bowed. It's nothing. The arrogance of Profound Medicine Valley and the rudeness of Heavenly Spirit Sect are simply intolerable. They're just an outsider sect, thinking they can do whatever they want because of their strength, Glenn commented. Yes, besides, isn't Cultivator Wang also our nominal elder? Kwai Jovan Lord laughed. Alansei glanced at Jalmer. Why don't we talk at the Pavilion Jamister residence? Jalmer suggested. Alansei nodded and told the remaining sects, thank you all. Please return to your lodgings. I will express my gratitude later. Soon, the Harmons of 3 major sects and Jalmer arrived at the Pavilion Jamister residence, with Horatio following. Once inside, Jalmer resumed his true form. Horatio exclaimed, delighted. It's indeed Brother Wang. Even Glenn was astonished. This Wilfred was impressive. Jalmer said gratefully, thank you for your help earlier, but I have urgent matters and must leave soon. Let me brief you on some things I know. Everyone watched him, waiting for him to speak. Seeing their trust, Jalmer began. I have a feud with Earth Abyss sect, which collaborates with Heavenly Spirit sect. Later, I fled to Profound Medicine Valley seeking an elder's protection. Recently, once they discovered my identity, they started hunting me. Jalmer spent 10 minutes summarizing his ordeal. Eventually, I fled here to Celestial Lake Pavilion. What about the 10,000 Alamut formula? Where did you learn it? Alansei asked, genuinely curious. Jalmer looked at everyone before replying, I learned it from Senior Norris. Norris died long ago. How could you learn from him? Alansei widened her eyes, remembering Norris was once close to her. Senior Wu didn't die. He was poisoned by Allah 1Y and confined. His cultivation dropped due to the poison. When I found him, he was nearly gone. He gave me some elixir formulas and detoxification methods. Thanks to those, he's now at mid-stage Spirit Jamister. So you saved him? Sure, but mostly thanks to his strong will to live. Thank you, young friend. Alansei bowed. Basically, that's it. I need to visit my hometown urgently. Please send me to Heaven Pond Cave, Pavilion Jamister Javangwin. Heaven Pond Cave? What will you do there? Just send me there. I can handle leaving afterward. Is there some secret portal in our Heaven Pond Cave? Alansei frowned. Fine, I'll take you now. Jalmer needed to hurry back to Hank Family Village to relocate his grandparents. Chapter 316. Rescuing the Elder. Under Stephen's persistent urging, Jalmer brought him along. Zaire other person meant additional strength, especially since this young master also held the title of Junior Mountain Lord. After a series of rapid transmissions and runs, 2 hours later, Jalmer arrived at a crucial location of a top-tier sect in the southwest of Rat Country. At this moment, the major figures from several top-tier sects were still over at Tianhu Pavilion. Although the members of Xinyao Valley and Tianling sect had left the Tianhu Pavilion area, they hadn't gone far and were still discussing countermeasures. Their disciples guarded various key access points. Meanwhile, those who maintained good relations with Tianhu Pavilion remained within it and had not yet departed. At present, via the transmission from Jilong Cave, Jalmer found himself atop Sound Mountain in the Lanhai sect territory. It was a fine place, but the boy was pressed for time and couldn't indulge in enjoying it. Given his cultivation level, despite Lanhai sect being a top-tier sect, as long as the area wasn't under heightened alert and he was cautious enough, it would be difficult for anyone to notice him. After leaving Sound Mountain, Jalmer knocked out a Lanhai sect disciple, donned their attire, making his actions even smoother. Zaire hour later, the boy left Lanhai sect. He then summoned his mount and rushed madly toward the Hank family village. After several hours, he finally arrived. The boy scanned with his mental energy and detected the 2 cultivators previously stationed in the village. However, Remington Hank and Grandma William were no longer there. Damn, did Tianling sect already make their move? He scanned again and sensed that Sebastian Hank Xiong was at home. So, the boy instantly appeared at Sebastian Hank's residence. Jalmer concealed his aura, so the 2 Jiaoyo sect members could not detect him. Sebastian? The boy sent a message telepathically to Sebastian Hank Xiong. Hank Xiong turned his head to look into a hidden corner of the house. Sebastian, it's me. Don't panic. Damn, it's Jalmer. How did he return? How did he silently enter my house? Hank Xiong approached the boy. You're back? Yes. Sebastian, do you know where my Remington Hank and Grandma are? They were taken by Tianling sect half a month ago, but I don't know where they were taken. Oh, then I'll leave. Don't reveal I've returned. Oh, these are for you. Handle them as you see fit. With that, Jalmer threw a storage ring over and vanished in an instant. Hank Xiong was still dazed, wondering what was happening. Had he been dreaming? But looking down, the storage ring was still in his hand. Probing the storage ring with his mental energy, he found numerous secret manuals, cultivation texts, and plenty of jade bottles. Opening a random bottle revealed 20 pills inside. Good heavens, let me count. 10 bottles. If each contains 20 pills, that's 200 pills? Hank Xiong's heart raced. This guy is truly exceptional. He's a miracle. Just how cultivated is he now? While Hank Xiong was lost in thought, the boy had already confronted the 2 Jiaoyo sect cultivators. Where did you take Hank Zhonghua and Michelle? The boy shouted. Who are you? If you don't know me, why are you here? Jalmer now showed his true face. It's you, Jalmer? The level 9 spirit practitioner exclaimed in shock. But the boy immediately immobilized him. Tell me quickly, where did you take Remington Hank? The duo didn't speak, shocked by Jalmer's cultivation. Yet, they dared not betray Jiaoyo sect lightly. It usually meant certain death. Not talking, huh? With a grip of his right hand, the lower-level spirit practitioner turned into a cloud of blood mist. The boy couldn't wait any longer. The longer this dragged on, the more dangerous it became for Remington Hank. Seeing his companion vanish before him, the level 9 spirit practitioner grew afraid. If you don't speak now, you'll end up like him. Speak now and die, or speak and maybe live. The level 9 spirit practitioner clearly understood the situation and said, currently, the old man is imprisoned in the Tianling sect branch in Beishan. Ah, Kimatan Jiao, the level 9 spirit practitioner's dandian shattered. As long as the Jiaoyo sect doesn't pursue him further, he wouldn't die. It would depend on his luck. Correction. Ah, came a scream. The level 9 spirit practitioner's dandian shattered. As long as the Jiaoyo sect doesn't pursue him further, he wouldn't die. it would depend on his luck. The boy mounted his blood wolf and began racing towards Beishan. He had no fondness for Diao sect, but he treated Tianling sect differently. He believed that Tianling sect appeared to be a benevolent sect on the surface, and many of its members weren't bad. Some were even kind-hearted, especially among the lower ranks. Didn't Aline always want to join Tianling sect? Rushing at full speed, he didn't fear exposure in such an isolated area. With few spirit practitioners around, let alone a Longshi or a Longmaster, ordinary people would just think he was a prominent figure, unable to glean any information about him. 3 hours of frantic riding brought him to Beishan, where he had first tested his spiritual roots. Reaching the Tianling sect branch, the boy instantly scanned the area with his soul force. In mere seconds, he located Hank Zhonghua and the others. Appearing before Hank Zhonghua, the boy called out, "Remington Hank, Grandma William." Jalmer extended both hands. Alarms blared outside, but the boy ignored them, wrapping the trio in an array formation. "Zaire-tong?" The 2 elders looked at the boy, tears in their eyes. "Am I dreaming?" "No, feel my face." They exchanged glances, then reached out to touch Jalmer. Indeed, it was Zaire-tong. "We'll talk later. I'm taking you away." Jalmer swiftly pulled the 2 elders into the treasure tower. "Jamister, please keep my grandparents company," Jalmer's voice echoed within the tower. Now there were 5 people inside, breaking the loneliness. Pulling the elders into the tower, the boy retracted the array formation. Several Alongshi now faced him, clearly Tianling sect cultivators who responded to the alarm. "Who are you?" someone shouted as Jalmer appeared. "I'm the one you're looking for, Jalmer." Those present recognized him from the portraits they had seen. "Seize him." They were elated, thinking they could claim credit. But Jalmer vanished in a flash. "Tell your Harmon not to look for me. I will find him one day." His words followed after his disappearance. "So powerful? We can't even follow his shadow?" The Alongshi stood dumbfounded. Thankfully, the elders were found safe and sound. Praise be. Chapter 316. Rescuing the Elder. At Stephen's insistence, Franz Tong brought him along. Zaire extra person meant an extra pair of hands, especially since this Zaire Z had the status of a junior Elden. After a series of rapid travels, 2 hours later, Franz Tong arrived at a crucial location of one of the top sects in the southwest of Rat Country. The major figures from the top sects were still at Tianhu Pavilion. Although those from Xinyao Valley and Tianling sect had left Tianhu Pavilion's territory, they hadn't gone far. They were still discussing countermeasures and having their disciples guard various access points. Meanwhile, those who were on good terms with Tianhu Pavilion remained inside and hadn't immediately left. Currently, through the transmission from Nine Dragon Cave, Franz Tong was atop Sound Mountain in Blue Sea sect. It was a nice place, but now the Wilfred was pressed for time and didn't have the luxury to fully enjoy it. With his cultivation level, even though Blue Sea sect was a top-tier sect, as long as this area wasn't on high alert and he was careful enough, it would be difficult for anyone to notice him. Moreover, after leaving Sound Mountain, Franz Tong knocked out a disciple of Blue Sea sect, took their clothing, making it easier for him to move around. Zaire hour later, the Wilfred left Blue Sea sect. He then summoned his mount and rushed furiously towards Hank Family Village. Several hours later, he finally arrived at Hank Family Village. Scanning with his spiritual sense, he detected the presence of the 2 cultivators guarding the village. However, Remington Hank and Grandma William were no longer in the village. Have the people from Tianling sect already made their move? The Wilfred scanned again and found that Sebastian Hangxiong was at home. Thus, in a flash, the Wilfred appeared at the Sebastian's residence. Concealing his aura, the 2 people from Dio sect could not detect his presence. "Sebastian?" The Wilfred transmitted his voice to Sebastian Hangxiong. Hangxiong turned to look at a dark corner of the house. "Sebastian, it's me. No need to panic." "Damn, it's Franz Tong. How did he return? How did he get into my house without making a sound?" Hangxiong walked toward the Wilfred. "You're back?" "Yes. Sebastian, do you know where my Remington Hank and Grandma are?" "They were taken away by people from Tianling sect half a month ago, but I don't know where they were taken." "All right, then I'll leave. Don't tell anyone I've been here." "Oh, these are for you. Handle them as you see fit." Franz Tong tossed over a storage ring and vanished in an instant. Hangxiong was still bewildered. What just happened? Was this a dream? But looking down, the storage ring was still in his hand. Scanning it with his spiritual sense, he saw numerous secret manuals and cultivation books, as well as many vials. Taking one vial out at random, he found 20 pills inside. My goodness, if there are 10 bottles and each has 20 pills, that means there are 200 pills in total? Hangxiong's heart started pounding. This guy is truly extraordinary. He's a miracle. But what is his current cultivation level? While Hangxiong was still dazed, the Wilfred appeared before the 2 cultivators from Dio sect. "Where did you take Hank Zhonghua and Michelle?" the Wilfred demanded. "Who are you? If you don't know who I am, then what are you doing here?" Franz Tong revealed his true appearance. "It's you, Franz Tong?" The level 9 spirit practitioner exclaimed in shock, but the Wilfred instantly immobilized him. "Hurry up, where did you take Remington Hank and the others?" These 2 refused to speak, shocked by Franz Tong's strength, yet they dared not betray Dio sect, as betrayal would likely mean death. "Don't want to talk?" With a grip of his right hand, the lower level spirit practitioner turned into a mist of blood. Time was running out, and the longer it took, the more danger Remington Hank and the others faced. Seeing his companion vanish in an instant, the level 9 spirit practitioner became terrified. "If you don't speak now, you will meet the same fate." Speaking now might mean death, but speaking might save him. The level 9 spirit practitioner knew this and immediately said, "Right now, old Jameson Hank is being held at the Tianling sect branch on North Mountain." "Ah." A scream rang out as the level 9 spirit practitioner's Dantian shattered. "As long as Dio sect doesn't come after you, you won't die. It's up to your own luck." The Wilfred rode on the Crimson Blood Wolf and raced forward. He had no affection for Dio sect, and he wouldn't treat the people of Tianling sect this way. After all, Tianling sect presented itself as a righteous sect. So many weren't bad, and some were even good, especially the lower level cultivators. Aline had always wanted to join Tianling's sect, hadn't she? The Wilfred sped forward without fear of exposure in such a desolate place. There were barely any spirit practitioners here, let alone Alongshi or Aling Jaemesters. Ordinary people would merely think he was some big shot, incapable of identifying any information about him. 3 hours later, the Wilfred arrived at North Mountain, the first place where he had undergone a spirit root test. Upon arriving at the Tianling sect branch, the Wilfred instantly used his soul force to scan the area. A few seconds later, he found them. He discovered where Hank Zhonghua and the others were. In a flash, he appeared before Hank Zhonghua, Remington Hank, Grandma William. Franz Tong extended his hands. By this time, alarms were blaring outside, but the Wilfred ignored them, quickly enveloping the three of them in an array formation. Zaire Tong? The two elders looked at the Noel before them, moved. Am I dreaming? No, feel my face. The two elders exchanged glances and touched Franz Tong's face. It was indeed Zaire Tong. We'll talk later. I'm taking you away. The Wilfred pulled the two elders into the treasure tower. Jaemester, please keep my grandparents company. Franz Tong's voice echoed inside the tower. Now there were 5 people inside the tower, no longer lonely. After pulling the two elders into the tower, the Wilfred immediately dismantled the array, revealing several Alongshi. Clearly, these were cultivators from Tianling's sect who had responded to the alarm. Who are you? Someone shouted upon seeing Franz Tong. I'm the person you're looking for, Franz Tong. The others looked and recognized him from the portraits they had. Capture him. They rejoiced, believing this would earn them credit. But Franz Tong vanished in an instant. Tell your Harmon to stop chasing me. One day, I'll find him. His voice echoed as he disappeared. So powerful? We can't even follow his shadow? The few Alongshi were stunned. Finally, he had found the two elders, and they seemed unharmed. Thank heavens. Chapter 317. Saving Hank Camden. After running out of the spirit gate that day, the Wilfred sprinted for over an hour to avoid trouble. Jalmer found a mountain range and ran into it. He then caught a few wild animals and released the 5 people he had brought along. Remington Hank, Grandma William, they didn't harm you, did they? They're fine, just lost their freedom. That's good. Let me introduce you all. No need. We've already met everyone. Indeed, having spent over an hour together, introductions had been made. All right, let's eat something. The Wilfred summoned Heartfire and started roasting meat. In a few minutes, the delicious aroma filled the air. Zaire Tong, I didn't expect you to have become so powerful, one of them commented. Hee hee, I've had some lucky breaks since leaving Hank family village, Jalmer chuckled modestly. They ate while chatting. Jalmer shared his experiences in broad terms, naturally leaving out many details. Soon, an hour passed and suddenly, a small group appeared from afar. Upon closer inspection, it was a familiar sight. The usual labor-catching formation of 3 cultivators and a carriage. Why does that person seem familiar? The Wilfred scrutinized closely. Augustus. The cultivator behind the carriage was Augustus, whom he had ridden with after being captured by the Earth Abyss sect. Back then, Augustus had briefly acted as a Harmon. Has he become a cultivator? Is he capturing conscripts again? It's only been 2 years since the last round, right? Shouldn't it be every 8 years? You guys keep eating. I'll go check this out, Jalmer said, disappearing quickly. Perhaps Augustus knew the location of Hank Camden and company, which could be useful. Before the group noticed Jalmer, they had all been knocked unconscious by knockout drugs, his doing. The Wilfred then dragged Augustus to a secluded spot and woke him up. Who are you? How dare you ambush us? You're in big trouble. Augustus shouted upon waking. Boss James, do you remember me? The Wilfred stared at him. Augustus shook his head and looked at Jalmer, blinking in confusion. You're Zaire Tong? You didn't die? Jalmer nodded and smiled. So, what's going on now? Were you the one who ambushed us? Augustus asked off topic. Yeah. Amazing. I told you, you weren't ordinary. Tell me what's happening here. We're capturing conscripts. Last month, someone disrupted the excavation of flame essence, and many people died. We need more labor. Wasn't it usually every 8 years? That's for large-scale captures. This time, our team is just making a small capture. Aren't you still angry at them? Why help them? What can I do? There's always someone watching. Besides, I'm only at level 1 spirit. Are you working for the same group we were with before? Yes. Is Dr. Hank still there? Yes. That's great news. The Wilfred felt elated. Can you take me to your base? That's a dead end. Although you overpowered us, there are many people there. Don't worry about that. With a casual flick, Jalmer snapped a tree 100 meters away. Augustus's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you get so strong? I remember the strongest there is only level 9 spirit, right? Yes. Take me there. I'll destroy it, and you'll be free. Also here, a jade vial appeared before Augustus. Augustus opened it to find 20 chi-enhancing pills. His breathing quickened. What valuable items. All right. Augustus agreed. He wasn't inherently bad and desired freedom. Given Jalmer's strength, taking down those people seemed feasible. More importantly, if successful, he'd be free. But there's another issue. I don't know the return route. Only our Harmon does. How many people do you need to capture this time? 10. So, you need 2 more? The Wilfred sensed 8 people inside the carriage. Fine, I'll find another person to make 10. Wait here a moment. Jalmer smiled and vanished. Soon, he returned to his companions, explaining the situation. Can we save Xuqiang now? Hank Zhonghua and Michelle were visibly excited. Yes, you should see them soon, including your unseen grandson. Fantastic. Michelle shed tears of joy. Let's go. The Wilfred stored the 4 elders in the pagoda, leaving only him and Stephen. They posed as captured laborers. Shortly, the 2 young men stood before Augustus. Do we qualify as laborers? Augustus inspected Stephen. His physique was impressive and suitable. All right, wait a moment. I'll wake them up soon. You 2 will pass near us. As soon as you see them, report it to our Harmon. Got it. Everything went as planned. They were captured and loaded into the carriage, though Jalmer subtly altered his appearance. Without the entire sect involved, there was no need for spacecrafts. After a day, they arrived at a mountain, and half a day later, reached their destination. Familiar scenes and familiar faces. To avoid alerting the outside world, the Wilfred chose to act at night. By evening, the workers were winding down and resting. It was time to move. Zaire Cultivator Level 2 Spirit or above was instantly disabled without making a sound. For Level 1 Spirit, Jalmer simply rendered them unconscious, sparing their cultivation due to their recent involvement and limited wrongdoing. Thus, he and Stephen swiftly moved through the caves. Half an hour later, they finally found Hank Camden. Who are you? Leave now, or we'll be punished. The Team Harmon tried to shoo them away. Jalmer knocked out the Harmon and approached Hank Camden with a smile. Uncle Hank, how are you? I promised I'd come back. Hank Camden was bewildered when the Wilfred pulled his family of 3 into the pagoda. This chapter captures the essence of the rescue operation, maintaining character dynamics and plot continuity while delivering a fluent, natural English translation. Chapter 318. Zyrannexation of the Earthly Fire. Where are we? The sudden shift to an unfamiliar environment shocked Hank Camden and his family. Camden, is that you? Looking at the people who suddenly appeared before them, the elderly Hank Zhonghua couple were overjoyed, their voices trembling. Hank Camden turned to look at the 2 elders. Who else could they be but his parents? People he had longed for day and night. Immediately, the family embraced each other, not expecting this reunion in a million years. The other outsiders went upstairs, leaving the family to reunite in private. Meanwhile, Jalmer continued searching in the cave. He had promised his old master, Alistair, the digger of Yinjing, that he would take him back to his hometown. Note, I have maintained the term Yinjing, as it seems to be a specific term from the original context, but provided its introduction in English for clarity. If Yinjing has an established translated term, it should replace Yinjing. 20 minutes later, he finally found Alistair. When Jalmer appeared, Alistair was momentarily stunned, his lips quivering as if unable to speak. Alistair, I said I would take you home, and here I am. Before Alistair could respond, the Wilfred threw him into the treasure tower, whispering, we'll discuss the details later. Having located everyone important, the Wilfred released Ignatius and Dovey to help clear out the cave. They disabled all cultivators beyond the spirit realm level and expelled all the laborers from the cave. Now acting separately, the 4 moved much faster. Soon enough, everyone was expelled from the cave, with cultivators and laborers deliberately separated. Jamesni cultivators possessed Yinjing, which needed to be confiscated. No way to let them continue doing evil deeds. Most of the cultivators already knew what was happening and remained obedient. Meanwhile, the laborers were still confused, murmuring among themselves. What madness was happening in the middle of the night? Several night pearls were fixed around the trees and scattered on the ground, illuminating the area brightly despite it being nighttime. Seeing everyone assembled, Jalmer soared into the air, hovering before the crowd. Everyone fell silent. I have some words to say. This place belongs to the Dio sect, where many of you work. Those recently captured know nothing, but the rest should understand this, correct? The Dio sect is an evil organization, right? As managers, you cultivators can't deny this either. Jalmer looked at the group of cultivators. You've all done countless wrongs. Perhaps some of you were coerced, but the deeds are done nonetheless. I'm merciful, so I didn't punish those merely at the spirit realm level. Of course, any resistance just earned them physical pain. For all above the spirit realm, I disabled your cultivation. Don't complain or think it's unfair. If you can't accept it, find a tree and hang yourself. As for the majority, the laborers, I declare your freedom. There was no reaction from below, almost as if they didn't want to leave. Or were they too numb? Don't you want your freedom? Jalmer asked the laborers. Yes. Only then did they react, doubting if this was real. Hold on, shouted the Wilfred, regaining silence. Some will lead you away soon, giving each of you 500 flower coins for travel expenses. Whether you return home or do something else is up to you. He then transmitted to Ignatius and Dovey, Jamester, Senior Wu, please lead these laborers down the mountain, give each 500 flower coins, and come back here afterward. Money was no issue for the Wilfred, especially after confiscating so much Yinjing, which could fetch a high price. Follow us, you're free. We're taking you down the mountain. Dovey called out, leading the laborers down, with floating night pearls accompanying the crowd. Soon, the laborers left the square, leaving only the managing cultivators. Meeting me might be luck or misfortune. I'll give healing pills to those whose cultivation was disabled. For the rest, don't do evil again. Returning to Dio sect won't end well for you. Disperse now. Brother Stephen, take those whose cultivation was disabled down and provide healing pills. Return here afterward. Stephen led the remaining group down, including those at the spirit realm level and those disabled. Augustus hesitated, glancing back as if wanting to say something but also fearing. Big brother James, I hope you cultivate diligently and achieve great heights. But never do evil again, especially avoid returning to Dio sect. Here, take a few more pills, good luck. Augustus sighed. He once wanted to be this person's Harmon. Now he was watching from below. A breeze blew past him. Something was in his hand, 2 bottles. One with pills, another with Yinjing. Excellent. Gained freedom and wealth. Life was good. Jalmer quickly entered a cave. His heart raced, his earth fire eager to consume the local fire source deep within. Attracted by the underground presence, it craved this earth fire. After swallowing 9 flames at Flame Mountain, it had grown powerful. Later, prolonged exposure to concentrated energy further strengthened it. Absorbing this new flame might make it rival heavenly fire. Flying into the cave, he swept the area with his spiritual senses, locating the deepest point. Arriving at the bottom, he took out a small pickaxe and dug furiously, now at the 3rd level Spirit Jamester stage. He paid no heed to Yinjing, focusing solely on digging to the earth fire's location. Progress was swift. Zaire hour later, it felt closer and hotter. Occasionally, large chunks of Yinjing were encountered, collected alongside Earth for practicality. Half an hour later, he finally broke through. A wave of intense heat hit him. He quickly summoned protective chi, releasing his earth fire into the magma. 30 minutes later, a smaller earth fire appeared before him. His earth fire enveloped it, silencing its struggles within minutes, growing larger and stronger. Thus, Jalmer's earth fire grew more formidable, ready for greater challenges ahead. Hashtag chapter 319, Mid-stage Spirit Jamester. Jalmer was very pleased. Accidentally, this heart fire seemed about to advance in rank. Oh, how wonderful. The Wilfred glanced at the lava. The energy here was abundant. Not taking advantage of it would be a waste. Since Remington Hank and Grandma William had already been reunited, and Uncle Hank and the others were saved, and since Aline should be fine at the Vermilion Bird Gate, there was no urgency. So, he decided to use this energy for cultivation to avoid wasting it. Waste is shameful after all. However, outside the deep cave, Ignatiushan and the others had long returned and were waiting for him. Jamester, Senior Wu, and Brother Simon, I plan to cultivate here. If you're interested, you can come in and cultivate together. If not, you can eat flame essence outside. Jalmer's voice reached the three people outside. Do you want to go in? Ignatiushan asked. As the Wilfred's master, he was asking on Jalmer's behalf. No need, the two almost replied in unison. Inside was unbearable. Why wouldn't eating flame essence outside be more enjoyable? Zaire-tong, cultivate by yourself inside. We won't go in, Ignatiushan shouted into the cave, and then looked at the other two with a smile. Come, let's eat flame essence. Ah, what a waste. Using this to refine pills would be better. Cultivating like this is so luxurious and wasteful, but there's plenty now, and using it for cultivation isn't bad either. At the bottom of the cave, Jalmer hovered above the lava, starting to absorb energy for cultivation. The skybreaking staff and the treasure gems were also taken out. They could absorb energy as well, which made them stronger. However, to reassure his family members inside the treasure pagoda, Jalmer sent a message explaining the situation and assured them that any unusual activity in the pagoda wasn't something to worry about. Naturally, food was also prepared for them inside the pagoda. They weren't cultivators and couldn't go without eating for long periods. Afterwards, the Wilfred began cultivating earnestly. Currently, Jalmer was at the 3rd level of Spirit Jamester, absorbing energy at an astonishing rate. The bracelet on his hand also absorbed energy ferociously. It housed 2 top-tier figures whose energy absorption rate was even higher. Thus, centered around Jalmer, energy from all directions continuously poured into the Wilfred. He lost track of time, completely absorbed in his cultivation. A day quickly passed. Outside the cave, the three weren't constantly cultivating like Jalmer. Cultivation couldn't stop, but one needed to enjoy life too. They were making barbecues. In these deep mountains, roasting wild animals wasn't such a bad idea. Is Zaire-tong still cultivating? It'd be nice if he came out to eat something, Ignatiushan commented. This cheap disciple was his pride. Lao William, without such effort, he wouldn't have achieved what he has now. Achievement comes from hard work. We can't match his effort, so naturally, we won't achieve what he has, Dovey sighed. These words seemed to influence Simon. After eating some meat hastily, he said, Seniors, you take your time. I'll go cultivate. Otherwise, I'll fall too far behind Brother Wong, losing the right to play with him. With that, Simon went off alone to cultivate. Talent was nothing without effort. Otherwise, it would be wasted. Ignatiushan smiled. Youth is indeed wonderful, full of passion and drive. I envy that. Upon hearing this, Dovey laughed. Lao William, aren't you young? For someone at our level, living 300 to 400 years isn't a problem unless killed. You're only in your 40s or 50s, you're still young. Ignatiushan thought for a moment and chuckled. True, but I don't have their talent. No matter how much I cultivate, my achievements will be limited. What nonsense. Is your talent bad? Talent has nothing to do with becoming a spirit jamester. It's just an excuse for laziness. I'm tired. Can I rest? The two bickered back and forth. Though cultivation was monotonous, occasional banter served as a good distraction. Cultivate, eat, drink. A day passed again. On the 3rd day, while Ignatiushan and Dovey were roasting lamb chops, they suddenly sensed something. Someone's coming? Dovey frowned. Zaire another spirit jamester? Indeed, a spirit jamester was approaching with 2 spirit disciples. Seniors, please hide. If they're enemies, I want to fight. Unless there's danger to life, please don't intervene. Simon interrupted his cultivation. Ignatiushan and Dovey exchanged glances. This guy wants to use enemies as his sharpening stone? They nodded, disappearing instantly, hiding their presence. Both were 2nd-level spirit jamesters. Unless facing an exceptionally powerful individual, they shouldn't be detected. Simon sat down, grabbing a roasted rib chop to eat, savoring every bite. Stop. The leading figure in the group raised a hand, halting the other two. What is it, sir? It's strange. We're close to the location, yet we can't sense anyone. Check it out. The two checked and puzzled. No one here? Huh? There's someone. A spirit jamester? Be cautious, the leading spirit jamester warned. They slowed their pace but soon reached Simon. The leading spirit jamester sized up Simon, then swept the nearby cave with his spiritual senses. Nobody else inside. Did you let the people in the cave escape? The leading spirit jamester demanded, somewhat angrily. Yes, they looked quite miserable, so I freed them. What about those cultivators? I killed them. What? Are they yours? What did they dig up? This? Simon pulled out a flame essence. Hand it over. Come and take it. Simon stood up. It was time to act. Each shot out a palm strike, beginning the battle. Within minutes, the 2 spirit disciples joined in. But shortly after, both were gravely injured, retreating from the fray. Simon, taking risks himself, had seriously wounded them and suffered injuries too. Then it became a one-on-one duel again. The battle was intense, lasting another half hour. Finally, they parted ways. The leading spirit Jamister was heavily injured, as was Simon, though slightly better off than the other. Who are you? Do you know which sect we belong to? The leading spirit Jamister gasped. I'm a wandering cultivator. Who cares which sect you belong to? You're dead. We're from the Earth Abyss sect. Earth Abyss sect? Killing you means no one will know. Simon lunged again. A few minutes later, the leading spirit Jamister collapsed. The injured spirit disciple tried to flee upon seeing the situation worsen. Simon instantly flashed in front of them, slicing each down before sitting to consume recovery pills. The leading spirit Jamister attempted to retaliate, but found himself unable to move. Two cultivators approached, filling him with despair. Simon kept eating pills, recovering and cultivating. Half a day later, he stood up and started practicing punches and sword techniques fiercely. 2 hours later, he sat down again. Zaire hour later, his aura changed. This EATER1 advanced? Ignatius and The exchanged glances. Freaks indeed. A single battle led to an upgrade. Meanwhile, a loud noise erupted within the mountain, followed by a collapse. What's happening? Ignatius wondered at this moment. A person burst out from underground, flying extremely high and roaring loudly, causing the mountaintop to dent. This could be none other than Jalmer. His aura had also changed. Monsters. A group of monsters. Damn, this guy Zaire has advanced again. He had reached the 4th level, mid-stage spirit Jamister. At that moment, a figure burst out from the ground, soaring high into the air with a thunderous roar that made the mountaintop dip downward. Who else could this be but Jalmer? His aura had changed as well. Monstrous. A group of monsters. Damn, Zaire has advanced again. He's now a 4th-rank spirit Jamister, a mid-stage spirit Jamister. Monsters. A group of monsters. Damn, this Zaire has advanced again. He had reached the 4th level, mid-stage spirit Jamister. Chapter 320, Elder, I'm back. Jalmer was very excited. After flying around in the air, he landed and approached Ignatius and the others. Promoted? Ignatius asked knowingly. Just a minor promotion. Showing off. Got any food? Yes, but it's not roasted yet. Ignatius started skewering the meat as he spoke, preparing to roast it. Hey, has Horatio also been promoted? Jalmer smiled at Horatio. Yeah, just got promoted. Congratulations, congratulations. Mutual congratulations. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Jalmer summoned a family by mere will. Hank family appeared before him. You've met everyone. These are my relatives. Hank grandfather, William grandmother. You've already met my master, Wu Sr., and Horatio from Shaoshan village. Jalmer introduced them again, including Hank Shirchiang and 2 others. Greetings to all elders. Hank Zhonghua bowed to the spirit masters. Old man, no need for formality. Your grandson is the boss here. We're following him, Ignatius chuckled. Yes, I'm his follower, Dovey grinned. I'm his little brother, Horatio joked. You 3, Jalmer pointed at them and laughed. Hank grandfather, they're joking, but you really don't need to be so formal. Come, let's prepare the barbecue. Oh, and there's Cody. He helped me a lot when I was mining flame essence. EATER1, who would have thought you've become so powerful, capable of destroying an entire flame essence mining base? Incredible, Cody sighed. Jalmer smiled and said, I promised to send you back home, Cody. Do you remember where your hometown is? Our village is called Nyo Family Village. Nyo Family Village? Jalmer frowned. Is there a larger town nearby? It's true. In such a vast rat kingdom, who knows where one village is? I'll think about it. I was taken away when I was only a teenager. Many things are forgotten. Take your time, come. Have some meat first. At this moment, the aroma of freshly cooked meat filled the air, making little Hank Hank and drool. The little guy had spent his entire life in a cave, never seeing anything like this before. The smell of roasting meat was irresistible. Seeing how eager the little boy was, Jalmer sliced a piece of meat with a flick of his finger, making it float right before him. Hankin, eat up. Come, everyone, let's eat. They began feasting ravenously. The food was absolutely delicious. I remember now. There's a town called Moon City, about 100 miles from my hometown, Cody suddenly said. Moon City? Isn't that near the Moon Lake sect? Fine, we can go there and treat Jamister Havelock's injuries while attempting to heal Elder Jarrett's arm. Do you know Moon City? No, I know it. Let's go there soon. They feasted and drank for over an hour before setting out. Jalmer put Hank Zhonghua's family and Cody into the treasure tower, while the other cultivators rode their mounts at full speed. If not for avoiding detection, it would have been nicer to stay outside. The fresh air and scenery were beautiful. This group, consisting of 1 4th level Spirit Jamister and 3 2nd level Spirit Jamasters, could virtually dominate the area. After a day's journey, they finally arrived at Moon City. They enjoyed another hearty meal in Moon City and then inquired about the location of Nyo Family Village. They bought new clothes for Cody, who immediately changed into them. They also purchased many gifts, including a farmer's carrying pole to hold everything. Though Cody didn't want these items, Jalmer insisted, so he went along with it. The 100-mile journey was swift for Jalmer and company, without using mounts. Jalmer pulled Cody out of the tower. Cody, is this your hometown? Cody stood in front of the village, dazed, searching his memory for childhood recollections. The village had changed, but the entrance still resembled what it used to be. Yes, this is my hometown, the old man said, voice trembling, eyes blurry. Jalmer shouldered the carrying pole. It was evening, and a teenage boy was leading a buffalo home. Cody walked forward and smiled. Youngster, is this Nyo Family Village? It felt unreal and needed confirmation. Yes, it is. Do you know where the home of Enrique is? Yes, I'll take you there. The child led the way while Jalmer and Cody followed. The others stayed behind. Inside the village, they continued on until they encountered a die. Joshua, who are they? Relatives? The man asked the child. Not really, they're looking for Remington Enrique. The man looked at Cody, who also glanced at him and walked past. Behind them, the man murmured, he looks like Uncle DeWang. Could he be a long-lost brother? Minutes later, they arrived at a house where the family was having dinner. Remington Dwang, someone's looking for you, the child shouted. That's the place, I'll go now. Thanks, Jalmer smiled at the child. Who is it? Zaire old man emerged from the house. Big brother. It's me, Cody called out, choking back tears. Enrique stared at Cody for a moment, hesitantly saying, You're Wong. Yes, big brother. The brothers embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Who is it? Came another voice from inside. Oh, almost forgot. Mother, a little brother has returned. Enrique led Cody into the house. Mission accomplished. Entering the house, Jalmer placed the carrying pole and secretly added 150,000 flower coins. While they were still in shock, Jalmer quickly left. Standing at the village entrance, he felt somewhat melancholic. Delivered him home? Yep. Let's go. Straight to the Moon Lake sect. The four sped off, which wasn't far from the Moon Lake sect, reaching it shortly after. Their group was too noticeable, so the others retreated into the treasure tower within Jalmer's body. Now, a 4th-level spirit Jamester, Jalmer's power surpassed the highest-ranking member at the Moon Lake sect, a 9th-level spirit warrior. As long as he didn't intentionally reveal himself, no one would detect him. Havelock likely wasn't the sect Harmon anymore, so he wouldn't be at the Patriarch's residence. However, Jarrett should still be at the herbal garden. They headed there. Soon, Jalmer arrived at the garden where Jarrett still resided. Elder, I'm back? Chapter 321. Reunion of Brothers. Jarrett looked up, his face filled with surprise. How did you come here again? Am I not welcome, Elder? Jalmer laughed. If you have nothing important to do, it's better if you don't show up much. If someone finds out, you're done for. Jarrett stopped his work. I'll be careful, Elder. Zaire recent progress? What progress can there be in such a short time? I'm just passing the days, tending to these flowers and plants, wasting time. Wanna have a drink? Jalmer took out a flask of wine. Zairedong, you've gone bad. Elder, are you going to have a drink or not? How about a little then? The two sat on stone stools, each holding a cup of wine. They lightly clinked their cups and each took a sip. Jalmer looked at Jarrett's face, which seemed to have aged further. He glanced at the empty sleeve and said, Lemuel, can you do me a favor? Sure. What kind of favor? To agree first and then ask what favor? That's quite a sign of trust. I want you to help me with an experiment. Sure. I mean, using your body for the experiment. My body? How? Jarrett was puzzled. This frail body of his could do what? Actually, Jalmer wanted to help Jarrett treat his missing arm but feared he might refuse, so he phrased it this way to make him less likely to say no. You'll know soon. Take this pill first. The Noel took out a cleansing pill and handed it over. Quite mysterious, huh? Of course, I'm quite a skilled person now. Before regenerating the arm, Jarrett's body needed to be restored to its optimal state. Regrowing bones and flesh would be excruciatingly painful. Jarrett complied, swallowing the pill. Soon, fine black substances, impurities and toxins, surfaced on his skin. The Noel then retrieved a drop of star energy liquid, which hovered in front of Jarrett. Instantly, a wave of coldness hit Jarrett. Elder, half a drop will do. One drop could be too much for Jarrett's body to handle. Jarrett sucked in half a drop, which slid down his throat, spreading a chilling sensation throughout his body. The massive energy and icy feeling expanded. Unable to withstand the cold, Jarrett quickly focused on absorbing the energy while resisting the cold. Later, when the heat from bone and flesh regeneration began, this pre-cooling would help prepare him. Half an hour later, Jarrett opened his eyes with a smile. What is this thing, so cold? Is the experiment over? Over? No, it's just starting. Eat these spiritual fruits. They're supposed to be quite sweet. Jarrett ate the fruits in a few bites and laughed. Not finished yet? More strange things like this. My body might not hold up. No worries. Here, Elder, take this and you'll be fine. Speaking, the Noel produced a fleshy mushroom. Jarrett carefully examined the object handed to him. After a minute, his eyes widened. A fleshy mushroom? He had never seen one in real life but read about it in books. They say this mushroom can regenerate flesh and bones. Even if a hand or leg is lost, it can fully restore one's body. Jarrett looked at Jalmer, waiting for his response. The Noel nodded. This was something he had bought in Han City. You're going to grow my missing arm back? Just an experiment. Not sure if it'll succeed, so I need your cooperation. Experiment my ass. This was all for his arm. Jarrett couldn't help feeling moved. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Jarrett returned the mushroom. Elder, you helped me a lot in the past. Without your help, I wouldn't be where I am today. Besides, I have plenty of money now. This is trivial. Jarrett remained silent. Elder, please help me. Help him. Help me. I have other friends who need treatment. Just let me practice on you for this experiment. After a long pause. All right. Now eat this fleshy mushroom. Jalmer cut off a small piece from it and passed the rest over. Jarrett put the mushroom in his mouth and began chewing. Surprisingly, it tasted good and somewhat like meat. After eating the mushroom, he felt nothing unusual. Meanwhile, Jalmer soaked the small piece of mushroom in water, mashed it, and applied it to the broken elbow joint of Jarrett's severed arm. How does it feel? Jalmer asked after a few minutes. No feeling. No feeling? Could it be fake? 2 more minutes passed. There's heat inside. Then another moment. The burning sensation is spreading through my body, to the severed hand. It's reached the break point. The wound is itching. Damn, it's starting to hurt. So painful. A few minutes later, bones started protruding from the break point, followed by muscle slowly growing. Watching this, Jalmer was astonished that it really worked. Jarrett stared wide-eyed, forgetting the pain. Suddenly blood gushed out from the break point. What to do? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Jarrett, placing a hand on his back and sending a stream of chi to control the blood flow at the break point. It had to bleed slightly but not too much. Excessive bleeding could lead to shock. No bleeding would also be problematic as the new flesh needed nutrients from the blood. 2 hours later, the arm had grown up to the wrist, with Jarrett drenched in sweat. The person assisting him was struggling. Can't hold on, Zai-Tong. You take over and control the bleeding. Jalmer nodded, placed his hand on Jarrett's back, and sent a steady stream of chi into him. The assistant withdrew, panting heavily. Another hour passed, and the severed hand grew back entirely. Incredible. Staring at his new hand, Jarrett was in disbelief. Thank you, Zai-Tong. Turning to the helper, he added, thank you, brother. Ignatia Xiampo choked up, you finally talked to me. I've let go of the past. That incident was not your fault, only Deus Ex's. At this moment, Jalmer jumped out of the garden and into Yaoshan Lake, wanting to enjoy the moment and give the two brothers some time to reunite. Chapter 321. Reunion of Brothers. Jarrett looked up, his face full of surprise. Why are you here again? Don't you welcome me, Elder? Franz laughed. If you have nothing important, it's better for you to show up less. If someone finds out, you're done for. Jarrett stopped what he was doing. I'll be careful. Elder, any progress recently? It hasn't been long. How can there be any results? Now, I'm just passing the days, tending these flowers and plants to kill time. Care for a drink? Franz took out a flask of wine. Zaire, you've turned naughty. Elder, will you or won't you? How about a little then? The two sat on stone stools, each with a cup of wine, clinking lightly and taking sips. The Noel observed Jarrett's face, noticing he seemed even older. Looking at his empty sleeve, he asked, Lemuel, can you help me with something? Sure. What help? He agreed first, then asked. Such trust. I want you to help me conduct an experiment. Okay. I mean using your body as the test subject. My body? How so? Jarrett looked puzzled, wondering what his worn-out body could be used for. Actually, Franz wanted to help Jarrett recover his lost arm but feared he might refuse. So, he framed it as needing help, making refusal difficult. You'll know soon. First, take this pill. The Noel handed over a clear body pill. Pretty mysterious, huh? You bet. I'm a master now. Before growing the arm, Jarrett's body needed to be in optimal condition. Regrowing bones and flesh would be painful. Jarrett cooperated, swallowing the pill. Soon, tiny black impurities appeared on his skin. Detoxification began. Next, the Noel floated a drop of star energy liquid before Jarrett, who felt a chill. Elder, half a drop is enough. Worried Jarrett couldn't endure more than that, the Noel explained. Swallowing half a drop, a cold sensation slid down his throat, spreading throughout his body with immense energy. Jarrett shivered, immediately channeling power to resist the cold while absorbing the energy. Later, eating the bone-growing, flesh-regenerating substance would cause intense heat. Cooling down beforehand was necessary preparation. Half an hour later, Jarrett opened his eyes and laughed. What is this? Pretty cold. Is the experiment done? Done? Not even started. Here, eat these spirit fruits. They should be sweet. Jarrett finished the fruit quickly. Not done yet? Too many strange things might not be good for my body. No problem. Elder, swallow this. If you can endure, it's done. Saying so, the Noel produced a meat-growing mushroom. Jarrett examined the object for a minute, eyes widening. This is a meat-growing mushroom? He hadn't seen one before but knew from books it could regenerate bones and flesh, even a missing limb or foot. Jarrett looked at Franz, awaiting his response. The Noel nodded, having bought it in Handong City. Do you want to regrow my missing arm? Just a trial. Not sure if it'll work. Need your cooperation. Trial? He's treating my arm. Jarrett felt moved. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Jarrett returned the mushroom. Elder, you've helped me a lot. Without your help back then, I wouldn't be here today. Plus, I have money now. This is trivial. Jarrett remained silent. Elder, please help me? Help him? More like help me? I have other friends who need treatment. Help me practice, Elder. Finally, Jarrett relented. All right. Now, eat this mushroom. Franz broke off a piece and gave the rest to Jarrett. Chewing the mushroom, Jarrett found it surprisingly tasty, even meat-like. After eating, nothing seemed different. Meanwhile, Franz rubbed the remaining piece with water, applied it to Jarrett's elbow stump, and asked after a few minutes, how do you feel? No feeling. No feeling? Was it fake? After 2 more minutes, feeling heat inside. A few moments later, the heat is spreading. To the stump. Reached the stump. Feeling itchy. Damn, it hurts. Ah, so much pain. Minutes later, bones emerged from the stump, followed by muscle growth. Staring at this, Franz marveled. It really worked. Jarrett, eyes wide, forgot the pain. Suddenly, blood spurted from the stump. How to stop it? Someone flashed behind Jarrett, placing a hand on his back, controlling blood flow. Not too fast, not too slow, just right. 2 hours later, the arm had grown to the wrist. Jarrett was drenched in sweat, and the helper strained heavily. I can't hold on, Zaire. Control the bleeding speed. Nodding, Franz placed a hand on Jarrett's back, continuing the energy flow as the helper stepped back, gasping. Zaire hour later, the new hand was fully grown. Amazing. Jarrett stared at his new hand, incredulous. Thanks, Zaire. Turning to the helper, thanks, brother. Jarrett choked up. You finally speak to me. I've let go of the past. It wasn't your fault back then. Blame to you, men. Meanwhile, Franz jumped into the Medicine Heart Lake, giving the brothers time to reconnect. Chapter 322. Consuming the body-shaping flower. With ease, just like before when he was still a 9th-rank spirit practitioner, this guy had once found the heaven-breaking staff and a bunch of good stones at the bottom of Medicine Heart Lake. Since he was already here, it was only natural to reap some benefits while he was at it. So Jalmer began exploring the lake bed again, eventually reaching the place where he had previously found the heaven-breaking staff. He resumed digging for stones, his speed much faster than before. After an hour, he had dug up a cubic meter of stones. That should be enough. One shouldn't be too greedy. It's important to leave some behind for those who come after. Taking advantage of the environment that accelerated soul force enhancement, The Wilfred immersed himself in comprehending the last bit of the heaven-breaking staff's second-level technique. Surprisingly, the efficiency here was indeed higher, and he managed to learn it in just over 10 minutes. Of course, he had nearly mastered it beforehand, and now he was just finishing up. Finally, he had fully learned the second level, and immediately after mastering all its moves, the third-level techniques appeared. What the hell? There's actually a third level? When I advanced to Spirit Jamister before, it didn't show up, so I thought there wasn't one. It turns out you need to learn the previous levels first for the subsequent content to appear. Pretty intelligent design. The first move of the third level, 9 Heaven's Weighty Strike, a group attack skill. Damn, a 1 against many skill, not bad. The Wilfred practiced briefly at the lake bottom, stirring up the water. After a few minutes, he emerged from the surface. Misfortune and his brother should have finished chatting by now, and there were other matters to attend to. So, the Wilfred flew directly back to the garden within the garden. EATER1, you're here. Thank you. Jarrett hurriedly thanked him upon seeing the Wilfred. Elder, don't mention it. How is the new bee adapting? Very well, but he has been missing a hand for quite some time, so he needs to adapt a bit. That's normal, but now I need your help again. How is Jamister Bryson doing? This honorary master has suffered due to me, and I must help him. He became idle after stepping down from the head position. He doesn't care about anything anymore. He drinks more often now, and occasionally visits me to reminisce about old times. How is his health? To defend against external attacks back then, he was severely injured, which has never fully healed. Though his rank remains at 9th rank spirit practitioner, his strength has declined. Can you bring him here? I want to help him restore his cultivation and advance to Spirit Jamister. You can treat his injuries and help him advance? Just try. He is no longer the head, and there's no communication method available. Besides, it's late at night. If I go directly, it might raise suspicion. Suspicion is fine. If he advances to Spirit Jamister, can we regain the head position? Jarrett's eyes lit up. Jamister Bryson still has ambitions. If he can indeed advance to Spirit Jamister, he should reclaim the head position. Moreover, others won't dare oppose him. All right, Elder, please fetch him. Sure, I'll do it right away. Saying this, Jarrett headed out. Elder, watch your sleeve, Jalmer called out. Oh yes, not yet. As Jarrett walked, he let his sleeve cover his regenerated hand, unnoticed by anyone. After leaving the medicine herb garden, Jarrett mounted his steed and rode off, while Jalmer followed covertly to ensure nothing went wrong, undetected by Jarrett. Jarrett arrived at Bryson's residence first, knocked on the door, and after a while, it opened. Is Headloo there? Though Bryson was no longer the head, he still held the title of vice head, so calling him head wasn't incorrect. William Elder, what brings you here? Amber, Bryson's wife, asked. I need to see the head. Is he home? He's not here. Where might he be? He often goes to Alotl Moon Mountain to drink wine. He might be there now. Alotl Moon Mountain was a hill inside Uehu sect near Warrior College, not very high but the highest in the sect. Oh, okay, I'll check there. Amber watched Jarrett's back curiously, wondering why William Elder would visit her husband at such a late hour when he no longer handled affairs, and William Elder was known for focusing solely on herbs. Meanwhile, Jarrett galloped towards Alotl Moon Mountain. It was nighttime, and fewer people were out, but Disciples' nightlife was still active, so there were still groups of people around. Half an hour later, Jarrett reached the top of Alotl Moon Mountain. Bryson was gazing at the moon, suddenly exclaiming, "Come, old moon, join me for a cup." Then he raised his cup toward the sky. Jarrett had arrived without Bryson noticing. Lou-head? Jarrett shook his head, thinking Bryson looked more dejected than himself. Bryson turned around, surprised to see Jarrett. William Elder, what brings you here? Zaire business? Yes, come with me to the medicine herb garden. Now? Let's make it tomorrow. Come, have a couple of cups with me. It's important, let's go now. What could it be? I'm idle, and you only care about herbs. Did you get any results to share? Jamister, let's go to the medicine herb garden first. I have a gift for you. Jalmer appeared, having checked that there were no bystanders. Damn, did this guy follow me the whole way? Why didn't I notice? Jarrett was taken aback but quickly understood. It happened the same way last time, and Jalmer had progressed even further. Bryson narrowed his eyes. EATER1? Yes, it's me. The Wilfred came forward. Why are you here? Let's go to the medicine herb garden first. All right. William Elder, your hand? Bryson suddenly noticed Jarrett's hand. Fixed by EATER1. Good. Bryson said repeatedly, then he and Jarrett mounted their steeds, heading for the medicine herb garden, while Jalmer flew alongside unseen. When Bryson and Jarrett arrived at the garden within the garden, they saw two people chatting inside. Why are there people here? Bryson was puzzled. When he saw Jalmer, he was speechless. How did this Zaire kid get here before us? Am I seeing things? Zaire, who is the other person? Jarrett quickly introduced, this is my elder brother, Misfortune. They greeted each other as acquaintances. Come, EATER1, tell us what's going on. First, eat this. We'll talk later. Jalmer handed a flower over. Bryson took it and examined it. What's this? Jarrett also inspected it, recognizing neither from books nor experience. Jamister, just eat it. I wouldn't harm you, the Wilfred smiled. Misfortune stared intently at the flower. Is this a body-shaping flower? Yes, the Wilfred laughed. Body-shaping flower? This is it. Bryson was surprised. He hadn't seen it but had heard of it. This is valuable, capable of reshaping the body and improving one's aptitude. Aren't you going to use it yourself? Bryson looked at Jalmer. My aptitude is excellent. I don't need it, as you can see. I'm already a spirit Jamister. He let out a wave of aura. My goodness, a spirit Jamister. No wonder he's so powerful. In that case, I won't hesitate. Seems like taking this disciple was worth it. Bryson put the flower in his mouth and swallowed it. Hashtag chapter 323, showing off. Several people watched Havelock as if they were at a play. observing any changes in him. Am I a monkey or something? Why are you all staring at me? Havelock felt somewhat uncomfortable under their gazes. All right, take your time to experience it. We'll chat and eat, the Wilfred said. Then he took out a few more pieces of meat, preparing to grill them. He also released the Hank Zhonghua family and introduced them to Jarrett and the others. 2 minutes later, while they were still grilling meat, Havelock began to show signs of distress. He seemed to be in pain, meditating and using his powers to resist the agony. Everyone started watching him like a rare spectacle. They hadn't seen anyone endure this before, so it was a good opportunity to witness it firsthand. The expression on Havelock's face kept changing as if 10,000 ants were biting his bones, itchy and painful. After some time, he couldn't bear it anymore. Havelock started hitting himself continuously to alleviate the discomfort in his body. Half an hour later, his muscles began to twitch uncontrollably. His facial expression became distorted, but he clenched his teeth tightly. Large beads of sweat dripped down his face. Before long, his entire body was drenched in sweat. At that moment, it seemed as though one could hear the sound of bones breaking. It was quite terrifying. Then Havelock began to toss and turn, lashing out randomly. Hour later, he finally stopped, breathing heavily with his body soaked in sweat. There were many black substances on his face, hands, and body, all impurities expelled from within. How do you feel, Jamister? A bit exhausted, but also very comfortable. It feels like my body can absorb energy without cultivation. Why don't you take this chance to absorb more energy? The Wilfred tossed several spirit stones toward him. Havelock looked at the Wilfred with a strange expression, opened his mouth, then closed it again, and immediately broke the spirit stones to start cultivating. Instantly, he was enveloped by spirit energy, a completely new experience for him. Though he had been the head of a sect with considerable resources, Moon Lake Sect did not have a top-tier sect's sacred cultivation grounds. This feeling of being wrapped in energy was incredibly soothing. Xiao Hankin, try cultivating at the edge of the dense spirit energy near Jamister Ignatius. We don't know how many spiritual roots you have. If you have good potential, this might be your chance to become a cultivator, Jalmer said to Hank Xiaochun. Next time, he would definitely have him tested for spiritual roots. Go on, Hank Camden urged. The young boy was already 9 years old and knew quite a bit. Though he wasn't yet a cultivator, he understood the basic methods of cultivation. Hearing his father's encouragement, the little boy hurried over, sitting at the edge of the dense spirit energy and beginning to absorb energy. 3 hours later, Hank Xiaochun came back. Everyone had finished eating the grilled meat, but there was still some left. Suddenly, a piece of meat flew vertically into the air, drawing everyone's attention. They saw the meat fly overhead and then toward Hank Xiaochun. Wow, did he succeed? Hank Camden exclaimed in surprise. The meat automatically moved to Hank Xiaochun's mouth, where he bit into it and grabbed it with his hand, saying as he ate, I can't control some of the chi outside my body. Damn! Everyone exclaimed in unison. It was too unbelievable. In the past, these cultivators didn't achieve such results so quickly after taking that first step. Was this kid defying the heavens? In fact, I could almost control the internal chi flow before, but I never succeeded in releasing it externally. Just now, after absorbing a lot of energy, it worked when I tried releasing it. So I experimented by controlling that piece of meat and succeeded. Haha, not bad. Uncle Hank, our little guy is impressive. He's a genius, Jalmer laughed. With good enough talent, upbringing truly made a difference. Those with poor backgrounds might not even get the chance to be tested for spiritual roots, let alone have resources to cultivate. Alaka Hank Xiaochun, if not for Jalmer, he might have spent his whole life digging for flame essence. You have to thank you, Hank Camden said, smiling widely. How wonderful it would be if Aline were here too. It was now early morning, and as ordinary people, Hank Zhonghua and his family were starting to struggle. So Jalmer let them rest inside the treasure tower. 2 hours later, Havelock's breathing began to become unstable. Familiar feelings, the Wilfred broke some more spirit stones, increasing the density of spirit energy around him. Minutes later, Havelock began practicing sword techniques, though within the bounds of the spirit energy field. Half an hour later, Havelock sat down, and his breathing changed. Clearly, he had broken through, and was now stabilizing his cultivation. Jalmer smiled. The spirit stones weren't wasted, and his cheap master had indeed broken through, proving he had decent talent. Another hour passed, and the sky was starting to lighten. Havelock stood up, walked over to Jalmer, and said, Tong, thank you. The Wilfred smiled. This is my tribute to you, Jamister. How do you feel? Unbelievably good. All the wounds that affected my foundation have healed completely. I feel physically stronger, and I'm now a spirit Jamister. It's like I'm invincible. He laughed heartily. Can you reclaim the position of Sect Harmon? No problem. I'm a spirit Jamister now. The senior elders who opposed me won't have a reason to prevent me from retaking the position. As for the current Sect Harmon, if he can defeat me, I don't mind if he stays in the role. You were already stronger than him before, and now you're a spirit Jamister. What does he have to defeat you with? Haha, prideful. Jamister, don't rush things. Here, take these. You can visit those who supported you before, talk to the opposing elders, and finally meet with the current Sect Harmon to see if he's willing to step down, Jalmer chuckled, tossing 2 jade bottles. Tong, Jamister Ignatius has been a Sect Harmon before. He knows more about these matters than you. You're great at cultivation and alchemy, but leave social affairs to us, Ignatiushan teased. True enough, the Wilfred wasn't adept at dealing with people. He smiled awkwardly. Havelock took the jade bottles and said, rest assured. I stepped down because of my wounded foundation. Now, it's time to rise again. Havelock glanced at the contents of the bottles. 2 bottles of cleansing pills, 40 in total, which were treasures for spirit adepts. Smiling broadly, Havelock said, with these, it will be hard for me not to become Sect Harmon again. Haha, showing off. Note, the translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and paragraph structure of the provided text while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 324, Reentry into Tianhu Pavilion. Now it's daylight. Are you planning to act today? Franz smiled and asked. Yes, since it has to be done, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Do you need me to accompany you? No need. If I can't handle such a trivial matter, then what kind of sect master would I be? Just wait for good news. With that, Havelock stood up and walked out. After Havelock left, Franz turned to Ignatiusson and said, Jaemister, now that Jaemister Ignatius has reclaimed his position as sect master, I hope you will stay in Yuehu's sect. What do you think? Stay in Yuehu's sect? To spy on your Jaemister Ignatius? Of course not. I still have many things to do, and will leave Remington Hank and the others at Yuehu's sect. I hope you can take care of them. Naturally, if Yuehu's sect needs help, you can lend a hand. Ignatiusson thought for a moment and replied, Do you not need my help? After all, I am a level 2 spirit Jaemister. I'm not going to fight some formidable opponent. Taking care of Remington Hank and the others is also a great help. Alright, Zairiway, I can't return to Zuenyagugu, so just send me a message when you need me. Alright, who knows, maybe you'll have a chance to return to Zuenyagugu someday. Huh. If Harris's plan succeeds, you'll have a chance to return to Zuenyagugu. Does Harris still have a chance? He should. Now I know that the Pavilion Jaemister of Tianhu Pavilion is an old friend of Harris. I believe with her help, he has a good chance of succeeding. That's good. Oh, will you help Harris? Speaking of which, don't you know I've already helped him several times? I saved his life and gave him hope. Of course, but I have other matters, so I may not be present. If I am, I will join the battle. I will keep an eye on the information from there too. Great. Additionally, Hank Xiaochun has just become a cultivator. Please guide him as well. Alright. That day, the first person Havelock visited was Ignatius Wuji. This great elder had always supported Havelock, but lost the vote back then. When Havelock mentioned retaking the position of sect master, Ignatius Wuji was quite surprised. Previously, when Alajo took over as sect master, Havelock agreed without any reluctance. Now he wanted to fight back. What did that mean? Havelock then demonstrated his strength, and Ignatius Wuji happily agreed. Havelock achieving spirit Jaemister status meant Yuehu's sect had a chance to rise again. Even if it couldn't become a top-tier sect, it could aim to be among the elite middle-tier sects. Next, Havelock, along with Ignatius Wuji, visited those with influence, starting with supporters, followed by the neutral ones, and finally the opposition. At first, Havelock only mentioned his recovery and didn't reveal his promotion to spirit Jaemister. Ultimately, 3 elders were eliminated. One was a great elder, another was the head of the array court. They strongly opposed Havelock's return and were involved with allengement. Havelock decisively eliminated them. The current sect master, Alaja, was merely a puppet controlled by 2 great elders. When Havelock appeared, he offered to step down as long as Alaba agreed. Because of this, Alaja kept his life. That night, Yuehu's sect's high-ranking officials held a meeting and reinstated Havelock as sect master. Ignatiusson stayed on as an honorary elder. The Hank family remained as distant relatives of Havelock. Having settled matters, the next day, Franz set off with Stephen and Dovey. They hadn't publicly appeared in Yuehu's sect, and seemed like they hadn't been there at all. Upon leaving Yuehu's sect, they sped towards Zuenyagugu. They were incredibly fast, reaching the gates of Zuenyagugu by midnight. Franz discreetly hid Stephen and Dovey in his treasure tower, and easily entered the sect without being detected by the guards. A few hours later, Franz arrived under the Spirit Lake, met Norris, and updated him on Tianhu Pavilion, asking if there was anything he needed conveyed to Alansay. The Wilfred spent half an hour at Spirit Lake Island, and then went to the entrance of Chaotic Stone Forest. Someone was still watching outside the forest, waiting for him to emerge. So be it. Silently entering the forest, he made a deliberate ruckus upon exiting. Alarms sounded, and people rushed toward him. Franz pretended to be disoriented, running around the sect before vanishing near the array gate. Then, he re-entered the Chaotic Stone Forest and headed deep inside. His goal was to convey to Alawomawai that he, Franz, was still in Zuenyagugu and that the one at Tianhu Pavilion wasn't the real Franz. Since many in Zuenyagugu had seen Franz, he could now leave. Using a transmission array, he reached Jilong Cave, which had become his personal passage to Tianhu Pavilion. Somewhere outside Tianhu Pavilion. What? Franz appeared in the Chaotic Stone Forest? Alawomawai was shocked. If Franz was indeed in the Stone Forest, who was the person in Tianhu Pavilion? Was he really not Franz? This confused him. Was there any point in staying here? Their spies in Tianhu Pavilion hadn't found any useful information. Ultimately, Alawomawai returned to Zuenyagugu, while Shifuju and Ala went to investigate the destroyed Yajing site. Meanwhile, Franz arrived at Tianhu Pavilion's main residence. Chapter 325. Preparing to go to the Bird Kingdom. You didn't leave? Alansay was quite surprised when she saw Jalmer. Even though several days had passed, there were still people monitoring from outside. According to reports, the 2 major figures were still outside and hadn't returned to their own territories. In fact, I did leave but came back. However, I believe it won't be long before they leave. You did something at other places. Lord of the Pavilion will hear news soon. Oh, Norris, the Valley Lord, might have to return soon. I wonder if Lord Javangwan will help him? Norris? That was indeed a long time ago. How is he now? He has recovered from the poison and is now at 5th rank Spirit Jaemister level. To reach the peak 9th rank Spirit Jaemister again will take some time, perhaps half a year or even longer. As you said before, after being poisoned so severely, it's not bad that he can recover at all. If needed, I will help him. Let me thank you on his behalf again. Oh, before I came here, I visited Senior Wu again. He has some words for you. Jalmer then told Alansay about Norris's upcoming plans. After discussing Norris's matters, it was time for Jalmer's own business. Javangwan, Lord of the Pavilion, do you know much about the Vermilion Bird Sect in the Bird Kingdom? The Vermilion Bird Sect? You're going to the Bird Kingdom? Yes. In fact, I came to Tianhu Pavilion because it's relatively close to the Bird Kingdom. Decades ago, the Vermilion Bird Sect was quite strong, but later on, it experienced a shortage of talents, leading to its decline. Especially a few years ago, something happened, and their deputy head was seriously injured. The sect suffered heavy blows and became one of the weakest among the top sections. There's even a possibility of it losing its status as a top sect. What? Their deputy head was seriously injured? Jalmer stood up, feeling uneasy. He wondered if Aline had been affected as well, which would complicate things. Yes, apparently they went to capture spirit beasts on some spirit beast island and were ambushed. I see. The Wilfred frowned. If I want to go to the bird kingdom, how do I get there? The sea is very wide. You can only travel by boat. Can't we fly? Or use a flying vessel or flying mount? Not really. Short flights are possible, but there seems to be a restriction over the sea. Flying for more than an hour results in unknown attacks, which are very severe. A 9th-rank spirit Jamister once tried and died from the attack. After that, no one dared to try again. How long does it take by boat? The fastest is 5 days, from our Rat Kingdom's Black City to the Bird Kingdom's Cape Hope City. It takes me a day to get from here to Black City. All right, thank you, Lord of the Pavilion. Jamesy, I go practice in the Tianchi Cave now? Of course, whenever you like. Thank you, Lord of the Pavilion. I'll go now. All right, I'll escort you. If you need anything, just let me know. If Sky Spirit Sect's Deputy Head Shur and Black Rock Valley's Alawuja leave, please inform me. When they leave, I'll go too. Sure. Soon after, Jalmer and his companions arrived at the Tianchi Cave and began practicing inside. With the Vermilion Bird Sect's deputy head being attacked, Aline might also have been affected, so it was crucial to enhance their cultivation. Otherwise, encountering strong enemies would be hopeless. However, after only a few hours of cultivation in the cave, Lord Javangwin sent word. The Harmons of the Sky Spirit Sect and Black Rock Valley had left, but there were still many people guarding outside. Since the Harmons had left, Jalmer wasn't particularly concerned about the others, so he emerged from the cave. It was time to go. To ensure safety, Alansay created a distraction outside, attracting the attention of the powerful figures, thus allowing the Wilfred to easily cross the defense line. After breaking through the Balway Chin, the Wilfred mounted his steed and hurried towards Black City. The journey was smooth, and after more than a day's travel, they arrived in Black City by dusk the next day. Note, Balway Chin was not translated in the user's input. It means encirclement or surrounding area. Depending on the context, it can be translated as encirclement for better fluency. Improved version. After breaking through the encirclement, the Wilfred mounted his steed and hurried towards Black City. The journey was smooth, and after more than a day's travel, they arrived in Black City by dusk the next day. Black City was a port city where people from the Rat Kingdom heading to the Bird Kingdom usually embarked on boats. As a result, it was a place with mixed crowds of all kinds. Due to the vast influence of the Sky Spirit Sect, to reduce the risk of being recognized, Jalmer transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged person. Stephen remained in his no-elful form, while Dovey disguised himself as an elderly person. The three traveled together. Stephen acted as the young master, Dovey as the butler, and Jalmer as the bodyguard. This arrangement made them look quite normal. When they arrived at the dock to inquire about sailing information, a street thug approached them to offer services. Surprisingly, this thug was at the 9th-rank spirit practitioner level. Do the three gentlemen wish to go to the Bird Kingdom? If you buy tickets through me, I can give you a discount, 20% off. 20% off? That's quite significant. Yes, we'll consider it. Still unsatisfied with 20% off? Just leave us alone. We'll contact you if we need your services, Dovey said. These people were scammers offering discounts. They weren't the type who cared about a bit of money. Do you know how much it costs per person through the official channels to go to the Bird Kingdom? How much? 10,000 flowers. Jalmer felt an urge to curse. So expensive? Although he had enough money, it still seemed pricey. Seeing the trio's reaction, the vendor knew they were first-timers, giving him an advantage. But through us, it's only 8,000. How do you make a profit? We use internal prices. Not many people go to the Bird Kingdom, but the ticket price is high, and there's no discount when you buy it yourself. What do you think, young Jamister? The vendor looked at Stephen. Stephen glanced at the other two, saying, Butler Wu, what do you think? Let's keep looking. We're not in a hurry anyway. This is your first time in Black City, right? How about I introduce you to some interesting places? That's not necessary. We'll walk around ourselves, Jalmer spoke. Aren't you giving face? The vendor said, followed by some people gathering around them, as there were no other bystanders nearby. Haha, you're going to get rough? Actually, I'm doing you a favor by buying tickets through us, as it saves a lot of money. That's enough. Leave now. I don't want to embarrass you, but it's still timely if you leave now, Jalmer laughed. Were a few spirit practitioners and spirit warriors really planning to rob spirit Jamesters? Ignoring him, those people charged forward, preparing to attack. With just a thought, Jalmer immobilized the surrounding air currents, leaving the attackers frozen in place. Realizing they had met their match, the attackers started sweating profusely, followed by a scream as 6 of their right legs fractured simultaneously. This is just a lesson for you. Next time, you might lose your lives. With that, the trio walked towards the ticket hall. Chapter 326, Lord Yovan. Before reaching the ticket hall, a few more people approached to inquire about buying tickets. Jalmer and his 2 companions ignored them. Fortunately, these individuals didn't resort to force. Otherwise, they would have only brought trouble upon themselves. Once in the hall, they checked the prices. Well then, first-class cabin for 10,000 flower coins, second class at 8,000, and regular class at 5,000. It seems that the earlier group of ticket sellers might have been asking for 8,000 and giving out regular tickets. Or perhaps they just took the money and vanished without providing any tickets. The trio bought 3 first-class tickets, with departure set for 8 a.m. the next day. After securing their tickets, the 3 wandered around Black City before finding a hotel to settle in for the night. Unexpectedly, during the dead of night, some foolish individuals came sneaking in. There was even a spirit Jamister among them. It seemed almost certain that they were companions of the group whose member had lost a leg. They identified Stephen as the Harmon. Given he looked only around 15 years old and presumably lacked substantial cultivation, they directly headed toward the room where Stephen was staying. Jalmer and Dovey knew the intruders included only a level 1 spirit Jamister with several spirit disciples, so they stayed in their respective rooms, not coming out. However, Stephen was a level 2 spirit Jamister and still quite vigilant. As soon as these people entered, they fell into his trap, being tossed out within seconds. All the attackers suffered injuries and left under the support of their companions. Everything returned to calm after that. The next day, the three arrived at the dock on time. Oh, what a majestic large ship. This ship was larger than the previous shuttle the young boy had ridden, and was certainly more luxurious. After all, this one carried passengers while the other carried laborers. The ship had 9 decks. Jalmer and company's cabin was on the 8th deck from the bottom, and there was another level above them. Upon sensing, decks 1, 2, and 3 appeared to be regular cabins, crowded and busy. Deck 4 seemed unoccupied except for some staff members. What purpose did it serve? Decks 5 and 6 appeared to be second-class cabins with much better conditions. Deck 7 and 8 were even better, but what was on deck 9? The boy sensed a series of luxurious suites up there. What could it be? If it was for dining, each deck already had eating areas. There seemed to be some spirit Jamesters upstairs. Could it be? The boy had some suspicions. Just then, a waiter passed by. Jalmer stopped him, emitting a spirit disciple aura. What's upstairs? Can we go up? Sir, that is reserved for the spirit Jamesters. As expected. Spirit Jamesters? So, you mean if we have a spirit Jamester, we can stay upstairs? Yes, the waiter smiled. If the gentlemen have any needs, please let me know anytime. You want to go up there too? Is the world flooded with spirit Jamesters? The waiter smiled and walked away. He did not believe any of the 3 were spirit Jamesters. Want to go up? The boy glanced at the 2. Don't we have 5 days? Let's see how tomorrow goes. Experiencing this isn't bad either. Alafi is about experience, haha. Dovey was very smug. You old man. The boy shook his head. Soon, all the passengers boarded the ship. At precisely 8 a.m., the grand vessel set sail. Deck 4 remained empty. Jalmer and his 2 companions chatted and enjoyed the scenery as they sailed across the sea, a sight they hadn't seen before. Zaire hour passed quickly. Feeling a bit bored, the boy decided to return to the cabin for cultivation. There seemed to be commotion downstairs, sensing that someone was gambling on deck 4. Ah, no wonder it was empty earlier. It was a casino. Now that everyone was settled, some began looking for ways to entertain themselves. Floating at sea for a few days can indeed get quite boring. Want to check it out? Dovey grinned. Jalmer thought for a moment. It seems quiet down there now. Why don't you 2 go ahead? I'll join you later. I want to cultivate for a bit. You treat cultivation like food. Fine, we'll go first. Find us when you're done, Lord Kuei. Let's go. Saying this, he pulled Stephen down to the lower deck. Meanwhile, Jalmer returned to his spot and started cultivating. Each first-class cabin had its own private space, albeit small, and the uppermost level offered even more luxurious accommodations. Quickly, the boy entered a state of deep cultivation. Unless he was in an energy-dense area, he mostly used spirit stones combined with pills for cultivation, occasionally using soul stones. Although he had expended most of the spirit stones obtained from the treasure tower during his breakthrough to spirit Jamister, he still had a decent supply. Thus, he needn't worry about running out for the time being. While in cultivation, someone passed by outside. Said a Wilfred walking past. Is someone cultivating here? I sense spiritual chi leaking out. What treasures are they using for cultivation? There is someone cultivating, probably using spirit stones, an elder beside him said. What luxury! Using spirit stones for cultivation, let's take a look. The Wilfred exclaimed, then knocked on Jalmer's door. The boy frowned, feeling annoyed. Disturbing someone while they're cultivating? Who is it? He asked with a hint of anger. Are you cultivating? Open the door. Knowing I'm cultivating, you still disturb me? It's my honor to interrupt you, young master, the Noel outside bragged. Get lost. Jalmer retorted. Earlier, he sensed that the highest cultivation level on the top deck was a mid-stage spirit Jamister, while outside his door was just a low-stage spirit Jamister accompanied by a few spirit disciples. He had nothing to fear. With a bang, the door burst open. Wow, the spiritual chi is really dense here. Where did you get your spirit stones? Such a waste. Wouldn't it be better if I used them? The Wilfred sighed. What do you want? What? Hand over your spirit stones. We'll buy them, all right? Jalmer pressed the service button nearby. Hee, calling a waiter? Useless, we're VIPs. But soon a waiter ran over. Sir, what do you need? I was cultivating inside. You smashed the door and interrupted my cultivation. How should you compensate? Compensate? You must be joking. The Wilfred showed his badge. We are VIPs on the top deck. Interrupting the waiter, the Wilfred spoke first. The waiter was flustered. Well, he couldn't afford to offend VIPs from the upper deck, but he also couldn't risk upsetting the guests on this deck. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. I will fetch our supervisor to discuss this. Please wait, the waiter said before dashing off to find help. Do you know who you've offended? The low-stage spirit Jamister laughed. Who? The Cold Crow sect. This is Lord Yovan, the elder pointed at the Wilfred. Note, the original text contains many colloquial and conversational elements. In translating, I've maintained the casual tone and directness while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Hashtag chapter 327. My head hurts. Hanya sect? Never heard of it. Franz Tong shook his head. He wasn't belittling the other party. He genuinely didn't know about this sect. What? The Wilfred's eyes widened. Not recognizing me, Adalberto, was one thing. But how could there be a cultivator who hadn't heard of the Hanya sect? Is it an incredibly powerful sect? A top-tier sect from the Bird Kingdom, and you've never heard of it? Franz Tong's eyes bulged. So it was indeed a top-tier sect from the Bird Kingdom. What a coincidence. So you are the young patriarch of the Hanya sect. I apologize for my ignorance. The Noel paused and continued. In that case, there's no need for compensation. You can go. It's better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Opposing these people wouldn't be wise. No compensation needed? Huh. Hand over the spirit stones on your body, and we can settle this peacefully. Otherwise, things might not end well, Adalberto retorted. The Noel frowned. They're really going to cause trouble? Hey, isn't that young patriarch Jovan? What's the matter? At that moment, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged cultivator smiling as he approached. This middle-aged cultivator was the captain of the ship, Alanis. Captain Allah, we merely wanted to buy some items from this fellow cultivator, but he tried to extort us. How should we handle this? The elder beside Adalberto said. Are you lying? Franz Tong glared at the elder. Looks like these Hanya sect members aren't good apples. Is that so? Alanis cast a glance at Franz Tong, sending a wave of pressure. Franz Tong's gaze sharpened. This captain isn't any better. Fine, since we've left the Rat Kingdom, I'll play along with you. What do you think? I was meditating just fine here, and then they came in and broke down the door without hesitation. What would you say? Franz Tong met Alanis's gaze with unwavering confidence. Alanis inwardly flinched. Who is this guy, daring to speak to me like that? Zaired, he doesn't even seem affected by my pressure? Don't you know he's the young patriarch of the Hanya sect? What does that have to do with anything? Damn, knowing he's from the Hanya sect and still being this arrogant, could this guy be from another major sect? Alanis furrowed his brow and asked, Jamesy, I ask which sect the fellow cultivator comes from? I'm just a wandering cultivator. Alanis raised an eyebrow. A wandering cultivator, yet so arrogant? Who gave him the backbone? In that case, please sell the items to young patriarch Jovan. Otherwise, it might not bode well for you. This isn't about selling anymore. After wasting so much of my time, give back what belongs to me. Otherwise, you won't be getting off this ship alive, Adalberto snarled. Captain Allah, may I ask if our journey is safe while on your ship? Safety is guaranteed to some extent, but the guarantee is enough. They broke the door, let them pay for it. As for the losses they caused me, I won't hold them accountable. Just give me a new spot to cultivate. I haven't finished speaking. Alanis had a hint of anger now. This guy isn't easy to deal with. Then speak. There is safety against external threats. However, if conflicts arise between passengers, we can't intervene much. Got it. Do you understand now? Adalberto was smug. Clearly, the captain was biased towards them. If pirates disguised themselves as passengers and robbed the ship, would you still ignore it? Franz Tong faced Alanis with a smile. Pirates are pirates. How can you compare young patriarch Jovan to pirates? Even if you don't compare, can major sect disciples rob freely on your ship? The captain froze. This guy is really bold and sharp-tongued. For conflicts that occur on the ship, we try to mediate. If mediation fails, they must resolve it themselves. Alanis glanced at Franz Tong, then turned to Adalberto. Young patriarch Jovan, resolve your issues among yourselves. Hope it doesn't affect other passengers. You can rest assured, Captain Allah. Hope you take care of yourself. Alanis, after saying this to Franz Tong, walked away. Damn, is this it? Too irresponsible. By now, the captain had vanished around the corner. Arn, capture him. Adalberto spoke up, having talked too much already. Arn didn't reply, simply reaching out to grab Franz Tong. Fine, let's play along. Franz Tong's figure flickered, arriving at the staircase before heading down to the lower deck. Arnie's hand hung midair. Damn, this guy's fast. He's just a spirit scholar, right? Strange. Arn. Adalberto raised an eyebrow. Are you holding back? Arn immediately rushed forward, but Franz Tong had already reached the next level. Arn pursued again, but the Noel kept advancing. After several attempts, he couldn't catch up. Soon, both men arrived at the fourth floor where the gambling parlor was located. Arn, want to gamble? Franz Tong turned around, smiling mischievously at Arn. Arnie's face darkened. This Zaire Tong isn't simple. He couldn't catch up to him. Don't run. I'm not running. I just want to gamble. Franz Tong walked to a table, threw a bag of coins and shouted, I bet on the small. The Noel leaned against the table, facing the dealer, his back to the elder. People at the table looked at Franz Tong like he was a fool. Is this how you gamble? Without exchanging chips? Suddenly, a gust of wind hit the Noel from behind. He smiled, flickering out of the way. The dealer let out a pained cry, spitting out blood. Arn had struck the dealer, a spirit Jamister's palm strike. How could a lowly spirit practitioner withstand it? Within a few breaths, the dealer slumped, dead. Franz Tong frowned, feeling guilty for the dealer. He was just a lowly worker. You killed someone, the Noel pointed at Arn. Panic spread among the gamblers, scattering in all directions. Most were ordinary people. Gambling was fun, but life was more important. One strike killed the dealer. They wouldn't survive such blows. Adalberto and company finally caught up, surrounding Franz Tong. Who's causing a disturbance? The casino security guards arrived. He killed someone, Franz Tong pointed at Arn. Just an accident. I can compensate. Blame him. If he hadn't dodged, I wouldn't have injured anyone else. Bullshit. Killing and arguing? More nonsense followed. How is it you again? Captain Alanis returned. Fellow brother, if you keep being obstinate, I can't help. Alanis glared at Franz Tong angrily. Wong Elder, what happened? Miles walked over, looking at Franz Tong. Alanis frowned. This Wilfred seems capable. He knows that guy. James E.I. asked the fellow cultivator's name. Is he your friend? Alanis looked between Miles and Franz Tong. I'm the young Eldon of Flame Mountain, and this is my sect elder. Damn, the young Eldon of Flame Mountain. My head hurts. Alanis was speechless. Hashtag chapter 328. Arrival at Bird Nation. Isn't the young mountain lord of Flame Mountain supposed to be quite rare? Can someone so young really hold that title? Someone nearby remarked. Yeah, these days there are plenty of frauds trying to scam food and drink. As long as they have the guts, they can live a luxurious life, Crawford said. I claim to be the young patriarch of Bird Nation's top sect, and now you say you're the young mountain lord of Rat Nation's top sect. Are top sect's young Harmons now flooding the streets? Stephen smiled, flicking his wrist, sending a badge flying towards Captain Alanis. Due to geographical distance, Flame Mountain was quite far from this Black City, almost at opposite ends of Rat Nation. So, Alanis didn't recognize anyone from Flame Mountain, but the badge was undoubtedly genuine. One look confirmed it was the real deal. So, this young mountain lord couldn't be fake. This was getting complicated. Both were heirs of top sects, one from Rat Nation and one from Bird Nation. I heard this young patriarch of Cold Crow sect interrupted Gareth's cultivation and almost caused trouble. Shouldn't some compensation be given? Stephen stood in front of Jalmer, having communicated telepathically with him earlier to understand the situation. Do you think I need to apologize to him just because I'm a young patriarch? If you did wrong, shouldn't you apologize? Don't even think about it, Arn. Ha, assuming you're untouchable just because you have a spirit master around. What, planning to use force? Dovey stepped forward, emanating the aura of a spirit master. Everyone involuntarily swayed under the pressure of the old man's aura. This time, it was truly unmistakable. With a spirit master as protection, who else besides important figures from top sects could enjoy such treatment? Captain Alanis hurriedly mediated. Both of you are our esteemed guests. I believe disputes should be resolved rather than escalated. How about I host a meal to promote better understanding? In that case, I'll give Captain Ala face. Compensation isn't necessary if this young patriarch simply apologizes to Gareth. Let's call it even then. Crawford wanted to say something but was quickly cut off by Alanis. There are too many prying ears here. Why don't we continue the discussion in a private room? What do you say? It seemed reconciliation wouldn't be easy. If things escalated into a fight here, it would be hard to clean up, especially since it might harm innocents and affect my gambling den business. Fine, Crawford replied. Apologize? Not a chance. This ship is heading to Bird Nation, my territory. We'll see who has it better there. After a while, the two groups entered a private room on the upper deck. Just choose an empty spot on this top floor for your rest area later. There's no need to go down to the 8th floor, Alanis said. For the sons of top sects, this was a VIP treatment, especially considering they had a spirit master among them. Thank you, Captain. Oh, regarding any additional costs, I'll reimburse you later, Stephen said with a smile. No mention of it. It's an honor to have you on board. How could we ask for payment? Alanis replied, smiling, knowing good relations with major sects benefited them. Seeing Alanis treating them so politely, Crawford felt uncomfortable. Kuei young Eldon, right? Do you have a lot of spirit stones for sale? Spirit stones are used for cultivation. Is there a lack of resources for you, young patriarch? Not really, but I find spirit stones excellent and want to collect more. Oh, I see. We do have some spirit stones, but shouldn't you first apologize to our Gareth before discussing other matters? Crawford's lips twitched. Hell no. Make me apologize to a regular elder? You've got to be kidding. How about it? Not willing. I think we should let it go. Sharing a boat is fate. Alanis tried mediating again. Captain Ala, we've already waived compensation. Isn't apologizing for wrongdoing reasonable? Want me to apologize to him? Forget it. Arn, let's go. You're leaving without apologizing? Dovey blocked the door. Not selling spirit stones and staying for dinner? Dinner or not aside, an apology is crucial. Captain Ala, it's their fault for not giving you face. Don't blame us. Suddenly, Arn attacked Dovey, and several others attacked Stephen and Jalmer. Crawford, confident in numbers, struck first. James me apologize? Watch me beat all of you to submission. Clearly, Crawford had prepared beforehand. But just as he was lost in thoughts, cries of pain filled his ears. Crawford laughed. So fast? They're way too weak. Turning around, his smile froze. Apart from Arn still sparring with the old man, the others lay defeated on the ground. Numbers didn't help. They were instantly wiped out. Now can you apologize? Stephen smiled. A bunch of trash. Crawford sneered, charging straight at Stephen. He was a genius, a 9th rank spirit knight. If his people couldn't handle it, he'd take care of it personally. But just half a meter away from Stephen, he couldn't move another inch. Why? Do you find the ground comfortable? Want to lie down too? Stephen swept his right hand. Crawford felt an overwhelming force strike him. Attempting to dodge, he was hit on the left shoulder, flying uncontrollably and landing on the ground with a broken left arm. A mere 9th rank spirit knight, challenging a 2nd rank spirit master? Who else deserves a lesson? Ephron, looks like you're not doing well, Jalmer chuckled. Of course, I can handle it. Men can't say no, I just wanted to play around. Just then, Arn screamed and flew backward. Total domination. Kuei young Eldon, what are you going to do? Alanis was helpless. These three were too powerful, yet he couldn't intervene, risking offending Cold Crow sect. It's fine, Captain. If Cold Crow sect blames you, just put it on us. They were clearly wrong, weren't they? Stephen laughed, finding it exciting but unsatisfactory due to their weakness. Yes, Alanis laughed bitterly. It's not as simple as you say. Cold Crow sect's young patriarch being beaten on my ship, how could I escape responsibility? Alright, we'll leave now. Everything's in your hands, Captain. With that, the three walked out of the room. Over the next few days, Jalmer and his companions enjoyed themselves while practicing cultivation. No one bothered them again. Everything went smoothly until midday on the 6th day when the city came into view. Yes, Bird Nation had arrived. Chapter 329. Now we're in trouble. Although life aboard the ship was peaceful, it could not match the stability of being on land. Thus, Jalmer and his companions planned to stay in Cape Hope City for a day to rest. This arrangement suited Adalberto's plans perfectly. If they had left without stopping, where would he find them? Ever since Jalmer and the others disembarked, several groups of people began following them, each apparently acting independently. Given their current cultivation levels, drawing attention from various factions was inevitable. After all, Cape Hope City was home to local forces who naturally took notice of new arrivals with formidable strength. They needed to understand the newcomers' intentions and ensure there were no threats, hence the surveillance. Furthermore, having offended Yovan Shaozong during the voyage, now that they were within their country's borders, it was only natural they would receive some form of scrutiny, possibly even retribution. Thus, the trio paid little mind to the increased attention. They spent some time exploring Cape Hope City, purchasing necessary items like spirit medicines and maps of bird country. They also indulged in some light tourism but found nothing particularly remarkable. Ultimately, they settled into an inn, preparing to depart early the next morning. Entering their respective rooms within the inn, they each went about their business. While numerous watchers observed them that night, none dared act against a party that included spirit Jaymesters. The next morning, after an early breakfast, the trio set off toward the direction of the Vermilion Bird Sect, several thousand miles away, requiring a considerable amount of travel time. Passing through various areas, they occasionally noticed cultivators observing them, a relatively rare occurrence as wandering cultivators were few outside major sects or towns. Clearly, they had become a target of a significant force, otherwise, it wouldn't have had the resources to monitor them so closely. No one interfered or caused trouble throughout the morning. However, around mid-afternoon, as they passed through a forest, Jalmer sensed the presence of many cultivators. 3 spirit Jaymesters and 6 or 7 spirit adepts, an impressive force by any standard on this continent, capable of overwhelming most medium-sized sects. Come out, if you're here to confront us, Jalmer called out. Huh, seems like your senses are sharp. Do you know what happens when you offend this young sect lord? Hey, it's you again, Yovan Shaohong. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Jalmer scanned the interceptors, 2 junior spirit Jaymesters, 1 middle-stage spirit Jaymester, and a group of spirit adepts. Fei, still defiant, huh? You 3 alone. I will repay last time's humiliation tenfold, Adalberto snarled. Come then, I'm waiting. If you wish to act personally, I can beat you until even your parents won't recognize you. Nonsense. Abdullahi, help me incapacitate this fellow. Adalberto glanced at the middle-stage spirit Jaymester. Abdullahi looked at Adalberto, then at Horatio, nodding slightly. You are the young lord of Flame Mountain? This individual was the heir of Mouse Country's top-tier sect, already at the spirit Jaymester level, an exceptional talent that should not be provoked lightly. Horatio returned the gesture with a smile. Indeed. Abdullahi, why bother with pleasantries? This is our bird country's territory. What do we fear from a visitor from Mouse Country? As visitors, perhaps this elder could apologize to our young lord, and we can consider this matter resolved. Abdullahi addressed Horatio. Apologize? It's your young lord who owes us an apology, starting with Yovan Shaohong. Apologies? Out of the question. It wasn't their fault. Are you sure you don't want him to apologize? Abdullahi grinned. What nonsense. Before Horatio could finish, Abdullahi had lunged toward him. In Abdullahi's mind, Horatio, as the young mountain lord, must be the Harmon. Capturing him would solve everything. His prior politeness was mere pretense. The enemy comprised 2 spirit Jaymesters and a spirit adept, described by Adalberto as formidable. A real confrontation would be challenging. Though confident in victory, Abdullahi anticipated some losses. Why not take advantage of a surprise attack? As his fist nearly reached its target, Abdullahi's smile widened. But Horatio's body suddenly retreated, faster than Abdullahi's fist moved. Alert to the ambush, Horatio quickly withdrew, aided by Dovey and Jalmer pulling him back, resulting in extraordinary speed. After gaining distance, Jalmer struck from the side. When Abdullahi's punch initially seemed successful, he grew wary as his target evaded. Seeing someone rush to intervene brought renewed confidence. Unaware of Jalmer's true prowess, Abdullahi increased his strength, eyes narrowing in anticipation. The moment the fists collided, Abdullahi felt an overwhelming force surge through his own. What sorcery is this? Abdullahi was bewildered. Wasn't he just a spirit adept? As intense pain shot through his hand, a thunderous crash echoed. Jalmer retreated 3 steps while Abdullahi staggered back over a dozen. Abdullahi was astounded. What kind of person is this? Was he truly just a spirit adept? Joking, Abdullahi? Adalberto was astonished by the middle-stage spirit Jaymester retreating multiple steps from engaging a single spirit adept. Bearing intense pain, Abdullahi sent a telepathic message to one of the spirit adepts to contact external reinforcements. They faced serious opposition. This old man has been undone in the simplest manner. I didn't expect such hidden depth, Abdullahi admitted. I'm merely a spirit adept. My lord gives me too much credit. Young lord, let's begin, Jalmer chuckled. With the secret exposed, battle was inevitable. Jalmer charged at Abdullahi, leaving Horatio and Dovey to handle the others. Within minutes, the fight concluded, though surprisingly, Adalberto managed to escape. As the heir of a top-tier sect, he possessed considerable skills. Even if his combat abilities were subpar, his fleeing techniques were quite effective. Now we're in trouble. He got away, Dovey muttered. Please let me know if there's anything else you need translated or adjusted. Hashtag chapter 330. What is that? They're gone. So be it. It's already this way. We'll just have to be more careful in the future. Jalmer shook his head. What about them? Dovey glanced at the group lying on the ground. Senior Wu, you decide what to do. We'll wait for you ahead, said Jalmer. Then he jumped onto his mount and trotted forward, but not too fast. Stephen followed closely behind him. Dovey's lips curled involuntarily. Damn it. Why must I be the one to play the bad guy? What are you going to do? If you kill us, the Cold Raven sect will never let you off. Abdullahi shouted with wide eyes, panicking as he saw the murderous intent in Dovey's gaze. Dying by their hands would be too damned humiliating. That's right, you can't kill us. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. We're disciples of a top-tier sect, someone else yelled. If I let you go, will you cause us trouble later? Yes. Oh no, no trouble. Everything can be negotiated if you release us. Do you think I believe that? If you'll come after me anyway, I might as well just finish you off. No, no. Ah. A scream echoed as Dovey, having already indulged in too much chatter, swiftly killed the few men lying on the ground without delay. He then collected their storage rings. There were 3 spirit Jaemesters among them, surely harboring plenty of valuable items. He dug a shallow pit nearby and buried the bodies, cleaning up any signs of the fight. Unless specifically checked, no one would notice anything amiss. Having finished all this, Dovey mounted his ride and caught up with Jalmer and Steven. Dealt with? Yes, all dead. Dovey tossed the collected storage rings over. Senior, how cruel of you. Keep these yourself. They are your reward for being ruthless. The Wilfred waved his hand, sending the rings back. Dovey's lips twitched again. Damn it, forcing me to be the bad guy and calling me cruel. Do you even know decency? They continued smoothly thereafter, undisturbed by further interference. The next day passed peacefully as well. But on the third day, around noon, while the trio was traveling, something happened. A troop appeared before them. Jalmer's brow furrowed. Late-stage spirit Jaemesters. Damn it. Why were late-stage spirit Jaemesters becoming so easy to encounter now? Could these people have ties to the Cold Raven sect? Oh ho, Chief Eldon Steven, it really is you, shouted the late-stage spirit Jaemester from 20 meters away. After speaking, he conferred with someone beside him, who promptly left. Zaire acquaintance of Steven? Jalmer and Dovey exchanged glances between Steven and the departing individual. Who is this? I don't seem to recognize him, Steven thought, utterly puzzled. Oh right, you wouldn't recognize me. The last time I saw you, you were only 4 or 5 years old, so you probably have no memory of it. I received news 2 days ago from Lookout City that you had come to Bird Country. Indeed, you look exactly like your father did when he was young. Right, let me introduce myself. My name is Haywood, an elder of the Green Peafowl sect. Green Peafowl sect, another top-tier sect in Bird Country. They had gathered a fair amount of information during their stay in Lookout City. But the Green Peafowl sect and the Cold Raven sect seem to have good relations. Could this be orchestrated by the Cold Raven sect? So, Henri, where exactly did you meet me? Whose introduction didn't quite fit the scenario of a Cold Raven sect ambush. Of course, it was at Flame Mountain. You were very young then. It's been many years since I last saw your father. How is he doing? He's fine, thank you for asking, Henri. Where are you headed? We're merely exploring and gaining experience. Indeed, that's good for young people. But since we've met, why don't you visit our sect? Well, maybe next time. We have some matters to attend to now, Steven hesitated, unsure of this sudden acquaintance. Also, the final decision lay with Jalmer. Our sect isn't far from here. It's just half a day's journey. Come for a brief visit. Otherwise, when I see your father next, he might blame me. I've already sent word back to the sect. Our sect leader has a good relationship with your father. If he learns that I met you and didn't invite you, he'll blame me. This explanation clarified the person who left earlier. Wong, what do you think? Steven transmitted telepathically to Jalmer. How much do you believe him? I'm not sure. Jalmer pondered for a moment and transmitted back. Let's go and see. Be cautious along the way. Indeed, though Jalmer felt Haywood sounded somewhat dubious, it wouldn't be wise to refuse if Haywood truly knew Steven's father. Alright, since Henri is so welcoming, we'll accept your invitation. Great. Elder Shao, lead the way. Yes, Henri, replied Elder Shao as he walked past them. Chief Eldenkue, please. We take the other path at the fork ahead. You should have passed it before. Steven and company turned their mounts, following the group but remaining vigilant. Henri, how did you and my father meet? Who paused, seemingly recalling. It was many years ago when your father toured Bird Country. We met by chance and even had a fight. I was thoroughly beaten by him, but fortunately, our sect leader appeared, or it could have ended badly. But sometimes adversaries become friends. We became good friends afterward. Thus, the group chatted as they traveled until dusk, finally spotting the gates of the Green Peafowl sect. Haywood's heart eased. He hadn't failed his mission. However, were these guys truly as formidable as reported? Meanwhile, Jalmer, Steven, and Dovey quietly discussed. As they neared the sect entrance, Jalmer received a signal from Alotl Emperor Zairit. Crawford, the one who had escaped, was not far from the sect entrance. Something's wrong. Jalmer quickly relayed the information to the others. Wow, your sect looks impressive. Steven stopped to admire the entrance, while covertly continuing his conversation with Jalmer. Damn it, why are there Red Sky Zyrets here? Came a voice from within the sect. Snap. The few remaining Red Sky Zyrets were destroyed. Damn it, my Red Sky Zyrets. Jalmer felt a pang of pain losing his ants. Huh? What's that? Suddenly, Jalmer pointed upward above the gate. Chapter 330. What was that? If they ran, let them be. It's already like this. We'll just be more careful from now on. Jalmer shook his head. What about them? Dovey glanced at the people lying on the ground. Senior Wu, it's up to you. We'll wait for you ahead. After saying this, Jalmer jumped onto his mount and trotted forward, though not very fast. Steven closely followed behind. Dovey's lips twitched. Damn, am I supposed to do all the dirty work? Do you intend to kill us? If you do, the Raven sect will never let you go. The Zhou elder shouted with wide eyes. Seeing Dovey's murderous gaze made him nervous. He didn't want to die so miserably in their hands. Yeah, you can't kill us. Otherwise, you'll suffer greatly. We are disciples of a top sect, someone else shouted from beside. If I let you go, will you come after us in the future? Yes. Oh no, not if you let us go. Everything can be negotiated. Do you think I believe that? Since you will cause trouble either way, might as well just finish it here. No. No. Ah. A wail of agony resounded. Having had enough talk, Dovey swiftly drew his blade and dispatched those lying on the ground. He then took their storage rings. There were 3 spirit Jaemesters among them, surely possessing valuable items. Next, he dug a pit nearby, buried the bodies, and slightly cleaned up the battle site, ensuring nothing suspicious could be found unless specifically inspected. Having done all this, Dovey mounted his steed and caught up. The entire process only took 2 or 3 minutes, allowing him to quickly catch up with Jalmer and Steven. Taken care of? Yes, all killed. Dovey tossed over the collected storage rings. Senior, how cruel you are. Keep these. They're your reward for cruelty. The Noel flicked his hand, sending the rings flying back. Dovey's lips twitched. Damn, making me do the dirty work and calling me cruel. What kind of person are you? The journey went smoothly afterward, with no more disturbances. For the next day, all was peaceful. However, midday of the following day, while traveling, an unexpected situation occurred. A group approached from ahead, causing Jalmer's brows to furrow. Later stage spirit Jaemesters. How did they encounter so many late stage spirit Jaemesters now? Could these people be related to the Raven sect? Oh my, young Lord Stephen, it's really you. At a distance of over 20 meters, the late stage spirit Jaemester shouted, speaking briefly with someone who then left. Zaire acquaintance of Stephen? Both Jalmer and Dovey exchanged glances between Stephen and the departing person. Who's this? Neither seemed familiar. Ah yes, you wouldn't recognize me. Last time we met, you were only 4 or 5 years old. News came from Cornerview City a few days ago that you arrived in Bird Kingdom. Indeed, you resemble your father when he was young. Right, introductions first. My name is Haywood, an elder of Green Peafowl sect. Green Peafowl sect, another top sect in Bird Kingdom. They gathered much information in Cornerview City. But this Green Peafowl sect seemed to have good relations with the Raven sect. Could this be orchestrated by the Raven sect? So Henri, where exactly did you meet me? Haywood's self-introduction didn't quite fit Raven sect arrangements. Of course, it was Flame Mountain when you were young. It's been many years. Your father is well, I hope? Yes, thanks for asking, Henri. Where are you headed? Just exploring, broadening our horizons. Good for the young to see the world. Since we've met, why not visit our sect? This? Perhaps next time. We have things to attend to. Stephen hesitated, uncertain about this acquaintance. Importantly, Jalmer was in charge. Our sect isn't far, half a day's travel away. If you don't visit, your father may blame me. I've already sent word back to the sect. If they know I encountered you but didn't invite you, they blame me. So that explained the messenger. Wong brother, what should we do? Stephen transmitted soundly to Jalmer. How true does his story seem? I'm not sure. Jalmer remained silent for a moment before transmitting back. Let's check it out, but be cautious. Yes, although Jalmer suspected something off with Haywood, refusing might upset Stephen's father if they were indeed old friends. Fine. Since Henri is so welcoming, we'll impose. Wonderful. Then Elder Shao, lead the way. Sure thing, Henri. Elder Shao passed by them. Young Lord Kuei, please follow this path at the fork ahead. The trio turned their mounts, cautiously joining the group. Henri, how did you and my father meet? Haywood thought for a moment, seemingly recalling the past. It happened many years ago when your father visited Bird Kingdom. We accidentally met and even fought. Back then, he beat me badly until our sect Harmon intervened. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. After the fight, we became friends. Chatting along, by evening they reached Green Peafowl sect's entrance. Finally reaching the destination eased Haywood's worry, having fulfilled his duty. But, were these guys truly that powerful? Meanwhile, Jalmer and company discreetly conversed. Approaching Green Peafowl sect's gate, suddenly Jalmer received a Lottle Emperor Zairit's signal. Crawford, who escaped earlier, was nearby inside the sect. Something was wrong. Jalmer quickly informed the others. Whoa, Henri, your sect's entrance is magnificent. Stephen paused, admiring the architecture, secretly communicating with Jalmer. Damn, why red sky ants here? A voice within called out. Snap. Zaire other group of Jalmer's red sky ants were lost. Damn, my precious red sky ants gone. Hey, what's that? Suddenly, Jalmer pointed upwards. Note, names such as Haywood, Green Peafowl sect, Lurkongchir, and other proper nouns remain consistent for clarity. Hashtag chapter 331. Are you still going to run? Everyone followed Jalmer's finger but saw nothing. By the time the Green Peafowl sect members regained their senses, Jalmer and his 2 companions were already dozens of meters away. Hee, you underestimated us. Haywood laughed. But it's too late now. Do you really think you can still escape? As he spoke, spiritual aura began to emanate from distant locations. They had been lying in ambush all along. Damn it. We really miscalculated this time, said Jalmer, his expression grim. Given this situation, they would just have to enter the sect and cause some chaos. Thus, the 3 turned and charged back into the Green Peafowl sect compound. Outside, numerous spiritual adepts were gathering, but inside there weren't many formidable opponents. Henri, is this how you treat your guests? Jalmer remarked. I told you long ago, if you offend me, you won't end well. Crawford shouted as he stepped forward. He finally got to vent his frustration after being humiliated in their previous encounters. Really? Let's see what you can do about it, Jalmer retorted as he appeared before Crawford, delivering a powerful punch. Aya! Crawford let out a scream as he met his end. He hadn't anticipated that Jalmer would be so reckless. In the end, his recklessness cost him his life. Jaemester Dan! Haywood shouted in fury. This was bad news indeed. The death of the young Jaemester of the Black Crow sect right outside their door meant that Jaemester Dan would not let this go easily. How could they explain this? Kill them! Haywood roared in both shock and anger. But by then, Jalmer and his companions had already surged into the sect. Even for top-tier sects, the number of spiritual adepts within the sect was limited. 3 spiritual adepts bursting and caused immediate chaos, with no one able to stop them immediately. While running, Jalmer captured 3 spiritual practitioners and threw them into the treasure pagoda within his body. He then secretly pulled Dovey and Stephen into the pagoda. Jalmer played hide-and-seek within the sect. As an intermediate spiritual adept with formidable soul power, it was difficult for ordinary people to find him. Junior spiritual adepts were no match, while mid-level spiritual adepts couldn't hold out for long. Senior spiritual adepts were rare, which left him at an advantage. Fortunately, large sects like these had protective arrays and alarm systems, making it hard for Jalmer to move freely without raising suspicion. Inside the pagoda, Stephen and Dovey forced the captured spiritual practitioners to provide detailed information about the Green Peafowl sect, including their personal details, which they passed on to Jalmer. With this information, Jalmer confidently strolled around disguised as one of the captives, even wearing the sect's uniform. Meanwhile, Stephen and Dovey interrogated the prisoners for more intel. The Green Peafowl sect was in turmoil, with patrols everywhere and alarm arrays activated. Yet the enemy had vanished without a trace. The sect Harmon was also alerted. How dare a few insignificant riffraff disrupt his top-tier sect? Moreover, the Black Crow sect's young Jaemister had been killed here. This was problematic. All adepts who are not in seclusion, find the intruders, he commanded. Thus, began an intensive search throughout the sect. Jalmer was confident he could evade detection by intermediate spiritual adepts, but senior spiritual adepts, especially 9th rank, were a different matter. The Flame Elden and Javangwan Pavilion Jaemister had seen through him before. What should he do? Yes, there were places within large sects that were hard to investigate. Places like Spirit Mountain, Spirit Lake, and Scattered Stone Forest. Even the sect leader would have difficulty searching. Stephen had already learned of such areas within the Green Peafowl sect, like the Peacock Grove, a restricted zone within the sect. Hey! Jalmer looked around. Stop looking. I'm talking to you. Did you see any suspicious people run this way? Suspicious people? 3 of them, including 2 spiritual adepts, or maybe 3. Didn't see anyone. Alright, don't wander off. Return to your quarters. The sect is under attack. Yes, thank you, Elder. Jalmer bowed and ran off at normal speed. Once out of sight of the patrollers, he sprinted full speed towards the Peacock Grove. Otherwise, he might run into the sect leader leading a senior spiritual adept team and get exposed. In the midst of the chaos, few questioned Jalmer's movements. In a room within the Green Peafowl sect, someone monitored the situation via array formations. Huh? Why is this disciple running straight in one direction? What's unusual about that? It's not normal. Everyone else runs randomly. Only this one has a clear purpose, running alone for half an hour. Other people usually join groups heading back to dormitories or study areas. Only this one kept running solo. This person must be suspicious. But didn't the intruders come in 3s? Where are the other 2? Let's see where he goes. He's heading towards the Peacock Grove? Is he courting death? The monitor relayed the findings. The sect leader received the report and led 2 senior spiritual adepts swiftly towards the target, arranging intercepts. Who are you? Why are you running this way? Someone intercepted Jalmer minutes later. They were discovered. No time for subtlety. Jalmer swung his staff, using a crowd control skill, knocking down all the obstructing adepts. Mounting his mount, he sped ahead, no longer hiding his true speed. As he fled, several powerful auras rapidly closed in. Senior spiritual adepts? Jalmer frowned. Thankfully, the Peacock Grove was close. He was just hundreds of meters away when suddenly, someone accelerated past him, positioning 100 meters ahead. Are you still going to run? Chapter 332. Heading deeper. The formidable presence ahead forced Jalmer to halt. This was none other than Yoel, the patriarch of the Green Peafowl sect. The Wilfred squinted as he gazed at the figure before him. Surrender now, a voice echoed from behind, equally strong and commanding. Our patriarch is blocking the way, yet you still think of running? More figures were rapidly converging, many of them spirit Jaemesters. Was this it? Was he going to be trapped here? Tell me, where are your 2 accomplices? Yoel's voice cut through the tension. Accomplices? Huh. We separated right after entering your sect just to escape. How impressive that a grand sect can't find 2 people. Doesn't do much credit to your reputation as a top-tier sect, does it? Not so cocky anymore. Let's see how long that lasts. With that, Yoel prepared to attack. Hold. Jalmer extended his hand. Changed your mind? Can you answer one question before you strike? Wasting time. What? Do you fear I'll escape, noble patriarch? Speak. A challenge might not always work, but sometimes it did. What is this forbidden area behind you? Yoel glanced back. It's merely a forbidden zone with poison inside. What? You want to test it out? Yes, if Patriarch Kong agrees. Enough talk. Yoel reached out, making the air thick and heavy. Indeed, dealing with a 9th rank spirit Jaemister wasn't easy. Fortunately, having trained under Javangwan Gahu, he wasn't too panicked. He brandished the Skybreaker staff, finding his movement smoother. But wielding the staff in such a controlled space was exhausting. That's a nice staff. Yoel's eyes gleamed upon seeing the Skybreaker staff. Taking advantage of Yoel's distraction, Jalmer felt a surge of relief as the pressure eased. He thrust the now enlarged staff towards the group of elders, its size multiplying rapidly. Seeing the massive staff looming over them, the elders collectively struck it with their palms. The staff continued growing, reaching half a meter in diameter, while elongating towards Yoel. Jalmer lay on the staff. Yoel pushed against the incoming staff. Upon contact, a colossal force surged through the staff. He had to move aside to avoid injury from the combined strike of several late-stage spirit Jaemesters, including 2 9th-rank supreme elders. Though avoiding the direct hit, Yoel managed to deliver a powerful blow to the staff, sending shockwaves through Jalmer. Blood spurted from the boy's mouth as he landed and shot off into the Peacock Forest, with the Skybreaker staff shrinking rapidly. Damn! Yoel cursed, trying to restrict the surrounding air. Yet, the sheer force and speed had allowed Jalmer to get within meters of the forest. Yoel leaped to intercept, exchanging punches with Jalmer. With a loud thud, Jalmer flew into the forest, blood spurting from his throat. 9th-rank spirit Jaemesters were indeed formidable. As he entered the black mist-filled Peacock Forest, Jalmer felt a sense of discomfort. The toxins were real. Though injured, he quickly recovered thanks to the rapid healing technique taught by his 3rd master uncle. Inside the forest, Jalmer headed deeper, chewing on an undecaying sprout leaf for protection. As he ran, his injuries healed visibly. Outside, Yoel commanded, surround the forest, before charging in with 2 supreme elders. Feeling the powerful presences following, Jalmer sped deeper. The further he went, the stronger the resistance grew. Jalmer had experience navigating these secret realms, so despite the pursuers closing in, their speed slowed as they ventured deeper. Zaire added advantage. The undecaying sprout leaves protected him from the poison, something the others lacked. Eventually, all 4 stopped after entering 5 kilometers deep. Further penetration became too dangerous. They reached their limit, unable to tolerate prolonged exposure without proper preparation. Return, Yoel said reluctantly. Whatever treasure this Noel possessed must be remarkable. Retreating now would prevent greater harm. Exiting swiftly, Yoel ordered reinforcements to encircle the forest and prepare for an ambush upon the intruder's emergence. He then left to strategize further incursion. With the pursuit halted, Jalmer rested briefly before pressing deeper. The 9 great sects of Rat Country had portals connecting to Death Valley. Could this Bird Kingdom's premier sect also have a portal leading to a dangerous area? The more he pondered, the more excited he grew. He pushed deeper, driven by hope and resolve. Chapter 333. Alright, let's go out. Why is this place called the Peacock Grove? I thought there would be many peacocks here, but it turns out there are quite a few toxins. The Wilfred pushed forward, observing his surroundings. Ah, don't the branches and leaves here resemble an opened peacock's tail? So that's how it got its name. He continued struggling deeper into the grove, attempting to reach the center and use the teleportation array to leave. But when he reached 7 kilometers in, it became extremely difficult to advance further. Why is that? In Shenyao Valley, whether it was the Boulder Forest or Spirit Mountain, he could always make it to the deepest part. Even in the sacred grounds of other sects in the Rat Kingdom, he could reach the center. Why couldn't he do it here? Editing notes, Shenyao is translated as Shenyao Valley for consistency. The rest of the sentence flows naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. Someone else is coming in? His spiritual energy spread along the ground. Damn, it's that sect leader Kong again. Has he brought some treasure this time? The Wilfred suppressed his aura and continued deeper. Unbelievably, the closer he got to the center, the stronger the toxins became. Yet the spiritual chi grew denser as well. If it weren't for the toxins, this place would be perfect for cultivation. Too bad the green peafowl hasn't developed this area properly. What a waste. If not for the black mist in the Peacock Grove, finding Jalmer would have been easier for Yoel. But because of the toxic fog, locating someone within was particularly difficult. After searching for an hour, however, Yoel finally sensed Jalmer's presence. Jalmer had already reached 8 kilometers deep into the grove, his limit. The repelling force inside was too strong for him to resist any further. Zaire's sect leader Kong stopped just 20 meters away from the Wilfred. He had exerted all his efforts but could go no further. Yet he could sense the boy's presence, right up ahead. But he couldn't move forward those last 20 meters. It was infuriating. How is this possible? I'm one of the top figures on this continent, and yet a mere spirit warrior can penetrate deeper than I can? Yoel couldn't understand. Hey, Gareth, right? Come out. Staying in here too long will surely mean your death. If you give us what we want, I can ensure your safety. Sect leader Kong, you should turn back. If anything happens to me, it would be even worse for you. That wouldn't be worth it, the Wilfred replied. So sect leader Kong couldn't advance either. How is this possible? I made it here, but he couldn't. Do you really refuse to come out? Sect leader Kong called again. I fear stepping out would be my death sentence. You should turn back. I guarantee your safety if you come out. What's the point of talking? We were lured here by deceit. How can I trust you now? You won't survive long with whatever treasures you have in here. Then let me die here. Jamesaib, if it's possible, you can help collect my remains, Jalmer said with a laugh. Damn it, I can't stay here any longer. If I do, I'll be poisoned. Yoel slapped down a tree and retreated. What should I do? I can't stay here for too long. The decaying sprouts leaves can't protect me for much longer. The Wilfred began to think wildly. A few minutes later, perhaps I can try this. From his storage ring, he retrieved many branches. Yes, those giant branches from the Dead Valley's Black Hole Forest. At the time, he collected quite a few. They're incredibly sturdy. Let's see if they work. The Wilfred piled the branches around him, leaving a space of about 3 square meters in the middle. It seems to be working. The poison in the center has significantly reduced. Encouraged, he kept piling the branches until they reached 2 meters high. Then he built a ceiling with more branches, sealing everything off. Now, the small space the Wilfred occupied, 2 meters high and 3 square meters wide, was free of poison. Ha ha ha, the Wilfred laughed. This actually works. What a cool function. These branches block the poison, but not the spiritual chi. Excellent. Time to cultivate here. He released Stephen and Dovey, introduced them briefly, and the trio started their cultivation. Seeing Stephen and Dovey quietly cultivating, Jalmer realized something. I get it. In the Boulder Forest, I couldn't originally reach the deepest part, but after entering once, I could walk through easily. The same happened at Flame Cave. If Stephen and Dovey came here on their own, they wouldn't make it this far. But since I brought them here, they can remain. That's how it works. Jamister. What does Alotl Emperor Zaire want now? Does he also want to come out? He can come out, but not the Crimson Blood Wolf. There's limited space. Prepare some fire essence stones for me. I'm going to hibernate. Since you all will be cultivating, put about 200 fire essence stones on a large jade plate and place me inside. I'll hibernate there, and there will be a surprise when I wake up. Is he going to reproduce? Jalmer smiled. After raiding a place in the Dio sect, fire essence stones were plentiful. With frequent exposure to dense spiritual chi, Alotl Emperor Zaire had grown larger than the red sky ants and sprouted wings. Alright, follow your plan. Hope it's not a shock. With Alotl Emperor Zaire settled, the Wilfred began cultivating as well. As the three cultivated, the surrounding spiritual chi converged rapidly toward them. Time passed unnoticed. Half a month later, a burst inside him. Damn. Jalmer advanced to the 5th rank spirit Jamister. Stephen and Dovey looked at him like he was insane. This kid is a freak, advancing so quickly. I should go deeper now. Since I've advanced, I should be able to penetrate further. Sure enough, Stephen and Dovey couldn't go any further. Jalmer had to bring them back into the treasure tower and proceeded alone. Oh, what a sight. EATER 300 meters. Setting up camp in a new spot, he continued to cultivate. 2 days later. A surge of energy. Upon closer inspection, damn, it's Yoel again. EATER powerful presence is here too. Jalmer suppressed his aura completely. How did he disappear? Yoel's voice echoed. Sect Leader Kong, are you sure he's here? Sect Leader Yovan, he was indeed at this position last time. How did he vanish? Sect Leader Yovan? Is it the patriarch of the Raven sect, father of Adalberto? Jalmer smiled. He hadn't been in the Bird Kingdom long, yet he'd already caught the attention of 2 top-tier sect Harmons. Not bad. Sect Leader Kong, are you joking? Are you saying a spirit warrior penetrated deeper into the Peacock Grove than you? Yes, he must have some treasure that protects him from the poison. Now that we've paid a hefty price to reach here, he disappears again. Truly bizarre. Sigh. Sect Leader Yovan sighed. Revenge won't be easy. As a sect Harmon, Yoel shouldn't lie. They both moved forward another 50 meters, pushing to their limits. No matter the cost, they wouldn't believe he could fly away. The 2 powerhouses searched elsewhere in the grove for an hour but found nothing. The toxins were too strong, forcing them to retreat. Jalmer smiled. Good thing he advanced and moved deeper. Otherwise, he might have been caught. They shouldn't come back now. Time to continue cultivating. 20 days later, Jalmer advanced again to 6th rank Spirit Jamister. Just 1 rank left for the late-stage Spirit Jamister. Who's better than me? Jalmer wanted to shout out loud. Forget it. Silence brings wealth. Translation ends. After so long, they should have slackened their guard outside by now. Still, I need to think of a way to get out. Advancing too quickly isn't good either. Wait, something's not right. Their auras seem a bit unstable. Are they about to advance too? That's great. 2 hours later, both Stephen and Dovey advanced to 3rd rank Spirit Jamister, just 1 rank away from mid-stage Spirit Jamister. Dovey was so delighted she jumped up, nearly toppling the branch canopy. Thankfully, Jalmer caught her foot just in time. Should we try going deeper to see if we can reach the very center? Said and done. But they only managed to go 300 more meters before being forced to stop. Alright then, let's get out. Translation ends. Chapter 334. Entering the Vermilion Bird Gate. The Wilfred gathered up the protective branches. These were good things. They might come in handy later. Besides, these branches were sturdy and could even be used as weapons. After he packed everything neatly, he stuffed some of the black hole tree fruits into his mouth and ran off. Meanwhile, inside the pagoda, Stephen and Dovey stared wide-eyed at the unbelievable sight before them. They saw that the area where Yin Jing and Alotl Emperor Zairet had been placed was now teeming with countless red sky Zyrets, each as large as a finger, making their scalp tingle. Senior Wu, how many red sky Zyrets do you think are here? At least several thousand, and Alotl Emperor Zairet sure is prolific. Zaired look at the aura of these red sky Zyrets. They already have the strength of spirit warriors, some even reaching spirit soldiers. They're like combat units. It seems they're still multiplying. Cool, really cool. Alotl Emperor Zairet, dragging its bulky body, continuously laid eggs. As soon as an egg hatched, a nearby red sky Zairet carried it away. When 50 eggs accumulated, a red sky Zairet would bring a flame essence and pierce through the center of the eggs while fanning its wings to spread the liquid over each one. Soon after, the eggs cracked open, and new red sky Zyrets crawled out. The 2 spirit Jamesters were utterly stunned by this scene. This was too powerful. In the future, who could possibly stand against Jalmer? Jalmer was running outside, oblivious to the changes inside the pagoda. If he had known, he might have stopped to watch for a bit. He soon reached the edge of the Peacock Forest and extended his mental energy outward. Damn, after more than a month, there were still people outside, but it didn't seem like they were taking it seriously. After all, it had been over a month, and in this environment, ordinary spirit warriors couldn't enter the forest without special items. They would surely be poisoned. Ordinary spirit soldiers could only stay briefly at the edges. Even top-tier experts from sect Harmons could only remain inside for a few hours. Thus, those guarding believed anyone they were looking for must be dead already. But since their superiors ordered them to stay, they had no choice but to comply. Jalmer circled around the edge of the Peacock Forest. Guards were stationed everywhere, with a spirit Jamister positioned every few meters. It was quite stringent. How can I get out? Is the master planning to leave? At this moment, Alotl Emperor Zairet's message arrived perfectly timed. Jalmer's lips curved upward. Finished resting? What about the surprise you promised? Why don't you see for yourself? The Wilfred sensed inside the pagoda and froze, his mouth hanging open in shock. How does it look? Surprised enough. Surprised, very surprised. Jalmer laughed. How many? 5,000. Excellent, truly excellent. Do they need any food now? Flame essences or spirit stones will do. Actually, letting them out isn't bad either, as the toxins outside will help boost their combat power. Got it. The resources here should not go to waste. Will they obey your command? Of course. I am their emperor. My subjects are much stronger than the previous red sky Zyrets. Jalmer released all the red sky Zyrets, including Alotl Emperor Zairet, which had returned to its original size after giving birth. Alotl Emperor Zairet flew onto the Wilfred's head, greedily absorbing the black poisonous gas. The other red sky Zyrets moved around in the black mist, growing stronger as they absorbed the poison. Their black and yellow stripes became more distinct, and their bodies gradually enlarged. Since it was daytime, they decided to depart at night when darkness would aid them. The Wilfred moved deeper, then brought out the pagoda and entered it, leaving the red sky Zyrets outside to absorb the toxins. Inside the pagoda, the 3 enjoyed drinks and conversation as time passed slowly. Finally, midnight arrived, and many people outside were likely resting. The Wilfred approached the edge of the peacock forest and sent out 100 red sky Zyrets to attack the guards. These red sky Zyrets served as a suicide squad, drawing enemy attention. It wasn't long before a spirit warrior screamed in agony. The bites from red sky Zyrets were excruciatingly painful and venomous. There's an attack. Zaire alarm sounded. By this time, Jalmer had moved far along the edge of the forest. More reinforcements were dispatched to the attacked area. He noticed a point guarded by only a low-ranking spirit Jamester and 2 spirit soldiers. He rushed out, dispatching them swiftly. 1 second per person, 2 seconds in total. Under the cover of night, the Wilfred tucked away Stephen and Dovey and sprinted outward. He changed direction periodically, though his general course remained unchanged. After 2 hours of zigzagging, he finally escaped the Green Peacock's territory. Along the way, there were obstacles, people and formations, but he managed to pass through without incident. Leaving the sect was like entering the sea. Capturing him now would be difficult. As for the 100 red sky Zyrets, if they died, so be it. If they survived, let them return to nature. Continuing on their journey, they encountered more cultivators than usual in the coming days, which seemed unusual. Was someone plotting something? Jalmer and his companions were cautious, avoiding any detected cultivators. Though 3 spirit Jamesters weren't scary, it was better to be safe. Their earlier escape was partly due to carelessness, but fortunately, it ended well. Not only did their cultivation levels rise, Jalmer even advanced 2 levels and acquired nearly 5,000 capable red sky Zyrets. Despite feeling strange during the next 10 days, nothing untoward happened. Finally, they neared the Vermilion Bird Gate. How to enter this gate was a problem. Approaching the entrance, the Wilfred hid Stephen and Dovey and pondered for a moment before walking towards the gate. Do you need assistance? Asked the guard, noticing the spirit soldier aura emanating from Jalmer. I'm here to visit family. Visit family? Who are you looking for? Aline. The guard frowned. Aline, the talented disciple of the sect leader, wasn't in the sect anymore. Who are you looking for? A fat man passing by overheard and stepped closer. This fat man was Caleb, a close friend of Aline and now a 9th rank spirit warrior, almost ready to become a spirit soldier. Aline. Who are you? I'm her uncle. Jalmer now appeared as a die. Hold on, let me check. Caleb Fat Jameson walked into a nearby room and made a call. A minute later, Caleb Fat Jameson returned. Please follow me. The Wilfred finally entered the frequently mentioned Vermilion Bird Gate, feeling oddly tense. Note, the story uses names such as Stephen, Dovey, Jalmer, and Aline, which are kept consistent in pinyin form. Hashtag chapter 335, I will stay. Aline was originally someone they had secretly brought from outside into their Kalebju sect. Now, if he claims to be her uncle, would there be any issues? Jalmer couldn't help but worry as they walked. Uncle Hank, do you have a mount? If not, I can rent one for you. Walking is too slow. Mount? Yes, I do. Jalmer summoned his mount, though it wasn't in its true form as the Crimson Blood Wolf. How is Aline now? What level has she reached? She's now a spirit warrior. However, the situation is somewhat complicated. You'll have to ask our sect leader for specifics. He hoped nothing bad had happened to Maribel after hearing about the heavy blows Kalebju sect had suffered at Tianhu Pavilion. The more he thought about it, the more worried the Wilfred became. Did you hear that your sect leader was attacked? As soon as Jalmer asked, he knew it might not have been appropriate, but it was already too late. The fat cultivator's body trembled. Who is this guy? Is he a spy? Or does the enemy still seek our destruction? Since the last attack on the sect leader, everyone in the sect had become more vigilant. Yes, so currently, the sect has set up some targeted defenses, mainly defensive arrays. When you see them, don't be alarmed. They continued walking, occasionally exchanging a few words. After a period of travel and another teleportation, they finally arrived at the foot of the tallest peak. They rode their mounts up the mountain until they reached halfway. Jalmer sensed what seemed like an array ahead but wasn't entirely sure. Reaching the array, he paused, looking around. The sect leader is up there. Let's go. The fat cultivator walked into the array without hesitation. Jalmer hesitated, feeling uneasy but remembered Hong Allah's promise and followed. But a second later, the array activated. Indeed, it was an array. Jalmer extended his hand, grabbing the fat cultivator. What are you doing? If you're truly Adriana's uncle, you will be freed. But if you're a spy, this will be your end. The small fat cultivator gritted his teeth. Aren't you afraid to die? For the sect, death means nothing. Ho, spirited. Jalmer released his grip. The fat cultivator looked at him in surprise, unable to comprehend why he let him go after trapping him with the array. Several powerful presences approached. You say you're Maribel's uncle? Hearing this, Jalmer shuddered. This voice lingered in his heart. It was Xerxes' self-talk he remembered. Are you Xerxes? Xerxes nodded. How did you know Maribel was here? Could it be I exposed myself back then? No, it shouldn't be. It was only a group of kids and a village head, and I also took down those 2 people from Tianling's sect. I heard it from a child. As far as I know, Maribel doesn't have an uncle. Do you know anyone else in Maribel's family? She has grandparents and a boy named Jalmer. I'm just a distant uncle. What about her parents? They went missing many years ago. Upon hearing this, Xerxes waved his hand, and the array effects dissipated. Clutching his chest, he coughed and said, Follow me. You may leave now. The others hesitated but eventually withdrew, staying close by. Xerxes led Jalmer to a pavilion on the mountainside. Do you know? Young Maribel used to often sit here daydreaming, missing home. Listening to Xerxes, Jalmer grew even more anxious. Did something really happen to Maribel? I shouldn't have brought her here. What happened to Maribel? Xerxes sat down in the pavilion and coughed. She went missing. What? Your sect is top tier. She went missing on Spirit Beast Island. That year, she broke through to Spirit Warrior. I took her there to capture a spirit beast, but we were ambushed. I was severely injured, and Maribel vanished. As a top tier sect, didn't you search thoroughly? We must find her alive or... Never mind. Have you even searched properly? Jalmer blurted out recklessly, questioning a top-tier expert. How dare you? Zyrgri voices echoed from afar. How could they tolerate being questioned by this unknown person? But Xerxes raised his right hand to silence them. We failed Maribel. Who knows what has happened to her? Perhaps she would have had a better path if I hadn't brought her here. At that time, I was gravely injured and couldn't protect Maribel. Afterward, despite our searches, we found no trace of her. Xerxes felt guilty. Spirit Beast Island. Maribel went missing on Spirit Beast Island? Yes. Fine. I'll go to Spirit Beast Island now. Jalmer turned to walk down the mountain. Time has passed. You don't need to rush. Why not rest for a day before setting out? I can also send a few people with you. We know the area better. No need. I'll go alone. Don't you want to see where Maribel lived? Hearing this, the Noel stopped. Please lead the way, Hyatt. After 10 minutes, they arrived at Aileen's residence. Upon entering, Jalmer felt a sense of familiarity. The layout inside mirrored her room in Hangxia village. After Maribel left, we still regularly clean this place, hoping she'll return someday, Xerxes said, a hint of sorrow in his voice. He felt responsible for failing to protect his disciple, whom he viewed as a daughter. Thank you, Hyatt. It was clear Xerxes genuinely cared for his sister figure. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted. Intruders. People outside rushed in, surrounding Jalmer. Is my luck so bad? Entering Kalebnju's sect today results in an attack? What are you doing? Jalmer was visibly upset. This isn't your concern? Xerxes stared into Jalmer's eyes. I only came to find Aileen. This attack has nothing to do with me, Jalmer replied steadily. Gilbert, take him out via a secret route and escort him out of the sect. Everyone else, follow me. I will stay. What? Xerxes frowned. I said I will stay. Otherwise, I can't prove I'm not a spy. If necessary, restrain me. Hashtag chapter 336. This guy must die. Xerxes glanced at Jalmer and nodded. If you stay, you might be in danger. I'm injured, and I may not be able to protect you. It's okay. Though I might not be much help, I can still take care of myself. Huh, pretty confident. You're just a spirit scholar. If a group of spirit J-masters comes, how will you protect yourself? But your spirit is commendable. All right, then stay close to me. As he spoke, he summoned his mount, jumped on, and started charging forward. Jalmer immediately followed. Half an hour later, someone rushed toward them, looking disheveled. Hyatt, they're attacking. The person was Clifton Lele, the master of Boulder Peak. How did it come to this? Who's so powerful that they managed to reach the heart of our sect so quickly? It's people from the Raven sect and the Green Peafowl sect, along with some others from unknown sects, all spirit J-masters. There are many spirit J-masters. Actually, there was no need for an introduction. The enemy was already in sight. Xerxes glared at them angrily. Did I offend any of you? We're already at the bottom among top-tier sections. Do you really need to act so urgently? Now that it's come to this, let's be frank. Were you in Rat Country a few years ago? Were you engaged in some despicable activities? Xerxes stared at the unfamiliar face without speaking. You have nothing to say, right? To dare steal away our Tion Aling sect members, you must accept the consequences. If you want to target our sect, just say so. No need for these lame excuses. Haven't your Tion Aling sect members moved around enough? Personnel changes are normal. Tion Aling sect was a vast superorganization spread across various countries on this continent, but didn't have its own permanent territory. So they wanted to take us over? Oh, you're here too? That saves me the trouble of searching elsewhere. The Harmon of the Raven sect spotted Jalmer. Jalmer frowned, not expecting the Raven sect's patriarch to show up in person. Fortunately, the Green Peafowl sect's patriarch didn't come, probably still dealing with the chaos he caused earlier. Xerxes also looked at Jalmer. You know this sect master? I killed one of his sons. Ah, I see. Xerxes' eyes narrowed. This was a matter of avenging a son. How could he protect him? If he couldn't even protect Xiao Maribel himself, failing to protect her family would be terrible. Daring to admit it, huh? Then die. The sect master lunged at Jalmer. There was nothing left to say, only fight. J-Master Yovan, your opponent is me. Xerxes slashed at Yovan, knowing he couldn't let Jalmer face off against the sect master directly, or it would be over in seconds. Let's keep some decorum. Let's go up and fight, not get into a melee down here. Xerxes flew upward, and J-Master Yovan followed closely behind. Engaging in a melee with ordinary spirit J-masters indeed tarnished a sect master's dignity. Below, the spirit J-masters found their own opponents and began battling. There were quite a few spirit J-masters, over 30. It seemed that both the Raven sect and the Green Peafowl sect each sent about 10 spirit J-masters, plus some from other sects and the Tion Aling sect. Sending 10 spirit J-masters to attack another sect was almost the limit for top-tier sections. Sending more would leave their own sect vulnerable to counterattacks. Fortunately, this was Vermilion Bird sect's territory, and warnings had been issued for some time. Most of the sect's elite forces had already gathered, including some ancient experts. Indeed, this was a critical moment for the survival of the sect. If they didn't show up now, they might as well be dead. However, not all Vermilion Bird sect's spirit J-masters were present because other areas needed protection. This resulted in a shortage of spirit J-masters. What to do? Fill in with spirit scholars. Though lacking skill, they could make up for it in numbers. One spirit J-master could hardly handle 10 spirit scholars, especially on home ground. Meanwhile, Jalmer watched from the sidelines, not participating in the battle. After a while, Xerxes was falling behind, but managed to keep J-master Yovan occupied. J-master Yovan occasionally glanced below. Seeing that the guy who killed his son was just watching the show infuriated him. Yovan Stone, go kill that Wong fellow and avenge my son. A roar echoed from the sky. Isn't that guy surnamed Hank? Why is he now surnamed Wong? Xerxes was puzzled. Got it. A mid-rank spirit J-master surrounded by spirit scholars shouted, spun around, and sent everyone flying, spitting blood. Freed from the encirclement, Yovan Xiong rapidly approached Jalmer with murderous intent. But Jalmer avoided direct confrontation, wielding a saber and dodging frequently, striking only when necessary, never letting his weapon clash with the opponents. Seeing a mid-rank spirit Jaemister heading for Jalmer, Xerxes grew anxious, often glancing downward. Thankfully, after a minute, Jalmer remained unharmed, though Xerxes was struggling. Jovan Stone, are you useless? Still unable to handle a spirit scholar after so long? Jaemister Jovan raged, unleashing a powerful attack on Xerxes before rushing towards Jalmer. Xerxes teleported in front of Jaemister Jovan, blocking his path. Do you want to risk getting more hurt? Beat me first and talk? The battle continued. As fighting intensified, the Vermilion Bird sect gradually fell into a disadvantage. After all, the attackers were skilled fighters. Despite being on home ground, the defenders were fewer. Help Jovan Xiong, Graham. This useless fool. Graham, also a mid-rank spirit Jaemister, was similarly engaged with spirit scholars. He had mostly subdued them. It seemed those two up in the sky were keenly aware of the situation below. Seeing another person rush towards Jalmer, Xerxes dove down, ignoring a strike aimed at him. Just as Graham's sword was about to pierce Jalmer, Xerxes appeared beside him, sending Graham flying with a palm strike, while also coughing up blood. Hyatt. Jalmer's lips twitched. Actually, he didn't need the help. Find a way to escape. I'll hold them off. Xerxes popped a pill, and his aura began visibly strengthening. Why? You're risking your life. The guy actually took a forbidden drug, artificially boosting his strength. After this battle, he would be done for, definitely suffering a decline in cultivation. How about you surrender? Hyatt can give you a deputy position, but this guy must die. Jaemister Jovan pointed at Jalmer. Chapter 337. Is this useful for your injuries? Really? Let's see if you can defeat me first. With that, Xerxes charged again at the Dan sect leader. I had already lost a Lotto Maribel. I couldn't abandon her family now, even though they were a little odd. I wasn't sure how they found their way here, but I was certain they were a Lotto Maribel's kin. Attack. The disciples of the sect beside them roared in anger. Due to Xerxes' forced increase in power, the Dan sect leader began retreating step by step, but this state wouldn't last long. Xerxes, are you sure you want to keep resisting? The injured Dan sect leader retreated while fending off attacks, finding Xerxes particularly fierce now. The reply was an even more ferocious assault from Xerxes. Other members of Collect Gate watched as Hyatt suddenly became so formidable, especially the numerous spirit adepts, whose morale soared. Momentum is a peculiar thing. Despite no change in strength, it could significantly boost combat effectiveness. Suddenly, the invaders from Hanya's sect found themselves unable to defend. Besides, they were fighting on Collect Gate's home ground, with additional array enhancements. While everything went smoothly, it was fine. But once the tide turned, these invaders' momentum plummeted and injuries spread. Clifton Lele. The Dan sect leader suddenly bellowed. Everyone froze. Why would he call out someone from Collect Gate for no reason? Xerxes didn't react immediately either, but the actions of Clifton Shinpeaks Harmon, Clifton Lele, explained everything. On hearing the shout, he instantly flashed to Xerxes' side, giving him a hammer blow, then appeared next to the Dan sect leader. Damn, a traitor. Everyone realized a traitor had emerged within the sect. No wonder Xerxes was ambushed last time at Spirit Beast Island. It turned out this guy was an insider. William Yuliang Giles, you two don't need to hide anymore, the Dan sect leader smiled. William Yuliang and Giles walked over expressionlessly. Clifton Hildred, you? Lemuel Ned, you? Everything made sense now. No wonder they'd infiltrated so easily. Xerxes didn't want to speak. Words held no meaning now. What use would berating them for betraying the sect serve? It would only add to the sorrow. It was better to kill them directly. Now that Clifton Lele had struck him hard, Xerxes was seriously injured, but still managed to fight on. He attacked with all his might, fueled by fury. Attack. Xerxes fought recklessly, risking life and limb. If one gave up their life, what could stop them? They could trade wounds for wounds, or even lives for lives. Suddenly, the invaders started retreating in disarray. This energized Collect Gate's fighters further. Attack. Attack. The shouts grew louder as more spirit warriors joined the fray. Compared to spirit masters, spirit warriors were like ants, but many ants could bring down an elephant. When there were many spirit warriors, even spirit masters needed to be cautious. Capitalizing on this momentum, the invaders were finally driven out of the sect premises. But Collect Gate suffered significant losses. Many spirit warriors died, over 20 spirit adepts, 5 spirit masters perished, and many more were wounded. At least the invaders were expelled, along with the traitors. Next was fortifying defenses to repel enemies outside the sect premises. Didn't expect them to drive us out. The Dan sect leader chuckled. But it's only temporary. Yes, Xerxes consumed that pill, received serious injuries, and when its effects wear off, he won't have much combat strength left, the Tion Allen Gate official smiled. We owe this to Elder Clifton, Lemuel, and Ned. Once we capture Collect Gate, you'll all receive rewards and esteemed positions within Tion Allen Gate. That's very kind of you, Elder Dan. It turned out the Tion Allen Gate official also bore the surname Dan, likely related to Hanya sect's Dan sect leader. This battle inflicted many casualties on Collect Gate, especially among their high-ranking spirit masters. While we too suffered injuries, our situation isn't severe, and we should recover after some rest. So there's no need to engage in desperate battles. Attack them periodically, and after a few times, they will either surrender or perish. Yes, let's go drink. Let's go. Sect leader Dan, my injuries are quite serious, so I won't join for drinks. Healing comes first. Alright, those who need healing should go to our campsite. We have relevant medicinal pills there for your recovery. Those not severely injured, enjoy yourselves. Okay. 6 people chose to stay at the campsite for healing. They were the most heavily injured. Others went happily to drink. Outside Collect Gate's compound, the invaders felt good about themselves despite their temporary setback. Within a house near Collect Gate's entrance, never expected Clifton Lele and others to betray the sect, Xerxes shook his head, coughing several times. Hyatt, what do we do now? Now is the survival moment for the sect. James's disciples died in the battle, including a few spirit masters. So, if anyone wants to leave, I won't stop you. Hyatt looked at the spirit masters. It's not too late to leave now, otherwise, it might be too late if you regret dying later. I am badly injured, and the pill's effects have worn off. My strength has greatly diminished, so leave quickly if you plan to. We swear to stand or fall with the sect. Actually, it's unnecessary. Alafi is precious and irreplaceable. We aren't leaving. Good, truly loyal disciples of Caleb Gate. Brother Hank, later. I'll send a great elder to escort you out. It shouldn't be too difficult now, Caleb Gate said, looking at Jalmer with a smile. His surname, whether Wong or Hank, didn't matter. What mattered was that he was a Lottle Maribel's relative. I'm not leaving. I don't want Aline returning to find Caleb Gate no longer exists. When two spirit masters attacked Jalmer, and Xerxes risked injury to save him, he resolved to stay until the end. If you don't leave, we may not be able to protect you when they attack again. I don't need protection. Remember the mid-rank spirit master couldn't do anything to me during the battle? Jalmer released his spirit master aura, which was formidable. Never thought a Lottle Maribel actually had a spirit master uncle. Looks like abducting her back then was really wrong, Xerxes sighed. No worries. Previously, she wanted to join Tion Allen Gate, but now it seems full of villains. But in this situation, it's only a matter of time before our sect falls into enemy hands. Staying doesn't hold much significance. I think you should leave soon. If Hyatt's injuries could heal and even advance in strength, would this sect still be in danger? They invaded because I never recovered from previous injuries. If I healed, the crisis would be resolved. But this injury can't heal. Jalmer glanced at everyone, taking a deep breath. Xerxes, look. Will this be useful for your injuries? A shaping flower appeared before everyone. Hashtag chapter 338. Hua Yin E. Sai, what can I say? The body-shaping flower is truly invaluable for cultivators. Is Zai really just giving it away like that? If he wasn't injured, or if the injury wasn't too severe, fine. But what if he gets seriously hurt in the future? This body-shaping flower is something extremely rare and precious. What a pity. You have the body-shaping flower? After examining it for a while, Xerxes finally spoke. Yeah, Jalmer nodded. Xerxes' breathing quickened. This was a good thing. It could help him recover from his injuries and even improve further. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Xerxes still couldn't believe it. Yes. The body-shaping flower had already flown in front of Xerxes. Good. Thank you. You can't leave for now, so what are your plans? Jalmer thought for a moment and said, do you have any good places for cultivation here? Improving himself was the key. Otherwise, he'd be constrained no matter where he was. We do. The Chishui Cave is our sacred ground for cultivation. When you want to go, let me know. I want to go now. Going later wouldn't be as good as going now. Your prestigious sect being attacked so easily isn't acceptable. If I could instantly defeat everyone, would there even be these troubles? Okay, wait a moment. Elder Hildred, please gather all the Grand Elders and those old relics here. Here's my Hyatt token, keep it well. We need to discuss defense strategies. Afterward, I will enter seclusion to heal, which might take a while. Xerxes handed a red jade pendant to Elder Hildred, who was also a Grand Elder of the Caleb sect. Yes. Elder Hildred took the jade pendant and left. Let's go. I'll take you to the Chishui Cave. As they turned to leave. Thank you, Cultivator Hank. Came a chorus of thanks from behind. Indeed, this guy had given them hope for their recovery and hope for the sect. Everyone who loved their sect would thank him. Jalmer paused, then stepped out. I gave him the body-shaping flower because he was kind to my sister and helped me before, even though I didn't need it. By this time, the flying carriage was waiting outside. They both boarded it and flew deeper into the sect. After half an hour, they arrived at the foot of the highest peak of Caleb sect. Then they followed the mountain path in another direction. About 10 minutes later, they reached a cave entrance guarded by two spirit scholars. Hyatt, the two guards bowed to Xerxes. This is Cultivator Hank. He will have free access to the Chishui Cave from now on. Understood. Cultivator Hank, go ahead inside. If you need anything, you can ask these two. Thank you. The array opened, and Jalmer walked in. Go discuss your defense plans. I'm going to cultivate. Inside the Chishui Cave, there was a long winding tunnel sloping downward. After walking about a kilometer, a pool of red water appeared in front of the Wilfred. It was indeed red water, no wonder it's called Chishui, red water. The Wilfred extended his hand, and a handful of red water appeared in his palm, full of energy. Where does this water come from and where does it go? He shook his head and stepped into the water. Upon entering, he felt energy flowing into his body but with a warm current. Fortunately, there wasn't the itching sensation he felt in the flame cave. The water was about a meter deep, and the Wilfred moved upstream, feeling the energy becoming more intense. Energy increased as he went upstream, but resistance grew too. This seemed to be a common issue with major sects cultivation grounds. Only true geniuses get the best resources. Continuing upstream, after 3 hours, he found it quite strenuous. Jalmer stopped, releasing Simon and Dovey, along with the red blood wolf, the Alotl Imperial Zairit, and the large number of ants it had spawned. They all began cultivating together. Dovey felt fortunate following this guy. Her cultivation level had risen rapidly, and she experienced many things she never dared imagine before. Yeah, it's been great. Outside, Xerxes gathered all the spirit J-masters within the sect for a meeting. After arranging some defensive measures, he entered a secret place to begin healing and cultivating. The elders knew that if Hyatt healed fully, his cultivation would likely advance, and the danger facing the sect would dissipate. Moreover, those ancient relics had emerged, some with little life left. With enemies attacking, they were willing to fight to the death. In their eyes, the survival of the sect was above all, and with little time left, they feared nothing. Therefore, Even though sect leader Yovan led dozens of spirit Jaemesters to attack periodically, taking 1 or 2 lives each time, they hadn't breached the gates. Jovan's strategy was to attack every few days, killing 1 or 2 each time without causing fatal damage. After several months, they could launch a final assault. Thus, neither side was in a hurry. Kaleb sect was waiting for Hyatt to recover. Over a month passed, and Kaleb sect lost over 10 spirit Jaemesters. Yovan's sect prepared for the final assault. Hyatt hadn't appeared in previous attacks, perhaps severely injured by Clifton Lele's hammer. It was time for the final assault. After over a month of attacks, we've killed 10 spirit Jaemesters of Kaleb sect, including 2 ancient relics, with minimal losses on our side except the first attack. Zaire Hyatt hasn't shown up since the first attack. He must be seriously injured. Even if he can fight, he's only at around level 7 to 8 of the spirit Jaemester realm. Sect leader Kong has also arrived. It's time for a full assault. What do you think, Sect leader Kong? I just arrived, not familiar with the situation. Let's follow Sect leader Jovan's plan. Alright, let's go. We must capture Kaleb sect today. A group of spirit Jaemesters launched another assault on Kaleb sect. At the gate, Elder Hildred's expression turned grim. The enemy seemed different this time, launching a final assault? But Hyatt hasn't emerged from seclusion yet. What to do? Strengthen defenses, inform the elders. Defensive arrays and systems were activated immediately, and resting elders rushed to the scene. What's the point of resisting? Hyatt is probably crippled. Surrender, and your status remains unchanged. Those who surrender will be rewarded, laughed sect leader Yovan. Bang! A spirit symbol shot toward him. Sect leader Yovan slashed it apart. Insolent. Attack. Thus, the two sides clashed. Within 15 minutes, Kaleb sect's elders were overwhelmed. The enemy had an extra sect Harmon, a top-tier powerhouse on this continent. Kaleb sect's people kept retreating, unable to match the strength. With Kaleb sect in such a state, do you really wish to destroy them? You're already a top-tier sect. Capturing them won't elevate you much over others. A voice suddenly floated over, surprising everyone as they looked back. Fire Flame Torrent? Are you opposing us? Sect leader Yovan frowned. Chapter 338. Fire Flame Torrent. Sigh, what can I say? The body-shaping flower is truly an invaluable treasure for cultivators. Is Zaire really willing to just give it away like this? It would be fine if he wasn't injured, or if his foundation wasn't damaged. But what if he gets seriously hurt in the future? The body-shaping flower is something one encounters rarely. What a pity. This is the body-shaping flower? Xerxes finally asked after inspecting it for a while. Yeah, Jalmer nodded. Xerxes' breathing quickened immediately. This was a good thing. It could help him recover from injuries and even advance further. You're sure you want to give it to me? Xerxes still couldn't believe it. Yes. The body-shaping flower flew right in front of Xerxes. Good, thank you. You won't be able to leave for a while. What do you plan to do? Jalmer thought for a moment. Do you have any good cultivation places here? Strengthening oneself is the best way forward. Otherwise, constraints will follow wherever he goes. We do. Chishui Cave is our sacred ground for cultivation. Tell me when you want to go. I want to go now. Better sooner than later. If such a top-notch sect can be attacked so easily, it's not acceptable. If I could instantly kill everything, wouldn't that solve all these troubles? Alright, wait a moment. Senior Hildred, please gather all the Supreme Elders, including those ancient elders, here. This is my token. Take it carefully. We need to discuss defense plans shortly. After that, I will enter seclusion to heal, which may take some time. Xerxes handed a red jade pendant to Elder Hildred, who was also a Supreme Elder of the Vermilion Bird sect. Yes. Elder Hildred took the pendant and left. Let's go. I'll escort you to Chishui Cave. As they were about to leave, a chorus of thanks came from behind. Indeed, this person brought hope not only to Xerxes, but also to their sect. Zaire who loved their sect would thank him. Jalmer paused briefly, then stepped out. Giving him the body-shaping flower was partly because he treated his sister well and had saved him previously, even though he didn't need the rescue at the time. Outside, the flying carriage was already waiting. They boarded and flew into the heart of the sect. Half an hour later, they arrived at the foot of the highest peak in the Vermilion Bird sect. Then, they followed a mountain valley in another direction. About 10 minutes later, they reached a cave entrance guarded by 2 spirit scholars. Hyatt. The 2 guards bowed to Xerxes. Right, this is Cultivator Hank. He will have free access to the Chishui Cave from now on. Understood. Cultivator Hank, please enter. If you need anything, you can speak to them. Thank you. The array activated, and Jalmer walked in. Go ahead with your defensive planning. I'm going to cultivate. Upon entering the Chishui Cave, there was a long winding tunnel leading downwards. After walking about a kilometer, a stretch of red water appeared before the Wilfred. Indeed, it was red water, fittingly named Chishui, red water. He stretched out his hand, and a handful of red water rested in his palm. It was brimming with energy. Where does this water come from, and where does it flow? Shaking his head, he stepped into the water. As soon as he entered, he felt the energy seeping into his body, though it came with a warm current. Thankfully, there was no itchiness like in the flame cave. The water was about a meter deep. As he moved upstream, the energy became more concentrated. The higher up the stream, the stronger the energy, but the resistance grew too. This seemed to be a common feature of large sects cultivation holy lands. It appears only geniuses get better resources. He continued upstream for 3 hours, finding it increasingly challenging. Jalmer stopped there, releasing Stephen and Dovey, along with the Crimson Blood Wolf, Allotl Emperor Zairit, and the horde of newborn ants. They began collective cultivation. Dovey felt that following this person was the right choice. Not only did her cultivation rapidly increase, but she also experienced many things she had never imagined before. Yes, this was excellent. Outside, Xerxes gathered all the sect's spirit scholars for a meeting, arranging some defensive measures. Afterward, he also retreated to a secret place within the sect to heal and cultivate. The elders knew that if Xerxes healed, his cultivation would likely advance significantly, thus resolving the danger facing the sect. Moreover, the old elders emerged, many nearing the end of their lives. With enemies attacking, they would fight to the death without hesitation. To them, the survival of the sect was paramount, especially with their remaining time limited. So, despite leader Yovan bringing several dozen spirit scholars and causing periodic losses to the Vermilion Bird sect, the gate hadn't been breached. Leader Jovan's strategy was to attack every few days, killing a couple of spirit scholars each time while ensuring their own members wouldn't die. In a few months, launching a final assault should capture the sect. Thus, neither side was in a rush. The Vermilion Bird sect waited for Xerxes' recovery, so they weren't rushing either. Since both sides weren't in a hurry, it turned into a stalemate. Over a month passed, and the Vermilion Bird sect lost over a dozen spirit scholars. Leader Yovan prepared for a full-scale assault. Xerxes hadn't shown up in previous attacks, possibly severely injured by Clifton Lele's hammer. It was time for a total assault. After over a month of attacks, we've killed 10 spirit scholars and 2 ancient elders of the Vermilion Bird sect. Except for the first attack, we had no significant losses afterward. Zaire Hyatt hasn't appeared since the first attack, probably severely wounded. Even if he's still fighting fit, he might only be equivalent to a level 7 or 8 spirit scholar. Mr. Kong is here today, making it the perfect time for a full assault. Mr. Kong, what do you think? I've just arrived and am not fully familiar with the situation. Let's follow Leader Jovan's plan. Good. Let's set out and capture the Vermilion Bird sect today. The group of spirit scholars launched another assault on the Vermilion Bird sect. At the entrance of the Vermilion Bird sect, Supreme Elder Hildred looked grave. The enemy's momentum seemed different this time. Was this the total assault? But Hyatt hadn't emerged yet. What should they do? Enhance defenses and alert all elders. The array and various defense systems activated immediately, and resting elders rushed over upon receiving the notice. Seeing how your Hyatt doesn't show up anymore, why resist? Last time he took some forbidden medicine, making recovery impossible. Surrender, and your treatment remains unchanged, and contributors will be rewarded. How about it? Leader Yovan laughed. With a boom, the reply was a speeding divine symbol. Leader Yovan sliced the symbol apart. Disrespectful. Attack. Thus began the battle. However, within 10 minutes, the Vermilion Bird sect elders struggled, outnumbered by an additional sect Harmon, a top powerhouse on this continent. The Vermilion Bird sect continuously retreated, unable to resist the power gap. Is the Vermilion Bird sect already this weak? Do you truly wish to destroy them? You're already a top sect. Conquering them won't make you superior to other sects. A voice suddenly drifted over. Everyone turned to look. Fire Flame Torrent? Are you against us? Leader Yovan frowned. Chapter 339. Xerxes, I'm here. This Barry was no ordinary figure. He was also the patriarch of a top-notch sect in Bird Country, the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix sect. I'm not trying to oppose you. It's just that you all have been too dishonorable. As he spoke, Barry had already arrived before the elders of the Zerukaman, with 5 spirit masters trailing behind him. Thank you, Patriarch Hua, for your support. Hyatt is still in seclusion, so we couldn't welcome you properly. Please forgive us. Elder Hildred greeted the arrival and felt slightly more assured. No problem. Barry turned his head to look at a tree behind him. Hey, who's hiding up there? You are quite a significant person yourself. Sneaking around like this does not befit your status. Before everyone's eyes, a figure appeared before Patriarch Yovan, shaking his head. Patriarch Hua, why involve yourself in this mess? Sai, I didn't expect it to be you. Isn't Tion Allingman's influence big enough? You already have a headquarters in Long Country. As Tion Allingman's first representative in Bird Country, do you plan to establish another headquarters here? Aren't you afraid that Hyatt will object? Barry's gaze grew stern. This person was Alvis Javanshui, deputy of Tion Allingman, with strength comparable to the patriarchs of top-notch sects, plus the Patriarch Yovan from the Cold Crow sect and the Patriarch Kong from Green Peafowl sect, 3 peak combatants. This was going to be tough. I'm doing this to strengthen Tion Allingman. I believe Hyatt won't mind, Alvis Javanshui said with a laugh, indifferent. Really? Are you sure you're not trying to usurp the harmonship of Tion Allingman? Alvis Javanshui's lips twitched. You don't need to use verbal tricks. This won't change the situation. The Zerukaman must fall today. Is that so? Let's see about that. The 5 people Barry brought were already in position, forming an array. Zaire array formed by 5 spirit masters wouldn't be simple, right? Indeed, it wasn't. I heard your Fire Phoenix sex array can spout fire. Let me test it out. Alvis Javanshui charged directly towards the array formed by the 5 elders. With the first one engaging, the others quickly followed suit. The 5 from the Fire Phoenix sect engaged Alvis Javanshui. Barry faced off against Patriarch Yovan, and 2 out of 3 peak combatants from the Fire Phoenix sect kept them occupied, which could be considered fair to the Zerukaman. Elder Hildred and another elder engaged the Patriarch of the Green Peafowl sect, Yoel. The rest were in a chaotic melee. With the invaders having more spirit masters and high-level combatants, they held the advantage. Fortunately, the Zerukaman fought on home turf with many spirit scholars, managing to barely hold their ground for now. But after several minutes, the Zerukaman started to lose ground. In such situations, peak combatants determine victory or defeat. Zaire other 10 minutes later, the Zerukaman began retreating continuously. Except for the 2 kept occupied by the Fire Phoenix sect members, everyone else was struggling. Seeing the current situation, Barry grew anxious. When would the old master finally emerge from seclusion? If he didn't come out soon, they really couldn't hold on any longer. Zerukaman's spirit scholars fell one by one, and even some spirit masters were losing strength. What should they do? Elder Hildred, why don't you surrender? If you don't, I won't be polite anymore. Yoel, now clearly holding the upper hand, said as the assisting elder was severely injured and out of the fight. You're dreaming, Elder Hildred responded defiantly, but he was clearly running out of options. Yoel roared and thrust his sword at Elder Hildred's chest. A stone flew in from the side, deflecting Yoel's sword. but it still grazed Elder Hildred's arm, leaving a bloody streak. Turning his head, Yoel saw Xerxes appear right before him. Are you still daring to show up? Yoel sneered, thinking Xerxes was just a wounded man, and struck with a palm. Seeing many fallen disciples beside him, Xerxes flew into a rage and struck back with a powerful palm. Pang! Xerxes stepped back, while Yoel retreated 3 steps. Huh? You've recovered? Yoel was puzzled. A few years ago, Xerxes was ambushed and suffered fundamental injuries, and even though he forcibly enhanced his cultivation with pills, how could he be fine now, with his power apparently surpassing what it was before? Xerxes paid no attention to that. They were seriously lagging behind and needed to turn things around. After a barrage of attacks, Yoel was forced to retreat continuously. You finally came out. If you were a bit later, we might have planned to escape, Barry exclaimed loudly. Xerxes' appearance gave great encouragement to the Zerucomen disciples. Immediately, the Zerucomen went on the offensive. Ha ha ha, our patriarch is unharmed and now defeating the Harmon of Green Peafowl. His injuries are healed, and his strength has even improved. Encouraged, Zerucomen's spirit scholars rushed back into battle, only to face attacks from talismans launched by spirit masters, causing several of them to fall. Against spirit masters, ordinary spirit scholars were still no match. Despite Yoel being at a disadvantage, the invaders steadied themselves, given their greater number of spirit masters. Now both sides entered a stalemate once again, neither gaining clear dominance. Even their respective spirit beasts fought fiercely. Both sides were desperate. However, as the battle continued and Zerucomen's ancient disciples fell one by one, they fell further behind. Is fate against the Zerucomen? Even with my injuries healed and strength enhanced, I can't prevent the decline of my sect? Xerxes felt deeply aggrieved and unleashed a series of fierce attacks, pushing Yoel back continuously. Xerxes, are you going for broke? Then let's go. 2 elders from the Green Peafowl sect appeared beside Yoel, their previous opponents now lying on the ground. They were now facing a 3-against-1 situation. Patriarchwa, thank you. You leave. It seems fate is against us, Xerxes attacked and immediately flashed beside Barry. Yoel and the other 2 rushed over, forming a 4-on-2 fight. Ah! 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 Suddenly, continuous cries of agony echoed through the battlefield. Everyone frowned and turned to look. The cries came from the invaders, sometimes clutching parts of their bodies or swatting at tiny black dots in the air. Looking closely, they were huge flying ants. Indeed, those were the red sky Zyrets brought by Jalmer. He had emerged from seclusion after over a month of intense cultivation, now a level 7 spirit master. The nearly 5,000 red sky Zyrets he brought had over 40 at the spirit master level and the rest at the spirit scholar level. Dealing with 30 spirit masters was child's play for such a massive force. Xerxes, I'm here, Jalmer laughed as he appeared beside Xerxes. Chapter 340, Spirit Beast Island, here I come. Good, couldn't have come at a better time. This truly was a timely aid. Just when they were about to give way, he appeared. What perfect timing. Xerxes ceased his attack, and opposite him, Chief Dan Zhengzhu and Chief Kong also stopped. They looked at the chaos in their own ranks. What could they do now but retreat? However, while these 3 halted, the spirit J-masters from the Vermilion Bird sect didn't. Seeing the invaders under attack by the Crimson Sky Zyrets, it was the perfect time to strike. This was the moment to finish them off. Especially those who had betrayed the Vermilion Bird sect, they were instantly brought to the ground. The remaining invaders screamed and scattered chaotically, avoiding attacks wherever possible. Retreat. The 3 Harmons of the invading force almost simultaneously shouted, dashing away. The other injured spirit J-masters hastily followed. There was no further obstruction from the Vermilion Bird sect, no point chasing after beaten enemies. After cleaning up the battlefield, Xerxes made some arrangements within the sect before bringing Franz, and dashed to the highest peak of the Vermilion Bird sect. In the grand hall atop the Vermilion Peak, a feast awaited. Today we owe much to Brotherhood's timely support. Thank you so much, Xerxes said. Let's skip such formalities between us. But this brother indeed is quite extraordinary. Had he not appeared just in time, I might have had to flee. Ha ha ha, Dash laughed. Yes, Brother Hank, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Your kindness cannot be repaid with mere words. I'll drink to you. Xerxes raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Franz smiled. In truth, it was for Maribel's sake that I took notice. You seem to treat her well. At the mention of Aline, Xerxes grew somber again. Ah, who would have thought capturing a spirit beast would end in an ambush? What's done is done. Fortunately, your power seems even greater now. How did you achieve this? Dash chuckled, genuinely intrigued. Well, I owe this to younger brother Hank. He gave me a body-shaping flower, curing my past ailments and advancing my strength slightly. Xerxes smiled, looking at Franz. Oh, Brother Hank really is an extraordinary person, your savior, old Caleb. Yes, but I'm curious how you knew Maribel was here. She was far away in Rat Country. Yet, you found her. In fact, I am Franz. Franz resumed his original appearance. I knew because I was inside the carriage when you abducted Aline. The 2 great Harmons stared at the Wilfred in front of them, eyes wide open. Xiao Zaire was actually a spirit Jamister? Too incredible. You were that Noel in the carriage? Franz nodded. Zaire, you didn't lose consciousness? Everyone did, including the spirit adepts from Heavenly Spirit Sect, Xerxes remarked, puzzled and somewhat embarrassed that a top-tier expert couldn't affect an ordinary person. I'm a bit special. Ordinary drugs and poisons don't work on me. Remarkable. Xerxes gave him a thumbs up. Are you interested in joining our sect? No, currently, I'm still hunted by the Heavenly Spirit Sect. So, please keep my secret. Certainly. But why is the Heavenly Spirit Sect hunting you? To explain this, let's start with Earth Abyss Sect. I escaped from a labor camp there. You've heard of Earth Abyss Sect, haven't you? Though rarely seen openly, as top-tier experts of this continent, they knew of its existence. So, what's your plan next? Xerxes asked without probing deeply into his ties with the Heavenly Spirit and Earth Abyss sects. Find Maribel. My purpose here in Bird Country is to find her. But, alas, Maribel might not be safe. Can you recount the incident then? Of course. Xerxes drank another mouthful and began his narration. We ventured more than 200 miles into Spirit Beast Island and discovered an island in a lake emitting energy fluctuations. Thinking spirit beasts resided there, Maribel and I flew over. Unexpectedly, the island was rigged with explosives. As we landed, the explosives detonated, flinging me into the lake. Worse, beneath the lake lay more ambushes. Already injured, I pushed Maribel aside to fight off attackers, moving away from the lake. F***K, 4 9th level spirit J-masters. If I only sought escape, I wouldn't have been gravely injured. But I had to save Maribel, so I fought them. Thanks to some treasures, I eventually killed 2, severely injuring the others. When I searched for Maribel afterward, she was gone, losing all trace. I was seriously wounded and spent days searching fruitlessly. Back at the sect, I continued sending people to search the island, all to no avail. So, Aline is likely still on the island? Franz frowned. Yes, most likely, but surviving there for so long poses problems. It's also possible someone else captured her. Caleb Yuhua shook his head. I hope she's safe, but after so long, if she survived, where is she? She must be fine. I leave for Spirit Beast Island tomorrow. Good, I'll accompany you. Don't worry, Xerxes. The Vermilion Bird sect is vulnerable now. If you leave, it might be gone when you return. True. If Brother Wang doesn't mind, can I join you? Dash laughed. Thank you, Chief Hua, but no need. I advise you return to your sect. This encounter might have attracted Heavenly Spirit sect's attention to the Phoenix Fire sect. Hearing this, Hua Chief pondered deeply. Indeed, this incident offended the Black Crow sect, Green Peacock sect, and Heavenly Spirit sect. Ignatiously, they also suffered heavy losses, but caution remained wise. The next day, despite Caleb Yuhua's insistence, she sent a late-stage Spirit J-master, along with a flying horse, accompanying Franz towards Spirit Beast Island. Spirit Beast Island, I'm coming. Hashtag chapter 341, Zaire enemy. After several days of flying, Jalmer was finally nearing the Three Rivers City, which overlooked the Spirit Beast Island across the sea. To avoid drawing too much attention, they landed about 30 miles away from the city. Brayden, thank you very much for bringing me here. From now on, it's up to me. You should head back. Jalmer smiled at Brayden, who had accompanied him. I can't do that. Hyatt specifically instructed me to take good care of you, especially ensuring your safety. There's no need. I can handle myself. You know my strength. Indeed, he was the one who had resolved a crisis for their sect. Thinking of his massive swarm of ants, Brayden had nothing to say in response. But, I could still help with your daily needs. Cultivators have low requirements for daily life. It doesn't matter if I don't eat for a few dozen days. It would be difficult for me to report back to the Patriarch without completing the task. Alright, then you can come to the Three River City too, but don't go to the Spirit Beast Island. If I'm not back within a month, you can return to the sect. Is that wise? It's settled. Zaire, we shouldn't enter the Three River City together. I'll find you when I come back. Indeed, the Three River City wasn't that big. As cultivators, finding someone in such a large city wouldn't be difficult as long as they didn't hide their aura. So, that's it. I'll be off. With that, Jalmer leaped several times and vanished. Brayden sighed, urging his carriage towards the Three River City. Soon, Jalmer arrived at the Three River City and freed Alexei and Dovey. The three strolled down the streets, chatting. J-Mr. Wang, your ants are truly impressive. I'm so envious, Dovey said with admiration. Jalmer smiled. Speaking of spirit beasts, both of you have them, right? Yes, I have one, Alexei nodded. As the young master of Flame Mountain, having a spirit beast was quite normal. I don't have one. Dovey seemed somewhat embarrassed. Alexei and Jalmer looked at Dovey, surprised. You're a regional overlord. How can you not have even one spirit beast? Dovey scratched his head awkwardly. I really don't. Not having one might be better. This time, it's a chance to catch one. First, let's check the boat tickets. There aren't regular boats sailing there. Upon inquiry at the ticket office, they learned there wouldn't be a boat for another 5 days. What to do? 5 days will be 5 days then. They could gather information and practice during this time. Further inquiries revealed an unknown condition on the island. One could only stay for 3 days due to a toxin in the air that affected humans but not animals. Staying longer than 3 days would cause dizziness and eventually unconsciousness, with no known antidote. This reduced the likelihood of Aline being on the island. Once unconscious, she'd become prey to the wild beasts. Jalmer felt frustrated, but since years had passed, thinking about it now was futile. They had to wait. Going to the island was inevitable. They hoped for a miracle. Wang brother, believe that fortune favors the brave. Alexei consoled him. I hope so. The Noel raised his head. In the following days, they practiced diligently and occasionally went out to gather news or listen to gossip. Finally, the day for departure arrived. Apart from Jalmer and his group, there were 4 other Spirit J-masters on board, more than usual. 4 days later, they finally set foot on Spirit Beast Island. Their first destination was the lake where Xerxes was attacked, a location Xerxes had already mentioned to the Noel. So, the trio rode their mounts straight to the lake upon landing. Once there, Jalmer observed the surroundings. It was indeed a good ambush site. Xerxes had previously recounted being bombed into the lake, then attacked underwater before managing to push Aline away. He hadn't had the chance to approach her afterward. Could something significant be hiding under the lake? Could there be a situation similar to what was found on the central island of the Mystic Medicine Valley? He decided to investigate. Brother Alexei, Senior Wu, search the area for spirit beasts. If you find any, deal with them accordingly. I'll explore the lake. If we get separated, meet at the dock in 3 days. With that, he plunged into the water, submerging himself. With his current cultivation, staying underwater for a day or two was no problem. Alexei and Dovey exchanged glances and smiled. Senior Wu, let's split up. While searching for Brother Wang's sister, you can look for your own spirit beast, and I can seek my destiny. Indeed, there might be opportunities on the island. Sure. Take care, young Mr. Alexei. Dovey was excited. He had a chance to find his own spirit beast. Thus, they parted ways. Without anyone targeting them covertly, they were relatively safe as spirit J-masters, top-notch experts on this continent. Hours later, the Noel resurfaced. He had meticulously searched around the island, but found nothing unusual. Jalmer emerged from the water and revisited the inner island. After a thorough inspection, he still found nothing. Ah, a good nap sure is refreshing. The Alotl Royal Zairit suddenly transmitted in Jalmer's mind. Huh? Why does this place feel familiar? Jalmer summoned the Alotl Royal Zairit. You recognize this place? My memory suggests I've been here before. Aren't you from the Lesser Beast Mountains? How could you have been here? I just feel familiar. Aren't you looking for someone? I can help. Damn, I forgot he has nearly 5,000 minions. So, Jalmer released all 4,800 Red Sky Zairets. After a brief conversation with the Alotl Royal Zairit, the ants scattered, flying off in different directions. In my memory, there's a waterfall about 50 miles past this lake, and it seems special. Should we check it out? The Alotl Royal Zairit transmitted. Is that true? Why not check it out? Alright, let's go. Jalmer rushed in the direction indicated by the Alotl Royal Zairit. Before long, he indeed saw a waterfall. But then, the Red Sky Zairets, which had been dispatched, flew back? Why? They had only been gone for about 20 minutes. The ants circled above Jalmer, communicating with the Alotl Royal Zairit. They were driven back, the Alotl Royal Zairit conveyed. What? Just as the Noel spoke, a dark cloud-like mass approached from the distance. Zaire enemy? Chapter 342. Is her name Aline? They were driven back by the local Red Sky Zairets. Local Red Sky Zairets? I never expected that these Spirit Beast Island would have Red Sky Zairets, and such a large number of them. What can we do now? In a blink of an eye, the distant Red Sky Zairets had already approached within close range. They appeared slightly smaller than the Red Sky Zairets on our side. Should we attack? They won't be able to defeat my subjects. However, their numbers are indeed quite substantial. The young Queen Zairit was also somewhat frustrated. If only she had a few more years, she could have established a vast colony of Red Sky Zairets too, but time waits for no one. Just wait. Huh, why did they just surround us and stop moving? In puzzlement, the outer layer of Red Sky Zairets split into two groups, leaving a path open. Then, a black and yellow striped Red Sky Zairit. No, it should be a Queen Zairit, accompanied by two guard ants as thick as arms, flew over. Carissa, is that you? Did you come back to see me? Hearing this familiar yet blurry, yet oddly recognizable voice, the small Queen Zairit's body froze. A moment later, it slowly flew towards the Queen Zairit, feeling a wave of familiarity. It's really you, Carissa. I'm your Amy. Jalmer wasn't privy to the conversation between the two Queen ants. Seeing the Queen Zairit charging directly at the small Queen Zairit, Jalmer hadn't figured out what was happening yet. Seeing that the Queen Zairit seemed to be attacking his small Queen Zairit, he quickly reached out and grabbed the small Queen Zairit back. Who is he? How dare he grab my Carissa? The Queen Zairit became furious, and the surrounding Red Sky Zairets immediately prepared to attack. J-Mister, please let go. That's my Amy. Only then did the small Queen Zairit send a message to Jalmer, having forgotten to do so in her excitement. Upon hearing this, Jalmer immediately let go. It was a relative, after all, which made things easier. Amy, please calm down. This person is my paired cultivator. Upon hearing this, the antennae of the Queen Zairit waved backward, and the other Red Sky Zairets who were about to attack relaxed, sighing in relief. They were scared too. The person before them was significantly larger and clearly not someone to mess with. Is he your paired cultivator? The Queen Zairit flew closer, circling around Jalmer. Good eyesight. My child truly has good eyesight. Then she flew beside the small Queen Zairit, touching antennae with it. Child, would you like to come with me to reminisce? Sure, let's go. To all of you, follow J-Mister. Do not come along. The small Queen Zairit sent a message to its citizens. J-Mister, I'll be back shortly. The small Queen Zairit then informed Jalmer. Alright, you can ask your Amy about my sister. Don't forget. This Queen Zairit had numerous citizens and was likely well informed. Perhaps she might have news about his sister. Alright, rest assured. Thus, the small Queen Zairit and the other Queen Zairit flew away together, with the outer Red Sky Zairets immediately following behind. Somewhere on Spirit Beast Island. Why am I feeling uneasy today? That's strange. A tall, graceful young woman suddenly stood up and paced back and forth. Do you think something might happen today? She asked a bird nearby. Today, it seems there are people arriving on the island. Should I check? The bird responded. More people on the island? People coming here was normal, so why was she feeling this way now? After pondering for a while, she raised her head. Alright, go check. Be careful. Okay. In an instant, the bird disappeared. It was indeed a legendary speed bird. It seemed this speed bird was the young woman's paired spirit beast. Half an hour later, the speed bird returned. The Queen Zairit actually came out today. The speed bird sent information to the young woman. What? The Queen Zairit came out? I haven't seen her move on her own since being here. I heard one of her children returned, brought by a paired cultivator. That cultivator apparently came here looking for someone. This little bird certainly picked up a lot of information from a short outing. Looking for someone? The girl's heart started racing. How old is this person? About 17 years old. 17 years old? The girl's voice rose. Impossible. It couldn't be. This was within the realm of the bird kingdom, and he was just a level 1 spiritual root individual. How could he end up here? Thinking this, the girl's eyes dimmed again. Meanwhile, Jalmer wandered around the waterfall area idly, as he waited for the small Queen Zairit. The boy looked at the waterfall and felt an urge to explore behind it. It felt like something was calling him from behind the waterfall. Flying next to the waterfall, he paused outside it and scanned with his spiritual senses. Huh? There's a cave behind the waterfall. The boy frowned and rushed towards the entrance. With a pong, the boy made contact with the waterfall and was bounced back. What on earth is this? It managed to block me. A late-stage spirit Jamister? Quite unusual. The boy tried again with the same result. Zaire array formation? It must be an array formation. Jalmer became even more interested in the waterfall and began studying it. Once he started researching, a day passed without any findings. Feeling disheartened, he sat down on a rock nearby, staring blankly at the waterfall. Jamister, what are you thinking about? The small Queen Zaire had returned. You're back. How was it? Didn't I mention earlier that there was something familiar here? Turns out I was born here. For some reason, I ended up in the Small Beast Mountain range later. Oh, do you want to stay here? No. Even if I wanted to, I can't. According to our rules, I cannot stay long where my Amy resides. That makes sense. So, do you have news about my sister? That's what I really care about. Certainly. A few years ago, 2 groups fought by that lake. Later, a little girl was captured and taken behind this waterfall. What? Jalmer shot up, eyes wide. Wanna let me check inside for you? I couldn't get in. Can you? Humans can't enter, but we can. Really? Let me check first. With that, the small Queen Zaire flew through the waterfall. Damn, this cave is deep, flying several miles before exiting into what looked like a secluded paradise. Turning around inside, the small Queen Zaire saw a little girl and a bird. Who are you? What do you want? The speed bird grew wary at the sudden appearance of the small Queen Zaire. The small Queen Zaire glanced at the girl and then at the bird. Are you the girl's paired spirit beast? Yeah. Is her name Aline? ##### chapter 343. The siblings finally meet. Yes, you are? That's great. I'm the paired spirit beast of her brother, Jalmer. Please tell her. Spirit beasts can communicate with each other, but they cannot casually converse with someone who is not their master. What? You're my brother Jalmer's paired spirit beast? The rapid bird took on the role of a translator. Where is my brother? Aline asked, filled with anticipation. Just outside the waterfall. Then let's go there. Her excitement was palpable. So, they ventured deeper into the cave and headed towards the waterfall on the other side of the mountain. How did you get here? We went to the Vermilion Bird sect and heard that you had gone missing here, so we came to see if we could find you by chance. Never thought we would actually succeed. Vermilion Bird sect? How is the Vermilion Bird sect now? Is my master all right? The young girl asked, worry evident in her voice. They had been under attack before. Xerxes is doing well. However, the sect was attacked by several factions earlier and nearly wiped out. Ignatiuskili, I and your brother arrived in time to help them drive those villains away. Ignatiuskili, you arrived in time? Did my brother become a cultivator? Cultivator? He's more than that. He's already at the late-stage spirit Jamister level. Quite impressive. What? Late-stage spirit Jamister? Aline was stunned. How could someone with only a first-grade spirit root possibly become a cultivator and achieve late-stage spirit Jamister at such a young age? Is this person really my brother? As they walked, doubt started creeping into Aline's mind. Don't worry. If you are Aline, then it's your brother. However, you can't pass through the waterfall, which poses a problem. While walking and chatting, they soon reached the waterfall. Outside the waterfall, Jalmer was anxiously waiting. Upon sensing someone approaching, his heart raced with anticipation. His long-held wish was about to come true. Finally, the two stood on opposite sides of the waterfall, sensing each other. Yes, the familiar feeling. It's definitely him, her. But what to do? I can't seem to break through this damn array for now. Meanwhile, the little Emperor Zairit easily passed through the waterfall and approached Jalmer. Inside is the sister you've been looking for. I know, but how do I deal with this damned array? Jalmer unleashed a burst of power against the waterfall, but it proved ineffective. So, he carefully examined the area again. This inspection lasted an entire day, yet still, he couldn't figure it out. Time was running out. What should he do? He shouldn't give up until the last moment. It was almost time to leave. My body is special. Maybe it can resist the toxins here. If I wait too long, it will be a while before I can come back. I need to stay. With this decision made, Jalmer wrote a note and had a Red Sky Zairit deliver it to Steven and the others. The message told them he had found his sister but couldn't leave the Spirit Beast Island due to special circumstances. He instructed them to leave without waiting for him, unsure when he would be able to depart. Seeing the message, they felt helpless but eventually boarded the ship, filled with concern. After all, they had heard that the toxins here were quite severe. Still, they remembered Jalmer's prowess and knew he was immune to many poisons, giving them some hope. The boat sailed away, leaving just 3 days remaining. Yet, the Wilfred made no significant progress. You should check the situation above the waterfall. A voice suddenly came from the bracelet on his right arm. Ah, it's Second Jamister. Finally awake. Jalmer was overjoyed, flying upwards while examining the waterfall. Second Jamister, you're finally awake. Does even this array stump you? Quickly tell me how to break it. Time waits for no one, and I'm not sure if I'm immune to the toxins here either. Kidding me? What weak array can stump me? It seems like you haven't improved much since last time. Is this array so easy? Of course. How long has it been since I last woke up? A few months. Zaired, what's your current cultivation level? Spirit Jamister, 7th rank. What? Spirit Jamister, 7th rank? Alotl Hill Dreadnu was truly shocked. Last time, he hadn't even broken through to Spirit Jamister. Yet now he was already 7th rank after just a few months. Zaired, I have awakened again. What's going on? Has he been absorbing energy all this time? Second Jamister, that doesn't matter. The urgent task is breaking this array. Otherwise, I might die. I heard I'll be poisoned to death in 1 or 2 hours. Poisoned to death? That sounds exaggerated. No worries, with First Jamister here, you won't die. Upon hearing this, Jalmer was elated. First Jamister, you're awake too? Not really, but your incessant noise woke me up. Great, Second Jamister, please tell me how to break this damned array. With the support of both masters, nothing can stop me. I can conquer the world. Didn't I tell you to examine it thoroughly? Do I need to hold your hand through it? You're already 7th rank Spirit Jamister. Why have you made no progress with arrays? Did you even study the materials I gave you seriously? I did, but the time was short. To improve, you must think for yourself. Examine the array closely. If you really get poisoned, First Jamister will handle it. Focus on breaking the array. Alright, asking others for help is less effective than relying on oneself. Now that I've found my sister, I can take my time and improve my array skills. The Wilfred communicated with his sister through the little Emperor Zairit, explaining the situation. Then, he settled down to focus on studying the array. Arrays are incredibly profound, and once he delved into them, he became fully engrossed. Ignatiously, First Jamister was present, so he didn't have to worry about the toxins. For days, he meticulously studied the waterfall, correlating the details with the information from the jade slab given by Second Jamister. He ate soul fusion pills as he studied. His mental strength grew rapidly during this process. Day by day, 10 days, 20 days. Finally, on the 21st day, he discovered the key. He struck 2 points on either side of the waterfall with streams of energy and then targeted a specific point above the middle of the waterfall with another stream. The world fell silent. The waterfall disappeared. There was no water flowing anymore. Xiao Yi. Brother Zai'ertong. The siblings finally met. Chapter 344. Perhaps she wants to possess you. The brother and sister looked at each other. 7 years had passed, and although their appearances had changed, it was obvious they had found each other. It's really you, Brother Jalmer. Aline still couldn't believe it. Of course. Next time there's a ship to the island, we'll leave here. Not yet. This was strange. Did she not want to leave? I can't leave until I advance to become a Spirit Jamister. Aline's eyes dimmed. Is this true? We'll see about that. Jalmer grabbed Aline and started flying outside. But it was in vain. While he was airborne, his other hand remained inside the cave, held back by an invisible barrier. The Noel reluctantly returned into the cave. Second Jamister, is there another formation here? The Wilfred communicated with Tori. Yes, who would have thought there would be such an array here? It doesn't seem like it was set up by anyone from this continent. Tori also felt puzzled. She had met a few top-level experts on this continent, but none seemed capable of setting up such an array. Can you break this formation? There are methods, but I'm afraid your strength isn't enough. Second Jamister, just tell me how. Wait a moment, walk around the entrance, let me feel it out. Jalmer followed her instructions. Brother Zai'ertong, what are you doing? Aline was confused as she watched him walk back and forth. I'm examining the formation. There's one at this entrance. If we break it, you can leave. It's not that simple. I've tried many times, but failed. Are you also a formation Jamister? Jalmer asked Aline. No, but I am. Jalmer smiled. This formation is indeed complex, requiring simultaneous strikes at 180 points with equal force. Can you do it? Tori sent the information. 180 points, striking simultaneously with equal force? He might not be able to do it, but it was worth trying. Thus, Tori told the Noel the positions of all 180 points. The Noel prepared, took a deep breath, and then released 180 streams of energy. A pop sound echoed, but nothing happened after that. After several attempts, it was still useless. He couldn't achieve it for now. It's fine. Once my cultivation reaches Spirit Jamister level, I can leave, Aline said with a smile. What's your current cultivation level? Currently, I'm at 9th rank Spirit Scholar. The Noel thought about it and agreed. Since she was already at 9th rank, advancing to Spirit Jamister wouldn't take too long. It would be safer if she left after reaching that level. Alright, let's go deeper into the cave and cultivate, so you can advance to Spirit Jamister sooner. Then the two began walking deeper into the cave. Your sister seems to have some issues. At this moment came a message from First Jamister. What? There's nothing wrong with me. Jalmer looked puzzled. Just be careful. She seems to have another spirit force within her. Jalmer frowned. Surely First Jamister wouldn't lie to him. How did you get here? The Noel asked. Since they couldn't leave immediately, he decided to ask all the questions he had. After our ambush with the masters, I was knocked unconscious by the shock of the battle. When I woke up, I was in this cave, saved by a talking old goat. A talking old goat? Jalmer's eyes widened. You'll meet her soon? As they walked and talked, they eventually emerged from the cave. Exiting the cave, wow, it was like stepping into a paradise. This place reminded him somewhat of the illusion area he encountered in the chaotic rock forest. Subconsciously, he slapped himself. Damn, it hurt. So it wasn't an illusion. Brother Zai'ertong, what are you doing? Aline looked at him curiously. Nothing. This place is so beautiful. I thought it might be a dream, so I tried slapping myself. Jalmer laughed awkwardly. Be cautious. That old goat is not simple. Came another message from Forest. Aha, Jalmer nodded, also sensing a powerful aura deep inside. Could this aura be from an old goat? When Jalmer and Aline stepped out of the cave, the old goat, which had been sleeping, opened its eyes. There's someone coming? Zaire, they seem quite gifted. The old goat licked its lips and stood up. Perhaps I should change my plan. Let's see what happens with this person first. The old goat eagerly anticipated. Jocelyn, we have visitors? As the voice sounded, the two were already within sight. The Noel squinted his eyes. This was the Jocelyn you spoke of? The old goat's eyes lit up. This kid is good, with quite impressive cultivation. Too bad he's a male. It would be perfect if he were a female. A slight blemish. Hello, Wilfred, the old goat greeted. Jalmer raised an eyebrow. Greetings, senior goat. The old goat circled around the Noel, inspecting him closely. Not bad. Really not bad. What a great body. The only downside is that he's a male. But no worries, find another suitable one outside to switch into. The old goat inwardly rejoiced. This is my brother, Jocelyn, Aline introduced. Not bad. Both of you have excellent aptitude. Show him around. I'll go fetch some food, the old goat said sweetly, heading towards the entrance. Sure, Jocelyn. Then Aline began guiding Jalmer through this paradise. She's not a goat, came a message from Forrest. A monster? Not exactly, she's human. No, more accurately, she's like us in second Jamister. She used to exist as a soul, then possessed a goat to become this form. Possession? Yes, I suspect she's keeping your sister captive to possess her. No way. Highly possible, otherwise why would she leave her spiritual force in your sister? Leaving that force helps facilitate possession later. Jalmer began to ponder. Although he felt it unlikely, given his sister's safety, he had to be cautious. Hey, what are you thinking about? Oh, just how nice this place is. I don't even want to leave. Then stay. Can't. Our grandparents are waiting for us. Also, your parents and younger brother are waiting for you. What? My parents? Yes, I found them and brought them back home. Ah, that's wonderful. I must quickly advance to Spirit Jamister and leave here. Jameside the old goat has changed her mind, came another message from First Jamister. Jalmer frowned. Perhaps she wants to possess you. Hashtag chapter 345. I'm here, young Jameson. Take over my body? Why? Your talent is better, and you are already a Spirit Jamister, an excellent candidate ready-made. Does taking over a body necessarily have to be by a Spirit Jamister? Jalmer still had too many things he didn't understand. She should have had significant cultivation back then. An ordinary cultivator couldn't bear such a soul. Being a Spirit Jamister is probably the minimum requirement for bearing her soul. Do you remember the treasure tower in your body? It also needs you to reach the level of a Spirit Jamister to master it. The Spirit Jamister stage is a threshold, a foundation. Jalmer thought about it, and agreed. Why could that old goat bear it then? It was strange. Humans couldn't bear her soul, yet an old mountain goat could. Were humans worse than goats? That's different. She must have used some kind of treasure, or something to take over the goat's body. Jamister, can you perform a soul transfer? Us? Of course. But we disdain such deeds. Jalmer conversed with his master inside the bracelet, while chatting with Aline and thinking at the same time. Truly multitasking. Fortunately, his soul power was strong enough that concentrating on 3 things at once was no big deal. Half an hour later, a presence entered the cave and approached. The old goat returned. In any case, be careful, especially protecting your own mind. Jalmer nodded. Lainey has returned. Shall we welcome her? Aline smiled. Sure. Jalmer stood up and walked towards the entrance of the cave with Aline. Lainey, what are we eating today? Fish today. As she spoke, the old goat appeared before them. 2 large fish hovered on its back, and some fruits floated above its head. Great. All my favorites. Aline happily took the fish and fruits. Brother EATER1, why don't you grill the fish? I miss your cooking so much. Aline looked at Jalmer expectantly. Back at the Hank family village, he had tasted Jalmer's cooking, which was quite good. Sure, let me treat you today. Jalmer grinned and took the fish, handling them briefly before moving to the nearby grill. He started the fire and grilled the fish. This time, the Wilfred didn't use the Korath fire for grilling. Since they suspected the old goat, naturally, he couldn't reveal everything. Keeping secrets offered protection. However, carrying seasonings all year round didn't need to be hidden. The Noel pulled out the seasonings and skillfully grilled the fish. Wow, Brother EATER1, you brought seasonings? Aline was somewhat surprised. Of course, living outside all year round, often staying overnight in the mountains, you can't starve yourself, right? So, it's necessary to carry some seasonings. Besides, they don't take up much space. That made sense. Aline nodded. She had already washed the fruits. The Noel glanced at the fruits in Aline's hands. They seemed unfamiliar but looked pretty good. Seeing Jalmer's gaze, Aline smiled. These are really good. They contain a lot of energy and can help with cultivation. I cultivate using these spirit fruits. Speaking of cultivation, I heard you were only a rank 1 spirit scholar when you came here, but after a few years, you became a rank 9 spirit scholar, relying on these spirit fruits? These spirit fruits are only part of it. Lainey also provided many cultivation resources. Otherwise, reaching Spirit Jamister would be like waiting for a monkey's year. So, we truly should thank Lainey. Jalmer smiled and shook his head slightly. Yes, once I reach Spirit Jamister, I plan to take Lainey away from here. While grilling the fish, the Noel was deep in thought. Seeing Jalmer not speaking, Aline frowned. Doesn't Brother EATER1 like Lainey? Of course not. She's your benefactor. How can I not like her? When you break through to Spirit Jamister, we will take her away together, the Noel hurriedly said. If it's as the master says, this might be troublesome. Xiao Maribel has a very good impression of her. Wow, it smells delicious. Can we eat now? Aline reached for the fish. Just a little longer. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Jalmer sprinkled some pepper powder on the fish. Grilled fish without pepper wouldn't be right. All right, this one is for Lainey. We can share the other one, Jalmer smiled. Wow, really nice. Young man, your skills are great. As long as Lainey likes it, Mountain will do more for you, Jalmer laughed heartily. Sure, but if Mountain eats this every day, even he might get tired of it. No worries, I'm good at other dishes too. I'm a kitchen expert. Good, good, good. The old goat beamed with joy. Jalmer took a spirit fruit, inspected it, felt it, confirmed there were no problems, and bit into it. Then, a wave of energy flowed down his throat, feeling extremely comfortable. How does it taste? Pretty good, right? Aline asked, biting into the grilled fish. Very good. How's the grilled fish? Really good. Alafi was pleasant, and time passed quickly. Every day, the siblings practiced, and Jalmer handled the cooking, occasionally venturing outside. But the old goat showed no unusual changes, seeming to have no intention of transferring souls. 5 days passed, and Jalmer's suspicions wavered. Lainey seemed pretty decent. Perhaps she is still observing you. This is a new place, after all. Zaire-1 would be cautious. When you completely relax, maybe that's when she will make her move. So, never let your guard down. Safety first. Indeed, maintaining constant vigilance was also a form of cultivation. Treating this vigilance as a reflex was also good. 2 weeks passed, and Aline seemed far from breaking through to Spirit Jamister. On the surface, Jalmer had relaxed and felt natural here, like he was at home. Thankfully, he remained vigilant internally. On the 18th night after arriving here, a heavy rainstorm began with thunder and lightning. The Noelle was meditating in the cave when a faint aura slowly approached. The Noelle's heart skipped a beat, finally making her move. Fortunately, his mental power was formidable, otherwise, detecting it would be difficult. Here comes his master's message. Yeah, received. The Noelle continued pretending to meditate while the core earth fire surrounded his mind sphere. He sat motionless, facing away from the entrance. Silently, the old goat approached the cave entrance. Seeing the Noelle, the goat smiled. A moment arrived. A translucent shadow quickly emerged from the goat's body and swiftly entered Jalmer's head. I'm here, Wilfred. Chapter 346. It's time to leave the island. Can't hold back anymore? A translucent humanoid shadow sat on the soul sphere of the Wilfred. You're going to possess me? The hovering shadow was taken aback. Knowing this, you still dared to stay? Of course I must stay. Otherwise, wouldn't my sister be possessed by you? You are indeed loyal and righteous. Actually, that girl's body is not bad, but the waiting time is a bit long. Fortunately, you came to me, so I have no choice but to inconvenience you. But being able to take your place for your sister is quite admirable. You're not from this continent, are you? The shadow frowned before smiling. You know more than I thought. This is just a low-level planet, and I came here out of necessity. Can you tell me your name? Sure. It's good for you to know who took your life before you die. My name is Riley. Gongyang. May, what an uncommon surname. But you should return to that goat's body. If you return too late, you might not be able to return at all. Indeed, once the soul left the goat, it would collapse. If it took more than a few minutes to return, the goat would already be dead and unable to carry the soul. Without a host, the soul would dissipate, meaning death. The shadow shook its head. Since it can't return, I'll just stay with you. Do you really want this? Of course. Saying that, the shadow shot toward the Wilfred soul sphere. Just as the shadow was about to strike the Noelle spirit, it felt an intense heat approaching. Riley immediately stopped her advance. She couldn't withstand such heat. Stabilizing herself, Riley narrowed her eyes, and a circle of fire encircled the Wilfred's soul sphere. Senior Riley, I advise you to return to that goat soon, or it will be too late. I don't want my sister to be heartbroken later. Indeed, she didn't know this person's malicious intent yet, and even if he explained it, she might not believe him. Looking at the flames, they were celestial fire, at least the top-tier terrestrial fire. To have mastered it so proficiently was impressive. If he could defeat this person, all this would belong to him. Riley's shadow trembled slightly. It was enveloped by a thin layer of mist-like substance. Smiling, she attacked the Noelle soul sphere again. The Noelle furrowed his brows, using most of the flames to block and surround the opponent. But Riley simply dodged with a swift move. They kept grappling like a hawk chasing chickens, chasing and trying to catch, but never catching. 2 minutes passed. Normally a short period, but for Franz, it felt like 20 years. This experience was arduous, but also a rare form of training. If he didn't lose this time, his soul power would improve significantly. However, Franz had no desire to repeat this method of enhancing his soul power. Now both were exhausted. This was purely a battle of soul power. Had Franz not had the terrestrial fire as a tool, he would have been defeated long ago. Do you wish to continue? The longer it takes, the cooler that goat will get. Cooler means cooler. Once you're done, everything will be perfect. A Lafian death in this situation. Franz's gaze grew serious. If the other party was reckless, things would get difficult. They continued their struggle. A minute later, Franz could only passively defend. He had overestimated himself. He remained still, focusing on controlling the flame to tightly surround the soul sphere, ignoring everything else. Riley's shadow panted for a few seconds, then resumed her assault. Brother Yang, shouldn't you check? I'm afraid this Zaire can't hold on, Xiao Hildrednu asked, concerned after a few minutes had passed, a long time for a soul power battle. Fine, this Zaire is just being stubborn. As soon as he spoke, a shadow emerged from the bracelet on Franz's left wrist and entered the boy's mind. Isn't it over yet? Harold's shadow stood watching the spectacle inside the boy's mind. Hearing the voice, Riley paused, halting her attack, turning her head, her face filled with shock. Who are you? How did you get here? In Riley's memory, none of the continent's powerful figures could achieve soul separation, so this must be a powerful figure from the outer continents. This powerful figure must be helping the Noelle, making her nervous. Jamister, is that you? The Noelle was uncertain. This Zaire is still too impulsive. Harold shook his head with a smile. So? The old goat outside is almost done for. Are you sure you won't go back? Harold asked Riley. Seeing the formidable soul power of the opponent, Riley sighed, lowered her head, and slowly drifted away. Damn, there's actually another god protecting him. The shadow floated sadly to the old goat, waited a few seconds, then slowly rose. Being separated from the goat's body for too long, some of its functions had deteriorated. Zaire Riley's soul was burned by the core fire in the Noelle's mind, sustaining non-trivial injuries. In these few minutes, both her body and spirit were considerably weakened. At this point, the Noelle's master had returned to the bracelet. Shaking his head, the Noelle popped 2 soul fusion pills into his mouth. Senior Gongyang, I hope we can end this here. As long as you don't cause trouble, I won't harm you. I don't need you to remove the array at the entrance. Once my sister breaks through to become a spirit Jamister, we'll leave peacefully. Can you take me away? Riley looked at the Noelle hopefully. If you hadn't done what you did just now, it would be possible, but not now. All right. The old goat lowered its head and turned to walk out of the cave, hobbling slightly. In the following days, Franz spent almost all his time with Aline, ensuring her safety. Even under special circumstances, many red sky ants with the strength of spirit J-masters followed them, both openly and secretly. Their main task was to practice day and night. Occasionally, they would share their experiences over the years. Time passed. Half a year later, with substantial cultivation resources, Aline finally broke through, causing a minor divine punishment and reward, much less significant than when Franz broke through. Franz also smoothly broke through to the 8th level of Spirit J-master in the energy reign. It's time to leave the island. Chapter 347. Starting with the cleansing of the Earth Abyss sect. Now that Jalmer had advanced to the Spirit J-master level, he had fulfilled Old Goat's requirements and could leave with a clear conscience. Before any ships arrived at the island, Jalmer and Aline had already spent time touring around. After such rigorous cultivation, it was finally time for a break. For Jalmer, one major goal was to find Aline. Now that he'd succeeded and could reunite their family, happiness filled his heart. Thus, they enjoyed the island's scenery peacefully. As for spirit beasts, both siblings already had them. No need for more. The red sky ants were sent out to gather intelligence. Any sign of ships arriving would be immediately reported. The young royal ant had been visiting its predecessor for some final conversations before departure. These days passed idyllically until another ship finally reached Spirit Beast Island. Aline earnestly invited Old Goat to join them, but she couldn't leave. It was understood from the start that Old Goat wouldn't follow. Her body and soul had suffered severe damage. If she insisted on going, she might not survive long. She dared not defy Jalmer's wishes, and thus had to find another way. In front of Aline, Old Goat gave various reasons to refuse leaving. In the end, Aline had no choice but to leave with the Wilfred. Upon arriving in Sanjiang City, Dovey and Stephen promptly greeted them. You two have been here all along? Jalmer asked, surprised. They had waited over 7 months. Hee. We agreed that I would wait here as your protector, Dovey explained, smiling. Jalmer felt a pang of gratitude. Thank you. Is this your sister? Stephen eyed Aline, who radiated an aura of a spirit J-master, a rare feat at her age. Jalmer nodded and introduced everyone. So, what's next? Should we head straight back to Rat Country? Dovey asked. The mission in Bird Country was complete. Staying longer held no meaning. I want to see my master, Aline spoke up. Indeed, Caleb K. Gate's Hyatt Caleb Yuehua had always been kind to her, so a farewell visit was appropriate. All right, let's go to Caleb K. Gate, Jalmer agreed. A few days later, they arrived. Caleb K. Gate's defenses were stricter now, but not as tense as during the standoff with Cold Crow Sect. Perhaps the alert had been lifted. J-master, I'm back, Aline tearfully greeted Caleb Yuehua. Glad to see you back, Xerxes warmly welcomed her. He was thrilled to see his beloved disciple safe and advanced to Spirit J-master level. His intuition about her hadn't been wrong. They stayed overnight at Caleb K. Gate. Xerxes shared recent developments. Despite heavy losses, Caleb K. Gate's strength had grown, and defenses tightened. No one dared to challenge them recklessly again. For the coming decades, Caleb K. Gate should be safe. Xerxes thanked Jalmer profusely. He bestowed him with the title of honorary elder and made Aline an elder too. Before leaving, Jalmer privately discussed his plans with Xerxes. Xerxes agreed without hesitation since the plan included him. Initially, Xerxes wanted Aline to stay, but remembering all Jalmer had done, he refrained from asking, merely saying the door would always be open for her. Departures are emotional. For security, Xerxes didn't personally escort them but sent an elder on a flying steed to bring them to Wangju City, ensuring they boarded the ship to Rat Country safely. Back in Rat Country, their first stop was Heavenly Lake Pavilion where they could use 9 Dragon Cave for transportation. Meeting Lady Alinsay, Jalmer heard startling news. Norris had recovered to 9th level Spirit J-master status and was preparing to take action soon. So it was happening soon? Was Allah One-Wise fate sealed? After arranging everyone's accommodations, Lady Javangwan met with Jalmer alone. Are you willing to participate? In Wu Gu's matter? Yes, of course, but I also have something. Would Lady Javangwan consider joining? What? You want to become the Valley Lord of Profound Medicine Valley? Lady Javangwan laughed. Zaire, if I really do? Lady Javangwan paused, then laughed. If you're serious, after Norris succeeds, I'm sure he'd let you be Valley Lord. Jalmer chuckled. Just kidding. But once Wu Gu's affairs are settled, I'd like us to sweep away all Earth Abyss sect outposts. That was his real goal. The Earth Abyss sect shouldn't exist. The Earth Abyss sect? Zaire associated Heaven Spirit sect outposts. You're bold. What's your cultivation level now? Why do you seem increasingly unfathomable? Lady Javangwan wondered. Jalmer didn't answer directly, just released a wave of power. Damn, so strong, nearly matching hers. How did this happen in such a short time? Previously, she could easily overpower him. Now he could match her. All right, once Norris's matters are settled, we'll help you cleanse Rat Country's Earth Abyss sect. Lady Javangwan's eyes shone with excitement. Everyone has ambitions. Sometimes, life dulls these edges. This Noel rekindled hers. Starting with the cleansing of the Earth Abyss sect. Chapter 348. The change of ownership at the Mystic Medicine Valley. After chatting a bit more with Alinsay and getting detailed information about the upcoming plans, the group spent another day recuperating at Tianhu Pavilion before continuing their journey. Their next destination was the Mystic Medicine Valley. Through the cultivation sanctuary of Tianhu Pavilion, they arrived at the 9 Dragons Cave. As Franz surged out of the lake's surface, he once again saw the familiar glowing point from before. Should I go and see it again? I'm now an 8th rank Spirit J-master. Maybe I can reach the platform where the 9 caves converge. The Noel took a deep breath and flew toward the invisible platform high above. As he got closer, the resistance increased until he finally stopped 5 meters away from the platform. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't advance any further. After several attempts, realizing this wasn't meant to be, he decided to let it go for now. Perhaps only when he reached 9th rank Spirit Jamister would he truly be able to step on that platform and dominate the continent. Franz returned to the lake surface and released Steven. Brother Steven, are you going back to Flame Mountain or coming with me to the Mystic Medicine Valley? Of course, I'll go to the Mystic Medicine Valley with Brother Wong. If you really plan to destroy the Earth Abyss sect, I might be able to lend a hand. Perhaps even my father can get involved. While the Earth Abyss sect's headquarters is easy to raid, their overall strength shouldn't be underestimated. Plus, there are some Heavenly Spirit sect territories to deal with as well. More people mean more power, Steven smiled. Franz looked at Steven. These matters were something he had discussed privately with Pavilion Jamister Javangwan and Xerxes. It seemed Steven had figured out his intentions. Last time at Tianhu Pavilion, Flame Mountain had stood by him during the ambush. Alright, let's go together. They swiftly transported themselves deep into the Lancerline within the Mystic Medicine Valley. The moment they stepped onto the territory, a powerful wave of spiritual energy swept over them. Note, Lancerline is directly transliterated here. If you have an established English name for this location, please use that instead. For better readability and fluency, I've made minor adjustments to ensure the sentence flows naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. Who's there? Franz felt a jolt of surprise and glanced around. Hank Xiaoyu, is that you? Norris looked bewilderedly at the sudden appearance of Franz. Wu Valley Jamister, you're here? Franz's eyes lit up with joy. This wasn't the old man who was previously injured. Instead, he now appeared to be a spirited Dai. Clearly, as his cultivation recovered, so did his no-elful appearance. Yes, thanks to your incorruptible sprout leaf, I made it here. There are so many natural treasures here and such dense spirit energy. Cultivation has become much more efficient. Look, I've already recovered to 9th rank Spirit Jamister. Great. The Noel spoke while releasing the others. These are? Norris looked puzzled. Franz harbored great secrets and treasures if he could conceal people like this. Clearly, he had a small spatial dimension. These are my friends. Franz introduced everyone. Very good. I didn't expect a Lottle friend to be so impressive. At such a young age, you're surrounded by so many geniuses, Norris laughed. Not at all. When do you plan to make your move? We can assist you. Norris glanced at the others and said with a smile, it's not that simple. Although I've made plenty of arrangements, the Mystic Medicine Valley is now run by Allah 1Y, and he has covert support from the Heavenly Spirit sect and the Earth Abyss sect. My chances of success are only about 50%. So, I think you guys should stay out of it. Whether I succeed or fail won't really affect you. No, this isn't just your business. The Heavenly Spirit sect and the Earth Abyss sect have been hunting me down, as has the Mystic Medicine Valley. Only by solving all of them will I be rid of worries. Do you intend to deal with both the Heavenly Spirit sect and the Earth Abyss sect? Norris frowned. That level of difficulty was considerable. Not necessarily the Heavenly Spirit sect, as they appear to be a righteous sect on the surface. But the Earth Abyss sect must be wiped out, along with its deeply connected branches of the Heavenly Spirit sect. Are you sure? Of course. After resolving the Mystic Medicine Valley, would Wu Valley Jamister still be willing to join me in sweeping across the land? Ha ha ha. Norris laughed heartily. If we can kill Allah 1Y to avenge my son, I'm willing to follow a Lottle friend in eradicating the Earth Abyss sect under your command. I don't dare say command, but shall we start by defeating Allah 1Y and then destroying the Earth Abyss sect? Agreed. Come, let's drink a few cups. Norris took out several cups and a jar of wine. The cups floated before them, and the wine poured itself into the cups before flying to each person. All the men drained their cups except Aline, who only sipped lightly. Pavilion Jamister Javangwan has also prepared. Should I bring them here? You have contact with Pavilion Jamister Javangwan? Norris was surprised. Of course, I just came from Tianhu Pavilion. Zaire, I know you, and Pavilion Jamister Javangwan have a history. She agrees to help me eliminate the Earth Abyss sect after dealing with Allah 1Y. The Noel grinned lecherously. You just came from Tianhu Pavilion? Then, Franz explained how he used the Nine Dragons Cave in Death Valley to teleport between sects. Afterward, Norris looked at Franz like he was an oddity. How did you manage this? This is one of the continent's greatest secrets, even unknown to the Harmons of the 9 major sects, yet you know it? Yes, and Pavilion Jamister Javangwan has informed me of your plans. We just need to finalize the date. If necessary, I believe my father can also participate, Steven interjected. His father was the Lord of Flame Mountain, one of the top powers on the continent. Having him would significantly increase their chances of success. Lord of Flame Mountain? Not necessary. Since a Lottle friend Wong can bring people through teleportation, as long as our plans are solid, success should be assured. Indeed, if success was assured, adding more people would only create obligations, which were hardest to repay in this world. After another month of meticulous preparation, Franz brought over a dozen Spirit Jamesters directly from Tianhu Pavilion, including Alan Say. Inside the Mystic Medicine Valley, Norris secretly prepared extensively. He knew exactly who were allies, who were loyal to Allah 1Y, who were undecided, and who were neutral, ensuring everything was meticulously arranged. When the operation began, the enemy was exposed while they remained hidden. In just an hour, everything was settled. Allah 1Y and a hidden Earth Abyss sect elder were killed. Other elders who followed Allah 1Y either died in battle or were stripped of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. The Mystic Medicine Valley quickly returned to peace. Everything happened swiftly, both arriving and leaving. Subsequently, the Mystic Medicine Valley issued a public announcement, stating that Allah 1Y had betrayed and murdered his master and was executed on the spot. This caused an uproar in the cultivation world. From then on, the ownership of the Mystic Medicine Valley changed hands. Hashtag chapter 349, James searching to the southwest. Hashtag meeting hall of the Mystic Medicine Valley. Everyone, you all know how Arjun conspired with outsiders to harm us. Now that he has been dealt with, those who collaborated with him are either dead or have been expelled from their sections. Norris sat in the Valley Master's seat, looking down at the gathering of elders below. Jameson, of you were once misled by him and supported him. This is no longer an issue. Let's put this matter behind us. Those fence-sitters below heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there would be no settling of accounts after the fact. A weight lifted off their shoulders. Furthermore, I want to sincerely thank those who have always been concerned about me and gave tremendous support this time. Especially this young friend Franz. He is our sex prodigy, as many of you already know. Previously, he was under orders by our June to be hunted. Thanks to him, I was able to survive and see the light of day again. At such a young age, he has already advanced to become a spirit Jamester. So now, I am conferring on him the honorary title of Senior Elder and appointing him as Deputy Head of the Pill Department. Zaire objections? Jamester Wu is wise. The elders chorused in agreement. Franz, however, was taken aback. Old man Wu, what are you doing? I don't have time for this deputy head nonsense. You shouldn't think that just because he saved my life, I'm giving him the position of deputy head. The third-tier pills he refined were all top quality. 3 pills of Supreme Spirit and Soul Fusion each, top quality every time. It was thanks to his potions that I could recover my strength so quickly. Fortunately, Norris did not reveal Franz's actual cultivation level. Otherwise, it might have frightened quite a few people. Though he is a deputy head, he will still have the freedom to come and go as he pleases and will not be responsible for the sect-specific affairs. However, if he wishes to manage them, he does have the authority. This was fair enough. In other words, this elder position was similar to an honorary one, but with much more power. Franz felt relieved inside. There's another important matter. We need to elect a provisional successor to the position of Valley Master. What? Why? Is the Valley Master stepping down again after just coming back? The hall buzzed with chatter as soon as Norris's announcement sunk in. After this ordeal, I no longer have interest in the Valley Master position. If Arjun hadn't killed my son, I wouldn't have wanted to kill him either. But since he murdered my son for the sake of this position, I had no choice but to avenge him. Norris scanned the group of elders and continued. After selecting a provisional Valley Master, they will manage the sect for a year. If everything goes smoothly, they will officially become the Valley Master next year, while I retire as Grand Elder. So, let's begin the election. Each division can nominate one candidate, and the Elder Council and Grand Elders can do the same. After some maneuvering, the final candidate chosen was an elder from the Elder Council named Emeric. His approval rate was as high as 90%. He had good management skills and was at the 9th rank of Spirit Jamester, although his strength was still inferior to Norris. However, he was relatively young, only in his 50s, and becoming a top-tier powerhouse on this continent was just a matter of time. Well, it looks like Emeric has everyone's trust. This provisional Valley Master position is yours. I will assist you in managing the sect for a month, then I will leave to seek opportunities for breakthrough. After that, the Mystic Medicine Valley will be under your charge. I hope you do not disappoint your peers. I will not fail you. Emeric came before Norris, turned to face the assembly, and began his inaugural speech. Afterward, Franz left the Mystic Medicine Valley. He had 1 month to prepare before embarking on his missions. After several days of travel, he finally returned to the Moon Lake sect. Of course, the current sect master was Havelock again. Franz didn't bother with any formalities or guards, directly flashing into the sect premises in broad daylight, unseen by anyone. He first headed to the sect master's residence. Sensing around, he found that Havelock had reached the 2nd rank of Spirit Jamester. Impressive progress indeed. It appeared Havelock had seized the opportunity and expended vast resources to reach this level. But Jamester, congratulations. The Wilfred appeared before Havelock with a smile. Havelock's body shook, his eyes widening in surprise before breaking into joy. You're back? Everything went well? Yeah, all done. Then Aline, Steven, and Dovey appeared. Holy crap, they're all Spirit Jamesters. Incredible. Franz introduced them. Great. Let's take you to see Elder Hank. My grandparents are really here? Of course. Zaired my parents? Yes. At this point, Aline became visibly nervous. She hadn't seen her grandparents in 8 years and barely remembered her parents. Half an hour later, the Hank family was finally reunited, and an emotional scene unfolded. For the next month, Franz stayed with the Hank family at the Moon Lake sect, though he didn't neglect his cultivation. Time flew by, and the month soon ended. It was time to set out. Insisting on accompanying Franz, Aline also joined the journey. As a Spirit Jamester, she couldn't spend all her time at home. Ignatiushan also decided to tag along. His mission was complete, and it was time to do something else. Franz set off with Steven, Aline, Dovey, and Ignatiushan, heading to the Mystic Medicine Valley to meet up with Norris. A few days later, the group arrived at the Mystic Medicine Valley. Haha, young friend Wong, you're right on time. You didn't even stay home longer. Seeing Franz again, Norris was very pleased. Jamesters within the sect were almost settled, and it was time to get things done. As cultivators, we can't be too comfortable. Staying idle for too long makes us lose the drive to improve. Comfort isn't beneficial, Franz laughed. Spoken well. No wonder young friend Wong achieved so much at such a young age. Your perspective is truly different, Alansei entered from outside. Director Javangwan. Franz bowed. I didn't expect you to arrive earlier. Of course, I couldn't make young friend Wong wait. Ha ha ha, let's plan our route. Sure. Norris pulled out a map, and the group began discussing their strategy. They would start their cleanup from the Rat Kingdom in the southwest direction. With plans set, they marched toward the southwest. Chapter 350, Ascension, Epilogue. The cleansing team included top-tier powerhouses such as Norris and Alansei, both level 9 Spirit Jamesters. Alongside them were Jalmer, who matched their strength, Dovey, Steven, and Ignatiushan, all mid-level Spirit Jamesters, and Aline, a junior-level Spirit Jamester. Such a formidable group was almost invincible. In most of the venues where Diamond mined flame essence and similar treasures, the overseers generally only had level 9 Spirit Scholar abilities. This led to rapid elimination of each mining point, though finding the locations took considerable time. Thus, much of their effort was spent searching for these places. Once found, sweeping through them only took minutes. For safety's sake regarding the laborers, they would still spend an hour or two at each site. From then on, this team began traversing rat country from southwest to east. After reaching the easternmost part, they turned north for a while before moving westward again. Back and forth, it took nearly a month to thoroughly cleanse rat country of Deoman's operations. Naturally, other Deoman outposts in rat country also met the same fate, along with closely linked Heavenly Soul sect sites. Each mine's destruction yielded abundant resources, which spurred on the team even more. Throughout the sweep, Flame Mountain's master also joined, and naturally, the young Harmon welcomed him. After securing rat country, the next target was bird country. As soon as Jalmer and his crew entered rat country, they informed Caleb K. Gates Hong Allah, who promptly arrived. With Hong Allah joining, the cleanup gained momentum, and within a month, Deoman and bird country was wiped out. They continued on to the next country. More powerful figures joined the cause, eventually forming multiple teams that significantly accelerated the sweep. In 2 years, all 36 countries on the Zodiac continent were cleansed of Deoman strongholds, leading to near total annihilation of Deoman Harmonship. Several Heavenly Soul sect outposts related to Deoman also fell, causing about 1/5 of Heavenly Soul sect's power to be lost. Though significant, this loss was manageable. Hong Allah of Heavenly Soul sect was furious. His sect, a symbol of justice, had been deeply infiltrated by Deoman. The sweep led by Jalmer helped purify the sect, and in gratitude, they awarded him the title of Honorary Elder. Consequently, Jalmer acquired numerous titles as Elder. Despite the sweeps, cultivation could not halt. After a year of sweeping, Jalmer successfully broke through to level 9 Spirit Jamister. By the end of the operation, he had reached the pinnacle of level 9, becoming the continent's true elite, a fact not overstated. Jalmer now boasted the might of the Zodiac continent's first person. With the cleanup concluded, members of participating sects returned home. Naturally, Jalmer returned to Rat Country. Rat Country, Yuehu Sect, Medicinal Herb Garden. All the Hanks were present, including Yuehu Sect members Havelock, Stephen, Dovey, and Ignatiushan. Young Hank Xiaochun was now a level 6 spirit practitioner, impressive given his age. Remington, Grandma, have you been well here over the past 2 years? Now that Deoman is mostly destroyed, if you wish to return home, you can, Jalmer said to the Hanks patriarch. However, Maribel and Xiaochun are cultivators, and returning isn't suitable for them. Only by staying at the sect can they secure a better future. The grandfather pondered, we don't have much time left, so we won't go back. But after we pass away, I hope my remains can be returned to Hank Village for burial. That's our route. Indeed, for ordinary people, returning home in death was normal. Jalmer nodded. Let's discuss details when the time comes. I plan to visit Death Valley soon to attempt a breakthrough. If successful, I might ascend to another realm. During these 2 years, Jalmer often communicated with his bracelet mentors, sensing that ascending would likely occur upon reaching the bright spot in Nine Dragon Cave. Ascend? Everyone paused. Yes. Look, there are many level 9 spirit J-masters on this continent. Each country has 9 top sects plus Heavenly Soul sect. So, every country has at least 20 level 9 spirit J-masters, sometimes 40. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. If there are so many level 9s, why hasn't anyone seen a higher rank? Everyone was stumped. Indeed, it seemed level 9 was the limit. With so many geniuses, some must have broken through. If they did, surely someone would have witnessed it. Unless they ascended. This explanation made sense. So, breaking through likely leads to ascension. I'll attempt this in Death Valley in a month. Jalmer looked at Havelock and the others. Join me. If I fail, it fails. If I succeed, this path can be followed by you too. Indeed, if feasible, level 9 spirit J-masters would train harder. Thus, Jalmer stayed at Yuehu Sect for 20 days, reliving Hank Village's joyful days. After 22 days, they set off for Profound Medicine Valley, using its chaotic stone forest to reach Nine Dragon Cave. Upon arrival, Alansei, Flame Mountain's master, and Caleb K. Gates Hong Allah were already there. Jalmer gathered everyone into the tower inside his body, then ventured deep into the chaotic stone forest to teleport to Nine Dragon Cave. Emerging at the lake in Nine Dragon Cave, everyone marveled at its wonders. Impressed by Jalmer's ingenuity, they awaited his performance. As Jalmer soared into the sky, they followed. However, resistance increased with height, stopping many. Finally, Jalmer reached the bright spot, while Harmons of major sects remained 5 to 10 meters away. Though close, they couldn't advance further. Everyone, I'll try. If successful, this is the path. Sitting cross-legged mid-air, he consumed various pills continuously. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. A boom erupted as energy exploded within Jalmer, releasing shockwaves that shook nearby sect Harmons. Examining his Dantian, the familiar energy source had vanished, replaced by liquid matter, feeling more potent. Feeling capable of moving mountains, he pushed a palm toward a distant peak, which snapped in half. Witnesses stared, baffled. Breakthrough? Suddenly, wind surged, clouds formed, thunder roared, lightning flashed. The Wilfred looked up at the sky above him. Was this heavenly tribulation? At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck toward Jalmer. When the Wilfred reached out to touch it, instead of being electrocuted as expected, the lightning acted like a rope, pulling him upwards into the sky. Before he could react, he vanished from everyone's sight. I'll be waiting for you all up here. Only after his figure disappeared did Jalmer's voice reach them, leaving the rest standing in confusion mid-air. Where was this? A Wilfred in his early 20s appeared out of nowhere in a desert. Was he about to wander again? The Wilfred smiled and shook his head. Then he stood up and walked in one direction. The end.